The man opened his eyes, and a bone-chilling cold instantly enveloped him. The sacred prayers of ancient Egypt echoed in his ears. 18th, who would restore the glory and immortality of the sun god Ra. The reality is that the sun god Ra died thousands of years ago. The last Egyptian god also perished completely 1,000 years ago. Their royal family's immortality, passed down through generations, actually involves turning people into living mummies. Lin Ke was wrapped up tightly, and all her internal organs had been removed, leaving only her heart inside her body. The old priest beside him gently advised him, "Noble prince, this is the gift of becoming a god." Lin Ke trembled with rage. He was a soul from China. Why should he be sacrificed to a group of Egyptian gods who had been dead for thousands of years? The previous 17 kings had all been mummified, and they hadn't even become gods. They were long dead. He struggled desperately, but could only make dull thuds. Lin Ke didn't want to die, much less become a mummy. He struggled violently and fell directly off the altar to the ground, instantly covered in dust. A deathly silence fell over the entire arena. The next second, the priest screamed in despair. The crown prince's sacred body has fallen to the ground. It's tainted. He's going to be devoured by amidst. Egypt is doomed. In this world, to defile a sacred body is tantamount to blasphemy. He should have been executed immediately and then remade into a pure mummy. But Lin Ke didn't care about any of that anymore. He'd already died once. What was there to be afraid of? The linen bandages binding his entire body were instantly removed by magic, and he finally regained his freedom. The old priest, Nantong, knelt down with a thud, weeping and begging for death. "Prince, please forgive me. I have defiled your sacred body. Please execute me." Everyone around also knelt down in unison, their buttocks sticking up high, not daring to lift their heads. Lin Ke took a deep breath, her voice resounding throughout the entire venue. "Guards, bring me back my intestines, liver, and brain." The priest stepped forward tremblingly, carrying the earthenware jar. Inside the jar were Lin Ke's internal organs, which had just been removed. According to ancient Egyptian mummification practices, the 5 internal organs should have been guarded by the 4 sons of Horus, but the gods had long since perished. The so-called divinely protected altar was merely clinging to life with preservation magic. It was thanks to this that his internal organs didn't rot and stink. Lin Ke remained expressionless, reaching out to stuff all the internal organs back into her stomach. A little misaligned? Doesn't matter. Lin Ke raised his right hand and pulled out his heart. He tore off the linen wrapping, revealing a scarab amulet, and then rhythmically pinched it with his fingertips. Her heart began to beat again, and the amulet glowed faintly. Lin Ke tucked the heart back into her chest. The next second, a terrifying self-healing power erupted. Granulation tissue grew wildly, quickly covering the surgical wound. The shriveled body was refilled with blood, muscles swelled, skin remodeled, and bones cracked. In a matter of moments, the Egyptian prince, clad in a golden and silver crown, wearing a double serpent headdress, and with clearly defined abdominal muscles, was resurrected unharmed. Just then, a grand and solemn voice resounded. From the first budding life underwater to the giant beasts of the Stone Age, and then to the first upright walking of humankind, it has witnessed much. Now, let's begin its greatest exploration. From the cradle of early civilizations to the vast cosmos, ascend his throne. The day he is crowned king will be the day he embarks on his conquest. The Egyptian gods have fallen, but the gods of neighboring countries remain. The Hebrews invaded year after year, and Egypt was already beset by internal and external troubles. That's why the royal family established this cruel and inhumane rule. The eldest prince voluntarily became a mummy, going to the underworld to seek divine intervention. The second prince stayed behind to become king, shouldering this mess and waiting to die. In this world, death is a blessing, living is torture. Lin Ke's eyes flashed with a sharp light, her voice resolute. "Let the second prince be the mummy. Everyone, come with me back to the palace." Her words caused an uproar. Nantong trembled violently, her face deathly pale. "Your Highness, are you going to give up the gift of becoming a god?" In everyone's eyes, becoming a mummy is the highest honor, a legitimate path to godhood, and a royal privilege. Giving it up is tantamount to falling into the mortal realm and courting death. Lin Ke's gaze swept over the crowd, his tone calm and domineering. "I will give this blessing to my brother. I am not at ease leaving you all on this ravaged land. I will protect my people." One sentence shattered everyone's faith. The next second, the entire audience burst into tears. "Merciful Crown Prince, Nantong wailed, prostrating himself on the ground, his voice hoarse and resolute. If the eldest prince is willing to give up eternal life for Egypt, I, Nantong, am willing to give my soul to Ba. Even if my heart is weighed by the feathers of Ma'at and reduced to ashes, I will never regret it. Everyone knelt down and wept. Lin Ke raised her head, her voice resounding throughout the hall. To the palace. After a while, the carriage stopped. Lin Ke kicked open the carriage door, and her heart sank to the bottom the moment she saw what lay before her. The once majestic Egyptian palace, resembling a divine abode, is now nothing but ruins, shrouded in smoke. Charred stone pillars lie fallen, and dark brown scabs of blood have congealed in the cracks of the stone. The imperial road, which should have been strewn with flower petals and thronged with cheering crowds, was now deathly silent and desolate, with only a few trembling servants standing guard on either side. How did this place become like this? Nantong's face was deathly pale, and her voice trembled. Your Highness, the Hebrew army has already entered the capital. The people are either fleeing or dying. The palace is about to fall. The gods have fallen, and Egypt is leaderless. The gods of the surrounding nations still exist, but Egypt alone has become an easy target for everyone. Lin Ke's heart tightened. He must be crowned immediately. Only by ascending the throne can the civilization's sixth system truly begin its conquest, and only then will Egypt have a glimmer of hope. What worried Lin Ke even more was her younger brother. With their father and mother dead, the second prince should have ascended the throne and stabilized the situation, but the current tragic scene clearly showed that everything had collapsed, with flames soaring into the sky in the streets ahead. The Egyptian master Heka and the Hebrew magician clashed fiercely. Crocodile eggshells and torches whipped up a sandstorm, while the Hebrews' fiery whips raged and exploded. Watchtowers collapsed with a deafening roar, and screams of agony echoed throughout the air. The main gate was already a living hell. There was no way to get through. Lin Ke's eyes sharpened, and he turned and headed straight for the alley to the east. That was the secret passage where he and his younger brother used to play hide-and-seek as children, leading directly to the backyard of the palace. Just as they passed through the dilapidated stone archway, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached. Several servants were protecting a disheveled young man, richly dressed, and with tears streaming down his face. His younger brother, the second prince. Eldest brother? The second prince looked up abruptly, his pupils shrinking in surprise and joy, then overwhelmed by fear. He trembled and stammered, I'm going to die. I can't have a blessed death. I can't rest in peace. He was so terrified he couldn't even process what was happening. Why was his elder brother, who should have become a mummy, standing here alive? Lin Ke stepped forward and pressed his trembling shoulders. Don't be afraid. I'm here to tell you something. Lin Ke spoke each word with absolute certainty. You go and accept the gift. I will take over Egypt and be crowned king. His words sent shivers down the spine of the second prince. Give up the gift of eternal life and willingly shoulder this mess of a nation on the verge of collapse? This meant taking all the pain, curses, and war upon himself. Elder brother. Tears welled up in his eyes, and the second prince trembled, unable to utter a single word. To escort my brother safely to complete his mission. Yes. The simple carriage sped away, taking the second prince with it. Lin Ke turned around, looking at the burning palace, her eyes as cold and sharp as knives. You. Come with me into the palace. The main hall of the palace had long since become a battlefield. The murals were charred, the floor tiles shattered, and gemstone sculptures collapsed everywhere. The Hebrew sorcerer's firestorm raged, and the Egyptian Heka master fought desperately, suffering heavy casualties. Protect the eldest prince. Kill. For Egypt. The guards fought fearlessly, carving a bloody path for Lin Ke. Upon seeing Lin Ke, the Heka masters erupted in a desperate roar. The crown prince has arrived. No one is allowed to obstruct the pharaoh's coronation. They burned their last bit of magic, the yellow sand swirling, forcing back the Hebrew mages. Lin Ke broke through the flames of war, step by step ascending the throne platform. On that dusty, slightly damaged stone throne, two crowns sat quietly. The white crown symbolizes Upper Egypt, while the red crown represents the authority of Lower Egypt. The two crowns combined signify the pharaoh of Egypt. Watching Master Heka fall beside him, and hearing the sounds of fierce battle around him, Lin Ke's eyes were solemn. He reached out, grasping the white crown in one hand and the red crown in the other, combining them into one. Then he raised it high and placed it on his head. In his other hand, he gripped the curved scepter, a symbol of the pharaoh's supreme power. The firelight illuminated his young, yet resolute face. Amidst the billowing smoke and roaring flames, Lin Ke stood tall, his voice resounding throughout the hall and echoing throughout the capital. I, the 18th pharaoh of Egypt, have restored the glory of Ra. Today, crowned with the red and white crowns, I am crowned pharaoh of Egypt amidst blood and fire. I swear by my soul and blood to protect the dignity of Egypt. The glory of the Nile and the pyramids will never be extinguished. Egypt, your pharaoh has returned. You have risen to power amidst the flames of war. The journey of civilization has officially begun. As the familiar system voice faded, a semi-transparent screen suddenly unfolded before Lin Ke's eyes. Numbers, icons, technology trees, city boards, territory boundaries, line after line of information flickered amidst the flames and smoke. Yes, it was Civilization 6. Technology, engineering, municipal works, wonders, institutions, all functions are activated. This is the source of Lin Ke's confidence in defying fate and revitalizing Egypt. But Lin Ke's gaze sharpened as he looked at the mages locked in fierce combat within the temple. This world is not a game. Ordinary people are ants. Magic is a beast, and gods are the true ancient dragons. The Hebrews had gods, the Maya had gods, and Atlantis had gods. Only in Egypt did the gods fall, and the land remained without a ruler for 1,000 years. Without God, Egypt will always be a lamb to the slaughter. Link tapped the throne lightly with her fingertips, her decision made. Religious victory. The only one among the 6 victory paths in Civilization 6 that can create a god. Establishing a religion requires a great prophet. The fastest way to obtain a great prophet is to build the wonder, Stonehenge. Once Stonehenge is completed, you will immediately receive a great prophet. However, there are 3 conditions for building it. Sufficient production capacity, plains or grassland terrain. Prerequisite technology, astrology. The first 2 are easy. There's a flat area near the capital, adjacent to a quarry, with plenty of stone. The most difficult is astrology. The system indicated that 5 people were needed, along with a small area specifically for research. But the palace was now in ruins, surrounded by enemies, and the surrounding area was a battlefield. Where could they find a quiet research area? Just as Lin Ke frowned, a burst of fire erupted in the distance. A figure in white robes stood in midair, his aura soaring to the heavens. It was Nantong. Seeing Lin Ke crowned king, he was utterly excited, his blood boiling. The second prince has completed his blessing. Protect the pharaoh. Drive out the enemy. Nantong soared into the air, the golden crocodile skull in his hand radiating light. Great sandstorm. 3 towering yellow sandstorms crashed into and shattered the Hebrew fire serpent. Immediately afterward, he tore open his robes, revealing the scarab beetle mark on his heart. Sacred calamity. A jet-black beetle flew out, instantly splitting into thousands. Wherever the swarm passed, the Hebrew mage didn't even have time to scream. Its ultimate magical power. Devouring beetles. Run. The enemy army completely collapsed and fled in panic. The Hebrew decapitation tactic had utterly failed. The area around the royal palace was finally safe for the time being. Lin Ke immediately ordered, Nantong, clear 3 areas outside the palace. Yes, your majesty. A few minutes later, the areas were cleared. Lin Ke silently read the panel. Astrology research requirements. Met. He randomly selected a dilapidated house. The next second, a flash of golden light appeared, and the house was transformed, with sphinx patterns appearing on the stone walls, automatically becoming the Astrology Research Institute. But the next moment, Lin Ke's brows furrowed tightly. Astrology, completed in 3 days. Stonehenge, completed in 18 days. 3 days, 18 days, that's far too long. The Hebrew Empire alone has over 30 ultimate mages. Even more terrifying, they also have gods. If the enemy were to launch a counterattack, and Stonehenge were abandoned halfway through construction, Egypt would be doomed. Lin Ke stared at the panel, his eyes darkening. They had to speed things up. Stonehenge had to be built before the enemy's next all-out assault. In Civilization 6, the development of a civilization relies on 3 main parts: technology, civilization, and engineering. These 3 aspects influence each other and can be pursued simultaneously. It allows for simultaneous scientific research, municipal research, and engineering construction. Currently, research on astrology is underway, but municipal and construction aspects remain unexplored. Therefore, Lin Ke has chosen to research the codex within municipal aspects. Within the legal code, an economic policy called city planning can increase productivity. and the level of productivity determines how quickly a city can complete these projects. Productivity is the core of any project. Now, for Lin Ke to construct the Stonehenge project, the most crucial element is productivity. Thinking of this, Lin Ke looked at the Stonehenge section in his field of vision. Stonehenge. Required technology, astrology. Required terrain, flat grassland, plain, or desert area. Restrictions. No other wonders or regional facilities adjacent. Cost. 90 production. Effect. Upon completion, you will immediately gain a great profit who can be used to establish a religion, increase the city's faith output, enhance cultural bonuses, and promote civilization development. Just as Lin Ke remembered, building Stonehenge requires 90 production points, while the capital city currently provides only 6.8. 90 divided by 6.8 equals a little over 13, which translates to a 14-day construction period in the game. If it truly takes the full 14 days, Egypt might perish before the project is even finished. In this context of constant warfare, 14 days is an astronomical figure. We must find a way to shorten the construction period. Temporary productivity, like cutting down trees. Veteran players know that in the early stages of the game, cutting down forests on plots within a city's management area can directly provide 10 or 20 points of productivity. Lin Ke turned her attention to the map and began to examine the area around the capital. In the game's view, the Nile River flowed through the kingdom, surrounded by various terrains such as plains, jungles, hills, and mountains. Scattered across the land are several cities. Currently, Lin Ke can only control the capital city. Within the capital city area, there are 2 plots of land containing forests. After being felled, it provides 18 and 22 production points respectively. So overall, if Stonehenge is near a river, it can increase production by 15%, bringing the total production to 7.82. After clearing 2 forests, an additional 40 production points will be provided. This will shorten the construction time for Stonehenge to 7 days. Hopefully, we can make it through those 7 days. Lin Ke sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, only those units identified as builders by the civilization panel can provide productivity for the current project after logging forests. Thinking this, Lin Ke ended his contemplation and instructed Nantong. Find 3 people. Any 3 commoners will do. The sooner the better. Nantong quickly found 3 commoners. They looked poorly dressed, their expressions were fearful, and they didn't even dare to look Lin Ke in the eye. They could only kneel on the ground, trembling. Even Lin Ke's steady breathing seemed to carry supreme authority to them. Upon seeing these 3 civilians, Lin Ke immediately opened the builder option in the civilization panel and began operating swiftly. Select the 3 kneeling civilians and produce builders. A message pops up, builder creation time, 2 days. The next moment, the 3 civilians begin to emit a faint golden light. A deep, resonant sound echoed throughout the palace like a great bell, drawing all eyes to the 3 commoners. Their bodies slowly rose off the ground, floating in midair. The golden light grew increasingly bright, illuminating the area around them. I didn't sense any magical fluctuations. Could this be a miracle? Nantong's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but gasp. Great Pharaoh, are you bestowing divine power upon them? A Heka master asked in a trembling voice, his tone filled with awe and surprise, his eyes even brimming with tears. Yes. Lin Ke replied calmly, without saying more. The Heka masters immediately knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, with a single thought, you have clothed mortal bodies in divine light. This is a true miracle. Great son of Ra, your royal power reaches even the underworld, elevating humble forms to glory in an instant, illuminating the palace. They offered their utmost praise, expressing their astonishment. How many years had it been since a miracle had occurred? And now, it seemed that a new god had been born in Egypt. As for Nantong beside Lin Ke, she continued to stare at the 3 civilians floating in midair, her eyes slowly welling up with tears. This way, once the builders are completed, they can be immediately dispatched to cut down trees. Lin Ke pulled up the map. The enemies who had attacked the palace earlier had retreated outside the capital and were regrouping. While the civilization panel was working, Lin Ke decided to check the situation near the palace first. Lin Ke left the palace and looked around, trying to see if there was anything he could do before Stonehenge was completed. Collapsed buildings were everywhere, and some exhausted master Hecarim were resting against the walls. After ordering the battlefield near the palace to be cleaned up, Lin Ke sent craftsmen to repair the damaged buildings. The more buildings that could be repaired, the more cover the Heka masters would have to use later. After a fierce battle, Even with Lin Ke's unexpected emergence, morale remained low. After all, their situation was practically tantamount to national subjugation. The enemy had already reached the capital. In the era of cold weapons, low morale among soldiers was almost equivalent to a decline in combat effectiveness, or even a loss of combat capability. If the enemy were to attack again, how could these exhausted soldiers pick up spears and swords to fight back? Morale? Lin Ke frowned, but then thought of a solution. That night, dozens of long torches were lit in front of the palace, their light illuminating the dilapidated walls. The Heka masters wore white linen robes. They spread out a blanket on the ground, symbolizing the cycle of life and death, and the soldiers stood silently in a circle around it, holding wooden shields engraved with the symbol of the Eye of Janus. A high priest stepped forward and lit a golden bowl filled with perfume and fig oil. The rich aroma of smoke rose slowly, as if guiding the souls of the dead back to the embrace of Osiris. Nantung lightly tapped the ground with his crocodile-skin scepter, chanting the Hecarim incantation to guide the spirits of the dead. The soldiers expressed their mourning and respect by holding their spears horizontally. Amidst the swirling smoke, an old priest dipped a feather in pomegranate juice and left the Eye of Horus, a symbol of rebirth, on the foreheads of the mourners. With a chorus of "May the light of Ra protect us," everyone knelt. They placed their hands on their hearts, silently remembering the heroic souls who had perished for Egypt. When they rose again, their gazes had become incredibly sharp. Indeed, mourning the dead is a shared ritual that fosters unity. Nantong then looked at Lin Ke, who nodded and raised his crocodile-skin scepter. "Gentlemen, heed my command. In the name of the great pharaoh, we will watch over this night with the Eye of Horus. We will drive out the enemy with the wrath of Sekhmet. Let the spirits of the dead stand with us, vowing to protect the dignity of Egypt, to defend Egypt to the death, to protect our great pharaoh." Chapter 6. A Miracle Descends. The Builder of God. Having rekindled some of the soldiers' morale, Lin Ke had no better solution for the time being. After all, he was just an ordinary college student before he transmigrated. His biggest reliance now is the Civilization 6 interface in his mind. If it really comes down to competing with the ancient Hebrew Empire in terms of strategy, military force, and governance, he's probably no match. But if it came down to cheating, Lin Ke believed that with this Civilization 6 cheat code, he might be able to turn the tide. However, the prerequisite was that he had to buy time. Over these 3 days, craftsmen continuously repaired the buildings near the palace. The Hecarim chanted incantations, wrapped linen around their necks to restore their magic, and everyone was ready to fight again at any moment. In the palace, some people were also whispering about the 3 commoners who were floating in midair, their bodies glowing with golden light. Is this magic? No, this must be the power of the gods. Lin Ke had no time to ponder these questions. His attention was entirely focused on the civilization panel. The Hebrew Empire was delaying their attack because they were waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Several cities surrounding the capital were gradually plunged into darkness, signifying that Egyptian territory was being occupied by the enemy. Only a handful of surrounding cities remained. If any more fell, the capital would become completely isolated. The situation is dire. Lin Ke could imagine how fierce the upcoming battle to defend the capital would be. If the construction time for Stonehenge wasn't reduced soon, Egypt might not even survive until the wonder was completed. Just then, a notification appeared on the civilization panel. The builders are ready. The next second, a golden light suddenly illuminated the palace, and everyone looked toward the source of the light. The 3 ordinary civilians were enveloped in a pale golden light, as if they were wearing a divine cloak, and light patterns resembling Egyptian stone statue symbols appeared on their arms and shoulders. The Hecarim masters watched with bated breath, and Nantong stared intently. While legends of miracles circulated throughout history, no one had ever witnessed one firsthand. The 3 remained calm, their bodies trembling slightly, as if adapting to the power granted by the civilization panel. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Great Pharaoh! They are like incarnations of Horus." Incarnations of Horus? Then wouldn't the pharaoh be Ra, the great sun god? No, the pharaoh is even above Ra. The guards and Master Heka all knelt in reverence. They felt they were witnessing an unprecedented miracle. Commoners granted divine power by the pharaoh in a single moment of inspiration, solely to save Egypt. Lin Ke, bathed in golden light, showed little emotion. He knew this was merely the completion of the builders. In Civilization 6, it would be utterly ordinary, but in this world, it was enough to awe everyone. So Lin Ke immediately issued an order through the civilization panel, commanding them to go and cut down the forest. The three builders didn't speak, yet as if instantly receiving a decree, they strode out. Lin Ke watched their retreating figures, his brow furrowed slightly. Builders were extremely vulnerable. Once captured by the enemy, they could easily be used for their purposes. Therefore, elite troops must be deployed for protection. This includes not only real-world protection, but also binding military units to the civilization panel. Simply put, it means binding Nantung to the builders. Unless Nantung is killed, these builders cannot be eliminated. A golden light flashed and landed on Nantong. He instantly received a signal and immediately knelt down respectfully. Your Majesty, the Supreme and Great Pharaoh, I obey your command. Afterwards, Nantong left the palace with 3 builders and several elite Heka masters. The builders were still enveloped in golden light, like gods descending to earth, and people along the way made way for them. Soon after, they arrived at a vast woodland outside the city. The woods here were lush and the terrain was rugged. Realistically, even if several thousand craftsmen were mobilized, it would take at least a week to clear the trees. But when Lin Ke issued the first felling command, Nantong was dumbfounded. The builder raised a heavy hammer and slammed it into the ground. With a deafening crash, rubble and dirt flew everywhere, and a large swath of forest vanished in an instant. Countless trees collapsed with a deafening roar, their branches shattering and transforming into resources that flowed into the unseen inventory of the civilization panel. Nantong and Master Heka were dumbfounded. This scene was even more exaggerated than when they had destroyed the forest with magic. Even with combined spells, it would be impossible to clear an entire forest so precisely and thoroughly. The pharaoh's power surpasses even that of the gods. This is the power of Ra. Finally, Ra's protection has returned to Egypt. In the forest, some ferocious beasts were shaken to the ground, looking around blankly. After the first patch of forest was cleared away, one of the 3 builders suddenly knelt down, and the golden light around him instantly faded. The man returned to being immortal, his expression blank, yet carrying a hint of pride. The remaining 2 were still enveloped in golden light, but the light had noticeably dimmed. Lin Ke knew this was a characteristic of the builder. The builder could only be used 3 times. Each time it completed an action, one of them would lose their divine power. After using all 3 methods, they would revert to being ordinary people. Lin Ke saw this through the civilization panel in the palace and immediately gave the order again. Soon, the remaining 2 builders turned to another forest. Golden light rose again, and the trees collapsed with a crash. The logging of the 2 forests was completed in just a few minutes. Master Heka, both inside and outside the capital, was overjoyed at the sight. We're saved. A miracle. This is a true miracle. That was the power bestowed upon them by the great pharaoh. At this moment, only one builder with divine power remained. However, there were no more forests to cut down around them, so Lin Ke decided to leave him behind for future use. Then, Lin Ke brought up the construction interface for Stonehenge. Sure enough, it displayed, construction time, 7 days. Lin Ke finally breathed a sigh of relief. The construction time for Stonehenge had finally been reduced to a very low level. But when he opened the civilization panel to check the enemy situation, he found that another city had turned black on the map. The Egyptian capital was about to become an isolated city. Chapter 7. You have a large army? I have a mechanism. The enemy's forces are fully assembled. The system shows that the land surrounding the capital is almost entirely occupied by the enemy, and the first vanguard is approaching the capital. Lin Ke knew very well that Egypt had to defend its capital to the death until Stonehenge was completed. At that moment, a soldier rushed in to report. Report. Enemies are heading towards Stonehenge. Tong immediately stepped forward and volunteered. Your Majesty, please allow this old man to go and stop them. Lin Ke shook his head. No need. He led Nantong up the city wall and saw a Hebrew archmage leading an elite force approaching Stonehenge. But Lin Ke wasn't worried at all, because he knew that wonders had special protective mechanisms. Wonders cannot be destroyed. In Civilization 6, civilizations can only build wonders first. They cannot occupy, destroy, or plunder them. Even if attacked by enemies with siege engines, magic, or projectiles, Stonehenge itself will not disappear. The only way to effect the wonder is for the city to be completely conquered. In other words, what Lin Ke truly needs to protect is not Stonehenge, but the Egyptian capital. Outside the city, the mage raised his hands and chanted an ancient Hebrew incantation. In an instant, the sky darkened, lightning flashed, and black flames gathered in the air, slamming fiercely towards the outer perimeter of Stonehenge. But no matter how he cast his spells, Stonehenge remained as solid as a mountain, showing no reaction whatsoever. His magic struck it like an egg hitting a rock. After several attempts, the Archmage exhausted his magic and could only lower his staff, pale-faced, and order his soldiers to charge forward again. But as soon as the soldiers approached the outer perimeter of Stonehenge, they were pushed back by an invisible force and could only retreat in panic. This is the power of RA. RA is protecting Stonehenge. Nantong and the others exclaimed repeatedly, their morale soaring. But Lin Ke's gaze had already shifted to the capital's defenses. Stonehenge couldn't be destroyed, but if the capital fell, everything would be over. Soon, another soldier rushed over. Your Majesty, the main enemy force has approached the outskirts of the capital. Infantry, cavalry, mages, and catapults are all in position and are expected to launch a general offensive within an hour. Nantong and the others looked grave and prepared to fight. Lin Ke simply nodded. Understood. He had already foreseen all of this in the system. If the capital fell, the construction of Stonehenge would cease, Egypt would be utterly destroyed, and he himself would surely die. Immediate action was necessary. Lin Ke quickly looked towards the Heka Masters in the palace. They were special units of Egypt, possessing powerful magic and combat capabilities, and could also be recognized by the system. Since they could be recognized by the system, they could be grouped into Heka Master units stationed in the city to protect the capital. As long as these Master Heka are alive, the city will not be destroyed. In other words, if the enemy wants to enter the capital, they must first kill them. The previous decapitation strike cannot be repeated. Lin Ke immediately activated the operating system. A faint golden light emanated from several Heka Masters, and their status was quickly transformed into Heka Masters stationed in the city. A miracle has occurred once more. The great pharaoh has bestowed divine power upon the Heka Masters. We're saved. The civilians and soldiers cheered at the sight. In all the years, the piety and fervor of the capital had never been so intense. But Lin Ke soon discovered that the enemy forces were not only numerous. Many powerful archmages had also appeared, including several ultimate archmages whose strength was no less than Nantong's. Nantong, naturally aware of their terrifying power, immediately stepped forward. Great Pharaoh, please allow this old man and Master Hecarim to die on the front lines. He knew very well that an ordinary Hecarim master would have almost no power to resist an ultimate Grand Magus, and would be easily crushed like an ant. Lin Ke did not stop his operations, but simply said 2 words, no need. Nantong bowed again and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, please retreat into the palace tunnels and let me buy you some time. As long as you live, there is still hope for Egypt. Lin Ke turned to look at him and saw that Nantong was determined to die for his country. Clearly, he was prepared to die in battle. Lin Ke said calmly, We just need to wait. Nantong, wait. You must be patient, and you must trust me. Actually, Lin Ke was also nervous, but he couldn't show it. If even he panics, the entire capital is practically doomed. Nantong could only nod emphatically after hearing this. At this moment, the Hebrew army had already reached the city walls. Heavily armored soldiers, wielding massive weapons, marched in perfect unison, exuding a murderous aura. Enemy banners fluttered in the wind, war drums thundered, and several ultimate grand mages rode in fiery chariots, overlooking the ruined capital. On the streets, soldiers steadily gathered towards the city walls. Civilians, to the city center. Make way for Master Hecarim. Lin Ke had already formed 2 teams of Master Heka, each with 5 members, which was the current maximum number of military units in the system. Although the number was small, as long as they survived, the capital could still be defended. One by one, the Hecarim Masters scaled the city walls, standing like pine trees atop the crumbling ramparts. But to the naked eye, the walls were utterly ineffective against the enemy. Some breaches were even large enough for soldiers to easily scale over. The Hebrew commander stood at the forefront, raising his scimitar and pointing it at the capital. Today, Egypt will fall at our feet. Soldiers, charge! The earth trembled as his words fell. Lin Ke checked the system. The outskirts of the capital were already filled with Hebrew troops. All the cities outside the capital were plunged into darkness, leaving only the cold sign occupied. The enemy is coming. Archers, prepare. Protect the capital. Chaos erupted instantly on the city walls. Only the guardians stationed by the system remained standing there, expressionless. The next second, Tens of thousands of arrows and meteor-like fireballs rained down from the sky, as if to burn the entire Egyptian capital to ashes. Ultimate magic of the ultimate gravitational mage, meteor fire. We're doomed. Nantong's forehead was covered in cold sweat. When she turned her head, she saw Lin Ke calmly looking at the fireball in the distance, slowly raising a golden cup filled with water and engraved with a sun relief. A meteorite descended from the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar and intense heat, like the wrath of a god pouring down. It exploded above the capital, its raging flames engulfing the heavens, darkness and fire intertwining as if the end of the world had arrived. No, our capital. The civilians in the city crouched down, covering their heads, thinking they were about to be engulfed by the flames. But the next moment, all the meteorites vanished without a trace, as if they had struck an invisible barrier or fallen into the sea. Only the Master Hika, directly beneath the meteorites, lost his golden light. The Master Hecarim, stationed in the system, also lost a third of his health. Nantong stared in shock at the world-destroying flames disappearing into the sky, then looked at Lin Ke. Lin Ke smiled faintly. I told you, Nantong, you have to believe me. But now was not the time to relax. He continued operating the system. Suddenly, a Master Hecarim beside him was enveloped in golden light. New unit. Master Hecarim 8 added. So what if the enemy has an army of ultimate mages? He has a cheat. Chapter 8, God War? Indeed, the previous tests with the two teams of Master Hika had already given Lin Ke the results he wanted. The units recognized by the system were indeed based on the Civilization's 6 mechanics. As long as there are enemy units ahead, aside from a few ranged attacks, the enemy can generally only attack the nearby garrison units first. In other words, if the Hebrews want to enter the capital, they must first defeat all the Master Hecarim units in the area. These Master Heka, in their station state, possess extremely high defensive capabilities. Ordinary arrows and stones can hardly cause them any damage. Of course, they are different from the ordinary heroes created by the system. Master Hecarim possesses magical power, so he is categorized separately by the system, and his stats are completely different. As long as the number of Master Hecarims in a certain area decreases rapidly, Lin Ke can continue to group ordinary Master Hecarims into his team. They are transformed into Hecarim Master, units that can be displayed by the system. Moreover, whenever a Hecarim Master loses its golden light and reverts to a normal Heka Master, it can retain its life and immediately retreat to a safe area. This simplifies things. Lin Ke could simply use the cost of Hecarim Master units degenerating into ordinary Heka Masters to withstand the enemy's terrifying attack. The raging fire that blotted out the sky would normally have caused massive casualties. But now, as long as Lin Ke keeps repeating this operation, he can stop all these devastating attacks. After confirming that this method is effective, Lin Ke immediately operates the system to station more Master Hecars on the plots of land outside the palace. In addition to the 3 plots directly facing the Hebrew vanguard, several other plots near the capital were also protected. In this way, Master Hecarim on the map acted as a barrier, completely surrounding the capital. After the flames above the capital vanished, the Archmage who had unleashed the meteor fire was stunned. He stood at a distance, staring intently at the city wall where Lin Ke stood, his face filled with shock and confusion. The Hebrew commander, his face grim, roared at the top of his lungs, "Fire! Fire!" The next second, tens of thousands of arrows rained down like a storm, blotting out the sky and pressing down on the city like dark clouds. The common people in the capital screamed, "Oh my God! This is terrible! No, we're going to die." On the city wall, Nantong swallowed hard. Lin Ke stood by, unperturbed, her breathing perfectly steady. Countless arrows, barely approaching the capital, snapped and fell as if struck by an invisible barrier. Meanwhile, in the system, Master Hika's health hadn't even dropped a tenth this time. Could it be that the ancient Egyptian gods are protecting us? It's His Majesty the Pharaoh. He's on the city wall. His Majesty the Pharaoh is the incarnation of Ra. The cheers of the people reached Lin Ke's ears, but Lin Ke still did not relax. He surveyed the battlefield, his mind constantly operating the system, yet outwardly maintaining an air of absolute control to intimidate the enemy. The Hebrew soldiers panicked. What's going on? Has the ancient Egyptian god been resurrected? They looked up at the sky above the capital, but there was clearly nothing there. They couldn't think of any other explanation besides divine power. Everyone's attention was drawn to the broken arrow. No one noticed that yet another Master Heka's golden light had dissipated. Reverting to his normal form as a master Hecarim, he quietly retreated to the rear. While the enemy was still in shock, Lin Ke immediately gave the order in his mind. Master Hecarim, begin your counterattack. Holding crocodile eggshells in their left hands and wielding burning torches in their right, powerful magic erupted suddenly. Dust and golden light intertwined, quickly forming a massive sandstorm. It's a sandstorm. Hundreds of Hebrew soldiers were swept up by the gale and tossed high into the air, soon disappearing into the yellow sand. Unfortunately, Lin Ke knew that Master Hecarim's counterattack would only happen once. This is also part of the system's mechanics, turn-based. The enemy attacks once, then it's their turn to counterattack. Each unit can only act during their own turn. They can't continuously cast spells like the real-world Master Hecarim. Otherwise, if the Master Heka, with its extremely high defense, could still attack freely, Lin Ke could probably just wipe out the opponent. After casting the sandstorm, the Master Heka's all retreated to their original tiles, standing there like pine trees, and could only continue to defend. While the Hebrews regrouped their advance force, Lin Ke arrived at the edge of the city wall, his gaze fixed on the direction of the sandstorm. Nantong, use telepathy. I have something to tell these Hebrews. Yes, your majesty. Nantong raised the crocodile skin staff, and Lin Ke's voice immediately resounded in all directions. I am the Pharaoh of Egypt. Retreat, ancient Hebrew civilization. Lin Ke's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Egypt has just displayed its mysterious and powerful strength. If the Hebrew Empire is willing to back down, that would be for the best. But soon after, a voice came from afar, filled with contempt and arrogance. Pharaoh of Egypt, you actually dare to think you can buy the Hebrews' forgiveness with a few words? How laughable. The Hebrew soldiers burst into laughter. Lin Ke remained unhurried. Do you want to incite a divine war for your gods, and then let other nations take advantage of the situation? In this world, gods are the ultimate power of a nation. If a god is damaged, the nation may be vulnerable to invasion by other civilizations. Therefore, nations will never easily initiate a war of gods. But the other party sneered. God's war? Don't be ridiculous. The mere ancient Egyptian gods, how could they protect your dilapidated capital? If it really is a war of gods, your entire Egypt will only be burned to ashes. He raised his hand and pointed to the city wall, his voice becoming increasingly arrogant. Open the city gates, kneel before me, kiss my toes, and swear to be the servant of the Hebrew king forever. Then give up your people and your land. Otherwise, the next time we meet, you won't even have a chance to beg for mercy. Choose now, Pharaoh. Kneel down and submit, or let Egypt vanish completely. The mocking laughter echoed once more in the desert, like a sharp sword piercing the psychological defenses of every commoner in the capital. Lin Ke shook his head. It seems we have no choice but to fight to the death. I hope you won't regret it in the future. With that, Lin Ke looked at his people standing in the yellow sand and proclaimed, strong, devout, and great people. I am your Pharaoh. Chapter 9. The Holy Kingdom of Egypt, unyielding and unbreakable. Lin Ke slowly began. While the gods of Egypt were taking a break, the enemy launched a shameful attack. They want to destroy our capital, destroy our lives, and destroy our will. They won't let us sleep peacefully, they won't let us eat our fill, they won't let us live in our safe homes. Lin Ke's voice was filled with sorrow, exhaustion, and lamentation. The Egyptians in the capital were deeply moved by this. Some knelt in despair, while others clenched their fists. Lin Ke's voice rang out again. But even so, the men of Egypt still stand on the scorching desert, and the women of Egypt hold up half the blue sky. Our guards fight to the death, our master Heka's magic is exhausted, and even the children have raised their swords and shields. The people of Alexandria unleashed a sandstorm to seal themselves off. The people of Suez used the power of the Nile to perish together with their enemies, and Aswan even used the collapse of the heavens and the splitting of the earth to stop the enemy's advance. We fight in the desert, we fight along the Nile, we fight on the beaches, in the jungles, in the swamps. We fight under the sun's rays. Children of the yellow sand in the Nile, we will never yield. As soon as the words were spoken, a deafening roar erupted from the capital. Men grabbed kitchen knives and sharpened wooden poles. Women picked up sticks and stools. Children gathered stones from the ground. Fight. Follow the Pharaoh. We will never surrender. Even if it means facing a merciless death, we'll fight them to the death. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The capital was in an uproar. Countless Egyptians who had been hiding in their homes and basements rushed into the streets. a dark mass surging towards the city walls. The Hecarim masters on the city walls were also completely ignited, their magic surging and their eyes blazing with white light. I will fight to the death, even if my magic is depleted. Even in death, I will self-destruct. Let the Hebrew bastards see our glory. They all wore expressions of resignation, ready to die. Finally, amidst roars and flames, Nantong closed his eyes. A moment later, he opened them again, his eyes gleaming with starlight. He knelt on one knee before Lin Ke. Your Majesty, Pharaoh, I have broken through to the ultimate Grand Magister level and become a star mage. I will follow you to the death, even if the stars crumble, the gods fall, and the world is destroyed. A breakthrough in battle? A star mage? Lin Ke nodded slightly, but did not delve into it. Behind him were the royal capital and the people of Egypt. Before him lay an endless enemy army and a divine kingdom capable of bringing destruction. He raised his scepter and stepped forward. The holy kingdom of Egypt, may it rise and never perish. The Hebrew commander gazed at the capital, its morale soaring, and gave one last, deep look at Lin Ke on the city wall before ordering a temporary retreat. Back in his tent, he asked his soldiers, "Has His Holiness the Pope replied?" The soldier immediately replied, "His Holiness the Pope said that God's messengers are at war with Atlantis, Maya, and Amazon. Currently, only one messenger is available and is on his way." The Hebrew commander nodded. "Once the messenger arrives, we will launch a general offensive." After the soldiers withdrew, the Hebrew commander looked once more toward the Egyptian capital, his gaze seemingly piercing through the tent and landing on Lin Ke. The new pharaoh of Egypt? If this man is not eliminated, he will likely become a major threat to the Hebrews. "Your Majesty, the Hebrews are retreating," someone rushed in to report. "I know." Lin Ke also saw the retreating enemy troops. This attack was actually just a probe by the enemy's ultimate archmage. The real all-out attack was yet to come. Moreover, Lin Ke had taken a shortcut this time. The enemy didn't know that Master Heka could only attack once, nor did they know that they could attack from other directions by bypassing these units. If they had discovered this, Lin Ke wouldn't have had enough Master Hekas to continue forming squads. He relaxed slightly and said to Nantong, "The enemy has retreated for now. Let everyone rest for a while." "Yes, Your Majesty." Nantong accepted the order and went to disperse the crowd. But everyone knew in their hearts that the final battle was about to begin. But this time, the Egyptians were no longer as panicked as before. They even began to look forward to that day. If they lived, they would continue to live. If they died, they would defend their honor. By the third day, Lin Ke discovered that the number of enemies on the map had multiplied several times over. As dawn broke, Lin Ke had already deployed Master Heka. The soldiers arrived late, urgently reporting, "Your Majesty, the Hebrews are preparing to attack." "Understood, withdraw." An hour later, the war drums of the Hebrew army sounded again. On the horizon, a massive, dark army slowly appeared, their battle banners fluttering in the wind, and the dust kicked up by their iron cavalry obscuring the sky. Unlike 3 days ago, this time their formation was more solid, and their momentum was even more ferocious. Lin Ke stood on the city wall, calmly surveying the distance. Although her heart remained relatively calm, her fingers unconsciously tapped the stone bricks of the wall. Hundreds of thousands of people stood in the distance, their footsteps making the earth rumbly, a truly awe-inspiring sight. Suddenly, a black flame rose from the distance. Immediately afterward, the sky darkened abruptly, and a storm-like shockwave swept in, causing the flags on the city walls to flutter wildly. In the distance, a golden chariot pulled by 6 fiery rams slowly approached. On the chariot stood a man clad in a long, jet-black robe. He held his head high, holding a staff inscribed with ancient runes, wearing golden earrings, and surrounded by visible black light. A divine messenger. And 6 ultimate Grand Magisters. Chapter 10. The Gods Descend. As the sun gradually set, the surrounding palaces and streets were bathed in a golden-red glow, creating a somber atmosphere. Countless people gathered in the streets, awaiting Lin Ke's orders. Lin Ke, on the other hand, waited patiently for the opponent's attack. The 6 ultimate archmages' vehicles stopped in front of the army, and then made no further moves. Because ahead were rows of Master Heka that Lin Ke had created. This is the power of a god. Even 100 ultimate grand mage would be useless against it, let alone 6. Just then, an elderly man in a white robe adorned with red and gold patterns stood up. His robe was like a sacred suit of armor, the pure white fabric woven with intricate crimson gold patterns that flowed in the sunlight as if a raging fire were burning. He then rose from behind the army like a divine messenger, ascending into the sky. He moved forward gracefully and slowly in the air, as if walking on the ground. The yellow sand and wind could not get close to him, as if a domain enveloped him. He came to the front of the army, and then suddenly knelt down towards the Egyptian capital, swaying his body as he chanted some kind of obscure and difficult incantation. Seeing this, Lin Ke felt no urge to laugh. Instead, her pupils contracted as she recalled a piece of knowledge from the eldest prince's memories. She immediately said to Nantong, "Nantong, attack him with all your might. Don't let him continue chanting. That's a divine descent technique." Divine descent technique. The opposing side eventually dispatched their divine messenger. A divine messenger who can briefly possess the power of a god. Nantong immediately realized the seriousness of the situation, so he leaped into the air, holding a crocodile skull in his left hand and a staff in his right. Major sandstorm. Scarab technique. Star magician. This is a star mage, above the ultimate archmage, a powerful being who has mastered the mysteries of the stars and is capable of shooting down stars. Lin Ke originally intended to use Nantong as a trump card, but since a divine envoy had personally come from the other side, there was no time to delay. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the construction of Stonehenge. Stonehenge, 1 day remaining. Lin Ke knew that although it showed that there was still 1 day left, in reality, Stonehenge would be completed as soon as midnight passed. In other words, we just need to hold out until after midnight. A religion can be established as soon as a great prophet appears. At that moment, just as Nantong launched his attack, the 6 ultimate grand mages on the other side took to the air. Boom! Boundless flames covered the sky above the enemy's head for tens of kilometers, and then condensed into a terrifying fire chariot. On the chariot, there seemed to be a blurry humanoid creature that opened its eyes. The sandstorm from Nantong was so intense that it blotted out the sun and was more than twice as strong as before. The sandstorm formed a tornado and swept away, but it stopped in front of the fire chariot. The power of 6 ultimate grand mages is comparable to that of a star mage. Nantong's attacks were all blocked, and just as he was about to launch another attack, Lin Ke stopped him. No, it's too late. The opponent has already cast a divine descent spell, so it would be futile to stop them now and would only waste magic power. The enemy's messenger successfully cast a divine descent spell, instantly transforming into a fiery figure, or more accurately, into the appearance of a Hebrew deity. The Hebrew gods have descended into his body. The divine messenger's body suddenly swelled, his height suddenly increasing to tens of meters, and his whole body was enveloped in dazzling flames. His head reflected a rainbow of colors, shining like stars. His face was serious and dignified, his eyes gleaming with a deep blue light, and his gaze revealed an arrogant and domineering aura. However, the divine messenger, who had become a god, did not rush to attack. He simply looked in the direction where Lin Ke was, and clearly sensed a strange and powerful force directly in front of the capital. No, you can't fool me, young pharaoh. This is not divine power at all. The voice of God reached the Egyptian capital. He looked at Lin Ke, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Open the city gates and submit to the Hebrew Empire. Young pharaoh, if you allow me to study this power, I will let you continue to be your king here and govern the city. I guarantee in my name that as long as you open the city gates, there will be no killing tonight. The people in the capital city began to discuss this matter. Some still wanted to fight to the death, while others fell silent, but it seemed that some had begun to waver. Your Majesty, Pharaoh. Nantong was about to say something when Lin Ke's voice suddenly interrupted her. God, then let me ask you. If we submit to you, will we speak Egyptian or Hebrew from now on? God barely blinked. It is Hebrew, of course. Then let me ask you again. If we submit to you, will we use Egyptian hieroglyphs or Hebrew letters? God remained expressionless. The language is Hebrew, so the script should naturally be the Hebrew alphabet. Then let me ask you again. After we submit, should we pray to the Egyptian god Ra, or to the Hebrew gods? Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, God replied almost without hesitation. Having submitted to the Hebrew Empire, they should naturally pray to me. Then let me ask you another question. After we submit, will the pyramids be demolished? Will our clothing be changed? Will our desert and river flags be replaced with your flame flags? God's face gradually calmed down, no longer as alluring as before. He remained silent, waiting for Lin Ke to finish speaking. Just then, a surging roar of the people resounded throughout the capital. This is an enemy trap. He clearly wants to turn us into his servants. This is clearly an attempt to destroy our nation and exterminate our Egyptians through assimilation. No, we must not hand over our capital. Lin Ke then turned around and looked at the crowd below. That's right. We cannot hand over our capital to outsiders. Defend the capital, raise our desert river flag. The battle horns have sounded, and holy Egypt will never surrender. Lin Ke's words reignited the flames in people's eyes, and they raised their arms high, their emotions even stronger than before. But at that moment, the god's calm yet thunderous voice completely overwhelmed Lin Ke's voice. Reject God's gifts? Weak mortals, bold mortals. Your descendants will forever be the lowest servants of the Hebrew Empire. This endless suffering is your final destination. With a wave of his hand, the god caused a massive fire to engulf the capital city in an instant. The flames generated by divine power immediately caused the team of Master Heka at the forefront of the line to lose their golden light and become ordinary Master Heka. They were burned to ashes before they could even retreat. Indeed, the god's attack power was judged to be very high by the civilization panel, and the Master Heka immediately suffered casualties. The raging fire devoured everything in its path. Stone statues collapsed, houses turned to ashes, and even water-filled pools instantly turned into steam. The fact that some injured, elderly, sick, and disabled people, as well as those unable to move, turned to ashes along with their houses only fueled the public's anger. Fortunately, almost everyone in the city had moved to the front of the capital, where several teams of Master Heka were protecting them, so the casualties were not great. Lin Ke sensed something was terribly wrong. The god's attack power was too high. If this continued, Master Heka, who had lost his golden light, would suffer continuous casualties. The bloody battle was raging. The battle was raging fiercely, with each passing moment like a stray arrow. In a flash, finally, a voice rang in Lin Ke's mind. Wonder, Stonehenge, now complete. Chapter 11. I, in my own name, bestow titles upon the gods. After the civilization panel notification sounded, he heard a familiar sound again, accompanied by magnificent music. A vivid and expressive voice resonated in his mind. Without superb skills, inspiration is nothing but a reed in the wind. This is the sound that continues to play in the civilization panel after Stonehenge is completed, representing the symbolic meaning of Stonehenge. A masterpiece of human wisdom and strength from ancient times. At the same time, images of Stonehenge's construction flashed through Lin Ke's mind. Workers wielding tools to cut rocks, pulling ropes to erect stone pillars, and firmly embedding beams into the top. But all of this only flashed through his mind in an instant. At this moment, golden and white light intertwined and shimmered in the sky, the light rolling like thunder, instantly spreading throughout the entire world. Even the Hebrew god, who was attacking the Egyptian capital, stopped. He looked up at the night sky, and then turned his gaze to the location of Stonehenge. Stonehenge shimmered with a mysterious light under the moonlight, and lightning flashed swiftly between the stone pillars. Among them was a craftsman. His eyes shone with a blue glow, and his voice resounded throughout the capital like a bronze bell. I have deciphered the runes. I have grasped the true essence from the stars. He slowly stood up. This craftsman was present when Stonehenge began construction. You can assign craftsmen through the civilization panel. Golden light gathered around him, forming a dazzling vortex. His body was enveloped in a radiant golden glow, and his robes fluttered in the wind, making him appear like an immortal descending to earth. At the same time, information popped into Lin Ke's mind. A great prophet has been born. Meanwhile, the people in the capital were discussing it. To glean truth from the stars means only those who have received Ra's grace can bask in such golden light. No, he is the messenger of the stars, the incarnation of Horus. In this world, the stars represent the divine realm. Every star is the kingdom of the gods. Even the soldiers held their breath, gripping their weapons tightly, sweat dripping down their cheeks, but none dared to raise their hands to wipe it away. Everyone's attention was completely drawn to the sight of the great prophet radiating golden light. Lin Ke, on the other hand, paid no attention to the situation at Stonehenge and focused entirely on operating the civilization panel. Because possessing a great prophet grants one the sacred power to establish a religion. But in this world, the great prophet can not only lay the foundation for the development of civilization, but also summon the gods and receive their divine protection. At this moment, the capital is facing annihilation. The Heka masters are gradually suffering casualties. If this drags on, the Egyptian capital will fall. Therefore, there can be no delay. The civilization panel shows that establishing a religion requires a holy site. However, Stonehenge is a holy site even when there is no holy site. Conditions met. Establish a religion. At that moment, the Hebrew god looked in the direction from which the light came and whispered, "The prophet? The prophet has descended." The prophet he refers to is clearly a figure in Hebrew culture who is able to communicate with divine power. Of course, while they cannot be compared to the messengers of the gods, who can use divine power, they are still a potential threat to Hebrew. The Hebrew god knew very well that the difference between a nation protected by God and one without divine protection was like the difference between an ant and an elephant. Most importantly, the messenger of the gods only has 1 hour to become a god, and he must do as much as possible within that time as possible what only a god can do. For example, unleash a devastating flame once more. It is too late to summon the prophet now, young Pharaoh. He waved his hand again, and flames as dazzling as the sun descended from the sky, heading straight for Stonehenge. Boom! The fiery meteorite was incredibly powerful. The flames brought by its immense divine power resembled the end of the world. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The apocalyptic flames vanished immediately around Stonehenge, as if absorbed by a mysterious force. The Hebrew god hesitated for a moment, raising his hand, somewhat surprised and uncertain. He was unaware that wonder was set in the civilization panel to be indestructible. He glanced at the intact Stonehenge, not intending to waste any more divine power and time, and instead turned his gaze to Lin Ke. Pharaoh of Egypt, what you have done is crossed the line between gods and men. In his view, Egypt not only created the invincible Stonehenge, but also summoned a powerful prophet. It must be inextricably linked to this young pharaoh. Then, the Hebrew god raised his hands, and the desert instantly began to stir restlessly, with white smoke rising into the air. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sizzling sound of the high temperature was deafening. The yellow sand turned into lava, and a fiery molten sheep, as tall as a mountain, appeared in Lin Ke's eyes. He knew without a doubt that the master Hika, in the plot of land, was no match for such an attack. The capital city has fallen. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ke completed a series of operations on the civilization panel. The religion will be automatically linked to your name. The religion name is Lin Ke religion. Lin Ke, though just an ordinary name in her previous life without much meaning, is completely different in this world. Link opened his mouth and uttered the prepared statement. I, the 18th incarnation of the glorious and immortal Ra, now call myself Link. He pronounced Link in a majestic tone, combining it with the pronunciation of God, God of Link. Lin Ke means glory and brilliance, and signifies one who bestows divine power and creates miracles. I will name my new holy religion after myself. The Link cult, a cult of glory and radiance. Lin Ke readily bestowed a whole host of titles upon him, without a moment's hesitation, without even a hint of embarrassment or blushing. The situation was too critical. There was no time to be shy or feel childish. To be honest, the people here wouldn't think it's cringeworthy at all. They'd just think it's a name that's been heard of before. To bestow divine power? To create miracles. The Hebrew god opposite him had sharp eyes and coldly shouted, "Insolence! You mere mortal! How dare you trespass into the realm of the gods?" The Hebrew gods, who had been calm and collected, now frowned, their expressions a mixture of shock and anger. But he couldn't stop Lin Ke's voice at all. I, Lin Ke, in my own name, hereby appoint a new god. Be born, new god of the desert and the Nile. Lin Ke's words spread far and wide through Nantong's magic, and immediately, a series of booming sounds rang out, shaking the earth. Thunder roared and clouds churned. Golden light shone from the sky, and the overwhelming pressure of divine power instantly spread throughout the capital. God was born. Chapter 12, God. Ramses. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ramses, shrouded in darkness. The young second prince of Egypt, the younger brother of the 18th Ra, who revived the glory of the immortal king. He has completed his gift in the mortal realm and is now following his father to do it. The so-called do it is the underworld, the area that the souls of the dead must pass through. He wanted to find his father, the king, and together they would travel through the underworld to find a way to bring the gods to Egypt. But this place is completely different from what Ramses imagined. Apart from being able to vaguely see his slightly glowing body, there seemed to be nothing else. No, it was pitch black, and Ramses could only feel the cold here. Father, mother. His voice was quickly swallowed up by the darkness. as if he were the only one forgotten in this dark world. He wandered in the darkness for a long time, but could not find his father or mother. Worse still, the icy sensation had spread to his throat, and as he lowered his head, darkness began to engulf his fingertips. The body is disappearing. You'll die? No. Ramses ran as fast as he could, but there was nothing around him but darkness. He raised his hand, trying to jump up and touch something, but he immediately discovered that his entire forearm had completely disappeared. Moreover, that bone-chilling cold had begun to assault the top of his head. He cried out in despair, but no sound answered him in the darkness. I'm dying, but there's nothing we can do. Ramses felt his consciousness gradually fading, as if he was about to fall asleep. Suddenly, a golden hue seemed to appear in the darkness. He lowered his head and saw a burst of golden light erupt from the location of his heart, instantly filling in all the missing body parts with that dazzling light. Ramses felt his body growing larger and larger, and when he stretched his arms upwards again, he felt for the first time as if he had touched something. However, to be more precise, it was more like a force of obstruction, like two repulsive magnets moving closer together. Until a loud boom was heard, he immediately realized that he had left the underworld. He couldn't explain why, but he could sense that his body was breaking through the underworld and moving closer to another world. Moreover, Ramses also heard some intermittent sounds. As its own light grew stronger, the familiar, intermittent voice became increasingly clear. I will name the new holy church after myself. Glory and splendor be upon me. I will bestow new deities. Be born, new God of the desert and the Nile. Great God, help us drive out those invaders who desecrate our homeland. Why do these sounds sound so familiar? For some reason, he felt that the sound had some kind of magical power over him, an indescribable force that drove him toward the direction from which the sound appeared. He began to try to discern what the colors in front of him were, and soon he realized that they were large patches of dark clouds. Moreover, he found that he could easily push them aside, as easily as pushing aside a small piece of straw. Just then, he noticed that the colors in front of him had increased considerably. Upon closer inspection, he realized that beneath the dark clouds lay a capital city, half of which was ablaze. Capital. It's the capital of Egypt, and the capital is about to fall. Directly in front of the capital, there stood a god. However, his appearance and demeanor bore no resemblance whatsoever to the Egyptian gods. That was the God of the Hebrews. In that instant, Ramses felt his consciousness was as boundless as the universe, his vision vast, as if he could perceive the mysteries of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, the people in the Egyptian capital also saw the golden light in the sky, and they clearly saw a god appear in the golden light. The gods of Egypt. A new god of the desert and the Nile. A new god has descended. He has answered the pharaoh's call. The gods have appeared. Our suffering is finally over. The crowd behind Lin Ke was like a long parched desert suddenly hit by a downpour. Their brief expressions of astonishment were quickly replaced by fervor. Some people knelt down on the ground, tears streaming down their faces, and pressed their foreheads deeply into the sand. Someone raised both arms high, pointing to the god standing between heaven and earth, his lips trembling as he murmured the new god's name, the desert and the Nile. Some people suddenly stood up, clenched their fists, looked up to the sky and shouted, their voices filled with the ecstatic joy of liberation and the sorrow of loss. The old man gripped his cane tightly with excitement. The mother, holding her swaddled baby, knelt on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. The young soldiers raised their weapons high above their heads and let out a deafening roar, venting all the anger and oppression that had accumulated over the years due to foreign invasion. A new god has descended, someone cried out as they rushed to the front of the crowd, almost falling to their knees in desperation. Please save us. Save Egypt. Countless voices converged, shaking heaven and earth, as if the entire Nile River was rushing and shouting in celebration of the arrival of a god. How is this possible? The voice of the Hebrew god was like an ancient bell, but within that detached calmness, there was a subtle, almost imperceptible tremor. O new god of Egypt, show your power. With the fury of the desert and the torrents of the Nile, defeat the blasphemers and bury them forever in the yellow sands of this land. Even Nantong's eyes were filled with tears, and her voice trembled. Lin Ke, before the arrival of the new god, had no idea what kind of god would appear. As long as the invaders can be repelled, Lin Ke was stunned for a moment when he saw the new god appear. He stared wide-eyed, first doubting that he was seeing things. But how come that God's sacred aura and magnificent appearance are so similar to his own second prince brother? However, people did not seem to notice this. They were still immersed in ecstasy, their eyes fixed on the radiance of the new god, and even the oldest star mage was unaware of it. When Lin Ke looked at the new god, he did feel that familiar feeling, and he was sure that the new god was also slightly stunned for 2 seconds. Lin Ke, however, remained calm and nodded to the new god. He knew very well that the most important thing right now was to drive these invaders away. God of the desert and the Nile, I command you to unleash your wrath and drive away these blasphemers. As soon as Lin Ke finished speaking, the new Egyptian god slowly raised his hands. The sky immediately became covered with dark clouds, and lightning flashed across them. God is angry. Chapter 13, The World's Reaction. The golden light in the sky fluctuated more and more violently, and the wrath of the god of the desert and the Nile was gradually growing. Boom, boom. The god of the desert and the Nile slowly raised his hands, and in an instant, dark clouds gathered, making the earth seem to be completely connected with the sky. Dark clouds rolled and churned, turning the entire world into a deep black, and even the flickering flames shrank back. Lightning ripped through the clouds, producing a deep rumble. Is that an Egyptian god? Impossible. The Egyptian gods have long since abandoned them. This is nothing more than an illusion cast by the opposing star mage. The divine messenger's divine descent technique has yet to suffer a single defeat. Wait, why are your hair standing on end? The Hebrew soldiers' hairs began to stand on end, and they found that almost everyone around them was experiencing the same thing. Little did they know, this was a sign that lightning was about to strike. Suddenly, the new Egyptian god clenched his fists, and bolts of dazzling lightning struck down from the clouds, piercing the Hebrew god and his soldiers behind him. The lightning, carrying devastating flames, tore through the sky and plummeted downwards. Wherever it passed, even the air turned a fiery white, and the earth trembled as a result. Boom! Lightning struck the ground with a deafening roar, and the shockwaves spread out like ripples, uprooting the surrounding sand and creating a terrifying airwave. The Hebrew god was forcibly repelled by the lightning, and his radiant figure swayed slightly under the flash of lightning, even dimming for a moment. A fierce lightning bolt struck the Hebrew army, and their previously dense formation instantly collapsed. Soldiers were sent flying and tumbling, their cries and screams filling the battlefield. Their will crumbled instantly under the force of the thunder. Run? What kind of monster is that? Oh my God, we can't stop them. We can't stop them. The people of the Egyptian capital stared wide-eyed at this scene, and after a moment of silence, they erupted into a deafening cheer. God of the desert and the Nile. God of the desert and the Nile. Kill them. Kill them. Avenge our dead families. We've avenged decades of humiliation today. The Egyptians waved their hands, their long-awaited victory sending them into a frenzy. Even the warriors roared with excitement. Looking at the scene before them, everyone's eyes were filled with tears. For a long time, it was only the Hebrews who bullied them, but today, the situation has finally reversed. The lightning in the sky grew more and more intense, one after another, as the wrath of the new god poured down relentlessly, as if it would never cease. The Hebrew god raised his head, his gaze cold, yet somewhat solemn amidst the lightning and thunder. He could no longer maintain that superior attitude and slowly took a step back, seemingly assessing the opponent's strength. This power is above mine. It's at the level of a god. Although the Hebrew god's voice was deep, it could not conceal a hint of wavering within it. The chief god is second only to the supreme god, while the gods summoned by the Hebrew god can wield higher divine power than the chief god. The divine descent technique can only last for 1 hour, and my divine power is almost exhausted. Army, retreat immediately. At that moment, the god of the desert and the Nile raised a hand and pointed it at the god of the Hebrews. A deafening roar shook the heavens, and pillars of lightning forced the Hebrew god to retreat repeatedly. The light emanating from his body vanished in an instant, and his body rapidly shrank. The god of the desert and the Nile remained silent. He simply continued to summon lightning and lash the fleeing Hebrew army with his whip. The people of the capital were in a frenzy. Everyone felt a hope they had never felt before, the power of divine protection they had experienced for the first time after enduring so much suffering. We will never be trampled underfoot again. Taste the wrath of the god of the desert and the Nile. Damn invaders. Long live the Pharaoh. Long live the god of the desert and the Nile. Cheers rose and fell, shaking heaven and earth. The new god's wrath had not yet subsided, and lightning still surged in his palms. At the same time, when Stonehenge is completed, the system usually plays a short cutscene lasting a few tens of seconds. While this cutscene played in Lin Ke's mind, the outside world also reacted accordingly. A dazzling array of colors swept across the sky, instantly coloring the entire horizon. No matter where you were, all you could see when you looked up was this miraculous and magnificent sight. When the light appeared, deep within the dense tropical rainforest, a stepped pyramid, entwined with layers of vines, stood majestically. The pyramid steps are covered with reliefs depicting Mayan gods and priests, while deep within the pyramid's base lies a hidden entrance into darkness. At the deepest part of the passage, there is a sacred stone statue carved with the feathered serpent god Kukulkan. The statue's eyes gleamed with green light, and the forgotten power of the ancient god was awakening. Wake up! Wake up! A man clad in lizard armor slowly raised an intricately carved spear and stood before an altar covered in ancient patterns, performing a ritual to summon the gods. He glanced back and saw that the raging fire had completely engulfed the rainforest. Lay down your weapons, Maya. Your gods have long since fallen, while the power of our 12 gods is boundless. Now, submit to me, and I will become your new god, bestowing upon you protection and glory. The voice of a certain Hebrew god was like thunder, penetrating every branch and leaf of the rainforest. In the past, the rainforest protected us. Today, it is our turn to protect the rainforest. We are the children of this land. Our blood is with the rainforest. If the rainforest perishes, we will not live on. Even if our race is wiped out, we will never submit. The Mayan warriors had barely finished speaking when they were completely engulfed by the fire. The high priest immediately raised the dagger in his hand and plunged it deep into his chest. He forced himself to stand up and pulled out his heart, placing it in the center of the altar. Awaken, great feathered serpent god Kukulkan. Spread your wings in the holy light. Roar in the thunder. Have mercy on your people. Descend with divine power, and drive away the Hebrews who are harassing the sacred land. Let your majesty sweep across like a raging fire, and let your glory reshape this holy land. Thick, dark clouds rolled and swallowed the sky, and darkness spread like a tide. However, in this oppressive atmosphere, five-colored light suddenly appeared in the distance. The light triggered a chain reaction, causing a bolt of lightning to strike the high priest. Like a sharp blade, it pierced through the thick clouds, as if a divine oracle had descended. Boom! The high priest's form instantly transformed into a colossal serpent, its skin covered in dazzling emerald scales. He slowly opened his golden eyes. Another god is performing a miracle. At the same time, somewhere in the world. Follow Aphrodite. Drive out the invaders. Sisters, kill. The Amazonian warriors chanted the name of the goddess, Aphrodite, who was regarded as the Amazonian guardian goddess of warriors. They brandished spears and blades, driving back the Hebrew warriors time and again. The earthen ground, covered with grass, was filled with the scent of blood and fire, yet their gazes remained sharp, their fighting spirit burning like an unquenchable flame of war. At the forefront of the battlefield, Aphrodite wielded her golden whip, clashing with the Hebrew god, the divine power intertwining between heaven and earth. The Amazonian warriors fought valiantly against the Hebrew soldiers, their eyes filled with fear. Even when wounded multiple times, they stood up and continued to fight. A female general clad in armor roared as her spear pierced the chest of an enemy soldier. Even if blood is splattered all over the land, the Amazons will never back down. Kill. At a certain moment, the Hebrew god who was fighting the Amazon goddess was suddenly stunned, and then the Amazon goddess seized the opportunity to shatter his divine body with her golden whip. Then, the world shimmered with multicolored light, and the Amazon goddess stood high in the sky, gazing into the distance with a look of surprise and understanding, as if she knew something. Inside the palace of the inner city of Atlantis, within its waters, the king of Atlantis sat on his throne, holding the trident, a symbol of his rule. The once mighty artifact has now lost its luster and no longer possesses any power. The gods are gone, and the trident is now just scrap metal, he said in a low voice, his tone filled with suppressed anger. Without the gods' protection, how much longer can we hold out? Before he finished speaking, the sky suddenly brightened. A golden beam of light shone through the clouds, piercing between the sea and sky, illuminating the dim world. Everyone in the palace looked up at the sky, and the power in the light startled them. The king of Atlantis suddenly stood up, and the trident in his hand trembled slightly. His gaze sharpened, and his face showed astonishment. This is a sign of the descent of a new god. Immediately send people to investigate. If we can find a way to summon the god, our Atlantis empire may be spared from destruction. The minister immediately accepted the order and left. Wang stood before the high platform, looked down at the trident in his hand, and gripped it tightly. God of the sea, you have not responded to us for 100 years, but Atlantis will still protect this sea in your name. Then he turned around and raised the trident high. Order. All troops to retreat to the main city's sea area and hold the city's defenses. Chapter 14, Glorious Egypt. Divine Right of Kings. The Hebrew army was utterly defeated by the thunder and lightning of the god of the desert and the Nile, and the soldiers scattered and fled. The Hebrew god who had been enveloped in blue light had also disappeared. The messenger who had used up all his magic shrank back, as powerless as a dried-up lizard. He was immediately picked up by the surrounding servants and carried away. Retreat. Retreat. Egypt has a chief god, and we must report this to the commander. We need at least 2 gods to give us a chance of victory. Quickly, order the army to retreat. The shadow that had been looming over the capital was finally dispelled, and the enemy troops retreated one after another, never daring to look back. In the streets of the Egyptian capital, people flocked to celebrate this hard-won victory. We're saved. The capital is safe. The enemy has retreated. They really have retreated. Long live the god of the desert and the Nile. Long live the pharaoh. Amidst the flames of the outer city, laughter and tears mingled, and long-lost joy rose anew across this land. The soldiers removed their armor and cheered with the people, as if years of oppression and fear had finally been released. However, amidst the jubilant celebration, Nantong looked up at the still-shining golden light in the sky, his brow furrowed. Your Majesty, he said with a hint of doubt, the Hebrew gods descended through divine intervention performed by their messengers. Our new gods have no such vessel. Will they disappear again? This sentence was like a boulder crashing into a sea that had just calmed down. The crowd gradually quieted down, and their joyful smiles were replaced by unease. People began to whisper among themselves, and fear began to spread again. What should we do if the gods leave? Do we really have to go back to the way things were? Lin Ke listened to the whispers around her, but remained unmoved. His gaze swept calmly across the crowd, then he smiled slightly. Don't worry, Lin Ke said in a low voice. The god of the desert and the Nile will not leave again. Of course, Lin Ke was well aware that, to some extent, the gods were a product of the Stonehenge in the civilization panel. Since Stonehenge has been completed, the gods will no longer disappear. They will remain here. Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, Nantong was taken aback for a moment before a smile slowly appeared on his face. However, although Lin Ke did not know where this new god would go next, he deduced that it should be related to Stonehenge. Everyone looked up at the god of the desert and the Nile, and saw that the golden light on its body was getting stronger and stronger, and Stonehenge began to emit a deep rumble, as if they were resonating with each other. Sure enough, the golden light in the sky suddenly trembled, then poured down from the clouds like a waterfall, falling straight into the center of Stonehenge. Boom. A moment later, a figure emerged from the golden light, its entire body covered in dazzling light. God has descended. There were no divine messengers, and no human vessels whatsoever. Instead, it arrived in physical form. The god of Egypt and the Nile slowly stepped forward. Although the light emanating from his body had diminished considerably, it still dispelled the surrounding darkness and illuminated the area like a torch. Upon witnessing this scene, the people of the capital knelt on the ground, their voices trembling as they cried out, Great God of the desert and the Nile, your majesty is unmatched. We will forever remember your blessings. Thank you for coming. You saved us and gave the capital a new life. Even Nantong slowly knelt down, his expression filled with awe. In Egyptian tradition, the gods have always held a supreme position, surpassing all mortals, including even the pharaoh. Although the pharaoh was called the son of the gods, he was still essentially required to pay homage to the gods to show loyalty and reverence. Whenever disaster struck, the pharaoh would even personally preside over a sacrifice in order to seek divine forgiveness. However, the next moment, this new god shocked everyone. It slowly knelt on one knee, respectfully bowed its head, and paid its respects to Lin Ke. Great Pharaoh, the god of the desert and the Nile pays homage to you. The crowd, who had been prostrate on the ground, froze instantly. Even though they dared not look up, faint gasps of surprise could still be heard from the crowd, and the hushed whispers revealed an undisguised shock. A deity bowing to the pharaoh? How is this possible? They held their breath, not daring to even glance at it again, yet they still couldn't hide the immense shock welling up inside them. All of this completely overturned their previous understanding of gods and royal power. The new gods saved the capital, so logically the pharaoh should have offered sacrifices to the god to express his respect. Now he actually knelt down on one knee before the pharaoh? This unusual move overturned the rules of faith that had been in place for thousands of years, leaving everyone both shocked and bewildered. Even Nantong was stunned and speechless for a long time. However, Lin Ke simply looked calmly at the deity before him, his tone serene. Very good, god of the desert and the Nile. Today you have saved the capital from dire straits. Your merit is great. Please rise. The new god nodded, stood up, and stood aside. Lin Ke could also sense that some of the people kneeling in worship were even trembling slightly. They felt even more awe for themselves. Lin Ke then turned to the crowd and said, "Get up, everyone. From now on, the god of the desert and the Nile will be the power of our great Egypt." A simple sentence, yet it resonated in people's ears like thunder. In the past, the gods were high above, and the pharaohs had to worship them devoutly. But now, divine authority has been subjugated to royal authority. Everyone looked up and saw Lin Ke standing side by side with the majestic new god, and their hearts were filled with unprecedented shock and pride. Long live the pharaoh! Long live the great Egypt! Someone shouted first, their voice trembling, yet it ignited the entire crowd like a flame. The people waved their arms and shouted the pharaoh's name, while the warriors raised their spears, their eyes burning with fervor, and their unified shouts rose like waves. People high-fived each other in celebration, and joy and pride washed away the long-standing shadow of suffering. Our pharaoh is the true Lord of heaven. Glory belongs to his majesty the pharaoh. Glory belongs to great Egypt. Long live! Long live! At this moment, the cheers in the capital shook the heavens and the earth, and the shackles that had been suppressed for decades were completely released. However, at this moment, Lin Ke simply raised her hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. He stood on the high platform, wearing a pharaoh's crown, with the uraeus serpent pattern in the center gleaming with golden light. Although the war is over, the capital is still in a precarious situation. His voice was steady and powerful. All soldiers, listen to my command. Immediately assist the people in extinguishing the fires in the city and ensure that the remaining houses are safe. As soon as the words were spoken, the soldiers straightened up and responded in unison. Yes, sir. They immediately turned and ran towards the streets where the fire was spreading, and the locals also spontaneously joined the firefighting efforts, carrying buckets and tools. Lin Ke looked around, and then said to Nantong and several ministers standing to the side, "Summon all the remaining officials and gather in the Royal Council Hall immediately. I need to arrange the next steps." The officials responded immediately, their expressions solemn, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. "Your Majesty, the guards just reported to me that Camel has arrived in the capital with reinforcements." Lin Ke lowered his eyes slightly, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest of the throne, as if recalling something distant yet profound. After a moment, he raised his head, his expression calm. Camel is a vizier. In other words, they were responsible for managing state affairs on behalf of the pharaoh, similar to a prime minister or prime minister. In Lin Ke's memory, when the capital was about to face a crisis, this loyal prime minister immediately went out to find reinforcements. He knew very well that Camel's journey to find reinforcements must have been extremely arduous. Understood. Tell him to go to the palace immediately. Chapter 15, Cairo. A new chapter. When Lin Ke and the god of the desert and the Nile arrived at the palace was silent, with only the echoing sound of their footsteps accompanying them. With no one around, the god of the desert and the Nile stopped and softly called out, "Elder brother." Lin Ke stopped as well, turned around, and looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure. Her tone was calm, but her eyes were much gentler. "The moment you appeared, I felt it was you, Ramses." Ramses nodded and said in a low voice, "Yes, I felt it too, elder brother. I know that you have given me divine power." Lin Ke nodded. The person in front of him was no longer the innocent and naive younger brother who had never experienced the world, but a god who knew everything. "There is one thing I don't understand. Although I have ascended to godhood, I still cannot sense the souls of my father and mother in the underworld." Lin Ke's eyes flickered slightly, and she remained silent for a moment. In his view, if Ramses could sense it, then the previous pharaohs should have been able to communicate with the ancient gods long ago. Therefore, It is normal not to feel it, because that is the reason why Egypt lost contact with the gods and the country gradually declined. We can discuss these matters in detail later. Right now, the crisis in the capital is not yet resolved, and we must prioritize stabilizing the situation. The two continued walking, and as they passed through the corridor, Lin Ke's thoughts never stopped. Ramses, Stonehenge. He understood that Ramses' ascension to godhood through the construction of Stonehenge was not a chance occurrence, but rather a natural progression. The wonder, in the civilization panel, seems to possess some special power, capable of summoning souls from the underworld to the mortal realm. Those who can bear this power are likely closely related to the pharaoh's lineage. Of course, not all wonders can do this. Only some wonders have this effect. In addition, the fact that Ramses was the god of the desert and the Nile River could not be known to outsiders. Once other countries learn that Egypt possesses the power to transform mummies into gods, Egypt will inevitably become the target of all enemies. After all, lions are only non-threatening when they are sick or newborn. Lin Ke stopped and turned to look at Ramses. From now on, your true identity must be concealed. Whether in front of the people or the court officials, we shall address you as His Majesty the Pharaoh and God of the desert and the Nile. Ramses immediately understood Lin Ke's intention. Understood, elder brother. Although you are still in the flesh, your wisdom and vision surpass those of the gods. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke paused slightly, her foot about to step forward, and coughed. Then, he looked up at the top of the hall and said, feigning composure, "This is just the responsibility that an elder brother should bear." He turned and continued walking forward, but subconsciously reached out to adjust his pharaoh's crown, as if afraid it wasn't worn properly. Ramses, who was standing to the side, watched this unfold. His lips twitched slightly, but he said nothing and silently followed. Several footsteps approached from afar, and the officials began to arrive one after another. Lin Ke collected her thoughts and stepped into the council hall of the palace. Ramses followed closely behind, his expression solemn, exuding the majesty of a god. Inside the palace, golden lamps are neatly arranged, their bright flames reflecting on the floor inlaid with turquoise and lapis lazuli, while the ceiling is painted with maps of the Nile River basin. The pharaoh's throne is located in the center of the hall. It is carved from a single piece of white marble, with lion head patterns inlaid on the armrests and a statue of a divine eagle with outstretched wings behind it. Lin Ke sat firmly on the throne, holding the curved staff that symbolized royal power. The Ule's serpent pattern that shone on the pharaoh's crown seemed to be watching over everyone who stepped into this place. As for the god of the desert and the Nile, he stood beside Lin Ke, golden light flowing around him, so majestic that no one dared to look directly at him. Nantong then led the assembled officials, who were not yet in their positions, into the room one after another. Great Pharaoh, revered god of the desert and the Nile. Prime Minister Camel was also in place, dressed in a traditional white robe, but he kept his head down and never dared to look directly at anyone. The captain behind him, clad in armor stained with sand from the battle, wore an expression of both piety and reverence. The ministers stood carefully in 2 rows, kneeling and bowing in unison, their synchronized movements demonstrating their absolute reverence for the pharaoh and the gods. Lin Ke looked around. He sat on the throne on the high platform. Although he did not say a word, his invisible majesty made everyone afraid to breathe. The god of the desert and the Nile stood quietly beside Lin Ke, making no unnecessary movements. But the oppressive aura of his powerful force made the ministers not even dare to raise their heads. "Your Majesty," Camel finally spoke, his voice trembling slightly, but he still tried to remain calm. "Nantong has informed me of the situation in the capital." Lin Ke nodded, her gaze fixed on the old prime minister. He knew that Camel's restraint was not out of fear, but because he was facing both the new pharaoh and a true god. For a prime minister accustomed to dealing with ordinary affairs, such a situation was undoubtedly unfamiliar and difficult to adapt to. Moreover, when he left the city, Lin Ke was not yet the pharaoh, but the eldest prince. "How many troops did you bring back from the outer city?" Lin Ke asked, his tone calm. "Your Majesty," Camel replied, bowing his head, 300 cavalry. Lin Ke nodded slightly after hearing this. 300 cavalrymen was not a large number. But he knew that other cities had already fallen, and enemy troops were everywhere outside the capital. The fact that he could mobilize 300 cavalry to aid the capital under such circumstances was enough to prove Camel's extraordinary ability. "Your Majesty, I learned on my journey that the Hebrews are at war with 3 other kingdoms, and their more powerful messengers are on their way to other fronts to provide support. From what I understand, the Hebrew army is encountering strong resistance from the Amazons, and they are likely to concentrate their forces and send more divine messengers to attack those enemies who are closer in distance. Therefore, the capital is safe for the time being. He paused briefly, then added, looking across the entire country, only the capital city remains unconquered. But for the Hebrews, simply besieging our capital would drag us into a state of food shortage. Therefore, although we are temporarily spared from armed conflict, we must take immediate measures to ensure sufficient food supplies. As soon as Camel finished speaking, the other ministers began to express their own opinions. Your Majesty, the capital's food reserves are currently sufficient to last for a month, but if the enemy intends to besiege us for a long time, our situation will become very dangerous, a logistics official said gravely. That's right, another minister chimed in. Although the enemy has temporarily retreated, their threat will not disappear. We must immediately send people to inspect the surrounding villages, collect more food and supplies, and strengthen the city wall's defenses to prevent them from suddenly returning. Furthermore, an older official stepped forward, his voice filled with worry. We need to remobilize laborers to repair the damaged irrigation canals. This not only affects the transport of provisions, but also directly impacts the daily lives of the entire capital. But our forces are currently limited. If we divert our resources to repair the irrigation canals or transport supplies, will it weaken the city's defenses? A young minister interjected, a hint of worry in his eyes. The discussion among the ministers grew increasingly heated, with differing opinions emerging. Some suggested immediately concentrating forces to strengthen defenses. Others believed that ensuring the supply of food should be prioritized, and still others advocated sending soldiers to escort the food convoys to avoid being ambushed by the enemy. My lords, please be quiet for a moment, Camel said in a deep voice, raising his hand to stop the ministers from arguing. He slowly stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and dared not look directly at Lin Ke on the throne and the god of the desert and the Nile beside him. Your Majesty, Camel said solemnly and humbly. These are all important issues, but the decision on which to choose remains to be made by Your Majesty. We will all follow your instructions. The hall fell silent as everyone awaited Lin Ke's response. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ke raised her head, slowly stood up, and tapped the ground lightly with her cane. Everyone is right. These are all very important, he said, his voice steady. But more importantly, the Hebrews believe that we would be driven to despair because of this. As he said this, his voice rose slightly as he surveyed the crowd in the hall. In the past, we kept retreating because we lost the protection of the gods, bringing shame upon the name of Egypt. But today, the capital city is bathed in the glory of the gods. This is not only a symbol of victory, but also a brand new beginning. He stood up and tapped the ground lightly with his cane again, the crisp sound echoing in the hall. Therefore, we will start from the area surrounding the capital and reclaim all the lost territories piece by piece. The crowd below were both surprised and delighted upon hearing this, and tears welled up in their eyes. Because today symbolizes that the Egyptians have stood up and will no longer have to endure the trampling and humiliation of foreign enemies. Therefore, I hereby declare that from this day forward, the capital shall be named Cairo. The name Cairo symbolizes glory and revival. From here, Egypt's glory will rise again. We will take Cairo as our starting point to expand our territory and reshape our imperial map. Lin Ke's words pierced the heavy atmosphere like a sharp sword, and the ministers were gradually ignited. Their gazes toward Lin Ke were filled with trust and awe. Immediately, a chorus of shouts erupted in the hall. Long live the Pharaoh! Long live Cairo! Long live Egypt! Chapter 16, Building the Military Camp. After the ministers took their leave, Nantong bowed to Lin Ke and said, Your Majesty, I will now summon Master Heka to discuss a strategy for defending the city. Lin Ke nodded, quite relieved. As the leader of Master Heka, Nantong is not only proficient in military affairs, but also able to relieve Lin Ke of much of the pressure of command. He allowed Lin Ke to focus more on the overall planning rather than doing everything herself. Lin Ke nodded. It's up to you, Nantong. Make sure the Heka masters can firmly hold the important pass of Cairo. This old minister understands. Nantong bowed and withdrew, his footsteps disappearing into the depths of the corridor. The spacious council hall fell silent instantly, broken only by the faint sound of the wind outside. Lin Ke turned to look at Camel. He knew very well that the old prime minister in front of him had demonstrated extraordinary coordination ability in many critical moments in the past. When the granaries were running low during a severe drought, Camel mobilized surplus grain from various regions, preventing widespread famine in the capital. When the rebellion suddenly broke out in the west, he swiftly quelled the internal strife and stabilized the frontier within a few days. More importantly, regardless of infighting among court officials or discontent among local officials, Camel was always able to resolve crises and maintain the balance of power in the court with his shrewd and experienced methods. Lin Ke knew that it was safest to have Camuel handle the current complex palace affairs. Camer, although the defense of the capital has ended, there are still many matters to be handled. I entrust these important tasks to you. Your Majesty, I understand, Camel bowed slightly. I will arrange everything as soon as possible and live up to your Majesty's expectations. Lin Ke nodded slightly and watched Camer bow and leave. Then he turned his gaze to Ramses, the god of the desert and the Nile, who was standing beside him. Ramses stood in the center of the hall, his figure surrounded by a golden glow. However, before Lin Ke could even speak, he seemed to understand what Lin Ke meant. Elder brother, I understand what you mean. I only need to return to Stonehenge. Whenever you need me, I can appear from there. Lin Ke narrowed his eyes slightly, because he really needed to be alone for a while to properly study and analyze the current situation in Egypt using the civilization panel. However, before he could speak, Ramses, who had already become a god, had already discerned Lin Ke's intentions. He originally intended for Ramses to rest in the pharaoh's bedroom. Becoming a god really makes a difference, Ramses. Oh, by the way, I have a few things I need to confirm with you. Lin Ke paused, her expression turning serious again. The seance used by the Hebrew messengers is to summon the divine to reside in a physical body, while you are the embodiment of God. What is the difference between the two? Ramses pondered for a moment before explaining. The Hebrew divine incarnation technique involves temporarily bestowing divine power upon a vessel, but my divine power does not come from any vessel. It is entirely dependent on Stonehenge. The closer I am to Stonehenge, the stronger my power becomes. If I am too far away, my divine power will weaken. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke's gaze darkened slightly, and then she slowly nodded. This answer was somewhat different from what he expected. Lin Ke asked this question because he saw the enemy's god turn back into human form an hour later on the battlefield. He originally wanted Ramses to help him reclaim the lost cities, but if Ramses were to leave Stonehenge, his divine power would be reduced from that of a chief god to that of a high-level god, a medium-level god, or even an ordinary god. Even Ramses himself might be in danger, so the best course of action would be to have him guard Cairo. However, although Ramses may not be able to help Lin Ke defeat the enemy and reclaim territory on a more distant battlefield, at least his presence can serve as Cairo's strongest defensive barrier. After all, Cairo's safety is of paramount importance. It is the last remaining city in Egypt. There is another thing. The Hebrews were able to fight on 4 fronts together thanks to the help of their many gods. Upon hearing this, Ramses immediately understood what Lin Ke meant. His eyes flashed with a golden light, as if he were recalling and pondering something. In just a few seconds, Ramses slowly spoke. There are 12 gods in the Hebrews. 12 gods. Lin Ke's gaze lowered slightly. For Egypt, which now only has a chief god, this was practically an astronomical figure. As long as they send more than 2 messengers to Cairo, Cairo will still be easily defeated. Of course, if you want to acquire another god, you will need more time to develop. As long as development goes smoothly, acquiring another god is only a matter of time. Lin Ke now understood that all he could do was to improve his military strength. After all, the fastest way to improve military strength in the short term is through military power. Apart from divine power, developing military strength is essential to effectively resist foreign invasion. Elder brother, I won't disturb you any longer. Ramses, whose body shimmered with golden light, looked at Lin Ke, who was lost in thought, and was ready to leave. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke nodded. As long as you are here, Cairo will be safe and sound, Ramses. If Egypt needs it, I will awaken you from Stonehenge once again. Ramses bowed slightly. As you wish, elder brother. After saying that, the golden light around him suddenly shone brightly, and his entire figure transformed into a stream of light, instantly disappearing into the hall. Lin Ke stood alone in the center of the hall, looked up at the ceiling illuminated by the dim light, and then gently closed her eyes. He brought up the civilization panel in his mind, and all the information about Cairo appeared in his consciousness. He needed to review the information on the civilization panel to determine the next steps. Municipal administration. Code. Completed. Unlock. Economic policy. Military policy. Very good. Economic policy is mainly used to enhance the country's economic strength, such as increasing food, gold, or productivity, and enabling cities to develop faster. Military policy is mainly used to enhance the combat effectiveness and defensive capabilities of the army. By choosing the right military policy, Lin Ke can make soldiers produce faster, make city defenses more solid, and reduce losses during war. Military policy. Discipline. Increases combat effectiveness by 5% when fighting the enemy. Military policy. Investigation. Reconnaissance units gain double the experience. Economic policy. Monarch worship. Capital city +1 faith, +1 gold. Economic policy. City planning. All cities +1 gold. This is the policy that can be chosen after the research is completed. He first selected the discipline policy in the military policy section because it could increase the fighting strength of the defending soldiers. As for economic policy, he decided to choose urban planning. This policy will bring +1 productivity to all cities, meaning Cairo will become more efficient in resource production. Increased productivity can accelerate production. For example, it can shorten the construction time when building a builder or constructing a building. For the capital city, which is currently facing a shortage of resources, this is undoubtedly one of the most important options. He immediately confirmed that the two policies would be added to the soon-to-be-enacted code. However, while the internal chaos and damaged infrastructure also need to be addressed, there are more pressing dangers looming ahead. Foreign enemy. Although Cairo is relatively safe in the short term, all the surrounding cities have fallen. The Hebrew army will soon surround the area and may even launch a war of attrition, so defending Cairo is the most important thing right now. We must strengthen Cairo's defenses and military strength. Relying entirely on Ramses is absolutely not an option. We must expand our army immediately. So he turned to the building panels and quickly found the answer he was looking for. Military camp. It is a building that can train soldiers and accelerate the production of military units. Furthermore, it also unlocks research related to subsequent military buildings, meaning that after the barracks, you can also build buildings like army barracks. The construction requirements for a military camp are as follows. Firstly, a certain amount of money and productivity are needed, and secondly, a certain amount of wood and stone reserves are required. Lin Ke quickly assessed the current resource situation and found that despite improvements in money and productivity, reserves of timber and stone were insufficient. Therefore, we must immediately adjust the allocation of resources and prioritize the construction of the barracks. However, while the resources were sufficient, the technology did not meet the requirements. Simply put, Lin Ke can only build a military camp if all the prerequisites for building a military camp are met. The prerequisite for this is to first complete a technological research project called copper-making technique. Military camp requires the technology copper-making technique. However, Lin Ke cannot research the copper-making technique yet, because to research the copper-making technique, he needs to first meet the prerequisites required by the copper-making technique. Copper-making requires the technology mining. Once you complete the research for mining and then the research for copper mining, you can build a barracks. The civilization panel shows that Link's technology value is 4, while mining requires 16 technology points. 16 divided by 4 is equal to 4. It will take 4 days to complete the research. After choosing to study it, Link continued to ponder. Chapter 17. Egyptian cuisine? Coo. His stomach growled again. At this moment, his stomach was completely empty, and his thoughts were interrupted by the growing feeling of hunger. Since having her internal organs and intestines stuffed back into her body, Lin Ke hasn't eaten anything. Perhaps it's because my body has fully recovered, and I've been too busy lately to take care of my physical condition. So, the feeling of hunger only came over me after the battle was over and everything was done. Alan, prepare the meal. Lin Ke instructed the servant standing to the side. He didn't look up, his tone was indifferent. He just wanted to fill his stomach as soon as possible. Alan, dressed in a linen robe, bowed his head respectfully. His thin body made the not-so-long robe appear extremely large. Yes, Your Majesty. He then turned and quickly withdrew to prepare the pharaoh's meal. Although the capital is currently experiencing a shortage of supplies, even the most ordinary meal must be provided in accordance with regulations, even under such difficult circumstances. Soon after, the attendants carried gold platters and silver utensils into the hall, their steps synchronized, and their movements slow and gentle. The long table was covered with thinly sliced flatbread, dates marinated in honey, and a small plate of crucian carp fried in a little fish oil. Next to it was a pot of clear pomegranate juice and a bowl of thick porridge made from grains. Alan held the gold platter in both hands, walked slowly to Lin Ke, then knelt on one knee and respectfully raised the food above his head. His head was slightly lowered, his gaze fixed on the ground, and his voice was as humble as a gentle breeze. "Your Majesty, the meal has been prepared, and your Majesty may enjoy it at any time." Although the food seemed to be plentiful, it was quite different from the diet he was used to before he came here. The biscuit was dry and hard, the honey was too sweet and monotonous, and the fishy smell was a bit pungent. Even the coarse grain particles mixed in the porridge made each bite sticky and difficult to swallow. He picked up a piece of flatbread, took a bite, and immediately felt his mouth go dry, as if he were biting into a tasteless lump of mud. Although his face showed little expression, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "This stuff tastes awful." Then he picked up the pomegranate juice, took a sip, and the sour and astringent taste hit his tongue like needles. He felt the muscles in his neck tightening. "It's surprisingly sour. But my body seems to be experiencing a pleasurable sensation. Is this the smell that this body is used to and likes?" Lin Ke couldn't help but frown. When Alan saw Lin Ke's expression change slightly, his hands trembled involuntarily, and even his forehead began to bead with sweat. His gaze darted around, not daring to look directly at Lin Ke. Instead, he lowered his head to look at the ground and said in an extremely cautious tone, "Your Majesty, would you like to change the dish?" "No need." Lin Ke waved her hand. Despite feeling a little uncomfortable, he continued to pick up honey-preserved dates and put them in his mouth. The sweet taste spreads on the tongue, but it clashes with the texture of the pancake and fish. The sour food was too sour, and the sweet food was too sweet. Lin Ke's expression remained normal, but her Adam's apple bobbed slightly as she swallowed the food. The servants stood respectfully to the side, not daring to make a sound. Lin Ke picked up the pomegranate juice glass, took a sip, and the sour taste immediately shot through her tongue like a sharp electric current straight to her brain. He frowned, but had to admit that the intensely sour taste had completely swept away his fatigue. Lin Ke thought she had gotten used to this coarse food, but after a few bites, she felt thirsty and her stomach felt heavy. With more than half of the pomegranate juice left, and considering the current shortage of food reserves, he took another sip. The sour taste made his throat tighten again, and at this moment, Lin Ke's brows finally furrowed slightly. Never mind. He pushed the pancakes on the plate aside, gently put down the cup in his hand, and realized he couldn't eat anymore. His stomach was almost full. Having grown accustomed to abundant and diverse cuisine, one loses interest in this kind of unoriginal and poorly made food. Egypt is not rich in natural resources, which means there is not much food available. Naturally, those who make and process food do not have many experimental samples to use for experimentation. As a result, the food naturally lacks distinctive features, and most of it retains its most basic original flavor. Chinese food, French food, and other cuisines are all better than what he's eating now. For him, the food is too monotonous and unpalatable, but for the people here, it's naturally become a habit. And he was merely filling his stomach. When faced with life and death, the desire for food and drink is not important. Lin Ke then looked up and called out, "It's such a waste to waste so much food. Alan, are you hungry? Come and help me eat something." Upon hearing this, Alan immediately showed a look of fear. His thin body trembled slightly, his breathing became rapid, and his eyes instantly filled with tears. Lin Ke frowned and said in a low voice, "What are you doing? There are only a few pieces of bread. If you're not going to eat them, don't waste them." However, Alan knelt down, covered his head with his hands, and couldn't say a word. Looking at his appearance, Lin Ke knew that the majesty of the Egyptian pharaoh was as inviolable as a god to ordinary servants. They never dared to touch anything of the pharaoh, let alone directly accept his favors. Left with no other choice, Lin Ke waved for the other servants to clear the food from the table and instructed them, "You should all share these dishes and don't waste the pomegranate juice either." The servants bowed their heads in agreement, not daring to look at him, and nodded repeatedly, even in very low voices. After they left, Lin Ke wanted to observe their methods of handling food, so she dismissed her personal attendants and followed them alone. He wanted to see how these people disposed of the food. Should they obey orders or throw the food away? He stopped in a secluded corner and observed through the gaps in the corridor. The servants poured the food from the golden platters onto the ground, dividing it into several small piles. Then, they actually started fighting over it. They pounced on the food, wolfing it down, showing none of the humility they usually displayed in front of Lin Ke. Lin Ke looked around for a moment and noticed that the gold plate and tableware she had used before were left untouched and neatly arranged to the side. As for Alan, the skinny waiter, he first put down the plate he was holding before crawling over on all fours to grab it. In the blink of an eye, the food on the ground had completely disappeared. Alan could only kneel on the ground, brushing away the scattered crumbs with his sleeve. He moved extremely quickly, afraid that someone would come up and snatch away these insignificant scraps. Then he lowered his head and frantically licked and swallowed the piled-up fragments. In the original owner's memories, these servants would never have done this during prosperous times. Although Egypt's glory had faded by that time, it was still prosperous. Back then, the servants dared not fight over food in the palace. This proves that food outside is already in short supply. He remembered that during the morning court session, a minister confidently reported that the capital's food supplies could last for at least another month, but the current situation was quite different. Even the pharaoh's servants were starving. How could the food possibly last a month? Sigh, it seems we really do need Civilization 6 to solve the food problem. After all, even if we want to build a military camp area, what we need is productivity. Productivity is related to population. What does population relate to? Food. With that in mind, Lin Ke turned her attention to the control panel. Food. You're the one. Chapter 18, The Cairo Food Recovery Plan. Lin Ke quickly found the scout in the manufacturing panel of the civilization panel. Why build a scout if you need food? This naturally starts with the various ways to obtain food in Civilization 6. First, we should develop land with high grain resources. Find plots of land on the map that are rich in natural resources, such as wheat, rice, and cornfields. Improving these plots can significantly increase food production. For example, building a farm to improve wheat resources can directly increase the grain output of that plot of land. The second is to build a farm. Even without resources, building farms on ordinary plains or grasslands can increase basic food production. Third, it is necessary to build granaries and grain storage facilities. Building granaries or other similar structures can increase a city's grain reserves and increase its per-unit growth rate. Even if there isn't enough food in the city's current land, building these structures can alleviate some of the food shortage problem. Finally, of course, is the research and application of relevant policies. Unlocking relevant technologies and policies can increase the output of existing food plots, further improving the city's food supply capacity. But all the methods revolve around one point. Land parcel. The civilization panel shows that there are no farmlands near Cairo. To be precise, the reason for building a scout is that many of the methods mentioned above require players to first find suitable plots of land for development. It can quickly explore the map and discover new high-yield plots of land, as well as potential resource points. The role of the scout is not limited to finding plots of land. It can quickly provide Lin Ke with geographical information and the distribution of resources around the city. Therefore, in the face of resource scarcity and food shortages, sending out scouts to explore surrounding high-yield grain-producing areas is a crucial step in alleviating the food problem and expanding development space. Lin Ke immediately chose to build the scout, which requires 25 production points. In Civilization 6, the productivity bonus provided when clearing forests is a one-time event. This means that once destroyed, productivity is immediately allocated to units or buildings currently under construction and will not last for multiple rounds. The temporary productivity provided by Lin Ke when he cleared the forest has already been used up when building Stonehenge. Cairo gained 1 point of productivity after using the city planning policy. Therefore, Cairo's productivity at this time is 6.8 plus 1, 0.15 plus 6.8 equals 7.97. Building a scout requires 25 production points. July 25th, 97 is approximately equal to 3.14. That means it will take 4 days to complete. Without delay, Lin Ke immediately chose to start construction. Next, the farm was built. The civilization panel shows that there are no farmlands in the areas surrounding Cairo. Because the food produced in Egypt is not from Cairo, the capital of Egypt. Most of the food was transported from a city called Memphis, which was not far from Cairo, but was now occupied by the Hebrews. At least that's how it's displayed on Lin Ke's civilization panel. It's currently completely dark there. Therefore, besides building the scout, we need to think of other methods. Lin Ke quickly browsed through the current resource status in the civilization panel. Some land around Cairo has been brought under the city's control, and farmland, mines and other facilities can be built on this land. These undeveloped plots of land are called available plots. Previously, the plots of land that Lin Ke cleared with the builder skill also became usable plots. However, other parts of the land are still outside the city's boundaries and need to be purchased or naturally expanded to become usable plots. Fortunately, he had enough gold reserves to buy additional land. Moreover, after purchasing these lands, Lin Ke would gain a view of that area. In other words, you can observe its status on the civilization panel. If an enemy attacks, Lin Ke can also observe it directly on the civilization panel. His gaze fell on a brightly lit area on the map that was close to Cairo. After some analysis, he discovered that this plot of land could provide an additional food production bonus, and if farmland could be built on it, Cairo's food supply could be significantly improved. Therefore, he decisively used 40 gold coins to bring the land from outside the city's boundaries into Cairo's control. On the civilization panel, Lin Ke saw that the plot of land, which was originally shrouded in mist, suddenly became clear and bright, showing its soil type and potential food resource output. The only solution to the current food shortage problem is to expand the land area. Lin Ke muttered to herself, already having a clear plan in mind. With this new plot of land now under Cairo's control, he immediately set out for the next step. Once the scouts were completed, he would switch to producing builders. Based on the productivity calculations displayed on the civilization panel, he knew that the time required to build the builder would not be too long, and once completed, the builder could go directly to the newly purchased plot and begin cultivating the farmland. In summary, Lin Ke chose to build the scout not only to find high-yield areas of food, but also to discover the movements of the Hebrew enemies. Through this scout, he can gain a clearer understanding of the surrounding terrain and resource distribution, providing more effective information for the next step of decision-making. Furthermore, by the time the scout is completed, the research period for mining will have just ended. Next, we can begin researching the bronze casting technique necessary for building the military camp, and everything is progressing steadily according to plan. By the time we were able to build military camps, food production capacity had also increased to a sufficiently high level. This is not only to ensure that the people have enough food, but also to promote the development of the entire city. Lin Ke clearly understood that the direct impact of population growth was the ability to support more production and construction. Whether it's training soldiers, building new infrastructure, or expanding scientific research, all of these require a sufficient population to provide artisans, scholars, soldiers, and administrators. Furthermore, population growth can expand the city's area, which means that land can be acquired without spending gold in the civilization system. The new land will bring more resources, creating a virtuous cycle. Lin Ke needs to increase the population as soon as possible to gain stronger troop support in future military conflicts, while providing the manpower and resources needed for the expanding city. Simply put, population is the fundamental guarantee for urban development. Without a sufficient population, Cairo's further expansion and stability are out of the question. Lin Ke stood at the highest point of the city wall, squinting slightly as he watched the dawn gradually appear on the distant horizon. The chill of the night had not yet dissipated, and he was wearing a hooded robe, the hem of which was gently lifted by the morning breeze. He looked up at the sky, where a pale orange-red hue shone on the rooftops of Cairo and the distant desert, while the guards on the city walls marched in orderly steps, rotating out new defensive units. The soldiers stood tall and moved nimbly, their armor gleaming, their steps precise and firm. The discipline policy worked. Lin Ke breathed a sigh of relief and turned to walk slowly towards the dormitory. Chapter 19, Departure. The Scouts. When the research on mining was finally completed, a crisp notification sound came from the civilization panel, and then a golden light slowly rose in front of Lin Ke. The icon marking mining completed on the civilization panel shone brightly, and at that moment, the entire hall seemed to be enveloped in this light, symbolizing knowledge and exploration. The servants froze on the spot, their eyes all turning to the direction from which the golden light was rising. Some people held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Several servants knelt down reflexively, their hands on the ground, their bodies trembling slightly, and complex expressions on their faces. Their movements were both hurried and heavy, as if they were afraid that their breathing would disturb this sudden phenomenon. The people around them lowered their heads, their breathing became rapid, but no one dared to make a sound first. The guards' gazes darted between the golden light and the main hall, and they involuntarily took a half step back before standing still again. Their hands gripped their weapons, but no one raised their spears. The power emanating from the light made them freeze in place, as if they were in a trance. Even when their eyes occasionally met, they quickly looked away, their lowered gazes revealing a complex expression of bewilderment. None of them understood the source of the golden light, but one thing they were certain of. All of this is inseparable from the great will of His Majesty the Pharaoh. Lin Ke's gaze sharpened slightly, but her expression did not change much. The function of mining is very simple. It allows Link to mine mineral resources on the map, such as copper and stone, in the civilization panel. Through this technology, Lin Ke will be able to build mines on resource-rich land that was previously unusable, thereby providing Cairo with additional productivity. However, more importantly, with the mining research complete, we can immediately move on to the next stage of our work. That is the bronze casting technique needed to research the military camp. Lin Ke checked the technology points required to research it. The civilization panel showed that 50 points were needed. 50 divided by 5 is equal to 10. It will take 10 days to complete. However, Lin Ke knew that time was far more pressing than these numbers suggested. 10 days is far too long for Egypt at this time of year. It's important to know that the Hebrews had 12 gods, while the Egyptians only had one. Worse still, acquiring another new god is not something that can be done overnight. It requires a long time and a great deal of resources. Therefore, the only way to quickly improve Egypt's military strength is to rapidly expand its army. Lin Ke was well aware that training a well-trained soldier in reality was by no means an easy task. From basic physical training to tactical skills, and then to familiarizing oneself with weapons and teamwork, these processes often take months or even years. Soldiers trained through the civilization panel are not only more powerful than ordinary soldiers, but also require only a few days to train. In today's race against time, Egypt simply doesn't have that much time, and any delay could cause the situation on the battlefield to deteriorate rapidly. Therefore, a 10-day research period was far too long for Lin Ke. He needs to find a way to shorten this period and get the soldiers' training program underway as soon as possible. However, Lin Ke did know of a method that could significantly shorten the research time. If you kill 3 barbarian units, the research requirement for bronze casting will be reduced by approximately 40%. In other words, if the research cost drops from 50 points to 30 points, the required research time will also be reduced to 6 days. Furthermore, after completing the bronze casting technique, not only can military buildings such as barracks be constructed, but the city will also gain construction capabilities. Military camps not only enhance the city's combat capabilities, but also increase overall production efficiency. With the bronze casting technique, the city's military development will accelerate significantly, and its strength will increase accordingly. Therefore, one of the top priorities now is to command the scouts to find the 3 barbarian units, and then Link will send Master Hika to kill them in order to speed up the research on bronze casting. At the same time, a familiar notification sound came from the civilization panel. Scouts are ready. Immediately afterwards, a golden light pierced through the hall and surrounded an old man. He held a simple wooden staff, wore a light robe, looked focused, and a faint halo emanated from his feet. Compared to the heavy and steady steps of the guards stationed on the city walls, his steps were light and agile, like a nimble cat moving through the jungle, making almost no sound as he walked. Lin Ke looked away from the civilization panel and quietly watched the old man walk forward. At this moment, there was no noise inside the hall, only the gentle ripples of golden light. The people in the city felt this strange light, looked up at it, and whispered among themselves, a miracle sent down by the pharaoh. Lin Ke stood atop the high city wall, looking at the scout, who had now received Lin Ke's movement command in the civilization panel. Although on the surface the scout's steps seem ordinary, they are steady and orderly. However, in no time at all, the figure draped in a light robe had disappeared into the distance, and the seemingly ordinary steps made it seem as if he were moving on invisible clouds. Even the guards on the city wall blinked in confusion, wondering if they were seeing things. They whispered among themselves, "He's only just left the city gate. How come he's already so far? Oh, His Majesty the Pharaoh has performed another miracle." A farmer put down his hoe and knelt before the scout. Even the merchants by the roadside stopped urging their horses on, clasped their hands together, and murmured prayers. The crowd in the city grew larger and larger, and people poured towards the city wall from all directions, like devout pilgrims eager to witness the miracle brought down by the pharaoh. "Oh, I see it. Could that be a god as well?" Lin Ke stood atop the city wall, calmly observing everything. He knew that this was not a real miracle, but merely the power granted by the civilization panel. But at this moment, he did not utter a word to break this reverence. This heartfelt belief is exactly what Cairo needs right now. After watching the builder walk away, Lin Ke continued to operate in the civilization panel. He chose bronze casting as his new research target, while directing the scouts to continue their journey, expanding their vision outwards along Cairo's borders. After finishing these tasks, Lin Ke turned her attention back to the city's construction. He needs a new batch of builders to develop the newly purchased land outside the city, build farms there, further increase Cairo's food production, and increase the population. A crisp notification sound came from the civilization panel. The builder production order has been officially issued. Lin Ke watched the countdown bar on the screen slowly slide down and nodded. Builder production has begun. With a brief text prompt, he looked away from the panel and turned to walk towards his dormitory. What's this? Lin Ke stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Greetings, Your Majesty. It is an honor to meet you in person. After all, great ideas always attract each other. He looked around, only to find that there was no one there. The voice seemed to resound directly in his mind, carrying an irresistible sense of authority. Lin Ke steadied herself, her gaze sharpening slightly. Who's speaking? He muttered to himself, but received no response. The brief echo in his ears was like the sound of waves crashing on the shore. Chapter 20. The Descent of the Sea God. Atlantis. Lin Ke paused for a moment, then instantly realized where the sound she was hearing was coming from. This voice was not an illusion, but came from a true god. This is because the information that appears in the civilization panel is completely different from any previous prompts. In the image at the center of the panel, a line of pale gold text reads, "The sea god of Atlantis has established a connection with you." At the same time, an unusual figure gradually appeared in the image. It was a shape that flowed like a giant wave, surrounded by azure light, with layers of ripples and a deep blue luster slowly unfolding. But the sea god's movements and blue radiance were completely silent. After he finished speaking, he did not utter another sound. Lin Ke stared at the light and shadow that appeared in front of him, his brows furrowing slightly. He hadn't expected the opponent to be so powerful, seemingly on the same level as Ramses. It was an indescribable pressure, but Lin Ke could feel it nonetheless. Poseidon, the chief god of Atlantis? The deep voice rang in Lin Ke's ears again, and this time it was clearer, causing his celestial spirit to tremble slightly. I am the guardian of Atlantis, and I salute you. Blue light slowly spread from the screen, like invisible waves crashing against a stone wall. The solemn voice in Ke's mind rang out again, like a deep, resonant sound coming from the ancient deep sea. Young Pharaoh, I can sense your extraordinary and forward-thinking ideas. I need your help with something today, but before I do, please allow me to explain. I sensed that a soldier from Atlantis had stepped into the border of your territory, and then a magical force brought me here so that I could meet you. Lin Ke pondered the words of the sea god. He immediately realized that the reason he had met with the sea god was entirely because of the civilization panel. For example, in Civilization 6, when you first encounter another civilization, the screen will switch to a dialogue interface. The image of the leader of the opposing civilization will appear on the screen, usually in their classic attire, while the background showcases characteristic scenes of their civilization, such as a bustling market, a magnificent palace, or a stunning natural landscape. At the bottom of the chat interface, you will see a few lines of text, which are usually the opening remarks of the other party's leader. For example, I am Queen Catherine of France. It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Then you can choose from several options, such as friendly greeting, simple response, or express hostility, and these options will directly affect your attitude during your first encounter. This footage not only visually demonstrates the characteristics of the other civilization, but also provides an opportunity for interaction. After the animation ends, the screen will switch back to the game view, and a new area will appear near your city or unit that has been discovered, and information about this civilization will be added to the diplomacy panel. This approach provides players with clear feedback upon first encountering the new civilization, while also granting them a degree of decision-making power to determine the direction of their relationship with it. Therefore, the current situation seems to be no exception. Lin Ke speculated that it was because Atlantean soldiers had entered the Egyptian border for the first time, triggering the civilization panel's judgment. This is what connected him with the sea god, the leader of the two civilizations, leading to this meeting. He knew very well that he had to build a good relationship with the other party now, because Egypt is currently fighting alone, lacking strong allies to support it. To rely solely on Egypt to confront the 12 Hebrew gods would be tantamount to throwing an egg against a rock. If we can form an alliance with Atlantis, we can not only combine our military strength, but also perhaps gain more strategic advantages by leveraging the power of the sea god. Cooperation between the two countries is ultimately more reliable than going it alone. Now, if a friendly relationship can be established with them, it may lay the groundwork for a future alliance between the two countries. Lin Ke then raised her head and said calmly, "Lord Poseidon, it is my honor to meet you on such an occasion." His tone was low and slightly cautious, trying to be as polite as possible. "Soldiers from Atlantis have set foot on our land. I want to know, what is the purpose of their visit?" At that moment, a bright blue light spread across Lin Ke's vision, reflecting a blurry memory. "Look, these are the memories of that Atlantean. He came here to investigate one thing." The sea god's voice was deep and calm, yet it seemed to carry a hint of curiosity. He was trying to find the answer to the birth of the god, that is, the source of that golden light. Lin Ke breathed softly, listening quietly to the words of the sea god. "I obtained his memories and know everything he saw. The king of Atlantis saw the light and sensed the coming of a new god, but I also have questions." At this moment, the sea god's voice paused again. "Young pharaoh, tell me, how did you do it? How can a mortal possess the power to meet with gods?" Lin Ke did not answer the sea god's question directly, but instead slightly raised his chin and calmly gazed at the azure radiance surrounding him. "Don't you think that power in this world is merely a means, not an end?" Lin Ke's voice was low and slow, but every word was clear. He paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over the slightly trembling light and shadow. "Atlantis, like us, is seeking some kind of power, not the answer itself. Isn't that right?" The blue light on the screen suddenly stopped, the surrounding light dimmed, and the atmosphere became even more somber. "They want to call you back. They need your divine power to protect their capital." Poseidon nodded slightly, as if agreeing with Lin Ke's words. Lin Ke hesitated for a moment, then slowly raised her head and said, "Actually, I have a way that we can try." The blue light on the screen paused for a moment. Although Poseidon's expression didn't seem to change, Lin Ke still caught a glimpse of surprise in his eyes. "What method?" The sea god's voice was low and slow. Clearly, he did not yet fully believe the mortal before him. However, Lin Ke noticed that his figure condensed slightly forward, which meant that he had become interested in what Lin Ke was saying. "My idea is that Egypt and Atlantis can form an alliance," Lin Ke continued. "On this basis, any assistance would no longer be a transaction between countries, but a way for allies to face problems together." The blue light flickered slightly, then remained silent for a moment. "If you can truly help me rebuild my connection with Atlantis, I will naturally represent the king in forming an alliance with Egypt." Chapter 21, Alliance. As the light and shadow of the Atlantean sea god gradually faded, Lin Ke slightly raised his hand and summoned Ramses. A bright ray of light emerged in the hall, gradually outlining a familiar face bathed in golden light in the air. The god of the desert and the Nile, and once the second prince of Egypt. "Ramses." His body leaned slightly forward, as if responding to Lin Ke's call. The golden light that rippled slightly above his head shone on the panel, and the entire hall was instantly filled with holy radiance. "Your Majesty, Holy Pharaoh," Ramses said respectfully. "God of the desert and the Nile, I have important matters to discuss with you," Lin Ke said, watching Ramses's phantom gradually solidify. "Ramses, I have just met the sea god of Atlantis." Before Lin Ke could finish speaking, Ramses turned his head slightly, and the golden light in his eyes flickered a few times. Clearly, he already knew what had just happened. Ramses stepped forward slightly, his gaze falling on Lin Ke. "You are right, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Yes, I can help the sea god re-establish contact with Atlantis." Lin Ke frowned slightly and took a step forward. "Oh? Tell me, what are you going to do?" "But I need that soldier's body," Ramses continued. "Place him in Stonehenge and guide him with my divine power, and he will become a medium for communicating with the sea god of Atlantis." "Medium?" Hearing this, Lin Ke narrowed his eyes slightly. He could roughly guess that Ramses was going to give him a skill. Once he returns safely to Atlantis, he will be able to establish direct contact with the sea god and cast the divine descent technique. "Really? How confident are you about this? What are the chances of failure?" Lin Ke asked with some doubt. Ramses' golden light flickered slightly as he continued. By integrating divine power into Stonehenge, the soldier's mortal body can be transformed into a divine messenger capable of bearing the will of the gods. This method is not without risk. The only risk is that he might become our enemy in the future, which would be a loss. As the saying goes, there are no permanent allies, only permanent interests. The current alliance is the best course of action that can be taken under pressure from the powerful military strength of the Hebrew Empire. If the Hebrews were defeated and Atlantis were to rise rapidly, no one could guarantee that this country would not do anything to harm Egypt in the future. However, Your Majesty, please rest assured that if Atlantis dares to betray us, I will immediately reclaim this ability. That's excellent. Ramses knew what Lin Ke was thinking. In this way, Atlantis and Egypt are essentially bound together by shared interests. Of course, we'll have to wait until we find that Atlantean soldier first. Lin Ke nodded gently. Okay, I will send someone to deliver that soldier to Stonehenge. I'll leave the rest to you. Yes, Your Majesty, Holy Pharaoh. Ramses bowed. After speaking, Lin Ke walked to the center of the hall, raised his hand, and beckoned someone to bring Kamer over. Soon, the Prime Minister arrived at the entrance of the main hall. Kamer, come in. Camel heard this and hurried in through the door. Your Majesty, the Holy Pharaoh. Camel stopped, bowed slightly, and placed his hands clasped in front of his chest, respectfully waiting for Lin Ke to speak. Lin Ke stared at Kamer for a moment, then slowly said, An Atlantean soldier has arrived at our border. Camel's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, but his gaze quickly returned to calm. Your Majesty, a single soldier of the Empire is nothing to fear. We have already prepared the city's defenses. Or perhaps you wish for him to disappear immediately. Lin Ke gently shook his head. No. On the contrary, I demand that you immediately send someone to meet that soldier. He is the special envoy of the Atlantean sea god. Camel's request shifted slightly, and he immediately understood Lin Ke's meaning. After a brief pause, he asked, We currently have no troops available near the border. I will immediately organize a rapid reaction force to go there. That's right. Lin Ke looked directly at him. You have to ensure that soldiers' safety. Hebrew troops occasionally roam around Cairo, and without their protection, the soldier would be in grave danger. Moreover, Atlantis couldn't possibly send only one person. This only proves that of those who set out from Atlantis in search of the golden light, he was the only one who survived. Camel nodded, his expression slightly grave. I understand, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. I will personally arrange for the strongest soldiers to meet him and ensure that they escort this Atlantean soldier throughout the entire journey. No sooner had he finished speaking than a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the palace gate. A soldier strode in, still breathless, and knelt on the ground to report urgently. Your Excellency, we have just received news. There is a strangely dressed person on the distant border, and he is walking towards us. Camel turned to the soldier and nodded slightly. Report the details to His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh and to me. The soldier hurriedly replied. That man was tall and dressed in magnificent clothes, completely different from our Egyptian attire. He stood alone near the border, making no further moves, but his demeanor was very cautious. This is the person His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh was referring to. Issue the order. Camel then turned to the soldier who had reported him, whispered something to him, and the soldier nodded and hurriedly withdrew. Lin Ke's eyes flickered slightly. He already knew the soldier's location from the territory information on the civilization panel, and now he was even more certain that the Atlantean soldier had entered their territory. Very good, he said, his tone returning to calm. Kamer, send another team of elite soldiers to meet him. Make sure that soldier arrives safely. Camel responded again, I will arrange it immediately. Having said that, he quickly stepped back and walked straight out of the palace. North of Cairo's border lies an area frequently harassed by the Hebrews. Bring more shields, Camel instructed the officer beside him. We may encounter enemies along the way, so make sure the soldiers are safe. The officer received the order, and soon the soldiers assembled and marched in orderly formation toward the border. The soldiers quickly brought the strangely dressed man back to the capital. Just as Lin Ke had thought. His clothes were stained with blood, and his body showed signs of a fight. Your Majesty, his injuries are too severe. He may require magic and medicine to save him. No need, just take him to Stonehenge. Lin Ke stood with her hands behind her back and said calmly, Soldiers are the bond of the alliance. They cannot die. Chapter 22, The Will of the Holy Pharaoh. On the way to Stonehenge, the Atlantean soldier's attire immediately attracted the attention of many Cairo residents. The crowd turned their attention to it, first observing curiously, then pointing and whispering. The soldier's armor was stained with blood, quite different from the equipment commonly seen in Egyptian armies, and the shape of his helmet was also more rounded, making it completely incompatible with Egyptian style. This was quite novel to people who only lived in cities. Who is this person? He doesn't look like one of our soldiers. I heard he came from outside. He might be a deserter. Outsiders. Can they even get into Stonehenge? That's the pharaoh's holy site. People began to whisper among themselves, and some even moved closer, trying to get a better look. Several daring young men even tried to climb over the fence to get closer, but the guards quickly stopped them. A commotion began to rise in the crowd, and the whispers grew louder. Clearly, they were very unhappy that these outsiders were about to enter Stonehenge. All eyes were on the soldier as he was carried through the crowd toward Stonehenge. Why was this person allowed to be brought in? Who gave them permission? This is a sacred place. Even the holy pharaoh didn't easily allow his subjects to approach it. This is so strange. Just then, Chancellor Camel, dressed in a neat robe, appeared from the other side of Stonehenge. His steps were steady, his face stern, and he was accompanied by 2 guards carrying shields. As the old Egyptian prime minister, Camel, approached, the noise in the crowd gradually subsided. Camel stopped, glanced at the crowd of onlookers, and then said in a low but clear voice, "Don't make wild guesses. I am following the will of His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh." The crowd immediately fell silent upon hearing this. Someone was about to open their mouth to refute, but then swallowed their words. Everyone looked at each other, their faces filled with curiosity and doubt, but no one dared to ask any more questions. "Is this the decree of the Holy Pharaoh?" a voice whispered from the back of the procession. "Yes, if it was His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh who gave the order, how dare we speculate here?" Another person quickly added. Gradually, the civilians who had been whispering about the foreign soldier began to quietly echo Camer's words. Some people bowed their heads, put their hands together, and bowed in the direction of Stonehenge. Some elders also knelt down to pay their respects, murmuring words of praise to the Holy Pharaoh. So it was the Holy Pharaoh's intention. We were just being nosy. Yes, since it was arranged by His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, it must be for the sake of our great Egypt. How could we mortals possibly comprehend the Pharaoh's grand plan? At Camel's command, the Egyptian soldiers continued to escort the foreign soldier into Stonehenge. The crowd stopped talking and stood still, no longer trying to catch up. The clamor from a few minutes ago has now turned into a chorus of devout praise. They watched the outsider enter Stonehenge, but did not leave, simply watching quietly from a distance. Whoosh! In an instant, a golden light appeared in Stonehenge. Oh, that's the power of God. The golden light faded, and silence fell over the surroundings. The onlookers were still gazing into the distance, while the soldier who had been carried into Stonehenge came out looking completely different. Someone stared wide-eyed and whispered, "Look at the totems on his body. They're completely different from those here." Yes, look at his shoulder pads. The lines and patterns look like waves. Another person rubbed his hands together, trying to describe it with the words he knew, but the words just wouldn't come out. All he knew was that the pattern had never been seen on any Egyptian artifact. Someone couldn't help but grab the arm of someone nearby and point to the slightly blue sash around the outsider's waist. Look, his waist is still shimmering, as if the decorations themselves are glowing. An elderly farmer frowned and said softly, "I've seen something similar before. That represents Atlantis. Atlantis. He's from Atlantis?" The surrounding chatter gradually grew louder, and every now and then people would peek out, wanting to get another glimpse of this outsider. Although no one could accurately describe what was so special about the armor and decorations, they knew that they belonged to a completely different civilization. It was a place they had never seen with their own eyes, a place that only existed in everyday conversations. At this moment, the soldier referred to as the outsider slowly walked out from the center of Stonehenge, his steps slightly slow. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping across his surroundings, from the unfamiliar high walls to the golden flags swaying slightly in the distance. Even the mud beneath his feet made his gaze linger for a moment. "Where am I?" he muttered to himself, his voice tinged with doubt and confusion. His hand unconsciously went to his chest, where the slight bleeding had already healed. Suddenly, a faint blue light appeared in his palm. The light flowed slowly from his fingertips, like a torrent bursting forth, swirling at its highest point for a moment before slowly dissipating. He froze, his hands outstretched, his eyes fixed on the fading trace of light. This is He lowered his head and stared at his palm, as if to confirm whether the unfamiliar sensation he had just experienced was real. He tried to concentrate, and the blue light danced in his palm once again. At this moment, his breathing became slightly rapid. Even though he had never learned any magic, this strange power seemed to have entered his body. Just as he was tentatively trying to control the light, his face suddenly froze as if it had been frozen. His pupils contracted slightly, then a hint of golden light appeared in them. After the golden light flashed and disappeared, his breathing became slightly rapid, and his body remained motionless. Me, he murmured softly, his voice barely audible. Familiar images flashed through his mind. Golden waves crashed against the broad coastline, and the majestic palaces of Atlantis shone brilliantly in the sunlight. He thought he would never see that place again, but now something seemed to be calling to him, guiding him, reminding him of that lost homeland. Tears unknowingly streamed down his face, and he hurriedly raised his hand to wipe them away, but did not stop walking. He turned his body towards the direction of the palace where Lin Ke was. I came here with a mission, and it was His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh who saved me. However, the Egyptian people couldn't understand what he was saying. They just looked at him with confusion. His head was slightly lowered. His hands were clenched into fists and placed on his knees. He knelt on one knee, but his posture was as proud as if he were making an oath, and his movements were crisp and powerful. I have established a bond with the gods of Atlantis. We, Atlantis, are willing to become allies of the great Egypt and vanquish all enemies who defy our will. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant-like phantom appeared above the clouds. He is the sea god of Atlantis. Then, another colossal figure suddenly materialized in the sky, standing tall like a mountain atop the sea of clouds, towering over the heavens and earth, awe-inspiring in all directions, as if it were a model of heaven and earth. Oh, look, that's the Holy Pharaoh. Chapter 23. The Oath Between the Holy Pharaoh and the Sea God. Oh, look, a gasp rang out from the crowd, and everyone's attention was drawn to the strange phenomenon in the sky. The phantom of the Atlantean sea god was surrounded by azure light, as if the entire sky was illuminated by his radiance. Another colossal figure emerged, a phantom of the Holy Pharaoh. Golden light condensed in the sea of clouds, and his body was incomparably majestic, even taller than the phantom of the sea god of Atlantis. The Holy Pharaoh has appeared again. An elderly farmer knelt on one knee, raised his hands, and murmured a prayer, as if a single glance would absolve him of all the sins of his life. It's amazing. The Holy Pharaoh's radiance enveloped the entire world. A businessman clasped his hands together and bowed his head in excitement, his voice completely drowning out the surrounding noise. The projection in the sky was not a real miracle, but rather an image projected from Ramses' mind by Lin Ke using divine power. That's right, everything was meticulously planned by Lin Ke. The golden radiance, the azure ocean atmosphere, and the towering figure were all meant to convince the people that this was not only a divine manifestation, but also a symbol of an alliance between two powerful nations. Lin Ke did this not only to tell the people that Egypt had a new ally, but also to make them more convinced that Holy Egypt would get better and better under his leadership. The voice of the sea god was deep and powerful, coming from the heavens. Your Majesty the Pharaoh of Holy Egypt, the people of Atlantis will forever remember this great day. On behalf of Atlantis, I salute you and Holy Egypt. I am the sea god of Atlantis, and I sincerely propose to you that Atlantis and Holy Egypt form an alliance today. Your Majesty, Atlantis will forever remember your kindness. Lin Ke stood on the high platform, his gaze first sweeping over the people of the city. What? Our Holy Egypt has allies now. The Holy Pharaoh was actually able to communicate directly with the sea god of Atlantis. We have been fighting alone all along, but we never expected that the Holy Pharaoh would be able to get them to ally with us. The Holy Pharaoh is indeed a man blessed by the gods. Even Atlantis is willing to become our ally. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Although some people were still confused and did not understand why two such huge phantoms appeared in the sky, the vast majority of people were deeply shocked. Afterwards, Lin Ke continued his conversation with the sea god of Atlantis in the civilization panel. Very good, Lin Ke said loudly, his voice resounding like a powerful torrent. From this day forward, Egypt and Atlantis will stand shoulder to shoulder as allies. May this alliance, like the Nile, never end. May our friendship last forever. Upon hearing this solemn proclamation, the people knelt down and shouted in unison, "Long live the Holy Pharaoh! Long live Egypt. As Lin Ke finished her conversation with the Atlantean sea god in the civilization panel, new information immediately appeared on the panel. Atlantis and Egypt have formed an alliance. This brief line of text proclaimed the formal establishment of a comprehensive cooperative relationship between the two great civilizations. Following closely behind were several new options and detailed explanations, showcasing the various advantages that the alliance brought to Lin Ke. First and foremost, the most obvious change was the improvement in diplomatic relations. The original neutral diplomatic status has changed to ally, and the in-game entry is displayed as diplomatic relations, friendly. This means that cooperation between the two countries is closer, and it is no longer easy for minor frictions to cause a breakdown in relations. In addition, alliances unlock new diplomatic options, such as making it easier to sign defense agreements or even jointly participate in large-scale international projects. Secondly, it would allow for the creation of more trade routes with Atlantis, bringing greater tangible economic benefits. The trade route, +1, entry on the interface is clearly visible, which means that Egyptian trade caravans can send more goods to Atlantis, and at the same time obtain more rare resources and gold coins from the ports of Atlantis. This increase not only enriched Egypt's treasury, but also facilitated more frequent trade between the two countries, thereby promoting urban development and technological progress. In addition, resource sharing is another highlight of the alliance. A new resource sharing option has been added to the panel, indicating that the two countries can supply each other with strategic resources and luxury goods. For example, when Egypt lacks a certain essential building material, it can directly draw upon Atlantis's inventory without having to pay an exorbitant price. Similarly, if famine ravaged the cities of Atlantis, they could quickly obtain food supplies from Egypt. Of course, this kind of supply can only be obtained through trade routes and cannot be directly obtained by operating in the civilization panel. This resource-sharing mechanism makes the two countries more dependent on each other, reducing the risk of a single country collapsing due to resource shortages. Finally, there are some implicit benefits that are not directly marked on the panel, but Lin Ke is very clear about their value. After the alliance, Atlantis's cultural and technological advantages could indirectly permeate into Egypt's system. This is not an immediate change, but a gradual process. Through long-term cooperation, Egyptian cities can adopt Atlantis's advanced technology more quickly, thereby shortening the time required for scientific research. The military discipline of Atlantis may also have influenced the training standards of Egyptian soldiers, resulting in a more sophisticated military force. In conclusion, the alliance between the two great civilizations of Egypt and Atlantis led to more frequent diplomacy, a more prosperous economy, and more abundant resources after trade routes were opened. Even technology and culture can be gradually improved. Lin Ke put away the panel and looked up at the fading light and shadow in front of her. He knew very well that the alliance between Holy Egypt and Atlantis would symbolize another step forward for this resurgent nation. Those magnificent celestial images will become a legendary tale passed down among the people of Holy Egypt. As the phantom gradually disappeared, the people murmured excitedly, then bowed their heads and knelt in worship, finally cheering for the Holy Pharaoh of Egypt. The Holy Pharaoh has actually allied with Atlantis. We finally have an ally. Although the alliance has taken effect and Atlantis has plenty of food, Holy Egypt is still unable to immediately enjoy these benefits. Between Holy Egypt and Atlantis, there were also many Hebrew troops stationed. These enemy forces did not relax their vigilance. They firmly controlled the main land and water routes leading to Atlantis, making trade routes between the two countries difficult to navigate. Lin Ke knew perfectly well that although their alliance had been formed, in order to truly realize the potential of the Civilization Panel alliance, they had to eliminate the Hebrews' enemies. He returned to the palace and continued searching for information in the Civilization Panel. Chapter 24, Escort. Master Hekarim. It is truly an honor for Atlantis to form an alliance with Holy Egypt. The other party spoke sincerely and with a humble demeanor. The soldier, who had just stepped out of Stonehenge, had long since shed his previous disheveled appearance. His demeanor was very composed, and the soft armor on his shoulders was engraved with intricate wave patterns, a unique symbol of Atlantis. A faint rune appeared on his forehead, vaguely matching a symbol that Lin Ke had seen in the Civilization Panel. Lin Ke narrowed his eyes slightly. The Atlantean messenger's voice was so natural, as if he had been using the Egyptian language he was most familiar with. Of course, as long as we can communicate normally, that's fine. Having a powerful ally like Atlantis is a blessing for the people of Holy Egypt. Before Lin Ke could finish speaking, the divine messenger took a step forward, lowered his posture once again, and showed more urgency and worry in his expression. Your Majesty, I must explain the current state of Atlantis to you, he began, his tone more somber than before. Almost all of our outer cities have been captured by the Hebrew army. They not only deployed a large number of troops, but also had 3 divine messengers personally leading them. Although our Atlantean soldiers are brave and skilled in battle, and our city is incredibly strong, even our most powerful army is somewhat powerless against the enemy gods. He raised his hand slightly, pointing into the distance, as if describing the actions of the other divine messenger casting a spell. Upon hearing his words, Lin Ke remained silent at first. He knew, of course, that the divine messenger was being completely honest with him and revealing everything. However, Lin Ke only knew that Atlantis was a very powerful country, and even without gods, they could still fight the Hebrew Empire to a standstill. But what Lin Ke didn't expect was that the Hebrews would send 3 divine messengers. It was astonishing that Atlantis was also forced into a defensive posture and a state of utter defeat. Therefore, the messenger's voice was low and solemn. I must return to Atlantis as soon as possible to report the situation to our king and bring back the friendship and covenant of Holy Egypt. Then, I will use the divine descent spell to protect our capital. But the journey is treacherous, and I'm afraid I won't be able to get there safely by myself. Lin Ke understood that if this divine envoy were killed or captured en route, not only would Atlantis face complete collapse, but even the alliance they had just formed would become meaningless. At this moment, the status of Atlantis's allies in the civilization panel slowly flickered. Lin Ke could see that the benefits of the alliance between the 2 sides were gradually becoming apparent. A portion of Egypt's diplomatic credits began to increase, further consolidating its influence in the surrounding region. Meanwhile, several special agreements marked unlockable are displayed in a corner of the panel, and their condition is precisely to maintain a stable relationship with Atlantis. In addition, the civilization panel also lists an additional advantage for allies. If Atlantis can defeat the Hebrew invasion and restore its borders, they will provide massive resource aid and even unlock certain unique Atlantean technology bonuses. These technologies are marked future available, indicating that Holy Egypt will benefit immensely as long as the alliance remains stable. However, just as Lin Ke was pondering how to escort the divine messenger back to Atlantis, he realized that the return journey from Atlantis would be fraught with peril. First, the route from Holy Egypt to Atlantis had to pass through Hebrew-controlled areas. The borders in those areas have become high-risk zones, with countless patrolling soldiers and mobile scouts ready to discover and cut off the route back at any time. Furthermore, rumors suggest that elite Hebrew cavalry are still active in the vicinity. If they were to encounter such highly mobile and formidable opponents, ordinary soldiers would have no chance of resisting them. In addition, although the Atlantean messenger has regained his power, he must return to Atlantis to use the divine descent technique. Therefore, if he were surrounded, even a star mage like Nantong could not guarantee his safety. Lin Ke knew very well that relying on ordinary escort strategies would only cause the divine envoy to perish halfway, and the result was obvious. Even the mighty Atlantis, after passing through Hebrew-controlled territory, had only 1 soldier survive, barely alive. Furthermore, Egypt currently does not have elite troops like Atlantis, but rather magic and soldier formations mainly focused on city defense, lacking sufficient experience in long-distance rapid advances and escorts. Clearly, it would be virtually impossible to safely deliver this messenger of Atlantis using ordinary methods. At this moment, Lin Ke had a sudden inspiration and immediately opened the unit option in the civilization panel. He quickly selected a team of Master Hika, and in the operation instructions, there was an option called Escort. Simply put, it means being able to use armed units to protect a target. This ability allowed them to work closely with the messengers of Atlantis, ensuring that he was not attacked alone. Any damage inflicted on the Atlantean messengers will be absorbed by Master Hika. In other words, unless the messenger of the Hebrews is actually encountered, or by an entire enemy army of tens of thousands, the messenger will surely be able to return safely to Atlantis. This messenger of Atlantis, although our Holy Egypt does not have an elite force like Atlantis, our Master Heka is more than capable of escorting you. After Lin Ke clicked on the escort option in the civilization panel, 5, Master Heka, immediately gathered in the city and headed towards the envoy of Atlantis. Their bodies shimmered with a faint golden light, and even their steps were perfectly synchronized. The Atlantean messenger stood before them, his gaze sweeping over the 5 people, a hint of undisguised surprise in his eyes. But he only frowned slightly and didn't say anything. This was the decision of the Holy Pharaoh. How could he, as a messenger, dare to question it? Lin Ke noticed the change in the divine envoy's expression, but said nothing. He simply said, "Nantong, escort this divine envoy from Atlantis out of the city." Nantong nodded in acceptance and turned to lead the divine messenger toward the city gate. Along the way, the messenger kept swallowing, and beads of sweat even gathered on his forehead. Finally, he couldn't help but ask Nantong in a low voice, "Master, were these the only 5 people who escorted me? When I left Atlantis, even with 500 elite guards, I almost lost my life. How could these 5 people possibly escort me safely to my destination?" Nantong did not look up, but calmly replied in a language that the divine messenger could understand. "How can Atlantis's 500 elites compare to our master Heka?" Upon hearing this, the messenger's lips moved as if he wanted to ask another question, but ultimately he remained silent. The gates slowly opened, and the divine messenger looked back at the Holy Pharaoh's platform inside the city, bowed slightly, and then embarked on the road back to Atlantis with the Heka masters. He was skeptical, but he slowly left Cairo with the 5 Heka masters. How come I lost 0.0001 HP in Chapter 25? After the Atlantean messengers left, Lin Ke kept a close eye on the icon on the civilization panel that marked the location of Master Heka, monitoring their movements at all times. The small dots on the screen represent the escort team, and their movement path is clearly visible in the panel. After a moment's thought, Lin Ke deployed the scouts to their route of advance. The scouts have already explored some of the surrounding land, and traces of Hebrew soldiers' encampment or occupation have been found in many places. His vision is broader, so he is the most suitable person to explore the route for the divine messenger. Lin Ke can also adjust his route in a timely manner based on the information discovered by the scouts, thus minimizing the risk of encountering enemy forces. The scout received Lin Ke's order and moved quickly, gradually dispelling the fog and revealing a wider field of vision. Soon, Lin Ke noticed some scattered enemy icons on the panel, slowly approaching the direction of Master Heka. He frowned slightly at first, but quickly relaxed. However, it is a small group of enemies, nothing to fear. The enemies are few in number and scattered, and will not pose a threat to Master Heka and the divine messenger in the short term. He immediately checked the nearby terrain and other possible routes. He soon realized that if he changed course, he would have to cross an area that was firmly occupied by the Hebrews. Although it was the closest location, the sheer density of the enemy forces actually increased the risk of being surrounded. Lin Ke frowned and made a few adjustments to the panel, slightly modifying the scouts' route so that it could continue to scout around the main road and ensure there were no other potential, more threatening factors. So he continued to operate, allowing the Master Heka to continue along the original route. The command took effect, and the icon on the panel continued to move steadily toward the destination. Lin Ke did not let his guard down, his eyes still fixed on the civilization panel, watching the Master Heka and scout gradually disappear into the distance. The situation on the plot of land is constantly changing, and he must ensure that every detail is under his control. Meanwhile, the Atlantean messengers were on their way back. During a break in their long journey, the messengers of Atlantis stopped to rest. He took out the provisions and water that the Holy Pharaoh had ordered his men to prepare for him from his baggage. Several pieces of dough were neatly wrapped in a layer of coarse cloth. Although the texture was simple, upon closer inspection, they were carefully baked and had a faint aroma of wheat. The spring water in the water bag is icy cold and refreshing. A sip is enough to feel the sweet and refreshing taste from the source of the Nile. He tore off a small piece of bread and chewed it carefully. Although he didn't say much, his slight nod revealed his inner gratitude. Saint Egypt has just experienced the ravages of war, yet it has prepared such fine food for me. If I have the opportunity to come again, I will definitely bring some of the finest pearl jewelry to present to His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. This wasn't his first time traveling in a foreign land, but these simple meals didn't bring him a coarse feeling of fullness. Instead, they conveyed a sense of being treated with great respect. He could even imagine, from the aroma of the bread, how the Egyptians painstakingly prepared these provisions with limited resources. The messenger chewed as he raised a piece of bread. "Are you all hungry? Come on, everyone, let's eat. Eat." Seeing that the 5 masters Heka did not react, He assumed it was because of the language barrier and that they did not understand his meaning. But even after he gestured and raised his voice, these, Master Hika, still did not react. That's really strange. Soon after, the divine messenger, through the mist of the yellow sand, vaguely saw several figures moving in the distance. He immediately became alert, his eyes fixed on that direction. Could it be an enemy? He subconsciously slowed his pace, his gaze fixed on the blurry figures ahead, his fingers touching the weapon at his waist but hesitating to draw it. His steps were slightly quieter than before, each step landing on the thicker sand, trying not to make any noise, but his shoulders began to tense up. Let's hurry, we can't let them find us. The messenger spoke in a low voice, his gaze still fixed on the distance. He subconsciously waved his hand to signal the Master Hika's to quicken their pace, but the Master Hika's remained calm and their steps were steady. But out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the dark in the distance rapidly enlarging, its blurry outline gradually becoming clear, and even the rhythm of the horse's hooves pounding the sand becoming more distinct. The cavalrymen galloped at full speed, each leap kicking up dust from the desert. Their armor gleamed coldly in the sunlight, their manes flew in the gale, and their lances and shields were raised high. Oh no, they're Hebrew cavalry. The divine messenger glanced back at Master Hika and found that their expressions remained unchanged. Run? There are only 5 of us. Hurry, we can't win. But he could no longer remain calm, and his pace quickened involuntarily, almost as if he were running. The distance to the sand dunes ahead seemed to stretch endlessly, as if he could never reach the place he saw. They're coming for us. Did you hear that? Run, run. The messenger spoke loudly, his voice rising higher and higher. His steps became faster and more frantic, and he even stumbled a few times. But the masters of Hetchiet did not speed up, maintaining their steady pace. Their gazes fell upon the cavalrymen, yet remained indifferent. Hurry, hurry. They're catching up soon. The messenger's voice trembled slightly with anxiety. The figures of the enemy became clearer and clearer, and the divine messenger could even see the bloodthirsty eyes of those cavalrymen. Do something quickly, he said, his face filled with anxiety, even anger. But Master Hika showed no sign of tension, as if what was coming towards him was not cavalry, but a gentle breeze. As the cavalry drew ever closer, the divine messenger suddenly turned around and cried out, I am a great Atlantean. I would rather die here than be captured. As soon as he finished speaking, the cavalrymen raised their spears and aimed at Master Hika. Their spears were incredibly sharp, capable of easily piercing through thick infantry armor. At that moment, the earth seemed to tremble slightly. Boom! Then, a powerful sandstorm seemed to appear out of nowhere, quickly rising up in front of them and roaring as it rushed towards the cavalry. The messenger stared in disbelief as the mighty Hebrew cavalry, along with their horses, were swept up by the sandstorm and thrown violently into the distance. In just a moment, the cavalry unit had completely vanished. The 5 masters Hika remained calm, as if nothing had happened. The messenger's lips trembled slightly, and he remained speechless for a long time. When he finally came to his senses, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, Is this Master Heka of Holy Egypt? He's incredibly powerful. The messenger didn't utter another word on the rest of the journey. He was only focused on getting on his way. On the other side, Lin Ke checked the health bars of the Master Hika. Damn it. How did I lose 0.0001 drops of health? Lin Ke frowned slightly, but the corners of her mouth turned up. The scouts have scouted the route ahead, and they will not encounter any more enemies for at least 2 days. Chapter 26, Attack or Defense. Lin Ke shifted his gaze from the Master Hika section on the civilization panel to another part. On the panel, the Builder project is already halfway complete and will be finished in another day. However, when his gaze slid to the progress bar of bronze casting, his brows furrowed slightly. Compared to the near completion of the Builder, the research progress of bronze casting is particularly slow. The required completion time is 8 days. Lin Ke pondered for a moment, then tapped her fingers lightly on the armrest of the throne. He knew very well that the development of Holy Egypt could not be halted for a moment. Completing the bronze casting skill not only unlocks more advanced military camps and weapons, but also ensures that Holy Egypt will not be at a disadvantage in its confrontation with the Hebrews. However, there is only one way to reduce the research time for bronze casting. Found the barbarians. In other words, killing barbarian units triggers the boost condition. Meanwhile, the scouts were still gathering intelligence on the route the Hika masters were taking. The scout traveled through the wilderness and finally arrived at the ruins of a city ravaged by war. The ruins of a city were covered with Hebrew flags. Those unfamiliar symbols proclaim to all who see them that this place has been completely occupied by the Hebrews. Lin Ke, on the other hand, took in all of this through the civilization panel. This city was once a border fortress of Atlantis, but now it has been turned into a heavily guarded outpost by the Hebrew army. Lin Ke could see the Hebrew soldiers' patrols were orderly, and even a few chariots were slowly passing through the gravel road at the city gate. The heavy sound of their wheels could be faintly heard through the civilization panel. Lin Ke frowned. If Master Hika and the Atlantean envoys party rashly approach the city via this route, they will surely be ambushed. Enemy reinforcements will arrive soon, so we must choose another route. He decisively set a new route on the civilization panel, avoiding the occupied city and trying to bypass the surrounding large-scale enemy defense areas. After confirming that the escort route was safe, Lin Ke turned her attention back to the scout. After completing the mission, the scout has marked the surrounding enemy defenses within their field of vision. By following this route, the Hika masters can avoid the most dangerous sections. It's safe. There were no more occupied territories or Hebrew armies in the path of the Master Hekras. Some scattered patrols may encounter the masters of Hika, but they are no match for them. Even if the Hebrews discovered them, by the time their reinforcements arrived, everything would already be set in stone. After confirming that the Atlantean messenger had returned safely, Lin Ke immediately gave the scout new instructions. Lin Ke also needs to use the scout to find the barbarians in order to reduce the research time for the bronze casting technique as soon as possible. The scout quickly turned around and headed back towards Cairo. At this moment, a guard strode into the hall, holding a halberd in both hands, and knelt on one knee to pay his respects. Your Majesty, Chancellor Camel has important military intelligence to report to you. Lin Ke shifted her attention from the civilization panel to the guard, her tone calm. Where is Camel now? He's already waiting outside the main hall, the guard replied in a low voice, a light sheen of sweat on his forehead. Lin Ke stood up slightly and nodded gently. Very good, bring him in. The guard immediately stood up, straightened his armor, and respectfully replied, Yes, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. He then turned and withdrew. A series of slightly hurried footsteps came from outside the main hall, and the sound was getting closer and closer to Lin Ke. Lin Ke quietly sat back on the throne, straightened her chest, took a deep breath, and waited for Camel's arrival. Camuel entered the main hall, where Lin Ke was already waiting above. He held a scroll of secret letter in his hand, his expression calm, but his eyes held a hint of solemnity. Your Majesty the Great and Honorable Holy Pharaoh. Lin Ke simply raised her hand, gesturing for him to get up. Prime Minister Camel, why are you in such a hurry to see me? Could it be that the Hebrews have made another move? Lin Ke asked bluntly. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh is wise. Camel bowed slightly and presented the secret letter. The Hebrews have begun the siege. Siege. Lin Ke had previously considered that the Hebrews might use this tactic. They deployed defenses at several key points in the surrounding area, attempting to cut off our supply lines and trap us in the city. Lin Ke took the secret letter, quickly glanced at it, and her brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. On the surface, their defenses appear very tight, but my sources have informed me that some of the Hebrew elite troops have been transferred to the front lines in Atlantis and Amazonia. This also indicates that the remaining forces they have around us may not be enough to complete a full encirclement. Upon hearing Camer's words, Lin Ke put down the letter. If that's the case, how could the enemy possibly have enough troops to surround us? According to sources, Camel continued calmly. The Hebrews have won over some small neighboring kingdoms and barbarian tribes. These forces are currently sending reinforcements to help the Hebrews defend key locations around us. Therefore, even if the elite troops withdraw, they still have enough means to blockade us. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke remained calm, but he lightly tapped the armrest of the throne a few times with the tip of his index finger. Camel stopped a short distance below Lin Ke and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, the enemy has deployed its elite troops to the Atlantis and Amazon fronts, and the remaining forces are insufficient to complete the blockade. Lin Ke did not answer immediately. Instead, he changed the route of the scout in the civilization panel. After a moment, he asked Camer, if you were in his shoes, what would be your next move? I suggest two strategies, Camel said with a slight bow. First, we should take the initiative and disrupt their deployment while their forces are weak. Second, stabilize the situation, continue to strengthen the city's defenses, and at the same time expand food procurement through secret channels to ensure that Holy Egypt can hold out for a longer period of time. Lin Ke stared at Khmer. Pass on my order, all troops to stand by. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh is wise. Camel responded without hesitation. As long as we break their lines, these besieging enemies will be no threat. After Khmer left, Lin Ke continued to check the civilization panel. He examined the land near Holy Egypt and quickly identified several key areas. If Camel is correct, the barbarians must be in one of these regions. You have selected the scout. Action. Change route. Chapter 27. Overcoming opinions. Over the next day, the scouts conducted reconnaissance in several areas designated on the civilization panel. Lin Ke, on the other hand, quickly identified a key area. He discovered that not far from the northern pass, a force of barbarian troops was slowly approaching Holy Egypt. Based on the intelligence that Camel brought yesterday, Lin Ke, considering the urgency of the situation in Holy Egypt, summoned all ministers to the council hall of the palace at dawn for an emergency consultation. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows and fell on the golden stone pillars, but no one paid any attention to them. Lin Ke sat on the high seat, his gaze sweeping over the assembled officials, his expression remaining calm. Gentlemen. Lin Ke slowly raised his hand and lightly tapped the long table. The ministers who had been talking in hushed tones immediately fell silent, and all turned to look at him. An invisible force seemed to press down in the air, causing everyone's backs to tense up. According to the intelligence that Camel sent yesterday, the barbarian army is about to reach the pass not far from the border of Holy Egypt. Their purpose is clear, to support the Hebrew siege. Camel, standing to the side, added, these barbarians and reinforcements are mostly ragtag soldiers, poorly equipped, but there are quite a few of them. Once they set up camp at the pass, they will cut off our food supply from the north, and we will truly lose our main food transport route. To obtain food, the only option was to transport it via side roads. Not only was the quantity limited, but the speed was also extremely slow, and it was easy for the Hebrews to spot and intercept it. After Camel finished speaking, the ministers began to talk. First, an older minister raised his hand in a gesture of respect, his tone somber. It would be too dangerous to send troops out rashly. If we move our troops now, will the Hebrews realize that we are eager to fight and fall into their trap? Another young official immediately chimed in. Moreover, our defenses still need military strength. If we allocate more troops, the city's defenses will be weakened, and if the Hebrews take advantage of the situation, the main city of Holy Egypt will be in danger. We might as well wait for the barbarians to retreat on their own, another person said. These rabble can't hold out for long. As long as we hold our ground and don't come out, they will naturally leave. The participants were clearly divided into two factions, one advocating an immediate attack to defeat the barbarians before they could regain their footing. The other side appears more conservative, believing that rash actions might fall into a Hebrew trap. What if they are just bait? An elderly minister stepped forward, tapping his cane lightly on the floor. If we go out of the city to meet the enemy, only to find that the main force is lying in ambush behind us, then the defenses of Holy Egypt will be exposed, and we will be finished. Another young minister shook his head in rebuttal. But we can't just do nothing. Are we just going to watch them set up camp on the outskirts of our territory? Your Majesty, Pharaoh, if we stand idly by, these barbarians will become one of the Hebrews' forces to attack our cities. At that point, we won't even have a chance to fight back. Upon hearing this, the third minister frowned, looking worried. We certainly cannot sit idly by, but we also cannot easily send troops. If our troops suffer heavy casualties outside the city, the defenses of Holy Egypt will be weakened. At that point, even if the barbarians and Hebrews do not directly attack the city, we will not be able to hold out for long. The atmosphere in the council chamber became tense, with ministers offering their opinions one after another, but they were unable to reach a consensus. At this moment, Chancellor Camel calmly stood up, his gaze sweeping over the faces of each minister present, his expression deep and composed. Gentlemen, he said in a low voice, his tone unhurried, which gradually calmed the discussions in the hall. What you all say makes sense, but you've only seen the immediate problem. His words caused a moment of silence, and all eyes were on him. Why should we defend? Khmer looked around at everyone. Because we are afraid of losing troops and of leaving our defenses vulnerable. But have you all considered how long we can hold these walls, even if we manage to hold them for a short time? Camel's tone grew increasingly serious as he continued. If the Hebrews later use these barbarians to participate in the siege and surround us again, then we will truly have no chance to fight back. Moreover, these barbarians are nothing more than roving rabble. They have no strict command system. As long as we strike quickly and annihilate them, we can still gain the initiative on the battlefield for Holy Egypt. Several ministers wanted to speak, but Camel waved them off. Your concerns about casualties will weaken the defenses of Holy Egypt. But the truth is, such casualties are inevitable. Even if we don't leave the city to meet the enemy and just stay behind the city walls, these enemies will eventually find a way to make us pay an even greater price. The ministers initially intended to continue their argument, but their voices gradually subsided upon hearing Camel's words. Several ministers who had initially taken a hard line softened their brows, and their gazes subtly shifted from confrontation to contemplation. Soft coughs and whispers of agreement could be heard from time to time in the crowd, and it was clear that their attitude toward Camel's proposal was quietly changing. Although no one voiced their objections, the atmosphere in the hall became even more somber. He paused for a moment, turned his gaze to Lin Ke, and raised his voice several times. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh has already considered all possible consequences, even the worst-case scenario you mentioned. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh gave me the order to crush the barbarians yesterday. The reason I have summoned everyone today is to unite us, set aside our differences, and work together to carry this war through to the end. These words were like a resounding bell, instantly silencing the entire council chamber. One of the ministers whispered, "Indeed, His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh saw through everything long ago. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's wisdom surpasses that of the gods. How shameful we are to utter such arrogant words," another person echoed. Camel remained calm and raised his arms. His Majesty's strategy has already been arranged. Now all we need to do is execute it without hesitation. Whether it's offense or defense, the Holy Pharaoh has already seen the whole picture, and I'm just adding to his strategy. Lin Ke remained calm, saying nothing and making no move. Camel withdrew his gaze, returned to his seat, and wore a calm smile on his face. The ministers stopped arguing and instead cast admiring and awe-inspiring glances at His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. At this moment, Lin Ke's throat moved up and down as she swallowed. I just wanted Camel to kill a few barbarians. How did the level suddenly rise so high? This is politics. Chapter 28. Eureka! Before the city gate, a cavalryman raised his lance and swung it forcefully. Then, a clear horn sound broke the silence of the morning. As the bugle sounded, one chariot after another began to roll forward. That's right. Thanks. In the ancient Egyptian army, cavalry was rarely used. Instead, renowned chariot units were employed. The chariots consisted of a lightweight wooden frame and bronze-plated wheels covered with iron nails, making them less likely to slip when speeding across gravel. Two tall warhorses were harnessed to the front of the chariot, clad in simple leather armor, their long tails fluttering in the wind, and hot breath constantly escaping from their nostrils. Two soldiers stand on the chariot. One holds the reins to control the direction, while the other holds a bow and arrow or a javelin to launch ranged attacks or deliver a fatal blow when the enemy gets close. The chariots were not only agile and swift, but could also tear through enemy lines with their charge in the chaos of the battlefield. The chariot was also adorned with a brand new flag symbolizing the desert and the Nile. Even standing on the constantly shaking chassis, the soldiers driving the vehicles remained as steady as rocks. As the car passed between the crowds on both sides of the city gate, several gasps of surprise came from behind the crowd. It's chariots. The Holy Pharaoh has dispatched the strongest chariot force in Holy Egypt. Some people prayed quietly or clenched their fists, watching the convoy drive away. This chariot is rather ordinary. Upon hearing their words, Lin Ke simply brought up the civilization panel. The words Mariano Chariot Archer are prominently displayed. This is a unique unit of Egypt, which replaced the standard light cavalry unit in Civilization 6. The Mariana Chariot Archer moves faster than a standard chariot unit. Unlike traditional melee cavalry, it can perform ranged attacks and is easier to acquire and utilize early in the game. Lin Ke knew very well that if he could possess the Mariana Chariot Archer, now, he could probably kill all the thousands of barbarians who came to reinforce him with just this one unit. Because the Mariana Chariot Archer has a range of 2 whole tiles, in this world, this distance is almost comparable to the range that a catapult can throw. Mariana Chariot Archer. Requirements: wheel, animal husbandry. However, it will probably take some time before this unit can be built. It seems I need to put the construction of the Mariana chariot archers on the agenda right after I finished researching bronze casting. Lin Ke frowned slightly, then turned her attention to the army below. The chariot convoy gradually accelerated, and the soldiers with spears adjusted their stances from time to time, their eyes always fixed on the horizon ahead. All troops, listen up. Prepare to depart. Camel's voice resounded throughout the square, as inspiring as a bugle call. Yes. The response from hundreds of soldiers was like a thunderous roar, with chariots and infantry shouting in unison. Fight for the Holy Pharaoh. Make the enemy tremble. May the glory of the Holy Pharaoh be with us. As they began to step out of the city gates, the people had already gathered on both sides of the road. May the Holy Pharaoh, the god of the desert and the Nile, protect them and bring them back safely. Look, son, this is the chariot of our holy Egypt. An old man spoke softly to his son beside him. The master's Hika emerged slowly from the city gates, dressed in black robes with the hems swaying slightly, as if an invisible force surrounded their bodies. Although they didn't look at anyone, the crowd fell silent. The soldiers stood ramrod straight, the farmers stopped what they were doing, and even the noisy merchants put down their goods. No one spoke. Every pair of eyes was fixed on Master Hika's figure, with the same reverence one would show to a god. Even Camel, who was used to all kinds of storms, couldn't help but pause slightly when his gaze swept over Master Hika. Soon, the army of Holy Egypt encountered the barbarian forces in a canyon on a key route to Holy Egypt. Upon seeing the 100-man army of Holy Egypt, the barbarian soldiers' eyes revealed a look of contempt. Egyptians, look at all these colorful little trinkets. Are they out strolling through the market? Leave their car and all that shiny stuff. We'll take it and ask for a reward. Brothers, let's show them what real warriors are. Capture a few alive, and we can go back and exchange them for wine and meat. They casually pointed the tips of their spears at the distant Egyptian chariots and Master Heka, grinning at each other and making mocking shouts. The barbarian soldiers, dragging their crude axes and shattered spears, charged forward in a chaotic frenzy, like a rolling mass of mud and sand. Their roars were filled with primal fervor, and their charge was unstoppable from the start, forcing the infantry of Holy Egypt back a short distance. However, they were disorganized, their formations were chaotic, and they had no idea how to organize an effective offensive. At the command, the chariots of Holy Egypt quickly adjusted their formation, bypassing the densest areas of the barbarians and flanking them from both sides. The infantry, under the cover of tanks, steadily launched a counterattack. The valley was narrow, making it difficult for the barbarian troops to deploy. The ranks were squeezed into a scattered mess, and some even tripped over each other. The chariots of Holy Egypt sped across the highlands, arrows fired by the soldiers piercing through the chaotic barbarian ranks. As the attack deepened, the barbarians' crude charges gradually became chaotic and disorderly, and their originally hoarse shouts of battle were replaced by cries of pain. The Holy Egyptian forces, on the other hand, became increasingly stable in battle and gradually took control of the pace of the battlefield. However, the Holy Egyptians did not have many people, and casualties began to appear, and the side that had originally had the advantage was once again at a disadvantage. Even the chariots were surrounded, and the soldiers on the chariots were stabbed several times. Kill them, drag them off the chariots. Just as the barbarian soldiers rushed toward the chariots, Master Heka, who had arrived at the front line, slowly raised his staff. A cloud of sand swirled in front of him, then transformed into a raging tornado that engulfed the first rank of barbarian soldiers. These enemies vanished into thin air like sand before they could even utter a cry of pain. Master Heka calmly stepped forward, raising his staff slightly once more. The ground seemed to be torn apart, and a scorching wave of sand swept out, engulfing even more barbarian soldiers. Just as Master Heka killed the last barbarian chieftain, a bright notification suddenly popped up on the civilization panel in front of Lin Ke. Eureka! Lin Ke, who was in the palace, was observing the situation through the civilization panel when the text that suddenly popped up confirmed his guess. Eureka is a reward mechanism in the civilization panel for completing tasks under certain special conditions. If a technology or policy is triggered by an Eureka event, its research time will be significantly shortened. This, Eureka, was triggered because Master Heka killed the barbarian in battle, thus setting the conditions for the bronze casting skill. Lin Ke immediately checked the research time required for bronze casting technique. Bronze casting technique, 2 days. The research time has been shortened. Chapter 29, The Divine Farm. The Hika masters raised their staffs high and unleashed a series of powerful spells. With a wave of their hands, the golden light turned into sand and dust, instantly piercing through the barbarian frontline soldiers, causing the entire barbarian formation to completely collapse in an instant. My God, what is that? It's completely different from what the Hebrews say. The barbarian soldiers roared in terror, and some even turned and fled without waiting for orders. With a gentle wave of their staffs, the Heka masters caused a scorching wave of air to rise from the surrounding sand. Immediately, the shockwave coalesced into a powerful sandstorm that hurtled straight towards the enemy. The chariots of Holy Egypt thundered across the ground, inflicting heavy casualties on the barbarians. The warriors leaped down and engaged the barbarians in close combat. The infantrymen's spears pierced the enemy's chests, while Master Heka continuously cast powerful spells from the rear, completely suppressing the enemy's counterattack. The barbarians' roars gradually turned into screams, and they fled in all directions like headless flies. But the army of Holy Egypt relentlessly pushed them into a corner, giving them no chance to catch their breath. Kill them all. Let these barbarians understand the power of Holy Egypt. The shouts of the soldiers commanding the troops were deafening. The soldiers, with their morale soaring, ruthlessly swung their spears and drew their bows. Before long, the entire canyon was filled with blood. The last barbarian warrior, still charging forward, let out a roar and charged toward Master Heka, but the sandstorm instantly engulfed him. His weapon shattered in midair, and the sand beneath his feet seemed to be branded by fire, leaving scorched marks. The remaining barbarian soldiers scattered immediately, their footsteps pounding the ground as they fled, not daring to even look back. The chariot slowly drove over the mountain of weapon wreckage, and the soldier in charge coldly swept his gaze over the densely packed corpses of barbarian soldiers piled on the ground. The soldiers raised their spears high, slammed them into the ground, and shouted in unison, "Long live Holy Egypt! Long live His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh! We have crushed the barbarians. Glory belongs to Holy Egypt, and to us." The shouts were deafening, and cheers crashed against the valley like waves. The soldiers waved their weapons excitedly, slapped each other's shoulders, and cheered loudly. "Holy Pharaoh, the god of the desert and the Nile protects us." The chariot slowly came to a stop, and the soldiers jumped off the chariot shafts, helping each other to wipe the marks of battle off their breastplates. Their faces were filled with the joy of surviving a disaster, as if they had just walked through the gates of hell. Did you see that? Master Heka waved his hand, and all the enemies fell to the ground. Ha! Our Holy Egypt's Master Heka is that powerful. After just a few hours of fighting, the barbarian soldiers retreated like a tide, and the army of Holy Egypt achieved a complete victory. The following morning, the Holy Egyptian army returned in triumph, bringing back some barbarian weapons and leather armor. As the procession marched through the city gates, the city's inhabitants poured into the streets to cheer and salute the warriors who had just returned from their bloody battles. Long live the Holy Pharaoh! Long live Holy Egypt! The soldiers were surrounded by enthusiastic cheers, and the crowd waved their hands and shouted the name of the Holy Pharaoh. Some people even knelt on the ground, patting the sand with their hands to express their reverence in the most traditional and simple way. Some people scattered flower petals, while others held up their children so that they could also witness this glorious moment. The cheers of the crowd gradually faded away, but everyone inside Holy Egypt was still shouting and celebrating their victory. After the entire army returned, Lin Ke immediately prepared a victory banquet for the triumphant troops. In the evening, the long table in the palace hall was filled with food, illuminated by lamplight. Although these were not delicacies, the aroma of roasted meat and fresh fruit still made the soldiers swallow hard. The soldiers at the table raised their wooden cups, sipping their drinks, their eyes occasionally glancing at their colleagues across from them, sometimes laughing loudly, sometimes whispering about trivial matters. Several soldiers sat in twos and threes at the entrance. One of them whispered something to his companion, while the other laughed, raised his glass in a toast, and bumped him with his shoulder, spilling some wine. They simply wiped it off with their sleeves and continued their boisterous chatter. Meanwhile, in the center of the long table, Lin Ke sat alone. There was an untouched wine glass in front of him, but his attention was completely elsewhere from the banquet in front of him. Lin Ke merely glanced at the soldiers joking among themselves at the gate, or heard someone in the distance raising a wine glass and shouting, "Long live the Holy Pharaoh." The soldiers at the gate were still making a ruckus, but Lin Ke was not immersed in this merriment. He was focused on the information displayed on the civilization panel. Builder, completed. At the same time, Lin Ke quickly dispatched the builder to an open space outside the city, which was perfect for building a farm. Farm. It is a type of infrastructure primarily used to increase food production in areas surrounding cities. As a city's population grows, each additional citizen requires more food, so having high-yield farms helps sustain the city's rapid expansion. Moreover, Holy Egypt is in dire need of food. The role of a farm is not limited to providing direct food production. When multiple farms are adjacent, they can form a cluster effect, unlocking additional food bonuses and further accelerating population growth. That vacant lot had long been marked by Lin Ke as the best location to build a farm. Under his command, the builders quickly sprang into action. They swung their sledgehammers, and as the hammers struck, the ground caved in, instantly transforming the war-torn land. Construction, farmland. A line of golden text flashed on the civilization panel. +1 food. The next morning, Lin Ke was checking the civilization panel when he suddenly received an urgent report from Camel. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Camel hurried in, carrying a statistical file of the granary. His face showed undisguised surprise. Our granaries have many more than yesterday. Moreover, the flour made from these grains is of excellent quality. Lin Ke simply nodded without saying anything more. Camel looked down to carefully check the data in his hand, then looked up again. Your Majesty, it is strange that so much grain has increased overnight. I sent someone to investigate. Our soldiers have discovered a farm where many excellent grains are grown, I surmise. Lin Ke did not respond, but simply smiled slightly. Camel's eyes widened slightly, as if he understood something. This old minister understands. Chapter 30. The era of famine is about to end. This new flour is of exceptional quality, even possessing an indescribable sweetness. At this moment, Lin Ke was eating a flatbread while thoughtfully recalling Camel's words from yesterday. Compared to the hard, tile-like bread of the past, today's bread is soft and elastic, and you can even taste a slightly sweet wheat flavor when you eat it. Lin Ke glanced at the servant Alan beside her. His expression, which had been somewhat dull due to fatigue and hunger, was now much more vibrant. It was clear that the servant's meals had also been improved. He watched as Alan added a few more pieces of bread to the plate, a hint of a smile in his eyes. He didn't say much, just nodded slightly. Can it not only increase yield, but also improve grain quality? Lin Ke thought for a moment, then casually tore off a small piece of the pancake and put it in her mouth. In the past, Lin Ke would always sigh as she ate the flatbread, which made her mouth dry, and she would even have to drink some pomegranate juice before she could swallow it. But this time, the aroma of the pancake was so enticing that it made you want to take another bite. The bitter taste that used to make people frown has completely disappeared, replaced by a long-lost sense of enjoyment. But Lin Ke knew very well that if they wanted to improve the quality of the existing diet and ensure that the people and soldiers of Holy Egypt could eat their fill and improve their physical fitness, the existing food reserves were clearly not enough. Those dry, tasteless flatbreads are almost impossible to swallow, and the key to improving food quality also lies in increasing food production through farms. Lin Ke used one builder yesterday, and the civilization panel shows that there are 2 available. He then began operating the civilization panel, sending another builder to build a farm. After selecting the most suitable piece of land for planting, Lin Ke clicked the build command. As the builder set off, the animation on the civilization panel began to run, and Lin Ke stuffed the last bit of flatbread into her mouth. Before long, the farmland will provide a steady stream of food, and Holy Egypt will eventually be able to completely get rid of those unpalatable and coarse foods. At the same time, bronze casting technique, research complete. You can now build a barracks. Lin Ke immediately started working on the civilization panel, selecting a suitable plot of land to build a military camp. This is because, unlike farms, which require builders to travel to designated plots to construct, military camps are built more directly. Simply select a tile near the city in the civilization panel, and then select to build a barracks to create one. Simply put, it means that there is no need to send additional units to the site for construction. That is, construction can be carried out directly without the need for a builder. However, like research, this method requires a certain amount of time to complete. Once the buildings are completed, the town will receive additional production bonuses and military unit experience bonuses. Most importantly, this can greatly increase the army's combat capabilities. Lin Ke opened the civilization panel and skillfully switched to the plot view. In this view, the land surrounding the city is divided into grids, and each grid has its own characteristics. Some plots of land are suitable for growing food crops, while others contain mineral resources, and still others, due to their proximity to rivers or mountains, can provide bonuses for production or scientific research. For example, a plot of land located next to a river will naturally produce more food because the river water can irrigate crops and increase agricultural productivity. If you choose to build a farm here, it will further increase food production, allowing the town to support a larger population and grow rapidly. The natural conditions of a plot of land determine its initial resource output, and these outputs can be further increased by building different facilities. Just as farms increase food production, building mining sites on mineral-rich areas will increase productivity, helping cities construct units or buildings faster. In this way, Lin Ke can not only see the potential of each plot of land through the civilization panel, but also make precise plans for the development of the city as needed, thereby maximizing the use of the surrounding natural resources. Lin Ke's gaze swept across the civilization panel, and he continued to analyze the land resources surrounding the city. Lin Ke turned his attention to a plot of land adjacent to Cairo and the mountains. The value of this plot of land was clearly marked as +2 productivity in front of him, indicating that the mineral reserves here are abundant, and the terrain advantage provided by the mountains is also a key factor. In Civilization 6, the production rate of barracks is affected by the productivity bonus of cities, and productivity can come from the resources of the tiles themselves. For example, land plots near mountains or rich in mineral resources often provide additional productivity. This bonus is reflected in the efficiency of building military camps, meaning that military camp construction can be accelerated. Furthermore, increased productivity can indirectly affect the speed of training units in military camps. In other words, the reason for choosing a location on a plot of land with mineral or mountain bonuses is not because minerals directly affect the military camp itself, but because the productivity bonus of that plot can increase the overall productivity of the city. It can provide additional productivity support for troops, while improving training efficiency and even increasing the speed of subsequent fortification construction. Lin could gently tap the button on the edge of the panel, bringing up this suitability option. According to the rules in the civilization panel, military camps generally cannot be located close to the city center, as this would disrupt the lives of residents, but building them on remote plots is usually more expensive. However, this mountainous area perfectly meets both of these conditions. It is far from the city center and has a high productivity bonus, making it the most ideal location for building a military camp in Holy Egypt. Furthermore, the civilization panel also indicates that barracks, once built, can increase the city's garrison capacity and provide additional bonuses to adjacent fortifications. Of course, in addition to considering the rules of civilization, we must also consider practical factors. Because the military camp is built outside the city near the mountains, it is easily discovered by the enemy and can be attacked or occupied. Lin Ke then observed the surrounding environment of the plot of land. He discovered that the plot of land not only bordered the mountains, but also had a sparse forest covering part of the area. While these trees do not provide additional resources, they serve as natural cover, enhancing the concealment of the military camp. More importantly, this plot of land is slightly off from the city's main farmland and commercial areas, so building a military camp will not interfere with the city's economic activities, while also effectively preventing enemy troops from launching surprise attacks from the mountains. Lin Ke's gaze sharpened, and after careful consideration, he finally chose this plot of land to build the military camp. Military camp, bronze casting technique, is satisfied. Barracks, requires 60 production. At this point, Lin Ke checked Cairo's productivity. After the farm was built, the increase in food seemed to have slightly affected population growth, indirectly increasing the city's productivity. 60/8.52 means 7 days. Lin Ke looked up and realized that it was already dusk outside the window. Half a day has passed by in the blink of an eye. How fast? Feeling slightly tired, he checked the information on the civilization panel again on his way back to the Holy Pharaoh's bedroom. The research and construction went very well. I can finally get a good night's sleep tonight. At that moment, he noticed a slightly flashing red dot moving on the landmass near Cairo in the civilization panel. Is this the enemy? Chapter 31, Conspiracy. Lin Ke stared intently at the civilization panel, repeatedly observing the faint dots of light on the screen. After repeated observation, Lin Ke finally confirmed that these small, red glowing figures were the enemy. Could they be Hebrews? Although they are small in scale, their goals are very clear. That is, to enter Cairo and carry out some unknown conspiracy. Judging from their direction of travel, Lin Ke quickly realized that these people were mostly heading for the granary. Perhaps because the barbarians' defeat thwarted the Hebrews' siege plan, they sent these people to drastically reduce Holy Egypt's food reserves by burning down the granaries. Lin Ke showed no surprise in the face of this situation. He knew that his opponent was not willing to accept defeat, so he resorted to this strategy. Fortunately, they had only just infiltrated the city and were still some distance from their actual destination. Lin Ke judged that these enemies were moving discreetly and dared not make a sound, clearly intending to launch a sneak attack silently. But this cautious pace also meant that they could not arrive quickly. If he can seize this opportunity, he will have enough time to devise a countermeasure. So Lin Ke immediately summoned Camel and Nantong. Camel, I've discovered that there are enemies lurking in the city, and their target is likely our granaries. If we don't take immediate action, the consequences will be dire. He paused for a moment, then continued, seal all city gates, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. Make sure to increase the number of soldiers patrolling and prepare sufficient firefighting equipment. Lin Ke knew very well that fire-extinguishing supplies were essential in the dry environment of ancient Egypt. Camel bowed his head to accept the order and immediately turned to direct the soldiers' actions. The soldiers near the palace quickly got to work, filling water jugs and beginning to move wet cloth and sandbags. Then, he turned his gaze to Nantong. Take your men and head directly to the granary. Once the enemy realizes we've been exposed, they will definitely do everything in their power to destroy our food reserves. I need you to defend that area tightly, try to capture them alive, but if the situation becomes critical, kill them directly. The two immediately understood Lin Ke's intention and replied in unison, Yes, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Then they hurriedly left the palace. As they stepped out of the palace gates, the two slowed their pace slightly and exchanged a glance. Camel spoke first. The city gates have always been heavily guarded. Given the usual level of vigilance, I should have received intelligence long ago if there had been any abnormalities. The Prime Minister is right, Nantong nodded, but then added, However, if the Holy Pharaoh said that enemies have appeared in the city, then there must really be enemies lurking in the city. Camel nodded in agreement after hearing Nantong's words. That's right. The Holy Pharaoh is all-seeing, and his words are beyond question. We are fortunate to serve such a Holy Pharaoh, so we must do our best to carry out his instructions. Nantong smiled and added, How could we possibly fully comprehend the wisdom and foresight of the Holy Pharaoh? Perhaps the subtle details that we haven't even noticed, the Holy Pharaoh has already seen clearly. Camel solemnly replied, Indeed, the Holy Pharaoh is a master strategist. We simply need to obey his orders. The two exchanged a glance, then turned and went back to their respective tasks. Camel rushed to the city gates to personally oversee the blockade, ensuring that every entrance and exit was guarded. He also ordered the soldiers to increase patrols and report any suspicious activity immediately. Nantong headed straight for the granary, mobilizing manpower to strengthen defenses while secretly observing the surrounding area, preparing to deal with any possible surprise attack. As night deepened, several figures walked along the wall in the quiet alley. They were dressed in tattered cloaks, their faces covered with cloths, their eyes the only part of them visible, scanning their surroundings warily. The two men at the very front of the group were clearly Hebrews, their language carrying a cold, commanding tone, spoken rapidly and in a low voice. Run! Their gazes occasionally swept over a person following behind them, a figure clearly different from their own. His clothes were even more worn, his face showed a hint of panic and hesitation, and he was carrying a simple earthenware jar in his hand, from which a greasy sheen could be faintly seen. Don't stop, one of the Hebrews in front shouted back. The man nodded quickly and quickened his pace. But if you look closely, the man's steps are somewhat unsteady, and the pottery jar in his hand trembles slightly, clearly indicating that he is trying his best to suppress his inner panic. The other Hebrew, who was at the back, chuckled softly. TSK, the people of Memphis are so useless, they're afraid of even a simple task. The man in front of him frowned and glared at him, then said in a low voice, Shut up. We wouldn't have been able to sneak in without him. The man from Memphis whispered, Two don't understand. Will burning down the grain silo really save my family? Of course, the Hebrew replied coldly. Egypt will soon fall. Once the granaries are burned, they won't last long. Then I will let you go home and reunite with your wife and children. All right. But what if we are discovered by the capital's army? There are no ifs. The Hebrew's voice rose slightly, then quickly fell back down. Egypt is now at its last gasp. Look at the guards on those city gates. They can't even muster a proper patrol. We're just telling them not to suffer so much. The Memphis man's expression grew increasingly complicated upon hearing this. He slowed his pace, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he bit his lip and said nothing. His eyes flickered in the dim light, and when he made eye contact with another Egyptian in the city, he immediately looked away and lowered his head. A Hebrew glanced back at him, a hint of impatience in his eyes. Hurry up, we're almost there. The Memphis man's throat bobbed, but he ultimately asked nothing and simply followed with his head down. His hand gripped the earthenware jar tightly, and a faint, grating sound could be heard from it. A loud crash suddenly came from the city gate, and the sound of the heavy wooden door slamming shut echoed in the silent night. Suddenly, the atmosphere on the street became tense. In the once deserted alleyway, the faint sounds of clashing armor and commands from soldiers and commanders could be heard. What's going on? A Hebrew stopped and looked toward the distant city gate, his expression becoming uneasy. Hurry up, another Hebrew shouted in a low voice, pulling his hat brim down to suppress his inner panic and urging the Memphis man to quicken his pace. Although the Memphis man was panicked, he did not back down. He ran behind with the pottery jar in his hand, his eyes filled with helplessness and determination. After navigating several dark alleys, the granary came into view. It was a towering building, and soldiers were already rushing towards it from afar. They exchanged a glance, and one of the Hebrews immediately said, "Quick, throw the jar in." The Memphis man stood there helplessly, his eyes filled with struggle, as if his hands were controlled by another force, and he couldn't throw the kin away for a long time. Hurry up, there's no time, the man urged in a low voice. Think of your wife and children. The Memphis man's eyes were glistening with tears, and his lips began to tremble. However, just as the Memphis people were about to throw the jars into the granary, a clear, cold voice came from the shadows. Who dares to be so bold? Everyone froze, turning to look in the direction from which the sound came. Nantong, dressed in a star-studded robe, slowly emerged from the shadows. A staff in her hand gleamed faintly, her gaze sharp, and a cold smile played on her lips. As expected, nothing escapes the eyes of the holy pharaoh, Nantong said with a hint of sarcasm. Chapter 32, Sand and Fire. TCH, what a reckless old man. When the Hebrews realized their identities had been exposed, they stopped pretending and took off the headscarves. One of them slowly stepped forward, narrowed his eyes slightly, sized him up, and then chuckled. What's wrong with you, old man? Have you lived too long and your brain has become rusty? What are you doing wandering around like this in the middle of the night? His companion laughed along, his tone full of contempt. Could it be that Egypt is currently short of troops, so they sent you, an old man, to guard the granary? What a pity, even the holy pharaoh had to rely on these useless old bones to guard the granary. Another Hebrew snorted, his tone filled with undisguised insult. This wretched country will be trampled under our feet sooner or later. Once the Atlantis affair is over, Egypt will belong to the great Hebrew Empire. At that time, I'll make that old geezer watch my livestock. Did you hear that, old man? The man looked down at Nantong, a cruel smile curving his lips. I'll give you a chance. Get out of here now, and I might give you a chance to live. The Egyptian holding the jar had trembling pupils, like a child caught doing something wrong. The Hebrews around him laughed mockingly, pointing and whispering without any restraint, completely disregarding Nantong in front of them. Nantong remained silent, only staring at the unfamiliar Egyptian man holding the jar. In the lands where the holy light of Egypt cannot shine, some will bow down in fear and lower their heads in the face of threats. Nantong spoke, his voice low and slow, as cold as the wind blowing from the depths of the desert. I can see the burden on your shoulders, and I can sense the struggle deep inside your heart. He didn't mention the jar, nor did he directly name anyone, but his words struck the Memphis man's heart like an invisible hammer. Traitors are not those who choose to betray, but those who never have the opportunity to choose. Nantong's tone was calm, but his eyes were as deep as a still lake. His gaze slowly swept over each Hebrew, then settled again on the Memphis man holding the jar. I know what you're thinking, Nantong said calmly. But have you ever considered that if the light of the holy pharaoh shines upon the earth, will you let your children and your family remain in darkness forever, or will you rise up in rebellion and embrace the light? Upon hearing this, the Hebrew man, without waiting for the Memphis man to react, immediately snatched the jar from his hand and hurled it forcefully towards the granary. Almost simultaneously, Another Hebrew drew a slender wand from his waist, whispered an ancient incantation, and a ball of crimson flame shot out from the tip of the wand. Nantong's gaze sharpened slightly. He noticed that this wand was much shorter than a normal wand, and although the flame was very bright, it seemed weak, as if it was struggling to keep up. He quickly deduced that the other party could only carry a shorter wand to cast spells in order to sneak into the city, and that the power of the flames was limited, so they needed the liquid in the oil can as accelerant to enhance the fire. However, things did not go as smoothly as the Hebrews had envisioned. Just as the flames erupted, Nantong suddenly stepped forward, his robes billowing up a gust of sand, and fine golden sand swirled out from his sleeves. The swirling sand grains, like miniature storms, rose and spiraled upwards with his gestures, eventually coalescing into a barrier shaped like a crocodile eggshell. The Hebrews stared wide-eyed, completely unprepared for the fact that this seemingly elderly Egyptian man was actually a magician. "What? This old man knows magic?" a Hebrew exclaimed in a low voice, gripping his wand tightly, his palms already sweating. The other person glanced at the golden sand on the ground and the crocodile eggshell-shaped barrier, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. "What kind of strange magic is this? I've never seen anything like it before." Despite their surprise, their tone remained dismissive, even tinged with annoyance. In their eyes, the man before them was nothing more than an old Egyptian man who knew magic and could not possibly be any threat. One of the Hebrews gritted his teeth, suppressing his astonishment, and roared fiercely at Nantong. "You old geezer, how dare you stop me? When our Hebrew army takes over this place, I will watch you be burned to ashes." Another Hebrew laughed upon hearing this, and mocked. "When the last grain of food from holy Egypt turns to ashes, you will only be fit to hide behind walls like pigs and eke out a living. Kill this old man. Burn down the granary." Hearing this, Nantong remained unmoved. "It seems you are not only foolish, but also ignorant," he said coldly. "In the land of the holy Pharaoh, anyone who dares to underestimate his wisdom and power has always faced only one consequence." "Is this your last words?" Another Hebrew quickly pulled out a short wand, and the two of them raised their wands at the same time. Flames shot out like venomous snakes, gathered into a larger blaze, and roared towards Nantong. Nantong's expression was cold and stern. He casually flicked a small grain of sand from his sleeve. The grain of sand split open in the air, emitting a luster like crocodile scales. In an instant, the air around the sand seemed to be sucked out, and the flames were extinguished as they approached, as if they had hit an insurmountable barrier. The Hebrew stared wide-eyed at the wand in his hand in horror. Their staffs could no longer produce any flames, and no matter how they tried, it was to no avail. The leading Hebrew soldier flew into a rage, his hands trembling as he raised his wand and roared, "You old bastard! What kind of sorcery is this? Who exactly are you?" Nantong's lips curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. "You are not worthy to know who I am." He looked directly into their eyes. "The holy Pharaoh foresaw all of this. He ordered me to capture you alive, but also said that if you resist to the end, he would not hesitate to send you to the underworld one by one." Nantong slowly raised his hand, as if he could summon that terrifying power at any moment. His gaze swept over the Hebrews like a blade. "Surrender. That way you can at least save your lives. Stop dreaming." Nantong watched as the Memphis man was roughly dragged up by the Hebrews. They chanted incantations, and flames immediately rose from their bodies, almost turning the night into day. The Memphis man's eyes were filled with fear and pain, but all his struggles seemed meaningless in the hands of the Hebrews. Each of them was engulfed in flames, like burning demons, as they frantically rushed towards the granary. Nantong speculated that this was an extremely evil sacrificial technique, which sacrificed lives in exchange for a burst of powerful energy. Just as the flames were about to reach the granary, Nantong raised his staff. Suddenly, the sand surged up, like a leaping sand dune. In an instant, the figures of the Hebrews were quickly swept into the sand, and the flames were gradually extinguished by the impact of the sand grains, until the sandstorm completely subsided, leaving only black ash on the ground, and the remains of the Memphis people burned to ashes. Meanwhile, inside the royal palace, Lin Ke checked the civilization panel. The red light that had been flashing on the Cairo plot had almost completely disappeared. However, his gaze suddenly stopped on the last red dot, because that red dot appeared near the farm. Chapter 33, The Merciful Holy Pharaoh. When Lin Ke noticed the anomaly in the farmland, He immediately discovered the problem from the land information on the civilization panel. The once lush green fields have become dull and lifeless, and stable grain production has disappeared. This situation is clearly unusual, as if some kind of sudden event rendered this farmland useless. The event notification that popped up on the right side of the civilization panel further confirmed his suspicions. Farmland has been looted. The prompt clearly indicates the location and briefly explains the possible reasons. Yes, plunder. This is because in Civilization 6, facilities or buildings that have been attacked will usually show as looted or destroyed. However, there are obvious differences between the two. Looting refers to the act of enemy units looting your facilities or buildings. The facilities will temporarily lose their functionality, but they will still exist and can be repaired. For example, after a farm is looted, its output will temporarily drop to zero, and the land will show a damaged state. However, it can be repaired by using a builder once, without needing to be rebuilt. Destruction, on the other hand, is entirely different. This means the land will revert to an undeveloped state, all bonuses will disappear, and it will need to be completely rebuilt. However, this is usually done by the player, who uses the builder to destroy the enemy to achieve this goal. But some special enemy units or events may also trigger this. Therefore, Lin Ke deduced that the enemy had destroyed part of the farm, which is why the civilization panel gave a prompt. At the same time, a guard reported to Lin Ke that Camel had urgent news to report to him. Bring him up. A moment later, the door slowly opened, and Camel, with his head bowed, walked slowly to the center of the hall. He immediately knelt down, raised his hands to his shoulders, and bowed his head to Lin Ke. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. His voice was filled with self-reproach and guilt. He lay prostrate on the ground, his movements solemn and devout, like an ancient Egyptian priest reporting his destiny to the gods. Lin Ke could tell from his actions that Camel had come to apologize. Speak. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Camel's voice was tinged with self-reproach and guilt. Near the farm, we discovered a group of Hebrews who were performing a ritualistic spell, attempting to set the farmland ablaze. Although we successfully extinguished the fire, there were still several places on the farm that were damaged. He paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and said, It was my negligence in defense that led to the destruction of the farm bestowed by the Holy Pharaoh. I have no face to face His Majesty and am willing to die. Camel fell to his knees with a thud, his head pounding deeply into the cold, hard stone slab, the sound of his forehead hitting the ground echoing throughout the hall. The people of Egypt have always regarded the will of the Holy Pharaoh as a divine revelation. Any damage to the glory of the Holy Pharaoh was considered blasphemy against the gods. For a prime minister like Camel, mismanagement leading to damage to the farm was an unforgivable mistake. If it weren't for His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's foresight in ordering me to increase the number of guards, this farm and granary would probably have been reduced to ashes by now. I am ashamed of His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's kindness, and I beg His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh to grant me death to set an example for my subjects. His words were forceful, yet his tone conveyed a sense of tragic grandeur and resolute determination, as if he were expressing his loyalty to the Holy Pharaoh with his life. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Camel prostrated himself on the ground, his forehead striking the ground so hard that blood almost appeared. Your Majesty, I have failed in my duty and dare not ask for forgiveness. I only wish to atone for this sin with my own life. May my soul float in the river Styx, seeking the forgiveness of the gods and protecting the prosperity of holy Egypt. In ancient Egyptian tradition, food was considered a gift from the divine, and any transgression that damaged the food was a direct offense to the will of the gods. Such behavior was never tolerated under the rule of the pharaohs of the past. Pharaohs often viewed their erring subjects as sinners who had angered the gods, and their punishments went far beyond simply taking their lives. Those officials deemed derelict in their duties were not only stripped of their official positions and family honors, but also subjected to the death penalty, stripped of their names, and their existence erased from all records. Even worse, the pharaoh would sometimes order these offenders to be sent to the temple to serve as endless laborers, or even to become sacrifices, using their flesh and souls to atone for their sins to the gods. This is more terrible than simple death, because their names and memories will be lost forever, and no one will remember that they once contributed to Egypt. That's why Camel only wanted to die. However, unlike previous pharaohs, Lin Ke did not immediately issue a punitive order. He pondered for a moment, his gaze slowly sweeping over the silent ministers with their heads bowed in the hall. Non-tung, Lin Ke called softly. Nantong stepped out from the side, bowed slightly, and awaited instructions. Go and find out the details, then report back to me, Lin Ke said in a deep voice. Nantong accepted the order and withdrew, while Kammer remained kneeling motionless, a thin layer of sweat already beading on his forehead. Seeing this, the other ministers all lowered their heads and remained silent. They knew perfectly well that in ancient Egypt, if the national treasury was damaged and the people suffered hardship due to the negligence of a minister, the consequences would be extremely serious. However, despite their pity, no one dared to plead for Kammer. They could only pray silently that Kammer's death would not be too gruesome. Time seemed to stand still as everyone held their breath, heads bowed, awaiting Lin Ke's verdict. Just then, Nantong strode in, bowed, and said, Your Majesty, I have ascertained that the Hebrews did indeed use unconventional sacrificial magic, which led to this destruction. This old minister has also witnessed it with his own eyes. If the sandstorm technique had not been used, it would have been difficult to withstand it. After listening, Lin Ke nodded. Kammer, your old minister is here. Camel's voice trembled slightly. From this day forward, you will personally oversee the construction of Cairo's defenses and personally inspect any potential hazards within the city. I do not want any similar situations to occur again. Camel was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief, as if he hadn't heard Lin Ke's command clearly. The ministers raised their heads slightly and stared at each other with wide eyes. Nantong leaned slightly forward and gently tapped the ground with the hand holding the scepter, producing a very small, muffled sound that was just loud enough for Camel to hear. The voice was like a wake-up call, jolting Camel awake. He looked up, immediately bowed deeply, and even his voice was choked with emotion. Your Majesty, I am filled with trepidation. I will forever remember your Majesty's mercy in sparing my life, and I will repay it with my life. I will faithfully perform my duties and protect our great holy Egypt. His forehead slammed heavily against the stone slab again and again. After all, such a blessing had never happened before. The ministers lowered their heads, their backs still taut, but they had already breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, a light footstep sound came, and Lin Ke got up and walked down the steps, her gaze sweeping over the ministers present. This matter ends here, everyone disperse. After everyone had been gone for a long time, Camel slowly raised his head, beads of sweat mixed with blood rolling down his forehead. He slowly rose, straightened his back, and said in a low voice, The Holy Pharaoh's kindness, this old minister. Lin Ke nodded. All right, Nantong, take him downstairs to check his wounds. Camel and Nantong bowed deeply and withdrew. Lin Ke continued operating the civilization panel. He selected the builder and sent him to the farm that had been plundered. Builder, repair. This command is displayed in the civilization panel. Chapter 34, Scorched Earth Revives. In Civilization 6, the remedies for facilities or buildings that have been looted or destroyed, such as farms, are usually quite straightforward. That is, by using the repair command in the Builder menu, the damaged improvement facility will be restored to its original state immediately. This means that even if some key facilities are damaged during the war, as long as there are enough builders on hand, all losses can be repaired quickly and the city's production capacity can be restored. In present-day Holy Egypt, restoring this damaged farm requires more than just time. For example, to revitalize a burned farmland, the scorched earth must first be cleared away, then a large amount of new soil must be transported to fill the gap, and then high-quality seeds must be purchased and replanted. At the same time, the water source may be contaminated by the fire, so the water used for irrigation will need to be replaced. Next, the damaged farm tools and storage facilities also needed to be rebuilt, which required skilled blacksmiths to provide metal parts, and carpenters to repair or rebuild the field huts and fences. Each of these tasks requires human intervention for coordination, transportation, and execution. In addition, money is needed to purchase materials, pay the craftsmen's wages, and even arrange the workers' daily meals. The entire process can take anywhere from a week to several months. Moreover, given the current situation in Holy Egypt, food is almost the most important resource. During this period, farmland that does not produce crops may lead to some people not having enough to eat. If bad weather or manpower shortages occur again, the recovery time will be even longer. However, in the civilization panel, Lin Ke only needs to send a builder and select the repair command, and in just a few seconds, the damaged facilities or buildings can be restored to their original state. No need to move materials, no need to hire craftsmen, no need to spend huge sums of money. This convenience is unmatched by any other resource in Holy Egypt. The next morning, Camel got busy early. He meticulously inspected every street and alley, marked several potential hazard areas in Cairo, and even drew a detailed investigation map by hand. His plan was even precise down to the assignment of each soldier, who patrolled where, who guarded which checkpoint, and who was responsible for supporting emergencies. Camel arranged everything meticulously, even clearly marking the soldiers' rest times and replacement personnel. Even so, Camel's expression remained solemn. "How's the cleanup going on the scorched earth area?" He questioned a soldier who had spent the entire night clearing away scorched earth. "Reporting to you, sir, we sent men last night to clean up the remaining scorched earth, but the land is still difficult to restore," the soldier replied respectfully. "What about the burned areas? Have you found suitable soil for replanting?" Camel continued to press. "Not for now. That land was severely damaged. The original fertile soil was scorched. It needs new fertilizer and seeds to recover," the soldier said, a hint of difficulty in his voice. "Keep sending people to search. We cannot let down the Holy Pharaoh's expectations of us." He decided to personally oversee the restoration work, but soon discovered that the resources required to restore such a farm were daunting. First, there's the soil. The farm uses extremely fertile soil, which can be found almost exclusively in the wetlands of the Nile River. Secondly, there is the water source. After inspecting the area, Camel discovered that the farm's irrigation canals had been contaminated by the fire, and that purifying the water and restoring its flow would require a significant amount of engineering equipment and manpower. In addition, the special wooden stakes and irrigation troughs used to fix the field ridges also developed cracks due to the high temperature. This special type of wood can only be found in the far south, and even if Camel were to use all the resources of the country, he would not be able to procure enough of it in a short period of time. What's even more troublesome are the seeds. These grain seeds are all of extremely high quality, and the stockpile is now completely empty. Camel sent people to inquire everywhere, but it turned out that no caravan had enough stock. Even if he manages to purchase it from another town, it will still take at least several weeks. Moreover, the seeds were expensive and the transportation process was difficult, so Camel's men shook their heads, indicating that the task was simply impossible to complete. Camel felt a surge of guilt as he thought of that scorched earth. The images in his mind, the barren fields and broken irrigation ditches, seemed to be a silent indictment of his incompetence. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails almost dug into his palms. He felt that he had once again failed the Holy Pharaoh's expectations, and as he thought about it, his body began to tremble slightly. "What should I do? Am I going to disappoint the Holy Pharaoh again?" Camel murmured softly. Seeing that the repair work was making no progress, Camel began to consider another possibility. If he were to atone with his death, he might be able to salvage some of the Holy Pharaoh's reputation. Just as he was about to go back and ask for punishment, a soldier rushed over. "Your Excellency, the burned farmland has been repaired." Camel was stunned. His face, filled with guilt, was instantly replaced by disbelief. "What did you say? It's been repaired?" His voice rose several octaves in shock. "Yes, Your Excellency. I saw with my own eyes that the farmland has been restored to its original state. The ridges have been rearranged neatly, the irrigation troughs have been repaired, and the water in the canals flows very clearly. It's as if the fire had never happened." Camel immediately rushed to the farm and saw that most of the farmland had been burned. The land, which was scorched black yesterday, has been completely transformed. The fields are neatly arranged, and clear water flows slowly in the irrigation ditches, just as it was when the Holy Pharaoh first built them. He even saw that the seeds had been sown again in the field. Standing at the edge of the field, Camel's legs couldn't help but feel slightly weak. How is this possible? Nintong saw Camer standing by the farmland, lost in thought. She walked up to him slowly and said in a gentle tone, "Lord Camer, you should understand that the Holy Pharaoh had already foreseen all of this. Repairing the farm is an extremely difficult task, but for His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, it is just a matter of a snap of the fingers." Camer turned around, his eyes showing some surprise. "Master Nantong, what do you mean by that?" "The reason why His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh did not specifically instruct you to handle this matter is because he had already made arrangements. What you need to do now is to focus your energy on the construction of city defenses to prevent similar hidden dangers from occurring again." At this point, Nantong paused, a hint of awe appearing in her eyes. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh once bestowed divine power upon some people. You were not in the city at the time and did not witness the scene of that golden figure simply raising his hammer and smashing it into the earth, thus felling a forest. That is a power that even the gods admire, and His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh possesses such power. Nantong's words were like a gentle breeze, yet every word seeped into Kamer's heart. He suddenly realized, and muttered to himself, "It was the Holy Pharaoh who silently bore the responsibility I should have borne, while I have repeatedly blamed myself and begged for forgiveness." Camel's eyes reddened slightly upon hearing Nantong's words. He knelt on the ground, his hands pressed to his heart. This old minister is incompetent, but has been forgiven by His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Now that I have witnessed the miracle, I will dedicate the rest of my life to serving His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's great cause, sparing no effort to offer my loyalty and life for the glory of Holy Egypt. Meanwhile, in a makeshift command post in Memphis, the Hebrew leader stared intently at the messenger before him, his fists clenched so tightly that the veins stood out. The granaries in the Egyptian capital weren't set on fire. They failed. His voice was clearly filled with anger. These are our great magicians? A complete bunch of useless idiots. They couldn't even burn down a granary. He waved his hand, signaling his men to quickly prepare an urgent report. Send this situation to the Grand Commander immediately. He frowned, his tone fierce. Tell the Grand Commander that I request reinforcements, the magic shield soldiers that we Hebrews are so proud of. He paused slightly when he mentioned magic shield soldiers. Those are shield-bearing units capable of resisting magic. Chapter 35, Population Trends Reversed. Lin Ke frowned slightly as he looked at the last builder that had been consumed in the civilization panel. Although the farm was repaired, he understood that potential problems still existed. Who knows if it will catch fire again someday for some other reason and be damaged. Of course, the main reason is that food is so precious now, so it is essential to ensure the food output of the farm. The reason why food production is so important is that the increase in food production has reversed Cairo's previous downward trend in population to a slow upward trend. After all, when food is scarce, people will suffer from a variety of diseases due to hunger. When the Hebrews attacked, there was not much food in the capital. Many city dwellers were forced to rely on wild fruits, tree bark, and even stale grains for sustenance, leading to frequent outbreaks of malnutrition, malaria, and lung disease. Even worse, many people suffer from night blindness, scurvy, and other diseases due to insufficient calorie and vitamin intake. Even those who survived often lacked the physical strength to work, further exacerbating the city's plight. Now, as food supplies gradually recover, the health of city dwellers is improving, and some infectious diseases caused by hunger are gradually being alleviated. Therefore, the information revealed by the change in the population curve is mainly that the mortality rate in cities has decreased, while the survival rate of newborns has increased. All of this is because of food. It is precisely because of the abundance of food that the population has been able to grow slowly and steadily. The farm is very important, and Lin Ke is well aware of the importance of being prepared for any eventuality. There must always be builders on standby to deal with any possible enemy invasions or unexpected disasters. He then opened the production interface of the civilization panel and continued building the builder. In this way, even if danger arises, the farm's food production capacity can be guaranteed. The farm icon on the civilization panel shows +1 food. Losing a farm means losing a little production capacity every day. Although each farm only displays +1 food on the panel, the actual effect of this single unit of food is far more significant. Lin Ke pulled out the grain warehouse report that Kamer had sent yesterday and began to review it. 2 days ago, only 15 bags of grain were stored in the city's granary. At that time, the farm had not yet been built. However, the amount of grain delivered to the granary the day before yesterday surged to 150 bags, which was right when the first farm was built. In reality, that mere +1 increase in food production is enough to feed a whole 1,000 people. It's not just about providing enough food to survive, but about ensuring people are well fed. But as Lin Ke looked at the grain warehouse entry report, he fell into deep thought again. Cairo's food supplies are now primarily intended for mages and soldiers, and it's clear that the amount of food stored has far exceeded the amount consumed by the warriors. The amount of food distributed to the people was much less than that distributed to the army. They were able to avoid famine, but they still couldn't get enough to eat. Therefore, Lin Ke decided to distribute more grain to the people in the city, instead of just supplying the army and important departments. After all, the farm was built by the builders he sent, originally intended to ensure the logistical support of the army, since they were the backbone of the defense of Cairo. However, the current situation has changed, and distributing more food to the people is the only way to further accelerate the population growth trend. A larger population can also boost urban productivity. Lin Ke put down Camel's report on the granary, and then looked through a battle report that Nantong had submitted yesterday. It explicitly states that yesterday's arson was caused by a man from Memphis, Egypt, leading outsiders into the capital. But this Egyptian from Memphis did it to save his family's lives. Lin Ke couldn't help but frown. Egypt's people were impoverished and its national strength was weak in the past, which led to the people being coerced by foreign enemies and taking desperate measures. However, if we can improve people's livelihoods and let them see the changes in the country's strength, similar incidents will become less and less frequent. Therefore, increasing the amount of food distributed to the people can increase urban productivity while reducing the risk of similar incidents happening again. It's all beneficial and has no drawbacks. Under Lin Ke's instructions, Camel dared not delay and immediately allocated more grain to be transported to distribution points throughout the city. The streets of Cairo were much busier than usual during the day, with hungry people flocking to receive food. Isn't this the white flour cake meant for the soldiers and the royal family? Is this the grain to be distributed? The residents, carrying sacks and baskets, looked on with surprise and disbelief. The soldier distributing the food smiled and said, "Yes, Lord Camel said it was His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's decree." Upon hearing this, the crowd seemed to erupt in chaos. "Oh my God, are all these delicious flatbreads really all for us? This is a gift from the Holy Pharaoh." A gaunt old man held a large, fragrant flatbread in his hands, his eyes filled with shock and gratitude. In the past, we could only eat some hard, coarse flatbread. Even a little breadcrumb was a luxury. But now, the Holy Pharaoh has not only summoned the gods to protect the capital Cairo, but he has also allowed us to taste such delicious food. White bread, which was once only available to nobles and soldiers, is a gift from the Holy Pharaoh. That's right. A woman holding 2 round breads chimed in. "We're actually getting our hands on these fine white breads. It's a life we never dreamed of." The people lined up at the distribution point, discussing amongst themselves, their words filled with gratitude and worship for the Holy Pharaoh. Camel, standing to the side, heard everything clearly, and these heartfelt compliments made him nod repeatedly. After completing the distribution of the grain, Camel returned to the palace with a detailed distribution report in his hand, which specified the amount of grain distributed to each region. As soon as he entered the hall, he bowed to Lin Ke and reported, "Holy Pharaoh, according to your instructions, I have distributed 500 bags of grain to various distribution points in the city." After receiving the grain, the people praised your benevolence. Camel paused, then continued, "Your actions not only solved the food shortage problem, but also solidified your prestige." As a result, the people's hearts turned to the Holy Pharaoh, and their morale naturally soared. This is a brilliant decision that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's wisdom is indeed like a vast river, profound and unfathomable. After listening, Lin Ke remained calm and simply nodded slightly. "Okay, you can go now." After Camel left, Lin Ke slightly raised the corners of her mouth. Chapter 36. The Golden Scorpion delivers a message. Danger is imminent. On the other side, within the city of Memphis, which was occupied by the Hebrews, the sky was dark and gloomy, with dark clouds swirling above the city, which was mostly destroyed. Inside Samar's command post, hundreds of candles flickered uneasily. Samar was one of the legion commanders of the 18 Hebrew legions. He was tall and wore the dark blue armor unique to the commanders of the Hebrew legions. He stood in front of the map, his anger blazing, and slammed his command staff on the table. "Can someone explain to me why the Egyptians managed to ambush and kill most of the barbarian troops who came to their aid? It's understandable that those useless people were wiped out, but what happened to the great magician who was sent to infiltrate the Egyptian capital and burn down the granaries?" His voice was like thunder, which silenced the surrounding generals. An adjutant stepped forward, steeling himself. "Sir, Egypt's actions have indeed exceeded our expectations, but it's impossible for them to have discovered your deployment in advance." Samar sneered, glaring at his adjutant. "Impossible to find out? Then why are they always the first to notice? My plan was flawless. The barbarians should have helped us form an encirclement by now, and our burning of the granaries should have succeeded. But why? Why do we always fail?" The generals below exchanged bewildered glances. One of them tentatively suggested, Could it be that their master Heka or some deity possesses some special ability? I've heard that Egyptian magicians are very powerful. Perhaps they... Bullshit. Samar slammed his hand on the table and roared. What special skills? I think they're just rats in the city. Otherwise, how could they keep getting ahead of me? The tent was deathly silent. No one dared to utter a sound. Samar slowly swept his gaze over each of his subordinates, as if he could pierce through their skin and flesh and go straight to their marrow, sending chills down their spines. The light tapping of his fingers on the table sounded like a countdown before death. He raised his baton high, and just as Samar was about to smash the table to pieces, footsteps came from the doorway. Report. A messenger rushed over, bowed and knelt before Samar. Commander, the Grand Commander's reply has arrived. The Magic Shield Legion you requested will arrive in Memphis in 5 days. Upon hearing this, Samar's eyes sharpened, and the anger on his face subsided slightly. Great. Once the Magic Shield Legion arrives, we won't have to worry about those damn Master Heka anymore. He snorted coldly, then swept his gaze across the crowd, his words sharp as a blade. These 2 setbacks have severely disrupted my plans. This time, I absolutely cannot allow any word to leak out. As he said this, his gaze shifted, and he waved his hand. The guard beside him immediately took out a bottle containing a thick liquid. The liquid in the bottle had a slightly yellowish tint, which looked quite eerie. This is the bitter water that the divine messenger gave me, Samar said slowly. I will dilute it and then send it into the city. Samar gave a signal, and the guard beside him immediately stepped forward to explain to the generals. If a Hebrew drinks it and his body shows no abnormalities, it means he is one of us. But if other changes occur, it means his bloodline is not pure. Upon hearing this, Samar's eyes hardened, and his voice grew increasingly cold. The Hebrews never betray their own people. I will find those bastards hiding in the ranks and leave no one alive. His gaze turned to the window, where Egyptians from Memphis were being held captive in a certain area. Therefore, it was impossible for an Egyptian to infiltrate the city unless that person had disguised himself as a Hebrew and infiltrated the occupied territory long ago. Samar's plan was simple: send bitter water into the city and let everyone drink it. He firmly believed that this method could eliminate both insiders and dissidents, removing all potential threats. The next day, as Camel's informant walked through the city, his eyes would occasionally glance at the checkpoints on the streets. He had learned that a force unafraid of magic was on its way to Memphis. The intelligence must be passed out. As usual, he went out of his house and prepared to send the intelligence out via a caravan. However, all the gates of Memphis were closed, and not even a fly could fly out. He also noticed that there were many more soldiers than the day before, and that everyone had to drink a yellow liquid, and if they showed any abnormality, they would be executed immediately. The soldiers acted ruthlessly, showing no concern even for the abnormal corpses around them, covered in black blisters and bruises, and emitting a nauseating stench. The soldiers were about to move in his direction. His heart sank, knowing the situation was dire. So he immediately returned to his temporary lodging and retrieved a bottle. A golden scorpion was curled up inside. This golden scorpion was his last resort for secret communication. Camel had told him that once this item was used, it meant that this was the last message. This also means the death of the informant. After opening the bottle, he bit his finger and quickly wrote down key information on a piece of linen with his blood, then carefully tied the linen to the golden scorpion's abdomen. Then, he poured a small amount of sand from the Egyptian capital from another bottle and gently sprinkled it on the golden scorpion. The scent of this sand will guide the golden scorpion to the right direction. After doing all this, he watched as the golden scorpion nimbly crawled toward the door. Once it touched the sand outside the door, it quickly burrowed into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Just then, he heard heavy footsteps outside the door, and a patrol of Hebrew soldiers was carrying earthenware jars filled with bitter water and walking toward him. He knew the inevitable moment had arrived. The soldier pushed open the door and entered, his eyes icy. "You, come here." The inside man took a deep breath, took the ceramic bottle, tilted his head back, and drank it down. A few seconds later, his body began to tremble violently. His face quickly turned black, and his skin broke out in a dense rash. The soldiers watched indifferently, without the slightest hesitation, simply plunging their cold blades into his warm body, again and again. Meanwhile, the golden scorpion had already disappeared beneath the sand and was crawling towards the Egyptian capital. One night 4 days later. Military camp. Construction complete. A prompt appeared on the civilization panel. and Lin Ke immediately sent someone to summon Nantong and Kamer. He needed to discuss some matters with the two ministers. After all, the military camp was not located in the city. In addition to sending Master Heka to garrison there, he also needed to establish a rapid reaction force that could provide rapid support when necessary. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from afar. Lin Ke turned her head and saw a camel running towards her, covered in sweat. "You've come at the perfect time, camel." Lin Ke raised an eyebrow slightly. "I was just looking for you." Kamer stood up, panting, but did not answer Lin Ke immediately. He suddenly knelt down and carefully raised a golden scorpion with both hands. Its belly was wrapped with a piece of linen, through which bright red characters could be faintly seen. "Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh." Camel bowed deeply, his voice urgent and trembling slightly. "This is a secret report from Memphis. Sacred Egypt is in danger." Chapter 37. Can't we just not use magic? Lin Ke picked up the golden scorpion, untied the linen cloth wrapped around it, and carefully examined the words on the blood-written letter. The handwriting appeared somewhat hurried and messy, as if it contained the words, "Enemy attack. Fear not magic." He frowned slightly and turned his gaze to Camel. What does "not afraid of enemies of magic" mean here? Of course, Lin Ke could roughly guess that perhaps a force capable of defending against magic was heading towards Memphis or St. Egypt. Anyway, it's not good news. Camel lowered his head, trying his best to control his breathing, and said in a deep voice, "Those are the magic shield soldiers, a very special army in the Hebrew army." Upon hearing Kamer's words, Lin Ke leaned forward slightly. "Go on." Rumor has it that they wear heavy obsidian magic-resistant armor, which can absorb most magical damage and even reflect some magical energy back to the caster. Decades ago, the Hebrews used these magic shield soldiers to conquer a country called Hutti. Hatti. A hint of doubt flashed in Lin Ke's eyes. Hatti is located on the edge of the old territory of the Hebrew Empire. Although it is not large, it is rich in rare minerals used to make staves and spell-casting materials, which has attracted many magicians to settle there. Although their country is small, their magical power is extremely strong. Even an ordinary citizen may have the strength of a grand magus. But the Hebrews broke through their defenses in just a few months. The magical power that should have been invincible was as powerless as cotton in front of the magic shield soldiers. There was a hint of unease in Camel's tone. He took a deep breath and continued. "I heard that even with the Grand Magister Legion going all out, they couldn't even leave a scratch on their armor. Only Ultimate Mage can inflict slight damage on these shield soldiers. But even with a large number of Ultimate Mage, they can only leave some scorch marks on their armor, which is almost no impact on the battle." "Such powerful armor? What materials is it made of?" Lin Ke continued to ask. In his view, if an area where this material could be mined could be found in the future, it would greatly enhance the strength of the army. "It is said to be a special alloy mixed with black iron and ambergris, and forged using a unique secret method," Camel added. "This material has a natural ability to absorb and reflect magic. The more powerful the magic, the more it will swallow it, and the more violently it may rebound." At this moment, Nantong also strode into the palace. His expression was serious, clearly indicating that he had heard what Camel had just said. "Nantong, as a star mage who surpasses the ultimate great magician, are you capable of resisting this special army of the Hebrews?" It should be noted that the power unleashed by a star mage can instantly shatter enemy formations of hundreds or even thousands. The magic of a star mage is incredibly pure. Not only can they cast a variety of powerful spells, but they can also use spells continuously without exhaustion. If you have a star mage on the battlefield, you will have an overwhelming advantage in both offense and defense. Even if the old minister uses the strongest Egyptian secret magic, he can only cause them minor injuries. Even if all the magicians of Holy Egypt were gathered together to fight against him, it would be in vain. If this army reaches Holy Egypt, our magic will be like a hurricane crashing against rocks, with little use. Perhaps only the god of the desert and the Nile can defeat it. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke lowered his head slightly and fell into deep thought. Even the strongest star mage could only cause minor damage to the magic shield soldier's armor. He turned to look at Camel and noticed that Camel's forehead was beaded with sweat and his breathing had become much more rapid. Even the usually calm and composed Camel was overwhelmed by the sudden news. After all, the powerful military strength of Holy Egypt largely relied on the magical support of Master Heka, and the equipment of ordinary Holy Egyptian soldiers was simply incomparable to that of the Hebrew troops. Once this force arrives, Holy Egypt will once again be in dire straits, Camel said in a low voice. Moreover, the only way we can fight it right now is by using divine power. In this way, the military camps and farms built by the Holy Pharaoh will likely be destroyed. Even Nantong stepped forward. If they truly reach the vicinity of Holy Egypt, we will completely lose all news from the outside world. When the Hebrew messenger returns, Holy Egypt will be in grave danger. Hearing the words of the two veteran ministers, Lin Ke continued to ponder. This force was virtually invincible in the vast area outside the city of Holy Egypt. If they completely protect Holy Egypt, even the scouts will likely have nowhere to go. They even face the risk of being captured or killed. However, Lin Ke needs these lands around Cairo for development, but he cannot summon the gods of the desert and the Nile every time he encounters such danger, as that would consume a lot of the god's power. Although the power of the desert and Nile god comes from Stonehenge, it is not inexhaustible. If too much is used, the divine power will need time to recover. Nantong and Camel were sweating profusely, knowing full well that this force was practically the natural enemy of Holy Egypt. Lin Ke sat upright in the center of the hall, his expression as calm as ever. Nantong and Camel looked at the Holy Pharaoh sitting high on the throne, their expressions very solemn. All right. He raised his hand, signaling the two ministers to calm down. There is no need to worry. Continue to do things as usual. Nantong will continue to train Master Hika, while Kamer will focus on training soldiers. What happened today must not be spread, lest it cause widespread panic in the city. His tone was steady, almost devoid of any emotional fluctuation, and his unquestionable manner made the two of them dare not say anything more. Yes, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Upon hearing the Holy Pharaoh's words, Nantong slowly blinked. His hands hung at his sides, his clenched fists now loosened, even the wrinkles between his brows smoothed out, and his steps as he turned to leave seemed lighter. After all, Nantong had already witnessed the Holy Pharaoh's abilities, and after hearing the Holy Pharaoh say this, he knew that there was already a solution to the matter. But Camel's expression remained serious, and there seemed to be some doubt between his brows. After they left, Lin Ke opened the civilization panel. Since this enemy army can defend against magic, then why not just not use magic? He looked at the research projects. The animal husbandry project would be completed tomorrow. Once the research on the technology wheel is completed, Lin Ke will be able to build a new unit. An extremely powerful combat unit with a very long range that does not require magic. Mariano Chariot Archer. Chapter 38. I don't want the old chariot anymore. Animal husbandry. Research completed. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, a message appeared on the civilization panel. Lin Ke glanced at the screen and then clicked on the next research option. He did not feel happy about the technology he had just developed. Instead, he became serious and deep in thought. Lin Ke chose to study animal husbandry, initially in order to unlock the horse taming technology as soon as possible. With the horse taming technology, he can build cavalry. Lin Ke knew that to give Holy Egypt a truly fast and flexible combat force, the ordinary Egyptian tanks that Egypt already had were not enough. While this type of tank is indeed a deterrent on the battlefield, its limitations are also obvious. Each chariot requires 2 to 3 horses to pull it, with one person specifically controlling the horses and another person responsible for long-range or close-range attacks, which makes the cost and manpower requirements of the chariot very high. Lin Ke's understanding of the limitations of chariots did not come from nowhere, but was a conclusion drawn from battles against barbarians. At that time, Lin Ke dispatched Master Hika and some chariots and infantry to intercept and kill the barbarians who came to reinforce. However, the originally envisioned thunderous strike turned into a normal advance due to the complex terrain. The battlefield was in a valley, which was full of hills and shallow sand. According to Camel's battle report, there were problems such as chariots getting their wheels stuck on stones and chariots overturning when they ran over corpses. Meanwhile, the soldiers driving the chariots were busy controlling the horses, making it difficult for the archers behind them to accurately aim at the enemy. Even though Master Hika's powerful magic could suppress the opponent, the chariot slowness gave the enemy enough time to adjust their defenses and calmly respond to the attack. The plan that should have been a quick victory took much longer. What impressed Lin Ke even more was that on the return trip, one of the tanks broke down on the road because its wheels were severely damaged. He knew very well that it was precisely because these ordinary chariots had various problems that Egypt had suffered repeated defeats in various battles before becoming Holy Egypt. Therefore, without faster and more agile units to assist, even with a powerful unit like Master Hecarim, it is difficult to maintain sustained pressure on the enemy. It was through this defeat that Lin could deeply realize the shortcomings of tanks in highly mobile warfare. Moreover, the chariots have difficulty traversing complex terrain quickly, and when encountering danger, they cannot rapidly reinforce the military camps outside the city. What Lin Ke needs now is a force that can launch rapid attacks, capable of immediately reinforcing the outer city camps, or even the surrounding farms when the enemy threatens them, thus preventing the enemy from consolidating their offensive position. Besides that, there is another reason. Horses were scarce in Holy Egypt. A single chariot required 2 to 3 horses, and cavalry also needed horses. Even if the cavalry technology is unlocked, chariots and cavalry will become competitors if they use the same set of resources. At the same time, the manufacturing cost of the tanks cannot be ignored. Building a chariot requires a large amount of wood, metal, and horses, as well as time to train qualified charioteers and archers. The cavalry, on the other hand, while also requiring horses and training, have more flexible equipment and personnel arrangements and a faster reaction speed. Most importantly, Link can be built directly in the civilization panel. Therefore, in the critical moments of war, having a fast-responding cavalry force is more strategically significant than spending a lot of resources to build war chariots. Therefore, abandoning these ordinary chariots and unlocking the cavalry class as soon as possible became inevitable. Therefore, he chose to prioritize researching animal husbandry in order to prepare for unlocking horse taming and cavalry later. In his view, cavalry could not only quickly traverse complex terrain, but also respond promptly to threats to outer city camps and launch rapid attacks, unlike chariots which were cumbersome and consumed a lot of resources. But right now, the biggest threat facing Holy Egypt is the impending arrival of the magic shield soldiers. Once these magic-insensitive enemies get close, any defense that relies on magic becomes meaningless. This means that even if Lin Ke had Master Heca stationed there, it would be to no avail. Although the cavalry can inflict damage on the magic shield soldiers, Lin Ke does not know how many the enemy has, and it is foreseeable that any frontal charge will inevitably result in losses for the cavalry. Simply put, the cavalry's health bar will inevitably decrease. If the cavalry are completely wiped out, then the responsibility of defending Cairo will once again fall on the gods of the desert and the Nile. Obviously, if someone were to research horse taming and build cavalry now, they would be a fool who is both stupid and stubborn. Given these unknown risks, using cavalry to solve the current problem is not feasible. Therefore, Lin Ke decisively decided to postpone the research on horse taming and instead prioritize the research on wheels. Once the research on wheels is completed, Lin Ke will be able to unlock Mariano Chariot Archer. Although they all have the title of chariots, these special chariots are vastly different from the ordinary chariots that Holy Egypt currently has. The Mariana Chariot Archer possesses an extremely long range and powerful firepower, capable of inflicting fatal blows on enemy forces even when they are far away from them. If we convert its range in Civilization 6 to the world Link is currently in, then the firing range of the 2 tiles of Mariano Chariot Archer is even close to that of a catapult. Even inside the city, you can directly attack the area where the military camp is located outside the city. This means they don't need to charge into enemy lines for melee combat like cavalry. They can effectively weaken the enemy by launching precise ranged attacks from a distance. Most importantly, they deal physical damage, have an extremely long range, and are slow-moving, making them the natural enemy of the magic shield soldier. Moreover, they can preserve their strength without having to charge into battle. Even when the enemy approaches, the powerful firepower of the Mariana Chariot Archer can provide immediate support, ensuring the safety of Cairo, the farm, and the camp. This meant that Lin Ke no longer needed to use the power of the desert and Nile gods to protect these critical facilities. This way, Ramses' divine power was saved, and the current defense problem was solved. The 2 prerequisite technologies for building the Mariana Chariot Archer, animal husbandry, have already been researched. You only need to research the wheel to build the Mariana Chariot Archer. Researching wheel requires 50 tech points. 50 divided by 4 is equal to 12.5. In other words, it would take 13 days to complete this study. 13 days. In just 13 days, the enemy was able to loot everything from Holy Egypt and sell it outside the city. Hiss. Lin Ke frowned slightly and pondered for a long time. Chapter 39. I, the Holy Pharaoh, send money. Clearly, Lin Ke couldn't wait that long. But there's always a way. That is, to find a way to trigger Eureka. Lin Ke quickly brought up the civilization panel and began to carefully review the conditions. To reduce the research time of wheel, the requirements for triggering Eureka must be met. This condition is the extraction of a mineral resource. His gaze shifted and he quickly noticed a plot of land near Holy Egypt marked with a developable mineral vein, indicated by a resource icon for iron ore. Lin Ke had noticed this place long ago, but there was a reason why he hadn't sent the builder there yet. In a civilized world, every city is surrounded by a zone of control. Simply put, this range represents the area of land that the city can actually control and utilize. Only within this area can a city obtain resources from these plots of land, such as food, productivity, or gold. If a plot of land is not within the city limits, it means that it is temporarily not under the jurisdiction of the city, and the city cannot obtain any resources from it. More importantly, the builder can only operate within the city area. In other words, even if they have builders, they cannot go outside the city limits to mine or build farms or construct roads. These builders can only begin construction on a plot of land once it has been designated as part of the city limits. For Lin Ke, this meant that even if the mineral resource was near Holy Egypt, as long as it was not included in the city's boundaries, his builder could not build mining facilities there, or even carry out any operations there. This is the main reason why he delayed sending builders over there. Of course, this range of control is not fixed. In Civilization 6, a city's control zone expands as its culture level increases. Cultural value is one of the important indicators affecting the expansion of urban control area. It represents the cultural level of a civilization, which accumulates gradually with each round. As cultural value increases, the city's control area will gradually expand, incorporating more territory into its domain. In other words, when the culture value reaches a certain fixed value, the city's territory will automatically expand outward by one tile, adding a new controllable tile. This means that once the accumulated culture value reaches a certain amount each turn, the city's territory will automatically expand, adding a new controllable plot of land. This is the most basic method. Although it is stable, it is slow. Lin Ke will have to wait a long time for the next territorial expansion. Another approach is to construct facilities that provide additional culture points, such as monuments or other buildings that increase culture output. These facilities can accelerate cultural accumulation, thereby allowing the city's control to expand more rapidly. However, this method also requires time to construct buildings and additional productivity resources, so it's clear that Lin Ke wouldn't consider this approach. The most direct and effective method is to buy land plots with gold coins. In Civilization 6, you can directly spend gold to add a piece of land to your city's control without waiting for it to expand naturally. This method allows you to immediately acquire the plot and receive the bonuses it provides. But for Lin Ke, what he urgently needed at that moment was the plot of land marked with mineral resources. He could not wait for culture to grow naturally and then expand his territory. Time was of the essence. The only option is to spend gold coins to buy that piece of land directly. However, the problem is that Lin Ke had already used gold coins to buy the land needed for the military camp, and he didn't have enough gold coins left to buy the land. If Lin Ke wanted to obtain gold coins directly, he did know a method. That is to send the scout to explore further afield, and if he discovers a mysterious village, he will receive a reward. However, there are many kinds of rewards that can be obtained. In addition to directly obtaining gold coins, there are many other completely different rewards. He wasn't sure which one he would get, and it was also uncertain whether the scout would be able to discover the mysterious village. It's worth a try, but we need to think of other ways. Lin Ke was deep in thought. The palace halls were so quiet that even the sound of dust falling to the ground could be clearly heard. Over the years, whether facing enemy forces or dealing with resource shortages, he has always remained calm. However, at this moment, gold coins are scarce, research has stalled, and time is running out. These unfavorable situations pile up one after another, seemingly pushing Holy Egypt into an unsolvable dead end. Lin Ke slowly stood up. He planned to get up and walk around to give his constantly thinking brain a short rest. After all, being too focused can narrow one's thoughts and ideas. He came to a stone carving displaying an ancient Egyptian map and reached out to run his hand over the patterns on it. The images carved on the stone slabs depict the former glory of Egypt. On one side is a solemn sacrificial ceremony, with priests holding sacred objects and standing in front of the pharaoh. On the other side is a scene of the pharaoh communicating with the gods. Horus's gaze was fixed on the earth, where the waves of the Nile surged in the distance. Another stone painting is quite eye-catching. In the painting, a greedy man sits atop a pile of gold, his hands reaching for even more coins. In the painting, the Egyptian gods intervened, turning the money into dust that vanished in an instant, leaving the man kneeling on the ground, having lost both his wealth and his soul. Lin Ke stared at the painting, her brows slightly furrowed. He recalled a similar story. Someone borrowed money to speculate and make a profit, only to end up with nothing. It shares the same principle as the story depicted in this portrait. Only borrowing money. But he was now the holy pharaoh, the supreme ruler of holy Egypt and the absolute controller of its wealth. No one here was richer than him. After all the money in holy Egypt belonged to him, so why would he need to borrow money from others? Other people? Etc. Lin Ke's expression remained calm, but the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, as if she had suddenly thought of something. He immediately brought up the civilization panel, quickly entered the diplomacy interface, and clicked on the civilization icon labeled Atlantis. A menu immediately popped up on the civilization panel, showing two options: propose a deal, or make a request. Lin Ke curled his lips into a sneer, snorted coldly, and without hesitation chose make a request, then selected the 65 gold coins he needed in the requested amount. But after a moment's thought, he realized that as the ruler of a nation, and having bestowed upon their soldiers the power of divine messengers, he was able to use the divine descent technique. This should be worth at least 100 gold coins, right? Then, Lin Ke changed the 65 gold coins to 165 gold coins. Almost instantly, the image of the Atlantean sea god appeared on the civilization panel, and amidst the surging tides, a deity draped in a blue cloak appeared before Lin Ke. The moment he saw the holy pharaoh, he immediately bowed and said, "Oh, holy pharaoh, it is truly a blessing for the sea to see you again." Lin Ke, however, went straight to the point, saying calmly, "I am the holy pharaoh of holy Egypt. I'm borrowing some money from you, and I'll pay you back later." These words greatly alarmed the other party, and the sea god almost trembled as he said, "You are our supreme benefactor. How can you say you're borrowing? Just use it." Before he finished speaking, Lin Ke clearly saw on the civilization panel that the number in the gold coin column began to jump wildly, soaring at an almost indescribable speed. In the blink of an eye, the number of gold coins jumped to 1,000. Damn it, that's too little. Chapter 40, A Wake-Up Call. Atlantis. Looking at the gold coins in the civilization panel, Lin Ke smiled slightly. He originally only wanted 65 gold coins, but what he has received has far exceeded his expectations. Now, let alone buying a single plot of land, it would be more than enough to buy all the plots of land surrounding holy Egypt. The sea god of Atlantis raised his hand to stroke the illusory image of the waves beside him, and asked with slight confusion, "Why does the holy pharaoh suddenly need to borrow wealth? With your abilities, these mundane things seem insignificant." Lin Ke remained calm. The Hebrew magic shield soldiers are approaching holy Egypt. Their armor can weaken magic, and conventional spell attacks are useless against them. At this moment, he narrowed his eyes slightly, and his expression became serious. "Therefore, I have to prepare for this in advance." Upon hearing the words magic shield soldier, Poseidon's expression changed slightly at first, but then a peculiar smile appeared on his lips. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Ke asked. Poseidon's tone lightened as if he had discovered something interesting. "I was wondering why His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, with his extraordinary abilities, has asked me for help. He must already have a solution." His tone seemed to carry a hint of anticipation, as if he were waiting for Lin Ke to reveal some earth-shattering secret. Lin Ke simply smiled calmly, neither confirming nor denying. "So, what is the current situation of Atlantis?" Poseidon waved his hand gently, and a wave-like phantom appeared beside him, his tone revealing a hint of pride. "The Hebrews may be strong, but the elite of Atlantis are by no means ordinary. Every soldier undergoes rigorous training and is equipped with equipment that is rare in the world. The Hebrew special forces are indeed troublesome, but our elite troops can also hold their own against them. Even if 2 Hebrew messengers joined forces, I could still hold my own against them." However, he changed the subject, his expression becoming slightly serious. "I have heard that another divine messenger will arrive in 5 days. I am unsure of his strength, and while Atlantis' elite troops are brave and fearless, they are suffering casualties every day. I fear that the situation may become even more dire in 5 days. Lin Ke calculated the time and nodded. Clearly, Atlantis needs assistance, But Lin Ke doesn't have enough troops to provide support right now. Moreover, he speculated that the magic shield soldiers would arrive near Holy Egypt within the next few days. Remember to protect your divine body, and don't let the divine messenger who cast the divine descent spell meet with misfortune. Lin Ke knew very well that if a god was injured, the recovery time would be very long, and the god's power would be weakened. What if he suffered a fatal injury? Lin Ke didn't know. In short, that must be terrible. Upon hearing this, the sea god suddenly chuckled, his tone somewhat relaxed. Holy Pharaoh need not worry. Although I am not invincible, I am not so easily defeated either. Now that I am able to stand here today, I naturally understand the importance of preserving myself. That's good. Just as they were about to say goodbye, the sea god's expression suddenly darkened. He looked at Lin Ke seriously, his tone becoming more solemn. Holy Pharaoh, there is one more thing I must tell you. I have heard that the Amazonian goddess of the hunt was defeated by a messenger of a Hebrew god. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke lowered her head slightly. Was the chief god defeated by the divine messenger? That can only mean that the Hebrew messenger was also capable of performing a divine descent at the level of a chief god. He paused for a moment, seemingly considering his words. The Hebrews deployed a large number of special forces and drove the Amazons into a series of defeats. I heard that this was because the Maya repelled the Hebrews there, which led to the transfer of all the troops originally intended to attack the Maya to the Amazon, causing the Amazon's defenses to completely collapse. Poseidon paused for a moment, his tone tinged with worry. I think the Amazon probably won't last much longer. He then said to Lin Ke, if Amazon is truly defeated, the Hebrews' next target will inevitably be Atlantis. Poseidon continued, his expression growing increasingly serious. Even if I possess the power of a chief god, it would be difficult to withstand their sustained offensive for long. The destruction of Atlantis is probably only a matter of time. At this point, Poseidon paused, his gaze becoming heavy. Once Atlantis falls, the Hebrews will surely turn their attention to Holy Egypt. Your Majesty, I urge you to prepare in advance, otherwise, Holy Egypt will also be doomed. Lin Ke looked at the sea god of Atlantis and remained silent for a few seconds. Thank you for reminding me. The image of the sea god disappeared from the civilization panel, while Lin Ke raised her head and closed her eyes slightly. If Atlantis were conquered by the Hebrews, that would mean that Holy Egypt would face numerous divine messengers and various special forces of the Hebrews. Such a vast power gap cannot be resolved by Ramses or some powerful combat units in the civilization panel. Atlantis was very powerful. They had a strong army capable of rivaling the elite Hebrews and a chief god. If Atlantis could help them overcome the crisis, it might become a powerful military ally of Holy Egypt in the future. Lin Ke opened his eyes. He already knew the answer in his heart. It's decided. Our next goal is to support Atlantis and form alliances to fight against the Hebrew Empire. Lin Ke opened the civilization panel and quickly locked his gaze on the plot of land containing iron ore. With a ding, the number of gold coins rapidly decreased, and the land was officially brought under the control of Holy Egypt. He immediately dispatched the builders to the iron ore resource area. Once they arrived, they could build the mine instantly, just like building a farm. However, because the builders are slow, it will take them 2 whole days to arrive. It's clear that as long as the builders arrive safely in just 2 days, the eureka for researching the wheel will be triggered. Lin Ke looked at the plot of land displaying the iron ore icon and slightly raised the corners of her mouth. Moreover, besides triggering Eureka's research on the wheel, this mine has another significant advantage. First, the main function of the mine is to increase the city's productivity. By building mines, cities can produce units, construct buildings, or carry out other production-related activities more quickly, thus increasing productivity. A mine typically increases productivity by 1 point. Iron ore mines have a clear advantage over ordinary mines. Since iron ore is a rare resource, mines built on iron ore not only have the basic productivity of ordinary mines, but also receive additional productivity bonuses. The plot of land with the iron ore icon that Lin Ke chose will increase productivity by a little more. In other words, once the mine is completed, Lin Ke will directly gain 2 points of productivity. Increased productivity also increases the production speed of the Mariana chariot archer. To ensure the builders could arrive safely, Lin Ke not only dispatched a team of Master Hika, but also planned to add some elite soldiers to accompany them. Guards, summon camel. Chapter 41, A Quiet Night. Late at night, Lin Ke still sat alone in the center of the royal palace. Outside the palace, there was only quiet darkness. Only the few oil lamps burning on Lin Ke's stone table emitted a dim yellow light, reflecting his slightly furrowed brows. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, each tap seemingly deliberating and pondering. Not only that, he was still waiting. He wasn't waiting for the units under construction in the civilization panel, nor for the wheel, whose research progress was still very long. The interface of the policy card appeared in his mind, with familiar icons and values as always. He is waiting for a key policy study to be completed. Military tradition. This was the direction he had chosen when he first implemented the policy. At that time, after careful consideration, Lin Ke believed that Holy Egypt was about to face a continuous threat from the Hebrews, and that this threat was not just a conflict, but could be a long war. In order to ensure that Holy Egypt had a solid defensive line and flexible combat strategies during the long struggle, he chose military tradition as a priority research policy. At that time, researching the military tradition policy required accumulating 25 culture points, while the Holy Egyptian culture output was only 1 point. This means that, according to the normal schedule, it would take a full 25 days to complete this research. However, during the research process, Lin Ke accelerated the process by triggering Eureka. The Eureka condition of military tradition is to engage in a battle with the enemy. It was this Eureka event that triggered the research progress, reducing it from 25 days to 12.5 days, cutting the time in half. Currently, the research on military tradition is nearing completion. Lin Ke knew that once the research was completed, he could immediately activate a military policy card. The so-called policy card is a tool that can adjust the direction of national development. Each policy card represents a national policy that can strengthen certain areas, such as military, economy, culture, or diplomacy, and players can choose the appropriate card based on the country's current needs. The military policy card focuses on strategies related to strengthening military power. For example, some cards can speed up soldier training, some can reduce maintenance costs, and some can increase the damage of the army in battle. By choosing the right military policy cards, a country's overall military strength can be significantly enhanced. This flexible policy mechanism allows Lin Ke to adjust national strategies at any time, making them more adaptable to the current situation and challenges. After completing the research on military tradition, Lin Ke will receive a military policy card called Spartan Education. The purpose of this policy card is very clear. It significantly improves the efficiency of military training. In layman's terms, this card reduces the construction cost of units, shortening the production time of military units such as soldiers and tanks. Whether it's ordinary infantry or more powerful special units, the size of the army can be expanded more quickly. For example, if it would normally take 10 days to train a squad of infantry, then after activating Spartan training, it might only take 7 days. For a country like Holy Egypt, which is preparing for war, this increase in efficiency is very important, as it allows the army to complete training in a shorter time and quickly deploy to the front lines. Therefore, only when the Mariana chariot archer can be produced can its construction time be effectively shortened. In this way, all the work that could speed up the construction of the Mariana chariot archer is now complete. Lin Ke slowly stood up, gently stroking the gold-threaded robe that symbolized the Holy Pharaoh's identity with her hands, the heavy fabric making a soft rustling sound. The oil lamps in the hall danced with their orange bodies, their flickering and trembling light falling on his shoulders and outlining a faint golden halo. The tension that had been building up in the air gradually dissipated as time passed. Lin Ke walked slowly to the window, pushed open a window sash carved with the eye of Horus and hieroglyphs, and the evening breeze, carrying a hint of sand, gently brushed against his cheek. He has completed all the preparations he could. All that remains is to wait. Of course, it's not entirely true that everything is complete, because the scouts are still exploring and searching for the mysterious village. Mysterious villages are crucial resource points in the early stages of development in the civilized world. They are usually hidden in unexplored areas, and may trigger an effect once troops enter the village. For example, it can directly provide cities with research points, significantly accelerating the progress of scientific research. Alternatively, cultural points can be provided to expedite policy research. In addition, there is a possibility of receiving a free unit to help expand the size of the army, or even triggering a Eureka for a research project, which directly shortens the time required for the research. The existence of these random rewards made the mysterious village a highly sought-after target for various countries in the early stages. For Lin Ke, Finding these villages meant he could gain the upper hand more quickly in the confrontation with the Hebrews. In any case, whatever the reward, it would have a positive effect on Holy Egypt, who was in a dangerous situation. That's why he's been sending out scouts to explore everywhere, trying to improve his abilities before the arrival of the magic shield soldiers. But finding the mysterious village requires luck the most. But that's not something Lin Ke needs to worry about. Lin Ke pulled over a linen blanket, wrapped herself in it, and lay flat on the wide stone bed. Lin Ke then quietly leaned against the large bed covered with heavy brocade and adjusted her posture. He turned his head and looked at the open window, where a gentle breeze stirred the gold-threaded curtains hanging by the bed. For the holy pharaoh of Holy Egypt, this moment of rest was especially precious. This rare tranquility. On the other side, on the dirt road leading to Memphis, the night shrouded broken branches and leaves and scorched hills, and the air was filled with the lingering smell of gunpowder. Several figures were stumbling and running away, their tattered cloaks billowing in the night wind, revealing their exquisite robes that fit snugly against their skin. However, these monks had furrowed brows and pale lips. Their eyes darted around, always unconsciously glancing behind them. Quickly, cast the spell again. The leading mage shouted, his urgent voice trembling slightly. Then, several beams of green flame erupted from his fingertips, piercing the night sky and heading towards the dark figures chasing after them. It's useless. It's completely useless. The other monk's voice was choked with sobs and somewhat shrill. His magic was about to run out, but the pursuers were still closing in. The powerful wind blades, dazzling lightning, and scorching flames, all the spells seemed to strike an impenetrable wall of bronze and iron, leaving not a single mark. Why? Why couldn't even the strongest emerald flame spell work? A young mage knelt on the ground, his magical radiance gradually dimming. He clutched his head in his hands, his voice trembling. This isn't real. This isn't real. Don't stop. We can't. The leading monk's voice abruptly stopped. With a flash of light and a splatter of blood, his head fell heavily onto the sand, rolled a few times, and landed next to a rock. Immediately afterwards, one mage after another fell, their magic exploding in the air into countless points of light, which were instantly swallowed by darkness. The blades that slashed down were silent and swift, leaving no time to react. The executioner's indifference was like the arrival of death itself, leaving only mutilated bodies scattered on the ground. The lingering magic in the air gradually dissipated, and everything returned to tranquility. Captain, all the mages who escaped from the Amazon have been killed. None survived. Understood. Order the troops to continue their advance. In the darkness, the cold voice dissipated in the slightly bloody, chilly wind. Chapter 42. Assemble. Master Hekarim. The atmosphere in the palace was as serene as ever in the early morning. Sunlight streamed through the curtains and fell on the stone floor, casting a blurry shadow. Lin Ke got up early and stood in the center of the spacious hall, with her hands behind her back and her head slightly tilted back. If someone were nearby, they would surely think that the holy pharaoh was communicating with the gods, or even plotting some new plan with the gods. But in reality, Lin Ke was immersed in the civilization panel within her consciousness. His attention was focused on the slowly moving icons and markers, which the observer had stumbled upon while searching for the mysterious village. It's that magic shield legion. The enemy was marching in a grand procession. Lin Ke observed them for a while and found that they seemed to be heading towards Memphis. It's not Holy Egypt, and the number is approximately 2,000. The icons representing the enemy moved slowly, like a swarm of black quicksand, gradually approaching the direction of Memphis. He silently observed the movement of these enemy troops, his gaze shifting between the terrain on the map and the enemy's speed of advance. Soon, Lin Ke had her answer. These magic shield soldiers should arrive in Memphis in 3 to 4 days at most. Then, after just 1 or 2 more days, this army, like the Grim Reaper, will be able to reach the edge of Holy Egypt's territory. However, Lin Ke speculated that this special force would not easily attack without the presence of the divine messenger. After all, Cairo was still protected by Ramses. As long as Ramses holds Cairo, his power and deterrent effect will be enough to make the enemy hesitate and not dare to attack easily. They are more likely to choose to surround and wait until the divine messenger arrives, then gather their strength and seize the opportunity to launch a fatal blow. Lin Ke understood that the Hebrews' current strategy towards Holy Egypt was not a swift attack, but a prolonged siege. Their intention was very clear: to trap Holy Egypt in an isolated city and completely cut it off from the outside world. Once the Magic Shield Legion finished its reorganization and joined the encirclement, Holy Egypt was as if it were being gradually tightened by an invisible giant hand. Even more seriously, as the enemy gradually tightens the encirclement, the scout space for maneuver will be greatly reduced, and Lin Ke's access to information from the outside world will also be weakened. Without timely intelligence support, he would be unable to discern the enemy's direction of advance or predict the timing of an attack. Worse still, the Mariana Chariot Archer's advantage in long-range firepower, which it relies on for victory, may not be fully utilized due to a lack of information. This means that after the Hebrews complete their encirclement, it will become increasingly difficult for Holy Egypt to break out, making the situation even more perilous for the country. In Lin Ke's view, this was not an ordinary siege, but a strangulation of Holy Egypt. The enemy's goal was to sever all of Holy Egypt's connections with the outside world at the source, turning it into a dead city, isolated and helpless. For Lin Ke, this situation is something she absolutely must avoid. Therefore, what Lin Ke had to do was to break the Hebrew siege plan and completely dismantle their blockade. Only by breaking the blockade could Egypt form an alliance with Atlantis, thus changing the balance of power. As for how to break the blockade, the key is to completely annihilate that Magic Shield Legion. Once this elite force, unafraid of magic, is eliminated, Master Hecker will be able to regain absolute dominance in this war zone. Once an absolute battlefield advantage is achieved, the blockade will be broken. Lin Ke was then able to mobilize forces to support Atlantis, forming an alliance. In other words, only by removing the most dangerous thorn, the Magic Shield Soldier, can we truly turn the tide and seize the initiative in the battle. But the situation is clear now. The task of eliminating the Magic Shield Soldiers can only be entrusted to the Mariana Chariot Archer. Only, the Hebrews weren't fools. Lin Ke couldn't possibly keep attacking them with the Mariana Chariot Archer. Because the Mariana Chariot Archer's defense is not high, if the enemy sends out fast cavalry, it is possible for them to get close to the Mariana Chariot Archer. The Mariana Chariot Archer cannot be destroyed. Moreover, if the Hebrews were to learn of the existence of the Mariana Chariot Archers, they would surely disperse their Magic Shield Soldiers among their various units. That would make the situation very complicated, as it involves multi-service joint operations, and there would be many more things to consider. What should we do? Lin Ke sat down, leaning back on the throne, her fingertips interlaced, her brows slightly furrowed. After a while, he raised one hand and gently rubbed his temples. At this moment, Nantong hurriedly entered the main hall, his robes fluttering with each step. He stopped and bowed to Lin Ke. Your Majesty the Great Holy Pharaoh, I have news to report to you. Speak. Lin Ke raised her head, her voice low, her expression as calm as ever. As per your instructions, I have already raised some of Master Hecker's strength from the level of magic instructor to the level of archmage. Nantong's tone revealed a hint of pride. At the current rate of cultivation, it's only a matter of time before these Hecarim masters advance to the level of ultimate Grand Magus. Lin Ke nodded, but did not show any signs of relief or pleasure. He simply raised his gaze, staring quietly ahead, his eyes slightly narrowed. He knew very well that no matter how high the level of those Hecker masters was raised, they would be useless against those Magic Shield Soldiers. The existence of the Magic Shield Soldiers rendered all magic meaningless. As he pondered this, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He tapped the armrest lightly with his fingertips, remaining silent, while Nantong bowed respectfully and continued to wait. Even if a few more star magicians like Nantong appeared, it wouldn't make a difference. Mages are no match for the Magic Shield Soldiers. So, to break through, they really have to rely entirely on the Mariana Chariot Archers? Looking down at Nantong, Lin Ke's expression suddenly lit up. Nantong, immediately summon all the Hecarim masters. I'll give you 1 day and 1 hour. Nantong was taken aback for a moment, but then nodded vigorously. Yes, your Majesty, this old minister will make the arrangements immediately. He quickly rose and left the main hall, and began to summon Master Hika from within the city. When Kamer saw Nantong leading a group of Hika masters past quickly, he frowned and immediately chased after them. Master Nantong, why did you transfer all the masters Heka station in Cairo? Do you know the consequences of doing this? If Cairo is left undefended, what if it is attacked? Prime Minister Ka. Nantong stopped, her tone calm, yet authoritative. This is His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's order. His Majesty the Pharaoh's orders? Camel seemed to choke for a moment, and his gaze towards Nantong changed from doubt to surprise. He tentatively asked, could it be? His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's strategies are unfathomable and beyond our comprehension. As long as we complete everything he commands, it will be our utmost loyalty to His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Camel nodded. What the master says is absolutely right. Chapter 43. What exactly are those Egyptians up to? Memphis at midday. A chaotic clamor gradually rose in the city center. The battle report on the table was crumpled, the edges of the paper were repeatedly rubbed, and some pages even had messy ink marks, as if they had been hastily and accidentally wiped away. Outside, several Hebrew messengers hurried back and forth, almost running, to deliver new information. They all looked panicked, their foreheads were covered in cold sweat, and their eyes kept glancing towards the depths of the command post, where Samar stood with a livid face. The only sounds in the air, besides the tense silence, were the scratching of quill pens and the low thud of military boots on the floor. Samar stood in the center, his face growing increasingly grim, his hands clenched so tightly that the veins bulged. Report. A scout stumbled in, and before he could even salute, he cried out, "The enemy has built a mine on the east side of the city." A mine? You mean these Egyptians built a mine right under our noses in just a few days? Samar's brows furrowed deeply, his eyes seeming to want to devour someone alive. He quickly glanced at the map beside him, his gaze piercing like a knife as he focused on the plot of land marked on the east side. How is this possible? Report. Another scout rushed in, panting as he looked at Samar, immediately straightening his chest and controlling his breathing. We've discovered a farm outside the Egyptian capital. Something appears to be growing there, most likely some kind of grain. Farm? Grain? Samar's fists clenched so tightly they cracked, and his eye twitched. Clearly, his patience was running out. What are these Egyptians up to? Samar gritted his teeth, his voice almost exploding. We clearly blocked the main road and made our defenses watertight, yet they were still able to farm? And even built a mine. He suddenly waved his hand, sweeping a roll of battle reports off the table and onto the floor. The entire command post fell silent immediately. The scouts lowered their heads cautiously, fearing they would be burned to ashes by Samar's wrath. However, bad news kept coming in one after another. Report. Another messenger rushed in, this time almost falling to the ground before he could even stand up straight. After regaining his balance, he stood up abruptly and said quickly, "Our troops stationed on the northern highlands outside the city have been attacked by Master Heka." They appeared suddenly, and a mage with golden light around his body unleashed a series of powerful spells, destroying our defenses. Although they didn't advance further, but Master Heka? Samar's face had turned completely ashen, and the veins on his forehead were bulging even more. Those damned Egyptian sorcerers again. How could they cause so much trouble right under our noses? Are all our soldiers dead? He slammed his fist on the table, sending a stack of already crumpled battle reports flying up and landing on the ground like snowflakes. The atmosphere in the entire command post was extremely tense. The soldiers and messengers didn't even dare to breathe. They all knew that if Samar were to fully erupt, they could all face the risk of being killed. His gaze swept over the crowd, and no one dared to raise their head to meet his eyes. Before the quiet had even lasted a few seconds, another communications soldier rushed in. "Sir, the southwestern outpost outside the city has just been attacked by Master Heka and suffered heavy losses." Samar turned around abruptly, his expression instantly turning ferocious. The atmosphere in the command post seemed to freeze. The soldiers all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Samar's furious face. At the same time, someone at the door hurriedly called out, "Report." Samar could no longer tolerate it. He turned around and pulled a heavy scimitar from the shelf by the wall. This is a weapon commonly used by Hebrew nobles. The blade has an exaggerated curve, is entirely black, and has a row of blood-red runes inlaid on the back, making it look like a bloodthirsty demon. He strode up to the soldier, and before the soldier could react, a flash of cold light pierced the air. Puff! Blood splattered on the ground, and the soldier was killed with a single blow before he could even utter a cry of pain, falling heavily to the ground. Samar sheathed his sword, his eyes burning with rage. "Send the order. All the elite cavalry of Memphis, follow me out of the city immediately." His voice shook the heavens and the earth. Everyone in the command post knelt down, and no one dared to raise their head, even slightly. Samar forcefully brushed aside the battle reports on the table, stepped over the papers scattered on the floor, and strode towards the door. Outside the gate, Samar's elite cavalry had already assembled. They were clad in black armor, and even under the blazing sun, they exuded a chilling aura. The warhorses' breaths billowed out like hot steam, their manes disheveled and stained with dried blood. The cavalrymen's eyes were cold and ruthless. They simply raised their cold, short spears in salute to their leader, Samar. With a low shout, Samar leaped onto his horse, his furious eyes immediately revealing a thirst for blood. "All riders, heed my command. Follow me." The curved sword he held high reflected a chilling glint. The cavalrymen responded silently, and then, with a unified clatter of hooves, a black torrent poured forth. Target, Southwest Outpost. Whoever beheads those masters of Hika will be richly rewarded. With a command from Samar, hundreds of cavalrymen rushed out of the city gate like a hurricane. The sentry on the city wall shuddered at the sight. "Did you hear that sound? It's Lord Samar's iron cavalry that's been dispatched." After a moment of silence, the Hebrew generals slowly stood up and began to talk to each other in hushed tones. "These Egyptians really know how to play tricks, raiding our outposts and building all sorts of messy mines and farms." An old general with a white beard sneered. "Humph, just some clever little tricks they think they're using." Another burly general sneered. "Once Lord Samar's iron cavalry is mobilized, how can they escape? They'll probably be mud under the hooves before they even realize what's happening. These vile, lowly races are asking for death." The third general slammed his hand on the table, his voice filled with utter contempt. "All they do all day is scheming about petty theft. Once Lord Samar's cavalry arrives, these snail-slow creatures won't be able to escape at all, and none of them will make it back alive. All right, immediately mobilize troops to reinforce the remaining attacked outposts." Samar led his cavalry swiftly southwest along the muddy path. He saw some strangely dressed sorcerers heading towards the Egyptian capital. Behind them lay the encampment, completely destroyed by magic, now reduced to ruins by the desert. Samar looked at one of the strange mages and noticed that the mage's body was faintly glowing with golden light. But he ignored it and instead raised his scimitar menacingly. "Cut off their heads." Chapter 44. This magician is a bit tough. Samar rode his warhorse, his black armor gleaming coldly in the sunlight. He gripped his scimitar, ready to teach the Egyptians a painful lesson. From a distance, he saw the other person raise a staff and some strange crocodile eggshells. "It's Heka, the Egyptian master. Kill them. Offer their heads to Lord Samar." These ordinary spells of Master Hika were no match for the iron cavalry of Samar. After all, these cavalrymen moved very quickly, and those spells could not easily hit them. At Samar's command, the cavalry charged out like a storm, heading straight for the mages. The Egyptian magicians immediately began chanting spells, and the crocodile eggshells reflected a strange light in the sunlight. Golden streams of light erupted from the tip of the staff, transforming into swirling sand and sharp blades that met the rapidly approaching cavalry. However, Samar's cavalry moved like a gust of wind, nimbly weaving through the sandstorm spells, their speed leaving only afterimages. The spell struck the empty ground, raising a cloud of dust, but failed to harm a single cavalryman. Samar snorted and was about to urge the cavalry to speed up when he caught a glimpse of a special figure in the group out of the corner of his eye. That magician was different from the others. He was surrounded by a faint golden light. Strangely, he did not participate in the attack, nor did he even turn his head to look in the direction of Samar. He simply stood quietly in the center of the group. "It's like they're waiting for something." Samar frowned slightly. This person is fearless in the face of crisis. Then he must be the strongest of the Egyptian sorcerers. He decided to change course and kill the most powerful mage himself first to vent his anger. He pulled on the reins and charged straight at the slightly golden glowing magician. However, just as he was about to launch his charge, a strong sense of discomfort suddenly struck him. His heart suddenly raced, his chest tightened, his stomach churned, and he even felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. His warhorse began to become restless, and Samar had to grip the reins tightly, trying to maintain his balance. "What is that?" Samar asked, frowning, and suddenly turned around to look behind him. He was shocked to discover that the ground was beginning to ripple with strange energy, as if something terrifying was brewing. The instant he turned around, the 10 elite cavalrymen beside him fell to the ground almost instantly, their blood staining the sand. He couldn't even utter a painful scream. Samar's eyes widened, and his mind went blank for a moment. These cavalrymen were his personal guards, each one an elite among elites. How could they have been wiped out without even a chance to react? "It's him." Samar quickly realized that the deadly aura was emanating from the golden-haired mage. The golden light master remained standing there unhurriedly, but Samar had no idea when he had turned around. Samar quickly regained his senses. He knew that if he couldn't kill this slightly golden glowing magician, the cavalry would still be under his threat. Without much thought, he immediately raised his scimitar and ordered the remaining cavalry to charge with all their might. However, he soon discovered that the closer he got to the magician, the heavier the air became, and even his warhorse seemed to be moving with a heavy gait. Those sand-dust blades, controlled by the golden light mage, were able to pierce through the cavalry formation with precision, defeating his soldiers one by one. Samar roared as he desperately directed his cavalry to evade the sandstorm and attempt to get closer to their target. However, no matter how the cavalry charged, they could not touch the mage at all. The battle reached a stalemate. Fueled by Samar's fury, the cavalry launched one swift, almost suicidal charge after another. Some magicians, or ordinary Hecarim masters, had exhausted their magic power and were gradually becoming physically weak. They had to evade the cavalry's attacks, and although Master Hika protected them, they still suffered some minor or major cuts. Only Master Hika remained calm and composed, holding his staff like a lighthouse in a sea of sand, undaunted by the storm. Charge! Charge! Samar roared, his scimitar gleaming coldly. This elite cavalry unit has now lost nearly a third of its strength. It should be noted that since Samar entered Egyptian territory, his cavalry had never suffered such heavy casualties. Line up on both sides. Lord Samar is about to use that move. Upon receiving Samar's order, the cavalry at the front immediately changed formation. This is the most threatening offensive formation of Samar and his cavalry. During the battle with the defenders of Memphis, he used this formation to directly take the head of the Egyptian general guarding Memphis. Without the slightest hesitation, he spurred his horse and galloped off, his curved blade aimed directly at the Master Hika, who was radiating golden light. He knew that this was a key figure on the enemy's side, and that if he could kill him, the enemy would collapse instantly. Master Hika's gaze remained calm, and he didn't even glance at Samar. He simply stood there, seemingly oblivious to the approaching danger. Die! With a roar, Samar raised his sword high and brought it down with terrifying, devastating power. He could clearly feel the speed at which the blade cut through the air. He could even imagine the scene of his opponent being sliced open like a watermelon. However, a loud clang. Samar was so shaken that his arm went numb, and he almost dropped his sword. He stared in disbelief as his weapon seemed to be blocked by that layer of golden light, without even a crack appearing. Master Hika didn't even flinch, seemingly completely disregarding Samar's attack. What? Samar gritted his teeth and swung his sword again. With another crisp sound, the long sword was deflected back. His chest heaved violently, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness overwhelmed him in an instant, as if he had crashed into an unshakable mountain with all his might. Retreat! Retreat! The rage that had been on Samar's face was gone. As he retreated, he would occasionally turn his head to look at the Master Hika, who was slightly glowing with golden light. The cavalryman beside him saw doubt and something that could barely be called surprise in Samar's eyes for the first time. Meanwhile, in the distant holy Egyptian palace, Lin Ke's civilization panel flickered. New information has been displayed. Master Hika has been attacked. HP reduced by 0.001. Lin Ke checked the information on the territory and saw that the Master Hika, on one plot of land, seemed to have just been engaged in battle with the enemy. 0.001. It's 10 times more than the 0.0001 last time. Lin Ke pondered deeply, deciding to wait for Kammer's detailed battle report before conducting his analysis. Chapter 45. Awe-inspiring. Master Hecarim. Inside the royal palace of Holy Egypt, Nan Tong slowly stood up, bowed deeply to Lin Ke on the pharaoh's throne, and then knelt down. Everything is as His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh predicted. On the other side, Camel also knelt down. Great Holy Pharaoh, your wisdom is like the light of the sun, and nothing in this world can be hidden from your eyes that surpass Horus. The two high-ranking officials praised their Holy Pharaoh, while Lin Ke, the Holy Pharaoh, slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Everything that happened on the outskirts of Memphis was part of Lin Ke's plan. In a few days, the Magic Shield Legion will surely arrive in Memphis, and if we want to annihilate this extremely troublesome force in a short time, we must give the enemy a reason. One reason they could persuade them to send out the entire Shield Legion. He knew very well that only when the enemy believed that the Egyptian Master Hika and the magicians posed a sufficient threat to Memphis would they assemble the entire Magic Shield Legion and launch a general offensive. Of course, Lin Ke's judgment was not unfounded, but rather because he had learned from Camel about the tragic history of the Hutti civilization in this world. The Hutti civilization ultimately gathered all its powerful mages, only to be met with a powerful siege by the magic army. Lin Ke knew that there was nothing new under the sun, and that all history was just repeating itself in another form. As long as the strategy is just right, everything will fall into place naturally. Therefore, Lin Ke's move was not only to put strategic pressure on the enemy, but also to psychologically guide them onto a path of inevitable action. Only by unleashing the full force of the Hebrew magic shield army can Lin Ke seize this opportunity to completely annihilate them, thereby clearing away the biggest obstacle on the path for Holy Egypt to support Atlantis. Moreover, Lin Ke knew very well that the Hebrews were unaware that Holy Egypt had already learned of the impending arrival of the Magic Shield Legion. If the other party can clearly perceive the threat posed by Master Hika and Nantong, it will deepen their impression of the Holy Egyptian magicians. By continuously increasing this threat, and waiting until the enemy's fear of Master Hika reaches its peak, the savior-like magic shield soldier will be able to bring the Hebrews unimaginable hope. Lin Ke only needs to have Nantong lead all the Master Hika and mages to make a show of attacking the outer city of Memphis, and the enemy will consider sending out all their magic shield soldiers. Once that's the time, Lin Ke only needs to cause minor casualties among the Herka masters and mages before ordering them to retreat. Because the Hebrews, who have suffered greatly from Master Hika, will surely allow the magic shield soldiers to press their advantage, the enemy will definitely seize this opportunity to annihilate all the holy Egyptian magicians. Once all the soldiers of the Magic Shield Legion are within range of the Mariana chariot archers, Lin Ke will be able to wipe out the enemy in one fell swoop. Everything went exactly as the Holy Pharaoh had predicted. Samar, the commander of the Hebrew legion that occupied Memphis, even led his troops out personally. Nantong's tone was full of admiration, and she clasped her hands slightly, seemingly expressing her sincere admiration for Lin Ke's foresight. Camel chimed in. Now that the enemy has tasted humiliation and defeat, I think they should reassess the threat level of our Master Hika. He slightly raised his head, waiting with devout eyes for the Holy Pharaoh's next instructions. Lin Ke flipped through today's battle report. Although no magicians had died, some had been injured. Nantong, injured mages must receive timely treatment. They are all our future, ultimate archmages. The mages' participation in the expedition with Master Hika was also arranged by Lin Ke. This was both to allow these fledgling young mages to accumulate practical experience and to let the enemy personally experience the power and threat of Master Heka, thereby deepening their impression of Master Heka. However, the number of magicians in Holy Egypt was already scarce, with only a little over 100 qualified magicians. The magicians that Nantong had spent a lot of energy and time training were even more precious. They are the backbone of Holy Egypt's future fighting force, so Lin Ke can accept being injured, but will never allow death to occur. Nantong immediately bowed his head and agreed. Your Majesty, I have repeatedly instructed them to stay by Master Heka's side when they encounter danger, so as to receive Master Heka's divine protection. But these newly recruited mages lack battlefield experience and are not as adaptable as seasoned warriors. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke simply nodded slightly. In order to deepen the enemy's fear of Master Hika, Lin Ke decided not to give them a chance to breathe. He issued another command in the civilization panel, ordering Master Hika to continue harassing and attacking the Hebrew soldiers' encampment on the outskirts of Memphis. It's important to know that, strictly speaking, Master Hika doesn't belong to the category of humans because they don't get tired or hungry. If Lin Ke wanted to, they could attack outposts and supply depots around Memphis day and night. However, the enemy will be constantly on the defensive due to Master Hika's attacks. Each attack made the Hebrews increasingly aware of the terrifying nature of these Masters Hekara. Lin Ke knew very well that this constant pressure could completely destroy the enemy's morale. Like a pack of wild animals trapped in a tightening trap, they feel anger and fear, yet are powerless to change their situation. Ultimately, their fear and hatred will become an inescapable shadow, deeply imprinted on their consciousness. This is exactly the kind of enemy force that Lin Ke hoped to see, one that avoids Master Hika like the plague, and has no choice but to send its strongest magic shield legion to the front lines in order to survive. Nantong, I need you to do one more thing. Your Majesty, please give your orders. This old minister will gladly sacrifice himself, even at the cost of his life. One dark and windy night. The soldiers' barracks outside Memphis were quiet, with only the occasional sound of patrolling footsteps echoing through the camp. Nan Tong, dressed in a black robe, stood on a high ground on the outskirts of the camp. Beside him, two masters Hika stood silently, their hands holding staffs, the tips of which shimmered with a faint golden light. The enemy sentries quickly spotted them, and the sentry lights in the distance began to malfunction. It's Hekara, the Egyptian master. And there's an old man too. What? Master Hechia? Enemy attack. Quickly. The alarm suddenly blared, piercing the night sky, and the Hebrew soldiers quickly assembled, their figures, weapons in hand, running rapidly through the camp. A rider sped out of the main gate of the camp, heading straight for Memphis. This was a messenger on his way to inform Samar. Nan Tong watched all of this with a cold eye, her face completely expressionless. He slowly raised one hand, the sleeves of his black robe billowing in the wind. A dazzling magical light began to gather at his chest. Scarab Technique. Chapter 46. The Egyptians Deserve to Die. Late at night, Samar sat in his command tent, the dim candlelight casting an even more somber glow on his ashen face. Outside the tent, a cold wind howled, while the generals inside sat silently, their expressions solemn. Samar slowly put down a battle report in his hand and said in a low voice, "Our most elite cavalry has suffered nearly half casualties." The generals looked at each other, none of them daring to speak first. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment, with only the faint sound of the candlesticks burning. After a long silence, someone finally whispered, "How is this possible? How could Master Hika, a mere cavalryman, possibly stand against our iron cavalry?" Samar frowned, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over the group of generals, forcing them all to lower their heads. A moment later, someone else added in a low voice, "My lord, if even your elite cavalry cannot defeat them, then we—" "Shut up." Samar slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly, causing the battle reports on the table to scatter in all directions. The generals all shrank back, not daring to breathe. He glared at the generals before him, his tone icy. "Do you know how much training and resources were spent to create these elite cavalrymen? But now they're being driven back by that Egyptian sorcerer. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, how would I know how powerful these Hika masters are? With such important intelligence, how come no one has ever reported it? A bunch of good-for-nothings." The generals lowered their heads and remained silent, not daring to respond. The candlelight inside the tent flickered, and even the shadows swayed like ghosts. Just then, a general hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. "My lord, I heard from a Hebrew magician who narrowly escaped during the attack on Egypt." His voice lowered, clearly afraid of provoking Samar's anger again. He said that a new pharaoh had recently ascended the throne in Egypt, and that not long after the pharaoh appeared, a god appeared in Egypt and defeated our army. Upon hearing this, all the generals turned to look at him, their eyes filled with surprise and doubt. Samar stared at the general, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light that seemed to devour him. "The new pharaoh?" The general nodded and cautiously added, "Yes, sir. Although I can hardly believe it myself, the mages who survived all mentioned the same thing." Shortly after that, Egypt saw the emergence of these Heka masters, as well as farms and mines built up in a short period of time. He paused here, looked up at Samar's face, and seeing that he was not angry, continued, "Egypt has not seen any trace of gods for a long time, but now these strange things are happening one after another. I think all of this is related to that new pharaoh." The atmosphere inside the tent was as cold as sand about to solidify. Everyone seemed lost in thought, but no one dared to look directly into Samar's eyes. Samar slowly drew the scimitar from his waist and twirled the blade in front of the burning candlestick. His gaze fell on a small notch on the blade. "Master Heka," Samar murmured the name, his voice so cold it seemed to freeze the air, "Pharaoh." The generals in the tent looked at each other, none of them daring to speak. Everyone knew that Samar had suffered a defeat on the battlefield, especially with his cavalry suffering heavy losses, a disgrace unheard of in the Hebrew army. Samar sneered, and his blade flashed, startling the adjutant beside him, who immediately lowered his head, fearing he would be implicated. The scimitar spun in his hand before returning to its sheath with a clear, ringing sound. However, Samar's tone changed, and his voice rose. "Apart from that golden glowing monster, the other ordinary mages are not worth mentioning at all. You all pass on the order that if you encounter a mage whose body is slightly shimmering with golden light, you should immediately retreat from the position. You are no match for him." As Samar spoke, his eyes turned fierce. The fact that they sent such a powerful figure this time probably means their target is our Memphis city. He straightened up and glanced at the generals inside the tent. From now on, each garrison must be reinforced with archers. He pointed heavily at several locations on the map. Whenever you see Egyptian sorcerers, have the archers drive them away. The generals cautiously replied, "Yes, sir." Samar snorted and turned to walk towards the center of the map, tracing the outlines of several outposts around Memphis with his finger. Remember, never send cavalry or soldiers to deal with these mages. You have all seen how devastating their spells are. If our troops suffer needless losses because of this, I will make you pay with your lives. Every word he spoke was as heavy as iron, and the generals lowered their heads and hung their hands, not daring to utter a sound. Samar sneered and continued, "For now, we just need to defend our position. Once the Magic Shield Legion arrives, we'll show these Egyptians what real hell is like." The last sentence was like a muffled thunderclap, causing everyone in the tent to nod in agreement. Samar's gaze was as cold as a knife as he stared intently at the markings on the map, as if he could see the enemy lurking in the distance through the map. He gripped his scimitar tightly, his voice heavy like the sound of a hammer striking an anvil. "I will show Master Hekera of Egypt just how terrifying the Hebrew army can be." The wind and sand were howling outside, and the flickering light of the torches outside the tent swayed wildly on the curtain, like pairs of frantic hands reaching out and tentatively probing. "Report." A sentry staggered out of the command post, covered in dust. He came running, panting heavily. The guards immediately blocked him, but the tension and fear in the sentry's eyes had already penetrated the guards and reached the command tent. "What is it?" Samar's voice was icy as it came through the curtain. The guard hesitated slightly, but quickly entered the tent and whispered, "Sir, there's an urgent report from outside about the garrison." Samar raised an eyebrow, and a hint of surprise immediately appeared in his eyes. He stood up, walked to the curtain, and called the sentry outside in. The sentry knelt down, panting, and said urgently, "Sir, I saw 3 mages coming towards the camp. 2 of them were radiating golden light, and the other was floating in the air." "What?" "The glowing ones are Master Hechia. There are 2 of them. There's another one floating in the air." An uproar erupted in the tent, and Samar suddenly turned around, drew his scimitar with a clang, and slammed it into the ground. "Master Hechia! Master Hechia again!" Samar gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, and as if he had sensed something ominous, he suddenly waved his hand. "Mobilize all troops. Commanders of all units, take your elites and immediately proceed to the garrison to provide support." "Yes." The generals immediately accepted the order and quickly turned and left the tent. Samar stood still and took a few deep breaths. Because that garrison was no ordinary defensive garrison. It is the largest outpost on the outskirts of Memphis and a key hub in the city's defense system. Once it is captured, Memphis's entire outer defense line will be cut off in the middle. His hand gripped the scimitar so tightly that he almost crushed the hilt. Damn it, those wretched Egyptians. Chapter 47 Nantong. I am an actress. On the other side, as Nantong and the 2, Master Heka, continued to unleash their spells, the entire Hebrew settlement seemed to be facing its end. Scarab technique. A magic seal took shape in Nantong's hand, and countless beetles radiating black and gold light surged out of the sand. Their carapaces were like sharp blades, gleaming coldly in the moonlight. The beetles swarmed towards the enemy, climbing onto the Hebrew soldier's armor and gnawing at the metal with a piercing shriek. A bud. There are bugs everywhere. The soldiers brandished their spears in an attempt to stop them, but could only watch helplessly as the beetles swiftly pierced their armor and devoured their flesh. The slaughter of the holy scorpion. Nantong let out another cold shout. Immediately, the sand cracked open, and enormous sand scorpions sprang out from the ground, their stingers carrying deadly venom, their tails gleaming with an eerie emerald green light. A sand scorpion suddenly pierced the chest of a Hebrew soldier, and the venom spread instantly, causing his body to decompose rapidly. The remaining sand scorpions followed closely behind, brandishing their stingers and fiercely attacking the Hebrew soldiers. Seeing their comrades die tragically, the soldiers were terrified and scattered in all directions, screaming for their lives. "Run! Run!" The soldiers lost their formation and ran haphazardly in all directions. The sand scorpion's stinger was highly venomous, and each swing took a life. That irresistible threat of death completely broke the Hebrews. However, Nantong watched them coldly from a high place as they fled. His gaze was cold and stern as he continued to cast his spell, making the scattered beetles and sand scorpions seem to possess a unified will, and they began to drive the enemy in a regular manner, causing them to converge in one direction. The sand scorpions advanced steadily, forcing the Hebrew soldiers to retreat in the direction Nantung desired. The beetles quickly swarmed together, blocking other escape routes. The Hebrews initially fled in disarray, but gradually came together as a unified group. Their path ahead led to the open space that Nantung had hoped for, a place with no cover and no way out. Only the ever-approaching sand scorpions and an ever-growing number of beetles. No, we have nowhere else to go. Bugs. The soldiers were in a panic. Some even dropped their weapons, covered their heads with their hands, and let the sand and poisonous insects devour their last hope. The whole process resembled a meticulously planned hunt, pushing the enemy step by step toward the death trap set by Nantung. Holy sand flow rift technique. Nantong's voice echoed in the air as he slammed his staff into the ground. In an instant, the desert seemed to come alive, with quicksand surging like a tide, directly swallowing up most of the buildings on the settlement. The Hebrew soldiers who had not yet retreated had no time to call for help before they were swallowed up by the desert and disappeared into the endless sandstorms. The sand dunes rolled and churned like roaring waves, shattering the Hebrews' newly completed fortifications. A sturdy watchtower was washed away by the sandstorm and turned into dust. The base has been destroyed. My God, this power. It's even more terrifying than an ultimate grand magician. More powerful than ultimate magician, isn't that it? Star Mage. Several Hebrew soldiers who had escaped from their garrisons stared wide-eyed at the horrific scene behind them. It should be noted that this outpost is located on a strategic pass outside Memphis, surrounded by naturally formed sand dunes and dense arrow towers. The encampment had long been fortified by Samar like an iron barrel, heavily guarded, with multiple layers of thick mud brick walls, and a watchtower every 10 steps, with archers on guard at all times. All roads leading to the encampment were blocked off by a large number of barricades. When the base was completed, Samar boasted, "With this place, even if the enemy outnumbers us tenfold, they won't be able to cross a single step." This outpost is not only strategically located, but it is also the last barrier connecting Memphis to the outside world. If a conventional army wanted to break through here, it would not only have to pay a heavy price, but also have to brave a fierce rain of arrows and a tight blockade of fire. However, Nantung completely defied expectations. With a wave of his hand, a sandstorm swept across the sky, completely engulfing the outer perimeter of the base. Amidst the thick sandstorm, the Hebrew soldiers in black armor fled back and forth, completely disoriented. The archers on the arrow tower fired arrows frantically, but Nantong's scarab spell summoned countless beetles the size of an adult's fist. These beetles swarmed and gnawed at the arrow tower's pillars, hollowing out the tower's base in a matter of moments, turning the carefully arranged defensive structures into ruins. And Master Hika, who was behind them, showed no mercy whatsoever. After the 3 men's fierce attack, the mudbrick wall was almost burned and collapsed, and a large number of the stationed Hebrew soldiers were submerged in it. Samar's proud fortifications crumbled completely in less than an hour. Firelight, dust, beetles, and golden light intertwined, creating a symphony of destruction that leveled the seemingly impregnable fortress to the ground within half an hour. The Hebrew soldiers were powerless to resist and could only flee in panic amidst this catastrophe. Those Hebrews who were driven away and gathered together squatted on the ground in despair, waiting for death to come. "Hebrew invaders," Nantung said calmly, but the chill in his voice was like a desert night wind, piercing to the bone marrow of every Hebrew soldier. "Get out of Memphis, get out of our territory, or I will devour you in the name of the desert." Among the besieged Hebrew soldiers, some had their legs go weak and their weapons had already slipped from their hands and fallen to the ground. They looked at Nantung, and before them stood the 2 Hika masters radiating golden light. The 3 mages stood there motionless, yet they seemed to be pressed down on them like invisible giants, their powerful pressure making it hard for them to breathe. Some Hebrew soldiers were so frightened that they wet their armor. They dared not look Nantung in the eye and just kept bowing their heads and trembling. Nantung glanced at the disheveled enemies, a slight smile playing on her lips, but she didn't say anything more. Instead, she turned and looked into the distance. He swallowed hard. Then, he looked up at the full moon in the sky, and only then did Nantung realize that he had not misremembered the time that the Holy Pharaoh had told him. He was waiting for reinforcements from the other side. Even if he destroyed the camp and gathered the enemy together to threaten them, their reinforcements had not yet arrived. They arrived way too slowly. If this continues, we will have no choice but to kill these Hebrew soldiers to prevent them from discovering our weakness. He spoke softly, in a voice only he could hear, and continued to gaze into the distance. Light gradually emerged from the darkness, and countless torches flickered in the night, marking the arrival of Hebrew cavalry and infantry as reinforcements. Nantong finally felt a sense of relief. He let out a soft breath and then sneered at the Hebrews below. He looked at the enemies who were still trembling and said calmly, "You're very lucky, but next time, you won't be so lucky." After saying that, he raised his staff and raised his voice. The Hebrew reinforcements have arrived. Retreat. Chapter 48. The Despicable Hebrews. Early morning, inside the royal palace of Holy Egypt. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, casting a golden glow across the floor, making the entire hall appear serene and solemn. In the center of the side hall stood a carved wooden low table, on which were neatly arranged plates of exquisite food. A gilded earthenware jar sat quietly on the table, its surface engraved with exquisite Eye of Horus patterns. The jar was open, and inside it was filled with golden honey, thick as nectar, with slightly sticky threads slowly dripping from the spoon, carrying a delicate sweet fragrance. Beside it, bread covered with a thin layer of gold leaf emitted the aroma of baked wheat. There was also a dish of thinly sliced dried dates, translucent dried figs studded with crushed almonds, and glistening pigeon meat marinated with spices, which turned an enticing brownish red. Several grapevines were woven into decorative shapes and scattered throughout. Lin Ke sat on a wide chair decorated with papyrus flowers. He gently picked up a thin pancake, dipped it in honey, and slowly put it in his mouth, his eyes filled with satisfaction. This is real food. As the city's food supply became increasingly abundant, Lin Ke's aura subtly changed. He was simply enjoying the moment, casually instructing his servant to pour him a glass of clear rice wine while he ate. Alan stood calmly to the side, occasionally kneeling down to pour wine or serve dishes to Lin Ke. His figure was no longer as thin as before, his face appeared fuller, and even his slightly dull skin glowed with a warm luster under the sunlight. It seems that even in her gestures and movements, she has gained a touch more composure. Lin Ke glanced at him, merely raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and then downed the fine wine in her glass in one gulp. If there were no war, wouldn't I be able to live such a carefree life every day? He sighed softly and turned his gaze to the maids in the main hall. These women, dressed in fine linen skirts, were simple yet elegant, adorned with pearl and jade ornaments on their shoulders and arms, their hair loosely braided, and their features delicate. Their figures were already graceful, and now, with ample food, their faces became even more radiant, their skin as smooth as honey, exuding a healthy glow. Lin Ke raised a finger, and a maid immediately understood and stepped forward, bowing as she took a candied fruit from the tray. Her movements were gentle and skillful, her long eyelashes drooping like wings unfolding in the night. She held the candied fruit to Lin Ke's lips, its sweet fragrance wafting with each breath. The maid's shoulders leaned slightly forward, the thin fabric of her linen dress clinging lightly to her waist, her soft figure faintly visible in the sunlight, like a graceful sand dune gently lifted by a breeze in the desert. "Your Majesty the great holy Pharaoh." Her voice was like freshly baked sand, carrying a slightly tingling warmth. Even the surrounding air seemed to stir, filling the entire hall with an indescribable vitality that made one's heart tremble slightly. Even the cobra statue next to the seat seemed to raise its head slightly. Lin Ke had a candied fruit in her mouth, but forgot to chew it. No strife in the four seasons, no worries in the world. Within this small space, how delightful. There are so many fun things to do here. Those despicable Hebrews. Thinking of this, Lin Ke swallowed the candied fruit with force, but almost choked and coughed a few times. Cough, cough. Suddenly, all the servants knelt down, while the soldiers guarding the door stared intently at the maid, their brows furrowed. The maids immediately turned pale, knelt down, their foreheads pressed to the ground, and their bodies began to tremble. To dare disturb His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh in this way is an unforgivable crime. Guards, take her away and execute her. The soldier's tone left no room for argument, and two guards with halberds immediately stepped forward, approaching the kneeling maid. The maid lay prostrate on the ground, her rapid breathing mixed with suppressed sobs, the sound of crying being forcibly choked back in her throat. However, at that moment, Lin Ke straightened up and raised his hand, signaling the guards to stop. Stop. His voice wasn't loud, but it made all the soldiers stand up straight immediately and stop moving forward. The maid knelt on the ground, almost paralyzed with fear. Hearing Lin Ke's voice, she dared not raise her head and could only grit her teeth to keep herself from crying out. Lin Ke calmly said, "My esophagus was accidentally blocked just now, and eating this candied fruit relieved the pain." The maid did nothing wrong. In fact, she did a good job. The guards immediately suppressed their murderous intent and retreated to their original positions, but their eyes never left Lin Ke. Lin Ke then turned to the maid on the ground, her voice steady and authoritative. "You did very well. There's no need to be afraid. However, this seems to be a form of special treatment, which is inappropriate." After he finished speaking, he glanced at the other kneeling servants and nodded slightly. "You have served me well and deserve a reward." The hall was filled with solemnity, and all the attendants kowtowed repeatedly, their voices trembling as they said, "Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh." Lin Ke raised his hand to signal everyone to stand up, then whispered to the steward beside him, "Reward each servant with 5 units of gold. 5 German dollars, approximately 18 taels of gold." Only then did everyone realize that they had truly received a reward from the Holy Pharaoh. Overjoyed, they all prostrated themselves in gratitude, saying, "Our Lord, the Holy Pharaoh, is merciful. Our Lord, the Holy Pharaoh, is great." After finishing her meal, Lin Ke got up and entered the main hall of the palace. Inside the main hall, Nantong had been waiting for a long time. After watching Lin Ke take her seat, he slowly stepped forward, bowed slightly, and prepared to report on the results of last night's battle. "Your Majesty, everything is as you predicted," Nantong said in a low voice, his tone full of respect and admiration. "Last night, we successfully destroyed the enemy's position. Less than an hour after the position was destroyed, the enemy indeed sent a large number of reinforcements. When their reinforcements arrived, I immediately ordered a withdrawal, without engaging them in direct combat." Lin Ke nodded slightly, her expression remaining as calm as ever. "Nantong, after this battle, those Hebrews will surely be even more terrified of our master Hika. And your infamous reputation will surely become an indelible shadow in their hearts forever." Nantong knelt on one knee and bowed his head in response. "It is all thanks to the wisdom and might of His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Your subject will do everything in his power to continue to help you complete your strategic plan." Lin Ke nodded slightly. "Very good. What you need to do next is to lead Master Hika to continue the attack and increase the frequency of the attack to ensure a continuous assault on the enemy's defenses and outposts. I want them to fully understand that as long as they remain on Egyptian soil, they will forever live in the shadow of Egyptian magic." Upon seeing this, Nantong bowed again, his excitement barely concealed. "Your Majesty, I will certainly carry out your plan to the end and pave the way for the great victory of Holy Egypt." After Nantong left, Lin Ke brought up the civilization panel in his mind and quickly browsed the research progress of wheels. The research on the wheel is nearing completion, which means that the Mariano Chariot Archer will soon be able to go into production. Chapter 49, The Mad Samar. Lin Ke mentally traced the timeline, constantly calculating in her mind. The Magic Shield Legion will arrive in Memphis the day after tomorrow. Although the observer could no longer venture into Hebrew territory, he had provided Link with enough information. This allows Lin Ke to accurately predict the enemy's movements and deduce the arrival time of the Magic Shield soldiers based on their movement speed. Meanwhile, the civilization panel showed that the research on the wheel was completed on the very day the Magic Shield Legion arrived. Once the wheel is completed, the Mariano Chariot Archer can be built immediately. However, construction also takes time. Now that they are approaching the most critical moment, Lin Ke needs to ensure that the plan will not encounter any unexpected problems until the very last step. Even if an accident occurs, it must be within a controllable range. So he began to calculate Cairo's current productivity in detail. It takes 65 production points to manufacture the Mariana Chariot Archer. The productivity bonus from the mine and the boost from the Spartan education system can reduce the construction cycle to 3 days. 1 Mariana Chariot Archer is enough to completely eliminate the enemy. Of course, this was also something Lin Ke had calculated. The Master Hika has an attack range of only 1 tile, but the Mariano Chariot Archer has an attack range of 2 tiles. Furthermore, the Mariana Chariot Archer has even higher attack power. The attack power and range of the Master Hika are not as good as those of the Mariana Chariot Archer, but a single Master Hika can easily defeat an army of several hundred men. To allow the Mariano chariot archer, with its longer range, to kill as many enemies as possible, the enemies need to be brought closer to it. In this way, even when the enemy realizes something is wrong and starts to run away, they still cannot escape the killing range of the Mariana chariot archer. By then, the Mariana chariot archer will become the true nightmare of the Magic Shield Legion. However, if the goal is to ensure that enemies not only enter the attack range of the Mariano chariot archer, but also get close enough to the Mariano chariot archer, Lin Ke fell into deep thought. This plan must not have any unexpected problems, otherwise it will affect the subsequent plans to support Atlantis, and may even threaten the future security of Holy Egypt. He opened the civilization panel and began studying the plots of land surrounding Cairo. There are also these plots of land between Cairo and Memphis. Gradually, his gaze settled on one of the plots of land, and he stared at it for a long time. Suddenly, a familiar notification sound rang in his mind, and the edge of the civilization panel flickered slightly, drawing Lin Ke's attention. The scouts have discovered a mysterious village. The brief prompt made Lin Ke's breathing quicken slightly. It felt like an unexpected piece had suddenly appeared on the chessboard. He clicked on the marker, and the village icon enlarged to show the village's thatched huts and fields. Then, a pleasant notification sound came from the civilization panel. Mysterious village reward. Immediately complete the technology currently being researched. On the Chinese civilization panel, the technology tree flashed with light, and the research progress of wheels was immediately filled, with the label showing completed. Is the research complete? No matter what kind of reward Lin Ke receives now, it will be of great help to him. And coincidentally, this reward is exactly what Lin Ke needs right now. Strictly speaking, it served as icing on the cake. There's no time to lose. Lin Ke almost immediately issued the order to build the Mariano chariot archer in the civilization panel. At the same time, the command post of Samar was in an uproar, with battle reports piled up on the table, almost burying Samar. Soldiers were constantly running back and forth outside the tent, their footsteps and shouts echoing from the tent entrance, their faces etched with exhaustion and terror. Report. Our eastern outpost has been attacked, with heavy casualties. Report. Enemy activity has been detected in the north as well. Report. The southern arrow tower has been destroyed. The garrison requests reinforcements. Samar stood before the map, his body trembling with rage, his eyes sweeping over everyone in it as if he wanted to devour them. His adjutants were so busy they didn't even have time to glance at Samar. Shut up. All of you shut up. Samar slammed his hand on the table, the sound almost drowning out everyone else's shouts. His eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was hoarse. What are you all doing here? Lead your teams to reinforce them personally. But no one really quieted down. Soldiers continued to come and go, and more battle reports kept pouring in. Master Heka has appeared in the northwest. They've summoned those damn beetles and sand scorpions again. General, our archers can't get close at all. Their magic is too powerful. The star mage has appeared in the south of the city. He's floating in the air, and our arrows can't reach him at all. Samar's fingers trembled as he gripped the corner of the table, as if he might overturn it at any moment. Inside the room, the generals paced back and forth or whispered to each other. Their troops kept reinforcing each other, but as soon as the reinforcements arrived, another weak point was immediately attacked. The Hebrew forces were simply not strong enough to protect every outpost, so the soldiers had to run back and forth or simply abandon some less important outposts. In just half a day, Samar lost many outposts and several villages outside the city. Even though the roar of Samar shook people's hearts, the enemy's attacks always hit their weakest points precisely, making the Hebrews' response futile. Time passed from day to night, and then back to day again. The chaos in the command post never ceased. The candles burned all night, and a restless atmosphere filled the tent. Samar's face grew even darker, and the fierce light in his eyes now carried a hint of madness. Suddenly, he whirled around, drew his scimitar, and pointed it at an adjutant. "You, tell me why these Egyptians can appear and disappear on our territory so mysteriously. What are the patrols doing?" The adjutant's legs went weak with fear, and he knelt on the ground, stammering. "General, we have done our best to block all the passages, but them what?" Samar's voice was like a roaring beast. "Are you going to tell me they came out of the ground?" The adjutant dared not utter another word, and could only tremble with fear. Samar seemed to have completely lost his patience. He covered his forehead and looked unsteady, as if he was about to exhaust himself. His tone suddenly became manic and strange. "No, No, something's not right. These people aren't human. They're ghosts. They're demons. They're damned Egyptian monsters. Ha ha ha, monsters. The group looked at each other, unsure of how to respond. Samar suddenly stood in front of the map and frantically slashed at it with the tip of his knife. Here, here, and here. Kill them all. Bomb them all. Slaughter them all. They like to ambush, don't they? Let them come. Let them come. Ha ha. I'm waiting for them. The generals in the command post were so frightened by this sudden outburst of madness that they fell silent. The once ruthless and decisive Samar was now flushed, wildly waving his weapon, muttering incantations and shouting monster, master Hika, and kill them all. His men could only stand there, watching their commander's face contort and his laughter maniacal. At that moment, a soldier jogged into the tent. Grown-ups. His voice was powerful, causing a brief silence to fall over the tent for a few seconds. Chapter 50. The end of the Egyptians has come. The soldier outside rushed into the tent, his armor covered in sand and sweat, his expression flustered but unable to hide his excitement. He knelt on one knee, slamming his knee on the ground with a loud thud. Then, he raised his head and announced loudly, "Commander, the Magic Shield Legion is about to arrive in Memphis." His voice was like a boulder thrown into stagnant water, instantly silencing the previously chaotic and noisy command post. The Hebrew generals, who had been arguing with their heads bowed and looking exhausted, were stunned. They first raised their heads abruptly, then slowly turned to look at the soldier who had given the report. Their movements were so synchronized and eerily precise that even the soldier in charge of giving the report couldn't help but swallow hard. There was a few seconds of silence inside the tent, and then the only sound was the howling of the wind rushing through the tent. After a while, someone murmured in a low voice with a blank expression, "You mean the Magic Shield Legion?" Real. Their tone was full of uncertainty, and even their voices seemed to be swallowed up by the surrounding air. The other person hesitated before replying. "The Magic Shield Legion? You mean the Magic Shield Legion?" His words carried a hint of hesitation, like a lost traveler wandering in the desert who saw a timely rain about to fall. They kept asking questions to prevent their hopes from being shattered like a mirage. However, as more and more people began to ask and whisper in agreement, their emotions began to get agitated. A young lieutenant suddenly stood up, his rapid words bursting out with each breath. "They're really here. The Magic Shield Legion is almost here. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha." In an instant, the entire tent seemed to come alive. The fatigue and frustration that had been suppressed for 3 days were instantly rekindled, like dry grass meeting a flame. No one doubted anymore, and no one backed down. A light called hope finally shone in their eyes. The magician's natural enemies have arrived. The Magic Shield Legion. The Magic Shield Legion, fearless of magic. One of the generals lowered his voice, unable to hide his excitement. They will stop those damned Master Heka and dispel the sandstorm of the star mages. We no longer have to live in fear and anxiety day and night. An older deputy general slowly rose to his feet, his body still somewhat stiff. "We all know how we've gotten through these past few days." His voice was hoarse, as if his throat had been filled with dust for a long time. He pointed to his face, his eyes sunken and his beard disheveled. "Look at me. I haven't eaten well, I haven't slept well, and I've had to keep an eye on these damned Egyptians for several nights in a row. What about our brothers? Some are wounded, some have died in battle, and they can't even get a sip of hot water. Every night they sleep on sand, and when they wake up, they're barely alive." As he said this, he suddenly gripped the corner of the table, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force. He suddenly raised his voice, but now, everything is different. His breathing seemed to ease a bit, and he released his hands from the corner of the table, his eyes slowly withdrawing from the angry memories. "Finally, we don't have to worry about those damn spells anymore, and we don't have to be bullied by these Egyptians anymore. We can finally hold our heads high." The lieutenant's tone grew increasingly impassioned, even trembling with excitement. "The Magic Shield Legion has arrived. We no longer have to swallow our pride, no longer have to run around everywhere." After he finished speaking, his chest heaved and his eyes shone, but he looked as if he might faint at any moment due to his emotional excitement. Upon hearing his words, some people covered their faces, unsure whether they were laughing or crying. After a moment of silence, the tent erupted in loud cheers and hoarse, continuous laughter. The Hebrew soldiers passed on the good news to each other in weary voices. Even the soldiers who had been running back and forth outside the door took a breather. Although they were extremely exhausted, they still relied on this good news to stay at their posts. As the first rays of dawn pierced the night and shone upon the walls of Memphis, the banner of the Magic Shield Legion also appeared on the sand dunes outside the city. The steel torrent, undeterred by magic, has arrived. The soldiers' armor reflected a cold, hard gleam in the light, and their shields and spears converged to form a mobile city wall. Their heavy footsteps even made the desert rumble. The Magic Shield Legion has arrived. Inside Memphis, Egyptians imprisoned in open-air jails crowded in front of the iron bars, gazing up at the army entering the city. Their eyes were filled with fear and unease, and many began to whisper among themselves. The Magic Shield Legion? That's the legendary army that defeated the Hutti civilization. They're those monsters that aren't afraid of magic. I've heard that no spells have any effect on them. What are they doing in Memphis? Some Egyptians instinctively stepped back, trying to stay as far away from the iron bars as possible, their bodies trembling slightly with fear. The Shield Legion's ranks resembled a black iron torrent, filing in single file through the city gates. Every soldier moved in unison, spears held like a forest, shields like a wall, without a single superfluous movement, and without uttering a single word. The imprisoned Egyptians held their breath, and even the silent guards couldn't help but steal glances at the army, their eyes filled with awe and fear. Leading the way was the captain of the Magic Shield Legion, his entire body covered in black iron armor. Even his face mask concealed his features. Only two cold gazes could be vaguely seen. His war ram was tall and strong, its iron hooves thundering on the ground, its steps steady and slow, each step seeming to proclaim the approach of death. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Magic Shield Legion marched straight into Memphis City. Wherever they went, all other sounds seemed to be drowned out, leaving only the silent sound of their iron footsteps. One of the prisoners, an older-looking Egyptian, couldn't help but whisper, "The Egyptian capital is finished. This is an army from hell. No one can crawl out alive from under their blades." His voice wasn't loud, but it reached the ears of all the prisoners. People clenched their fists silently, their expressions growing increasingly solemn. Just then, as the cheers grew louder and everyone was eagerly shouting for the Magic Shield Legion, Samar slowly stood up. All eyes were on him, waiting for the commander to issue his next order. However, Samar's expression remained surprisingly calm. "We cannot send the Magic Shield Legion out to fight," he said, glancing at everyone in the tent, his voice as calm as a cold wind in the desert. "No." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. The generals stared wide-eyed, unable to believe their ears. Someone couldn't help but speak up. "Sir, but isn't now the perfect time to teach those Egyptians a lesson?" "That's right," another person chimed in. "The Magic Shield Legion has arrived now. They are our last hope. If we don't let them attack, then we." Samar raised his hand, silencing all the sounds that had yet to be uttered. His gaze remained calm, but his tone carried a hint of bloodthirsty coldness. "I understand how you feel," he said, looking around. "But right now, we absolutely cannot let the Magic Shield Legion attack." He gritted his teeth so hard that his jaw made a clicking sound. Chapter 51, Commander of the Soldiers. The leader of the Magic Shield Soldiers. Samar looked around, his expression weary, but a murderous glint suddenly appeared in his eyes. "Listen carefully. I know you are eager for the Magic Shield Legion to attack, but right now, we cannot launch a reckless attack." He took a deep breath, his previous madness completely gone, and even his gaze became calm. "Those Egyptians don't know that the Magic Shield Legion has arrived. Right now, their attack is scattered and chaotic. If we send out the Magic Shield Legion now, we can indeed repel them, but we cannot wipe them out in one fell swoop." His tone was unhurried, yet it carried an undeniable sense of pressure. "Don't you understand?" Samar stepped forward and slowly walked towards the crowd. "Their strategy is to harass us constantly with small groups, gradually weakening our strength. Therefore, they must be waiting for an opportunity to defeat us in one fell swoop. Therefore, if we rashly send out the Magic Shield Legion now, it will only cause these Egyptians to scatter and flee. If they escape back into the city, it will be difficult for us to avenge them. Instead of doing that, we should wait until they concentrate their forces for a general offensive, and then annihilate them in one fell swoop." Upon hearing Samar's words, the generals were initially taken aback, but gradually came to understand. Their eyes changed from confusion to determination, and their fighting spirit began to rise. Suddenly, someone slapped their thigh, their eyes wide with excitement, and said, "Yes, sir, you're right. Since the Egyptians haven't discovered the existence of the Magic Shield Soldiers, we should set a trap and wipe out all their mages in one fell swoop." "That's right," Another person immediately chimed in. These damned mages are the backbone of Egypt. As long as we can get them to send out all their combat-ready mages for a general offensive, we can wipe them out completely in one fell swoop. With one person taking the lead, the others chimed in, and the atmosphere inside the tent instantly became lively. The fear in the general's eyes had vanished. On the contrary, their tone had become even more assertive. If we could kill off all those Hika masters, then the Egyptians would be truly doomed. That's right. No matter how powerful their gods are, without magicians they're just all alone. When Egypt loses its core strength, they will no longer be able to defend the outskirts of the capital, and we can then advance at our leisure and gradually tighten the encirclement. Burn down their mines. Seize their farmland. Kill. 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 The group discussed amongst themselves, becoming more and more excited and exaggerated with each word. Some even drew an encirclement line on the map with their hands and said excitedly, "Let's advance all the way, cut off all their mages' retreat, and then use the magic shield soldiers to smash their last line of defense to pieces." At that time, the Egyptian gods will be trapped and die in their own capital. Throughout the tent, voices rose and fell. The general's emotions were completely ignited, and it seemed that each of them could see the day when they would lead their army to besiege the Egyptian capital and seize the final victory. Compile all the intelligence immediately. I need to know exactly how many mages these Egyptians have. At Samar's command, the generals sprang into action, rushing to their desks to hurriedly organize the reports sent from their respective garrisons. Battle reports fell on the table like snowflakes, each one filled with numbers, locations, and the movement patterns of enemy mages. Samar watched all this expressionlessly, his brows always furrowed. He gripped the corner of the table, remaining silent, his gaze sweeping over everyone like a knife, adding to the oppressive atmosphere of the busy scene. Just then, the curtain of the main tent was suddenly lifted, and a tall officer in black armor strode in. The activity inside the tent came to an abrupt halt. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked up at the figure. The black armor gleamed eerily in the sunlight, and the badge on its chest shone like a cold star. His steps were unhurried, making a low thump-thump sound as he stepped on the ground. The captain of the Magic Shield Legion has arrived. Without saying a word, he walked directly to Samar, knelt on one knee, and said in a firm and powerful voice, "Commander, the Magic Shield Legion has arrived in Memphis. I am the commander of the Magic Shield Legion, and the entire legion awaits your orders." The generals inside the tent held their breath. They had long heard of the captain's martial prowess, but now, witnessing the very soul of the Magic Shield Legion bowing and kneeling before Samar, the shock they felt was indescribable. Samar coldly looked down at the kneeling captain, his eyes narrowed, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. "Very good." His voice was deep and cold, sending a chill down one's spine. "Get up, Captain." The captain slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping over Samar before turning to the bewildered officers. "Continue." His tone left no room for argument, his voice now laced with a fierce, clenched edge. "Use whatever means necessary. Find out exactly how many enemy mages there are and what their movements are. I don't want empty words. I want accurate information." Samar stood like an iron tower, his imposing presence pressing down on the entire tent. The captain stood beside him, simply staring coldly at the crowd. The surrounding generals were already too frightened to breathe, nodding repeatedly as they hurriedly went to carry out Samar's orders. He coldly watched their busy figures, gave a soft snort, sat back down in the commander's chair, and turned his gaze to the sergeant. "Let the brothers rest in the city. I've prepared a feast for you. When the time comes, you must amaze those Egyptians, especially that old man who can fly. If you see him, chop off his hands and feet and bring him to me. If we can achieve a great victory, I will put in a good word for you with the Grand Commander and ask him to give you some more obsidian armor." The captain immediately knelt on one knee and replied firmly, "Yes, sir." Then he stood up, turned around, and left. As the captain's figure disappeared outside the tent, the cold smile on Samar's face gradually widened. His gaze grew even more somber, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest of his chair as he repeatedly murmured, "Master Hika, Master Hika." Meanwhile, in the royal palace of Holy Egypt, standing in the center of the hall, Nantong knelt down and bowed to Lin Ke, reporting, "Your Majesty, the continuous attacks over the past 3 days have made the enemy's command increasingly chaotic. The Hebrew soldiers are exhausted, and reinforcements are arriving at an increasingly slower pace. Reward you handsomely after this great victory." Nantong bowed his head again, and replied in a deep voice, "Thank you for your grace, your majesty. This is what this old minister should do." Lin Ke opened the civilization panel and began to examine a plot of land outside the city. That was the plot of land Lin Ke had just purchased, and it was also the furthest plot of land from Cairo at the moment. The builder, on the other hand, had just arrived there. So he continued operating the civilization panel. Build, farm. Chapter 52. Please let the shield fall into the trap. Now, Lin Ke is completing his plan step by step. The newly built farm is also part of Lin Ke's plan. To the Hebrews, this was a strangely added structure in Holy Egypt. However, to Lin Ke, it was the most crucial step in the entire plan. He knew very well that the Magic Shield Legion had arrived in Memphis, but the Hebrews were not in a hurry to send the Magic Shield Legion into action. Lin Ke devised two plans in response. One was regarding the immediate deployment of the Magic Shield Legion. Another point concerns the fact that the other side remains inactive. Lin Ke knew that these Memphisians were unaware that Saint Egypt already knew that the Magic Shield Legion had arrived. Therefore, as long as he lets Nantong lead all the magicians and Master Hika to form a force, it will be enough to give the enemy the signal that the Egyptians have launched a general offensive. That's when the real show begins. Give them a taste of success, Lin Ke thought with a cold smile. When they think the time is right, they'll strike. And that's exactly what I want. By creating a brief sense of advantage, the enemy is then led into the final trap, giving them the illusion of victory. Now, the frequent attacks by Master Hika and Nantong have left the Hebrew positions riddled with holes, and many positions are no longer able to be garrisoned or fortified. From the perspective of conventional tactics, after weakening the enemy's strength multiple times, the next step is naturally to launch a general offensive. Just like a group of hunters besieging a beast, they first shoot at it with long-range arrows to weaken its strength and slow its movements, and then they get close and deliver a fatal blow with their spears. Weakening the enemy's strength is equivalent to making them weak, allowing you to confidently launch a full-scale attack and ensure a decisive victory. Not to mention that the attacks by Master Hika and Nantong were even more ferocious and terrifying, causing them to lose more than a third of the enemy's total forces. Anyone who looks at it can tell what the Master Hika and Nantong are up to. That means continuing the attack, heading straight for the last outpost at the gates of Memphis. Once this stronghold is captured, Memphis will be reduced to a single city. For Samar, who needed horse farms and cavalry, this was certainly unacceptable. For Samar, this was not just a matter of failure, but a disgrace. Originally, they planned to besiege the royal capital of Cairo, but instead, the Egyptians besieged their occupied territories. Although Lin Ke in Hebrew was unaware of this, if such a situation had occurred in Egypt, the general would have been beheaded. Moreover, that's not all. The last stronghold of Memphis City was strategically located, easy to defend, and difficult to attack, making it a dangerous place that was easily surrounded. It was precisely because of this consideration that Lin Ke planned to launch the attack at the very end. After all, he had already defeated the Hebrews by a great deal, and they were simmering with anger with nowhere to vent it. Given a chance to completely annihilate Master Hika, how could they possibly miss it? If all the mages are concentrated to attack this outpost, the enemy will immediately realize that the Egyptians are about to launch a general offensive. This kind of open display of force will undoubtedly attract the opponent to deploy their Magic Shield Legion, since the Magic Shield Legion was created to counter mages. If the Hebrews could be persuaded to willingly send their most elite troops to the battlefield, wouldn't that be a perfect performance? That's exactly what he wanted. This will make the enemy think it's the perfect opportunity to encircle and annihilate them, thus prompting them to launch a full-scale attack. At that time, the Magic Shield Legion will seem to have the upper hand, but in reality, they will walk into the trap carefully set up by Lin Ke. By the time they were ready to unleash a massacre on the magicians, they had already stepped into the abyss. Nantong will then lead all the mages to retreat, and the enemy's encirclement will gradually tighten. Based on Master Hika's movement speed, they should be able to reach the rear of the newly built farm just as they are surrounded. The reason Lin Ke wanted to buy this plot of land far away from Luo and build a farm was to play a mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind trick. The farm looks ordinary and wouldn't raise any special concerns for the enemy. Most importantly, Nantong leading the Master Hika to escape towards the harmless farm would make the pursuers think they were going to hide in the farm's buildings. In nature, if prey tries to hide, predators will do everything in their power to stop it. Therefore, that would cause the Hebrew pursuers, those Magic Shield soldiers, to accelerate their pursuit even further. But what they didn't know was that the Mariano chariot archer was lurking in the farm. But why choose such a distant plot of land? Because it is far enough away from Cairo. Because the distance is far enough, the enemy will think that this is not within the range that the god of the desert and the Nile can protect. They only knew that the gods of the desert and the Nile would surely protect Cairo, and this land was clearly not in the area that the gods prioritized for protection. Therefore, the enemy will naturally lower their guard and think that this is just an ordinary farm, and that no reinforcements could suddenly appear. Moreover, Egypt's most powerful force consisted of mages, who were chased away by the Hebrews. The Hebrews paid even less attention to other Egyptian soldiers. But once the Hebrews entered the plots of land surrounding the farm, they would discover what a wonderful gift Lin Ke had prepared for them. Once the enemy troops step into Lin Ke's trap, they will not escape being shot dead. In short, this scheme was designed to lure the enemy step by step into a death trap that Lin Ke had prepared long ago. After hearing about Link's plan, Nantong looked on with admiration and bowed respectfully to Link. "Your Majesty, the Holy Pharaoh, your wisdom is unparalleled. The enemy probably never imagined that you had already put their lives in your hands." Camel chimed in. "Your Majesty, this plan is truly brilliant. The enemy will surely walk right into our trap and suffer heavy losses." Hearing their praise, Lin Ke simply smiled and waved her hand. However, Nantong couldn't help but ask again, "Your Majesty, what exactly is that great weapon you mentioned? Can it really kill enemy troops from 100 miles away, as you say?" Camel nodded in agreement. "Yes, Your Majesty, what is this great weapon? Please tell us a little about it." Upon hearing this, Lin Ke gazed intently into the distance. Heavenly secrets must not be revealed. He opened the civilization panel, which showed that the Mariana chariot archer was nearing completion. Chapter 53: The Birth of a Devastating Weapon. Mariana chariot archer. In the royal palace late at night. Silence. Only the wind outside the window, carrying sand and dust, gently blew past, making a soft rustling sound. Lin Ke sat on a wide chair in the center of the hall, holding a golden cane in his hand and gently tapping the ground. Da-da. Nantong and Camuel stood on either side of him, their heads slightly bowed. Although they didn't say anything, they would occasionally glance at Lin Ke. Lin Ke took a light breath and then slightly raised her head. "Nantong, Camer, I have summoned you here because I have something important to tell you. Your Majesty, we await your command." Lin Ke raised the corners of her mouth slightly, but waited a while before speaking. "Didn't you two want to know what that ultimate weapon is?" Upon hearing this, Nantong's expression suddenly jolted, as if a current had suddenly passed through his body. He raised his head, his lips twitched slightly, but he quickly suppressed his excitement and tried to maintain his usual calm demeanor. Camel raised his eyebrows, his fingers unconsciously clenched his cuffs, and even his breathing became a little more rapid. Both of them leaned forward slightly, looking intently at Lin Ke. "Your Majesty, may we be allowed to see this item first?" Lin Ke did not answer directly, but slowly got up, walked to the window, and looked at the night sky in the distance. "I know your doubts and worries, so from today onwards, you two will have to be extra careful." Nantong and Camer exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with anticipation. "Yes, Your Majesty, the Holy Pharaoh." But Camel couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Your Majesty, can that powerful weapon really contend with the Hebrew magic shield legion?" Lin Ke did not answer immediately, but turned around, her gaze as sharp as an eagle's. "To be precise, it's not about resisting, but about crushing." He walked step by step toward the two of them, his voice growing lower and lower. "It's all right. You will soon be able to witness with your own eyes how it will crush our enemies." The two knelt down simultaneously and kowtowed deeply. "Yes, Your Majesty, the Holy Pharaoh." Lin Ke slowly stood up, raising his hand slightly to signal the two to follow him. The moment they stepped out of the main hall, a chariot emitting a faint golden glow stood quietly in front of the palace. The chariot seemed to be bathed in divine light. The metal war wheels were engraved with the Eye of Horus. On the chariot, an archer sat upright with eyes like an eagle, the bowstring slightly drawn, poised to fire a fatal arrow at any moment. Although similar to the chariots of the ancient Egypt, they are completely different. Just like the ordinary Master Heka and the Master Heka, whose body radiated golden light, one glance was enough to discern the enormous difference between them. Camel held his breath, his throat bobbed, and he tried to speak, but no sound came out. Nantong clenched her fists, her eyes filled with barely suppressed amazement and ecstasy. I recognize this golden light. Could it be divine power?" They didn't even dare to get too close, and could only stand there dumbfounded, staring at the vehicle that could be described as cool. Oh, Camel finally regained his voice, but he could only utter one word before he could no longer speak. Lin Ke didn't turn around, but only slightly raised the corners of her mouth. This is the Mariano Chariot Archer. Mariana Chariot Archers represent the elite military force of the Nubian kingdom during the ancient Egyptian period. However, in Civilization 6, it is a ranged archer unit. It has many advantages, the first being its high mobility. Don't let its size fool you. It's a chariot, and when it runs, it's just as fast as a cavalryman. The Mariana Chariot Archer can quickly penetrate the heart of the battlefield, accurately lock onto targets, and complete the attack and retreat in an instant, so fast that the enemy has no time to react. Secondly, there is his powerful long-range attack capability. His attacks are slightly stronger than those of Master Hika, and unlike Master Hika, they are not area of effect attacks. Therefore, when facing a single target, his attack is comparable to a lightning strike piercing the heart. Such terrifying shooting is simply a critical hit at the start, and the enemy will be half health and lying on the ground. The guards and servants surrounding the palace gates were stunned. Their eyes were filled with the dazzling golden light of the chariot, and their faces were full of worship and fanaticism for this sacred object. Afterwards, Lin Ke told Nantong to go and prepare, because tomorrow would be the day to launch the final offensive, which was also the final stage of his plan. Nantong clasped his hands in a fist salute and stepped back, his expression slightly excited. Lin Ke turned her head and looked at Kamer. Send some soldiers to take some hay to the newly built farm. Disguise the Mariana Chariot Archer before dawn so that the Hebrews don't see what it looks like. After all, the Mariana Chariot Archer, with its slightly golden glow, seemed far more threatening than the Master Hika. Camel accepted the order and was about to turn around, but he couldn't help but look back and hesitate for a moment. He asked in a low voice, "Your Majesty, when will the Mariano Chariot Archers depart for the farm?" "This humble servant will arrange for the soldiers as soon as possible." He thought Lin Ke would explain again, but to his surprise, Lin Ke just smiled slightly and casually pointed outside. "Take a look." Camel quickly turned to look at the square. The Mariana Chariot Archer, who had just been standing in front of the palace, had vanished without a trace. His face betrayed his shock, and he stammered, "Oh, it's already gone." Lin Ke smiled calmly and said in a leisurely tone, "It's almost at the city gate. You'd better hurry." In the stillness of the night, Memphis was peaceful. Logically, this should be the time for the Hebrew soldiers to rest and recuperate. However, they had no peace all night. Even though there was no attack from Master Hika, nor any sandstorm-like spells, the slightest movement would immediately cause the patrolling soldiers to scream, even triggering an alert for the entire camp. The sound, like the hooting of an owl, shattered the stillness of the night, jolting the soldiers awake from their half-asleep state. Even the battle-hardened Samar could not escape this endless trouble. He was lying on the bed, exhausted, and was about to catch his breath under the cover of night when a shout from not far away abruptly pulled him back to reality. He suddenly opened his eyes, his brows furrowed, and he muttered unintelligible, vicious curses. He closed his eyes, trying to fall asleep again, but the image of the Egyptians' mocking faces kept flashing through his mind. Damn it! Damn Egyptians! Damn Master Hika! He rolled over, his fists clenched, a surge of rage welling up inside him. "I'm going to kill them all. I'm going to kill them all." Chapter 54, Assemble. The Wizards of Holy Egypt. The morning sun had just begun to shine into the earth, and the walls of Memphis were still shrouded in a light morning mist. A Hebrew scout rushed into the city, his armor heaving slightly with each heavy breath. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed straight towards Samar's command tent. "Report, my lord, a large number of Egyptian sorcerers have been discovered gathering in the desert." The scouts practically shouted the message to Samar's tent. His voice was urgent, his breath coming in gasps mixed with terror. "Hundreds of mages and Master Hecker. They're heading towards our western outpost." Two also saw an old man, walking so lightly, like he was walking on the wind. As soon as he finished speaking, a muffled sound came from inside the tent. The curtain was suddenly thrown open, and Samar rushed out like a wild beast. Anger burned in his eyes, and beads of sweat glistened in the morning sunlight. The muscles on his face twitched slightly, and he looked like a fully drawn bow, ready to explode at any moment. These Egyptian bastards have finally arrived. He let out a low growl, a hoarse roar that seemed to be squeezed out of his chest. Immediately, he grabbed the scout's shoulder. "Are you sure you saw it clearly?" Hundreds of mages? And Master Heka? Wasn't that old man wearing a white robe? The scout was stunned by his imposing manner and stammered, "Sir, I saw it with my own eyes. There were many of them, and there was magical light flashing among them. That old man was at the very front of the line, wearing a white robe, and his steps were incredibly light." Samar abruptly shook off the scout and turned to walk into the tent, but then suddenly turned back, his gaze locking onto the scout like that of a hawk. "Very good. You did a good job. Go back and keep an eye on them. Don't miss any details. Send someone back to report every 10 minutes. He waved his hand emphatically, and the scouts retreated quickly as if granted a pardon. Samar clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. A low laugh escaped his throat, a sound as jarring as the cracking of rocks. He raised his head and looked towards the desert, his eyes blazing with vengeful fury. "They're here, they've finally come." His voice was a mix of amusement and rage. "Today I'm going to chop all of you, Master Heka, you damned old geezers, into pieces. Not a single one will be spared." He slammed his fist on the table next to him. "I'll make you kneel on the ground, kiss my toes, and beg for mercy like defeated dogs." A sudden gust of wind swept by, lifting his cloak and causing it to flutter in the morning light. He turned and shouted into the tent, "Pass on my orders. Implement the magic annihilation plan." This was one of several plans that Samar had discussed yesterday, and the magic annihilation plan referred to the plan to surround and wipe out all the magicians in Egypt with magic shield soldiers. His voice echoed throughout the camp, and the surrounding soldiers immediately sprang into action. Samar stood outside the tent, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the edge of the desert, as if he could already see the figures of Master Heka and the magicians. "Lord Samar, I will lead the Magic Shield Legion. We shall depart immediately." After kneeling on one knee to pay his respects to Samar, the captain led his men on their way. "Today," Samar said through gritted teeth, "I will make them pay for their crimes in blood." On the other side, Nan Tong led the group of mages along the edge of the desert, the city of Holy Egypt receding into the distance behind them. Only the newly built farm is still clearly visible. Nan Tong took out a neatly folded map from his pocket and slowly unfolded it. The map is made of fine paper, and all the routes and terrain around the city of Holy Egypt are clearly marked on it, with every ravine and every sand dune clearly shown. Even the outskirts of Memphis were clearly depicted, and the destroyed areas were marked with an X. Teacher, a mage disciple in his early 20s, couldn't help but speak, his eyes filled with admiration. "Not only is your magic unfathomable, but your drawing skills are also so exquisite. It's truly admirable." Upon hearing this, Nan Tong's lips curled up slightly, but he gently shook his head. "This map was not drawn by your master. It was bestowed upon me personally by His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh." When Lin Ke was mentioned, his voice was very soft, and his tone was cautious, as if he was afraid of disturbing something. His gaze lingered on the map, his fingertip lightly tapping the marked lines before slowly withdrawing it, as if afraid of damaging the map Lin Ke had given him. "Holy Pharaoh." The disciple's eyes were filled with surprise. "You mean His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh personally drew this map for you, Master?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding magicians all cast shocked and incredulous glances at him. Nan Tong stopped and turned around, gazing into the distance. "His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh is the pillar of Holy Egypt. Although he is in the palace, he can see the situation thousands of miles away. His holy eyes have long seen through the land of the Holy Kingdom of Egypt. There is nothing on our homeland that can be hidden from his holy eyes." Upon hearing this, the disciple couldn't help but exclaim, "His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh is truly unfathomable. No wonder our holy Egypt has been able to survive time and time again amidst various crises." Nan Tong chuckled and nodded, then rolled up the map and put it back in her bosom. He looked up at the midday sun. "Today, our target is the last outpost outside Memphis. In this battle, we must bring glory to the Holy Pharaoh and greater honor to Holy Egypt." When Nan Tong said this, he gave a meaningful look to the disciple beside him. These mages were unaware that the Magic Shield Legion had arrived. Of course, this was Lin Ke's order, so that these magicians could truly perform the surprise when magic fails. Only in this way could the Hebrews become even more arrogant when they pursued them. The disciple's expression immediately brightened. He straightened his back and said with high spirits, "This disciple will fight valiantly and serve His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh to the utmost." However, Nan Tong stopped smiling and a serious expression appeared on her face. "Remember, once you're on the battlefield, you're a soldier. You can't act like a hero. All actions must be carried out according to my commands, understand? Seeing his master's expression, the disciple immediately suppressed his excitement and bowed his head, replying, "Yes, master, I will certainly follow your instructions." Nantong patted his shoulder, her tone softening slightly. "Very good, keep going." He turned to look ahead, his steps unwavering. Meanwhile, some soldiers clad in black armor had already reached the high sand dunes. They stared expressionlessly at the mage below, just as a cheetah would stare at an old sheep and a flock of lambs. Chapter 55. Magic is useless. Nantong led the mages and Master Heka and others forward cautiously. As dawn broke, the outer city of Memphis was already faintly visible in the distance, while closer still, massive sand dunes stood silently on either side like natural barriers in the wind. Despite the seemingly peaceful scene ahead, Nantong's gaze lingered behind a sand dune. His gaze pierced through the sand and gravel, revealing the black-armored magic shield soldiers hidden behind them. These magic shield soldiers lay in ambush silently, and Nantong could understand their intentions without even having to guess. That means annihilating all of these mages, leaving none alive. However, their encirclement was very close. Nantong could even see the light reflected from the sunlight by the opponent's black armor if he just stood on tiptoe and raised his neck slightly. But Nantong simply pretended not to know and continued forward. His mind was filled with the words Lin Ke had once said. If the enemy uses aggressive methods to blockade, it must be because their hatred for mages has become uncontrollable. At that time, all their tactical moves will be aimed at you, with the goal of annihilating you completely. Although it is dangerous, this is precisely our opportunity to wipe out the enemy in one fell swoop. As Lin Ke said, the enemy's overly aggressive tactics in deploying their defenses were a manifestation of their deep hatred for mages. Nantong squinted slightly, estimating the distance between himself and the sand dune on the left. He pointed at the map and said in a voice only he could hear, "An extremely aggressive encirclement method, just as His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh said." Nantong remained as calm as ever. He couldn't let the enemy see anything amiss, even though he already knew that the enemy's magic shield legion had surrounded them. So he took the lead and led the mages straight to the last outpost outside Memphis. From afar, the arrow towers and archers on the Hebrew outpost spotted them. The enemy. It's the enemy. It's Master Heka. And that old man too. Don't let them get any closer. Fire the arrows. Amidst shouts of battle, arrows pierced the air, tracing whistling paths as they hurtled towards Nantong. However, Nantong simply waved his hand, and a shield formed by sand and dust instantly rose up, easily neutralizing these attacks. He continued walking at a leisurely pace, as if strolling on a stage. "Call for backup," the archers on the outpost shouted. "Call for backup quickly." The sound of bowstrings twanged incessantly, mixed with panicked shouts. Nantong's lips curled slightly. He could tell that these Hebrews were also putting on an act. Those black-armored magic shield soldiers have already surrounded all their mages behind the sand dunes on both sides. What kind of reinforcements are they calling for? That's hilarious. The panicked shouts and frantic arrows, on the surface, were for defense. But in reality, their actions are also telling Nantong that this is just an ordinary base. If the camp could speak, it would be calling Nantong's name right now, begging him to come and attack it. How ridiculous. These people actually dare to play such tricks on me. Nantong snorted coldly. Since the other party was being so cooperative, he no longer hesitated and slowly gathered the power in his hands. He took a deep breath and then rose from the ground. Nantong, suspended in midair, looked down at the Hebrew soldiers in the encampment like a high and mighty god. He raised his hand, and his voice rolled like thunder, making the Hebrews' eardrums ring. "You Hebrew scum, your end is nigh." Nantong sneered, deliberately saying things to provoke the enemy. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly waved his hand. "All mages, heed my command. Launch an attack. Drive these outsiders out of our territory." In an instant, the flames and desert dust swept towards the encampment like a raging tide. The arrow tower's spire was engulfed in flames, and the archers had no time to react before being swallowed up by the powerful magical impact. However, amidst the raging storm of magic, a group of soldiers clad in black armor slowly emerged from the depths of the encampment. Their armor was as black as obsidian, with a cold metallic sheen. No one shouted or roared. They simply stepped out of their lines silently, their footsteps firm and powerful, making a rhythmic rustling sound as they trampled the desert. Even in the face of raging flames and a torrent of magic, Their steps did not falter in the slightest, as if these spells were merely a gentle breeze, and the mages did not even hear a muffled groan from them. What is that? A mage's voice was filled with undisguised surprise. Those people were hit by magic and they're unharmed. The relentless bombardment by Master Heka paused briefly, and they turned to unleash powerful spells on the black-armored soldiers. However, these black-armored soldiers remained motionless and continued to advance despite the impact of the flames. Their armor emitted a strange luster, and no matter how the flames exploded or the energy surged, it only made them pause slightly before they continued to move forward. That's impossible. The other mage almost blurted it out as he watched his sand magic being deflected like ripples of water hitting rocks, his eyes wide with disbelief. Even Master Hecarim's flames are useless against them. This statement sparked a murmur and an uncontrollable commotion within the group. The magicians never imagined such a scenario would occur. Their confidence had always stemmed from the invincible power of magic, but now, the sight of those tall, black-armored soldiers emerging unscathed from the flames and sandstorms was a shock they had never experienced before. Nan Tong stared at the black-armored soldiers, her brows furrowing slightly, but her expression revealed little emotion. In contrast, the magicians' expressions had shifted from surprise to unease. They realized that this situation was extremely disadvantageous for them. Even Master Heka, who was always considered his trump card, seemed somewhat powerless when facing these black-armored soldiers. Master Heka's repeated attacks could only barely push the opponent back a few steps, but could not shake their formation at all. Nan Tong pondered for a moment, then gently raised a finger. Scarab technique. As his voice rang out, the ground cracked open rapidly, and countless black and gold beetles poured out from the fissures. Beetles crawled all over the ground, covering an area in front of the camp. Their carapaces gleamed with a resilient light as they charged toward the black-armored soldiers in droves. It's the teacher's scarab technique. Some magicians exclaimed in surprise, their eyes rekindling with hope. However, as the beetle approached the black-armored soldiers, their joy quickly turned to astonishment. Before the beetles could even launch an attack, they were crushed to death by the soldiers' steady footsteps. The shell cracked open at the bottom of the boot, and insect blood splattered everywhere, creating a gruesome scene. What made them even more desperate was that the beetles' sharp teeth could not penetrate the soldiers' armor at all. No matter how they pounced and bit or how frantically they crawled, the final result was that they were trampled into mud in vain. The magicians' eyes gradually dimmed, and the expressions on their faces changed from anticipation to astonishment and then to fear. They had never seen such an enemy before. Their magic, which had always been effective, was now utterly useless. Like water off a duck's back. Teacher. The magic won't work. Chapter 56. The Arrogant Samar. The magicians of Holy Egypt looked at each other, their faces filled with anxiety and unease. Despite several unsuccessful attacks, they still tried to use their most powerful spells to repel the black-armored soldiers at the forefront. Attack together, everyone, a mage shouted, raising his staff. Use our ultimate moves. Let them see the true power of holy Egyptian magic. Several magicians immediately stood in a line, unfurled the crocodile skin scrolls in their hands at the same time, and then began to chant complex incantations. Suddenly, the wind howled across the desert, and the magical energy flowing in the air was visible to the naked eye. Holy light tide, the mages shouted. This move is the signature technique of Egyptian magicians. Legend has it that it is a pure radiance that can melt metal and burn away evil. Several intense golden rays of light were released from their hands amidst the dust and sand, intertwining into a massive energy wave that rushed straight towards the black-armored soldiers. However, the moment the light wave struck the black-armored soldiers, only a few low, muffled thuds were heard, and the soldiers swayed slightly, without even stopping their steps. How could this be? A mage stared in disbelief as their strongest spell failed. This powerful tide of holy light didn't even burn away their armor. The mage beside him also lost his composure, his voice trembling. They are not human. They are not afraid of our magic at all. An atmosphere of despair spread through the ranks. Just then, an experienced old mage gritted his teeth, raised his staff, and shouted, "Don't give up. We have even more powerful spells. Teacher, could you use that move of yours?" Nantong's expression turned serious as he once again concentrated all his strength. Magic surrounded his body. This time, he unleashed the most complex Egyptian magic, desert flame. The earth began to tremble, and scorching flames erupted from the ground, scorching the sand and dust into a red-hot gale, as if hell had descended. However, when these terrifying flames touched the armor of the black-armored soldiers, they only produced a few wisps of white smoke and did not even burn a small hole. The soldiers only slowed their pace slightly before continuing their orderly advance. How is this possible? A young mage's hand fell limply to his side. He looked at the dark mass of soldiers, several times their number, and despair filled his eyes. But as Nantong watched the approaching magic shield soldiers, she prepared to try one last spell. Suddenly, a jade-green magic stone appeared in his hand. He raised the magic stone high and chanted an ancient incantation. The sand between heaven and earth seemed to be summoned, surging and gathering around him. A moment later, he suddenly swung down with all his might, unleashing a raging desert tide. Holy Sands technique. Large swathes of sand dunes collapsed in an instant, turning into a rushing river of quicksand that violently swept towards the black-armored soldiers. Seeing this, hope rekindled on the faces of the magicians. Yes, magic won't work, but sand manipulated by magic can definitely drown them. They're buried in sand, but they'll make it. Several magicians shouted excitedly. But hope is fleeting. The black-armored soldiers moved without the slightest hesitation, traversing the rushing quicksand with ease, as if the sand were nothing more than ordinary dust. The quicksand spell not only failed to stop them, but instead acted like a smooth road, leading them right to the magician's doorstep. This is impossible. Even quicksand can't stop them. A magician couldn't help but cry out, his voice trembling. And then something even worse happened. Suddenly, rows of black armor emerged from the sand dunes on their left and right sides, and the magic shield soldiers rushed down from both flanks. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, like a giant net beginning to unfurl. The magicians, who had still held onto a sliver of hope, finally realized that they were in dire straits. You'll die? Fear, like a cold wave, invades the heart of everyone. Even the staff slipped from their trembling hands, and they couldn't help but take a step back. It's over. At that moment, bursts of laughter echoed through the desert from afar, the sound carrying a piercing sharpness that sent chills down one's spine. Samar rode a tall horse and slowly appeared on the high ground of the sand dunes. Ha! This is what you Egyptians call Master Heka? These mages can't even stop my magic shield soldiers, yet they dare to dream of attacking our base. Samar's laughter echoed across the desert as he raised his scimitar and pointed it forcefully at the magicians below, who were about to be surrounded. Look at the state you've become. If your pharaoh saw this, he'd probably plead for you out of pity, wouldn't he? Ha! His tone was laced with biting mockery, like the forked tongue of a viper piercing everyone's hearts. Do you remember what you did a few days ago? Attacking my army time and time again, burning my camps, and killing my soldiers. Now magic is useless, spells are ineffective. Even Master Heka has become a bunch of good-for-nothing trash. Come on, keep struggling. Let me enjoy your dying moments. Samar slowly urged his warhorse forward a few steps, looking down at the trapped mages with disdain, venting his anger. As his voice grew louder, the Hebrew soldiers roared back, their swords clashing against their shields with a chilling metallic clang. We cannot bring shame upon the holy pharaoh. Everyone stand up. We must not let these Hebrews look down on us. Stand up. The trembling mages slowly rose, their eyes fixed on the distance, in the direction from which Samar's voice had come. Amidst the raucous revelry, Samar raised his hand to signal for quiet, his smile gradually growing more sinister. Very well, once we conquer your capital, I will make every Egyptian pay the price for your suffering. I will reduce every house in holy Egypt to ashes and enslave your parents and children. Your palace will be reduced to ruins, and your idols will be buried in the sand. His voice rose higher and higher, his eyes filled with near madness. All Egyptians deserve to die. All of them. Upon hearing this, the Egyptian magicians all gritted their teeth and glared angrily ahead. Samar looked at the Egyptian magicians below, and a wicked smile appeared on his face again. However, I can still give you a way out. If any of you choose to surrender now, kneel at my feet, kiss my toes, and cut off your own hands to become my slave, I might consider letting such a person go. His tone was leisurely, as if he were casually pricing cattle and sheep. Well, the opportunity is right in front of you. Who is willing to trade their life for it? Otherwise, when my magic shield soldiers rush over, you won't even have the chance to kneel down. Samar spoke clearly, even deliberately slowing down his speech, relishing the psychological and dignified humiliation inflicted on the Egyptian mages. But the mages were helpless as the black shield soldiers drew ever closer. His voice rose high at the end, turning into a maniacal laugh. Now, tell me, who is willing to be the first good slave to crawl over and lick my toes? Chapter 57. Don't let the Egyptians get away. Inside the royal palace of Holy Egypt, Lin Ke's attention was focused on the civilization panel, which clearly showed the field of vision of Master Hika, not far outside Memphis City. His gaze followed the movement, and within the scope of Master Hika's vision, the terrain, sand dunes, and enemy deployments were all clearly visible. This is one of the advantages of the civilization panel. Because Master Hika is a unit in the civilization panel, and in the game rules, it is a controllable unit belonging to the Link faction. In Civilization 6, any unit or building owned by the player will provide vision of nearby tiles. Lin Ke doesn't need to be physically present. He can see the enemy's deployment and terrain features in the desert simply by using Master Hika. The Hebrew magic shield soldiers were hiding behind some sand dunes, positions that Master Heka could clearly see. However, this perspective is not available to all holy Egyptians. It is only available to units recognized by the civilization panel. Although Nantong and other mages also appeared in the desert, they were not counted as units on the civilization panel. In other words, Nantong and his team of mages set out as part of Lin Ke's plan. They were not unit characters in the civilization panel, so they did not have individual vision feedback. Therefore, Lin Ke could see the locations of Nantong and those mages on the civilization panel, but he could not obtain the information provided by their vision. Those who are not part of a civilized unit, although they are also fighting, cannot provide Lin Ke with direct intelligence. Lin Ke was fully aware of this, and it was precisely by utilizing this unit-based perspective mechanism that he was able to make more accurate judgments. Therefore, Lin Ke can make tactical adjustments by relying on the vision provided by true civilization units, such as Master Hika. As long as Master Hika is with Nantong, he can know whether the enemy has launched an attack on Nantong. Therefore, Lin Ke did not need scouts or messengers to immediately understand the situation at the front. On the civilization panel, the number of enemies in the field of vision provided by Master Hika suddenly increased dramatically. Lin Ke's gaze sharpened, and he quickly brought up Master Hika's action options. Lin Ke selected the plot of land on the civilization panel where the new farm had just been built, and then quickly issued the command. On the other side, Nantong observed Master Hika's movements while waiting silently. Lin Ke had already instructed that when Master Hika began to rearrange the formation, it would be a signal to retreat. However, the mages on the battlefield were unaware of this. At this moment, the despair in their eyes had long been replaced by anger. Faced with the enemy's insults, they simply did their best to cast spells, and even if it only slowed the opponent down slightly, they still did not stop what they were doing. Retreat. Nantong finally spoke, his voice calm and leaving no room for doubt. But none of the magicians moved. Why retreat? We haven't completed the task assigned by the Holy Pharaoh. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh wants victory, not escape. Even if we die, we will blow the enemy's stronghold to smithereens. On the contrary, several mages who heard the order responded in trembling voices, their expressions a mixture of anger and determination. Nantong had anticipated that these mages would fight to the death, but he did not expect that they would be willing to sacrifice their lives rather than retreat a single step because of the mission. And this is precisely the challenge he faces as a commander. Shut up. Nantong's voice suddenly rose, and her eyes instantly became sharp as knives, directly suppressing everyone's anger. You think continuing to fight is an act of loyalty to the Holy Pharaoh? He coldly surveyed the exhausted yet still stubborn mages. You are more useful alive than dead here. The enemy wants to kill all our mages. If you all perish on this battlefield, the next battle will take place inside the palace of Holy Egypt. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, like a sharp blade piercing everyone's hearts. Listen to my command. Everyone, retreat to the center of Master Hecarim. That's my order. A deathly silence fell. Immediately, a mage raised his voice and said, Yes. Let's go, let's retreat. Retreat. Everyone retreat. One by one, the mages finally began to move, following Nantong's command and moving closer to Master Hika's group. However, the retreat did not go smoothly. Just as they were trying to retreat into Master Hecarim's formation, a group of magic shield soldiers broke through the outer perimeter and rushed in front of them. In that instant, Master Hika swiftly stepped forward, blocking the mage's path and taking the brunt of the magic shield soldiers' attack. Lin Ke's civilization panel immediately displayed the feedback. Health points reduced by 0.1. The magic shield soldier was momentarily taken aback. His weapon was specially treated. An ordinary mage would fall tragically with a single blow, their magic power dissipating and their body cracking. However, when this strike landed, Master Hika remained completely unharmed, suffering only minor damage. Samar squinted. He had also observed this scene. The next second, his expression suddenly turned ferocious, and the cold smile on his lips was replaced by a furious roar. Keep going. Keep going. Cleave them. 1 cut isn't enough. Then 10 cuts, 100 cuts. Leave no one alive. Don't let a single one escape. The magic shield soldiers obeyed the order and once again swung their weapons, slashing at Master Hecaris like a whirlwind. Lin Ke's civilization panel flashed incessantly like an alarm. Health reduced by 0.1. Health reduced by 0.1. Health reduced by 0.1. Lin Ke stared at the fluctuating numbers on the civilization panel, thoughtfully stroking his chin and muttering to himself. These magic shield soldiers are really powerful. They can actually deal 0.1 damage to Master Hika. He continued to watch the flying numbers and the health bar of Master Hika. If this continues, perhaps in a few hours, one of Master Hika will completely lose his divine power and become an ordinary Master Hika. In layman's terms, a typical Heka master is a magician unique to Egypt. However, it wouldn't take Master Hika even a few hours to retreat to the designated area. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Ke slightly raised the corners of her mouth, turned her gaze from the panel to the distance, and smiled meaningfully. Because Master Hika has begun to retreat slowly in the predetermined direction according to Lin Ke's instructions. On the contrary, the ineffective combos and frantic slashes made the magic shield soldier and Samar increasingly anxious. They were clearly the elite of the elite, capable of killing ordinary mages with a single strike, yet now, their most prized weapon was unable to breach the defenses of these, Master Hika. Don't let them escape. Chapter 58, The Captain's Crescent Blade. The magic shield soldiers swung their long blades, aiming directly at Master Hika's body. But the sharp blade only struck the golden light again and again, as if it were cutting into some kind of air wall. However, despite their relentless attacks, the figures of the Master Hika remained unshaken. Nantong's disciple looked at him with a complicated expression and couldn't help but whisper, "Master, why is Master Hika not afraid of those blades at all? I have heard that these Masters Heka were endowed with divine power by His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, so their bodies have long transcended the realm of the physical body. So, this is the power of His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh?" Some mages watched as the magic shield soldiers' blades flashed continuously, yet they couldn't harm Master Heka in the slightest. They could only exclaim in amazement. Their attacks simply can't break through Master Heka's golden light. Some breathed a sigh of relief, their voices tinged with gratitude. "We're actually still alive, thank goodness." Of course, this is because Lin Ke had already done some work in the civilization panel, binding Master Hika to these mages. According to the game mechanics of Civilization 6, as long as Master Hika is still alive and has not been destroyed, the units bound to her will receive special protection. In Civilization 6, binding refers to attaching one unit to another, enabling them to move together and share some traits or abilities. Here, after Lin Ke binds Master Heka to the mage, he is actually bringing the mage under Master Heka's protection. In this way, the enemy's attack must first break through Master Heka's defense and health bar before it can affect the bound mage. In other words, the safety of the mages is directly linked to the condition of Master Heka. As long as Master Hika survives, the mage will be protected by a golden shield, preventing direct damage from enemies. Once bound together, the two form a complementary combat team, allowing the mage to move freely while providing insurmountable protection for Master Heka. Simply put, even if the magic shield soldier's longsword strikes the mage's body, because they are units bound to Master Heka, these attacks will be attributed to Master Heka, and the damage will be borne by Master Heka. In other words, no matter how fierce the magic shield soldier is, as long as Master Heka's health bar is not reduced to 0, the mage bound to him will not be truly injured. Only after all, Master Hecarim has been destroyed will the bound unit lose this protection and return to normal. Lin Ke used this mechanism to ensure that the mages were unharmed during the retreat. "Keep the attack going. These guys aren't gods. There's no way they could leave here unscathed. Give it to me. Keep the attack going." Samar roared and waved his hand to give the order, and more soldiers surged forward like a tide. Even Samar's elite cavalry were mobilized, turning their horses around and galloping out from behind the sand dunes. They quickly arrived at Master Hika's side and began relentlessly thrusting their long swords at Master Hika's golden, shimmering figure. The ordinary infantry followed closely behind the magic shield soldiers, spreading out their battle formation to form an impenetrable encirclement. At that moment, in the distance, the captain of the Magic Shield Legion, clad in black armor, strode out from behind the formation. His weapon was a large, crescent-shaped sword. The deep obsidian patterns on the blade shimmered slightly in the sunlight, while a gleaming steel spine was embedded in the back of the blade. At first glance, the entire knife looks like a blend of the night sky and the light of dawn. Most importantly, this knife is no ordinary item. Rather, it was a weapon of honor bestowed upon the captain by the Hebrew supreme leader, and only a general of such outstanding martial prowess as the captain was qualified to possess it. The captain's gaze swept across the enemy formation before him like a blade. With a flick of his wrist, he raised his broadsword, slicing through the air with a crisp ringing sound. Upon seeing this, the surrounding soldiers all stepped back slightly, fearing they might be injured by the sharp blade. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his muscles bulging slightly, the blade gleaming coldly, making him stand out conspicuously on the battlefield. The soldiers instinctively held their breath, their eyes fixed on the weapon in the captain's hand. The greatsword was slowly raised with the soldier captain's steps, pointing directly at Master Hika in front of them. "Drink." The captain let out a low growl, gripped the hilt of his sword tightly with both hands, and slashed at Master Hika with a chilling whistle. In that instant, the moment the captain's blade touched Master Hika, it emitted a piercing sound. The black blade seemed to pierce through a thin membrane, and was slightly trapped in the golden light before being bounced back by a powerful reaction force. Nevertheless, the golden light still rippled slightly, like a small pebble being thrown into a lake. At the same time, a new message appeared on Lin Ke's civilization panel. Master Hechia's health bar has decreased by 0.5. Lin Ke raised an eyebrow slightly, staring at the slowly decreasing health bar on the screen. 0.5? It's important to know that this was the worst damage Master Hika had ever suffered since facing the Hebrew messenger. To be able to inflict as much as 0.5 damage on Master Hika, this person must be extraordinary. But none of that matters now, since even if Master Hika suffers damage, it is still perfectly capable of safely reaching the location of the farm. Meanwhile, the enemy has gradually entered the attack range of the Mariana chariot archer. Just then, the golden light emanating from one of the Master Hika suddenly dimmed, and the surrounding mages stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. On Lin Ke's civilization panel, the health bar of the Master Hika had already reached 0. So he transformed back into an ordinary magician, his expression slowly changing from calm to panic and confusion. "Me? How did I get here?" The other, Master Hika, remained in formation, but the change immediately caused a stir. The mages could no longer hide their fear. What happened? Why have we turned back into ordinary mages? Could it be that the divine power bestowed upon him by the holy Egyptian pharaoh has been exhausted? Their cries of terror didn't last long, as Samar's laughter immediately rose from the other side of the battlefield, drowning out the sound. "Ha ha ha, keep the attacking." Samar waved his hand, his voice filled with frenzied joy. "They can't hold on any longer. Keep going. Keep going." Immediately, all the Hebrew soldiers seemed to be enraged, brandishing their weapons and charging towards Master Hika's lines with even greater frenzy. Those who had reverted to ordinary mages were quickly targeted, while the Master Hika's, whose golden light had not yet faded, began to endure even more ferocious attacks. Nantong, however, kept her eyes fixed on the farm not far away. Chapter 59, Ironhove's Step In. Farm Crisis. The Master Hika protected the mage party and gradually moved towards the farm. Their golden light flickered continuously due to the constant attacks. Although their formation was somewhat chaotic, they continued to advance towards their predetermined goal. The mages followed closely behind, still filled with fear, but under the protection of Master Hika, they dared not stop for a moment. Samar observed the group's movements from a distance and noticed that they were slowly moving towards the farm not far away. From Samar's perspective, the outer border of the Egyptian capital is within reach, so the enemy must not be allowed to cross the farm. "Cavalry, move out immediately and destroy the farm." His command was firm and powerful, and all the cavalry immediately turned and sped toward their target. He swept his gaze across the field of Master Heka, who was desperately protecting the mages, and said in a cold and stern tone, "The remaining soldiers, continue the attack, increase the frequency, and make sure to crush them." He did not allow any delays and did not hesitate in the slightest. He knew that if the enemy used the farm to escape, all their plans and attacks today would be in vain. Whenever he thought of those sleepless nights, Samar felt a surge of anger. But what's even more infuriating is that I'm completely helpless against these Egyptians. The possibility that the other party might even escape is even more unacceptable. The cavalry's iron hooves had begun to move, but Samar had only one target in his eyes. Don't let them get away. Don't let them escape. The captain took the lead, leading the magic shield soldiers in an even more ferocious attack, with the sounds of blades clashing against golden light echoing one after another. Finally, the golden light on yet another, Master Hika, gradually dimmed and eventually disappeared completely, turning him back into an ordinary magician. However, this time Samar's smile was no longer as smug as before. He frowned. His eyes were fixed on the situation on the battlefield, and he grew increasingly anxious. He realized that even though the Magic Shield Legion had gone all out and the encirclement had been completely tightened, it was still infuriatingly long to defeat a Master Hika. Samar's face grew even more somber, for he understood that if this group had indeed crossed the farm and entered the Egyptian capital, then pursuing them would become virtually impossible. With this in mind, he ordered his soldiers to attack with all their might, giving the enemy no chance to catch their breath. His voice was hoarse from yelling. "Keep pushing. Don't let them get past the farm." On the wasteland of the farm, the cavalrymen turned around, raising their lances and scimitars high, ready to first carry out a bloody cleanup of this land. They were used to launching fierce charges against the enemy, their usual tactic being to trample everything in their path with their horses' hooves and then reap the remaining lives with their blades. To them, the farm before them was nothing more than another target waiting to be conquered. When this farm appeared before the cavalry, it was just one of countless fields they had trampled along their way. Their usual tactic was to break through the defenses with spears and warhorses, taking everything they could and burning everything they could. However, this farm made them pause for a moment. It wasn't out of fear, but because of the eerie silence. The fields were kept extremely tidy, and although the doors and windows of the houses were closed, they were spotless. Even the water troughs were full of clean water. But there was no one around, and not a single dog barked. "How strange, there isn't even a slave to guard them," a cavalryman muttered under his breath, his tone tinged with sarcasm. "They probably all ran away as soon as they saw us." The other cavalrymen let out short bursts of laughter upon hearing this. They had seen too many villages and fields turn to ruins under their iron heel. Less resistance and screams only made things simpler. "Who cares? Isn't it easier without anyone around?" Another cavalryman shrugged and pointed ahead with his longsword. "Hurry up, don't keep the commander waiting." The cavalrymen paid no attention to these unusual details, instead taking them as good news that would save them effort. They spurred their horses forward, raised their weapons, and prepared to burn the farm to the ground with flames and blades, as they always had. "Destroy this place, burn everything." The cavalry captain's orders were relayed one by one. They looked at the sparse haystacks with mockery, ready to trample them into mud at any moment. The sound of armor clashing echoed in the open area, sounding particularly jarring. However, just as they were closing in and preparing to charge and wreak havoc, a sharp arrow suddenly pierced through the air and went straight through the chest of a cavalryman. The arrow sent him flying high off his horse, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. The surrounding cavalrymen were startled. Before they could figure out what was happening, a second arrow flew out, and another cavalryman fell heavily to the ground, his long sword falling from his hand. "Not good. Watch out," the captain shouted, but before his voice faded, another arrow was shot out. The cavalrymen were thrown into disarray and began searching for the enemy. But they could not see any archers, only hear the sound of arrows cutting through the wind and the neighing of war horses. "What is attacking us? Find it quickly." The cavalrymen scattered and ran, trying to find the enemy who had fired the arrows. Soon, several more cavalrymen were hit by arrows and fell down before they could even scream. Their heavy armor was completely useless at this moment. The arrows pierced the gaps in the armor with pinpoint accuracy, delivering fatal blows. Within minutes, the cavalry had lost nearly 100 men. The arrows came from the haystack. Finally, a cavalryman screamed out his discovery, but before he could finish speaking, an arrow pierced his throat and he fell to the ground. The remaining cavalrymen stopped, staring at each other, none daring to advance. The haystack stood there silently, without any sign of anything amiss, except for the arrows that had been thrown out, which served as a reminder that the enemy was there. In any case, only one arrow was ever shot from there. "There's only one person inside," someone shouted, trying to bolster the crowd's courage. They began to cautiously approach the haystack, but the moment they got close, the arrows suddenly accelerated and flew out one after another. One by one, the charging cavalrymen fell, and the shadow of death loomed over the entire column. The number of cavalry has been drastically reduced. Too many have died or been wounded. "Retreat! Retreat quickly!" a cavalryman shouted, trying to preserve the remaining forces to return and report the news. However, those who tried to escape had no chance of survival. The arrows seemed to have eyes, shooting down each and every one of them who attempted to flee. In the end, all that remained of the farm was an empty farm and the pile of hay that had terrified them. The air was thick with the stench of blood, the carcasses of horses lay on the ground, and all around was deathly silent. Chapter 60, The Armor-Piercing Arrow. The farm was so close, yet Samar felt increasingly uneasy. Because the cavalry he sent never appeared again, the farm that should have been destroyed remained intact. His gaze was somber as he stared at the eerily quiet field. Where did the cavalry go? A surge of anger welled up inside him, and he roared towards the farm. "Where are the cavalry? Get out of there right now." The only answer he received was the sound of the wind blowing through the dunes. Suddenly, a sharp whooshing sound rang out. Before anyone could react, a dark shadow swept across the sky and pierced the breastplate of a front-row magic shield soldier. The thick, black iron armor was torn apart by the arrow, the sharp arrowhead completely embedded in the soldier's chest, and blood splattered instantly. The soldier shuddered violently, his pupils dilated instantly, and he fell backward, knocking down two of his comrades behind him with a loud crash of armor clashing. Everyone was stunned, as if time had completely stopped at that moment. Even the magic shield soldiers who were attacking Master Hika were drawn to the sound that had just been heard. What happened?" Someone gasped, their voice trembling with disbelief. "How could that arrow have pierced our armor?" Another soldier pointed to the corpse not far away, his voice hoarse. "Who's shooting arrows? Where are the enemies?" Someone lowered their voice and frantically scanned their surroundings, trying to find the direction of the shot. The soldiers' focus on the attack snapped instantly. Their arrogance and anger vanished into confusion and terror. Samar's face was ashen, and he roared through gritted teeth. "Who shot the arrow? Where is the enemy?" His voice was powerful and resonant, making even the desert wind tremble, but the soldiers remained standing still, none of them moving. Many more people stood still, their faces filled with fear. They held weapons in their hands, their eyes scanning back and forth, but they couldn't find their target. Even as Samar's roars echoed in their ears, their bodies remained as if nailed to the sand, unable to move. A soldier looked helplessly at his comrade beside him, his Adam's apple bobbing a few times, but he ultimately said nothing. Samar's gaze swept quickly across the distant gravel, but he found nothing. Meanwhile, the farm remained eerily quiet, with not a single person in sight. Finally, a soldier nearby hesitated before speaking up. "Could they be hidden archers?" "Impossible. Where could he be hiding?" Another person asked in a low voice, his tone full of fear and doubt. "I don't know either. It seemed to have flown from that direction just now." The soldier pointed to a sand dune, his fingers trembling slightly. Samar's face grew increasingly grim. He quickly turned his head to look in that direction, but found nothing. At that moment, a second arrow flew over with a whoosh. It shot straight at the shoulder of one of the soldiers, making a dull thud as the arrow struck. The soldier groaned and staggered back a few steps. He felt as if he could still see the arrow flying towards him in the air 1 second, but the next second it had somehow pierced his shoulder. He looked down at the arrow stuck in the gap of his armor, his face contorted with pain. A moment later, his legs gave way and he could no longer support himself, collapsing to his knees on the sand. The wounded soldier staggered back a few steps, clutching his chest, letting out a muffled groan, and finally collapsed to the ground. Samar's eyelids twitched violently. He quickly drew his scimitar and shouted, "All men, be on alert. There's an ambush." He then realized that there must be a unit of archers secretly firing arrows at them. But before Samar could finish speaking, another arrow shot from the sky, aimed directly at the helmet of another magic shield soldier. The soldier instinctively raised his shield to block, but the immense force of the arrow forced him to fall, shield and all, crashing into the ranks behind him. Several soldiers nearby quickly helped him up, only to find that his helmet had been cracked and his face underneath was covered in blood. "What? How is that possible?" Samar's voice became low and hoarse. The Magic Shield Legion had never encountered such an inexplicable attack on the battlefield. They were the strongest fighting force of the Hebrews, invulnerable to swords and spears, and immune to magic, yet now, their lives were being taken by arrow after arrow. Another scream came from not far away, and soldiers in the front row fell one after another. The arrows seemed to require no aiming. Each shot pierced the armor with pinpoint accuracy, claiming a life. In just a few minutes, hundreds of Magic Shield soldiers had been killed or wounded. Where did these archers come from? Where are they hiding? The captain gripped his broadsword tightly, his voice turning angry. But when he looked around, he couldn't see the direction from which the arrows came. The soldiers quickly reformed their ranks, attempting to defend themselves with shields and formation, but the arrows were far more powerful than expected, piercing through the gaps in the shields and knocking down the soldiers in the back ranks. The entire formation descended into chaos, and the soldiers began to look around anxiously as fear spread through the ranks. Samar stared intently at the farm ahead, as if that was the only place that was strangely calm. His face gradually contorted with anger and confusion. Who on earth is shooting arrows? He couldn't understand it. The farm remained peaceful and serene, without any signs of ambush or enemy presence. The arrows seemed to appear out of nowhere, striking their strongest soldiers with pinpoint accuracy. Nantong and the other mages did not stop. They simply continued moving towards the farm. The Magic Shield soldiers behind them gradually stopped chasing them and began to look around. Those Magic Shield soldiers actually fell. A mage next to Nantong couldn't help but whisper, his voice filled with barely suppressed amazement and shock. Who exactly is attacking them? Another mage gripped his staff tightly, his gaze shifting uncertainly. How could those arrows be so powerful? Nantong remained silent, his gaze fixed on Samar and the Magic Shield soldier, his eyes growing increasingly profound. Samar's curses and the captain's commands mingled together, creating a chaotic scene. The soldiers had lost their previous pride and confidence. Their faces were filled with fear and unease. They searched everywhere until they could clearly see that the arrows were being shot one after another from behind the farm. As Samar watched the group of mages continue their escape towards the farm, his eyes grew increasingly puzzled. The arrows didn't target the mages, they were aimed directly at them. He immediately found a higher sand dune and climbed it in a few quick steps. He saw that behind the buildings of the farm, there were corpses of horses and soldiers everywhere. All the cavalrymen were killed in action. Chapter 61, The Holy Pharaoh's Ultimate Weapon. Samar stared intently at the farm not far away, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The situation had exceeded his expectations. His elite cavalry wore armor made of the finest metal, so that ordinary arrows could not leave a mark on it, let alone penetrate it. But the scene before him made him completely unable to believe his eyes. On the dead cavalrymen, every arrow was deeply embedded in their thick armor, some even tearing off fragments of the armor, and their bodies were almost broken. Clearly, that couldn't have been an ordinary arrow. Could such powerful arrows have been made by the Egyptians? But such craftsmanship would be considered top-notch in Hebrew culture. Egypt? How could that be? But when he turned his gaze to the fleeing Master Hika, he felt that the possibility was not small. After all, he had already experienced firsthand just how awful these Egyptians were. A low growl came from Samar's throat as he quickly raised his head, trying to locate the enemy's hiding place. He stared wide-eyed at the back of the farm buildings, in the direction from which the arrows had come. Strangely, these arrows did not rain down like a barrage of arrows fired by archers in formation, but rather they were fired in a neat and uniform manner, one after another, accurately hitting one Magic Shield soldier after another. But what is that? Archers. But it seems impossible for an archer to fire such arrows continuously and powerfully in such a short time. Some kind of device for launching arrows? That seems more likely. Samar couldn't immediately determine how many enemies there were, and various possibilities flashed through his mind. But he quickly calmed down, and his thoughts gradually became clearer. At least one thing is certain. The density of the arrows indicates that there were not many archers. This put his mind at ease somewhat. The number of enemies is not a concern. The most important thing is to eliminate them all before they can continue shooting at his soldiers. And those, Master Hika, we absolutely cannot let them leave here alive. All troops, heed my command. Samar drew his long sword from his waist, the tip pointing directly at the farm. The enemy numbers are extremely small. Charge. Charge through. Slaughter them all. Under Samar's command, more than 4,000 soldiers quickly formed ranks, with the magic shield soldiers and infantry moving forward and gradually forming a charge formation. The magic shield soldiers lined up in formation, their massive black iron shields held high in perfect unison, forming an impenetrable steel barrier. Long spears, gleaming with a cold light, were neatly arranged behind the shields, their sharp edges pointing straight ahead. The shield formation at the very front is the black stone shield formation that Samar is so proud of. This formation has repeatedly proven its effectiveness against Hutti's top mages, proving impervious to both heavenly fire and meteor shower spells. Samar was full of confidence. In his view, this was not a battle at all, but a crushing defeat with no suspense whatsoever. Because the two sides are not even in the same size. Samar stood at the back of the formation, coldly watching the front. He knew very well that this black stone formation had demonstrated formidable defensive power in the fight against Hutti mages, striking fear into the hearts of countless enemies. Today, the opponent is probably just a device that can shoot arrows, so Samar is convinced that they can easily crush it. He narrowed his eyes slightly, watching the dark shield wall gradually approach the farm, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Even the Egyptian sorcerers and their arrows are nothing but clay chickens and earthen dogs in front of Stonehenge. However, just as the army was closing in, an arrow shot through the air and struck a magic shield soldier at the very front of the shield formation. The massive black iron shield was actually pierced through, and the arrow's force was not diminished at all, sending the shield bearer flying as well. The massive shield flipped over like a piece of paper, and the soldier's body crashed into his comrades behind him, causing a brief moment of chaos in the entire column. Samar's smile froze on his face. He stared intently at the direction of the farm in the distance. That arrow had actually managed to penetrate even the black stone formation's defenses. The soldiers at the rear wavered for a moment, and the captain in the ranks quickly brandished his broadsword and shouted, "Stabilize the formation. Maintain the order." However, a second arrow followed swiftly, piercing the shield once more and striking the soldier's chest, knocking him and his shield to the ground, blood gushing out instantly. The infantrymen behind them, witnessing this scene, gradually felt a sense of fear. This is impossible. How could the shield be shot through? Samar's sneer turned into anger, and his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. He roared, "Keep the attack. Charge forward and capture the archer." The atmosphere on the battlefield suddenly became tense. A sense of unease had been ignited in the hearts of the magic shield soldiers, but under Samar's roar, they continued to advance at their pace. But whenever the formation is solidified again, arrows will still fly in one after another, knocking down one magic shield soldier after another. After observing that Master Hika had arrived at the farm, Lin Ke quickly changed Master Hika's status to governing in the civilization panel. In Civilization 6, garrisoning represents a special tactical deployment state. For units like Master Hecarim, their attack method is reduced to one attack, but they can use wide area damage spells, and their defensive capabilities are significantly enhanced. Unless the enemy can completely defeat these Master Hika, the farm plots cannot be occupied or destroyed. When the enemy caught up with them at the farm, Samar initially thought the magicians were crossing the farm. However, as they approached the edge of the farm, they discovered that the ordinary magicians and Nantong had disappeared and had hidden inside the building. Meanwhile, the Masters Hika stood in a line outside the entrance of the farm, forming a solid defensive line. However, the moment they entered the farm, a huge sandstorm suddenly rose up all around them. The sandstorm was like a rapidly spinning wall, instantly obscuring their vision. Although the shield soldiers were not harmed by the sand, their vision was obscured by the sand and dust, and they immediately fell into chaos. They could not distinguish between front and back, and could not identify the location of their comrades. The sounds of roaring and crashing filled their ears, but they couldn't see anything clearly. "I can't see. Where's the enemy? Maintain formation. Keep pushing forward." But the black arrows continued to fly out one after another. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 62, One Arrow Through. Captain's Armor. "I can't see the road. Stay with the group, don't fall behind." The vision of all the magic shield soldiers was instantly obscured, leaving them in a state of chaos. The sunlight overhead disappeared, and the horizon became as blurry as a crumpled piece of cloth. The soldiers at the front couldn't tell which way was north or south, so they could only move forward step by step. Only the magic shield soldiers who were close to Master Heka could vaguely see the enemy in front of them. Their long blades were filled with anger as they slashed at the golden Master Heka again and again. However, these attacks were like stones thrown into an abyss, making no sound whatsoever. Even if the sound of blades clashing can be heard occasionally, it only proves that they have indeed reached their target. On Lin Ke's side, the numbers displayed on the civilization panel also changed significantly. After Master Hika changed his status to standing, the blades that slashed at them caused almost no damage. To be honest, it's as insignificant as scratching your right fingernail with your left. The magic shield soldiers attacked more and more frantically, but their strength and confidence were gradually exhausted by these almost ineffective attacks. Why hasn't a single Master Hecarim fallen yet? Damn it, I'm almost out of strength. Although they never gave up wielding their blades, Master Hika remained steadfast, his expression unchanged. No, this can't go on. You'll be worked to death. The soldiers, clad in heavy obsidian armor, were gradually being crushed by their own futility and fear. However, these soldiers have not received orders to retreat, so they will never retreat and can only launch effective attacks within their field of vision. Samar squinted, but the thick sandstorm in the distance was like a wall, completely obscuring his vision. The surrounding whistling sounds, mixed with the clanging of weapons, created an exceptionally chaotic atmosphere. He instinctively took a step back, because even his own soldiers had encountered a horrifying scene after entering the farm. The ordinary infantrymen were originally following behind the magic shield soldiers in the attack, but as soon as they approached the outer perimeter of the farm, their exposed skin began to turn black and crack. Then, as if their bodies had been evaporated by a fierce flame, their flesh gradually withered, eventually becoming shriveled, cracked, and collapsing to the ground, unable to move any further. Samar frowned deeply. He didn't go forward himself, but because he was still some distance away from the farm, he could see the outer perimeter clearly. Clearly, this was not an ordinary sandstorm, but it was certainly not a natural phenomenon either. He turned to look at the magic shield soldiers and found that although they were surrounded by sand and dust, their armor was still intact. Samar immediately concluded that the sandstorm was clearly a spell cast by Master Hika. Samar gritted his teeth. Master Heka, it's those damned bastards again. Lord Samar, the captain said, his steps heavy as he approached Samar. His black armor rustled faintly in the sand and dust, and his steps were remarkably steady, seemingly unaffected. I have something to say, but I don't know if I should. Samar raised his head, glanced at him, and kept his gaze on the captain in the distance. Speak your mind. The captain lowered his head and said in a low voice, Sir, the situation is unclear. Some of our magic shield soldiers have already suffered casualties. Now, this sandstorm has also obscured our vision, making it difficult for us to determine the enemy's exact location and number. He paused slightly as he spoke, then continued. Perhaps we should retreat temporarily, reorganize our formation, and make further plans after assessing the situation. Upon hearing this, Samar's gaze suddenly turned cold. Retreat? He gripped the scimitar tightly in his hand, and the blade immediately emitted a chilling snap sound. Do you know how many outposts we've lost these past few days? Those, Master Heka, are like flies, buzzing around us day and night. Now that we've finally forced them into this farm, you're telling me we have to retreat? The captain lowered his head. Sir, I do not intend to flee, but the situation is complicated. It may be an enemy ambush. If we charge rashly now, it may lead to the deaths of more soldiers. Samar scoffed, his face full of mockery. An ambush? Those arrows were all fired one at a time. How many enemies could there be? Besides, what other tricks do you think these damned mages have up their sleeves? Samar frowned, his expression grim. Although he could hear the captain's concern, he inwardly rejected the suggestion. Samar firmly believed that the Egyptian sorcerers could not harm the Magic Shield Legion at all, and that victory would be theirs once they eliminated the arrow-shooting device. His voice was hoarse, tinged with an almost frantic stubbornness. No, we cannot retreat. Victory belongs to us. The captain's face suddenly turned cold. He stood up, his tone devoid of any respect. Samar, you have no idea how to fight a war. In terms of achievements, military strength, and strategy, in which aspect can you compare to me? If it weren't for the commander-in-chief's order, I wouldn't have led my troops to this desert land. As he spoke, he took a step forward, looking at Samar with utter contempt in his eyes. The Magic Shield soldiers are the elite of the elite, and their equipment is extremely valuable. They are not meant to be sent to your deaths. These 2,000 men are intended to besiege Egypt and complete the strategic deployment. We cannot allow you to launch a reckless attack at a time like this. He stared coldly at Samar's increasingly gloomy face, then turned around. I'm going to lead the Magic Shield Legion to retreat. I will report all of this truthfully to the Grand Commander in the battle report. Then, let him personally dismiss you from your post." As Samar listened to these harsh words, the muscles in his face twitched uncontrollably. He gripped the scimitar tightly with both hands, even gently pulling it out a bit. The failures of the past few days made Samar even more anxious, and this captain who looked down on him even dared to threaten to report him to the commander-in-chief and remove him from his position. "Don't even think about it," Samar roared, drawing his scimitar and preparing to step forward to stop the captain. However, just as he took a step, an arrow suddenly flew out from the sandstorm. The arrow flew through the air at incredible speed, piercing the captain's breastplate before anyone could react. The heavy obsidian armor, though incredibly sturdy, was pierced by a single arrow. The captain's body stiffened abruptly, a look of disbelief flashing across his eyes. He looked down at the arrow in his chest, slowly opened his mouth, but made no sound. Captain. Chapter 63. A devastating defeat, like a landslide. The moment the captain fell, the battlefield behind him seemed to freeze. The magic shield soldiers who were just advancing towards the farm immediately stopped in their tracks. They couldn't believe their eyes. This is an invincible figure who once led the Magic Shield Legion to conquer the Hutti civilization, an unshakable totem in the hearts of many. "Captain," a soldier murmured, his face filled with disbelief. "How could this be? How is this possible?" "Captain." The long swords and shields in the hands of the Magic Shield soldiers trembled slightly, and some even froze for a moment, completely losing their desire to attack. His existence, his very being, is the core of the Magic Shield Legion, just like its leader. Whether facing a surge of spells or the most ferocious war beasts, Captain Levi always commands all the Magic Shield soldiers with unwavering composure, maintaining control of the entire situation. But now, this legendary figure of the Magic Shield Legion has fallen in the desert. Samar stood behind, gripping his scimitar tightly, and paused for a moment. The captain was one of the commander-in-chief's most admired generals, and now that he has fallen here, the commander-in-chief, Samar, cannot escape blame. If he were to lose to Egypt and the Magic Shield Legion suffered casualties, he would surely be beheaded by the Grand Commander. If he wants to survive, he must win a battle. Otherwise, you will die? He gritted his teeth. The situation was extremely critical, and he had to find a way to stabilize morale and get the troops to continue their offensive. The sergeant is the central figure of the entire regiment. The soldiers placed their trust in his strength and their confidence in his blade. His every move affected the morale of the entire Magic Shield Legion. And now, such an unshakable leader has fallen right before their eyes. Samar tried to calm the Magic Shield soldiers down, but the soldiers' increasingly disoriented expressions left him somewhat at a loss. After all, he wasn't the captain, nor was he a core member of the Aegis Corps. Many people began to exchange silent glances. It was a mixture of panic and confusion, even helplessness. But Samar must do something. "What are you looking at me for? Keep charging." Samar roared furiously, trying to suppress the wavering in the ranks with his authority. But his voice sounded so hollow and powerless at this moment, because he also knew that morale among the troops had begun to waver. The captain's death was like a widening wound for these shield soldiers, which would further demoralize the troops. The Magic Shield Legion is teetering on the brink of collapse. Samar knew that the spiritual pillar of the entire Magic Shield Legion had collapsed. If morale is not stabilized quickly at this moment, the morale of the entire army will completely collapse. He stared at the fallen captain, whose crescent-shaped broadsword, stained with blood, still gleamed with a chilling light. "I'll take over the captain's sword." Samar let out a low growl, gritted his teeth, and bent down to grab the crescent-shaped broadsword. He knew that this greatsword symbolized the supreme authority of the Magic Shield Legion. As long as he could raise it high, he could show all the soldiers that he, Samar, had taken over the duties of the captain. However, as soon as his hand gripped the hilt of the knife, he immediately felt an indescribable heaviness. Why is this knife so heavy? He felt as if the weight of the entire desert was pressing down on the weapon. He exerted all his strength, concentrating all his power in his arms, and finally slowly lifted the broadsword from the ground. However, just kicking him off the ground was enough to leave him breathless and covered in cold sweat. He tried to raise the large sword, but his arm was racked with pain, and he could no longer lift it after the blade had just left his waist. Samar's forehead veins bulged, his face turned bright red, and he even staggered, almost dragging himself down. The surrounding soldiers watched this scene in silence at first, and then a murmur of commotion arose from the crowd. That was a signal that morale was beginning to crumble. The captain's death had already terrified them, and now, Samar couldn't even lift the captain's sword, causing a rapid spread of unease deep within them. The captain is dead. What should we do? A soldier asked in a low voice, his tone filled with obvious panic. How could this be? How could the captain have been killed by an arrow? Another soldier murmured, his grip on his long sword trembling slightly. That's no ordinary arrow. How could an ordinary arrow possibly pierce through the captain's armor? More and more soldiers began to talk, and although their voices were not loud, they made Samar feel like he was being pricked by thorns. When Samar heard these words, he felt as if he had been humiliated once again. He angrily tried to lift the crescent-shaped sword again, but his knees buckled, and he could only support the sword on the ground at an angle. It's simply impossible to lift it. He raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the soldiers around him, trying to regain control of the situation with his imposing presence. Shut up, all of you, he roared, his voice growing increasingly hoarse. Keep attacking. Keep attacking. Don't let those Egyptians escape. His voice was loud, but it no longer had the intimidating power it once did. The soldiers of the Magic Shield Legion began to retreat, their eyes revealing more confusion than obedience. Their steps became increasingly hesitant, and the weapons and shields in their hands began to tremble more violently, making Samar increasingly uncertain. How so? Those were just arrows. Why were they able to pierce armor? Why were they able to penetrate from such a distance? Samar stared at the captain's shattered armor, his eyes widening as he began to understand why the captain wanted him to withdraw. But it was too late to turn back. Suddenly, a sharp arrow flew out from the sandstorm and accurately pierced the chests of the Magic Shield soldiers on the outskirts of the farm. Screams rose and fell, and the crisp sound of weapons hitting the ground sent a chill down one's spine. The already demoralized shield soldiers were thrown into chaos almost instantly. Retreat! Retreat! We can't just throw our lives away here. The soldiers at the front line could no longer heed Samar's roar and began to retreat. Their pace quickened, and they didn't even dare to look back, as if a ferocious beast was chasing them. Samar stood on high ground at the rear, his eyes fixed on the front line. His roar shook the heavens and the earth. Stop! You cowards! Go back to your units. He tried to restore morale, but the soldiers simply refused to obey orders. Everyone just wanted to escape this farm, retreating at all costs. At the same time, the sandstorm that had been shrouding the farm began to gradually dissipate, and in the chaotic yellow sand, Samar was finally able to see the scene inside the farm. Those Magic Shield soldiers who entered the farm first all died from arrows. Moreover, the arrows were still being fired one after another. What? What is it? He felt a tightness in his chest, and didn't care whether he would be hit by the arrow. He just kept climbing towards the top of the dune. The sandstorm had raised the dunes even higher, making it easier to see the situation on the farm. He saw an archer constantly drawing his bow on an Egyptian chariot that gleamed with a faint golden light. Around the chariot were some dry grasses that had been swept away by the sandstorm and then fallen. What is that? Chapter 64, The Piercing Arrow. Mariano Chariot Archer. The bowstring of the Mariana Chariot Archer is constantly tightened and released. Bang! With each arrow fired, a Magic Shield soldier in front of him fell to the ground. Before long, the area around the farm was littered with the corpses of soldiers clad in obsidian armor. Through the windows of the farm, the Egyptian magicians stared in disbelief, almost unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. Those once imposing and unshakable Magic Shield soldiers fell one after another before the arrows. What is that? My God, what kind of arrow is that? It pierced through that thick armor with just one shot. Look, that golden light. A young magician peered through another window and suddenly pointed at the faint golden light shimmering on the Mariana Chariot Archer, his voice trembling slightly. Exactly the same as the one on Master Heka. Oh, I recognize this golden light. It must be the Holy Pharaoh who bestowed his divine power upon it. It is the power of the Holy Pharaoh. That's right. It's divine power. Another mage clenched his fist excitedly, speaking rapidly like a machine gun. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh ordered Master Heka to protect us and sent such a powerful chariot to ambush us here. Could it be? So you're saying this was all part of His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's plan? Yes. None of us were even injured. Although too, Master Heka lost their divine powers, their physical bodies are still intact. Yes, the physical body is still intact. Someone spoke with a tone of praise, while the two magicians who had lost their divine power looked at everyone, smiled slightly, and nodded. They didn't seem to understand the situation, but no one bothered to investigate. But the atmosphere and mood inside the room could easily influence them. In an instant, the atmosphere inside and outside the window was like a boiling wave, and the eyes of those originally tired magicians were once again filled with a burning flame of hope. They stared at the glowing chariot, almost forgetting that they had just been chased by those magic-shielded soldiers. Nan Tong stood aside, watching everything that was happening before her eyes, and could only sincerely admire the wisdom of the Holy Pharaoh. As one of the earliest loyal ministers to accompany Lin Ke, Nan Tong had personally witnessed the golden light descend upon the magician, transforming him into a true Master Hika. In his view, the slightly golden glowing Mariana chariot archer, like Master Hika, possessed similar and powerful strength. But when did it ambush here? Yes, I only saw it after the sandstorm. The dry grass covered it. That's why we didn't see it. Teacher, you knew from the beginning, didn't you? Nan Tong looked at his disciples with a kind expression and nodded gently. This is all part of His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's plan. Only in this way can you show your truest reaction when you discover that magic is useless. Therefore, even our launching of an attack to make the enemy feel that victory is assured, and then feigning a retreat to the farm, etc., were all calculated by His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh long ago. The magicians were all shocked upon hearing this. Someone clasped their hands together and whispered in admiration, "Oh, our great and supreme Holy Pharaoh." Since His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh ascended to the throne, it seems that our holy Egypt has never lost a single time. Indeed, he truly lives up to his reputation as the Holy Pharaoh, far surpassing all previous pharaohs. For a moment, the room was filled with exclamations of praise and admiration. On the other side, inside the palace, Lin Ke watched as enemy markers gradually disappeared from the map on the civilization panel. From the very beginning of the battle, he had already been calculating in his mind. He estimated that the enemy suffered approximately 900-1200 casualties. Regardless, this formidable magic shield legion has suffered more than half of its casualties. Furthermore, the terrain shown on the civilization panel indicates that almost all the enemies at the forefront of the front line have been killed, and the remaining enemies are no longer advancing towards the farm as quickly as before. This means that the enemy's offensive has weakened significantly, and there may even be a problem of morale collapsing due to heavy casualties. He knew very well that this was not due to luck, but because his plan had perfectly showcased the advantages of the Mariana chariot archer. That's right. What Lin Ke was utilizing was the high attack power and high single target damage of the Mariana chariot archer. Strictly speaking, Master Hika's area of effect damage can certainly be quite effective when facing a large number of enemies, but its power is distributed relatively evenly. Therefore, Master Hecarim can produce unexpected results when engaging in area of effect combat or responding to large-scale enemy attacks. The Mariana chariot archer, however, is different. It is a precision strike targeting a single target. When facing elite heavily armored infantry units like the magic shield soldiers, this attack method is even more effective and powerful. Generally speaking, the armor of the magic shield soldier is not only highly defensive, but also immune to magic. It goes without saying that ordinary swords or arrows cannot penetrate such strong obsidian armor. Powerless when facing the high armor-piercing and high-penetration shooting attacks of the Mariana chariot archer. Therefore, these units, which were originally able to withstand magic and various normal attacks, were forced to retreat by the Mariana chariot archer, which has a very high single-target attack power. Lin Ke understood that this was precisely the essence of the initial design of the Mariana chariot archer. In the civilization panel, each unit type has its unique role and function. The Mariana chariot archer was designed to use its high mobility and precision strikes to deal with enemy units that are heavily armored and slow. Precision strikes are key. As Lin Ke watched the enemy gradually retreat, he could roughly guess the terrified and shocked look on the faces of these Hebrews on the battlefield. But he would not show mercy to them, because they were not only invaders, but also brutal rulers. If Holy Egypt were defeated, they would not only raze the capital of Holy Egypt to the ground, but also kill the people who enslaved him. Moreover, they would hang the Holy Pharaoh to demonstrate their power. Therefore, Lin Ke will never show mercy. Today, Holy Egypt will utterly thwart the Hebrews' plot, preventing them from ever carrying out their plan to completely surround and annihilate Holy Egypt. Not a single enemy could possibly walk out of this desert alive. Run, run. Why can those arrows fly so far? A fleeing magic shield soldier shouted, and then an arrow pierced through his back armor. Samar, having already removed his armor, was running at full speed towards Memphis. Chapter 65. The Trial of the Traitors. The main hall of the fortress was filled with a damp and foul odor. The heavy stone walls blocked out the outside light, leaving only some dim spots of light. Samar was chained to a stone pillar, the chains on his wrists and ankles digging deep into his flesh, while the blood on the ground had long since dried, turning into red and green stains. His eyes were lifeless, staring blankly at the floor, as if he no longer reacted to anything in front of him. His face was crisscrossed with scars, his nose was crooked, and there was still blood on the corner of his mouth. Even his breathing seemed weak and feeble. 2 soldiers grabbed Samar's arms, one on each side, and dragged him out of the prison almost like a beast of burden. "Stand up." They lifted Samar up with all their might, as if he were a discarded object, completely disregarding whether he could still stand. Samar's heels dragged on the ground with a dull thud, and his knees groaned as they struck the stone steps, his facial wounds twitching in pain. "Get up, you piece of trash," a soldier said with a sneer. "Stop pretending. It's just a bump. If you don't get up, I'll break your bones." The other man shoved Samar forward and threw him to the ground like trash. "Damn it. The Grand Commander is willing to see you. You should be glad you weren't cleaved in 2 yesterday." Samar let out a muffled gasp, his mouth trembling as if he were to utter a few words, but he said nothing. "Damn it, he can't stand up." "Damn garbage." 2 soldiers roughly pulled him up. This time, half of his body was scraped against the floor. His body had long been exhausted, and he could only be dragged forward by 2 soldiers. The only traces he left behind were the bloodstains on the ground and the tattered hem of his clothes. The 2 soldiers simply exchanged a smile, their eyes filled with mockery and contempt. "Hurry up, don't keep the commander-in-chief waiting. He doesn't have the patience to listen to your nonsense. You'd better act like a soldier and go to the commander-in-chief to die." Upon entering the hall, Grand Commander Lasserel sat in the main seat. His broad shoulders and clothes covered in slightly fluorescent silk made him look like a statue that had stepped out of hell. His cold eyes swept over the commanders below. Those generals who were usually high and mighty were now all kneeling on the ground, their heads bowed, not daring to meet Raislier's gaze. "Samar," Raisliel began, his voice low and cold, like a winter wind sweeping across the wilderness. "You not only ruined my strategic plans, but you also cost the entire Magic Shield Legion. Even my captain died on the battlefield because of your misjudgment." His tone was full of disdain and anger, and every word he uttered was a lashing lash against Samar. Upon hearing this, the other commanders exchanged glances, their eyes filled with contempt and disgust for Samar. "How dare you come back here?" Lasserel suddenly stood up from his seat, his cloak whistling as it swept past the iron chair behind him. "Why didn't you just die there and be buried with the dead captain? Do you even deserve to be called a Hebrew warrior?" Upon hearing this, Samar trembled violently, a look of pain appearing on his numb face, and a tear seemed to well up in his eyes. He struggled, calling out in a hoarse voice, "Commander-in-chief, Commander-in-chief, please give me another chance, and I will take back everything we have lost. Please let me go and conquer Egypt again, not just conquer. I will burn Egypt to the ground and kill all the Egyptians." He shouted as he desperately tried to straighten his knees, but the chains made his movements look ridiculous and powerless. The hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. All the commanders' eyes were on Samar, but there was no sympathy, only contempt and indifference. Lasserel sneered and shook his head. "Recover? Memphis is lost. What do you have left to recover?" He slowly walked down from the platform, strolled to Samar, and stared down at the defeated general. "You are no longer of any use. Do you know what I'm going to do to you next? Let me tell you." He grinned wickedly, glancing behind his back at the filthy Samar lying on the ground like livestock. Even his tone carried a strange chill. "I'm going to make you experience the most painful torture. I want you to taste the feeling of every bone being broken inch by inch from head to toe, and then I'll immerse you in salt water so that every inch of your skin and flesh feels like it's on fire. Finally, I will put you in an iron cage and hang you outside the fortress wall, letting the wind and sand and the scorching sun devour your life day by day, until your flesh and blood are dried up and your body is gone." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the commanders froze, and some even gasped in shock. Lasserel turned to them, his face expressionless, and said, "This is the fate of Samar. Anyone who dares to disrupt my plans will suffer the same fate." Samar struggled to his feet in terror, shaking his head frantically and pleading, "Great Commander, please don't do this to me. I'm willing to make amends. I'll do anything. Please have mercy." But his voice was gradually drowned out by the guard's rough dragging and the clanging of chains. The soldiers dragged him away like a rag doll, and the hall returned to a deathly silence. As Raislier watched Samar disappear behind the door, he said coldly, "Remember, this is what happens to the defeated." He turned back to his seat, looking down at the commanders below, his tone gradually regaining its calm. "However, the situation in Egypt is more complicated than we imagined." He slowly said, "According to the intelligence I have, the Egyptian capital is now called Cairo, and Egypt is also called Holy Egypt by the people of Cairo. Their holy pharaoh seems to possess some kind of mysterious power, but no one knows exactly what it is." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a commander stepped forward and declared in a firm and powerful voice, "Commander-in-Chief, please allow me to lead my troops to immediately attack Holy Egypt." Lasserel raised a hand, gesturing for him to step back. "No rush." He surveyed the crowd with sharp eyes and said calmly, "Atlantis is already at its last gasp. If we take it down completely first, then free up our main forces, we will be able to deal with Egypt." Immediately, a low murmur of agreement rang out in the hall. The commanders bowed their heads and obeyed Lasserel's orders. "We will obey the commander's orders. We will do our utmost to live up to your trust." Chapter 66, The Victory Horn of Memphis. "Your Majesty, our soldiers have recaptured Memphis." Nan Tong strode into the main hall, bowed to the Holy Pharaoh, and spoke with a hint of excitement in his voice. Behind him, several ministers of Holy Egypt bowed their heads in respect, their faces filled with undisguised excitement. Memphis, one of Egypt's most important cities and a once prosperous metropolis, has finally returned to the embrace of Holy Egypt after a long period of war and foreign occupation. A low murmur rippled through the hall. The ministers exchanged glances, and then, almost simultaneously, they all bowed and shouted in unison, "Great Holy Pharaoh, Supreme Holy Pharaoh! To reclaim Memphis is the glory of our Holy Egypt. May the great eye of Horus protect you, and may Holy Egypt prosper under your rule." The ministers' voices were unified and their impassioned shouts echoed throughout the hall, even causing the stone walls of the palace to tremble slightly. It was a heartfelt excitement, and the exhilaration of a long-awaited victory. In the past, simply defending the city was already a remarkable victory for everyone. Recapture of the city was almost like a fantasy, let alone against a powerful Hebrew army. Lin Ke sat upright on the low couch with gold trim, his expression still calm. He simply raised his hand slightly, signaling everyone to stand up. Once the hall was silent, he slowly spoke. "This victory was not achieved by me alone. This victory was won with the sweat and blood of all the warriors of Holy Egypt. Without their heroic struggle, there would be no victory today. From this day forward, the banner of the desert and the Nile will once again fly over Memphis." The ministers nodded in agreement, their eyes revealing admiration and joy. Lin Ke continued, "But we cannot become arrogant because of our victory. We must unite and repair the city walls to prevent Memphis from falling into enemy hands again. Only in this way can our Holy Egypt get better and better. The Holy Pharaoh is right. We must unite and make Holy Egypt glorious again." The ministers prostrated themselves on the ground, paying homage to the Holy Pharaoh who had brought a great victory to Holy Egypt. He glanced at the ministers in the hall, then slowly rose and said firmly, "The warriors of Holy Egypt have proven the strength of Holy Egypt with their bravery, and I, the Pharaoh of Holy Egypt, will never allow our country to be disgraced again. Great Holy Pharaoh, Supreme Holy Pharaoh." The ministers bowed once more, tears welling in their eyes. Having taken Memphis, what's next? After the court meeting ended, Lin Ke returned to the inner hall alone, her gaze falling on the civilization panel. His fingertips tapped lightly on the table as he pondered the upcoming situation. The destruction of the Magic Shield Legion signifies that Holy Egypt has completely thwarted the Hebrews' encirclement plan. After the annihilation of the Magic Shield Legion, Master Hiko was able to gain absolute dominance in the vast area near Cairo. Those enemy forces that had attempted to besiege Holy Egypt have lost their core fighting force. In other words, Master Hekara will be virtually invincible in the vast region, and no Hebrew army that encounters him will be able to withstand him. Finally, Holy Egypt thwarted the Hebrews' encirclement plan, gaining valuable time to recover. This is crucial. Only in this way can Lin Ke focus on development and enhance national strength without any worries, so as to produce more powerful military units to support their ally Atlantis. Otherwise, the day Atlantis falls will also mark the beginning of the decline of Holy Egypt. Master Hika and Mariana chariot archer alone are not enough to fight against the main force of the Hebrews. Their divine messengers could easily destroy Master Hika and Mariana chariot archer in the blink of an eye. However, Lin Ke was also well aware that the Holy Egyptian army had been exhausted and its supplies had been greatly depleted in the past few days in order to deal with the Hebrew attack. Although the battle situation is now in our favor, if we rashly continue to attack without giving the army and the people time to recover, we will only be digging our own grave. This victory gave Saint Egypt a chance to catch his breath and also gave him an opportunity. An opportunity for Holy Egypt to fully establish itself, further develop and expand, and support its allies. Whether or not this opportunity can be seized will determine the future direction of Holy Egypt. Memphis's strategic location is extremely important. It is not only a city, but also a key passage connecting Holy Egypt and Atlantis. If they cannot control this area, the Holy Egyptian army will have to take a very long detour, which is both time-consuming and dangerous, and may even encounter enemy ambushes, further complicating the battle situation. But things are different now. Memphis has returned to the embrace of Holy Egypt, and this passage has been opened. The recapture of Memphis was precisely due to Lin Ke's grasp of the opportunity. After the annihilation of the Magic Shield Legion, the Hebrew army stationed in Memphis collapsed completely, and they were no longer able to confront Holy Egypt head-on. Therefore, the Hebrew soldiers who remained in Memphis were scattered and disorganized. They lost their leader and their will to continue fighting. Faced with the approaching Holy Egyptian army, their only option was to flee. Lin Ke seized this opportunity. He ordered Nantong to lead his army to approach Memphis. However, to Nantong's surprise, they captured the entire city with almost no effort. When Nantong arrived at the city gate, he was not greeted by the enemy army that he had imagined would fight to the death, but by a group of panicked and fleeing Hebrew soldiers. After learning that the entire Magic Shield Legion had been wiped out, the garrison in the city completely lost its fighting spirit and even lost the will to organize a defense. Seeing Nantong leading his army closer, they had no will to fight at all. Some ran away, some fled, and many even knelt down and surrendered, begging to save their lives. The whole process went even more smoothly than Lin Ke had imagined. Memphis thus easily returned to the control of Holy Egypt. Lin Ke stood on the high platform, looking down at the desert and Nile flags fluttering below. However, he did not feel relieved because of this. He knew that the real difficulty was not breaking the Hebrews' encirclement plan or recapturing Memphis. The most challenging task is to support Atlantis next. This battle is crucial to the future of Holy Egypt and will determine whether they can rise again from this turbulent world. The people have been working hard for a long time, and the soldiers are exhausted. Lin Ke turned around and looked at the ministers behind him. We need time to reorganize. Only when morale is high and the people's hearts are stable can we begin our next step. Yes, Your Majesty, the great holy pharaoh. The ministers all bowed their heads and knelt on the ground. Lin Ke slowly walked to the edge of the platform, his voice carrying far on the wind. Today is the day of victory for Holy Egypt. We have liberated Memphis, a result of our collective efforts and a glory for all Holy Egypt people. From this moment forward, the torch of Memphis will be lit once more, and its light will illuminate both banks of the Nile. Upon hearing Lin Ke's voice, the crowd below became lively. Holy Pharaoh, it is His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Lin Ke continued. Therefore, I hereby announce that Holy Egypt will hold a celebration in Cairo to offer sacrifices to the gods. At the same time, to celebrate the triumphant return of our soldiers. Chapter 67, Daily Life Surrounded by Maids. The next day, as morning light streamed into the palace through the intricately carved stone windows, Lin Ke had just opened her eyes when she could faintly hear the bustling sounds of Cairo. The laughter of the crowd, mixed with the rhythm of drums, drifted through the thick palace walls. Vendors in the market were loudly hawking their wares. Children were chasing and playing in the streets and alleys, and some artists were playing musical instruments, drawing cheers and shouts from the onlookers. The festive atmosphere had already permeated the city, and even the air was faintly filled with the sweet scent of spices. The streets and alleys of the city were adorned with colorful ribbons and banners early in the morning, with the flags symbolizing the holy Egyptian desert and the Nile River fluttering in the wind at the highest points. Although Lin Ke had not yet left the palace, she already felt as if she were in the midst of this grand festival. Today is exceptionally lively. Your Majesty, the celebration is about to begin. Pharaoh Lin Ke sat on a gilded low couch, where his attendants had been waiting respectfully for some time, preparing to give the holy ruler of Egypt a thorough grooming. Lin Ke nodded, signaling him to continue what he was doing. At this moment, the high priest himself stepped forward and poured pure water from the Nile into a bronze basin decorated with the Eye of Horus, while chanting a prayer. May the great Adam grant you divine cleansing, and may the skin of the holy pharaoh be as pure as a lotus. Oh, what a comfortable water temperature. Warm water soothed her skin. Lin Ke leaned against the golden-laid low couch, closed her eyes slightly, and felt the comfort brought by the flowing water. He could clearly sense that the high priest's technique was just right, neither too fast nor too slow. The warm water flowed over his skin, easing Lin Ke's fatigue and giving him a sense of relaxation from the inside out. At this moment, a servant presented some delicious candied fruit, and Lin Ke casually picked one up and put it in her mouth. The sweet juice melts instantly on the tongue, making one involuntarily squint slightly. Then, a glass of pomegranate juice was served, and I seemed to feel a little lighter. He turned his head, his gaze casually sweeping across the hall. The maids stood quietly to the side, their pale gold veils clinging gently to the curves of their bodies. As the morning breeze blows, the thin gauze sways gently, like the soft waves on the banks of the Nile, revealing a shimmering, luminous glow. With their eyes lowered and their movements gentle, their jade-like fingertips slowly mixed the perfume. Lin Ke looked at them, her gaze calm, but her breathing had already become a little rapid without her realizing it. Fine food and luxurious living, this was the life of the holy pharaoh. Lin Ke couldn't help but want to swallow, but he simply took a small sip of pomegranate juice to cover it up. The maids then served Lin Ke a balm smeared with frankincense and myrrh, their warm fingers gently applying it to her arms, neck, and chest. Their movements were delicate and slow, with just the right amount of force. The warmth of the balm seeped into the skin, which generally helped to relax the person quickly. But Lin Ke felt his heart beat even faster. He closed his eyes slightly and tried to steady his breathing. No, this feels so good. What's with this electric shock-like feeling? The maid's fingertips gently massaged his shoulders and neck, and their breath occasionally brushed past Lin Ke's ears, sending shivers down his spine. But he was the holy pharaoh, the ruler of holy Egypt, and naturally he would not make any noise in the palace that was inconsistent with his status. He sat upright as usual, his gaze calm and his expression unchanging, but his fingers tightened slightly, and even his toes curled up quietly. The maids continued to apply the perfume, their fingertips tracing Lin Ke's chest with even gentler pressure, as if they were carefully worshipping a statue of a deity. Lin Ke's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. He calmly shifted his gaze to the distant palace wall. He seemed to be contemplating national affairs, but his mind was actually completely blank. Finally, he coughed lightly and said calmly, "That's all." The maids immediately stopped what they were doing and respectfully stepped back. Lin Ke nodded calmly, then slowly raised his hand to pick up the pomegranate juice, took a sip, and the sweet and sour taste pulled him out of that gentle vortex of electricity. Just as Lin Ke was about to get up, two maids approached him with ivory scrapers in their hands. "Your Majesty, please allow us to trim your beard." Seeing this, Lin Ke nodded slightly. As is customary, hair removal is an important part of the pharaoh's daily routine. Due to the intense fighting, Lin Ke had never experienced this process before. The tradition of Holy Egypt is that smooth, flawless skin symbolizes purity and holiness, and therefore not a single hair can remain. Two skilled maids, holding ivory scrapers and dipping them in a hair removal cream made of beeswax and fine sand, carefully removed the fine hair from Lin Ke's arms and legs. The lubricated ointment was applied to the skin, and after a moment, a scraper was used to remove all impurities, leaving only a silky smooth surface. Lin Ke glanced down and sighed inwardly. This technique is even more refined than maintaining a sacred altar. As the scraper slid across his calf, the warm touch brought with it a strange tingling sensation. He frowned almost imperceptibly, but remained seated, silently reminding himself. It's just a daily ritual, we can't show the slightest abnormality. When the final cut was made, the maid respectfully stepped back and whispered, "Your Majesty, the treatment is complete. Your skin is now as smooth as jade and as fine as the Nile River." Lin Ke nodded slightly, her gaze calm and composed. She reached out and gently stroked her arm, the smoothness of which felt almost unfamiliar. He even felt that ants could slide from his thighs to the backs of his feet. Okay, at least nothing weird will snag his leg hair today. The attendants stood in 2 rows, guiding Lin Ke to her feet and leading her to the next area. There's more? He went to another room, where another person was standing, waiting for him. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Lin Ke nodded. Looking at the things laid out on the table, he roughly understood what was going on. Time to put on makeup. Beside him, a makeup artist, an elderly craftsman with jet-black curly hair, dipped his hands in precious pigments brought from Nubia in the past, and applied the makeup symbolizing divine power to the Holy Pharaoh. He first applied a paste made of turquoise powder evenly to his eyelids, then used charcoal black malachite powder to outline his eyes, making the pharaoh's gaze more profound and sharp, like the stare of an eagle in the desert. Finally, he used the most precious red ochre dye to adorn his cheeks, making the pharaoh's appearance even more majestic in the sunlight. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Your countenance is like that of the sun god incarnate, majestic and holy, enough to awe all things in the world. Lin Ke nodded slowly, a hint of anticipation in her heart. What will it actually look like? A maid brought over a polished bronze mirror inlaid with gold. Lin Ke smiled slightly and looked at her reflection. Isn't that supposed to be smoky eye makeup? Chapter 68, Boiling Point. Cairo. Your Majesty, the morning ceremony is over. Lin Ke nodded, trying hard not to recall the face she had just seen in the brass mirror. Although he thought the makeup was a bit exaggerated, the servants, maids, soldiers, and ministers seemed to have something different in their eyes when they saw Lin Ke. It wasn't just respect, it seemed to have a hint of admiration. Lin Ke could clearly feel that her charm had increased several times over. Even the Egyptian cats kept in the palace stared at him for a long time. Its tail gently patted the ground, as if it felt a strange sense of awe or curiosity towards its majesty. The maids beside her exchanged glances discreetly. Although they did not speak, a hint of shyness appeared on their faces when they faced Lin Ke. Even the usually serious high priest couldn't help but linger for a moment longer when he saw Lin Ke, as if he were confirming something. He glanced down at the reflection of his own figure on the ground, and the image of himself with smoky makeup that he had just seen flashed through his mind. After all, his clean skin, sharp eyeliner, and neat sideburns all symbolized his sacred identity, signifying that he was not only the ruler of the human world, but also the incarnation of the sun god Ra, the lord of the Nile, and the ruler of all things. Therefore, Lin Ke pursed her lips slightly and decided to pretend that nothing had happened. Once his makeup was complete, a servant gently draped a pristine white linen robe over his shoulders, cinching it at the waist with a gold belt. Finally, a crown inlaid with lapis lazuli and depicting a cobra and a vulture was slowly placed on his head, symbolizing the unity of Upper and Lower Egypt and Lin Ke's supreme control over this land. The servants knelt in unison, whispering, "Long live His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh! Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty!" He walked to the palace gate, where the courtiers were already lined up to wait for him. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh! Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh! The civil and military officials on both sides knelt down in unison, their foreheads touching the ground, their voices loud and clear, echoing in the spacious palace courtyard. The soldiers knelt down and cried out, "His Majesty the Great and Supreme Pharaoh has descended." The celebration has begun. Several priests, draped in linen robes, slowly raised their hands, and deep chanting echoed in the air as they offered hymns to the sun god. Lin Ke strode forward with steady steps, her feathered crown swaying slightly, and her wide shawl gleaming faintly in the morning light. He remained calm, his gaze sharp, and he did not speak, but his imposing presence made people afraid to look him in the eye. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh is about to depart. A priest standing at the front announced this loudly, then turned to signal to the procession behind him. The surroundings fell silent instantly, and everyone bowed their heads, respectful and devout. Attendants quickly stepped forward and placed the offerings on both sides of the road. A plate of freshly picked rice, a precious spice, and a bottle of clear river water symbolize harvest, abundance, and holiness. The Holy Pharaoh set sail. The servants shouted in unison, their voices echoing across the square. 16 Nubian guards, clad in gold belts, bowed and stepped forward, lifting the golden-laid throne with both hands. It is made of gold and sandalwood, with each side engraved with a vivid eye of Horus pattern, and the four corners are adorned with fine gold chains that make a soft bell sound with each swing. The crowd gathered on both sides of the road, their eyes fixed on what lay ahead. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. It's His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, their eyes filled with awe. He really came to see the golden shawl and the sacred bird on the crown. Wow, the Holy Pharaoh's aura is amazing. You can feel it even standing here. Oh, Holy Pharaoh, Such a majestic and handsome face. It makes one want to kneel down. The palanquin slowly rose, its gold chain swaying gently and producing soft bell sounds. Lin Ke sat upright on the throne, his posture straight and motionless, like an unshakable statue. Sunlight streamed down, causing the cloak on his shoulders to flutter slightly, its golden threads reflecting a dazzling light that imbued his body with a divine radiance. The sacred bird on the crown silently overlooks all living beings, its eyes inlaid with lapis lazuli seemingly gazing down at everyone below. The guards beneath the palanquin walked with steady steps, while the priests and attendants around them walked with their heads bowed, none daring to look directly at them. However, even as the holy pharaoh passed by, countless eyes in the crowd still quietly fell upon him. Some people's hearts raced, and they murmured softly. Others were so excited that their breathing quickened, and they prostrated themselves even more forcefully. Even the dignified priestess couldn't help but steal a glance at Lin Ke before hurriedly lowering her head again. "Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, our Holy Pharaoh." As the procession moved forward, cheers rose and fell from the crowd, and the streets were lined with people who had come to welcome them. They knelt down and devoutly pressed their foreheads to the ground. The women held out spices and flowers, while the men raised their hands and chanted prayers to the sun god. Some were even moved to tears. As the palanquin passed by, several priests in linen robes raised bronze basins and scattered spices filled with flower petals into the air. Vibrant blue lotuses, golden rice flowers, and red poppies drifted down in the wind, raining down on the path of the Holy Pharaoh, as if celebrating the arrival of a god in the world. May the grace of the Holy Pharaoh forever protect Holy Egypt. May the glory of Ra shine upon you forever. Attendants, carrying incense burners, walked slowly along both sides of the road, gently shaking the bronze burners to fill the street with the fragrance of frankincense and myrrh. The drummers stood on the high platform and struck the war drums. Young dancers, dressed in light white veils, gracefully danced in the center of the crowd. Their movements were fluid and elegant, offering the most beautiful blessings to the pharaoh. Looking at the scene before her, Lin Ke couldn't help but smile. Everyone was cheering for Lin Ke. If Lin Ke were to glance at someone below, that person could faint from excitement in an instant. His gaze was deep and unwavering as he sat in his sedan chair, accepting the submission of the world. Long live His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. The people shouted in unison, their voices deafening. When the procession reached the temple in the center of the city, the climax of the celebration finally arrived. "Your Majesty, Holy Pharaoh, please bestow the blessings of the sun god Ra upon the earth." The priest chanted aloud, and then a servant presented a golden water jug engraved with the eye of Horus, filled with clear Nile water. Lin Ke took the kettle, stood up, and slowly walked up to the high platform, pouring the water gently onto the altar of the temple. The Nile River, symbolizing life and harvest, flowed down from the high platform, and the priests immediately bowed in worship, while the people also prostrated themselves, chanting prayers. At this moment, the entire city of Cairo was immersed in a sacred and fervent atmosphere. Lin Ke handed the kettle back to the servant and raised her head slightly. "I wish we could have a celebration every day." Chapter 69, A Feast for the Senses. The entire city revels in the delicious food. During the day, earlier in the celebration, inside the royal kitchen, a group of Egyptian chefs sat around several unfolded papyrus scrolls, their expressions somewhat complicated. "Is this a recipe specially instructed by His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh?" An elderly royal chef frowned, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar ingredients on the paper. "We do have all the ingredients on this in our kitchen, but I have never seen these cooking methods before. Of course, since these are some foods from Link's past life memories, the recipe is not difficult, and the ingredients are what Holy Egypt had at that time. Most importantly, these foods taste better, are more filling, can lift your spirits, and relieve physical fatigue." The Prime Minister personally gave the order, saying it was written by the Holy Pharaoh himself. A servant whispered, "This is His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's decree. You must carry it out properly." The royal chefs exchanged glances, swallowed hard, and nodded vigorously. "Since it is the Holy Pharaoh's command, we will certainly risk our lives to carry it out." They immediately sprang into action, dividing the tasks and working together according to the recipes left by Lin Ke, to begin preparing for this grand feast. As night slowly fell, the daytime celebrations and rituals came to an end, and the entire city of Cairo was immersed in the afterglow of the festivities. "Ha ha ha! Beep 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 beep. Look, The setting sun has turned the city of Egypt into a golden orange. Has His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh returned to the palace? I long to see His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh again. The soldiers removed their armor, and the people remained immersed in the joy of the day. Laughter filled the streets, musicians improvised, and children chased and played. The air was filled with a relaxed and contented atmosphere. After a full day of ceremonies, worship, and singing and dancing, people not only felt the glory of the Holy Pharaoh, but also celebrated to their heart's content in this grand event, feeling extremely happy in body and mind. However, just as this joy was about to fade into night, a grand feast was quietly about to begin. At that very moment, Nantong stood on the high platform and announced loudly to the entire audience, His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh has specially prepared a grand feast for everyone to reward you for your hard work. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers, who had been slightly tired, instantly perked up, and the civilians couldn't help but whisper among themselves, their eyes filled with anticipation. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh prepared something delicious for us. My God, my God, my God! His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh prepared this for us. Many people were surprised to hear this news. They could not believe that the great and supreme Holy Pharaoh would prepare food for them, these lowly soldiers and civilians. Moreover, Nantong was referring to a feast. When the first dish was served, everyone couldn't help but crane their necks. There's enough for everyone, don't fight over it. First dish, scallion pancakes. The golden brown pancakes were neatly arranged on a copper plate, their surfaces gleaming with an enticing sheen, steaming hot. Chopped onions and chives were wrapped in the pancake, and as the waiter gently tore it open, a unique aroma immediately filled the air. The soldiers stared at the food they had never seen before, momentarily stunned, before eagerly picking up a piece and taking a bite. This pancake, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The aroma of chives blends perfectly with the crust, making it incredibly delicious. Delicious. But more importantly, this pancake is surprisingly filling. Some people remarked that this food is different from ordinary flatbread. Its aroma is much richer, and after taking a bite, it seems to warm you up completely, with fatigue gradually dispelled by the fragrance and a feeling of fullness. The second dish is honey-braised lamb. Several enormous bronze cauldrons were brought out, and the rich aroma of meat instantly filled the entire palace. The stewed mutton, tender and juicy, sways gently in the pot, coated with a dark broth. Golden honey and grape juice give the meat a glossy, oily sheen. As the first spoonful of meat was scooped up, the broth slowly flowed down the rim of the spoon, carrying a subtle aroma of spices. The soldiers, unable to contain themselves any longer, took big bites and immediately let out satisfied exclamations. It's so tender. This mutton doesn't need chewing at all, it melts in your mouth. It has a faint sweetness, and it smells so good. My goodness, after stewing it for so long, there's not even a hint of muttony smell left. This dish is not only delicious, but also extremely nutritious. The lamb is rich in energy and can quickly restore physical strength, while the sweetness of the honey makes the whole dish milder and prevents it from feeling greasy. The soldier's eyes gleamed. Clearly, the feast was only just beginning. The third dish is chive and egg pancakes. Unlike scallion pancakes, this dish has a softer texture. The sliced egg pancakes are golden brown with a slightly crispy surface, and the aroma of chives wafts out with the steam. What is this? It tastes like eggs. Try it, take a bite, and you'll know. The soldiers broke the pancakes open, revealing a mixture of chives and eggs inside. The soft texture of the eggs and the fresh aroma of the chives blended together in their mouths, and with each bite, a warm energy instantly flowed into their bodies. Delicious. This is delicious. They all exclaimed that although this dish was not as luxurious as honey-glazed mutton, it had the advantage of a smooth and creamy texture. It was not only not greasy, but also refreshing. The fourth dish is jujube cake. The date cake on the copper plate was cut into neat squares, with an amber luster on the surface and a sweet aroma of honey and dates. There's still some left? Let me try some. When you take your first bite of jujube cake, its soft and sweet texture instantly envelopes your taste buds. Wow, this sweetness is amazing. The honey smells so good. The dates are just the right amount of sweet. What is this? I've never seen anything like it before, yet it smells so sweet. This dish not only replenishes energy, but also lifts your spirits. At the end of the banquet, the appearance of dessert left everyone feeling satisfied. The last dish is sweet and sour fish. What? There's another dish. When a whole golden Nile fish was served, everyone's attention was drawn to it. The fish has a crispy skin and is drizzled with a sauce made of honey and grape vinegar. The sweet and sour aroma spreads instantly, making your mouth water just by smelling it. The fish is so tender. It's crispy on the outside but not dry at all inside. The sweet and sour taste is so appetizing. I was feeling full, but now I want to eat more. Nile fish has naturally tender flesh, and with the special cooking method, this dish is both delicious and easy to digest, making it a perfect ending to a banquet. By the time the last dish was served, the soldiers were already quite satisfied, and the civilians had never tasted such special food before. It's so delicious. These are the 5 best things I've ever eaten in my life. The soldiers immediately stood up straight, their eyes burning with fervor, and responded loudly. Long live His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Long live His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Cheers resounded through the night sky, while Lin Ke sat on the high platform, watching the people below cheer, a slight smile playing on her lips. He has achieved his goal. Chapter 70 Barbarian Tribes. Lin Ke sat upright on the high platform, looking down at everything before her. The soldiers ate heartily. The people were immersed in laughter and joy, and even the usually solemn priest showed a rare, joyful and relaxed expression as they tasted food they had never seen before. His goal has been achieved. Today's celebration is not only to celebrate the victory of Holy Egypt, but more importantly, to allow everyone to completely wash away the fatigue brought on by war and work. The day's rituals, dances, and songs had already purified people's souls, and this grand feast revitalized their bodies. The soldiers regained their fighting spirit, the people felt the pharaoh's blessings, and at this moment, all of Holy Egypt was more united than ever before. Moreover, new changes have also appeared on Lin Ke's civilization panel. Cairo City Loyalty, plus 20. Lin Ke's eyes flickered slightly. In Civilization 6, each city has a loyalty value, which represents the sense of belonging and stability of the city's people towards the current civilization. Loyalty typically ranges from 0 to 100, and this value affects the stability of the city and the solidity of the rule. If loyalty continues to decrease, even to 0, the city will rebel and become a free city-state, no longer under the rule of any civilization. If a city's loyalty continues to decline, and there is another powerful city nearby, then that city may even automatically rebel and defect to the other civilization. Just like in reality, if a country is poorly governed and its people lose trust in its rulers, and there is a more powerful and wealthier country nearby, then the people of that country may begin to yearn for that other country, and may even eventually side with that country. The more a city's loyalty declines, the faster it is affected. Eventually, even without war, it will automatically submit to the new ruler. Simply put, if loyalty is low, the city may switch to someone else, or even be taken away by the enemy without firing a shot. The benefits of high loyalty are that cities are less likely to rebel, rule is more stable, and various indicators such as culture, productivity, and economy will be more stable. In other words, the higher the loyalty, the more stable your city becomes. You can even use high loyalty to pressure enemy cities and make them automatically switch sides. Following this celebration, Cairo's loyalty level increased by 20 points. This caused St. Egypt's already high loyalty to soar to nearly 100, reaching an extremely high 98. Of course, Lin Ke was not surprised by this. Celebrations are a direct and effective means of enhancing loyalty. They not only improve people's sense of happiness, but also strengthen their sense of belonging to the city, making the people more loyal to the pharaoh's rule. Tonight's grand feast allowed all the people of Holy Egypt to deeply feel the benevolence and greatness of the Holy Pharaoh. Cairo's loyalty was already stable, but after this feast, it has reached an unprecedented level. The city's production, culture, and military development will proceed more smoothly, and there is no need to worry about internal instability. As long as loyalty is high enough, it means that there is almost no possibility of rebellion in the future. Production, culture, and military development within the city will proceed smoothly, and even if war spreads, the core of Holy Egypt will not be shaken. The increase in loyalty means that Lin Ke can focus more on the battlefield in future battles without worrying about the land behind him being infiltrated by external forces. With his attention no longer distracted by internal strife and instability amid the ongoing conflict with the Hebrews, he could devote all his energy to the front lines and devise bolder strategies. There is no need to worry that his people will be swayed by the enemy while he is on campaign. The night was still, but the palace was still brightly lit. As Lin Ke stepped into the hall, The attendants immediately stepped forward to remove his cloak. The smoke from the incense rose slowly in the air, carrying a faint scent of frankincense and myrrh, which made people unconsciously relax. He raised his hand to signal everyone to step back, then walked straight to the throne on the high platform and sat down. The gold-decorated armrests were slightly cool, giving off a hint of the night's chill. Before he could speak, Chancellor Camel, who had been waiting patiently, immediately stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and spoke with heartfelt reverence and gratitude. Your Majesty, today's celebrations and feasts have given Cairo a new lease on life. The soldiers have had a rest, the people are more loyal, and all of Holy Egypt is more secure because of your wise decisions. Lin Ke nodded slightly, her tone calm. This is how it should be. Soldiers and civilians are the foundation of Holy Egypt. Only by ensuring their safety can the country face any storms without fear. Camel nodded deeply, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Then, his expression changed slightly, and he lowered his voice, saying, Your Majesty, I have come here to report another matter. Lin Ke raised her eyes and looked at him. Speak. Camel took a deep breath and said in a serious tone, Signs of some barbarians have been discovered outside Memphis. Lin Ke's eyes narrowed slightly, and she tapped the armrest of the throne lightly with her fingertips. Barbarians? Didn't these tribes retreat deep into the desert long ago? Yes, Your Majesty. But our scouts have discovered that they seem to still be wandering outside Memphis, and they seem unaware that the Hebrews have already retreated. After listening, Lin Ke pondered for a moment, then sneered. That's interesting. It seems these barbarians don't care much about the Hebrews. Camel nodded and said, I suspect that these barbarians may be waiting for orders from the Hebrews, or perhaps the Hebrews intended to continue using them, but the situation changed too quickly and they were not informed when they retreated. In either case, they are still lingering outside Memphis, unaware that Holy Egypt has regained control of the land. Lin Ke's gaze turned slightly cold as she gently tapped the armrest of the throne, her voice unhurried. What is their troop strength? The number is not large, 3 or 4 small tribes, totaling less than 1,000 people. Most of them are just ordinary warriors, and no elites have been found. Camulton paused, then added, although they are scattered, they still have a certain fighting capacity. If they are not controlled, they may pose a threat to the villages around Memphis. Lin Ke nodded slowly, his fingers stopping their tapping. These barbarians are indeed a hidden danger. But at this stage, our soldiers have just finished the celebration and have not yet fully adjusted to their condition. Rashly going into battle may not be the best solution. Camel hesitated slightly. What does His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh mean? Don't rush to wipe them out, Lin Ke said calmly. Instead, we can take this opportunity to capture a few people alive and see if they know anything about the Hebrews' movements. Camel immediately understood Lin Ke's idea, and his eyes lit up slightly. Does His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh want to find out the Hebrews' plans from them? Good. Camel took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh is wise. I will immediately arrange an elite squad to carry out a secret operation and bring back several barbarian warriors alive. Lin Ke nodded, gazing intently into the distance. Act quickly, and don't let them notice anything amiss. Camel bowed respectfully. Yes, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Chapter 71 Eldest Brother, you are in trouble. After the celebration, Link slept soundly. The servants were already waiting outside the door. Upon hearing the noise, they gently pushed the door open and entered one by one. Your Majesty, please allow us to help you change your clothes. They were dressed in white linen robes, and the head attendant held a robe embroidered with a golden sun pattern, which he respectfully draped over Lin Ke. Lin Ke walked out of her dormitory and headed towards the palace hall along the long corridor paved with colorful glazed bricks. He still has some official business to attend to. How should the current troop strength be allocated between Cairo and Memphis? Also, regarding the barbarian tribes near Memphis. As Lin Ke walked, she gazed at the scenes painted on the walls on both sides of the corridor. The sun god Ra is riding his sun boat across the sky. Osiris is judging the souls of the dead in the underworld, and Isis spreads her wings to protect her people. Yes, gods. Holy Egypt needs more gods. Just as he was about to step into the hall, a dazzling golden light suddenly gathered behind him. Eldest brother. A familiar voice sounded behind him. Lin Ke slowly turned around and saw a figure shrouded in golden light standing in front of him. That was Ramses, his brother, the god of the desert and the Nile. Ramesses. Lin Ke's voice was tinged with surprise and doubt. He turned his head to look around, but there was no one else there. How did you get here? Ramses' figure swayed slightly, golden light flowing around him. Elder brother, I was searching for father and mother in the underworld, but I saw a sign in the darkness. It was a desert shrouded in darkness, with no sun in the sky, only a blood-red moon. Under the moonlight, I saw your figure surrounded by countless shadows, which surged from the ground, wanting to devour your soul. And today is the day the signs will appear. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke quickly summoned the civilization panel in his mind, which displayed the territory he ruled and information on all known enemies. However, there was nothing unusual on the panel, and the barbarians on the border were still lingering in the distance, showing no signs of invasion. This left him somewhat puzzled. Lin Ke said in a low voice, "Are you sure this omen is related to me?" Ramses nodded. "Brother, it is a sign, an image from the ancient world. Although I cannot be sure what it is exactly, I know it is related to you because we are connected by blood, and I can feel that your destiny is being pulled by it. But rest assured, elder brother, your divine brother will surely protect you in secret and help you overcome any signs of danger." Lin Ke was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, I will be careful too." Ramses' figure gradually dissipated, and the golden light transformed into countless tiny specks of light, disappearing into the air. Lin Ke stood there, her mind filled with a myriad of thoughts. He looked up at the ceiling, where the image of the sun god Ra was carved, radiating light. Could it be that the danger doesn't come from an enemy, but rather from some kind of natural disaster or accident? He shook his head, banishing these distracting thoughts, and continued walking towards the palace hall. When he stepped into the palace hall, the star magician Nantong and Prime Minister Camuel were already waiting there. Camel, on the other hand, had a serious expression. In his hand was a roll of parchment covered with distorted writing. "Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh," Camel spoke first, "Lord Nantong and I have already discussed the allocation of troops. We believe that Cairo is protected by the gods of the desert and the Nile, and therefore does not need to be garrisoned with too many troops for the time being. Memphis has just been recaptured, and the people in the city need protection. Barbarian tribes may also launch attacks and plunder at any time. Therefore, we suggest that most of our troops be sent to Memphis." Lin Ke nodded. This suggestion coincided with his own thoughts. "Nantong, what's your opinion?" Nantong bowed and replied, "Your Majesty, I have another suggestion. We need to resolve the famine in Memphis as soon as possible." Hearing Nantong's words, Lin Ke nodded in satisfaction. After the Hebrews occupied Memphis, most of the city's food was transported to the Hebrew army attacking Atlantis. After all, Memphis was once one of the cities with the highest grain production in Egypt. After the war, the people in the city were starving and freezing. If food could not be provided in time, it would probably cause even greater unrest. Lin Ke then brought up the civilization panel in his mind. Although the loyalty of the people in Memphis to Holy Egypt was not low, if the famine became serious, this value might continue to decline. Lin Ke certainly knew the importance of the food issue, but how to transport food from Cairo to Memphis was a problem. If he were to use horse-drawn wagons to transport grain, it would not only be time-consuming and laborious, but he would also need to use Master Hika to escort the wagons to prevent the caravan from being stolen by those reckless barbarian troops. If it weren't for the fact that the barbarians still occupied multiple regions and it would take a lot of time to clear them, Lin Ke wouldn't have needed to send Master Hika for protection. Therefore, while this solution may be feasible in the short term, it is not cost-effective in the long run. Lin Ke realized that if Cairo and Memphis were to be brought closer together, it would be necessary to ensure the sharing and flow of resources. The best way to achieve this is to expand the surrounding areas of the two cities, allowing both to share the facilities and bonuses on the resource plots. This would solve the problem of transporting food and other resources. Cairo's territory has expanded outwards, is rich in resources, and has well-developed facilities, while Memphis's territory remains at its initial boundaries, lacking resources and with its infrastructure almost completely destroyed. So what needs to be done now is to expand the land in Memphis. A more sustainable and effective method is to expand the city's boundaries by increasing the culture value. Simply put, the higher the culture value, the faster the expansion speed, and the more quickly the city can occupy surrounding land. In this way, Memphis can not only share Cairo's resources, but also build more infrastructure and gradually get out of its current predicament of resource scarcity. The most direct way to increase culture value is to build monuments. It provides a stable culture bonus, allowing cities to gain more culture points each turn. The monument can be built directly from a plot of land in the city's building list, It does not require a builder to construct it. Therefore, Lin Ke immediately selected plots of land in Cairo and Memphis for construction. However, because the two cities have completely different levels of productivity, Cairo can complete the task in just 4 days, while Memphis will take 10 days. In order to speed up the process in Memphis, Lin Ke used a method he had used before, using builders to clear the forest, thereby increasing its temporary productivity. In this way, the time difference between the two will be minimal. Then let's do as Nantong says. Send wagons to transport the grain to Memphis now, and I will arrange for Master Hika to escort them. Yes, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Nantong accepted the order and left, while Kamer continued to report the events of the previous night to Lin Ke. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, Camel said. Last night we captured several barbarians and obtained some intelligence from them. According to them, in addition to the barbarians, the enemies besieging Holy Egypt also included an organization they called the Witch Society. Another barbarian warrior claimed to have some important information and requested to inform you personally. How could a lowly barbarian be worthy to see the holy countenance of His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh? But this man endured torture and refused to divulge anything. I feared that this information might be of use to His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, so I sent him to Cairo. Lin Ke frowned slightly upon hearing this. Could it be that Ramses was referring to him? Chapter 72 The Hebrew Allies. Lin Ke frowned and opened the civilization panel in her mind. The plots in Cairo only show normal resource points and building markers. There were no enemy markings or any unusual conditions. Lin Ke glanced at Kamer, then focused his attention on the civilization panel. There were no enemies. This puzzled him somewhat. Camel had just told Link that he had ordered the barbarians to be escorted to Cairo. Kamer, Link looked up. Are you sure that barbarian has been escorted into Cairo? Camel simply bowed and said, Your Majesty, the barbarian prisoner was brought to the vicinity of the palace this morning. We have placed him in an outer cell, awaiting Your Majesty's orders. Lin Ke fell into a brief moment of contemplation. He always monitored activity through the markers on the civilization panel, especially the enemies on the tiles. They could even see the enemies who had infiltrated. But if the barbarian prisoners have indeed been taken to Cairo, why is there no indication of it on the panel? Is there a problem with the control panel? Or is there something special about the prisoners themselves? Bring him to see me, Lin Ke finally said. Nantong nodded and accepted the order, and a moment later brought the barbarian up. The prisoner's hands were tightly bound with heavy iron chains, and he had some deep wounds on his body. His body was limp, and he seemed to have no strength left to resist. The soldiers of Holy Egypt flanked him, surrounding him completely. When they reached the center of the hall, one of the soldiers pressed down hard, forcing the barbarian warrior to his knees. Lin Ke sat upright on the throne, his gaze sweeping over the prisoner. He didn't rush to ask questions, but observed for a while longer. That's right, this thing isn't showing up on the tiles in the civilization panel. Lin Ke also noticed that he couldn't see Ramses' friendly forces marker on the civilization panel. There's only one answer. This guy isn't human. Although Lin Ke remained calm, she was still somewhat surprised inside. Then, Lin Ke calmly and slowly spoke. Soldier, what information do you have to tell me? The barbarian soldier raised his head. His expression, which had been weak, suddenly became gloomy and eerie. He sneered, glanced at Lin Ke from head to toe, and said with a mocking tone, I heard that Holy Egypt was able to repel the Hebrew Magic Shield Legion because the Holy Pharaoh possessed some kind of mysterious power, but now it seems that's all there is to it. He's just an ordinary human being. Before Lin Ke could respond, a strange red light suddenly appeared under the prisoner's feet. The stone bricks beneath the soldier's feet were suddenly corroded by a dark force, and several dark red lines snaked outwards like venomous snakes. The surrounding air became viscous, and a low murmur and howling sound could be faintly heard. That was a wail from the depths of hell. A pentagram array was formed, and red light burst forth from the ground. A skull-shaped symbol, emanating a nauseating evil aura, slowly rose from the ground. Camel's face turned pale instantly. He whispered in disbelief. This is the hell contract array. How could this thing be here? Before he finished speaking, the barbarian prisoner's body began to contort, his limbs swelled rapidly, and black and red runes appeared on his skin. The barbarian soldier roared, and his physical form underwent a terrifying transformation. The human face was quickly replaced by a jet-black sheep's head, with curved horns sprouting from its forehead and eyes shrouded in a fiery red light. What's even more chilling is that his body simultaneously displays feminine features and masculine muscle lines. instantly filling the entire hall with an evil aura that doesn't belong to this world. A powerful impact suddenly erupted, sending the Egyptian soldiers on both sides flying backward and crashing heavily against the wall. Before Camel, who was standing to the side, could react, he was lifted up by that force and slammed to the ground, instantly losing consciousness. Is this a demon? Lin Ke's gaze sharpened slightly, her expression remaining calm, yet a hint of shock swept through her heart. He slowly stood up, staring at the strange figure in front of him. He immediately understood what Ramses meant by the dangerous signs. But to everyone's surprise, a seemingly ordinary barbarian prisoner turned out to be such a powerful demon. The black and red goat-headed demon let out a piercing laugh, its voice a mixture of two genders, sending chills down one's spine. Young Pharaoh, your kingdom will collapse today. The Witchcraft Society will help the Hebrew Empire achieve final victory. The demon uttered strange whispers, and with a stomp of his feet, several cracks emitting red and black light suddenly appeared in the ground. Pairs of illusory black hands crawled out of the cracks, their palms seemingly formed from condensed fog, each of their sharp claws glowing faintly red. These black hands, though seemingly ethereal, possessed immense power. They swiftly reached out to grab Lin Ke, as if to drag her to hell. Your soul is mine now, young Pharaoh. The demon grinned maliciously. However, just as the attack was about to touch Lin Ke, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared. In the golden light, a familiar figure slowly emerged, and the sacred radiance immediately enveloped the entire hall. Ramses, the god of the desert and the Nile, was shrouded in dazzling gold and stood in front of Lin Ke. How dare you step into the palace of the holy pharaoh, you demon Baphomet? He merely raised one hand, effortlessly neutralizing the red magic. The deep red light vanished without a trace, like water vapor evaporated by the blazing sun. A god in human form? How is that possible? Ramses's radiance caused the Baphomet demon to take a few steps back, and the golden light caused its body to emit wisps of black smoke. Young Pharaoh, we will meet again. After a whisper, Baphomet the demon turned into a wisp of red and black smoke and disappeared into the palace hall. On the ground, only the flesh of a barbarian soldier remained. His armor had all turned to ashes, but his body remained exactly as it had been. However, Lin Ke noticed a bright red pentagram mark on his back, exactly the same as the formation that appeared when the Baphomet demon appeared. This barbarian soldier appears to be a follower of the demon Baphomet. Lin Ke then ordered everyone to take the fallen soldier and camel to the hospital and sent men to guard the palace gate. He then led Ramses to an empty corridor. Ramesses, what's going on? And what is the Baphomet demon? Elder brother, they are demons from hell. Right now, they are allies of the Hebrews, but only temporarily. Hearing this, Lin Ke looked even more puzzled. Temporary. Chapter 73, The Fog on the Map. Baphomet the Devil. A demon with a human head, ram's horns, and androgynous features, and even the ability to fly. Its form is neither human nor ordinary beast, but a hybrid symbol. The goat's head symbolizes wildness and rebellion. The androgynous features symbolize the creation and destruction of life, and the bat-like wings symbolize depravity and unrestrained freedom. It possesses immense power from the moment it is born, capable of manipulating not only darkness and light, but also sensing changes in multidimensional space. What Lin Ke just saw was merely a projection of some kind of power. Simply put, it arrived at the holy Egyptian palace through the bodies of believers, and the power we just experienced was only 1% of its own power. The demon Baphomet comes from the abyss of despair, on the edge of the desert, and all his followers come from there. Every year, the Hebrew Empire would sacrifice hundreds of women and thousands of men to it in exchange for the help of the demon Baphomet, and to be spared from the calamities it would bring. However, the Baphomet demon can only rely on his followers to use his power briefly, and he needs to rest for a long time every time he uses his power. Ramses' eyes gleamed with intense golden light as he retrieved all the information about the demon from his omniscient mind for Lin Ke. As Lin Ke listened, he roughly understood what this thing that could not be called a living being was all about. This world contains not only the power of gods, but also the power of hell, or some strange, dualistic existence. Just like this Baphomet demon. Moreover, its evil power is extremely terrifying. However, it lacks a vessel like a divine messenger, so the power it displays through believers is very limited. But that limited power still left a deep impression on Lin Ke. Elder brother, your path is now clear. I will continue my journey to the underworld to protect you and search for our father and mother. May the light of Ra bless you, my brother, Ramses. Lin Ke placed his palms on his chest, expressing his gratitude to Ramses, the god of the desert and the Nile. I will answer your call at any time, elder brother. Lin Ke nodded, then watched as Ramses disappeared in a burst of golden light. Baphomet the devil. He raised his head slightly and closed his eyes. He couldn't imagine what a terrible sight it would be if such a demon, like Ramses, descended upon the earth. That was a living nightmare. If that's the case, then we must send scouts to the vicinity of the hopeless abyss that Ramses mentioned. After all, this would help Lin Ke predict the direction his followers were heading in advance. Otherwise, similar incidents might happen again in the future. This gave Lin Ke a bit of a headache, since Holy Egypt currently only has one god. The Hebrews not only had 12 gods, but also a demonic ally. Just thinking about Lin Ke makes my chest feel tight. How much power do I need to gather to help Atlantis turn the tide? Moreover, Lin Ke was unaware of the battle situation in Atlantis at this time, and he selected gold coin trading in the diplomacy, allies section of the civilization panel. When he did this before, he was able to see and communicate with the sea god of Atlantis in the civilization panel. However, the sea god of Atlantis did not appear, and the civilization panel only showed a rolling tide. He speculated that perhaps it was because Poseidon was currently at war with an enemy, so the civilization panel could not establish a connection with him. Lin Ke began to think about the current situation of Holy Egypt. Although Memphis had returned to the rule of Holy Egypt, the other lost cities remained firmly in the hands of the Hebrews. From south to north, vast swathes of land were covered with enemy garrisons and fortifications. As long as these areas were not recaptured, the territory of Holy Egypt would be difficult to stabilize. To reclaim those territories, we must first concentrate our efforts on developing our military, and then provide assistance to Atlantis. The situation is even more unclear regarding Atlantis' allies. However, there are troops that can provide assistance now. Master Hika and Mariana Chariot Archer are the most powerful forces in Holy Egypt at present. Lin Ke knew that it was precisely because of these powerful troops that Holy Egypt was now able to gain absolute dominance over this land. However, if he were to move these troops toward Atlantis, it would mean that the defenses of the core area of Holy Egypt would be immediately weakened. If this army is ambushed or defeated by the enemy while on its way to provide support, Holy Egypt's military advantage will crumble instantly. After all, there is still a lot of information that Lin Ke doesn't know, like the Baphomet demon that just appeared. Intelligence is the most pressing need right now. Lin Ke understood that relying solely on the information provided by the civilization panel was far from sufficient. The panel can display the current territory distribution, but it cannot show the specific actions of the enemy forces, nor can it provide real-time dynamics of the Atlantis battlefield. He can only see it if there are units created by the civilization panel in that area to provide vision. In order to find out the enemy's operational patterns, troop distribution, and logistical supply routes, he decided to send scouts to gather information in the surrounding villages and caravans. The more information the better. After thinking for a moment, Lin Ke immediately ordered the scouts to take action to ensure that as much intelligence as possible was obtained. The ability to detect large-scale mobilizations or potential threats by the Hebrew army in a timely manner provides crucial information for subsequent decision-making. He first directed a scout to advance into the hopeless abyss region at the edge of the desert. This desert region has always been a strategic blind spot. If we could obtain intelligence about this area, in addition to preventing dangers, we might also discover some other information. Next, Lin Ke sent out another scout to scout around the edge of the Hebrew-occupied territory. This area has always been the core of Hebrew army control, and Lin Ke needs to keep a close eye on any possible changes, especially the movement of enemy troops and supply routes. In this way, Lin Ke could obtain more real-time intelligence on the activities of the Hebrew army, especially when they began to gather forces or prepare for large-scale mobilizations, so that he could react immediately and adjust his strategic deployment. Lin Ke was looking at the information on the civilization panel when he suddenly noticed that the loyalty value of Memphis City had increased slightly by 5 points. The first batch of provisions destined for Memphis has likely arrived. He selected several plots of land where some barbarians still resided. Dispatch, Master Hacker. First, eliminate any potential hazards in the surrounding area. Chapter 74, The Colossus of Orichalcoatl. Take up your weapons, people of Atlantis. We have reached a critical moment of life or death. Atlantis' main city was surrounded by the Hebrew army, with dense enemy ranks outside the city walls. The banners of the Hebrew Empire were like a forest, and the sound of war drums shook the heavens and the earth. On the city walls of the shallow sea, the soldiers of Atlantis stood ready, their equipment gleaming with a cold metallic luster. The weapons in their hands were made of rare orichalcum steel, so sharp that they could cleave through the hardest armor in the world. This legendary army was once the pride of Atlantis, but now they only have one last city left to defend. King Arthas of Atlantis stood on the city wall, his gaze sweeping over the enemy army below. Standing beside him was Callisto, the messenger of Atlantis. Callisto wore a deep blue robe and held a trident inlaid with aquamarine in his hand, exuding the pressure of the ocean. King of Arthas, the Hebrew offensive is more intense than we anticipated, Callisto said in a low voice, sounding quite weary. Their mages and alchemists are gathering, preparing for a final attack. Arthas nodded, his brow furrowed. How much longer can our Orichalco's army hold out? Their equipment is excellent, but their numbers are too small, Callisto replied. The Hebrew fire chariots are already close to the city gates. If we cannot eliminate them soon, the main city may not survive until today. Just then, a deafening roar came from below the city. From the Hebrew army's ranks, 3 enormous flaming chariots slowly emerged, their wheels wreathed in flames and their bodies covered in sharp spikes. Behind the chariot, dozens of mages raised their staffs and chanted Hebrew spells, filling the air with intense magical energy. They're here. Arthas clenched his fist. Callisto, I'm counting on you. Callisto nodded, his eyes regaining their strength. He raised his trident and cried out, Great sea god, please use your power to protect the people of Atlantis. As he called out, the sky suddenly darkened, dark clouds rolled in, and the waves roared. A massive column of water rose from the sea, and Callisto, along with the seawater, transformed into the phantom of the sea god. Then, amidst the towering waves, the majestic body of the sea god emerged. I am the god of Atlantis. Holding a trident, he stirred up waves, instantly sweeping the siege chariots into the deep sea. 3 messengers of God also stepped forward from the Hebrew army's camp. They simultaneously raised their long staffs, and the surrounding air immediately seemed to be torn apart, emitting terrifying booming echoes. The figure of the first divine messenger was engulfed by the blazing red light, and then a burst of crimson flames erupted from the ground, completely enveloping him. Flame, purify everything. A low roar erupted from the flames, the descent of the god of fire. His hand swept across the air, and flames burned a massive ring of fire in the sky. Even the seawater instantly turned into vapor the moment it touched his body. The second god forcefully plunged his thunderstaff into the ground. Instantly, lightning spread like vines, blue-white arcs of electricity ripped through the sky, accompanied by thunderous explosions, and a pillar of lightning pierced through heaven and earth. I am the storm. From the deepest part of the lightning, a deity stepped out, his gaze icy, one arm pointing straight ahead. The third divine messenger made no sound. He simply raised the black jade artifact in his hand, and immediately, a huge shadow spread from the horizon, engulfing the surroundings. I descend from the shadows. From the depths of the shadows, a god shrouded in black light slowly emerged. With each step he took, bursts of black light surged from the ground, which then began to collapse and sink. Mere high-level divine power. Come at me all at once. The power of the 3 Hebrew gods clashed violently with the oceanic power of the sea god in the sky and on the earth, unleashing a deafening roar. Protect Atlantis. Conquer the city and present Atlantis to the supreme ruler. Waves and flames intertwined, arrows collide with water columns, and the undead fight against sea beasts. The entire battlefield resembled the end of the world. Arthas stood on the city wall, watching all this, his heart filled with anxiety. He knew that although Atlantis's Orihagan army was well equipped, it was far outnumbered by the Hebrew army. Moreover, the enemy's mages and alchemists are constantly weakening the city wall's defenses. King Arthas, the city gates are about to collapse, a soldier rushed in to report. Arthas gritted his teeth, turned to the generals, and said, We must find a way to withstand the attack, otherwise Atlantis will be completely destroyed. The generals nodded, but their eyes held a hint of worry. King Arthas, while the sea god's power is formidable, we cannot hold out for long against the combined might of 3 gods. Unless what? Arthas asked eagerly. Unless we can awaken Atlantis' ultimate weapon, the Orichalcos, Callisto whispered. Awakening it would require a huge amount of energy and could even endanger your life. Arthas was silent for a moment, Then he raised his head and said firmly, "This is the only way now. Atlantis must not perish in my hands." The generals nodded, and they began to form a battle formation, surrounding Arthas in the center and chanting ancient incantations. As the crowd's voices rang out, the orichalcosmos cosmos within the city slowly awoke, its massive body radiating a dazzling light. Boom! The generals of the Hebrew army also noticed the awakening of the Colossus, and their expressions turned serious, clearly realizing that the situation had changed again. Damn it! Why are these Atlanteans so troublesome? Concentrate your firepower and destroy that Colossus. The flaming chariots turned around, and the mages began to pour all their magic into the Colossus. However, the Orichalcos' defenses far exceeded their expectations, and all attacks were easily blocked. The Colossus swung its arm, smashing several fire chariots to pieces with a single blow. The Hebrew army's ranks began to fall into disarray, and the soldiers retreated in droves. The soldiers on the city wall, witnessing the power of the Colossus, breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, at that moment, the faces of several generals and Arthas suddenly turned pale. "King Arthas, our strength is almost exhausted," they said with difficulty. "The Colossus can only hold out for a few more moments." Report. The sea monster cavalry heading to Holy Egypt have successfully broken through the encirclement and are now entering the Nile River via a side path. Okay, that's good. Hold on, everyone. We must not let the city gates fall. Chapter 75, Demon City. 2 days after the two scouts proceeded in an extremely aggressive manner, Lin Ke received numerous alerts on the civilization panel. Of course, those alarms were all about the Hebrew army. However, those armies included not only those that went to Atlantis to provide support, but also those that withdrew from the front lines and returned to the occupied territories to recuperate. In order to obtain more intelligence, Lin Ke even built another scout. But this scout carries a mission completely different from the other two scouts, and he is traveling in a direction that has never been explored before. Because Lin Ke wants to use this investigator to search for an important resource. City-state. City-states were independent small countries with their own cultural traditions and unique status. Within the territory controlled by these city-states, there are not only abundant resources, but also unique benefits for the forces that control them. Whether it's cultural, technological, religious, or productive advantages, these can all be key factors in determining the outcome of a war. City-states are further divided into 5 types: cultural, technological, religious, military, and industrial. To obtain military assistance, one must first find a military-type city-state and establish relations with it. In Civilization 6, the key to establishing relations with city-states lies in sending envoys. In other words, with each envoy sent, the relationship between Holy Egypt and the city-states would become closer. When the number of envoys reaches a certain threshold, the civilization will become the suzerain state of that city-state, thereby gaining more control and benefits. For example, sending 1 envoy will grant a basic bonus, sending 3 envoys will make the city-state an ally, and sending 6 envoys will grant complete control of the city-state and its unique suzerain rewards. There are 3 types of rewards for the suzerain state of a military-type city-state. These include obtaining free military units, combat strength bonuses, and enhanced military policies. Acquiring either one will greatly enhance Holy Egypt's current strength. Otherwise, the other methods would all take a lot of time, and Lin Ke had a feeling that Atlantis wouldn't last that long. However, if he can obtain military support in a short period of time, he can relieve the defensive pressure on Atlantis by attacking the main Hebrew cities. At least, this is the best approach until new intelligence is obtained. After all, most of the enemy's main army and powerful divine messengers had been transferred to the front lines, so Lin Ke only needed to put pressure on the Hebrews to achieve his goal. Just then, a message appeared in the civilization panel. Could it be that a city-state has been discovered? Reward for discovering the suzerain state of the technology-driven city-state, Azaric, plus 15% technology value in peacetime. A new city-state, but not the type that Lin Ke needs right now. Furthermore, the civilization panel shows that a civilization called Maya has already sent 2 envoys. If Lin Ke wants to snatch this city-state from the Maya, he will need to send more than 2 envoys to the city-state. If the quantity is equal to that of the other party, the 2 sides will enter a competitive state, and the rewards from the suzerain state will be temporarily invalidated. Only when one side sends more envoys, disrupting the balance, can it enjoy the rewards from the suzerain state. But Lin Ke currently only has 1 envoy, which was granted to him by the civilization system over time. However, using specific policy cards can speed up the process of obtaining invoice. But the most important thing now is to find a suitable city-state as soon as possible. Of course, the probability of finding a suitable city-state is not high, so Lin Ke thought of other ways to relieve the pressure on Atlantis. That is to blockade the enemy's resources and trade routes through military force, thereby slowing down the enemy's economic development and affecting the enemy's war potential. In Civilization 6, you can cut off enemy nations' trade routes with other civilizations by establishing sea or land blockades in neutral zones. In a Hebrew-occupied area some distance from Memphis, Lin Ke discovered a route. That was a route along which the Hebrew cities in the south gathered supplies and military equipment to send to the front lines, and Lin Ke had already dispatched a team of Master Hika to that route. Of course, this alone cannot provide much help, since the Hebrews were a large empire that occupied a vast territory, and cutting off only one supply route is far from enough. Lin Ke also discovered a Hebrew trade route. According to the information from the scout, he discovered that the Hebrews were using that trade route to conduct business transporting valuable items such as jewelry and gold. Clearly, this money represented a significant military expenditure, and there were also many Hebrew troops patrolling the trade route. Lin Ke, on the other hand, plans to establish his own cavalry force and launch an attack on the enemy's trade routes. Once their caravans are intercepted and destroyed by Lin Ke, the Hebrews' original trade routes will come to an end. They will be forced to take detours, increasing transportation time and costs, and indirectly affecting the other party's economic efficiency. Moreover, the other side may have to send more troops to protect the caravan or increase the number of patrols as a result. This would effectively reduce the defensive pressure on Atlantis. However, Lin Ke cannot create cavalry yet, because building cavalry requires researching the night technology, and the prerequisite for researching night is to first complete the research on the riding skill technology. To study riding skills, one needs to study animal husbandry, and Lin Ke had already completed his research on animal husbandry. Therefore, he has now begun to study the technology of riding. But besides technology, there are other requirements, namely, the need for horses. To find horses, you first need to find a tile that displays horses' resources in the civilization panel. Lin Ke has already discovered a resource plot with horses near Memphis City. Once Memphis City expands its territory, he can then purchase that plot with gold coins. Then, Lin Ke only needs to send the builder to that plot of land to build a livestock farm to obtain horse resources. Once these two are completed and the night technology is fully researched, you can begin constructing cavalry. Although it sounds complicated, the whole process doesn't take too much time. By the time Lin Ke finished his work, it was already night, and he still hadn't received any news about Atlantis. However, judging from the fact that some Hebrew troops have withdrawn, Atlantis has not yet fallen. Discover the city-state. At this moment, another message appeared in the civilization panel. Just as Lin Ke was about to check the detailed information about the city-state, he paused for a moment. Because the message came from the scout, who had ventured into the abyss of despair. Discovering the military-type city-state is a hopeless abyss. Reward from the suzerain state. Demon Apostle. Chapter 76. The Great Demon. Lin Ke immediately sat up straight, and he even felt that his breathing seemed to quicken slightly. Discovering the military-type city-state is a hopeless abyss. Reward from the suzerain state. Demon Apostle. Apostle. Clearly, it was a role similar to a divine messenger, or simply put, a vessel capable of bearing immense power. Just as divine messengers can perform divine descent, demonic apostles can bring the Baphomet demon into the world in its true form. Lin Ke swallowed hard. If that demon with a human head, ram horns, and androgynous features, capable of flight, were to grow to the size of the true form of the god of the desert and the Nile. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. The military-type city-state is in a hopeless abyss. Lin Ke stared at the information on the civilization panel. He could see that no other kingdoms had sent envoys to this city-state. Yes, that's where the Baphomet demon is located. People are trying to avoid it, let alone have any country willing to establish diplomatic relations with it. However, the civilization panel shows that this hopeless abyss city-state is in a friendly state towards the Hebrew Empire. However, the Hebrew Empire never sent envoys to it. Logically speaking, the city-state of hopeless abyss should have had no connection with the Hebrew Empire. Lin Ke then thought of what Ramses had said. Every year, The Hebrew Empire would sacrifice hundreds of women and thousands of men to Baphomet in exchange for his help and to be spared the calamities he would bring. In Civilization 6, some city-states sometimes offer a special mission. The kingdom that completes that special mission will be counted as having sent an extra envoy to that city-state. However, the Hebrew Empire does not have a civilization panel, so it cannot receive the suzerainty bonus from the hopeless abyss city-states. From this, Lin Ke immediately deduced that the reason why the city-state of hopeless abyss had a friendly relationship with the Hebrew Empire was because the Hebrew Empire had completed the task of sacrifice. If Lin Ke were to send an envoy to the city-state of hopeless abyss now, the Holy Egyptian Kingdom and the Hebrew Empire would then become competitive entities. In this way, the relationship between the city-state of hopeless abyss and the Hebrew Empire will change from friendly to neutral. Then, Lin Ke no longer needs to worry about the dangerous situation of the demon's followers being possessed and manipulated by the power of the Baphomet demon. If Lin Ke could find another envoy and send him to the city-state of hopeless abyss, the relationship between Lin Ke and the city-state of hopeless abyss would become friendly. If Lin Ke maintains a friendly relationship, he will receive a reward from the suzerain state of the hopeless abyss city-state. That which is truly terrifying, that which can make the world tremble. Demon Apostle. Lin Ke took a deep breath and began operating the civilization panel. The city-state of hopeless abyss. Dispatch one envoy. Unlike other units created by civilization panels, the emissary does not take time to reach its destination after Link issues a command, unlike Master Hika or Scout. Emissary can arrive at the city-state Lin Ke is going to the moment he gives the order. The city-state of hopeless abyss has a hostile relationship with Holy Egypt. Whoosh. In the civilization panel, the number of envoys that Lin Ke could send immediately changed from 1 to 0. The city-state of hopeless abyss has a neutral relationship with Holy Egypt. Neutrality means neither being friendly nor hostile. It's done. In other words, we no longer need to worry about those dangerous demon cultists. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. A burst of excited noise reached Lin Ke's ears. He stood up and turned his head from side to side. Silk embroidered with lotus flowers and scarabs, and 2 statues of Anubis, the jackal god. Everything in the dormitory was normal, and there was nothing unusual about the surroundings. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. At this moment, Lin Ke realized that the voice did not come from anywhere else, but from the civilization panel. The sound came from his mind. Hissing and gurgling sounds. If Lin Ke remembered correctly, he had heard this sound before in the palace hall. It looked like it was bubbling out of a viscous liquid, accompanied by the popping sound of a boil bursting. It was the voice of a demon. More and more. Whoosh. A golden light condensed behind Lin Ke, and Ramses' figure immediately appeared. Eldest brother. He turned his head from side to side, as if searching for something. There is something I need to confirm with you. Lin Ke nodded. He knew that Ramses' appearance must be related to the voice that had appeared in his consciousness earlier. I saw new images, new signs in the underworld. In the underworld, crimson fangs have appeared in the northwestern night sky, devouring the full moon, seemingly trying to disorient you. However, the most dangerous shadow has disappeared. As I said before, your path is now very wide, but you still need to be careful. Ramses looked at Lin Ke, the golden light in his eyes flickering slightly. Of course, my brother. But this is the second time you've seen something like this. Why hasn't it happened before? Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, Ramses' eyes only flashed with golden light a few times. I share the same bloodline as you, my elder brother, and with the power of the supreme God, I can foresee the dangers you are about to encounter through omens. This imagery becomes even clearer when the danger possesses a certain special power. Special power? Lin Ke's brows twitched slightly. What he immediately thought of was the power of the Baphomet demon. Evil power. This suggests that there may be many mysterious forces in this world, as powerful as gods, that Lin Ke is currently unaware of. Okay, I'll continue to be careful. Lin Ke nodded. He seemed to see a slight golden ripple appear at the corner of Ramses' mouth. Elder brother, I will continue to keep an eye on things and provide protection whenever you need it. The light of the desert and the Nile will shine upon you forever. Whoosh. Ramses' body condensed into a point of light and disappeared. The most dangerous dark figure has disappeared. Lin Ke then compared the image of the shadowy figure that Ramses had seen before, which seemed to be trying to devour his soul. What he was now certain of was that the change in the relationship between the demon city-state and Holy Egypt from hostile to neutral was the reason for the disappearance of the most dangerous shadow. At least for now, Baphomet poses no threat to Link. After Ramses left, Lin Ke slowly lay down and looked at the statue of Anubis by the bedside. An ancient god, a forgotten Egyptian god who hasn't appeared for thousands of years. Baphomet, the demon, is also an ancient demon. No one has ever witnessed the true form and full power of Baphomet. Never. Lin Ke looked at the civilization panel and swallowed hard. If Lin Ke could find another envoy and send him to the demon city-state, he would be able to obtain a demon apostle who could summon the Baphomet demon to this world. So, could the true power of the Baphomet demon be similar to that of a supreme god? Or above it? Chapter 77. Make more deals. Strive to establish diplomatic relations. Your Majesty, Pharaoh, please. The next morning, the attendants who came to perform the morning rituals for Lin Ke discovered that the holy Pharaoh was not in his bedroom. The servant Alan gave the servants a look, signaling them to hurry back. At this moment, Lin Ke was sitting on the throne, her fingers lightly tapping the armrest, her brows slightly furrowed. What is your Majesty the Pharaoh doing? His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh rose before dawn and has been pondering on the Pharaoh's throne for a long time. As Alan spoke, he glanced towards the direction of the palace hall. What is His Majesty the Pharaoh worried about? What His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh is concerned about is war, the suffering of the people, and the future of Holy Egypt. How could we lowly people easily understand these things? Yes, we only wish to do our humble best for His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh did not even eat breakfast. Is His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's body able to handle this? We'll bring some more food later. Alan nodded, while the rest of the servants left with worried expressions. Lin Ke, on the other side, never took his eyes off the civilization panel. He knew that to quickly obtain a second envoy, he had to find an efficient way. Because obtaining envoys takes a relatively long time. He carefully analyzed the current possibilities and then began to examine them one by one. The first task is to complete the city-state's special mission. Each city-state will issue unique tasks, such as building a specific wonder, developing a certain resource, or defeating a specific enemy. Upon completion of these tasks, the city-state will reward the envoys. Lin Ke looked at the demon city's quest log and found that the current quest was to sacrifice 88,888 human souls. He glanced at it only once and cursed under his breath. This population is larger than the combined population of Cairo and Memphis. Moreover, who could possibly sacrifice 88,888 human souls? The person who does this is even more terrifying than the Baphomet demon. Secondly, it can be unlocked through cultural or technological development, which can speed up the process of obtaining envoys. In Civilization 6, certain nodes in the culture and technology trees reward envoys. Lin Ke quickly browsed his culture tree and found that the next envoy reward node would take at least another 10 days to unlock. There is clearly not enough time. Third, it can be obtained through wonders or policy cards. Certain wonders or policy cards can increase the rate at which envoys are acquired. Lin Ke looked at his list of wonders and found that the Apadana Palace could provide additional envoy rewards, but he did not currently have the time to build this wonder. Fourth, it involves trading with other civilizations through diplomatic means. In Civilization 6, players can use diplomacy to trade envoys with other civilizations. For example, using resources, gold coins, or other diplomatic bargaining chips to acquire envoys. However, Lin Ke's current diplomatic relations are not very good. His only ally, Atlantis, is now nowhere to be found, and he has not yet established diplomatic relations with any other civilizations. But, after careful consideration, Lin Ke realized that the most feasible approach was to acquire envoys through developing diplomatic relations. In Civilization 6, diplomatic relations are one of the important ways to acquire envoys. By establishing friendly relations with other civilizations, Lin Ke can quickly accumulate diplomatic leverage and even directly exchange it for envoys. He still had a large amount of gold coins given to him by Atlantis, an amount that some small countries could earn in several years. After all, who would turn down money? However, to establish diplomatic relations, it is necessary to send a delegation, which can be done by spending a little gold. If we could send a delegation to establish diplomatic relations with countries that are short of money, and then send them funds, the other party will naturally be extremely grateful to you. Lin Ke's eyes lit up, and her slightly gloomy face immediately brightened. He immediately started operating the civilization panel and ordered the nearest scout to head towards the Maya kingdom. After all, he had already seen the city-states occupied by the Maya kingdom, and as long as he followed the right direction, he could find the Maya kingdom. As long as he can see the Maya kingdom on the civilization panel, he can directly send a delegation to establish diplomatic relations with it. Moreover, the delegation is also instantaneous, meaning that as soon as the scout finds the Maya kingdom, Lin can immediately establish diplomatic relations with it. Okay, next up is the cavalry. Now you can. At this moment, Lin Ke focused his attention on the civilization panel. He noticed something unusual. On the edge of Holy Egypt, at the boundary between patches of yellow sand and oases, several neutral units are slowly moving. However, they were not heading towards Cairo, but rather towards the distant Maya kingdom. Strangely, these units were neither barbarian rabble nor troops of the Hebrew Empire. Their flags were unfamiliar, and their actions were orderly, clearly indicating that they were not a disorganized force. However, Lin Ke had never seen such a symbol before, nor could she retrieve any related information from her memory. Where did they come from? What is their purpose? And why cross the land of Holy Egypt? Camera. Lin Ke summoned the prime minister, who had been resting for a whole day due to fainting. He did not blame him for the matter of the demon. Camel knelt on one knee and bowed his head in response. Your Majesty, the Holy Pharaoh. Send a squad of elite soldiers to the south, to the very edge of Holy Egypt. I sensed that the land there had detected something strange, that strangers had entered our Holy Egypt's territory. The ministers and the people believed that the Holy Pharaoh possessed some kind of mysterious power. Therefore, as long as Lin Ke issued orders in a mysterious tone and manner, the ministers would believe him without a doubt. After all, everyone has witnessed Lin Ke's abilities, such as the gods he summoned and the creation of Master Hika. Yes, your humble servant will immediately lead the elite troops to drive the enemy out. Camel immediately prostrated himself, his eyes already gleaming with a determination to carry out the Holy Pharaoh's command to the death. No, not expel them, bring them all back. Of course, Lin Ke was still unaware of what kind of organization those people belonged to. It would be bad if you angered a civilization and caused it to become hostile to you. If the other party were to attack the Maya kingdom, Lin Ke could do them a favor. If they're just passing through, then arrest them and release them. Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, Camel raised his head, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Then, this old minister will take them back and let His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh deal with them. Go, I will send Master Hika with you. Do not kill him unless he seriously threatens your life. It's just something we brought back. You know what to do, Camel. Camel raised his head, a cold glint in his eyes. Yes, Your Majesty. I will lead the team myself. Go quickly and come back quickly. Chapter 78. The Amazonian Tribes on the Run. The scorching sun baked the boundless desert, and the yellow sand tumbled and rolled in the hot wind. The remaining forces of the Amazonian tribe struggled through the sand dunes, their armor stained with blood and dust. Some of their sweat had long since evaporated, leaving only white crystals clinging to their skin. Their eyes were red and swollen from dryness and sand, and each blink brought a sharp, stabbing pain. Their skin was red from prolonged sun exposure, and in some places it had even started to peel, revealing the tender, blood-red flesh underneath. Some people could no longer stand and could only rely on their companions for support, their arms resting on each other's shoulders, their fingers hanging limply. Some people had lost consciousness and were being dragged across the sand. In the middle of the group were many female soldiers missing limbs, who were almost half dead and on the verge of death. It is clear that these female warriors living in the rainforest are completely unable to adapt to the scorching and hot climate of the desert. However, one person remained energetic, her gaze sharp as a hawk's, scanning the horizon ahead. Malaysia, can we really get across this desert? A young female soldier, panting, asked another female soldier at the front of the group. Her voice was hoarse, her lips were chapped, and only when she looked at Malaysia did her eyes show a glimmer of light. The female soldier at the front turned around, revealing a deep, scab scar on her face that stretched from her brow bone to her jaw. She held a powerful axe in her left hand and a gleaming golden whip in her right. Malaysia was the most powerful warrior of the Amazons and also the leader of her tribe. She glanced back at the line behind her. Hundreds of female soldiers, each one was covered in wounds, some even on the verge of death. Her gaze swept across their faces. We definitely can. The Hebrews burned our homeland, but as long as we have a breath left, we will one day take it back. But the Manu jungle is gone too, another warrior whispered, her voice filled with barely suppressed grief. Our temples, our sacred forest, have all been devoured by the fire. Those brutal Hebrews, they wouldn't leave a single tree behind. Marasija gripped the axe tightly in his fist, his knuckles turning white from the force. Terrible memories resurfaced in her mind. The goddess of the hunt fell to the ground, and the moment the sacred forest burst into flames, their only god vanished completely from this world. At least, that's how it seems from Mauritius' perspective. The Hebrews thought that by burning down our forests they could destroy our will, but they were wrong. The warriors of the Amazon never depend on the land for survival. Our strength comes from our blood and from our beliefs. As long as we live, the Amazon bloodline will not be broken, and the Amazon race will never perish. Fellow tribesmen, do not stop. We bear the weight of our tribe's future hope on our shoulders. A low murmur of agreement rang out from the ranks, and the female warriors straightened their backs, their despair gradually replaced by determination. Malaysia, how did you lead us out of here? A young soldier couldn't help but ask, her eyes filled with admiration. The Hebrew army came like a tidal wave, and I thought we were all going to die there. Malaysia's eyes flickered slightly, her thoughts seemingly drifting back to that fierce battle. Her voice was calm, but her body couldn't help but tremble. The Hebrews were indeed numerous and powerful, but they underestimated our resolve. I found the weak point in their encirclement and led you through the fire to break out from the flank. Their commander was too arrogant, thinking we had all been burned to death in the fire. Unfortunately, they don't understand the warriors of the Amazon. If it weren't for you, we would have been wiped out long ago, another soldier said in a low voice, her voice filled with gratitude. You single-handedly held off their cavalry charge, buying us time. We all saw it. You killed more than a dozen Hebrew knights by yourself. Malaysia shook her head, her clenched fist loosening slightly. That wasn't my achievement alone. That was every single one of the Amazonian people who gave their lives and blood to secure this chance to break through. Although we have lost our homes, we are still alive. As long as we are alive, there is hope. The group fell into a brief silence, with only the wind and sand whistling in their ears. Our clan leader lost his home and his mother, yet he still leads us, always at the forefront. Everyone keep up, don't fall behind. The group gritted their teeth and pressed on. After a while, an older warrior spoke up and asked, Malaysia, do you really think the Maya will accept us? Although they are our allies, they are still so far away. Would they really risk offending the Hebrews again for our sake? Malaysia's gaze was calm, and her voice showed almost no hesitation. The Maya were not Hebrews. They respected ancient covenants and understood the principle of mutual dependence. Moreover, they are still hostile to the Hebrews. They will definitely help us once we reach their territory. And her voice paused slightly, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. We are warriors of the Amazon, not refugees or weaklings. We have not only strength, but also wisdom. The Maya naturally understand our value. The team continued their march under the scorching sun, and the female soldiers seemed to have relaxed a bit. Their gazes refocused ahead, and their steps became more powerful. Malaysia, a warrior suddenly spoke. When we get to the Maya, will you become their general? I've heard that their kings love talented warriors the most. Malaysia remained calm upon hearing this, and shook her head. My duty is to protect you, to protect the bloodline of the Amazon. As for the rest, we'll talk about that when we get to Maya. Her gaze turned to the distance again, where a green outline could be vaguely seen at the end of the yellow sand. Oasis. Hang in there, everyone. There's an oasis ahead. Is there any water there? We're dying of thirst. Malaysia stepped forward, turned around, and raised his axe. I'll go take a look first. Maybe we're almost out of the desert. Malaysia walked forward and entered the oasis. She saw a small puddle on the ground. Great. It's water. I'll take some to the seriously injured tribespeople first. Malaysia took the water jug from her belt and placed it into the pool. Then she noticed that the oasis around her was disappearing, and her water bottle was filled with sand. She looked up and saw a monk in a white robe standing there. Chapter 79. Let me negotiate with the Holy Pharaoh in person. Your Majesty, we have prepared a meal for you. Knowing that the Holy Pharaoh had not eaten breakfast, the attendants prepared a great deal of food for him. Lin Ke sat at the long table. In front of him were various exquisite foods. Golden brown and crispy Cairo lamb, fragrant date bread, fresh Nile perch, and a pitcher of chilled date wine. Of course, when it's called iced, it means it's placed in water stored in a cellar. His movements were elegant and composed, and he savored each sip. Good wine, good wine. Pour another cup. His fingers were long and slender, holding a silver knife inlaid with gemstones. His movements as he cut the meat were smooth and precise, and even the sound of the knife and fork clashing was exceptionally soft. However, just as he picked up his wine glass, preparing to take another sip of date wine, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the hall. A soldier rushed into the hall, knelt on one knee, and said with a hint of nervousness in his voice, "Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, General Camel and Lord Nantung have important military intelligence to report and are waiting outside the hall." Lin Ke's hand paused slightly, the wine glass hovering in midair. His brow furrowed slightly, his gaze shifting from the wine glass to the soldier, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Kamer and Nantung came back together? He immediately realized that Kamer must have asked Nantong to go along just in case. But I'm still so hungry. He didn't get up immediately, but quickly put the wine glass back on the table, then picked up a slice of date bread, took a couple of casual bites, and then used his silver fork to pick up a piece of mutton, chewing it a few times hastily. Although his movements still looked elegant, they were noticeably faster. After all, Lin Ke always paid attention to her manners when dining, savoring every bite of food. Even during meals, the Holy Pharaoh displayed majesty and composure. But at this moment, his mind was clearly no longer on the food. He put down his silver fork, gently wiped his mouth with a silk handkerchief, then stood up and straightened the wrinkles in his robe. "Send them to the palace hall. I'll be there now." Lin Ke's voice was firm, and he immediately got up and headed towards the corridor leading to the hall. The soldiers immediately stood up and withdrew. A moment later, Camel and Nantung strode into the main hall. Both men wore solemn expressions, clearly indicating that the military situation was of utmost importance. Lin Ke's gaze swept over the two of them, her voice calm. "Speak, what happened?" Lin Ke sat on the throne, her fingers lightly tapping the armrest. Camel knelt on one knee, his voice steady yet tinged with urgency. "Your Majesty, as per your orders, I have taken Master Heka to the border to investigate the movements of those neutral units. But on the way, we met Lord Nantung. After I explained the situation, Lord Nantung thought that this matter was of great importance and decided to go with us." Lin Ke nodded slightly, then turned her gaze to Nantong, who was standing to the side. Nantong was dressed in a white robe and held a jewel-encrusted staff in her hand. He stepped forward and bowed slightly, saying, "Your Majesty, we have discovered a force on the border composed entirely of female warriors. Their attire and weapons were very similar to those of the legendary Amazonian tribes. I dared not act rashly, so I cast a spell to create an oasis in the desert to lure them in." He paused, then continued, "Sure enough, a female warrior with an extraordinary demeanor was the first to enter the oasis to explore. The Amazonian warriors gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes sharp as knives, staring intently ahead. Their tribal chief, Marasia, was bound by Nantung's magic and stood at the front of the group, her hands wrapped in a pale blue chain of light, unable to move. However, her gaze remained sharp, like a trapped beast ready to break free at any moment. Nantong stood beside Marasia, his staff glowing faintly, his expression serene as he looked at the female warriors. His voice was gentle yet clear, traveling through the sandstorm to the ears of every Amazon warrior. "Everyone, please calm down. We mean no harm. His Majesty the Pharaoh only wants to know your identities and your purpose. If you wish, we can take you back to Cairo, where there is food, water, and shelter." "Cairo," an Amazon warrior sneered, his spear pointing directly at Nantong. "Why should we trust you? You've already captured our chieftain." Nantong slightly raised her hand to indicate that she had no hostile intentions. "We are not enemies. Your clan leader is only temporarily under control to prevent unnecessary conflict. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh has heard of your Amazonian tribe. We are enemies of the Hebrews, and His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh has always respected his friends. He would never harm you." "Respect," another soldier said through gritted teeth. "The Hebrews burned our homes and destroyed our holy sites. Are you enemies of the Hebrews?" "The Holy Pharaoh, was he referring to Egypt?" Nantong's gaze darkened slightly, and his tone carried a hint of sincerity. "We are also deeply saddened by the atrocities committed by the Hebrews, but please believe that His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh has a common enemy with you. If we cooperate, we might be able to secure a chance for your people to survive." The Amazonian warriors remained unmoved, their grip on their weapons unwavering. The atmosphere was so tense, like a taut string that could snap at any moment. Just then, Marasia suddenly spoke, her voice calm and firm. "Enough." All eyes immediately turned to her. There was no trace of panic on her face. Her gaze swept over her people before turning to Nantong. Release me, and I will personally negotiate with your holy pharaoh. Nan Tong raised an eyebrow slightly, and with a gentle wave of her staff, the chains of light binding Malaysia instantly dissipated. She flexed her wrists, her gaze still sharp. But I have one condition. You must guarantee the safety of my people. If they suffer any harm, I will never cooperate with you. She was agile and had sharp eyes, clearly the leader of this unit. I took advantage of her moment of carelessness, used magic to trap her, and used her as leverage to bring them all back. Lin Ke's brows furrowed and her eyes gleamed with interest. Amazonian female warriors? Why would they appear on our border? Nan Tong shook his head, his tone tinged with caution. Your Majesty, their intentions are still unclear. But from what I observed, they seemed to be fleeing. Their equipment was badly damaged, and they had many wounds on their bodies, clearly having gone through a fierce battle. Lin Ke stopped tapping, and her gaze became serious. He slowly stood up, the folds of his robe swaying gently with his movements. Bring her to see me. Chapter 80 Wonders, Manu Jungle. I got dizzy writing this. I accidentally posted the original text of the Amazon information I had researched and organized in the previous chapter. Luckily, I realized it in time. Your Majesty, this is Malaysia, the chieftain of the Amazon tribe. Lin Ke sat on the throne, looking at the female warrior who was covered in wounds but had well-defined muscles. Although her weapon was taken away, the scars on her face and her proud chest revealed her extraordinary and outstanding temperament. In other words, it is a quality that only leaders possess. Lin Ke watched as the Amazon chieftain Malaysia slowly walked in from the entrance of the main hall, and recently mentioned her briefly. What an interesting character. Her steps were steady, and despite the scars on her body, she held her head high and her eyes revealed an indomitable pride. The moment Malaysia stepped into the hall, her eyes trembled slightly. Is this Egypt? She had originally thought that Egypt was just a small country and that the royal palace was just a simple stone house, but the scene before her eyes shocked her. The walls of the hall are inlaid with golden reliefs depicting Anubis weighing his heart with a feather. The ground was paved with smooth gemstone tiles, reflecting a dazzling light. But what surprised her most was that the Egyptian people she saw along the way were all radiant, with expressions of satisfaction and peace on their faces. In other words, Egypt did not even experience the famine she had imagined. Her gaze swept around and finally landed on Lin Ke on the throne. Lin Ke possessed a calm and dignified demeanor, with a profound and unfathomable wisdom in his eyes. Malaysia looked at Lin Ke and felt that this young pharaoh seemed completely different from the legendary Egyptian rulers. Lin Ke naturally understood this. After all, when he first arrived in Egypt, the country was almost on the verge of collapse. He first smiled slightly to show respect. Welcome to Holy Egypt, chief of the Malaysian clan. I am Lin Ke, the holy pharaoh of this land. Malaysia nodded slowly, but her tone was somewhat puzzled. Saint Egypt? I've never heard of that name before. In my memory, Egypt was just a small, declining country, its people suffering, its gods gone, you. How dare you? At this moment, Nan Tong interrupted Malaysia, his eyes focusing on a bright yellow light, his legs slightly levitating. This is the supreme and great holy pharaoh. You are but a lowly tribe, yet you dare to. Lin Ke slightly raised her hand, signaling Nan Tong to stop. His gaze remained calm, seemingly unaffected by Malaysia's words. That was Egypt in the past. The present-day Egypt is called Holy Egypt, where the people live in peace and prosperity, and the gods have never left. Malaysia frowned slightly, clearly skeptical of Lin Ke's words. She glanced around, her gaze returning to the magnificent decorations of the hall, a hint of sarcasm in her voice. No matter how splendid your palace is, or how wealthy your people are, it cannot prove your lies. You have long lost the protection of the gods. A country without gods will eventually perish. Lin Ke was not angered by her words. Instead, he chuckled and said, Chief of Malaysia, your frankness is admirable. But would you be willing to listen to a piece of advice? Malaysia's gaze was sharp as a knife as she stared directly at Lin Ke. What advice? Lin Ke slowly stood up and walked down the steps of the throne. Join Holy Egypt and become our vassal state. I will provide you with shelter, help you rebuild your homes, and even reclaim your lost territories. A flash of anger crossed Malaysia's eyes, and her voice suddenly rose. A vassal state? You are insulting the dignity of the Amazons. You're delusional. Pharaoh of Holy Egypt, we will never bow down to anyone. Our land, our home, will one day be reclaimed by ourselves. Lin Ke's gaze remained calm, as if she were appreciating the other person's performance. I understand your anger, and I respect the so-called dignity of your race. But the reality is that you are now isolated and helpless. The Hebrew army is hunting you down everywhere. How can you fight them with your own strength? Marasia clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. Finally, she slowly lowered her head. Even so, we will not give up. The warriors of the Amazon will fight to the death, never surrender. Lin Ke nodded slightly, a hint of approval flashing in her eyes. Your courage is admirable. But have you considered that if you had a powerful ally supporting you, your chances of retaking the territory would be much greater? Marasia sneered. Allies? Your holy Egypt doesn't even have gods. How can you be our allies? How can a nation without a god fight against the Hebrews' messenger of God? Lin Ke's lips curled up slightly, a mysterious glint in his eyes. Who says there are no gods in holy Egypt? He raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. In an instant, the air inside the hall began to tremble, and a powerful divine force converged from all directions. Immediately afterwards, a golden light condensed in the center of the hall, gradually transforming into a tall figure. I am the god of the desert and the Nile. Marasia's pupils suddenly contracted, and her body involuntarily took a step back. Her voice held a hint of disbelief. This is impossible. The Egyptian gods have long since departed. Could it be that these are all just false rumors? Marasia's gaze swept back and forth between Lin Ke and Ramses, her shock beyond words. Lin Ke simply smiled as he looked at Marasia, and then the enormous golden figure slowly walked up behind Lin Ke. That shocked Marasia even more. She remained silent for a long time, while Lin Ke waited quietly beside her without uttering a word. Finally, Marasia asked in a low voice, Your Majesty, Lin Ke, is your suggestion just now serious? Lin Ke's expression immediately turned serious. I swear in the name of the Holy Pharaoh that as long as you are willing to become a vassal state of Holy Egypt, I will fully support you in reclaiming your territory and rebuilding your homeland. Marasia took a deep breath, seemingly accepting the current situation. After all, they had no choice. Okay, I promise you. But you must remember that the warriors of the Amazon never yield to anyone. We are only temporary allies. Lin Ke's expression changed, and her voice carried a hint of relief. Of course, I respect the dignity and freedom of your race. He turned and waved, signaling the servants to prepare the banquet. A moment later, the hall was filled with a sumptuous feast of food and wine, its aroma filling the air. The people of Malaysia were also brought into the hall, their eyes filled with surprise and gratitude. Lin Ke walked to Marasia's side and said softly, This is a banquet prepared for you. Your wounded will also receive the best treatment. From today onwards, Holy Egypt is your home. Marasia's gaze swept over the table full of food and the smiles on the faces of her people, and for the first time, she felt a sense of peace. Tears even welled up in her eyes. Lin Ke, no, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, I hope you can remember the promise you made today. We, the Amazons, will surely repay your kindness today. Lin Ke nodded, then waved her hand and said, Don't worry, I never break my word. The atmosphere at the banquet gradually warmed up, and the Amazonian warriors lowered their guard, enjoying the long-lost peace and warmth. While Lin Ke stood aside, her thoughts had already drifted to the civilization panel in her consciousness. However, things didn't go as he expected. That's strange. We've clearly become allies, so why isn't there any information about Amazon as an ally? Does the fact that their country has been destroyed mean they can no longer be considered a civilization? Fine. At least they can be considered strong soldiers. If all else fails, they can be incorporated into elite units. As Lin Ke was pondering this, new information appeared on the civilization panel. You have new buildings to construct. Spectacle, Manu Jungle. Chapter 81 The Subordinate States of Holy Egypt. Lin Ke was staring incredulously at the information appearing on the civilization panel when he was suddenly interrupted by a series of clanging sounds beside him. It's so delicious. The Amazonian warriors hadn't had a decent meal in a long time, and now, faced with such a sumptuous feast, they could no longer maintain their composure. A young female soldier grabbed a piece of roasted mutton, tore it apart, and grease dripped down her chin, but she didn't care. She chewed and mumbled, This meat is so delicious. I've never tasted such fragrant mutton before. Another soldier grabbed a perch with her bare hands, too lazy to even pick out the bones, and stuffed it whole into her mouth, chewing it up. As she ate, she nodded and said, This fish is so fresh. The fish of the Nile River truly live up to its reputation. Another soldier picked up a bowl of milk, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp. He then let out a satisfied sigh. This milk is so delicious. It's better than any milk we've ever had before. Their movements were rough and unrestrained, showing no regard for etiquette. Nantong looked at these female warriors who resembled wild beasts and simply smiled kindly. The food on the table was disappearing at a visible rate. The pieces of meat, bread, and fish slices on the plates were quickly swept away. The female soldiers ate while making satisfied exclamations, and some even grabbed the leftovers from the plate with their hands and licked them clean. Marasia sat to one side, holding a glass of mead in her hand, gazing tenderly at her people. A slight smile appeared on her lips. This is the scene she, as the clan leader, most wanted to see. The people were able to eat and drink their fill, temporarily forget their pain, and enjoy a moment of peace. At that moment, a female warrior suddenly raised her head, her mouth still stuffed with food, and said to Link indistinctly, "Link, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, the food of your holy Egypt is so delicious. This mutton, this fish, and this wine are more delicious than anything we've ever eaten before." Another soldier chimed in, "Yes, I never imagined food could be this delicious. The chefs of your holy Egypt are truly amazing." Lin Ke looked at them and chuckled softly. "If you like it, you can eat this kind of food every day from now on." Upon hearing this, a glint of excitement flashed in the eyes of the female warriors. They all put down their food and exclaimed excitedly, "Really? That's wonderful. Your Majesty Pharaoh Lin Sheng, you are too generous. We will definitely repay you in the future." Marasija felt a surge of warmth in his heart as he looked at the excited expressions on his people's faces. She turned to look at Lin Ke, then straightened her chest, bowed, and raised her wine glass to Lin Ke with both hands. "Your Majesty, on behalf of the Amazons, I express my gratitude to you. Thank you for providing us with delicious food and a place to stay for our tribe that has lost its home." Lin Ke also raised his glass, but the information that appeared on the civilization panel was still on his mind. The addition of such a brave tribe as the Amazon is a blessing for Holy Egypt. Your Majesty, we will certainly repay your kindness. All the female warriors raised their glasses. Lin Ke took a small sip, while the others turned their glasses upside down and drank the wine in one gulp. That's a date liquor with an alcohol content close to 60%. Great. Sisters, keep eating. The atmosphere at the banquet grew increasingly lively, with the laughter and exclamations of the female warriors echoing throughout the hall. Marasia finally picked up a leg of lamb. Lin Ke saw her lift the largest leg with both hands and then start to eat it, glistening with oil. Nantong and Kamer stared at Malaysia's actions in disbelief, their mouths agape involuntarily. But Lin Ke ignored it and instead looked at the information on the civilization panel over and over again in disbelief. Manu jungle? What is that? Is this really a spectacle? He checked the information in the civilization panel, and Lin Ke quickly discovered that this so-called wonder called Manu jungle had only appeared recently. This occurred after Malaysia decided to become a vassal state of Link. After all, in Civilization 6, if someone else builds a wonder first, you can't build it yourself. For example, if Lin Ke built the Sphinx first, then no other civilization could build the Sphinx. The same applies to this world. If other civilizations have already built the wonders that Lin Ke wants to build, his civilization system will no longer display those wonders. Spectacle, Manu jungle. Manu jungle must be built on flat land and must be built in an area near a river. Manu jungle unlocks the building totem pole. Manu jungle, all land combat units plus 5 combat strength. Lin Ke continued to browse the civilization panel, and he also noticed that Malaysia seemed to raise her glass to him again. Lin Ke immediately understood something from the information in the civilization panel. After Amazon became his vassal state, he was able to build some things related to Amazon. However, because they are a tribe, they don't have many buildings, only the Manu jungle and totem poles. However, it's important to know that things built through the civilization panel possess immense power and effects. Lin Ke examined the information on the totem pole. This structure seemed to be used by the Amazons to perform some kind of nature worship ritual. Of course, Lin Ke didn't know much about the Amazon tribe. He only knew that they were a tribe that lived in the rainforest. They were all brave and skilled female warriors, proficient in all kinds of weapons, and the clan leader could also wield a long whip with great power. Oh, right, the sea god of Atlantis also mentioned some information about the Amazon tribe. But what was that information about again? Gods. Their gods were defeated by the Hebrew messengers. Therefore, they were no longer able to fight against the powerful Hebrew army, and they fled their homeland. Manu jungle, totem poles, nature worship. Now that the Amazons have become their vassal state, then what about their so-called goddess, the one known as the goddess of the hunt? Could it be used by Holy Egypt? A light suddenly shone in Lin Ke's eyes, because the power of the gods was exactly what Holy Egypt needed right now. To support Atlantis, divine power is required. Otherwise, relying solely on the army would not be enough to contend with the powerful Hebrew messengers. Therefore, we need to gather more information about the Amazons, specifically about their goddess of the hunt. Looking at the female warriors in front of him enjoying their meal, Lin Ke suddenly had an idea. He stood up and slowly raised his cup. My valiant Amazon warriors, it is my honor to drink with you today, and it is also the honor of Holy Egypt. I propose we raise a glass to toast our friendship. Homage to His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Homage to our friendship with Holy Egypt. Lin Ke took a small sip, while the Amazon warriors downed their freshly poured cups of wine in one gulp. Chapter 82. How dare you? This is His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Yes, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Manu is the place where we have lived for generations. It's just a pity. The female warrior from Marsan's face was flushed red, and tears were welling up in her eyes. She couldn't say anything more, but simply drank the full glass of wine in one gulp. Thump. The female warrior lay down on the table, and Camuel then came to Lin Ke's side and gently bent down. Your Majesty, our stock of spirits is almost empty. Shall we switch to date beer? No need. One after another, female soldiers began to pass out drunk and slump onto the table. If we just wait for the alcohol to take effect a little longer, even more people will pass out. Of course, none of that matters anymore, since Lin Ke has already obtained information about the Amazon from them. Simply put, Manu is the place where they have lived for generations, a vast and lush jungle. They firmly believe that Mother Nature gave them strength, so Manu is the source of their faith and power. As for totem poles, they were built to express their gratitude to Mother Nature for all that she has bestowed upon them, and they are used as places for holding ceremonies. Whenever they talk about these things, tears well up in their eyes, and their voices even become choked with emotion. Lin Ke just listened, nodding occasionally. As a result, the speaker becomes increasingly unable to stop talking, and their emotions fluctuate even more intensely. He didn't stop until he drank the last mouthful of strong liquor that made him lose consciousness, and then he collapsed onto the table. Lin Ke took another small sip. Before he had even finished the cup, he already felt a slight sense of lightness and euphoria. Your Majesty, thank you for your hospitality today. My people have been impolite, and we hope you will forgive them. Marasia stood up and downed the liquor once more. She drank more liquor than all her people combined. As expected of the Amazon chieftain who has been through many battles, he is so unrestrained and cheerful even when drinking strong liquor. Lin Ke's glass of strong liquor was almost empty. He drank it all in one gulp, and the banquet came to an end. Your Majesty, please allow me to thank you in person after I have settled my people. No need. You've come from afar and are already exhausted, so please rest now. Lin Ke then gestured to Camel. Camel, please make sure our guests are settled in. Yes, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Camel stood up and bowed. Marasia, seeing this, also bowed to Lin Ke once more. Lin Ke waved her hand, signaling her to leave with her people. As for Lin Ke, he has already begun selecting a suitable plot of land. Because, according to those Amazonian warriors, their goddess, the goddess of the hunt, is related to the totem pole. Simply put, the Amazonian goddess, goddess of the hunt, is summoned in a way that differs from that of the gods of Hebrew and Holy Egypt. They have a deep faith in nature, and their faith in it is terrifyingly strong. Once the Manu jungle and totem pole are built, they can begin the ritual. After the ceremony, the goddess of the hunt will respond to the will of the Amazon people. Therefore, maintaining a friendly relationship with the Amazons becomes very important. Because if the Amazons also consider Holy Egypt as their own, the goddess of the hunt can also fight for Holy Egypt. That is the divine power that Lin Ke is currently seeking. He continued his search in the civilization panel and soon found a suitable area on a plot of land near Memphis. However, although some resources are still needed, they can be transported from Cairo to Memphis. Nantung, I need you to do something for me. Please give your orders, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Inside the magnificent palace in Cairo, courtiers stood solemnly in the grand hall, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Lin Ke sat upright on the throne, holding a scroll of parchment in his hand, which contained some of the minister's advice. When the ministers learned that the resources being transported from Cairo to Memphis were being used to supply foreigners, they felt something was amiss. An elderly minister with white hair slowly stepped out of the ranks, bowed, and said in a hoarse voice, "Your Majesty, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should." Lin Ke nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. The old minister took a deep breath, his voice full of worry. "Your Majesty, it is certainly a great honor and a testament to the benevolence of Holy Egypt that you wish to rebuild the homeland of the Amazons. However, the people of Memphis are now impoverished, agriculture is neglected, and industry and commerce are in a slump. In my opinion, the most urgent task is to restore people's livelihoods and develop agriculture and commerce, rather than to mobilize a large army to build dwellings for the Amazon people. While this move may seem benevolent, it could harm the very foundation of the nation." As soon as he finished speaking, some ministers in the hall nodded and echoed him in hushed tones. Clearly, not everyone can understand Lin Ke's actions. Lin Ke remained expressionless, his gaze sweeping over the assembled officials before finally settling on the old minister. "I understand what you have said, my dear minister. Memphis has suffered from war and its people are destitute. How could I not know this? However, my actions are not merely to display my power, nor are they solely for the sake of the Amazons." He stood up, stepped down from the throne, and walked to the center of the hall, holding the blueprints in his hand. Of course, Lin Ke couldn't tell these ministers that she did this in order to gain the help of the Amazonian goddess of the hunt. So, all we need to do is find something they can accept. The Amazons have lived in the jungle for generations, coexisting with nature. Their understanding of nature and their own strength are exactly what we in Holy Egypt need. I did this not only to provide them with a place to live, but also to make them a force of Holy Egypt, to fight together against the enemies of the Hebrews. He paused deliberately, his gaze sweeping over the assembled officials in the hall. Furthermore, the construction in this area will not only improve the surrounding land, but also attract more merchants and artisans, thus driving the recovery of agriculture and commerce. Memphis has been ravaged by war, its soil is barren and its environment is harsh. Allowing the Amazons to settle here will improve these problems. Everything I have done is for the future of Memphis and for the prosperity of Holy Egypt." After hearing this, the old minister's brows relaxed considerably, but he still seemed to have some doubts. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something more. However, at that moment, Nantong strode forward and shouted sternly, "How dare you? This is His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh has his reasons for doing this. How dare you question His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's decision?" The old minister was intimidated by Nantong's imposing manner. His expression changed slightly, and finally he sighed, bowed, and slowly withdrew. His silhouette looked somewhat forlorn, but more than that, it conveyed a sense of helplessness. As Lin Ke watched the old minister's departing figure, he understood that the old minister's loyalty was beyond question, and that such a minister was exactly the kind of loyal and capable official that Holy Egypt needed. However, the old minister's vision was limited to the predicament at hand. But Lin Ke was planning for a much more distant future. Standing beside Lin Ke, Nantong lowered his voice and said, "Your Majesty, although these old ministers are loyal, they are ultimately unable to see through your profound plans." Lin Ke simply smiled and said calmly, "It's all right. When Holy Egypt regains its prosperity, they will naturally understand my intentions." Lin Ke was making the final confirmation on the civilization panel. The resources are sufficient, and the builders are about to reach their destination. Then, he should head to the plot of land where the Manu jungle will be built. Besides wanting to see the spectacle of the Manu jungle with his own eyes, he also wanted to see what expression Mareja would have on her face the moment the Manu jungle rose up. Someone, prepare the car. Chapter 83 The Birthplace of the Amazon. Your Majesty, Pharaoh, your feet must not touch this filthy soil. Someone come here. The servants brought out fine silks and spread them out on the muddy ground. The masters of Hika stood in 2 rows, while the chariot archers of Marianas stood on either side of the massive pharaoh's entourage. Lin Ke was about to get off the golden carriage. He wanted to wave his hand and ignore it, but the terrified looks of the attendants and several ministers made him give up the idea. Mareja was already waiting there, but her eyes were full of doubt. Because she heard from Camel that Lin Ke was going to build a place for the Amazons to live. Your Majesty, please allow me to pay you the highest respect on behalf of the Amazons. But please forgive my frankness. I think you don't need to carry out large-scale construction projects for us here. It is already a great blessing that the Amazons have a place to live. Otherwise, the Amazons would be truly terrified. Mareja stood with Lin Ke, looking at a flat piece of land in front of them. Here you can catch a glimpse of the Nile River in the distance. There used to be some barbarian troops stationed here, but Master Heka has driven them all away. However, the powerful spells of the Master Heka have left many deep pits on this land, leaving it riddled with craters. Each one is several meters deep and unevenly distributed. If ordinary people were to fill them in, it would take a lot of time just to move the soil and rocks. Based on the current workforce in Memphis, at least 500 workers would need to work continuously for 3 months to barely fill these potholes. Moreover, the leveled land needs to be compacted over a long period of time to ensure the foundation is stable. Even if the deep pit is filled in, the geology of this land is not suitable for direct construction. Due to its proximity to the Nile River, the groundwater level is high and the soil is loose. To build a solid foundation, a large number of wooden or stone piles must be driven in, which will take at least an additional month. Moreover, if construction is carried out during the rainy season, the soil will be even softer, which will significantly delay the progress of the project. In other words, improving the ground in this area alone would require a significant amount of human and material resources, not to mention construction. However, upon hearing Maraja's words, Lin Ke simply responded with a friendly smile. Clan leader of the Amazons, you may not know much about our holy pharaoh. Nantong approached Lin Ke and then gave a slight bow to Malaysia. For His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, this is as simple as Horus spreading his wings. Nantong's analogy only confused Malaysia more, as she had absolutely no idea what the god Horus was. The builder finally reached the center of the plot, and one of them picked up a sledgehammer and jumped into the air. Boom! The earth suddenly trembled, and Maraja's body swayed as she looked at the uneven open space not far away, her eyes slowly widening. In a short time, the once flat land began to rise, and cracks rapidly expanded outward from the center. The cracks did not stop, but continued to tear the earth apart with an unstoppable force. It's here. Without any warning, huge trees and vines burst forth from the crack. They rose up from the ground in an instant with a swift momentum, like gushing springs. Vines grow from the ground of the giant tree, their branches as thick as pillars, and their roots as abundant as flowers. The towering tree canopy formed a vast green sea that blocked out the sun, and within this green sea, emerald light shone. The radiance blended with the sunlight, a glow emanating from the trees themselves, a sacred natural radiance. Meanwhile, a message also came from the civilization panel in Lin Ke's consciousness. Wonder, Manu Jungle, now complete. After the message displayed on the civilization panel, he heard a familiar sound accompanied by magnificent music. Then, a vivid and expressive voice resounded in his mind. Nature is a kind and loving mother, but also a ruthless butcher. This is the sound that continues to play in the civilization panel after the completion of Manu Jungle, representing the symbolic meaning of Manu Jungle. The thriving nature of ancient times was a cruel world governed by the survival of the fittest. At the same time, Lin Ke's mind conjured up the image of the construction of the Manu Jungle, from a few small flowers to towering trees, and then to a vast jungle. But the history of the development of the Manu Jungle only flashed through Lin Ke's mind for a moment. At that moment, emerald light intertwined and shimmered in the sky, accompanied by a thunderous sound that instantly spread throughout the entire world. The second wonder. Lin Ke then turned his head, wanting to see Maraja's reaction. He had expected Maraja's reaction to be shock or ecstasy. In any case, he wanted to see something else in the expression of this steely female warrior. However, the situation was somewhat different from what he had imagined. Is that Manu? Her voice sounded somewhat shrill. Her eyes were wide open, staring intently at the jungle ahead. Then, Marasija knelt on the ground and slowly and deeply inserted his hands into the soft soil. She scooped up the soil and took a deep breath of its scent. Her shoulders trembled violently, and tears began to fall one by one to the ground, spreading dark marks on the soil. This is Manu's soil. Her voice choked, and she could barely utter a complete sentence. She looked up at the lush, green forest before her. The branches and leaves of the towering ancient trees gleamed like jade in the sunlight, with vines twining around them like snakes, and the air was filled with the scent of damp earth and faint floral fragrance. She reached out her hand, her fingertips gently touching the rough bark of the nearest ancient tree. The moment they touched, a faint emerald light suddenly shone from the bark, flowing up her fingertips. Maraja was visibly shaken, seemingly unable to doubt the sight before her. So, this is what His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh meant. Maraja glanced at Nantong, and Nantong looked back at her kindly. She turned her head, and through her tear-blurred vision, Lin Ke's figure appeared particularly blurry. Thank you, thank you. Her trembling voice was filled with deep gratitude. She struggled to her feet and staggered toward Lin Ke. When she finally reached Lin Ke, she slowly knelt down. Crossing one's hands in front of one's chest is the highest form of etiquette among the Amazons. I, Malaysia, swear in the name of the chief of the Amazons. From this day forward, Holy Egypt will be an eternal ally of the Amazons. She looked up, tears still streaming down her face, but her eyes had completely changed. Like a soldier taking an oath. Whenever and wherever His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh needs us, the Amazons will do everything in their power to help him. Lin Ke quickly reached out to help her up, but Malaysia insisted on kneeling. She reached down and took a jade pendant from her neck. The pendant was engraved with intricate patterns and gleamed in the sunlight. This is the only keepsake my mother left me. She picked up the jade pendant and gently placed it in Lin Ke's palm. Now, I offer it to you, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Then, Malaysia lifted Lin Ke's hand and kissed the back of it. May our friendship last forever. After Lin Ke finished speaking, she swallowed hard. Malaysia's hands had just been holding mud, and the damp scent of earth still lingered on her fingertips. But Lin Ke is the Holy Pharaoh. So Lin Ke continued to maintain a polite smile, with the corners of her mouth slightly upturned and her eyes gentle. All the servants around them looked on with utter terror. Chapter 84 Goddess of the Hunt. We call upon you once more. Malaysia, so you're referring to the builder who built the Manu jungle. The Amazonian warriors watched as a man, his body gleaming with a golden light and wielding a large hammer, walked into the deepest part of the jungle. That's right, he is the builder of Holy Egypt, who was granted divine power by the Holy Pharaoh. Malaysia and her warrior women stood outside the jungle, their eyes fixed on the builder. Then, they saw him leap into the air and then bring down the great hammer, which at first glance looked as if he was going to completely destroy the place. Thump! With a loud bang, a totem pole carved with ancient totems rose from the ground in the middle of the jungle and stood firmly there. The builder wielding the great hammer had vanished without a trace, replaced by an ordinary civilian who had lost his divine power and remained indifferent. But the female warriors' eyes were not on the civilians at all. They stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. How is this possible? An older female soldier murmured to herself, her hands unconsciously clenching tighter. He completed a totem pole that took our Amazonian people hundreds of years to build in the blink of an eye. Is this the power of Holy Egypt? Another young warrior murmured, her eyes filled with awe at this immense power. No wonder they are developing so well now, with people having enough to eat and wear, and soldiers as strong as lions. But then again, a mischievous female warrior suddenly interjected, lowering her voice to her companion beside her. Their ministers bow and kneel all the time, and there are just too many rules and regulations. Our Amazons are so much better, they never do any of these fancy things. Her companion chuckled, but quickly covered her mouth, afraid that Malaysia would hear. Malaysia stood at the very front, gazing solemnly at the totem pole, her heart filled with awe and gratitude. Her lost homeland reappeared, and the destroyed totem poles once again stood before her. She had doubted more than once that this was a dream, but the fragrance of the soil in her nose and the rough touch of the tree bark reminded her of it all. Everything is real. She turned to face her people, raising her voice higher and higher. Everything we have today is a great blessing bestowed upon our people by His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Without his help, the Manu jungle could never have been recreated. Furthermore, I've also heard that His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh was questioned by some of his ministers for trying to help us. At this point, her voice trembled slightly, and she even had to swallow before she could continue. From this day forward, Holy Egypt will be our Amazonian people's best sister and ally. We will be the first to step forward and help them whenever they need it. Sisters, we Amazons must never forget this blessing. The female warriors responded in unison, their voices resounding through the heavens. Yes. Chieftain. Malaysia straightened her back, stood up, and swept her determined gaze across every Amazon warrior present. Then, in a loud voice, she commanded everyone. Sisters, prepare for the nature worship ceremony. Today, we will try to awaken our goddess of the hunt. Upon hearing this, the female warriors immediately sprang into action. Their movements were swift. After all, they had practiced this nature worship ritual thousands of times. Some of them gathered fresh vines and flowers from the jungle, some brought huge stones, and others lit sticks coated with special spices. Marasia walked up to the totem pole and gently stroked the intricate patterns on its surface. Her fingertips trembled slightly as she was once again lost in memories of the past, a hint of pain flashing in her eyes. In the last battle against the Hebrew army, the goddess of the hunt was defeated, and the totem pole was reduced to ashes in the fire. In that battle, the Amazons lost everything. Clan leader, everything is ready. An older soldier stepped forward and said in a low voice. Marasia nodded and turned to face the crowd. Sisters, the goddess of the hunt is the guardian of our Amazon tribe and the source of our strength. Today, with the most devout hearts, we will awaken her once again. The female warriors formed a large circle, surrounding the totem pole in the center. They held hands, closed their eyes, and began to chant ancient incantations in a low voice. Goddess of the hunt, the people of the Amazons need your strength. Please wake up again. Marasia stood in front of the totem pole, her hands raised high, palms facing upwards. Her voice blended into the chanting of the crowd. Great goddess of the hunt, heed our call. Please descend upon this land once more and grant us strength and courage. As the ceremony continued, a strange, faint light began to flicker in the air. The patterns on the totem poles began to glow faintly green, as if responding to their words. The surrounding trees seemed to sway slightly, their branches and leaves moving on their own without wind, making a rustling sound. Boom! At that moment, a deafening roar came from the direction of the Nile River, and even the ground trembled. The ongoing nature worship ceremony came to an abrupt halt, and the female warriors opened their eyes, looking warily in the direction from which the sound came. What was that sound? Having experienced war, the Amazon stood up and prepared to face unexpected dangers. Marasia frowned, and without hesitation, she grabbed the heavy axe beside her. The ritual takes a long time, and the final stage of the ritual cannot be interrupted, as that would be considered sacrilege to them. Therefore, Marasia must first investigate and eliminate the dangers. You protect the totem pole. I'm going to take a look, she ordered sternly, then strode off toward the Nile. After passing through dense jungles and over rugged rocks, Marasia soon arrived at the banks of the Nile. However, the sight before her made her stop in her tracks. On the riverbank, a strangely shaped monster lies in the shallow water. Its shell looks like it is made of some kind of metal, and its surface is covered with strange patterns and symbols. However, it has a tail, suggesting it is some kind of creature that lives in the sea. Even more surprisingly, next to it lay a soldier dressed in gleaming silver armor. His armor style was completely different from the equipment of any country today. However, he had a deep wound on his chest, and blood had stained his armor. His breathing was weak, and he was clearly on the verge of death. Marasia cautiously took a few steps closer, his massive axe held horizontally in front of him, ready to deal with any potential danger. She observed the soldier closely and noticed that although his face was pale, his brows revealed an indomitable spirit. Who are you? Marasia asked sharply. The soldier struggled to lift his head, his gaze unfocused. His lips trembled slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he only let out a weak groan. Chapter 85: The Elephant Demon and the Three-Headed Demon. Marasia frowned, quickly crouched down, and examined his injuries. His wound was deep, and blood was still seeping out. If he didn't receive timely treatment, he probably wouldn't last much longer. This is really troublesome. She muttered something under her breath, but her hands moved without hesitation. She quickly took out a bottle of Amazonian-made healing medicine from her waist, poured out some powder, and sprinkled it on the soldier's wounds. The powder made a slight hissing sound upon contact with the wound, causing the soldier's body to shudder, but he quickly calmed down. You're lucky you ran into me. While tending to her wounds, Marasia said. However, you'd better not be hostile towards us, otherwise. She brandished the sturdy axe in her hand, her tone carrying a hint of threat. No. The soldier's breathing gradually became more steady, but his consciousness remained blurred. Marasia stood up, looked around, and found that the strange monster seemed to have stopped moving. She also discovered that the strange monster's outer armor was covered with cracks, indicating that it had died from a high-speed impact with the shore. She frowned and tentatively pushed the monster. Cold and hard. There was no response. Dead, she muttered to herself, then bent down, preparing to push the monster into the Nile to avoid causing any unnecessary trouble. However, just as she reached out, she caught a glimpse of a slight movement on the surface of the Nile out of the corner of her eye. As if sensing something, she suddenly stopped moving and looked toward the source of the sound. On the distant river, A dark shadow was approaching at an extremely fast speed, stirring up a long ripple on the water, as if some enormous creature was lurking underwater. Marasia's heart suddenly raced. Her intuition told her that what it was no benevolent creature. She made a quick decision, grabbing the unconscious soldier with one hand and pulling on the monster's shell with the other, managing to lift both of them up. Her muscles tensed, her strength burst forth, yet her steps were as light as a cat's as she swiftly hid behind a huge, ancient tree. Marasia held her breath, pressing her body tightly against the back of the giant tree, not daring to let out even the slightest breath. Her gaze pierced through the gaps in the branches and leaves, fixed intently on the movements on the shore. The giant shark-like monster slowly opened its blood-red maw, and then two terrifying creatures emerged from it. A giant elephant with a pair of curved tusks on its head and a long chain wrapped around its trunk, but its body is no different from that of a human. Elephant-headed demon. The other one features 3 heads, each displaying an expression of anger, pain, and maniacal laughter. Its 6 eyes gleamed with an eerie green light, and its body reeked of a nauseating stench of decay. 3 devilish buffet noodles. Marasia's heart sank, and her fingers unconsciously tightened around the handle of the powerful axe. She had witnessed the terrifying power of these monsters and demons in the battle to defend the Amazon. That time, it was they who joined forces to cast a strange spell, severely injuring the goddess of the hunt who was fighting against the Hebrew messenger, plunging the Amazons into an unprecedented crisis. How did they end up here? Her mind raced, but she dared not move a muscle, even suppressing her breathing to a minimum. The elephant-headed demon used its trunk to pick up a pebble from the shore and sniffed it. Then, in a low voice, he said, "That Atlantean sea monster cavalry must have crashed into this place. Let's split up and search. He can't have gone far." The 3 heads of the 3 demonic Baffer simultaneously let out a chilling laugh. The middle head spoke, saying, "Don't worry, no one can survive after being poisoned by my heart corrosion technique. That sea monster cavalryman has probably sunk to the bottom of the sea and become bait for fish. We'd better be careful." The elephant-headed demon sneered. "The soldiers of Atlantis aren't so easy to kill. Suit yourself." Baffer waved his hand impatiently. "I'll go look over there. You take charge of this side." After saying this, the 3-headed demon Baffer turned and walked in another direction, while the elephant-headed demon slowly approached the giant tree where Marathia was hiding. Thump, 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 thump. His footsteps grew closer and closer, each step seeming to tread on Marasia's heart. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Marasia's forehead. Her fingers trembled slightly, but her eyes remained calm. She knew that she absolutely could not act rashly now. She even had to control her breathing as much as possible. The elephant-headed demon has a very keen sense of smell, and it will be discovered if you are not careful. The elephant-headed demon stopped just a few steps away from the giant tree, sniffing the air as if it had sensed something unusual. His eyes narrowed, and his voice carried a hint of doubt. "Strange, why does this place smell familiar? This smell, it seems like I've smelled it somewhere before." Marasia's heart almost stopped. Her fingers slowly moved toward the dagger at her waist, preparing to fight to the death if all else failed. Just then, Bafadil's voice suddenly rang out from afar. "Hey, we found something over here." The elephant-headed demon's attention was drawn to it. He hesitated for a moment, but finally turned and walked towards the direction of Baphomet. Marasia breathed a sigh of relief, but her nerves remained tense until the elephant-headed demon's figure completely disappeared from sight before she slowly exhaled. Her heart was pounding like a drum, but her mind was unusually clear. The elephant-headed demon picked up a piece of armor lying on the shore with its trunk and sniffed it carefully. It seems that the sea beast cavalryman did not die after the collision. He may have escaped down the river. The 3 heads of the 3 demonic figures simultaneously let out a chilling laugh. The middle head spoke up, saying, "Where could he possibly have escaped to? He's probably on the verge of death by now. Let's go look for him again." The elephant-headed demon nodded, but then frowned. He looked around at the jungle and sniffed the air. "This forest seems familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before." The left head of Baphomet sneered. "What good things could you, a crude monster, have ever seen? This is just an ordinary jungle." The right head suddenly spoke, its voice tinged with wariness. "No, he's right. But shouldn't we be on the edge of holy Egypt?" Upon hearing this, the elephant-headed demon merely snorted coldly again. "Who cares about holy Egypt or anything like that? Our mission is to find that sea monster cavalryman. If we let him escape, the Witchcraft Society will not let us off easily." The three heads on the Baffa face simultaneously showed expressions of apprehension. The middle head whispered, "That's right. We can't let our guard down. We'll split up and search. We need to find them alive or dead." After saying this, the two monsters quickly left the riverbank and chased after each other downstream. Marasia remained motionless until she was certain that their presence had completely disappeared, at which point she began to breathe heavily. Her back was soaked with cold sweat. Atlantis? Sea Monster Cavalry? The Witchcraft Society? These unfamiliar words flashed through her mind, but the most important thing right now was to get out of here as soon as possible. She then suddenly stood up and ran wildly through the jungle like a nimble cheetah. Chapter 86, Saving the Atlantean Soldiers. The main hall of the royal palace in Holy Egypt. Lin Ke was sitting on the pharaoh's throne, his gaze fixed on the front, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the armrests of the throne. Anyone who saw it would assume that the young holy pharaoh was contemplating matters of state. The attendants stood at a distance on either side of the hall, holding their breath, afraid of disturbing the pharaoh's thoughts. But that's not actually the case. At this moment, Lin Ke was operating the civilization panel in his consciousness. We can build cavalry units soon. He is sending a builder to the plot of land with horse resources. Once the livestock farm is built, the research on horsemanship will be nearing completion. The reason Lin Ke kept this matter on his mind was because he still had no news of Atlantis. However, through the perspective of the observer, he discovered that some Hebrew frontline troops were still returning to their city-states to rest and recuperate. All these signs indicate that Atlantis is still putting up a stubborn resistance. Therefore, Lin Ke planned to produce cavalry as soon as possible, so that while expanding the army's strength, they could also be used to attack Hebrew caravans. At least this way he could provide Atlantis with some help within his power. If the Hebrew Empire were to have to redeploy some of its troops to protect caravans, it would be able to more effectively alleviate the pressure on Atlantis. Of course, Lin Ke didn't just send out scouts to gather intelligence. The spies sent out by camera also brought back news. According to some refugees who fled from the direction of Atlantis, the Hebrew Empire has begun a general offensive. They knew nothing else. Lin Ke believed he could not wait any longer, so he planned to send out Mariana chariot archers to launch a surprise attack on a Hebrew city-state while the cavalry were being built and set off to intercept the caravan. Of course, it's not about attacking the city, but rather about causing some disruption like harassment and, ideally, destroying some of their supply wagons as well. Supply wagons, such as those used to transport grain or military equipment. Your Majesty, the chieftain of the Amazons, Marathia, requests an audience with you. As Lin Ke was lost in thought, a soldier strode into the hall, knelt on one knee, and respectfully reported to him. Malaysia? Lin Ke looked up, which surprised him somewhat. Even if you want to thank him, there's no need to be in such a hurry, is there? However, Lin Ke simply nodded slightly, signaling the soldiers to step back and bring Marasia in. A moment later, Marasia strode into the palace hall. Her expression was unusually serious. Her sandals were covered in mud, and even her hair looked a bit messy. It was as if he had just finished his farm work and rushed to find Lin Ke. The servants on both sides looked on in alarm as the gleaming stone bricks were stained with mud, but Lin Ke didn't care at all and simply returned a friendly smile to Marasia. She walked up to Lin Ke, placed her right hand on her chest, and bowed slightly. Your Majesty, I have an urgent matter to report to you. Lin Ke raised her hand to indicate that she did not need to be so polite. Chief of the Malaysia tribe, please speak. Marasia straightened up, took a deep breath, and then recounted everything she had seen and heard along the Nile. She recounted the story of the foreign soldier she had never seen before, the strange sea creature, and how she had given the foreign soldier some basic medical treatment. Then, her tone gradually became serious. Just as I was about to leave, an elephant-headed demon and a three-headed demon named Bafferman came ashore. I learned from their conversation that all of this might be related to the Witchcraft Society. Upon hearing the words, Witchcraft Society, a scene immediately flashed into Lin Ke's mind. Because Baphomet, the demon, also mentioned this name, saying that the Witchcraft Society would help the Hebrew Empire achieve final victory. In other words, Lin Ke frowned slightly, realizing that all of this might be related to the Hebrews. But who is that alien soldier? Marasia continued. The two monsters mentioned that if they couldn't find the Atlantean soldier, they would be punished by the Lich King. Therefore, I suspect that this soldier may be carrying important secrets. Atlantis. Lin Ke's eyes widened slightly, and her tone was filled with surprise. That soldier came from Atlantis? Marasia nodded upon hearing this. Judging from their conversation, That should be correct. I have brought him to the palace gates. Although he has survived for now, his condition is not optimistic. I heard the three-headed demon Baffer say that this soldier was afflicted by its heart-corroding spell, and that my medicine could only alleviate his injuries, not cure them completely. Lin Ke's expression turned serious. If this soldier came from Atlantis, he must know the current situation of Atlantis. Furthermore, considering that this soldier was discovered on the outskirts of Holy Egypt, could he be the one Atlantis sent to ask Holy Egypt for help? Lin Ke quickly stood up and ordered Cammer beside him. Immediately summon the best doctors in Cairo and Memphis. Save him at all costs. Go now. Camel accepted the order and quickly turned to leave the hall without any hesitation. Lin Ke's gaze returned to Marasia. He nodded to her and extended his hand. Chief of Malaysia, you have done well. This soldier may have come from our ally Atlantis, and the information he knows could be crucial to us. Thank you for the information. I will send you food as a reward later. Marasia bowed slightly, but simply waved her hand in refusal. Your Majesty, you are our motherland, our benefactor, and our best ally. This is what I should do. Please don't be so polite. What I'm worried about now is that those two monsters might turn back. They might track us into our Manu jungle. So I have to go back first and prepare for what to do. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke nodded. Don't worry. You are now a vassal state of Holy Egypt, and it is Holy Egypt's duty to protect your safety. Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. We, the Amazons, will forever remember this. After Marasia left, Camel hurriedly returned to the palace hall. Your Majesty, the soldier's injuries have worsened. Medical skills alone may not be enough to save his life. As soon as Cammer finished speaking, Nantong immediately took a step forward towards Lin Ke. Your Majesty, if ordinary medical techniques cannot cure him, this old minister still has a way to try. The priests of the eastern district of Cairo might have a solution. The priests of might, as Nantong mentioned, were a group that specialized in handling corpses. Because what they used was not orthodox Egyptian magic, but a lower-level form of sympathetic magic. Bring them here. By any means necessary. Bring these Atlantean soldiers back to life. Yes, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Chapter 87. I'm here to help you. In Holy Egypt, the line between medicine and magic was blurred. Therefore, in situations where effective treatments are lacking for many diseases, priests sometimes take on the role of doctors. However, what they were doing was not practicing medicine in the literal sense, but rather casting spells and performing rituals. At this moment, at the entrance of the royal palace in Holy Egypt, the news of the arrival of the alien soldiers and priest Maite drew curious onlookers who gathered nearby. Why are those priests of the mighty here at the palace? Don't you know? This is His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's order. Oh, I see. But why summon them here? What do you know? His Majesty the Pharaoh must have his reasons for doing this. They all stood on tiptoe and raised their heads in the direction of Priest Matt. Stand back. Stand back. Don't get in the way of the priests. The soldiers pushed and shoved, preventing the gathered crowd from moving forward. A priest named Might produced several tattered papyrus scrolls. Although the scrolls looked dirty and messy, the spells written on them were neatly and orderly. Master Nantong, we also need some Nile crocodile dung and cobra shed shells. These materials are essential for the ritual. Strong soldier, could you please get us some acacia bark? Remember, it has to be fresh. The closer to the heartwood the better. Within minutes, the priests had prepared all the materials they needed. The Nile crocodile's excrement was contained in a bronze container, emitting a pungent odor. The cobra's shed shell is carefully placed on a piece of silk, like a natural work of art, both fragile and resilient. The soldier also brought back fresh acacia bark, which still had some moist sap on it. The two priests examined the materials and nodded in satisfaction. Then, Priest Matt went to the dying alien warrior and looked down to check on his condition. The soldier's face was pale, and his breathing was so weak it was like the breeze from a mosquito's wing. Although the wound on his chest had been treated with some kind of powerful medicine, it still emitted an eerie black aura. And that black aura was now relentlessly eroding his life. This soldier's condition is getting worse, Priest Matt said in a deep voice, his tone urgent. Master Nantong, we must begin the ritual immediately, or he may not make it through the night. Nantong's gaze fell on the face of the alien warrior, and his expression showed more worry. He nodded slightly to Priest Might. Begin, Priest Might, I will assist you. Priest Might took a deep breath, unfolded the papyrus in his hand, and began to chant an ancient incantation in a low voice. Lion God, please protect his body and safeguard his soul. God of wisdom and writing, I will begin the ritual. Please guide me through the long river of darkness. His voice was loud and rhythmic, as if it resonated with some imperceptible force in the air. As the ritual continued, waves of heat began to emanate from Priest Matt's body. However, these waves of heat had no temperature. They seemed to merely cause the air to churn and the light to bend. Then, Priest Matt took the Nile crocodile's dung and smeared it evenly around the warrior's wounds. Next, he crushed the cobra's shed shell, sprinkled it on the acacia bark, and then gently placed the bark on the soldier's chest. That filth on the chest of a dying man. I command you, remove it from his body immediately. The previously turbulent, boiling air instantly became heavy, and under the sunlight, people's shadows seemed to suddenly gain life, twisting and turning strangely. As the rhythm of the incantation gradually accelerated, many of the Might Priest's foreheads were covered in fine beads of sweat, but the voice of the leading Might Priest remained powerful. I'm here to help you. Nan Tong stood to the side, his hands clasped together, and he also began to chant the incantation in a low voice. At this moment, the powerful magic within him began to continuously replenish the bodies of the priests. That eased the strained expressions on their faces considerably. Nan Tong's gaze never left the soldier. He could sense that the soldier was relying on his strong will to hold on and prevent himself from falling asleep. Otherwise, if one falls into a coma due to severe injuries, the probability of death will be much higher. Suddenly, the warrior's body trembled violently, and the wound on his chest began to emit an increasingly intense black light. The light was like smoke, completely blocking out the sunlight. Priest Might's incantations grew louder and louder, his fingers tracing patterns above the warrior's chest, as if performing some kind of sealing ritual. In the name of the Nile, in the glory of the sun god Ra, I command you to leave his body. Priest Met's voice echoed like thunder beneath the palace. The warrior's body trembled violently again, and then a wisp of black energy surged from his wound, condensing into a blurry shape in the air. The form seemed to be struggling intensely, unwilling to leave. A sharp glint flashed in Priest Matt's eyes, and he abruptly raised the papyrus in his hand. Dissipate, he shouted sternly. The black mist let out a sharp roar before completely dissipating in the sunlight. The soldier's body gradually calmed down, and even his breathing became much more even. Priest Matt let out a long sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his brow, and turned to Nan Tong, saying, the ritual was successful, and his life has been saved for the time being, but he still needs further care. Nan Tong nodded, the worry on his face completely disappearing. He slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your help, Priest Might. If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to save his life. Priest Matt wiped the sweat from his brow, his hands still trembling slightly. Without Master Nan Tong's help, I'm afraid we would have been unable to save his life. However, there is one thing I don't understand. Please speak. The black energy within this alien soldier is exceptionally powerful, far beyond ordinary magic. We almost exhausted our strength, but still could not contend with it. If you hadn't transferred your magic power to us, we would probably have perished here as well. Upon hearing this, Nan Tong nodded and said, Priest Matt is absolutely right. I have also sensed the strangeness of this black aura. I will report everything that happened today to His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Later, I will have someone bring over the Holy Pharaoh's reward as a token of my gratitude. After the priests prostrated themselves in gratitude, they left. Nan Tong watched their departing figures and noticed that they seemed to have no strength left even to walk. He knew that these priests of the Might had used up all their magical power, and they might not be able to cast similar spells for a long time. However, since the task assigned by His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh was ultimately completed, it was all worthwhile. At this moment, the alien soldier spoke. His eyes opened slightly, and his fingers trembled slightly, as if he wanted to grab something, but he was too weak to lift it. Nan Tong immediately leaned closer to him and whispered reassuringly, Don't rush, speak slowly, you're safe now. Help us. Atlantis' main city is about to fall. Chapter 88. Your Majesty, Holy Pharaoh, I beg you. After the Atlantean soldier awoke, Nan Tong immediately reported the news to Lin Ke. Bring him here immediately. Upon learning this, Lin Ke did not delay and immediately summoned the soldier from Atlantis. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. The moment he saw His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, tears welled up in his eyes. But those emotions couldn't hide the anxiety and despair in his eyes. Although he was no longer in mortal danger, his body was still very weak. Even so, he forced himself to bow to Lin Ke. Lin Ke immediately raised his hand, indicating that he didn't need to worry. Warriors from Atlantis, please tell me, how are you? The soldier took a deep breath, his hoarse voice booming from his throat. Your Majesty, Pharaoh, Atlantis is now in grave danger. Apart from the capital, all our outer cities have fallen. We have mobilized everything we can, the Colossus of Orichalcos, Poseidon, and our most elite warriors. Even so, we were only barely able to keep the enemy out of the capital. But the Hebrew reinforcements kept arriving, while our casualties increased every day. At this point, his voice trembled violently, and his eyes were filled with grief. Their Hebrew forces are not only powerful, but they are also constantly gathering their allies and various organizations to come to their aid. And our Atlantis, right now, our only remaining ally, one that can still mobilize military force, is Holy Egypt. At this point, the soldier's knees suddenly buckled, and he knelt down on the ground. The light in his eyes dimmed, and his voice became a distorted, choked, sharp sound. Your Majesty, I beg you. I implore Holy Egypt to send an army to support Atlantis. We have nowhere left to retreat. If this continues, everyone will die. His actions shocked everyone present. A battle-hardened soldier abandoned all dignity at this moment, just to fight for a chance to save his homeland. Lin Ke's expression remained serious, and no one could detect any change in his emotions. He slowly stepped forward and reached out to help the soldier to his feet. Warrior of Atlantis, please rise. Atlantis and Holy Egypt are interdependent, sharing a deep friendship and a common enemy. Now that Atlantis is in peril, how can we stand idly by? Now, Holy Egypt is preparing to support Atlantis. Even if you don't come, I will do everything I can to help Atlantis. The soldier looked up and was taken aback for a moment. Then, tears streamed down his face, his eyes filled with disbelief and gratitude. Your Majesty, the Holy Pharaoh. Lin Ke continued, saying calmly, now that you're here, it's perfect. We can now obtain more detailed information about the Hebrew Empire and Atlantis. Otherwise, without intelligence, they are no different from warriors who have lost their eyes. I will not let the warriors of Holy Egypt die in vain. Therefore, if you can provide us with more information, we can develop the most effective strategy. Tears welled up in the soldier's eyes, and he kowtowed several times, his head pounding on the ground with a loud thud. Yes, Your Majesty the Holy Egyptian Emperor. No, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. The people of Atlantis will never forget your kindness. Lin Ke nodded slightly, not blaming the Atlantean soldier who had misspoke due to his emotional outburst. He gestured to his attendants to help the soldier up and arrange for him to rest. He then turned to Nantung and Priest Mat and said, summon all generals and ministers immediately. We need to formulate a support plan right away. The survival of Atlantis is crucial to the future safety of Holy Egypt. Nantong and Camel immediately responded in unison. Yes, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. That night, Lin Ke, along with his ministers and Egyptian generals, discussed plans for providing support. They gathered around a huge sand table, which roughly depicted the terrain of Atlantis and the troop distribution of both the Hebrews and Atlanteans. Lin Ke stood in front of the sand table, holding a slender baton. According to the intelligence provided by that Atlantean soldier, the Hebrew army is mainly composed of various types of troops. They possess extremely special powers, so we should prepare countermeasures in advance. Furthermore, we need to understand their characteristics in detail in order to develop effective countermeasures. Lin Ke paused, then pointed to a mark on the sand table with his baton. First, there is the Hebrew alchemy force. Alchemists can manipulate the four elements: earth, water, fire, and wind, and utilize the power of these elements for attack or defense. They can summon flames to burn enemies, manipulate water to form barriers, and even trigger earthquakes or storms. Alchemists typically do not participate directly in melee combat, but rather serve as ranged support units, providing elemental buffs to other units. In other words, if they use the water element, they can effectively counter the sand magic used by Holy Egypt. Then, Lin Ke moved her baton to another marker. Next up is their magician. Magicians are mainly divided into 5 levels. From lowest to highest level, they are Magician, Magic Mentor, Archmage, Ultimate Archmage, and Star Mage. Above these are Full Moon Mages, Sun Mages, and Divine Mages. But according to the information Lin Ke already knows, the highest level mage on the opposing side is the Ultimate Grand Mage. Although they don't have a powerful Star Mage like Nantong, they do have more than 30 Ultimate Archmages. Apart from Nantong, the highest ranking magicians in Holy Egypt are only at the level of Grand Magicians, and there are only a dozen or so of them. Although he can transform some mages into Master Heka, this does not mean that he can transform mages into Master Heka indefinitely, because there is an upper limit. Only after a Master Heka is defeated can he use a mage to create a new Master Heka. Lin Ke moved his baton again, pointing to another location on the sand table. Next, the Flame Chariot unit. The Flame Chariot is a powerful siege weapon, its body surrounded by flames and equipped with sharp ramming horns at the front. They can quickly breach city walls or defenses, while simultaneously burning enemy fortifications and soldiers with fire. Flame chariots are particularly deadly in plains warfare, capable of quickly disrupting enemy formations. At this moment, Lin Ke pointed his baton to a high ground on the sand table. Finally, the Golem Force. Golems are heavy units made of special clay and magic. They are large in size and incredibly powerful. They are virtually invulnerable to weapons and can withstand massive amounts of damage without falling. Golems move slowly, but once they get close to their enemies, they can inflict devastating damage. Lin Ke finally put down the baton, her expression calm. In addition to these powerful troops, the Hebrews also had a large number of regular soldiers and archers. The ministers and generals around them all frowned, and their heads drooped slightly. After all, this was indeed a contest with a huge disparity in strength. But Lin Ke's expression did not change at all. There's no need for everyone to worry too much. I just want to hear your thoughts. Participation is key. Chapter 89, The Plan. At this point, everyone started analyzing the current situation, each offering their own opinion. A general pointed to the land route on the sand table and said in a heavy tone, "Your Majesty, almost all the city-states on the land leading to Atlantis have been occupied by the Hebrews. If we march on Atlantis by land, we must conquer these city-states one by one. Otherwise, our support troops might be surrounded by enemy forces from all sides as they advance." Another minister chimed in, his brow furrowed. "That's right. Even if we manage to reach the capital of Atlantis smoothly, we'll still have to face the main Hebrew army directly. But our chances of successfully attacking Atlantis are already slim. Even if we manage to reach it by chance, our army will probably be exhausted. How can we then face the most powerful army of the Hebrews? In my humble opinion, the possibility of providing military support to Atlantis directly from the land is almost zero." A sudden silence fell over the council chamber as everyone stared intently at the sand table, seemingly unable to find a better solution for the moment. After all, Atlantis was completely surrounded by the Hebrews, and even the outer city of Atlantis had been occupied by the Hebrews. In other words, apart from landing by sea, directly supporting Atlantis from land was simply a pipe dream. Just when everyone was at a loss, Lin Ke suddenly stood up, walked to the sand table, and lightly tapped a few spots with his baton. "Ladies and gentlemen, please look here." His expression was calm, and his voice was steady, just like a teacher giving a lesson to students. Lin Ke drew several clear routes on the sand table with his baton. This is the Hebrew trade route. This is the route they used to transport grain, and this is the route they used to transport military equipment. The group was somewhat surprised, because this information did not come from the soldier from Atlantis. But they knew very well that what the Holy Pharaoh understood and knew was far beyond their comprehension. So no one asked any questions. They just nodded vigorously and continued to listen attentively. Lin Ke slightly raised her head, a slight smile playing on her lips. "So, although we cannot provide military support to Atlantis directly from the land, it doesn't mean we can't do anything." Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of sudden realization. Lin Ke nodded, then continued, "We can send small groups of troops to harass the Hebrew transport convoys where their defenses are weaker. This will not only weaken their logistical support, but also distract them and force them to devote some of their strength to defending us. Here, and here, these routes are directed by camel." As soon as Lin Ke finished speaking, several Egyptian generals immediately stood up and bowed to Camel, indicating that they would follow Camel's orders. "Your Majesty, the remaining two routes are the ones with the largest enemy transport volume. Perhaps we should concentrate our troops and cut off these two transport routes." As Camel spoke, he looked at the sand table with a worried expression in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke paused slightly, then tapped the sand table twice with his baton. "I have already made arrangements for the remaining two important transport routes." After a moment's thought, Camel couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, are you perhaps planning to send Master Heka and Mariana chariot archers to cut off these two transport routes?" Lin Ke immediately shook his head. "No, Master Hika and Mariana Chariot Archer will not participate in the land battle. They have other important tasks. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. It's important to know that Master Hika and the Mariana Chariot Archer were the most powerful forces in Holy Egypt. If they don't participate in land battles, where will they be sent? Camel couldn't help but press further. Your Majesty, I don't understand. Why not send Master Hika or Mariana Chariot Archer? They are the most powerful land force in our Holy Egypt. If they don't participate in the battle, how can we cut off those two supply lines? Lin Ke smiled slightly and tapped the Nile River on the sand table again with his baton, because the main military force of Holy Egypt will support Atlantis by waterway. As soon as he finished speaking, a murmur of surprise rippled through the council chamber. By water? But we don't even have boats, nor do we have any soldiers who know how to navigate waterways. Could it be? Could it be that the Holy Pharaoh is planning to build transport ships? Everyone then realized that their Holy Pharaoh could send out builders to make buildings rise from the ground in an instant. Therefore, this made what was originally a pipe dream an absolute possibility. The Holy Pharaoh had planned everything. Lin Ke continued. The Amazons will be responsible for blocking one of the transport routes, which passes through a jungle area. The Amazons' jungle warfare skills are unparalleled, making them the perfect candidates for ambushes. As for the other route, I already have plans. The other route Lin Ke mentioned was the trade route used to transport gold and gems. The cavalry is now in production, and he will send them to cut off the transport routes and plunder all the caravan supplies. As for the waterways, Lin Ke then used his baton to travel upstream along the Nile River, before branching off from another river. We will travel through the Nile River and reach the coast behind Atlantis. Since land travel is impossible, we will provide them with the most direct support from the sea. Similarly, the Hebrews would never have imagined that the holy Egyptians, who lived in the desert, would actually provide support by water. Camel and the other generals were filled with shock and disbelief when they heard this. Things that were originally impossible are now possible. Moreover, His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's plan was not only meticulous, but also audacious. Waterborne support could not only bypass the Hebrews' land defenses, but also launch surprise attacks on the enemy's flanks. After making the arrangements, Lin Ke put away his baton. Gentlemen, this battle is not only about Atlantis, but also about the future fate of our holy Egypt. Everyone must be fully alert. We must go all out and not slack off in the slightest. The crowd responded in unison. Yes, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. At this moment, in a dark, unlit fortress, the elephant-headed demon and the three-headed devil Bapho knelt on both knees, appearing extremely humble. My lord, please give us another chance. The elephant-headed demon's voice was almost pleading. In the darkness, moonlight shone on an eerie white mask. On the mask, two ears, like bat wings, stood upright. He stared silently at the elephant-headed demon and the three-headed demon Bapho below. I'm giving you one last chance. The commander-in-chief's order is to exterminate all Atlanteans. Bring me that soldier's head, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 90 Atlantis will never yield. Retreat to the inner city. Hurry, hurry. The outer city of Atlantis's capital has completely fallen. The once glorious capital of Atlantis now only has its inner city remaining. Outside the towering city walls, the Hebrew army surged in like a tide, their banners fluttering in the wind and their war drums booming deafeningly, seemingly announcing the death of this ancient civilization. On the inner city walls, Atlantis elite warriors gripped their long swords tightly, their bloodshot eyes filled with despair. Their armor was covered in cracks and bloodstains, and their weapons and shields were broken and tattered. On the city walls, the remains of the Colossus of Ori-Hagen lay scattered on the ground. This once invincible guardian had now been destroyed by the combined efforts of Hebrew alchemists and sorcerers. Its massive body was covered with charred marks and cracked wounds. General, the eastern wall has been breached. A soldier covered in blood rushed up the wall, his voice trembling with tears. The general of Atlantis stood atop the highest point of the city wall, his eyes fixed on the enemy troops outside the city. His armor was stained red with blood, and the long sword in his hand was dulled, but his figure remained as upright as a pine tree. He knew what his identity meant to the warriors of Atlantis. Upon hearing the soldier's report, his brow furrowed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Send the order to send the young soldiers to the front. No matter what, we must hold the east gate and not let them in. His voice was deep, yet very powerful. Yes, General. The soldier obeyed and left, but he knew that this was the soldiers' last stand. The young warriors also began to suffer casualties, while the Hebrew offensive showed no signs of abating. Just then, a loud bang came from below the city, followed by a violent tremor. The general turned around abruptly and saw a golem on the other side of the city gate violently pounding the gate with its iron fist. They are the Hebrew golem army. General, the city gate can't hold. Another soldier rushed over, his face full of terror. The general gritted his teeth and gripped his long sword tightly. Everyone, follow me. We must hold the city gate. He led a squad of elite soldiers down the city wall and headed straight for the city gate. However, just as they reached the city gate, a deafening explosion rang out, and the city gate was completely shattered by the golem's iron fist. Amidst the smoke and dust, Hebrew fire chariots and alchemists swarmed in, instantly throwing the city's defenders into chaos. Kill! The general roared, leading his soldiers to charge towards the enemy. The general brandished his longsword, which could unleash sharp blade waves, and wherever it went, enemies fell one after another. However, the Hebrews were far too numerous, and their alchemists and magicians continuously unleashed flames and lightning, causing the city's defenders to fall one after another. General, watch out! A soldier suddenly rushed over and pushed him aside. The next second, a bolt of lightning struck the soldier, instantly burning his body to a crisp. The general felt as if he were being pricked by needles, but he had no time to grieve. He turned to continue fighting, but just then, a bolt of black lightning suddenly shot out from the shadows and struck him squarely in the chest. The general looked down at his chest and spat out blood. He slowly fell to the ground, and the long sword in his hand fell to the ground. General! The surrounding soldiers cried out in grief, but they had no time to help or check on him. Because the battle is still ongoing, they must hold the last line of defense. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, another female general of Atlantis was leading her troops in a steadfast defense atop a high tower. Her archery skills are imbued with powerful magic, capable of killing a large group of enemies with a single shot. However, the Hebrew chariots of fire had already approached the tower, and the defenders below were retreating steadily. General, we can't hold on any longer. A soldier rushed up the tower, his voice filled with despair. The female general gritted her teeth. Everyone, retreat. Let me cover you. General, you can't. The soldiers tried to dissuade her, but the female general had already raised her longbow. Move quickly. That's an order. The light in her eyes was incredibly sharp, and the soldiers simply couldn't resist. The soldiers retreated helplessly, while the female general stood alone on the tower, continuously firing magical arrows from her longbow. However, the Hebrew fire chariots had already approached the tower, and scorching flames began to fiercely spray towards it. The tower swayed precariously in the flames, and Elena's figure was also engulfed by the fire. However, just as the tower collapsed, she fired her last arrow, destroying a flaming chariot. Atlantis will never perish. Her voice echoed in the flames, eventually disappearing into the magical explosions and the sound of buildings collapsing. The fighting inside the city continued, but the defenders of Atlantis were almost wiped out. The Hebrew army surged into the inner city like a tidal wave, leaving corpses and ruins everywhere in the city streets. However, even in such dire circumstances, some Atlantean soldiers continued to put up a stubborn resistance. A young soldier, holding a broken sword, stood alone in a narrow alley. Behind him were several wounded comrades, while in front of him stood dozens of Hebrew soldiers. Come on, you invaders, he roared, charging towards the enemy troops. His swordsmanship was not superb, but his courage instilled a certain fear in his enemies. Every time he swung his sword, an enemy fell. However, the number of enemies was simply too great, and his body was soon covered in wounds. Retreat, his companions shouted from behind. But the young soldier shook his head, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. No, I will not retreat. This is my home. Where else can I retreat to? His figure moved through the alley like lightning, each swing of his sword carrying a fierce power. But in the end, he still collapsed. His body fell into a pool of blood, but his hand still gripped the broken sword tightly. Atlantis, his voice was faint and dissipated in the wind. The fighting inside the city gradually subsided, and the Hebrew army had completely occupied the outer city. The outer city of Atlantis, the once glorious city-state, is now nothing but ruins and corpses. However, even in such dire circumstances, some Atlantean soldiers continued to put up a stubborn resistance. Their figures moved through the ruins, a message to their enemies. Atlantis will never yield. Chapter 91. The Commander-in-Chief's Orders. Boom, boom, bang, bang. The Hebrew leader stood on a high place, watching the buildings of Atlantis crumble one by one. Huge rocks shattered, and flames roared through the ruins, engulfing everything flammable and non-flammable. The air was filled with the smell of burning, mixed with the stench of blood and dust. In the distance, the heavy footsteps of the golems echoed, indicating that they had entered the city of Atlantis. A general strode to the commander-in-chief, knelt on one knee, and bowed his head to report. Commander-in-chief, the outer city has been completely occupied, and the remaining enemy troops have all retreated to the inner city. The president nodded, a slow smile spreading across his face, his eyes filled with excitement. Atlantis, a powerful nation that was once on par with the Hebrews, has finally been trampled underfoot. The Hebrew Empire will defeat all enemy nations on this continent and rise again. Thinking of this, the president couldn't help but grit his teeth. Originally, the Hebrews were driven to this continent by the Greek alliance. Today, the Hebrew Empire continues to grow stronger, conquering many kingdoms and forming alliances with numerous organizations and forces. After conquering Atlantis, if the Hebrews could also take over Holy Egypt and the Maya, they would completely dominate the region. But his ambitions didn't stop there. He will be the supreme ruler of the Hebrew Empire and conquer the city-states that the Hebrews lost in the Greek region. To wipe away this humiliation, let the name of the Hebrew Empire resound throughout the world once again. Thinking of this, the president couldn't help but clench his fists a little tighter. Once we conquer the inner city of Atlantis, we can immediately attack Holy Egypt. At this moment, he raised his hand, gesturing for the kneeling general to stand up. How strong are the defenses of the inner city of Atlantis? He asked. The general replied. The inner walls of Atlantis are high and thick, and the defenders are tenacious, but they are now isolated and without support. Although both Atlantis and our divine messenger were injured, our divine messenger will receive better treatment, and the divine messenger, who can use the power of the chief god, will arrive soon. Therefore, as long as we continue to apply pressure, it is only a matter of time before we take the inner city. The president's lips curled up slightly, revealing a chilling smirk. He turned around and looked at the army behind him. The soldiers stood in neat rows, their armor gleaming coldly in the firelight. Their faces showed no signs of fatigue, and their fighting spirit remained undiminished. Moreover, the number of Hebrew troops gathering at Atlantis is increasing. The commander-in-chief nodded in satisfaction. Now his task was to allow the soldiers to rest and await the arrival of all the Hebrew reinforcements. Then, launch another all-out offensive to try to conquer Atlantis in a short period of time. Pass down the order. The entire army shall rest for half a day, and then launch a general offensive against the inner city. The general nodded in acceptance, quickly withdrew, and relayed the commander-in-chief's orders. The Grand Commander turned his gaze back toward the inner city. Once the golem breaches the inner city gates, the complete fall of Atlantis will only be a matter of time. He took a deep breath. Ah, that's the taste of victory. Just then, a soldier rushed up to the watchtower and knelt on one knee. Commander, our supply convoy was attacked by Holy Egypt and lost about 5% of our supplies. The president's gaze remained fixed on the distance, his expression unchanged. He nodded slightly, his tone calm. Understood. After the soldiers withdrew, the commander-in-chief remained standing in the same spot. After all, 5% of the food supplies could not have any effective impact on the Hebrews. However, not long after, another soldier came running up, looking somewhat nervous. Commander, the military transport convoy has also been attacked. The president's brow furrowed slightly, but quickly relaxed. He turned around and looked at the generals beside him, his tone laced with sarcasm and admiration. That holy pharaoh of Holy Egypt is indeed not stupid. He knew that after we conquered Atlantis, our next target would be Holy Egypt. So he concentrated his forces to attack our transport convoy. The generals nodded in agreement. The president sneered and continued. They're just like a dying rat, disgusting and pathetic. Pass down the order to have the city-states near the supply lines slightly increase their patrol forces. This attack is not enough to have a significant impact on us. However, in the following period, a series of reports were submitted. As news of attacks on the transport convoys continued to arrive, the president's face gradually darkened. He would simply nod coldly at each report from the soldiers, and then issue the same order. Increase patrol forces, but never redeploy frontline troops. Until this soldier knelt down on one knee. Your Majesty, the caravan on the brilliant road has been attacked. All our treasure has been stolen. The commander-in-chief stiffened slightly, then turned around, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. His voice was icy, laced with suppressed anger. What did you say? The soldier lowered his head, his voice trembling slightly. Yes, Commander. Our caravan was attacked, and all the gold and treasures were stolen. The president's fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles almost seemed to burst his skin. Those treasures were used to reward the generals. Now that this gold and treasure has been looted, it will undoubtedly shake the morale of the army. Pass on the order. His voice boomed like thunder, and the surrounding generals and soldiers immediately lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. Immediately mobilize the cavalry from the surrounding city-states and head towards the path of brilliance. The soldiers obeyed and quickly withdrew. The Grand President turned around, looked towards the distant direction of Holy Egypt, and said through gritted teeth, "These desert rats dare to play such despicable tricks behind my back." The surrounding generals held their breath, not daring to make the slightest sound. Once we conquer Atlantis, we will immediately gather our forces and head to Holy Egypt. I will burn down their cities, slaughter their people, and plunder their treasures. As for that holy pharaoh, I will hang him at the city gate, so he can watch his kingdom turn to ashes. The generals nodded in agreement, their faces showing reverence. The Grand Commander's gaze once again turned towards the inner city of Atlantis. He knew that once the inner city was captured, all problems would be solved. The attack on Holy Egypt was merely a minor, insignificant incident. Just then, a commotion arose in the distance. The Grand Commander turned his head and saw two strange groups slowly approaching. The group included witches dressed in black robes and half-human, half-beast creatures. Great Commander, the Witches' Guild has come to our aid. At this moment, the witch wearing a red hat climbed the watchtower and bowed to the Great Commander. Very good. With your addition, we can conquer Atlantis even faster. The witch wearing a red hat ignored the Grand Commander's words and didn't look at the distant capital of Atlantis. She merely glanced at the Hebrew troops. Have the believers of the Lord not yet arrived? How strange. The will of the ruler is never delayed. Why is there no trace of him today? She said a couple of things to herself before responding to the president. By the command of our Lord, we shall help the Hebrews to victory. Please give the order, Your Majesty. Chapter 92. Go forth, people of the Holy Pharaoh. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Good news kept arriving from the royal palace in Holy Egypt. With joy on their faces, the generals strode into the main hall to report the latest battle results to Holy Pharaoh Lin Ke. Your Majesty, our troops have successfully cut off a Hebrew supply route. A general knelt on one knee, his voice filled with excitement. Their city-state troops have begun to increase patrols, and morale within the city-state has also been affected. Another general stepped forward, his face beaming with joy, and said respectfully, Your Majesty, we have succeeded. We have cut off one of the Hebrew military supply routes, and their weapons and equipment cannot be delivered to the front in time. Furthermore, I also seized a cartload of Hebrew shields and armor, which I have already ordered to be taken back to the armory. Another general stepped forward, his tone slightly more composed than the previous two. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Following your instructions, we also successfully cut off one of their integrated transportation routes. Although the Hebrew soldiers put up a fierce resistance, we destroyed their wooden wagons and withdrew before their reinforcements arrived. The ministers in the palace were overjoyed when they heard the good news. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in praise. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, with his masterful planning, is truly a genius. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh is wise. It is truly a blessing for Holy Egypt to have His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh leading us. The ministers began to echo their sentiments, and joy shone on every face. Yes, His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh had a far-sighted vision, which is why he was able to guide us to cut off the Hebrews' transport routes. If it weren't for your advanced planning, we would never have been able to cut off their transportation routes so easily. Several ministers became increasingly agitated as they spoke, their voices even rising several decibels. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh is the greatest ruler in the history of Holy Egypt. If the Holy Pharaoh had not been born, Holy Egypt would have been plunged into eternal darkness. Praises were endless, filling the entire hall with eulogies for the Holy Pharaoh, and even the generals joined in. However, Lin Ke simply sat quietly on the throne, her expression indifferent. He seemed indifferent to these compliments. Of course, this was because Lin Ke's attention was entirely focused on the civilization panel. Your cavalry unit successfully raided a Hebrew caravan, gaining 600 gold coins and 10 culture points. 600 gold coins is no small amount. A single caravan could plunder so much wealth that it could buy several plots of land. That's right, plunder. In Civilization 6, plundering is an important military and economic tactic. Simply put, it involves using units with plundering capabilities to move to the location of the enemy caravan and execute the plunder command. After a successful raid, the enemy caravan will be destroyed, while the raider will receive a certain amount of resources as a reward. However, what is usually plundered is gold coins and culture points. Gold is the universal currency in Civilization 6. In addition to purchasing tiles, it can also be used to purchase units, buildings, or pay for the maintenance of armies. Culture points are a resource used to advance the progress of civilization's culture. Simply put, Lin Ke can now use accumulated culture points to unlock new policies. However, plundering also carries certain risks. In Civilization 6, a civilization that has been plundered may become hostile towards you, and may even trigger a war. But the Hebrews and Holy Egypt were already at war, so this risk was not a risk for Lin Ke at all. That's the same principle as Lin Ke spending 2 weeks worth of time in 2 weeks. Lin Ke's most important task now is to gather troops to prepare for subsequent maritime support operations. That's right. It means using transport ships. Of course, there are many prerequisite technologies that need to be completed before you can build a transport ship. Therefore, Lin Ke came up with a solution. Or powered sailboat. Although it is not a true transport ship in Civilization 6, Lin Ke knows very well that these units built through the civilization panel are all relatively large. In other words, although it does not have a transportation function in the game, it can still carry soldiers in reality. However, to build such a unit, you must first complete the prerequisite technologies required for it. To produce or sailboats, we must first complete the research on technologies such as shipbuilding. To study shipbuilding, one must first master its prerequisite technologies, pottery and mining. However, pottery and mining are technologies that Lin Ke has already mastered, so he is already researching shipbuilding. Once the shipbuilding technique is researched, Lin Ke will immediately begin producing oarsmanship. Excellent. Everything is now under his control. Meanwhile, Link was still producing cavalry and Mariana chariot archers, which would become the backbone of Holy Egypt on future battlefields. However, the power of the civilization panel alone is not enough. To win the final victory, Holy Egypt still has much more to do. What we have now is not enough. Lin Ke stood up at this moment, and the cheers in the hall gradually subsided. Everyone bowed slightly and looked at the holy pharaoh of Holy Egypt. He raised his voice. Gentlemen, today's victory is certainly worth celebrating, but it would be the greatest folly for us to become complacent about it. The Hebrews are not weak enemies. Their strength is far greater than we imagine. Today we have cut off their supply lines, military equipment, and gold transport routes, but this is only the beginning of the battle, not the end. If we become complacent because of this, the Hebrews will surely conquer Atlantis and then attack Holy Egypt. By then, everything we have will have vanished. Lin Ke's voice gradually rose, and the joy of the crowd vanished, replaced by increasingly serious expressions. The most important battle for Holy Egypt is yet to come. If our support for Atlantis fails, if we cannot completely defeat the Hebrews at Atlantis, then today's victory will be meaningless. Our land, our people, and our future will all be trampled under the iron hooves of the enemy. The hall was completely silent. Everyone held their breath. His voice continued to echo, carrying an almost tragic power. Holy Egypt needs more power, the power of soldiers, the power of magicians, the power of craftsmen, the power of farmers. Everyone must do their utmost, because this is our only chance to defend Holy Egypt. So, Lin Ke then opened his arms, his voice growing deeper. Generals, train your soldiers to become the sharpest swords. Nantong, go and train your mages. Make their magic the most feared force by our enemies. Ministers, go and urge the craftsmen to forge the finest weapons. We have no time to waste. Every minute and every second now will determine the life or death of Holy Egypt. The generals straightened their backs, their eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Nantong gripped his staff tightly, his expression solemn. The ministers nodded in agreement, their faces radiating strength. Lin Ke concluded, go, people of Holy Egypt. Prepare to make this battle resound through the heavens. Prepare to make this battle remembered forever. Go. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the hall responded in unison and quickly got to work. The general strode out of the main hall and headed straight for the military camp. Nan Tong and his magicians disappeared at the end of the corridor, while the ministers hurried to the craftsman's workshop, urging the craftsmen to speed up their work. After everyone left, Lin Ke returned to her dormitory. "Alan, bring me a bottle of wine." He stood by the window, gazing into the distance towards Atlantis. The sky over there seemed to have become even more gloomy. Chapter 93, The Shadow of Cairo. Night in Holy Egypt. In Cairo. Ding, ding. The furnace in the craftsman's shop roared, and the sound of hammers striking each other rose and fell. They are working overtime to build weapons and equipment for the soldiers. Thrust, thrust, slash, slash. The soldiers didn't rest either. They slashed and hacked their way through the training ground, honing their offensive skills. On the outskirts of the city, mages formed a circle, holding crocodile eggshells in their hands, chanting incantations and gathering their magical power. The entire city of Cairo was like a machine that never stopped, preparing for the upcoming battle. Training is over. At midnight, the soldiers on the training field finally finished their day's training and dragged their slightly tired bodies back to the camp to rest. Although their bodies were tired, their hearts were full of strength. At that moment, one of the soldiers stopped. He stared at his hands. He had a deep wound on his hand, from which blood dripped from his fingertips to the ground with a drip-drip sound. Strange, when was it cut open? The soldier was so focused on training that he didn't even realize when he had gotten a wound on his hand. He asked his military instructor for permission to leave the group and went alone to a more remote part of the camp. Because that's the only place with medicine. Otherwise, such a deep wound might affect tomorrow's training. He didn't want to fall behind. He was one of the outstanding soldiers selected to support Atlantis. One more person means one more source of strength. So he set off alone in the opposite direction from the others. The night breeze was slightly cool, and the sandy wind felt very comfortable on my skin. But he did not indulge in the ease and comfort at this moment, and continued to quicken his pace forward. He continued until he stepped into a narrow alleyway, through which he could reach his destination. There was a special medical facility for soldiers near the city wall, which contained some medicines that could stop bleeding. However, he did not notice that his shadow was sometimes lengthened and sometimes shortened as he walked through the alley. Just as he was about to reach his destination, a craftsman suddenly emerged from the shadows, carrying a package in his hands. His voice was a little hoarse. "Soldier, sir. My son is also in the military. Could you please bring this to him for me? It's his favorite food." The soldier stopped and, by the moonlight, saw the craftsman's face clearly. An elderly man was holding a package in his hands. "Bringing something?" The soldier looked down at the package, which contained some freshly baked bread with cheese filling and smelled delicious. However, the soldier shook his head. "Sorry. There are rules in the barracks, and the current situation is special, so it's not convenient to bring it in." The craftsman didn't seem surprised. He nodded, then pointed to the soldier's injured hand. "You're injured? I happen to have some medicine in my shop. Would you like to come over and get it bandaged?" The soldier hesitated for a moment. His hand was indeed in a lot of pain, and he was also quite tired. Moreover, having someone to help bandage you will speed things up. So he nodded and followed the craftsman into a side alley. The alley was somewhat dark, and even with the moonlight, it was difficult to see the road clearly. There seemed to be a certain smell in the air, but the smell was quickly overshadowed by the aroma of the cheese bread, so the soldiers didn't pay any attention to it. After all, this is Holy Egypt. Moreover, since His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh became king, no danger has ever appeared in this city. Therefore, the soldier felt that he was probably overthinking things. He followed the craftsman around several corners and arrived at a slightly old house. The craftsman pushed open the door and gestured for the soldier to go in. The room was pitch black, with only a dim oil lamp lit in the corner. The soldier had just stepped into the house when he felt his foot slip and almost fell. He instinctively reached out to hold onto the wall, but his palm touched a patch of wet, slippery moss. Cold, sticky moss. "Oh, how long has it been since you cleaned this house?" He steadied himself, looked down at his feet, and in the dim light, he could see a pool of dark red liquid on the ground. As a soldier, he immediately sensed the danger. His gaze slowly moved upwards, following the pool of liquid. A corpse. A corpse with twisted limbs and torn clothes. And the face of that corpse was exactly the same as the craftsman in front of them. The soldier took a step back and reached for his weapon at his waist, but it was empty. Damn it. The weapons are stored in the barracks. He looked up at the craftsman and found that the craftsman's face was contorted and deformed, and something seemed to be wriggling under the skin. The next second, the craftsman's body began to swell, his limbs stretched out, and his head transformed into a giant elephant head with white tusks and blood-red eyes. This was the first time the soldiers had ever seen such a scene. You? What are you? The soldier's voice trembled as he ignored the injury on his hand and assumed a fighting stance. The elephant-headed, human-bodied monster grinned and let out a sound that was neither a laugh nor a smile. The soldier turned to flee, but the door was sealed shut by an invisible force. Can anyone hear me? Can anyone hear me? He pounded on the door desperately, but to no avail. The monster drew closer step by step, and he could feel its breath on the back of his neck. It was cold and smelled fishy. Ah! The soldier cried out in despair as he saw his arm being torn off alive. The intense pain nearly made him faint, but his consciousness was forcibly maintained by some strange force, preventing him from escaping. The elephant-headed demon grinned, revealing a row of gleaming white fangs. Tell me, what are you preparing? Why are your soldiers training until late at night, and even your craftsmen forging weapons? If you tell the truth, I might give you a quick death. Otherwise, its voice abruptly stopped, and its two blood-red eyes stared at the soldier, seemingly enjoying his fear. The soldier gritted his teeth, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, but he remained silent. The elephant-headed demon seemed unsurprised. It sneered, stretched out its enormous hand, and grabbed the soldier's right arm. Sizzle. With a chilling tearing sound, the soldier's right arm was ripped off. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and the soldier's screams echoed in the room. The elephant-headed demon's voice grew even colder. I'll ask you one more time. Is this an Atlantean soldier? Where is he? The soldier's lips trembled, but he still did not speak. But the elephant-headed demon's patience had run out. It growled, grabbed the soldier's leg, and yanked him hard. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. The soldier's body went limp on the ground, his empty eyes filled with fear. Just when the soldier thought he was about to die, a three-headed demon suddenly emerged from the shadows of the house. Again! Again! What a beautiful sound! The three heads made a mocking sound, and then the three-headed demon slowly walked to the soldier's side and reattached his torn arms and legs one by one. The soldier watched helplessly as his limbs were reattached, and his pupils began to tremble. He knew this was not over yet. Sure enough, the elephant-headed demon spoke again, his voice carrying a hint of contempt. Since you're unwilling to talk, then let's do it again. The soldier's pupils contracted sharply. He tried to struggle, but found himself completely unable to move. With a gentle flick of its claws, the three-headed demon tore off his arm once more. Oh. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of Holy Egypt, Lin Ke was conducting a simulation on the sand table when suddenly a golden light appeared to his right. What's wrong, Ramses? Lin Ke found it strange that Ramses would appear at this time. Elder brother, I sense a filthy and bloody power. No, there's more than one. I am certain that they have entered Holy Egypt. Upon hearing Ramses's words, Lin Ke put down the baton in his hand. Go on, Ramses. Chapter 94 Omens. That power was bloody and filthy, dark and evil. Although the opponent's strength is far inferior to that of the Baphomet demon, he can use a spell that can conceal his presence. However, while those spells can deceive magicians, they cannot fool me. After hearing Ramses' explanation, Lin Ke became even more vigilant. He realized that the emergence of these two forces was no accident, but rather came with a purpose. Lin Ke immediately opened the civilization panel and began to examine it. However, after checking many times, he did not find any markings related to the enemy on the Cairo plot. But Ramses told him that two forces had entered Cairo. Therefore, there is clearly only one answer. Those are monsters with special powers, like the Baphomet demon. That's why Lin Ke couldn't find them on the civilization panel. Ramses' divine power was at the level of a chief god, so he could sense those unusual enemies that could not be observed in the civilization panel. After hearing Ramses's words, Lin Ke was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that the enemy has come to assassinate me? But if it were someone coming to assassinate him, Ramses should have seen some kind of symbolic imagery. Just like the imagery Ramses had previously described, a shadowy figure wanted to devour Lin Ke's soul. But he clearly remembered that Ramses had said, "Crimson fangs have appeared in the northwestern night sky, devouring the full moon, as if trying to disorient you." The full moon symbolizes order and balance, while the act of the blood-red fangs devouring may signify that some chaotic and destructive force is eroding Holy Egypt. But what is the other party's purpose? When did they enter Cairo? Without figuring out these issues, Lin Ke would have no way of knowing what the enemy was planning to do. Ramesses, can you sense the exact locations of these two forces? Or rather, Can you sense whether they are moving toward a specific target? Lin Ke continued to press for answers, trying to find more clues from Ramses's response. Ramses closed his eyes, seemingly concentrating on sensing the atmosphere of Cairo. After a moment, he slowly said, I can't sense their location, but I'm certain they haven't moved. Moreover, I can sense that their target is not directly aimed at you, but rather at some place in the city. There seems to be something there that's drawing them in. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke merely frowned slightly. What could we possibly have? Our holy Egypt doesn't have any treasures or powerful weapons. If I had to say what the most important thing is. Lin Ke and Ramses exchanged a glance. They both knew the answer in each other's hearts. The most important figures in holy Egypt were the holy pharaoh and Ramses. What else could there be? Moreover, among the treasures plundered by the cavalry, there were no particularly special foreign items. Thinking of this, Lin Ke frowned slightly again. Foreign objects, etc.? Foreigners? Could it be that Atlantean soldier? Marasia had reported to Link that she had seen elephant-headed demons and three-headed devils on the shore. They were chasing after that Atlantean soldier. Lin Ke quickly pieced together all the clues in her mind, and things gradually became clearer. He realized that the omen of blood-red fangs was likely related to the elephant-headed demon and the three-headed devil that Malaysia had encountered on the coast. In particular, the elephant-headed demon's tusks perfectly matched the imagery of blood-red tusks. The purpose of these two forces infiltrating Cairo was most likely aimed at that Atlantean soldier. As for the night sky in the northwest, it should represent the location of these two monsters. Lin Ke let out a soft breath and began to examine the sand table. His fingers traced lightly across the sand table, eventually stopping at an area northwest of Cairo. That is the oldest street in Holy Egypt, with its intricate mix of houses and narrow alleyways. For outsiders, it was an excellent hiding place. If those two forces have indeed infiltrated Cairo, this is undoubtedly the most suitable place for them to hide. Lin Ke's lips curled up slightly. The danger you predicted has appeared once again, my brother. Ramses nodded slightly upon hearing this. Elder brother, I will continue to protect you in secret. But what are your plans? Lin Ke did not answer immediately, but turned to the attendant beside him and ordered, Go and bring the armor of that Atlantean soldier. The attendant obeyed and left, while Lin Ke continued to stare at the sand table, quickly formulating a plan in his mind. If the enemy wants to capture the Atlantean soldier, then Lin Ke can use him as bait to lure him out. Then, let Ramses wipe out these two dangerous fellows in one fell swoop. This is a crucial stage in Holy Egypt's preparations to support Atlantis, and the soldier's help is still needed to reach Atlantis. We must protect him no matter what. A moment later, the attendants carefully carried over the armor of the Atlantean soldiers. The armor gleamed with a deep blue light in the candlelight, seemingly containing the power of the sea. Lin Ke reached out and gently stroked the surface of the armor, sensing a faint energy fluctuation. Ramesses, do you think those two will take the bait if we use this armor as bait? Lin Ke asked in a low voice. Ramses pondered for a moment, then slowly said, Elder brother, your plan is indeed feasible. Now that those two have infiltrated Cairo, they must be very interested in this Atlantean armor. However, you must proceed with caution to avoid letting them realize that this is a trap. Lin Ke nodded. I understand. So, we need to create a plausible illusion to make them think that the armor was accidentally left there. Ramses smiled slightly. Elder brother, I always admire your wisdom. So, when shall we act? Lin Ke decisively said, Tonight. You will continue to protect me in secret. I'm very interested to see what kind of expressions those two guys will have when they see you and me. Ramses nodded, then turned into golden light and disappeared from Lin Ke's side. Come on, you two. Mix this set of Atlantean armor with the old armor. As Lin Ke spoke, he gestured to the guards to put the Atlantis armor into a basket containing several pieces of old armor. Now you take these weapons to the old alley in the southwest and say they were stolen from the palace of the Holy Pharaoh and are being sold. Alan, go find me a suit of armor. Chapter 95, I want them all. Lin Ke stood in the palace corridor, wearing the armor of an Atlantean soldier. All right, you guys stop following me and go back now. Lin Ke walked through the corridor and left the palace via a side path. That was the path he and Ramses used to take when they played hide-and-seek as children. Apart from Lin Ke and Ramses being very familiar with this path, almost no one else knew about it. Stepping out of the path, you'll find a small grove of trees bathed in moonlight. Lin Ke's armor gleamed coldly in the moonlight, and he looked no different from an ordinary soldier. However, This scene terrified the servants who escorted Lin Ke out. Their eyes widened, their bodies trembled, and some even knelt on the ground, kowtowing forcefully. It was as if Lin Ke wasn't wearing armor, but something terrifying. "Your Majesty, this is against the rules." An older servant finally couldn't hold back any longer and said in a trembling voice, "How can your holy body touch this lowly armor? This will anger the gods." Lin Ke simply waved her hand. "Go back quickly. If anyone asks, just say that His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh is resting. Stop crying." Just as Lin Ke was about to leave, the servants knelt on the ground again. He knew that the servants' fear and unease stemmed from deep-rooted traditions and beliefs. In the culture of Holy Egypt, the Holy Pharaoh was the embodiment of the gods, a sacred and inviolable being. Their every move had to conform to ancient rituals and rules, otherwise it would be considered blasphemy against the gods. Now, because the Holy Pharaoh's status is above that of the gods, Lin Ke doesn't need to worry even if he violates traditional taboos. After all, Ramses was the one he summoned. Moreover, it was his own younger brother. Of course, Lin Ke didn't care about these traditions. He only had one thought in mind. That is to eliminate the two evil forces that threaten Cairo and the soldiers of Atlantis. He knew that if he didn't act immediately today, he might never find them again. After all, he acted based on his own reasoning and the omens and images of his prophecy. After today, who knows if those two monsters will still be lingering in the southwestern night sky. "You don't need to say anything more, go back immediately," Lin Ke said coldly, her expression turning serious. "Also, no one is allowed to tell anyone about what happened today." The servants exchanged glances, not daring to say anything more. They could only watch helplessly as Lin Ke, accompanied by two elite soldiers, stepped out of the palace gates and disappeared into the night. Walking on the streets of Cairo, Lin Ke's thoughts did not linger on the exaggerated reactions of the servants earlier. The omens of Ramses and the descriptions of Marathia kept replaying in his mind. The elephant-headed demon and the three-headed devil cannot even be located on the civilization panel. Lin Ke had encountered a similar situation once before. "The Witchcraft Society?" Lin Ke murmured softly. The last time Ramses fought the demon Baphomet, he had heard the demon mention this mysterious organization. That Baphomet demon was a member of the Witchcraft Guild, and its power far exceeded that of ordinary creatures. Lin Ke recalled that he tried to locate the Baphomet demon using the civilization panel, but the civilization panel could not display its location. Currently, neither of these two forces can be detected by the civilization panel, which makes Lin Ke wonder if they are also related to the Witch Demon Society. What kind of organization is the Witchcraft Society? Lin Ke walked along, lost in thought. He recalled that after encountering the Baphomet demon, he consulted numerous ancient books and scrolls in an attempt to find clues related to the Witchcraft Society. However, this organization seems to have never appeared in history. It's like a fog, hidden in the shadows of the world, and it seems no one knows it exists. Could they be an organization with evil powers? Is it like an organization with demonic or mysterious powers? If that's the case, then the Witchcraft Society might be quite large. Their goal may not be as simple as just killing this Atlantean soldier. Think about it. The last time was when Baphomet assassinated Lin Ke. Now it's soldiers assassinating Atlantis. Clearly, this organization may have a much larger plan, but Lin Ke is unaware of it yet. Thinking of this, Lin Ke's heart tightened. He knew that if his guess was correct, then the threat posed by the Witchcraft Society would be far greater than he had imagined. He must find those two forces, those two monsters, as soon as possible. Then, stop their plot. "Sir, we're almost there," a soldier whispered, interrupting Lin Ke's thoughts. Lin Ke nodded, her gaze becoming even sharper. Now, it's as if he's facing a prophetic destiny. Success is the only option. Failure is not an option. Whatever the Witchcraft Society's purpose is, he must stop them. No matter what happens later, do not act rashly. Just do whatever I say. This is an order, understand? Lin Ke gave the instructions in a low voice. The two soldiers nodded, their expressions solemn. Then, Lin Ke led them, pushing a wooden cart full of old armor, slowly along the ancient streets in the northwest of Cairo. The night was deep, and most of the houses on both sides of the street had their doors and windows tightly closed, with only a few oil lamps flickering in the darkness. They have arrived at their destination. Now it's time to begin the investigation. He walked to the first house and knocked on the door. There was complete silence inside the door. It seemed no one was responding. Lin Ke waited for a while, and when no one opened the door, she turned and walked to the next house. After the door of the second house was knocked on, A rustling sound came from inside. A moment later, the door was opened a crack, and a middle-aged man peeked out, frowned, and glanced at Lin Ke before his gaze fell on the wooden cart behind him. "Is there something you need?" the middle-aged man asked impatiently. Lin Ke smiled and pointed to the armor on the wooden cart. "These are old armors discarded by the royal palace, sold cheaply. Would you like to take a look? You can use it to smelt iron or turn it into farm tools." The middle-aged man glanced at the armor, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Old armor from the royal palace? Humph, how could the royal armor be sold so casually? Why is it so old?" Lin Ke didn't explain, but calmly said, "If you don't need it, then I won't bother you." The middle-aged man glanced at Lin Ke with disdain, snorted coldly, and slammed the door shut. Lin Ke did not stop and continued to the next household. The next few households either didn't respond, or the people who opened the door showed no interest in Lin Ke's armor. Some even mocked. "I wouldn't take this junk even if it were given to me for free." Lin Ke was not discouraged. He knew that although this clumsy disguise looked ridiculous, it was the best way to lure out the enemy. He had to convince the enemy that the Atlantean armor had been brought here unintentionally. Finally, when he knocked on a door, a young man opened it. He glanced at Lin Ke, then at the armor on the wooden cart, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. "Are these armors really old armors from the royal palace?" the young man asked. Lin Ke nodded. "Yes, these are old items discarded by the royal palace. If you need them, I can sell them to you cheaply." The young man hesitated for a moment, then reached out and touched one of the armors, seemingly weighing its value. Just then, a door across the street suddenly opened. An old man came out from behind the door. His hair was gray and his face was covered with wrinkles, but his eyes were unusually bright, staring intently at the armor on the wooden cart. "I'll buy these armors." Lin Ke noticed that the old man's gaze did not linger on the other armors, but was fixed on the Atlantis armor in the basket that was faintly glowing blue. Lin Ke deliberately placed the armor at the bottom, only revealing a corner, but the old man seemed to recognize it at a glance. "Which one would you like to buy?" Lin Ke asked casually, while secretly observing the old man's reaction. The old man did not answer, but walked straight to the wooden cart, reaching out to lift the armor on it and take the Atlantean armor. Lin Ke immediately stepped forward and blocked the old man's path. "Sir, these suits of armor are sold by the piece. If you want one, you'll have to tell me which one you're interested in." Lin Ke's tone remained calm, but her gaze sharpened. The old man looked up and met Lin Ke's gaze. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. "I want them all." Chapter 96. Is this what you call patching things up? Upon hearing the old man's words, Lin Ke deliberately feigned a greedy and joyful expression and quickly nodded, saying, "If you want them all, then I'll sell them all to you. This way I won't have to knock on doors one by one." The old man narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping over Lin Ke and the two soldiers before slowly asking, "Did these armors really come from the palace?" Lin Ke nodded earnestly, her tone tinged with helplessness. "Yes, old man. To be honest, I am a soldier in the royal palace. I have an elderly person at home who needs care, but now the elderly person is sick. I really have no choice but to secretly take out these discarded armors to sell, hoping to earn some money to hire someone to help take care of them." He spoke with a touch of sincerity, as if he were truly an ordinary soldier who had to take such a risk for his family. Sure enough, when the old man heard that Lin Ke was a soldier in the palace, a subtle change appeared in his eyes, and he seemed to have become more interested in Lin Ke. The old man was silent for a moment, then coughed twice and said in a hoarse voice, "Young man, you are a filial child. However, my old bones are really not strong enough. Could you please help me carry these armors inside? I used to be a craftsman. When it gets light, I can have someone help me reforge these armors and then sell them for money." Lin Ke sneered inwardly, knowing full well that this was nothing more than a clumsy lie. An old man who calls himself a craftsman lives on such a remote street. That would be fine, but he doesn't even have the strength to move the armor. Clearly, this was just a deliberate attempt to lure them into the house. However, Lin Ke did not expose the other party. Instead, she pretended to be a kind-hearted person and nodded in agreement, saying, "No problem, old man. We will help you carry it in." After he finished speaking, he gestured to two soldiers to work together to unload the armor pieces from the wooden cart one by one. As Lin Ke moved the items, she secretly observed the old man's every move. He noticed that the old man's gaze was first fixed on the Atlantis armor, but when the soldiers moved other armors, his gaze fell firmly on Lin Ke. Lin Ke also noticed this, but he simply continued talking naturally, trying to extract more information from the old man. Grandpa, your house is quite spacious. The old man smiled, his voice still soft. Yes, it's an old house. Now I'm old and can't work anymore, so I live here alone. Lin Ke nodded, but became even more wary. The moment Lin Ke stepped into the room, a chilling aura rushed towards her. The room was dimly lit, with only a single oil lamp casting a faint glow in the corner, illuminating the moss on the walls and the clutter piled up nearby. Just then, the voice of Ramses suddenly echoed in his mind. Eldest brother, there's something wrong with this room. I could clearly sense that one of them was a demon and the other was a monster, and they could use demonic power and monster power respectively. But don't worry, just do as you wish, and I will guarantee your safety. Upon hearing Ramses's reminder, Lin Ke became even more vigilant. Although he could not communicate directly with Ramses in his consciousness, he nodded slightly to indicate that he was aware of it. The old man, his back hunched, slowly walked to the center of the room, pointed to an open space on the ground, and said in a hoarse voice, "Young man, put the armor here, and I'll have someone take care of it tomorrow." Lin Ke pretended to be nonchalant and directed 2 soldiers to put down the armor. Lin Ke then continued to ask questions, trying to extract more information from the old man. "Grandpa, you live here all by yourself. What do you usually do?" The old man smiled, his voice still hoarse. "I'm old. What can I still do? It's just doing repairs and odd jobs occasionally, barely enough to make ends meet. Ha!" At this moment, the old man turned around and looked at Lin Ke, his smile gradually turning into a distorted expression. Just then, a strong smell of blood rushed into Lin Ke's nostrils, the odor hitting the top of his head. Then, a corpse appeared in the corner by the wall. He was a soldier. It seems like he's still alive. The soldier on the ground had half his body torn open, his internal organs exposed, and one of his eyeballs gouged out. Blood stained the ground, filling the air with a strong smell of blood. Even though he was on the verge of death, the soldier, upon seeing Lin Ke, mustered his last strength and shouted in a trembling voice, "Run! Run!" Lin Ke frowned slightly, but he did not back down. The 2 soldiers behind him immediately drew their knives and stood in front of Lin Ke. Lin Ke simply shifted her gaze to the old man and said coldly, "Old man, is this what you call repairing and patching?" The old man's smile gradually disappeared. His body began to twist and deform, his skin turned gray, and his figure swelled up. The elephant-headed demon's form was fully revealed. Its towering body almost reached the ceiling of the room, and its blood-red tusks looked terrifying in the dim light. It stared intently at Lin Ke, its voice no longer hoarse. "Humble mortal, if you don't want to end up like this soldier, then answer my question. Tell me, what are you Holy Egypt preparing for lately? Also, where did you get this Atlantean armor from the royal palace?" Lin Ke stood still, slightly raising the weapon in his hand. Now is not the time for Ramses to show himself. He was not swayed by the elephant-headed demon's threat, but instead sneered. "If you want to know the answer, you'll have to see if you have the ability." The elephant-headed demon let out a low growl, clearly enraged by Lin Ke's attitude. Its hooves stomped heavily on the ground, making the house tremble slightly. "You ignorant bug, do you think you have any other choice? Here, you are nothing but turtles in a jar." Just then, the 3-headed demon emerged fully from the shadows. Its 3 heads each displayed a different expression. The middle head spoke up, saying, "Ah, excellent. That's exactly what I wanted to hear, you poor, lowly Egyptian. I can't wait to hear your cries of pain." Lin Ke's gaze swept over the elephant-headed demon and the 3-headed devil, and he quickly devised a plan in his mind. He knew that the other party was about to use cruel punishment on him. They will try every means to make themselves speak, just like the soldier on the ground. If that happens, Ramses will immediately appear and break the necks of these 2 men. However, he wanted to gather even more intelligence. What should we do? So, feigning nervousness and fear, he threw the weapon on the ground. "No, don't kill me. The people of Holy Egypt are preparing for war. The Atlantean, on the other hand, is in the palace." Chapter 97. Where is your holy pharaoh? After hearing Lin Ke's words, the elephant-headed demon and the 3-headed demon first exchanged glances. They seemed surprised that Lin Ke would say it so directly. Of course, the soldier on the ground was also caught off guard. "Ha ha ha." The soldier on the ground burst into laughter as if he had gone mad. His laughter seemed to contain both anger and madness. "Don't make a sound." The elephant-headed demon immediately ripped out his tongue, then tore his body apart and gouged out his remaining eyeball. Then, the 3-headed demon immediately used some kind of dark magic to restore his body to its normal appearance. But the soldier, who had experienced such intense pain, could no longer make a sound. He could only sob. A soldier behind Lin Ke raised his head, his voice trembling slightly. "You demons, you monsters! His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh will never let you go." Upon hearing this, the elephant-headed demon let out a low laugh, its blood-red eyes flashing with cruel light. "Holy Pharaoh? Ha ha! Where is your Holy Pharaoh? Will he come to save you?" The three heads of the three-headed demon simultaneously let out a mocking laugh, and one of the heads spoke up, saying, "The consequences of lying will be far worse than the fate of this fellow on the ground. However, you no longer have a chance to speak." Feeling humiliated by Lin Ke, the three-headed demon and the elephant-headed monster slowly approached her. Lin Ke then realized the terrible pain the soldier had endured. His body was torn apart, restored, torn apart, and restored again. However, he still did not tell the other party about the information about Holy Egypt. Therefore, when Lin Ke told the other party about the information regarding Holy Egypt in order to obtain more information about the witch demon society, the soldier laughed wildly, as if he had gone mad. Because that would mean he had suffered a lot for nothing. But he didn't know that the two monsters could no longer leave Holy Egypt. Knowing all this, Lin Ke simply lowered her head and glanced at the soldier on the ground. He said softly, "You have suffered. You have not brought shame to Holy Egypt. With warriors like you, Holy Egypt will be invincible." When the soldier saw Lin Ke's eyes, which were covered in black eyeshadow, up close, his eyes suddenly widened. He seemed unable to believe his eyes, but by the time he tried to take a closer look, Lin Ke had already stood up. Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, the elephant-headed demon flew into a rage. It stomped its hoof on the ground and let out a terrifying growl. "It seems you're going to refuse a polite offer and then drink a penalty shot. Then I'll let you taste what it's like to wish you were dead." Before he finished speaking, the elephant-headed demon's trunk suddenly stretched out and coiled towards Lin Ke like a giant python. Upon seeing this, the soldiers around Lin Ke immediately rushed forward to protect him, but the elephant-headed demon simply flicked its trunk, sending the two soldiers flying and crashing heavily against the wall, knocking them unconscious. "Now it's your turn. Feel the pain." The elephant-headed demon grinned maliciously, using its trunk to tightly wrap around Lin Ke's arm, preparing to tear it off. However, just as the elephant-headed demon exerted its power, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth from Lin Ke's body. The golden light flashed like a sharp blade, instantly severing the elephant-headed demon's trunk, which fell to the ground with a dull thud. "What?" The elephant-headed demon let out a painful roar, staggering back a few steps, its eyes filled with shock and fear. Lin Ke slowly raised his head, reached out, and took off his helmet, revealing the holy face of the Holy Pharaoh. The soldier on the ground stared wide-eyed at the sight, muttering incredulously, "It really is you, Your Majesty, Holy Pharaoh." "What? You are the Holy Pharaoh?" The elephant-headed demon and the three-headed devil exclaimed in surprise, clearly not expecting that the ordinary soldier before them was actually the supreme ruler of Holy Egypt. Lin Ke looked at them coldly, her voice as icy as ice. "You demons of the Witchcraft Society, how dare you set foot on the land of Holy Egypt and torment our soldiers? I originally just wanted to gather some information about you, not to torture you, because that's not my style. But now, I've changed my mind." The elephant-headed demon and the three-headed demon exchanged a glance, a hint of panic flashing in their eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a ferocious smile. The elephant-headed demon growled, "So what if you're a Holy Pharaoh? Here, you're all alone. We can still make you wish you were dead." The three heads of the three demons simultaneously emitted ear-piercing laughter. One of the heads sneered, "Holy Pharaoh? Ha ha, perfect. Kill you, and we can use your head to curry favor with the Lord." Lin Ke ignored their clamor and simply stared at them coldly. "Ramesses, it's your turn. Don't kill them right away. I still have questions to ask." Before he could finish speaking, a beam of golden light immediately shone in front of Lin Ke. "Yes, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh." When the elephant-headed demon and the three-headed demon saw Ramses appear, they immediately felt a powerful sense of oppression. Although they did not know Ramses' true identity, they could sense the divine power emanating from him. But what they didn't know was that Ramses possessed divine power at the level of a chief god. This is no ordinary divine power. "Don't be afraid. Let's go together." The elephant-headed demon let out a low growl and lunged at Ramses, its tusks gleaming with a blood-red light, as if it wanted to tear Ramses to shreds. However, Ramses simply waved his hand and blocked the elephant-headed demon's attack. The elephant-headed demon's tusk actually developed a crack under the impact of the golden light. How is this possible? The elephant-headed demon roared in terror, trying to retreat, but Ramses was faster. He took a sudden step forward and pierced the elephant-headed demon's shoulder with his fist. Ah! The elephant-headed demon let out a shrill scream, staggering backward as blood gushed from its wounds. Upon seeing this, the three-headed demon immediately unleashed dark magic, attempting to devour Ramses. However, Ramses simply waved his hand and dispersed the dark energy. His figure flashed behind the three-headed demon like a ghost, grabbed one of its heads, and twisted it sharply. With a crisp crack, one of the three-headed demon's heads was snapped off and fell to the ground with a dull thud. No, this is impossible. The remaining two heads of the three-headed demon simultaneously let out terrified screams, trying to escape Ramses' attack range. However, Ramses was too fast. In a single stroke, it sliced the legs of the two men in two. Now they can't move. My leg. My leg is broken. My leg is broken. Lin Ke simply stood aside, his eyes devoid of any pity. These demons tormented his soldiers and trampled on the dignity of holy Egypt. They must pay the price for this. Lin Ke walked to the soldier again, squatted down, and said softly, "Good soldier of holy Egypt, we are proud of you." A tear glistened in the soldier's eye, and he nodded with difficulty. "Your Majesty, Pharaoh, I did not betray holy Egypt." Lin Ke nodded, then stood up and went to the elephant-headed demon and the three-headed demon. "Speak, what are you doing here looking for that Atlantean soldier? If you don't speak, I will have the god of the desert and the Nile cut your flesh off piece by piece." Upon hearing this, fear was revealed in the eyes of the elephant-headed demon and the three-headed devil. Chapter 98. Mutual Destruction. To die together. Inside the dilapidated old house, in the dim light. The elephant-headed demon and the three-headed devil collapsed to the ground, screaming in pain. Their legs were completely broken by Ramses' divine power, and black blood seeped from the wounds, staining large areas of the ground. The elephant-headed demon's eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. It stared intently at Ramses, its voice trembling with hoarseness. Such powerful divine strength. Who are you? Lin Ke looked at them coldly, her expression indifferent. He winked at Ramses, who then spoke. "I am the god of the desert and the Nile of holy Egypt, the guardian of this land." The elephant-headed demon and the three-headed devil cried out in unison, their eyes filled with shock and fear. What? They could not believe that the man before them, whose size was no different from that of an ordinary person and whose body shone with golden light, was actually a god of holy Egypt. In their understanding, gods are either enormous like mountains or need to descend to earth through divine messengers. Ramses, however, appeared in human-sized form and did not require any carrier, which completely overturned their understanding. Impossible. How could a god appear in this form? The elephant-headed demon growled, its voice tinged with panic. Lin Ke simply said, "Your understanding of holy Egypt is just the tip of the iceberg. Besides, I'm the one asking you questions now. You have no right to ask them." After saying that, he waved his hand, signaling Ramses to teach this guy a lesson. Ramses stepped forward expressionlessly, his divine power coalescing into a sharp blade. With a gentle swipe, he sliced off a piece of flesh from the elephant-headed demon. The elephant-headed demon let out a shrill scream, its body trembled violently, and blood gushed from its wounds. Seeing this, one of the three heads, still gritting its teeth, said, "Pharaoh of holy Egypt, I'd rather die than say a word." The other head, however, appeared terrified and said in a trembling voice, We were just following orders. The Lich King sent us to find that Atlantean soldier. We were just following orders." "Shut up, you coward," the elephant-headed demon roared, his eyes filled with anger and contempt. Lin Ke ignored the elephant-headed demon's roar, but looked at the terrified head and continued calmly. "Very well, continue. If you can provide valuable information, I may consider sparing your life." Upon hearing this, a glint seemed to flash in the eyes of the head. Ignoring the curses of the elephant-headed demon and the other head, it pleaded urgently, I'll tell you everything, just don't kill me." The Witch Society is a huge organization with many branch leaders, each wielding different powers. But the true leader of the Witchcraft Society is a powerful demon known as the Dominator. Only the head of the Witches Guild has seen its true form. "We came to Holy Egypt this time to find that Atlantean soldier. Our orders were to exterminate all of Atlantis." "Enough! You traitor!" the elephant-headed demon roared, struggling to pounce on the head, but its legs had been broken by Ramses, and it was unable to move at all. Lin Ke coldly observed all of this, quickly analyzing the intelligence she had gathered. The size and power of the Witchcraft Society were clearly far beyond his imagination. But Lin Ke knew absolutely nothing about the demon known as the Overlord. This was the first time he had heard this title. Why does your Witchcraft Society insist on killing all the Atlanteans? Lin Ke continued to ask. The head hesitated for a moment, but seeing Lin Ke's icy gaze, it finally spoke slowly. Because. Enough. You traitor, the elephant-headed demon roared again, his eyes filled with anger and despair. Just then, the elephant-headed demon and the head that had refused to speak suddenly exchanged a glance, and then their eyes flashed with the light of death. The seal of all things. The curse of evil. They both let out a low growl, and a powerful energy burst forth from their bodies, shooting towards each other. Ramses immediately sensed something was wrong, but he was powerless to stop the other party's actions. So he quickly stepped in front of Lin Ke. However, the elephant-headed demon and the head moved too fast. They simultaneously released extremely damaging spells, and the entire room was instantly enveloped by a violent and dark energy. With a deafening roar, the elephant-headed demon and its head exploded simultaneously, turning into a cloud of black smoke and dissipating into the air. The terrified head was completely destroyed in the explosion, leaving not even a trace of flesh. The room returned to calm, leaving only Lin Ke and Ramses standing in the dim light. The other 3 soldiers immediately suffered injuries of varying degrees, and all fell unconscious. Damn it! Lin Ke muttered a curse under her breath. He knew that the elephant-headed demon and the 3-headed devil had self-destructed to keep a secret. Today, these 2 monsters died in the territory of Holy Egypt, and the witches will find out one day. But that doesn't matter anymore. After all, the moment he chose to come here, everything was already set in stone. The Witchcraft Society, the Overlord. Holy Egypt thus gained another mortal enemy. Lin Ke stood inside the room, looking at Ramses with a serious expression. Could the omniscient and omnipotent Ramses have known something about this mysterious organization? Ramesses, how much do you know about the Lich King? Ramses' eyes gleamed with golden light as he seemed to be searching the vast universe for the information Lin Ke needed. After about 10 seconds, he slowly spoke. The Witchcraft Society is an organization composed of special forces, most of which are mysterious entities that are not welcomed by this world. For example, mysterious creatures such as demons, monsters, witches, and beasts. These forces are hidden in the shadows of the world. They secretly use their power to assist the forces they serve in order to achieve their goals. Members of the Witchcraft Society are scattered throughout the continent, but they act in secrecy and rarely reveal their true identities. I really know very little about them. I'm sorry, elder brother. After listening to Ramses's words, he had a general understanding of the Witchcraft Society. Based on the information provided by the 3-headed demon, he could deduce that the Witch-Demon Society was now loyal to the powerful Hebrew Empire. After all, the one fighting Atlantis now is the Hebrew Empire. Seeing Lin Ke's solemn expression, Ramses continued, Your Majesty, as long as I am in Holy Egypt, I will protect your safety. The demons of the Witchcraft Society would never dare to set foot on this land lightly. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke first smiled slightly, but then his expression turned to one of confusion. He slowly raised his head and looked at Ramses. What if I'm not in Holy Egypt? Chapter 99, Ramses' Advice. Elder brother, what do you mean? The light in Ramses' eyes flickered. What if I were to leave Holy Egypt? Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, Ramses' eyes flashed with golden light once again. But unlike before, this time the light flickered more rapidly, as if it was quickly considering Lin Ke's words. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Elder brother, if you are going to leave Holy Egypt soon, there is only one reason. You will personally command the troops of Holy Egypt and march to Atlantis. Lin Ke nodded, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. Ramses truly deserves to be called the god of the desert and the Nile. Lin Ke knew that as the Holy Pharaoh, he could not simply sit in the palace and let his generals lead the troops there. After all, real-time battlefields require coordinated operations between Holy Egypt's troops and units from the civilization panel. Especially after today's events, he became even more aware of this problem. In other words, the civilization panel cannot display creatures with mysterious powers, such as demons or monsters. If the civilization panel fails to detect the existence of those mysterious forces, the Holy Egyptian forces may suffer heavy losses due to their inability to respond to these threats in time. Therefore, this meant that Lin Ke had to go to the front lines in person to command the troops of Holy Egypt. You're right, Ramses. I must go to Atlantis in person. Only by being on the battlefield can I make the most accurate judgments and commands based on the real-time situation. Otherwise, our troops may find themselves in unforeseen dangers. Ramses was silent for a moment, but this time his golden eyes did not flash. If my elder brother insists on going, I will naturally accompany him to protect him. But there is one thing I must remind you. Once we leave Holy Egypt, I will no longer be able to hide my body and will only be able to protect you when I am in plain sight. Moreover, depending on the distance between Atlantis and Holy Egypt, my divine power will also be reduced from the level of a chief god to the level of a high god. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke lowered his head and pondered for a long time, slightly adjusting his original plan in his mind. He then nodded slightly. That's enough. Unless I give you any other orders, you only need to protect my safety. Moreover, higher divine power is sufficient to deal with most threats. After all, the power of a higher deity is comparable to the divine incarnation performed by the Hebrew messenger. Ramses did not pause. He immediately said, Elder brother, you are right. Higher divine power is indeed sufficient to deal with most enemies. But if you are facing a god summoned by the Hebrew messenger through the divine descent technique, then I must use my true form to fight against him. Once I use my true form, my divine power will be greatly reduced. After my body shrinks, my high-level divine power will drop to medium-level divine power. Only by returning to Holy Egypt can my divine power be replenished. After a moment's thought, Lin Ke continued, if you maintain a human-sized form, wouldn't you also be able to use advanced divine power? Wouldn't this allow us to maintain our high-level divine power indefinitely, without it diminishing? Ramses shook his head and explained, brother, the difference between the two is like the difference between a huge dagger and a tiny dagger. Although they can both severely injure the enemy, a small dagger can only deal with a small enemy, while a large dagger can deal with a large enemy. When facing a true god, I must use my true form to contend with him. Otherwise, with my human-sized form alone, my power will not pose a substantial threat to the gods. After listening, Lin Ke remained silent for a moment, then nodded, I understand. However, even so, your strength is already sufficient to deal with a variety of threats. If my plan goes smoothly, you should only need to use your true form once. Ramses nodded slightly upon hearing Lin Ke's words. Elder brother, I will obey your orders and follow your arrangements. No matter what danger there may be, I will do everything in my power to protect your safety. Lin Ke nodded, then turned around and stared at the soldiers lying on the ground. Ramesses, is there any way to wake these soldiers up? I can't bring all this armor back by myself. Upon hearing Lin Ke's request, Ramses did not say much, but simply nodded. He stepped forward and stood not far from the three soldiers. He slowly raised his hand and gently touched the first soldier's forehead with his index finger. A barely perceptible glint of light flashed, and the soldier's breathing immediately became deep and heavy. Then, his eyelids twitched slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. Oh. Then, Ramses used the same motion to lightly touch the foreheads of the other two soldiers in turn. The second soldier opened his eyes a moment later. Although he seemed a little dazed, as if he had just woken up, he quickly sat up. The third soldier coughed a few times and sat up, clearly recovering faster than the others. As long as these soldiers have indeed regained consciousness, it will be enough for them to return to the palace with the armor. Ramses turned to face Lin Ke, his expression still calm. He bowed slightly to Lin Ke, saying, Elder brother, Holy Egypt will prosper under your leadership. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure gradually disappeared like smoke and dust, leaving only an empty space. Ramses' voice echoed in the air for a moment, and then disappeared completely. He turned to look at the three soldiers, who had already stood up. Although they looked somewhat tired, they seemed to have recovered well. Lin Ke said, Listen carefully, what happened today must not be spread, not even a single word. Just keep everything you see today to yourself. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you anymore. The three soldiers exchanged glances, then nodded in unison. Of course, this is also the supreme command of the Holy Pharaoh. Seeing this, Lin Ke nodded, signaling them to pick up the armor on the ground. The group dared not delay, carefully tidied their armor, then lined up and followed Lin Ke back to the palace. They barely spoke along the way, simply following behind Lin Ke. Lin Ke walked at the front, his eyes fixed on the road ahead, as he pondered his next plan. When he reached the back gate of the palace, he took off his armor and had the soldiers take it away. He then slipped back into the path leading to the palace. Just then, a new message appeared on the civilization panel. You have acquired a new envoy. Chapter 100 You have obtained, Demon Apostle. A new message has appeared on the civilization panel. A new envoy. After Amazon joined Holy Egypt and became a vassal state of Holy Egypt, Lin Ke gained envoys at a much faster pace in the civilization panel. Upon receiving the message, Lin Ke almost immediately selected the envoy in the civilization panel and sent him to the demon city-state. He remembered clearly that at that time, the relationship between the Devil City and the Hebrews was friendly, and it was only after Lin Ke sent an envoy that its relationship with the Hebrews changed to neutral. Now, all Lin Ke needs to do is send one more envoy, and the relationship between Holy Egypt and the demon city can become friendly. As expected, after Lin Ke sent envoys, the civilization panel showed that the relationship between demon city-state and Holy Egypt had changed to friendly. At the same time, the panel also reminded him that he had acquired a demon apostle. That was after Lin Ke's relationship with the demon city-state became friendly, and he was able to receive a reward from the city-state's suzerain state. That is, the truly terrifying thing, the thing that can make the world tremble. Demon apostle. A terrifying being capable of summoning the Baphomet demon to this world. He quickly navigated the panel, trying to find more information about this demon apostle. However, the panel only shows obtained, without indicating the specific location of the apostle. Lin Ke then slapped his head hard. Yes, the power of this demon apostle is undetectable by the civilization panel. So where did this demon apostle reward go? Is it in the Devil City area, or does it appear in a specific area near the palace like the Mariano Chariot Archer? In any case, one thing is certain, the prompts on the civilization panel are never unfounded. Where will it appear? Lin Ke murmured to herself, her fingers tapping lightly on the edge of the table. After thinking for a moment, he decided to go and take a look around the vicinity of the palace first. However, just as he turned to leave the room, a commotion suddenly broke out outside the palace. Lin Ke frowned and quickly walked out of the study, just in time to see the servant Alan running over in a panic. Upon seeing Lin Ke, he knelt down and exclaimed, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, you have finally returned. Lin Ke ignored Alan's panic and asked directly, What happened outside? Why are these guards in such a hurry? Alan raised his head, his face pale and his forehead covered in cold sweat, reporting to the Holy Pharaoh, Something strange seems to have happened at the palace gate. The guards couldn't find you just now. They are gathering, but the specifics are still unclear. Are they gathering? Could it be? He strode toward the palace gates, and Alan behind him quickly got up and jogged to catch up. When Lin Ke arrived at the palace gate, the sight before him made him stop in his tracks. At the palace gate, dozens of guards stood ready, armed with spears and shields. Their eyes were fixed on what was ahead, their brows furrowed. Back off. Leave the palace of Holy Egypt. In the center of the guards' encirclement stood a strange figure. It was a tall man wearing a tattered black robe covered with strange runes and patterns. At first glance, it looks as if it was drawn with blood and black magic. His skin was so pale it was almost transparent, and his face was covered with dark lines, as if he were cursed by some ancient magic. As for his eyes, they were sunken deep in their sockets. The pupils were a strange dark red, with no whites like those of a normal person. It seemed as if his entire eye socket was his eye. What's most unsettling is that he always had a strange smile on his face, revealing a row of sharp teeth. The guards were clearly extremely uneasy about this uninvited guest, for they had never seen such a terrifying-looking monster. They repeatedly warned him to leave the palace grounds, but the man seemed deaf and remained standing still. Back off, or don't blame us for being impolite. A guard tried to force him back with a spear, but when the spear pierced him, it was as if it had struck a stone wall. Even the tips of the spears immediately burst into flames. What is this? Could it be magic? A guard murmured softly, his voice trembling slightly. Whatever he is definitely not human. The other guard gripped his weapon tightly, but he dared not take another step forward. Lin Ke stood behind the guards, her eyes fixed on the man. Could this person be? Whoosh! At this moment, Nantong slowly descended from the height. He looked at the uninvited guest in front of him and had already gathered magic in his hands. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, you must return to the palace immediately. This fellow possesses a powerful force. I will use my most powerful magic to drive it away. As Nantong spoke, he gathered powerful magical energy in his hands. Just then, the man suddenly raised his head, his dark red pupils staring straight at Lin Ke. Their eyes met in midair, and Lin Ke immediately felt a chilling aura rush towards him, as if an invisible force had instantly invaded his mind. Nantong, wait. Upon hearing this, Nantong immediately stopped what she was doing and landed next to Lin Ke. The man looked at Lin Ke and slowly opened his mouth. His mouth split open at an incredible angle, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, as if he were laughing, or perhaps roaring. However, he did not make a sound, but slowly knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and performed a standard salute of submission to Lin Ke. The guards stared wide-eyed, their weapons nearly falling to the ground. Alan was so frightened that he took several steps back and almost fell to the ground. Even Nantong was slightly taken aback. He first looked at the man, then glanced at Holy Pharaoh Lin Ke. Although the man didn't say anything, his actions made it clear. This man is none other than the demon apostle mentioned in the civilization panel. Although he appears strange and dangerous, he has clearly recognized Lin Ke as his master and has shown absolute loyalty to him. All right, you may all leave. Lin Ke waved his hand, signaling the guards to put away their weapons. Although the guards remained wary of the man, it was the Holy Pharaoh's order, and they dared not disobey it. So they could only slowly back away, but still maintained a guarded posture. Lin Ke stepped forward and stood in front of the man. Since you are my apostle, from now on you must obey my commands. Do you understand? The man remained silent, but he slowly nodded, and the eerie smile on his lips seemed to become even more pronounced. Lin Ke didn't say anything more, but turned to Alan and instructed him, arrange a secluded place for him, preferably far away from civilians. Alan nodded quickly. Although his face was still pale, he mustered his courage and stepped forward to say to the man, "Please come with me." The man slowly stood up and followed Aaron out of the palace gates. Lin Ke stood still, fully aware of what the appearance of this demon apostle meant. It will become the most crucial part of Lin Ke's plan. At this moment, Nantong cautiously approached Lin Ke and asked in a low voice, "Your Majesty, Holy Pharaoh? Who exactly is that person you call an apostle?" Lin Ke simply raised the corners of her mouth slightly, signaling Nantong not to ask any more questions. Amidst the surprised and puzzled gazes of the crowd, Lin Ke turned and returned to the palace. Dear readers, I've been updating 10,000 words a day for almost a month now. If it's convenient for you, please send me a gift to encourage me. Just send one of those free ones. Also, please give me a 5-star review. Thank you all. Chapter 101 Holy Egypt. The court assembly begins. The next morning, inside the royal palace of Holy Egypt, the palace gates were opened by guards early on, and a large number of civil and military officials had arrived one after another, standing in their respective positions. Because today is a very important day of pilgrimage for Holy Egypt. Therefore, this court assembly was far more important than any previous one. On this day, all officials and generals were required to report to the Holy Pharaoh on local government and military affairs, as well as all important matters concerning the operation of the state. Inside the palace hall, there were twice as many attendants and imposing guards as usual, and everyone was dressed neatly and cleanly, standing upright and dignified. The guards at the gate were fully armed, their halberds standing upright, and their armor polished to a gleaming shine, clearly having undergone rigorous inspection beforehand. The civil official held an old-fashioned papyrus scroll and exchanged information with his colleagues in hushed tones. The military officer stood on the other side of the hall, his expression serious. Some people gently straightened their sleeves to ensure their clothes were wrinkle-free, while others lowered their heads in thought, as if confirming the content of today's report. At the palace gates, an elderly minister raised his head slightly and said, "His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh is already in the palace." Though the words were spoken softly, they made those who were stepping into the palace take a deep breath. Normally, the official time of the court assembly is announced by the official in charge of palace affairs, but today, before the official time, everyone had already arrived. This was not just a day for routine reporting. Many officials knew that today's meeting might also involve support for Atlantis. Before everyone had arrived, Lin Ke had already come to the palace hall and sat on the pharaoh's throne. Beep! A deep, long horn sounded from outside the palace. The morning assembly has officially begun. All the ministers and generals prostrated themselves in unison, shouting in unison, "The sun hangs high, and all the gods are above. May the sun and moon shine eternally, ruling over all nations. The golden throne is immortal, and His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh is immortal for all eternity." Lin Ke slightly raised his head, looking down at the ministers and generals kneeling below. The glory of holy Egypt is witnessed by the gods and forged by us. Get up. Lin Ke slowly lowered her hand. As the holy pharaoh commands. Thank you, your majesty the holy pharaoh. The ministers slowly rose, straightened their sleeves, and returned to their respective positions. A moment later, ministers such as Camel and Nantung stepped forward one by one to report on the recent situation to him. Camel stepped forward first, bowed respectfully, and then said, Your Majesty, as per your orders, our soldiers have completed a new round of training. The combat effectiveness of both close combat and long-range units has been significantly improved. In particular, the newly formed cavalry unit has conducted numerous drills in desert terrain and has a very strong ability to adapt. With the acquisition of horse ranches and the plunder of Hebrew military equipment, Holy Egypt finally acquired its own cavalry. Of course, those were just ordinary cavalry, not comparable to the cavalry units in the civilization panel. But for Holy Egypt, it also represented an increase in military strength. Lin Ke nodded, her tone calm. Very good. How is the morale of the soldiers? Camel continued to bow. High morale, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. All the soldiers are full of confidence, especially after learning that you will personally take command. Their morale is even higher. Lin Ke nodded slightly, then turned her gaze to Nantong. How is the situation with the magic troops? Nantong stepped forward. Although his expression was calm, he could not hide the slight sense of pride in his eyes. Your Majesty, the power of the magic forces has been elevated to a higher level. Recently, more than a dozen of my disciples have successfully advanced from the level of magic instructor to the level of grand mage. Lin Ke listened and nodded slightly. The power of a grand mage is second only to that of an ultimate mage, which greatly enhances the combat strength of the magic forces in Holy Egypt. Very good, Nantong, your teaching is excellent. Your achievements should be recorded in history. Nantong simply bowed his head and said humbly, This is all thanks to His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's wise leadership and Cairo's prosperity today. This old minister will continue to work hard to ensure that the magic forces play their greatest role in future battles. Lin Ke nodded, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, and his tone became serious. Gentlemen, the operation to support Atlantis is now imminent. Everyone must continue to intensify training to ensure that every unit can exert its strongest combat power at critical moments. The ministers responded in unison. Yes, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Lin Ke waved his hand, signaling them to step back. He then checked the civilization panel in his mind. He noticed that one of the scouts sent out earlier had already entered the rainforest area. Based on the scout's route, Lin Ke speculated that if the direction was correct, they might discover traces of the Mayan kingdom soon. The Maya kingdom, hidden deep in the rainforest, successfully repelled the Hebrew invaders, just like the holy Egyptians. If we can establish friendly diplomatic relations with them, they might even become new allies of Holy Egypt. After all, the more resources available, the less dangerous the operation to support Atlantis will be. Just then, Lin Ke suddenly remembered that the Amazon chieftain Malaysia had not yet come to the palace to report on the battle situation after completing the ambush mission. He turned to Camel and said, Camel, I need to summon Malaysia, the chieftain of the Amazons, and have her come to the palace as soon as possible to report the situation. Camel immediately accepted the order and bowed respectfully. Yes, Your Majesty, I will make the arrangements immediately. After Camel left, Lin Ke continued to check the information on the civilization panel. He discovered that the number of troops in Holy Egypt was steadily increasing, and that current resource reserves were sufficient to cope with the upcoming support operations. Once the galloping ship is produced, Holy Egypt will be able to set off immediately to support Atlantis. Later in the afternoon, Malaysia finally arrived at the royal palace of Holy Egypt. She wore light armor typical of Amazon warriors, with a long golden whip hanging from her waist. But she looked a little tired, and her weapons and armor were covered in dirt. At this moment, Malaysia walked up to Lin Ke, crossed her arms over her chest, and said respectfully, Your Majesty, Pharaoh, Malaysia has come to report. Lin Ke nodded and went straight to the point. I heard you ambushed the Hebrew convoy as planned. How was the outcome? Malaysia stood up. Your Majesty, we have successfully ambushed the Hebrew convoy as planned. We captured all the military equipment they were transporting, and we also defeated the soldiers in the transport convoy. We have won a great victory. Upon hearing her words, Lin Ke glanced at her boots, which were stained with blood, mud, and dust. He then responded with a friendly smile. Well done, Marasia. However, you didn't come to report as planned the day before yesterday. Did something unexpected happen? Marasia's expression immediately turned serious. Yes, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. After we ambushed the Hebrew convoy, we were preparing to withdraw when we suddenly encountered a powerful enemy. No, it should be said that they are not human at all. But what is certain is that they all belong to the Hebrew forces. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke leaned forward slightly. Go on. Chapter 102 Goddess of the Hunt. Grant me power. Your Majesty, that day, I led my people in an ambush on both sides of the main road. Keep your body low to the ground. Don't stick your head out. Marasia led the Amazonian warriors, hiding in a dense forest. A wide road runs through the center of the forest, flanked by towering trees and dense bushes, making it an excellent spot for an ambush. The female soldiers were scattered on both sides of the road, their bodies pressed close to the ground. They would occasionally raise their heads to observe, their long knives and powerful axes already poised to strike. Lord of Malaysia, can we really ambush the Hebrew convoy here? A young female soldier asked in a low voice. Because they have been waiting here for a long time. Amazonian warriors are the type who grow stronger with each battle. A long wait is torture for these valiant warriors. Of course, it's still within the range that we can tolerate. Marasia turned her head, her face very serious. Since the Holy Pharaoh ordered us to ambush here, there must be a reason for it. We just need to execute the commands. We don't need to think about anything else. Another female warrior gripped her powerful axe tightly, gritting her teeth as she said, if these Hebrews really come, then they owe us a blood debt. They must pay back today. Marasia nodded, her eyes flashing with a sharp light. That's right. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Just then, the sound of wheels rolling came from afar. Marasia immediately raised her hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. The female soldiers held their breath, their eyes fixed on the direction at the end of the road. Soon, a Hebrew caravan came into view. The convoy consisted of more than a dozen horse-drawn carriages, which were piled high with military supplies. He was surrounded by dozens of soldiers, their armor gleaming. It's so hot here. After I finish this trip, I can go to Atlantis with the troops from the southern city-states. I heard that there are many valuable things in Atlantis. If I could steal 1 or 2 items to sell, I could at least exchange them for a house back home. Really? The Hebrew soldiers in charge of the transport appeared relaxed, clearly unaware of the approaching danger. Get ready, Marasia whispered, her leg muscles already tense. Some of the female warriors slowly drew back their bowstrings and gripped their powerful axes. Their eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent, and their bodies even began to tremble uncontrollably with anger. Put. At Marasia's command, arrows rained down from the trees on both sides, instantly striking the Hebrew guard. Those arrows were incredibly powerful, and they didn't stop even after piercing through the enemy's armor. Screams rose and fell as the Hebrews, caught off guard, collapsed one after another. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The Hebrew commander shouted, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the roars of the Amazon warriors. Marasia was the first to rush out of the woods, and she swung her powerful axe, cutting several Hebrew soldiers in half at the waist. Her movements were powerful and heavy. Her chopping motions could even crack the ground. Other female warriors followed closely behind, their figures moving like ghosts among the Hebrews, and amidst the flashing swords, blood stained the ground. They're Amazons. Aren't they extinct? A Hebrew soldier cried out in terror, but his voice was quickly cut off by a powerful axe. Upon hearing these words, Marasia's eyes blazed with murderous intent. She knew that if these Hebrews were allowed to leave alive, news of the Amazons' survival would spread, plunging the Amazons into danger once again. To fulfill Lin Ke's orders, and to protect the safety of her people, she had to kill everyone. Leave no one alive. Marasia gave the order in a cold voice, then leaped high into the air and fell with the force of splitting a mountain. The female warriors descended like tigers from the mountain, and the Hebrew resistance seemed particularly powerless in their presence. Soon, all the soldiers in the transport team fell, their blood staining the road red, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Huh! We won! A female soldier shouted excitedly, her face smeared with the enemy's blood. Marasia did not let her guard down. She first looked around to make sure no one had escaped before slowly putting away her powerful axe. She touched the golden whip at her waist. These enemies were too weak for her to even use. No one from the tribe was injured or killed. It was a battle where the odds were heavily against them. However, Just as they were preparing to pack up their spoils, a cry for help suddenly came from afar. Help! Help! The voice was very urgent, as if it came from deep in the forest. Marasia frowned slightly, then turned to the female warriors and said, "You stay here, I'll go check it out." "Clan leader, let's go together." Several female warriors immediately stepped forward. Seeing this, Marasia nodded and immediately headed in the direction from which the sound came. Soon, they witnessed a horrifying scene. "Chief, what kind of animals are those?" "Those are probably not animals. A group of civilians fleeing from disaster are being hunted by a variety of strange-looking creatures. Those creatures had the rumps of lions, the bodies of dogs, but their heads were as grotesque and terrifying as snakes. Calling them monsters would even be a compliment to them. Their teeth were as sharp as knives, and they were knocking the civilians to the ground and devouring them." "What kind of monster is this?" a female warrior asked in a low voice. She was not afraid, but simply surprised. Marasia did not respond. She simply glanced at her people behind her, and then at those fleeing refugees. She hesitated. She knew these monsters were extremely dangerous. Their mission is complete, and they should not cause any further trouble. For the clan leader, her greatest fear was the death of her people. So she turned and said, "Retreat immediately. The Amazons shouldn't provoke these monsters." However, her people did not move. A female warrior gripped her weapon tightly, her gaze fixed firmly on Malaysia. "Chieftain, what difference is there between these people who have lost their homes and are fleeing and us? Isn't this just like us before?" Another female soldier stepped forward. "We cannot stand by and watch someone die. Chief, we are Amazonian warriors. We fear nothing." "Yes, we are not afraid, clan leader. Fighting to protect the lives of others is an honor for us Amazon warriors." Marasia frowned deeply. She knew that her people had a point, but she also had to be responsible for their safety. Just as she was about to force a retreat, she suddenly saw a familiar flag behind the monsters. A flag she will never forget. Hebrew Empire. A group of Hebrew cavalrymen were slowly approaching, and in the middle of them was a monster with 2 heads. It appears to be the leader of those liger dogs, as Marasia discovered that the liger dogs would obey its commands to move. Those are Hebrew cavalry. The female warriors also witnessed this scene, and flames of hatred instantly ignited in their eyes. The battle they just fought was merely an appetizer for them. They crave a real battle. Moreover, they are enemies with even greater combat power. "Clan leader, let's go. We, the Amazons, rely on our unity." More and more female warriors gathered behind Marasia, their eyes filled with a thirst for revenge. Marasia, on the other hand, took a deep breath. That's right, the Amazonian people have come this far because of their unity and solidarity. She slowly raised the mighty axe in her hand. "The Amazonian warriors. Today, let no Hebrew leave here alive." The female soldiers responded in unison. Yes. Their figures shot out like lightning, with Marasia at the forefront, her eyes fixed on the 2-headed monster. "To catch the thief, first catch the king. Goddess of the hunt, grant me power. Let me lead the warriors of Amazon to victory." In an instant, a beam of emerald light descended from the sky. Chapter 103 Amazon and the Goddess of the Hunt. "Wait a minute, Marasia. What did you just say?" Marasia was describing the battle in detail when Lin Ke suddenly raised his hand to interrupt her. Lin Ke narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of doubt appearing on his usually serene face. "The Goddess of the Hunt? You just mentioned the Goddess of the Hunt." Marasia nodded, her expression becoming much more solemn upon hearing the name of the Goddess of the Hunt. "Yes, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. On the day I encountered the Atlantean soldiers, I was determined to protect my people in times of crisis and not repeat the mistakes of defeat. So I led my people to the totem pole in the dead of night, where we performed the nature worship ritual and summoned the hunting goddess. Although it's different from the past, it can at least be considered a success." Lin Ke's interest was piqued again, and he leaned forward slightly, signaling Marasia to continue. Marasia took a deep breath and then explained the origin and significance of the Goddess of the Hunt. The Goddess of the Hunt, in Amazonian mythology, is a goddess who symbolizes beauty, love, and battle. She is not just a deity in the traditional sense, but a great being who enables women to fight and protect their homes just like men. She represents the power of nature. She taught us hunting skills, the courage to fight, and the independence and resilience of women. Throughout the history of the Amazon, she has always been our guardian angel. Whenever our people face a crisis, we invoke her power and pray for her protection through a nature worship ceremony. Lin Ke listened quietly and nodded slightly. So, this goddess of the hunt is the spiritual symbol of your Amazon tribe, and one of the sources of your strength in battle? Lin Ke had previously observed that these Amazonians always displayed a strong sense of unity, no matter what they were doing. Based on his observations and Malaysia's words, he speculated that perhaps this goddess of the hunt could also have some kind of inspiring effect on soldiers. Upon hearing this, Malaysia nodded solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. The goddess of the hunt can make Amazonian warriors fearless in battle and become stronger with each fight. Her power not only gives us courage, but also makes us more agile and precise in battle, and even enables us to sense the enemy's weaknesses. A hint of approval flashed in Lin Ke's eyes, and he became even more interested in the hunting goddess that Malaysia had mentioned. So he quickly raised a new question. You just said that this time is different from the past. What exactly do you mean by different? Malaysia's expression turned serious. In the past, the goddess of the hunt existed as an independent deity. She will only be summoned by us when the Amazon people face a life or death crisis, and then she will give us strength and protection. But this time, she directly bestowed her power upon me. In other words, I am now like the divine messenger, able to directly summon the power of the goddess of hunting, instead of having to summon her only in times of crisis as before. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke began to ponder. Could it be that the civilization panel is affecting it? After all, strictly speaking, both the Manu jungle and the totem pole were built by the builders. However, that no longer matters. Importantly, as a vassal state of Holy Egypt, the Amazons have once again successfully summoned the goddess of the hunt. This means that Holy Egypt actually had two gods. Of course, it was within Lin Ke's expectations that Amazon would regain the hunting goddess, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. He subtly raised the corner of his mouth, then suppressed it again. Finally, he looked at Malaysia with a friendly gaze. This is quite an unexpected surprise. The goddess of the hunt has bestowed power directly upon you, which means you have gained her approval and will be able to better protect your people. Malaysia nodded. Yes, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. But this also means that I have a greater responsibility. I must constantly hone my skills in order to better utilize this power. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke's expression became even more friendly. With great power comes great responsibility. The less ability you have, the more responsibility you bear. The fact that you realize this means you are prepared. Moreover, this is also good news for Holy Egypt. Your power, the power of the desert and the Nile, can bring greater peace to this land. As Malaysia listened to Lin Ke's words, a hint of tears appeared in her eyes. It seemed that the word peace touched her heart. Your Majesty, we Amazons will fight with all our might for Holy Egypt. She gently wiped her eyes, then, as if remembering something, continued speaking. However, there are still some details about the battle that night that I need to report to you. Lin Ke nodded, signaling her to continue. Malaysia took a deep breath and continued. After summoning the power of the goddess of the hunt, the fighting strength of me and my people has been greatly enhanced. Those lion dogs were fierce, but they were quickly defeated under our powerful attack. But just as I was about to kill the two-headed monster, it suddenly released a powerful burst of dark energy. That energy was very powerful. If it weren't for the help of the goddess of hunting, my people would probably have been seriously injured. Lin Ke didn't even need to think to know what that thing with two heads was. Another member of the Witchcraft Society. And then what happened? Malaysia continued. Their power was naturally no match for that of a high god, and they were all killed in action. After listening, Lin Ke remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, So, you mean the transport army, this cavalry unit, and those monstrous things were all wiped out by you? Yes, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Lin Ke looked at Malaysia and now felt that the previous decision to include these Amazons in the elite team was somewhat inappropriate. However, this is understandable, since with the goddess of the hunt, the Amazons' fighting power can be significantly enhanced. Very good. You have done a great job and passed on important intelligence to Holy Egypt. I will have someone send you some supplies. You should rest well first and start training again when you have recovered. After all, there isn't much time left before we head to support Atlantis, so this battle is extremely important for us. Malaysia nodded solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. I will continue to lead my people in training, and at the same time, I will become more proficient in mastering the power of the hunting goddess. As for supporting Atlantis, I can't wait any longer. At this point, a hint of fighting spirit even appeared in Malaysia's eyes. Lin Ke smiled slightly, her tone carrying a hint of approval. Very good. Your growth makes me even more confident about the future of Holy Egypt. A resolute glint flashed in Marasia's eyes. She bowed slightly and said respectfully, Your Majesty, I will fight for Holy Egypt with all my might and will never fail your expectations. Lin Ke nodded, quite satisfied with Marasia. Go back and rest first, and we'll discuss the next steps in detail later. Marasia bowed, then turned and left the palace. At that moment, a message appeared in the civilization panel. It was information sent by the scouts. You have discovered a new civilization, the Maya. Leader, Bijetic. Chapter 1:0 for the Mayan civilization. Lin Ke stared at the information bar on the civilization panel. Wow, this name. Could it be that it's Big D? Lin Ke took a deep breath and exclaimed in astonishment at how incredible it was. How dare they use the name of this Mayan lord? You have discovered a new civilization, the Maya, led by Bijetic. The Maya are located to your southwest, about 12 squares from your capital. At that moment, Lin Ke immediately thought of his first meeting with the Atlantean sea god in the civilization panel. In other words, Lin Ke's scout has now discovered another unfamiliar civilization and is about to trigger a diplomatic meeting. The so-called diplomatic meeting is when Lin Ke's scouts approach an unfamiliar civilization and new information will automatically pop up on the civilization panel. In Civilization 6, this interface usually displays the portrait of the leader of the opposing civilization and plays a welcoming message. Through these lines, Lin Ke was able to quickly determine the other party's initial attitude. Because some leaders speak in a friendly tone and show a genuine willingness to make contact, it would be easier for Lin Ke to establish friendly relations with such kingdoms. Some leaders, on the other hand, use a veiled tone, as if they are testing you. Dealing with such leaders requires some effort. Some might be wary of Lin Ke, and their words might even reveal their vigilance towards outsiders. If Maya were such a leader, it would be extremely difficult for her to establish friendly relations with others. Therefore, this initial exchange was not merely a superficial greeting, but reflected the new civilization's initial view of the Lin Ke forces. Lin Ke was staring at the civilization panel waiting when suddenly the screen flickered and a representative of an unfamiliar civilization popped up. That's right. Just as Lin Ke predicted, he is a leader. His name was clearly marked on the civilization panel, Bijetic. A middle-aged man dressed in feathers and with mysterious totem patterns painted on his face appeared in the center of the screen. In the scene, smoke rises from the top of the temple behind him, and several priests are chanting incantations around a huge brazier, looking very solemn and dignified. However, the lord known as Big Dick seemed quite puzzled when faced with this unexpected meeting. Lin Ke looked at the lord in front of her, and her first thought was to look down at his lower body. Oh my gosh! Well lived up to its reputation. Of course, Lin Ke's expression remained calm, showing no sign of anything amiss. She simply looked at the other person with a serene expression. Then, he slowly revealed a smile that could barely be described as kind. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord of the Maya. However, Lin Ke hesitated slightly when it came time to say the name. Bijetic. However, the other person just stared at Lin Ke quietly, with a puzzled expression on their face. Judging from the other person's expression, Lin Ke felt that the other person was very likely a difficult leader to deal with. If that's the case, diplomatic relations may not be able to move in a positive direction. Just as Lin Ke was pondering a solution, the other person's originally composed expression changed, revealing a row of yellow-black teeth. His gaze involuntarily shifted between the image and the priest beside him, as if searching for some explanation. Finally, he tentatively asked Lin Ke, "Why can I see you? Who exactly are you?" As he asked the question, his hand unconsciously reached for his waist, as if to check if the amulet given to him by the priest was still there. "I am the Holy Pharaoh of the Holy Kingdom of Egypt." Holy Egypt? Holy Pharaoh. Although he tried to keep his tone steady, he was clearly unable to fully control his expression due to the sudden change, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. "Say it again, who are you?" Bijetti suddenly turned around and said in a serious tone to Lin Ke. However, this time, there was a strange hesitation in his tone. "Why can I see you? Could it be that there was something wrong with the sacrificial wine I drank?" Lin Ke calmly replied, "I have engaged in this dialogue with you as the sole leader of Holy Egypt, and with all the power I possess. This is my power. You can think of it as some kind of divine oracle." His tone was calm, and his expression was normal, as if he were stating a routine matter. Bijetic frowned, then nodded as if he understood. So you're an oracle? Hello. We Mayans are skilled at rituals and communicating with the gods. Besides, your ability is quite interesting. He put on a smiling expression, which Lin Ke considered at least friendly. Lin Ke nodded with a smile. The Mayan sacrificial traditions and the religious rituals of your people are truly admirable. Well then, let's get down to business. Bajlik leaned back slightly, half lying on the seat in a rather unrefined posture. Serious business? I still haven't figured out how you suddenly appeared. That's really strange. I just came back from a sacrificial ceremony. I thought you were some kind of deity. Are you sure you weren't summoned here by our priests? Lin Ke's gaze remained unchanged. She simply shook her head slightly. My power is none of your concern. You can think of it as a kind of mysterious technology. Big Eric stroked his chin, his eyes darting around. Technology? That's certainly novel. As he spoke, he shifted his chair, trying to sit more steadily, but the ornately decorated wooden chair creaked, making him look somewhat comical. Lin Ke remained calm as always. Then I'll get straight to the point. I am contacting you to discuss how to deal with the Hebrew issue. I plan to send troops to fight the Hebrews, but I need to know your current situation and whether you are willing to cooperate. Bajlik's previously casual expression changed, and he frowned. The Hebrews? Those greedy wolves? They burned, killed, and looted on our territory. It's utterly outrageous. His tone was full of anger, and he even slammed his fist on the armrest. Our Mayan people paid a heavy price to drive them away, and now the kingdom is severely weakened. Lin Ke nodded and continued. But now, you still have a chance to turn the situation around. Just join us. We, Holy Egypt, need the power of the Maya. We need your gods and your army. If you are willing to cooperate, I can immediately give away supplies and gold coins as a sign of sincerity. After hearing this, Bajlik looked even more puzzled. He was silent for a moment, stroking his chin in thought, before slowly speaking. It was all so sudden. But how much supplies? How many gold coins can you provide? Let me consider taking the exam. Before the other party could finish speaking, Lin Ke immediately began operating the civilization panel. In an instant, gold coins and supplies appeared beside Bajlik. Chapter 105, A New Ally. What is this? Bajeti shouted, and then disappeared from the civilization panel, as if he had run off somewhere else. Although Lin Ke felt somewhat speechless, his expression remained calm and unchanged. Just now, Lin Ke sent a batch of supplies and gold coins to Mayan Lord Bigtik through the interface as a preliminary expression of goodwill for friendly cooperation between the two sides. Not long after, Bajtik's face, covered in colorful totems, finally reappeared on the screen. Oh, Holy Pharaoh, my friend. Baj's voice was full of excitement, and he even started waving his arms exaggeratedly. The supplies and gold coins you sent are exactly what we need to rebuild our homes. Oh, our temples can be repaired, our fields can be replanted, and even our corn brewery can be reopened. Praise be to the gods. Thank you so much. Lin Ke smiled slightly, her expression still very friendly. No need to be polite, Lord of Bajeti Maya. This is the beginning of our cooperation, and we hope these supplies will help you recover as soon as possible. Bajtik nodded, his joy undisguised. Oh, Holy Pharaoh, do you know? We Mayans place great importance on oracles, and I believe that our meeting today is a sign from the divine. This must be the gods telling me that you are a friend of the Maya, a trustworthy ally. Seeing that the initial goal had been achieved, Lin Ke nodded slightly. It is an honor for Holy Egypt to become allies with the Maya. Bajtik rubbed his hands together excitedly and continued. To express my gratitude, I've decided to send our rainforest priests and jungle warriors to support you. Our priests can bless your soldiers and enhance their fighting strength. And our soldiers, though few in number, are all elites and will not disappoint you. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke immediately sensed that something was wrong. Where is the divine messenger? Why wasn't the most important divine messenger sent out? He knew that while the Mayan priests and warriors had some use, their support was far from sufficient to meet the main force of the Hebrews. He pondered for a moment, then said, Lord of the Maya, I am very grateful for your decision. However, I must tell you that this battle is to support Atlantis. The enemy is the main force of the Hebrews, and their strength is very powerful. I have already gained the support of the Amazonian army and their goddess of hunting. Therefore, if the Mayan gods could also lend us a hand, we would have a greater chance of winning this battle. Bajrik's expression suddenly turned somewhat awkward. He scratched his head, his tone full of hesitation. That. Holy Pharaoh, I'm afraid I cannot grant your request regarding matters concerning the gods. Lin Ke frowned slightly, but her tone remained calm. Oh? What? Bajtik sighed, a hint of helplessness in his expression. Our Mayan gods were summoned by me at the cost of sacrificing my heart. Moreover, we only have one God, whose power is great, but he is also the guardian deity of our Maya people. If we let it leave the Maya, our civilization will lose its protection. If the gods make a mistake in this battle. He stopped, paused, and then spoke again with difficulty. Therefore, I cannot use it to support your battle. After listening, Lin Ke remained silent for a moment. He fully understood Baiji's concerns, as Holy Egypt had faced a similar situation. After all, for a civilization, the gods are indeed the most important force, without exception. He nodded, his tone now carrying a hint of respect. I understand, Lord of Maya. I completely understand your decision. The gods should indeed remain in Maya to protect your civilization. But I must tell you, if we lose this battle, the Hebrews will sweep across all the kingdoms of this continent. I think the Maya will probably not be able to escape the disaster either. You can think about it again, but I completely respect your decision. Baijlik breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Lin Ke did not insist, and a smile returned to his face. Thank you for your understanding, Holy Pharaoh. Oh, but don't worry, our priests and warriors will do everything in their power to support you. Furthermore, I will prepare some special sacrificial rituals for you, praying to the gods to bless your battles. Lin Ke smiled slightly. Although she had not been able to obtain the support of the other party's god, every bit of strength she gained would increase her chances of winning. It's not impossible if the other side sends more soldiers and priests. Then, Lin Ke expressed her gratitude to the other party, saying, Thank you very much, Lord Bajeti Maya. However, time is of the essence, and I hope your support can arrive within 2 days. Otherwise, Atlantis might fall, and then it would be too late. As soon as Lin Ke finished speaking, he immediately noticed that the other person seemed to freeze, standing there blankly for a few seconds. Then, as if he had just woken up, Baijitik immediately patted his chest. His tone was full of confidence, as if it were nothing more than a trivial matter. Don't worry. Our warriors and priests are ready and can set off at any time. They will definitely arrive at the location you mentioned within 2 days. Lin Ke nodded. He knew that these people who respected the divine oracle would never break their word, because they all had faith. The power of faith is more precious and profound than gold. Then, Lin Ke gave a friendly smile as her final response. Okay, then I'll wait for news of your arrival. Baijitik waved his hand. They all knew the conversation was coming to an end. The images of each other before their eyes began to fade, but Baiji's voice still echoed. Holy Pharaoh, my friend, may you be victorious. After the battle is over, you must come to Maya. We'll have a glass of corn wine together to celebrate our victory. Lin Ke looked at the other person and nodded with a smile. Then, looking at the civilization panel that had returned to normal, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He knew that although the Mayan support was limited, he had at least received some military support. His next task was to ensure that all his allies could work together to fight the Hebrews. At this moment, a new message popped up in the civilization panel. Gallery, construction complete. The day to set off to support Atlantis is drawing ever closer. Chapter 106 The Decree of Kukulkan, the Feathered Serpent God. Board. 2 days later, the warriors of Holy Egypt and the Amazon had begun to assemble on the shore. All preparations are complete. Today is the day to go and support Atlantis. Of course, Lin Ke did not take all the military forces with him. He left a team of Master Hika to garrison Cairo. A team of Master Hika is enough to handle most dangers. Apart from the divine messenger and the monsters of the witchcraft guild threatening Cairo, there's nothing else to worry about. But Ramses saw no signs, and most of the Hebrew messengers were now in Atlantis. In other words, if Lin Ke takes all the main forces away, Holy Egypt will not be in any danger. A warm breeze gently blows along the Nile. The waves gently lapped against the shore. In Lin Ke's view, today should be a perfect day to bask in the sun and savor fine wine. But when he looked up and gazed in the direction of Atlantis, he could see a large patch of dark clouds gathering at the edge of the sky. Atlantis, an ally of Holy Egypt, may now be facing annihilation. Ramses, who had seen through Lin Ke's thoughts, stood beside Lin Ke and nodded to him. So he simply took a deep breath and briefly enjoyed the tranquility of the moment. Then, he turned his gaze to the oars-powered sailboats on the shore. And the oared sailboat is exactly as Lin Ke had predicted. Although it wasn't a true transport unit, it was actually built so that soldiers could board the ship. Because, although the galloping ship is not a unit with a transportation function in Civilization 6, but when it actually appeared on the beach, it was even larger than Lin Ke had imagined. After all, the units produced by the civilization panel are not the same in the civilization panel and in the real world. Its hull was wide and its deck was sturdy, large enough to accommodate a large number of soldiers and equipment. It's fine for transporting soldiers. However, it is clear that 2 galleys are not enough to transport so many soldiers. Therefore, during this period, Lin Ke also had his soldiers intercept and requisition some civilian boats near the Nile River. However, he didn't rob and seize like a bandit. Instead, he exchanged gold coins for it. The common people were naturally very happy, because the gold coins Lin Ke gave them were enough for them to buy 2 or 3 more ships. Therefore, when Lin Ke came to see it today, he had already acquired quite a few boats of different sizes. Although these ships were rudimentary, they were able to perform this transport mission after being modified by the soldiers. However, the galley sailboat has another advantage over these small boats. The galley is a unit built from the civilization panel, so it doesn't have the same problems as other small boats, such as being unbalanced or sinking due to overloading. But that doesn't mean it has no drawbacks. Because the gallery is produced by the civilization panel, it cannot carry units that are also produced by the civilization panel. Units like the Master Hika, the Mariana Chariot Archer, and the cavalry. However, Lin Ke had already thought of a solution. He ordered the soldiers to line up the small boats close to the shore, and then gave the order for these military units to move to the boundary of the plot. In this way, they were able to move smoothly onto those small boats. Furthermore, Lin Ke ordered the soldiers to chain the small boats together and attach them to the back of the oarsmen. This greatly increases the stability of the small boat, and it doesn't require any power. As long as Lin Ke gives the oarsmen a command, it can immediately start moving and pull the small boats behind it forward together. Oh, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. In this way, the smaller boats behind can carry even more soldiers. Your wisdom is like the light of Ra, guiding us. Khmer stood beside Lin Ke and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Although he was the Prime Minister of Holy Egypt, he always felt immense admiration for Lin Ke's ingenious ideas. Lin Ke smiled slightly and didn't say anything more. He first gave orders to units such as Master Hika, Mariana Chariot Archer, and cavalry, instructing them to move onto the small boat. Although these units cannot directly board the galloping ship, they can still board it smoothly through this method. This is practically exploiting a bug. After all, in Civilization 6, these units can only be transported by ships with transport capabilities. Upon reflection, he realized that he was indeed exploiting loopholes in the game's mechanics and the world itself. However, he was unsure whether these units would die or disappear if they fell into the water. But at least for now, we don't have to worry about that. Because these small boats are now all connected together, it's practically the same as standing on land. As Camel watched the units, their bodies gleaming with a faint golden light, board the small boat, he asked with a hint of doubt, Your Majesty, Holy Pharaoh. Why not let them board the galley as well? They seem better suited to fighting on galleys. Before Lin Ke could answer, Nantong patted Khmer on the shoulder. Khmer, here you are again. This is His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's arrangement. We just need to do as he says. Upon hearing this, Camel immediately bowed and said, Yes, this old minister has spoken out of turn. Lin Ke smiled, waved, and then signaled the soldiers to continue boarding the ship. Led by Marasia, the Amazonian warriors first bowed to Lin Ke with a cross of their arms before boarding the ship. Just then, a commotion arose in the distance. Lin Ke turned his head and saw a group of people rushing towards them. Those were Mayan priests and warriors. They kept their word and indeed arrived. Lin Ke strode forward, ready to welcome Maya's reinforcements. However, when he saw the person at the very front of the line, he only felt that he looked somewhat familiar. The man was wearing a long robe, a feathered crown, and his face was covered with colorful totems. Her clothes and appearance were completely different from those of others. Moreover, he had a half-smile playing on his lips. Has this person seen me somewhere before? Lin Ke murmured to herself. As Maya's procession drew closer, the man's face gradually became clearer. A scene suddenly flashed through Lin Ke's mind. The scene when he first saw the Mayan Lord Bijetic on the civilization panel. The Lords of the Maya? Lin Ke's heart was filled with doubt. Why is he here? Just then, the man suddenly raised his head, looked straight at Lin Ke, and revealed 2 rows of yellow-black teeth. Holy Pharaoh, our good friend. We meet again. By the command of the feathered serpent god Kukulkan, victory in this battle is assured. Lin Ke stepped forward and exchanged polite greetings with the other party. Then he said, Why did you personally lead your army here? The journey back is fraught with danger. Why don't you stay in Cairo, the capital of Holy Egypt, for now? But the other person's smile only grew brighter. Isn't it still necessary to have divine power? Lin Ke looked at him, her eyes widening slightly. The Mayan lords were the same as those of the Amazonian Mauritius. The power of the feathered serpent god Kukulkan resides within him. But who is that? It doesn't look like one of our friends. The Mayan lord Bijetic looked toward Link's ship, where a terrifying-looking man was standing. Even the Amazon warriors wanted to keep their distance from him. That is my apostle, he is. Friend. Chapter 107 City in Ruins. Boom boom boom. Another magnificent stone statue has collapsed. The capital of Atlantis, this once glorious and magnificent city-state, is now a ruin. At a glance, there were collapsed buildings, burning wreckage, and mountains of corpses everywhere. On the streets, Atlantean soldiers and Hebrew corpses were piled together, blood and ashes from the burning mixed together, making the ground murky and foul-smelling. The wreckage of the fire chariots and fragments of the golems were scattered inside and outside the city walls. The ferocity of this war had far exceeded the expectations of both the attackers and defenders. In the inner city's royal palace, King Arthas of Atlantis sat on his throne, his eye bags drooping considerably, and his eyes devoid of light. His armor was covered in cracks and bloodstains, and the trident in his hand seemed to have lost its former luster, looking somewhat old. A soldier rushed into the hall, knelt on one knee, and said urgently, "King Arthas, the people of the city have assembled." Then he paused, as if he had used all his strength to squeeze the rest of the words out of his throat. "They are willing to live and die with Atlantis." Arthas slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with grief and helplessness. He murmured to himself, "I never imagined Atlantis would come to this." His voice was filled with bitterness. Atlantis was once one of the most powerful civilizations on the continent, possessing unparalleled naval power and advanced technology. However, now, this once glorious city has fewer than 500 elite soldiers left, and even its most prized sea monster cavalry has been almost completely wiped out. Arthas's thoughts drifted back to the beginning of the war. At that time, the Hebrew army suddenly invaded, and the outer cities of Atlantis fell one after another. He had thought that as long as he could awaken the sleeping sea god, everything would take a turn for the better. However, reality is far crueler than imagined. The sea god was indeed awakened, but he faced the three Hebrew gods alone, and the battle was exceptionally difficult. Although the sea god ultimately defeated the opposing deity, he himself was also injured. Callisto, the messenger of Atlantis, was exhausted after casting the divine descent spell and was also hit by enemy arrows and magic, nearly losing his life. Now, although Callisto has just awakened, his body is extremely weak, and he can only use divine descent once more at most. Just then, the divine messenger Callisto slowly entered the hall. His face was as pale as paper, his steps were unsteady, and he looked as if he might collapse to the ground at any moment. But he gritted his teeth and approached Arthas. "King Arthas, I can use the divine intervention one more time, but please do not let the people take up arms to their deaths. When the people die, Atlantis will truly be nearing its end." Arthas looked at Callisto, his eyes filled with helplessness. Arthas knew very well that the other side was not fully aware of the current situation in Atlantis. He said in a low voice, "I understand what you mean, Callisto. Most of the civilians' families have died in battle, and even if I wanted the soldiers to escort them to safety by sea, they simply wouldn't leave." At this point, the light in King Arthas's eyes dimmed once again. "They are prepared to perish with Atlantis, Callisto. Do you understand?" The king's voice trailed off, which made Callisto's expression even more solemn. He knew very well that Atlantis was now on the verge of life and death. If he cannot sustain his body and perform the divine intervention, then the remaining soldiers will all perish in the next general attack by the Hebrews. Atlantis, it will be utterly destroyed. Destruction. The word kept flashing through his mind, making it hard for him to breathe. But he gritted his teeth, then resolutely raised his head. "King Arthas, I am prepared. As the messenger of the gods of Atlantis, this is my duty." Arthas was silent for a moment, then finally nodded, a trace of sorrow flashing in his eyes. If Callisto becomes exhausted, they will find it difficult to send soldiers to his aid. In other words, he might die. "Callisto, Atlantis will forever remember your name." Just then, a deafening roar came from outside the city again. Boom, boom. The Hebrew golem army had by then breached the east gate and was advancing into the inner city. The soldiers of Atlantis fought desperately, But the golems were too powerful, and their defenses were rapidly crumbling. King Arthas! King Arthas! The east gate has fallen. A soldier covered in blood rushed into the hall, his voice filled with despair. King Arthas abruptly stood up and gripped his trident tightly. He looked at Callisto and felt as if a mountain was about to collapse in his heart. Callisto nodded and slowly closed his eyes. Now is the time to protect what he cherishes most. The god of Atlantis. Atlantis has reached its most critical moment. Please unleash your power and drive away the evil invaders. As his incantation rang out, the entire palace began to tremble slightly, and a powerful energy fluctuation permeated the air. In the name of the great sea god, descend. Callisto's voice boomed like thunder, and blood instantly flowed from his nostrils and eyes. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, dark clouds filled the sky, and a fierce wind howled. A massive blue beam of light descended from the sky, striking directly at the east gate. Within the pillar of light, the figure of the sea god gradually appeared. His body was as tall as a mountain, he held a trident, and his eyes flashed with angry flames. You Hebrew ants! How dare you desecrate the land of Atlantis? The voice of the sea god was as awe-inspiring as a tsunami. He swung his trident, and a massive wave appeared out of thin air, instantly engulfing the golem troops that had stormed into the city. The waves, teeming with countless sharp blades, sliced the golem's body into pieces. The Hebrew soldiers scattered in terror, but the waves were too fast for them to escape. In just a moment, the crisis at the east gate was resolved. The figure of the sea god stood behind the city wall, looking directly at the densely packed Hebrew enemies covering the mountains and plains in the distance, without the slightest fear. The soldiers of Atlantis were greatly encouraged by this sight and cheered loudly. It's the sea god. The sea god has appeared again. Long live Poseidon. Long live Atlantis. However, at that moment, a dark gray cloud gathered in the distant sky. Purple lightning crackled through the air, and a tall god in a long robe slowly appeared from the sky. What is that? How come they are completely different from the Hebrew gods we knew before? The Atlantean soldiers, gazing at the scene unfolding in the distance, unconsciously swallowed hard. Chapter 108 The Supreme God. The Hebrew Empire. The gods have descended. Our gods have descended. The Hebrew soldiers raised their weapons high, their eyes filled with fanaticism and awe. In the white light, a figure gradually appeared. It was a god whose entire body radiated a divine light. He wore a flowing robe, and his enormous brown hair was so thick that it seemed as if a mountain range had been transformed into silk and floated in the air. His face could even be described as handsome, but his expression was utterly indifferent, and there was something indescribable in his eyes that transcended life, death, and nature. He slowly raised his hand, and with a gentle tap of his fingertip, ripples spread through the air. That was some kind of powerful and invisible divine force. Yet another Hebrew god. Therefore, if their other three divine messengers also cast the divine descent spell, the sea god will then face four gods. The soldiers of Atlantis looked up at the sky, knowing that Atlantis was beyond saving. Even with two sea gods, it would be impossible to defeat the opponent. Just then, the sea god spun his enormous trident, and the sea rose up along with his rising rage. The seawater formed enormous waves, even higher and larger than the sea god, seemingly ready to swallow the entire world. Then, Poseidon straightened up, pointing the tip of his trident at his opponent, his eyes burning with fury. He stared at the Hebrew god opposite him, his eyes seeming to want to devour him. Then, his voice resounded like thunder across the heavens. Come, God of the Hebrews. Taste the wrath of the sea. Poseidon swung his trident, making the waves behind him even more ferocious and terrifying. The enormous waves twisted and spun as if they had come to life. Then, the giant waves split apart, transforming into countless sharp blades in the air, mixed with rapidly flying water droplets, sweeping towards the Hebrew god. The surging waves crashed forward, the blade-like water slicing across the ground, instantly shattering ruins and buildings into tiny pebbles. The once sturdy outer city walls collapsed instantly, and even the flying rubble became deadly weapons. However, the Hebrew god remained calm and composed in the face of the sea god's attack, showing no emotional fluctuation. He simply raised his hand slightly, and then made a flipping motion on the back of his hand. In an instant, an invisible force condensed in the air, splitting the waves and ice blades in two. Those incredibly sharp attacks were as soft as steel striking cotton. The fierce spells were completely neutralized in the blink of an eye. The sharp wave blades shattered in the air, turning into countless tiny water droplets that then drifted away with the wind. Is this your power? The voice of the Hebrew god appeared, but it was as cold as his face. Nothing special. Poseidon slightly lowered his trident, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. How could it so easily neutralize this powerful ocean current spell? He realized that the Hebrew god before him was no ordinary deity. The one capable of doing this must be a supreme god of the same level as him. This battle will be more difficult than he anticipated. Poseidon sneered at the Hebrew god, then swung his trident again. Humph, nothing but laughable tricks. Try this. As soon as the sea god finished speaking, the seawater immediately responded and surged. The water spun rapidly in the air, quickly coalescing into a giant column of water. The water column soared into the clouds, and its violent rotation caused a thick layer of water vapor to appear around it, as if even the clouds in the sky had been swept away. It rushed straight toward the Hebrew god with enough force to flatten a mountain in an instant. But the Hebrew god remained expressionless in the face of this attack. This time, he raised his arms and used his invisible power to form a barrier in the air. The water jets crashed against the barrier with a deafening roar, and the splashing water created a massive downpour around them. Your attack is meaningless to me, the Hebrew god said coldly, his tone full of disdain. The anger in Poseidon's eyes surged even more fiercely. Boom! He leaped up, his body passing through the clouds, and then pointed the trident in his hand directly at the chest of the Hebrew god. Drink it! The voice of the sea god shook the heavens and the earth, and his figure fell accompanied by millions of lightning bolts. He rushed to the Hebrew god and plunged his trident fiercely into the Hebrew god's chest. However, the Hebrew god merely retreated a step, then used that invisible power to render the sea god's attack weak and ineffective. His movements were elegant and composed, which was a great insult to the sea god. Poseidon then realized that the opponent seemed to be able to counter these powerful attacks and spells. Nothing special, the sea god of Atlantis. The voice of the Hebrew god carried a hint of mockery. Let me teach you what the true power of the Lord God is. The Hebrew god raised his hand, and an invisible force immediately tore the air apart, even causing the sunlight to refract erratically, as if the world had instantly fallen into chaos. The invisible force rushed straight towards the sea god, who hurriedly raised his trident to defend himself, but the force was too great, and he was immediately pushed back dozens of meters. The sea god had fought 3 Hebrew gods a few days ago, and his strength seemed particularly insufficient at this moment. Boom! The figure of the sea god crashed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, indicating that he had suffered a serious injury. You! The sea god roared angrily and leaped up again, his trident transforming into countless blue beams of light as he launched a frenzied attack on the Hebrew god. The Hebrew god remained calm and composed, as if he had grasped something out of thin air. Then, that invisible force neutralized the sea god's attacks one by one. It's meaningless, utterly meaningless. The Hebrew god spoke coldly, over and over again. The sea god clenched his fists, realizing that his magical attacks had no effect on the Hebrew god. But he didn't give up. Instead, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. This time, Poseidon did not use his weapon. He clenched his fist, and then slammed it hard into the side of the Hebrew god's face. The force of his fist was enough to create a storm. Bang! The Hebrew god's face was struck by the sea god's fist, and his body swayed slightly. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but he quickly regained his indifference. Interesting. How dare you attack me with your fists? The sea god did not answer, but instead swung his fist again, launching a frenzied attack on the Hebrew god. Although the Hebrew god was enormous, he nimbly dodged the opponent's attacks. Fists. Meaningless. At that moment, the Hebrew god struck the chest of the sea god. Poseidon's old wound reopened, and he immediately fell backward, flattening the outer city into a flat plain. Poor sea god. The Hebrew god looked down at the other, his tone tinged with disdain. Since you have already lost, why don't you consider my suggestion? If you join the Hebrew Empire, I may consider making you one of my followers. Chapter 1094. Hebrew Gods. Impossible. Poseidon roared. He was lying on the ground in great pain. His old wounds had flared up again, and he had even suffered several new, large wounds. Even their strength was almost exhausted. The Hebrew god slowly approached, slowly raised his leg, and then stepped hard on his chest. Oh! The voice of the sea god shook the earth, and despite his struggles, it was all in vain. The Hebrew god looked down at him, his face still cold and indifferent. The way he looked at the sea god was as if he were showing pity for a dying animal. Poor sea god, struggling sea god. I will not hold a grudge against you for your recklessness. Instead, I will give you another chance to choose. Join the Hebrew Empire and become our god. As long as we unite our strength, we can conquer this vast world. Just imagine how moving that scene would be to the gods. Although the Hebrew god said this, his face remained expressionless, still indifferent. Poseidon was panting heavily, but his eyes remained resolute, showing no sign of yielding. His voice was weaker than before, but it still carried pride. I am the guardian of Atlantis. Don't even think about making me bow down to you. I am a supreme god of the same level as you. Don't even think about making me your subordinate god. The Hebrew god shook his head slightly, his eyes filled with even more pity. The chief god? It's meaningless. He repeated the word as if he had heard some terrible words. For a god like you to be able to barely defeat our other 3 divine messengers, your luck is already incredibly good. Unfortunately, none of this makes any sense. The pity in his eyes turned into deep sorrow, and his emotions intensified. No matter how hard you struggle, you cannot change the fate of Atlantis. This sea area is destined to be conquered by the Hebrew Empire. If you join us, with your strength, you will have a higher status than you have now. Think about it. You will personally give meaning to everything. Poseidon was panting heavily. His battered body could no longer bear the indomitable spirit in his bones. Shut up. Although Poseidon fell to the ground, he still proudly raised his head, his gaze resolute. I am the guardian of Atlantis. I am the god who rules over this sea. Even if you destroy my body, my beliefs will never waver. Even if I am shattered to pieces, I, the sea god of Atlantis, will never submit to the tyranny of the Hebrews. Upon hearing these words, the Hebrew god paused slightly, and a look that could barely be described as anger finally appeared on his face. Perhaps it was because the sea god had repeatedly rejected his earnest invitation. Moreover, his tone became incredibly cold. Not bad. Among the gods, you are one of those with backbone. But you are incredibly stubborn and incredibly foolish, completely unaware that everything you are doing is utterly meaningless. Come, sea god of Atlantis, open your eyes wide. Then, he turned his gaze to the distance and even removed the foot that was stepping on the sea god. Hebrew messengers, use your power to let this chief god of Atlantis see clearly. Let him see for himself what kind of power he is facing. As soon as he finished speaking, a red beam of light flashed from the ground. A Hebrew messenger used a divine intervention technique. At that moment, behind the Hebrew god, a dazzling red light suddenly rose up, and the accompanying scorching heat caused the air to distort slightly. Flame. Purify everything. That was the god of fire, clad in flame-like armor and wielding a burning warhammer. Crimson light spread with his outstretched form, illuminating everything around him in a fiery red glow. I have descended from the shadows. Then, the figure of the god of darkness emerged from the shadows. His body was shrouded in thick black mist, and a deep, cold face could be vaguely seen in his blurred outline. Wherever he went, the light was swallowed up without a trace, with only the occasional flashes of cold light in the black mist indicating his presence. I am the storm. Finally, the god of thunder descended, lightning danced around him like vines, and thunder roared continuously. He was tall and covered in gleaming armor. Lightning surged and flowed between his limbs, occasionally forming ball lightning that exploded around him. As the sea god watched all this, a dark light appeared in the depths of his eyes. It's impossible to win. He had already defeated those 3 gods. However, after recovering, the enemy's divine messenger easily summoned them again. In other words, even if he defeats the Hebrew god in the robe before him, he will still have to face those 3 gods. That's right, this was a battle with a huge disparity in strength. He said nothing more, but simply watched the descending gods in silence, his eyes devoid of anger and hope. He slowly turned his head, deeply imprinting the image of Atlantis at that moment into his mind. The long-robed divine messenger spread his arms wide, welcoming the fallen ruins. That's right. You will be facing the 4 Hebrew gods. Moreover, reinforcements from the Hebrew Empire are still on their way. They're almost there, so even if you manage to beat me, it won't make any difference. Because, after the 4 gods, we also have many powerful armies capable of conquering the entire continent. Join us, and I will personally imbue your divine power with meaning. However, the sea god of Atlantis merely gripped his trident. Upon seeing this, the Hebrew-robed deity gave a slight, benevolent smile. That's right, let's witness this moment. Witness this. Before he could finish speaking, he saw the sea god of Atlantis once again point his trident at him. Instantly, the expression on the face of the Hebrew-robed deity changed. His skin seemed to tighten with anger, and deep wrinkles appeared between his brows. The Hebrew-robed gods were angry. He struck the trident away with a single palm strike. The massive weapon roared and spun 3 times in the air before crashing heavily into a distant mountaintop, raising a cloud of dust. I am the guardian of Atlantis. I am the one who rules the sea area. The sea god repeated his words, while the Hebrew deity in his robes looked at him with disdain, as if he were looking at something filthy. He raised his hand, and the surrounding light distorted again. If struck by this attack, the sea god will be completely annihilated and vanish entirely. Clap, clap, clap. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, 2 green beams of light appeared on the sea not far away. Boom. Golden light followed closely behind. Chapter 110 War of the Gods. The Hebrew soldiers, in the distance, were enjoying the overwhelming power displayed by their gods. Kill him! Kill him! Kill this sea god of Atlantis! They cheered. After all, Atlantis's fierce resistance had inflicted considerable casualties on them. So much so that, in order to ensure the success of the battle, the commander-in-chief transferred many reinforcements from other places. Therefore, when their god raised his palm, they all cheered with joy. Once the sea god dies, the destruction of Atlantis will be inevitable. But at that moment, they suddenly witnessed a scene that left them speechless. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, 3 dazzling beams of light tore through the dark clouds and descended upon the seas of Atlantis. That's the light that only appears when a god appears. The first deity was a graceful goddess. Her long hair first cascaded down like a waterfall, then fluttered in the wind, surrounded by a natural emerald green hue. She looked at the 4 Hebrew gods not far away, her eyes filled with a desire for battle. The hunt begins. She is the goddess of the hunt, the guardian deity of the Amazons who possesses high divine power. The second deity had a strange and awe-inspiring appearance. His body was as serpentine as a snake, yet he had wings. His head was neither bird nor snake. I appeared from the ancient altar. He is Kukulkan, the feathered serpent god, and the supreme deity of the Maya. The third deity was radiant with golden light, like the embodiment of the sun. When the sun rises, darkness will surely vanish. He is Ramses, the god of the desert and the Nile, the guardian of holy Egypt. What is that? They are 3 gods. It must be reinforcements summoned by the Grand Commander. I've never seen so many gods before. That's right, that's right. Of the 12 Hebrew gods, I've only seen 4. This is truly eye-opening. At first, the Hebrew soldiers thought these gods were their reinforcements, and their cheers grew louder and louder. However, when they saw 2 ships emitting a faint golden light appear on the sea not far from the 3 gods, they immediately stopped. Because on those 2 ships, the flags of the desert and the Nile were flying. Moreover, the people on the ship wore various styles of armor and clothing, and were clearly not Hebrew soldiers. Etc. Those aren't our reinforcements. That's the flag of Holy Egypt, a Hebrew soldier exclaimed, his voice tinged with surprise. How is this possible? How could Holy Egypt be here? How could those desert dwellers possibly have gotten here? Another soldier spoke, trembling. He looked at the 3 gods in the distance, whose styles were completely different, and immediately understood what was going on. That's not our god. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Atlantis erupted in deafening cheers. Standing on the crumbling city wall, their eyes shone with renewed hope. Our allies have arrived. Our reinforcements have arrived. An Atlantean soldier raised his weapon and shouted excitedly. It's Holy Egypt. They've even brought 2 gods with them. Look, reinforcements are over there. They're on the ship. Another soldier waved the flag excitedly, his voice filled with joy. On the sea, 2 galleys were slowly approaching the city of Atlantis, and the soldiers on board were already on high alert. The warriors of Holy Egypt stood in neat rows, while the Amazonian warriors' eyes were already filled with a thirst for battle and revenge. The Mayan priests and warriors stood solemnly at the other stern of the ship, and the priests began to pray for the allied warriors. He turned to look at all the allied soldiers around him. He was now the only leader left. The other 2 leaders have been transformed into gods. Prepare for battle. Drive the invading enemy out first. Meanwhile, 3 gods have already descended upon the battlefield. The goddess of the hunt drew her longbow taut, and arrows shot like meteors toward the robed deity at the forefront of the Hebrew horde. Meanwhile, Quetzalcoatl also locked onto the robed deity, leaping into the air, spreading his wings, and spewing forth a beam of emerald green magical light from his mouth. The god of the desert and the Nile raised his arms, and a burst of golden light descended from the sky. He then attacked the robed deity as well. Upon seeing this, the Hebrew gods in their robes immediately attempted to thwart their attack. But even with all his might, he could only barely hold on, and almost fell backward and lost his balance. His face was no longer cold. Large wrinkles appeared on his forehead. Then, his voice resounded across the battlefield like thunder. "How dare you interfere in the war between the Hebrews and Atlantis?" The goddess of the hunt sneered and drew her longbow, which seemed to be made of ancient tree wood, tighter once more. "Hebrew god, today, I will make you pay for your crimes in blood." The feathered serpent god hovered in the air, flapping its wings and letting out a terrifying roar at its opponent. The god of the desert and the Nile said nothing. He simply continued to spread his arms, causing a massive sandstorm to gather in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the gods launched their next attack on the robed deity. The combined power of the three deities formed an unstoppable force. The Hebrew god attempted to resist with his invisible power, but his barrier shattered instantly under the combined attack of the three gods. His body was struck directly, and he fell heavily to the ground. "That's impossible." The Hebrew god growled, his previous indifference completely gone from his face. Just then, the god of fire swung his long sword, shooting blazing flames at the feathered serpent god in the sky. The god of thunder conjured a crackling chain of lightning, and then a violent bolt of lightning descended from the sky, forcing the goddess of the hunt to leap high into the air to dodge it. The god of darkness raised his 4 arms to the sky, and half of the golden light above the god of the desert and the Nile was immediately swallowed up. Oh no, the other 3 Hebrew gods have also made their move. The soldiers of Atlantis shouted. In an instant, the powers of the gods intertwined. Thunder rumbled, black mist filled the air, and flames raged. Golden pillars burst forth, starlight pierced the air like arrows, and green magic surrounded them. Darkness devours light, thunder roars across the earth, and flames consume all living things. Emerald light weaved left and right, star arrows pierced through the black mist, and golden sandstorms enveloped the sky. The whole world seemed to be immediately enveloped in a chaotic light, making it impossible to distinguish east from west or north from south. Even the Hebrew chieftain, who was watching from afar, was stunned. He immediately turned to look at the black-robed witch beside him. "It's your turn to make a move." Chapter 111, I am the God of Heaven. At that moment, the Hebrew chief god slowly straightened up. His long hair seemed to come alive, standing up like thousands of giant snakes. "Everything you're doing now is meaningless." He opened his palms and raised his head slightly. The light around his hands immediately refracted and distorted, making it impossible to see his palms clearly from a distance. "I am the only God of the Hebrews. The only supreme God, second only to Ahura Mazda. The power of light will give meaning to all living beings. I am Ami no Sukami." His figure floated slightly in the air, and the light around him was distorted like a black hole. The colossal god, who was as large as a mountain, was now difficult to observe with the naked eye. His movements could only be seen through the distorted light. Boom! The distorted light tore through the green pillars in the sky, forcing the feathered serpent god in the sky to flip his massive body to dodge. The goddess of the hunt leaned forward with her shoulder, and unable to dodge, she made a defensive gesture, but the powerful divine strength of the god of the heavens almost knocked her over. Ramses crossed his arms in front of him, bent over, and barely managed to take the blow. But Poseidon was unable to stand up, and his trident began to gradually dissipate on the distant mountaintop. This means that the messenger who summoned the sea god, and the powerful sea god himself, could no longer hold on. The sea god's body gradually began to dissipate, condensing into a small dot on the ground. "Guardians of Atlantis, hurry." Lin Ke then entered the inner city, where the female warriors, inspired by the hunting goddess and the Mayan rainforest priest, resembled war goddesses. They only had eyes for the enemy and didn't care about anything else. "Die, you Hebrew bastard. Taste my blade." Even a golem that entered from the other side was chopped into pieces of varying sizes by these fierce female warriors. The Mariana chariot archers have launched their attack. They have even targeted the enemy on the outer city walls and fired their arrows. The cavalrymen also filed off the ship, their bodies radiating golden light, and launched an attack on the enemy from the outer side of the inner city. As for Master Hika, Lin Ke had them protect him from the side. After all, the situation on the battlefield is very chaotic right now, and Master Hika is unable to attack any enemies at all. Therefore, letting them protect themselves first is the best decision at present. The Mayan jungle warriors then scaled the walls and entered the palace of Atlantis, where they were supporting the elite Atlantean soldiers in the inner city. Meanwhile, the battle between the gods has entered a fierce stage. The 4 Hebrew gods clashed fiercely with the 3 gods of the Holy Egyptian Alliance in the air, and the collision of divine power and magical energy caused the heavens and earth to tremble. The main god of heaven continuously unleashed powerful divine light from behind, while the gods of fire, thunder, and darkness launched attacks from different directions, attempting to suppress the 3 gods of the Holy Egyptian Alliance. As for the Holy Egyptian Alliance, Kukulkan, the feathered serpent god, and the sole chief god of the alliance at this time, began to fight against the chief god Amidst alone. The goddess of the hunt stood beside Quetzalcoatl, her longbow continuously firing star-like arrows, each one precisely blocking the divine attacks of the other Hebrew gods. Moreover, she can provide powerful buffs to Quetzalcoatl, Ramses, and their allies. The buff comes from the natural blessing of the goddess of the hunt, which temporarily increases the strength and agility of all allied units. Although Ramses' divine power was reduced from the level of a chief god to that of a high god due to his departure from Holy Egypt, with the blessing of the goddess of the hunt, his power was only slightly inferior to that of a chief god. Ramses fought alone against the gods of fire and thunder, using golden light and a massive golden dust storm to block their flames and lightning. However, the opponent's numerical advantage kept him in a passive defensive position. Your resistance is futile. Atlantis will surely fall. The signs of divine intervention have already appeared. Divine vision is one of the prophecies of the Most High God in the Hebrew tradition. Join the Hebrew Empire, and I will personally give meaning to your divine power. Stop, become my servant God. The voice of the Supreme God was extremely cold, filled with arrogance and a certain pity. He swung his arm, and a massive blade of holy light slashed towards Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl spread his wings, having just received a blow from Ami no Sumeru. His body flipped halfway through the air, stirring up waves on the sea, but he quickly regained his balance. The mother of the jungle has foreseen your defeat. Now, get out of Atlantis. The feathered serpent god opened its mouth wide, and its voice formed a howling wind. At the same time, the goddess of the hunt's arrows shot towards the god of darkness like meteors. The god of darkness waved his 4 arms, and darkness formed a barrier to block the arrows, but his actions were now on the defensive, and he could not fully support the other gods. Ramses then clashed fiercely with the gods of fire and thunder. He held the golden light in his left hand and the sandstorm in his right, gradually shifting from a passive defensive stance to an active offensive one. Although you have a large number of people, it cannot make up for your lack of strength. Now, feel the wrath of Holy Egypt, Ramses said coldly, condensing the golden light and the sandstorm into one, and shooting it out with tremendous force. Both sides had used almost all their abilities, and the buff from the goddess of the hunt allowed the 3 gods of Holy Egypt to barely hold their own against the 4 gods of Hebrew. However, this balance is extremely fragile, and a mistake by either side could break the deadlock. We must find a breakthrough. First, defeat one of their gods. Otherwise, this battle will continue indefinitely. The goddess of the hunt rolled over and whispered to Ramses and Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl nodded, revealing his mouth full of huge, sharp fangs. I will keep Amidst in check. You too, find an opportunity to defeat one of their gods first. Ramses' eyes flashed with golden light twice. Understood. The battle escalated once again. The feathered serpent god spread his wings, and the emerald forest magic clashed fiercely with the radiant power of the heavenly god. The goddess of the hunt drew her divine bow to its fullest extent, unleashing a multitude of meteors to disrupt the god of darkness's spellcasting. Ramses, meanwhile, was engaged with the gods of fire and thunder, searching for an opportunity to retaliate. However, the Hebrew gods also recognized the threat posed by the goddess of the hunt, because they saw that all the gods on the other side were surrounded by a faint, emerald green light. The chief god coldly instructed the other subordinate gods, deal with that goddess first. The gods of fire and thunder immediately changed their attack, ignoring Ramses and rushing towards the goddess of the hunt. Seeing this, Ramses immediately stepped in front of the goddess of the hunt. Don't even think about it. Golden light and swirling sand blocked the opponent's divine magic. The goddess of the hunt looked at Ramses' golden body and felt that this god of holy Egypt was even more powerful than she had imagined. Nature protects you, desert and Nile. Before the goddess of the hunt could finish speaking, a beam of red light struck her back, tearing her body apart. Chapter 112 The Holy Egyptian Gods, in Danger. Boom! The goddess of the hunt was struck by the sudden red light, and for a moment, she felt as if all her strength had been drained. But the next second, her body seemed to regain its strength, but it wasn't enough for her to maintain her balance. So, one of her knees slammed heavily into the shallow sea, and even the hand holding the divine bow braced itself against the ground to prevent herself from falling. Not only that, her divine power rapidly dissipated, her body shrank by a third, and the emerald green light that originally surrounded her disappeared in an instant. The goddess of the hunt has been severely injured by some powerful magical force. The sight of her being struck by magic silenced the entire battlefield for a brief moment, after which the Hebrew soldiers erupted in deafening cheers. The goddess of the hunt has fallen. As expected of the branch leader of the Witchcraft Guild, his magic power is truly formidable. The Hebrew warriors cheered, their morale soaring. The branch leader has finally made a move. This intense magical energy, it's definitely the branch leader. The Hebrew witches spoke calmly, their faces only briefly displaying a smile of admiration. They had just been speculating when the branch leader would reveal her power, and now they were witnessing firsthand the terrifying strength of this powerful witch. The soldiers of Atlantis were terrified, and their morale plummeted instantly. Originally, with the blessing of the goddess of the hunt, the warriors of the Holy Egyptian Alliance were able to barely hold their own against the Hebrew army. But now, their strength has clearly weakened, and the situation on the battlefield between the army and the gods has been completely reversed in an instant. At the same time, the Amazonian warriors who were charging forward also felt their strength waning. Our strength is waning. The light of the hunting goddess is fading. The hunting goddess is injured. Their speed and agility noticeably decreased, and their previously overwhelming offensive vanished. They used to be able to easily chop golems to pieces, but now, they have to put in a lot of effort to destroy even one golem. They all looked up at the direction where the goddess of the hunt was kneeling, their eyes filled with worry and anger. Goddess of the hunt. No, you cannot fall. You absolutely cannot fall before your enemy. Warriors, support the goddess of the hunt. Several Amazonian female warriors roared. They knew very well that if they lost this battle again, the Amazon and Holy Egypt would be doomed. Of course, it wasn't just the Amazonian warriors who understood this. Ramses then turned his head and saw a woman in the low sky whose body was shining with a purple-red light. She hovered in the air, her body radiating immense energy. Those energies may seem similar to magic, but they are actually completely different. That's witchcraft energy. It's the energy used to perform witchcraft. In her hand, she held a staff inlaid with a skull and red gemstones, the tip of which was now once again pointed at the goddess of the hunt. Ramses turned to the other two allied gods and warned them, "It is witchcraft." He then gathered his divine power in an attempt to stop the witch's attack. But the Hebrew gods wouldn't let this opportunity pass them by. Storm, rage, shadow, it will devour you. Flame, purify everything. Heavenly vision, light instrument. At the same time, the god of fire, the god of thunder, the god of darkness, and the god of heavenly observation immediately launched an even fiercer attack on the goddess of hunting. The blazing flames, the raging lightning, and the profound dark energy intertwined, and were finally amplified once again by a spiraling, twisting force. Numerous forces converged in one place, forming a destructive torrent of energy that aimed directly at the goddess of the hunt. No, fall down. The goddess of the hunt struggled to her feet, trying to escape the powerful surge of energy. However, her divine power had been greatly weakened, and she could hardly stand up, let alone dodge. Ramses and Kukulkan, despite their combined efforts, could not completely stop him. As the goddess of the hunt was about to be struck by this powerful energy wave, Ramses and Kukulkan could only stand in front of her. Boom! Ramses and Kukulkan were struck, and the goddess of the hunt was thrown backward, her mouth gushing forth emerald light. Her divine power weakened further. Ramses and Kukulkan nearly lost their balance, and huge plumes of smoke rose from their bodies. Clearly, although they managed to withstand this attack, it was the limit that these two gods could achieve. If the enemy launches such an attack again, they will be unable to defend themselves. The situation is becoming increasingly dangerous. Your resistance is futile. The god Tianjin spoke again, knowing full well that the opposing gods were now unable to contend with them. Your era is over. The future belongs to the Hebrew Empire. Vanish, old gods. The god of thunder roared, unleashing a torrent of lightning from his palm once more. Ramses and Kukulkan, the feathered serpent god, found themselves in a particularly difficult position against the attacks of the four enemy gods. They could only barely hold their own and were no longer able to launch an effective counterattack. Ramses' golden divine power streaked through the air, attempting to block the onslaught of flames and lightning. However, without the power boost from the goddess of the hunt, his current strength is completely insufficient to withstand it. The vision prophesied by the mother of the jungle has faded. Goddess of the desert and the Nile. We must protect her. Otherwise, the tide will turn. The feathered serpent god flapped its wings and took flight once more. Ramses' eyes gleamed with gold, and he nodded. However, the enemy god's attacks were so dense that he couldn't spare a hand to deal with the witch who was gathering magical energy. He could only watch helplessly as she gathered her strength once more, about to launch a fatal blow against the goddess of the hunt. The Amazonian warriors were anxious, but they were too far from the goddess of the hunt to provide timely support. They all shouted, "No, goddess of the hunt." Just then, Lin Ke, who was standing at the entrance of the Atlantis palace, raised his hand. Nantong, quickly provide support to the goddess of hunting. Upon hearing Lin Ke's order, Nantong nodded. He immediately unleashed powerful magic, and a massive sandstorm condensed around him, eroding the nearby golems in a fine powder. Then, his body floated up and flew towards the direction of the goddess of the hunt like a bolt of lightning. Saint Sardinier's funeral. As Nantong flew, she released more and more sand and dust from her body. The witch wearing a red hat and a black robe turned the tip of her staff around. Arcane spell, pain of the underworld. Chapter 113 Charge. Cavalry. Boom. The impact of desert magic colliding with witchcraft in midair was somewhat similar to the collision of divine magic. Scarab technique. Void curse. Nantong and the witch engaged in a fierce duel, exchanging blows and techniques. I've heard of the star magician of Holy Egypt for a long time. Now it seems, it's nothing special. The witch's magic was extremely powerful, and Nantong's scarab spell seemed somewhat difficult to counter. So he continued to gather his magical power. Holy Sands technique. Meanwhile, the magicians of Holy Egypt stood behind the broken walls of the ruins, using the terrain as cover and some tricks to temporarily hold off the Hebrew magician army. Knowing they were outnumbered and less powerful than their opponents, they could only fight them using clever strategies. Do you remember the time you defeated the Magic Shield Legion? Use your brain, don't fight the enemy head-on. I've got an idea. We can lure the enemy into the alley, and then defeat them by ambush. They split into small teams and used the alleys in the ruins to carry out ambushes. Several Hebrew archmages were chasing after the magicians of Holy Egypt. When they reached the end of the alley, the magicians attacked them from the side. Although the Hebrew archmages managed to parry a few attacks, they were unable to simultaneously defend against the continuous magical attacks coming from different directions. Those magical attacks sometimes appeared from the flanks and launched a quick sneak attack, only casting one or two spells before immediately retreating back into cover. So, in no time at all, the Hebrew magicians who had launched the attack were annihilated by the magicians of Holy Egypt. Of course, this is because they learned a lot from previous battles, which is why they were able to come up with such a method. In particular, the tactics used by the Holy Pharaoh to cleverly defeat the Magic Shield Legion taught these mages how to achieve greater results with limited resources. Otherwise, according to their previous tactics, they would have engaged in a fierce battle with the other side. However, when outnumbered and outmatched in both strength and numbers, such warriors can cause massive casualties. The Hebrew magician is coming up again. Attention! Attention! Although they won several victories using such tactics, the Hebrew magicians were numerous, and their magical power was far greater. Therefore, when the magicians of Holy Egypt attempted to fight back, they found that they were still powerless to completely reverse this inevitable defeat. Because the gap between their magical levels and those of their opponents was so great, sometimes it took 3 mages to fight against just one of their opponents. Therefore, each time they unleash a magical spell, they feel their physical fatigue intensifying dramatically. However, the Hebrew mages seemed to be inexhaustible, and their follow-up mage units could always be brought in immediately. There wasn't even a chance to catch their breath. They're flanking us from the side. Enemy! Enemy! Just as the Hebrew magicians were closing in and the holy Egyptian magicians were about to be surrounded, a troop of cavalry charged out from an alleyway in the ruins. They were cavalrymen gleaming slightly with a golden light. Cavalrymen with divine power. Of course, this was because Lin Ke had already observed the situation through the civilization panel, so he issued the support order very early on. These cavalrymen, clad in heavy armor and wielding spears and shields, cut directly into the Hebrew mages' lines from the flank. The Hebrew magicians never expected that cavalry would appear in this narrow alley, let alone that the cavalry's charge would be so powerful. They sent the magic master-level mage flying in just 2 moves, seemingly utterly unafraid of the Hebrew's magic. In an instant, the Hebrew mages' lines were thrown into disarray, and the mages at the rear were forced to retreat behind cover, having to readjust their formation to deal with the charge of these cavalry. Not only that, Lin Ke also deployed the Mariano chariot archer to assist in the attack. The arrows of the Mariana chariot archer are covered in desert dust. The sharp arrows drew arcs through the air before falling directly into the enemy's ranks of mages. Whoosh! Arrows carrying sand and dust struck their targets, exploding and killing the Hebrew magicians one by one. Quickly, use magic to create a barrier. One after another, the Hebrew magicians unleashed their magic, believing their magical barriers would be enough to stop the arrows. Whoosh! However, they discovered that these arrows, carrying sand and dust, had pierced through the barrier and struck their bodies directly. Many magicians fell to the ground immediately after being hit by the arrows, their robes torn apart. The magical radiance used for protection quickly dimmed, and some magicians even had their wands shaken out of their hands. Bring over the ultimate Grand Magus. Seeing their troops suffer heavy casualties, the Hebrews summoned the ultimate Great Magician. To be precise, they are 5 ultimate Grand Mages. These 5 ultimate Grand Mages entered the battlefield from the rear of the mage ranks. They were dressed in black robes and exuded powerful magic. Whoosh! Arrows strong enough to pierce the barrier continued to fly in, while the Hebrew magicians continued to fight back and retreat. Step back. The 3 ultimate mages arrived behind the mages and immediately unleashed even more powerful magical energy. These magical barriers are much stronger than the previous defenses, enough to withstand the arrows from the sky that carry the desert's essence. Meanwhile, the other 2 ultimate magicians launched a powerful counterattack. They turned their attention to the holy Egyptian cavalry and began unleashing powerful magical attacks. Reduce by 1. Reduce by 1. In the civilization panel, Lin Ke saw that the cavalry's health bar had begun to slowly decrease, consuming 1 drop at a time. I lost 1 point of health. He frowned slightly, indicating that the enemy's magic had already affected his cavalry. The only one capable of doing this is clearly the ultimate Grand Magus, second only to the Star Mage. However, even after the Hebrew Grand Magus discovered that they had cast several powerful spells, the cavalry continued their charge as if nothing had happened. What's going on with these cavalrymen? You survived my magic shock without any problems? But no matter how they cast their spells, the cavalrymen continued to charge forward, maintaining their formation. They seemed unable to kill these cavalrymen. Their magic appeared to have lost its effectiveness. An ultimate mage frowned. How could these cavalrymen still be alive? They don't even have magic shield armor. Then, a great mage raised his hand and released an even more powerful magical shockwave. However, they still failed to bring down a single cavalryman. His companion muttered under his breath, "What on earth is that?" Under Lin Ke's orders, the cavalry continued their assault, constantly repelling the enemy's mages and quickly breaking through their formation. Meanwhile, on the other side, boom! Nantong was struck by the witch's magic and fell into the shallow sea. Chapter 114 Sandstorm and Witchcraft. Nantong slowly rose from the shallow sea once again. He landed on the shore, gripping his staff tightly with both hands, his brow furrowed. Not far from him, the gods of Hebrew and Holy Egypt were still clashing. The goddess of the hunt had already stood up, but her power had not increased much as a result. Moreover, the gods of Holy Egypt were already at a disadvantage. Nantong only glanced at the goddess of hunting. In any case, he had now completed the task given to him by the Holy Pharaoh. Now, all we need to do is keep trying to stall them. His opponent, the mysterious witch in black robes and a red hat, now stands on a damp rock not far away. She was surrounded by an eerie purplish-red mist. The witch's face was pale, and her eyes gleamed with an unusual light. Her voice drifted lightly from afar. Is this the power of a star mage? Not bad. At least they can barely hold their own against me. What a formidable opponent. Nantong did not respond to these words. He simply plunged his staff straight into the sand, closed his eyes, and began to gather his magic power. A moment later, the surrounding air gradually became scorching hot, and the sand grains on the beach seemed to come alive, gathering together to form a spiraling sand column. Sacred sandstorm. Red sparks were interspersed around the sand pillar. As the incantation progressed, the sparks became more intense, eventually coalescing into a violent sandstorm that rushed towards the witch. However, the witch did not appear flustered. Oh, here it comes again. A purplish-red light suddenly emanated from her staff. Then, a barrier filled with magical energy appeared in front of her. The moment the sandstorm collided with the barrier, a piercing shriek rang out. The sand grains seemed to dissolve, losing their original sharpness and turning into countless dust particles in the air. A hint of surprise flashed in Nantong's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He had already noticed that the opponent's sorcery seemed to be able to counter his desert magic. Therefore, he was always suppressed by his opponent, and his magic seemed somewhat weak and ineffective. He then twirled his staff, causing the sand beneath his feet to rise. Spears formed from sand and dust burst forth from the ground and pierced towards the witch. The Thorn of Saint Sand. Humph, a mere trick. The witch sneered and slammed her staff into the ground. Then, ripples spread across the seawater beneath her feet, followed by a pale blue ripple that spread outwards. Boom! A wave of water rushed in front of the witch, instantly turning the sand spears back into soft sand. It seems that the magic of Holy Egypt is indeed weaker than the sea and witchcraft, old man. The witch stepped forward, and with a flick of her finger, the seawater rose automatically, transforming into a water snake. The water snake writhed and coiled towards Nantong, as if it wanted to devour him alive. Nantong quickly summoned a wall of sand and dust in an attempt to block the water snake's attack. However, the sand and water mixed together, only lingering briefly in midair before being dispersed by the water snake. No, the power of the desert is far too weak here. The sandstorm isn't enough, and summoning it requires extra mana. Most importantly, the opponent's spells are the type that counters yours. Nantong took several steps back, and after regaining his footing, he took a deep breath and raised his staff again. Countless grains of sand gather within me. Bring it on. A blazing sandstorm spread out from him, then swirled and swept towards the witch. The witch raised her staff high, summoning several purplish-red, tentacle-like pillars of energy. The tentacles twisted and turned in the air, quickly rushing towards the sandstorm and becoming entangled with it. The once unstoppable fiery storm gradually subsided under the entanglement of the tentacles, eventually turning into wisps of dust that drifted in the air and fell into the sea. Then, it disappeared. Sweat beaded on Nantong's forehead. He understood that this witch's magic was no ordinary thing. She was at least at the level of a star mage. Nantong's every attack was precisely neutralized by his opponent, as his desert magic was already limited in this humid environment. However, the other party was able to easily resolve the situation time and time again. Come on, let me see your sandstorm technique again. Oh, you haven't already used up all your magic power, have you, old man? The witch's smile held a hint of mockery as she snapped her fingers behind her. Come here quickly and give this old man a good bath. I don't have time to play with him. Some soldiers walked towards Nantong, surrounded by water droplets. They are an alchemical force of water elements. Clearly, this force can also counter the sandstorm force of Nantong. They lined up neatly, marched in unison, and headed straight for Nantong. Nantong quickly retreated and continued to cast sandstorm spells. Holy Desert Hand. A barrier of sand and dust rose before him, causing the ground to tremble. A giant hand formed from the sand and dust rose from the ground, attempting to intercept the alchemical soldiers. However, the soldiers were exceptionally agile. They swung their arms and released high-pressure water jets. In an instant, the giant sand and dust hand completely disappeared. Meanwhile, the soldiers continued to advance step by step towards Nantong. Nantong gritted her teeth, her staff constantly changing the rhythm of her spells. But he knew very well that he had no chance of winning by fighting head-on, and he had to consider other methods. At this moment, Nantong calmed down and quickly scanned his surroundings, realizing that he was on the edge of the shallow sea. Meanwhile, the witch and alchemical soldiers were gradually closing in. He quickly plunged his staff into the ground, and then the sand on the beach began to churn. At the same time, Nantong shouted, made a feint, and quickly approached the witch. The great shifting sands. Upon seeing this, the witch instinctively raised her staff, preparing to face the enemy head-on. At that moment, Nantong suddenly stopped, turned around abruptly, and used all his magic on the beach behind him. A sandstorm erupted, forming a 10-meter-high sand wall that completely obscured the view between the witch and the alchemist soldier. The alchemist soldiers were forced to halt, and the brief chaos disrupted their rhythm of attack. Sand again? How stupid. The witch sneered and began chanting a spell, attempting to break it with her witchcraft. However, on the other side of the sand wall, Nantong had already quietly circled around to her rear. He cast the spell again, causing a wisp of sand to form a sharp blade, which rapidly coalesced behind her. By the time the witch realized something was wrong and turned around abruptly, it was already too late. Damn it! The witch hurriedly raised her staff and summoned a water elemental shield in an attempt to block the impact. However, this time, Nantong's sandstorm spell was more powerful than ever before. Because this was his final, all-out attack. He was almost out of magic power. The water elemental shield absorbed the sand and dust, but it was quickly filled with sand and dust and completely penetrated by it. The witch was stabbed in the abdomen by the sharp blades of sand. She jerked backward, and the sand immediately tore her black robe apart. Finally, she fell into a shallow pool, coughing as she tried to struggle to her feet, but she was too weak to fight anymore. Nantong also exhausted too much magic power from this attack. Her legs went weak, and she knelt on the beach. His breathing became rapid, his chest heaved violently, and the light on his staff gradually dimmed. He looked at the witch lying in the shallows, a weary smile on his lips. At that moment, the 3 holy Egyptian gods fell into the shallow sea, and the resulting waves immediately carried Nantong far away. We are outnumbered. Chapter 115. Lin Ke's last trump card. The 4 Hebrew gods once again joined forces to launch a fierce attack on the 3 gods of the Holy Egyptian Alliance. Storm. Rage. Shadow. It will devour you. Flame. Purify everything. Heavenly vision. Light instrument. Despite the valiant resistance of the feathered serpent god Kukulkan, the goddess of the hunt, and Ramses, the goddess of the hunt was too wounded to withstand the enemy's attack. Therefore, when they faced the combined attack of the 4 gods once again, they immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. The 3 gods of the Holy Egyptian Alliance were immediately overwhelmed by that powerful force. They fell backward into the shallow sea and slid to the edge of the ruins of Atlantis. Despite their best efforts, the situation has gradually deteriorated. I can't hold them off any longer. Quetzalcoatl let out a low growl and flapped his wings, but the light around him seemed to have dimmed considerably. After all, being able to withstand 2 such powerful impacts from divine power is already quite impressive. At this moment, he barely managed to unleash a blade of emerald green divine power in retaliation, attempting to kill the fire god opposite him. But the god of fire merely gave a cold snort, then slammed his flaming warhammer down. The divine blade was melted before it even got close, and thick smoke billowed up. The god of the desert and the Nile also stood up, waving his arms and summoning a sharp golden light, attempting to interfere with the god of thunder's attack. However, the god of thunder waved his hand, and the intense golden light instantly shattered the lightning. Even more remarkably, the lightning struck the god of the desert and the Nile River in reverse. He was knocked back a few steps by the impact again, and even Ramses could clearly sense that his abilities were gradually weakening. They could no longer defeat the Hebrew gods. The goddess of the hunt's voice sounded urgent. Don't force yourself. Their attacks are too frequent and powerful. We need time to recover our divine power. Quetzalcoatl, panting heavily, replied, Time? I no longer have the strength to buy you any more time. The god of the desert and the Nile said in a low voice, If this continues, we will be dragged down by them. No chance of winning. Moreover, with the 3 gods behind them, the battlefield situation in Atlantis became even more urgent. Lin Ke's knights were originally the backbone of the main battlefield, but as the battle continued, the knights began to suffer casualties. Moreover, the enemy's counterattacks are becoming increasingly fierce. Hold the inner city gates and don't let them in. A Mayan warrior shouted, his shield shattered and his armor covered in dust and blood. Hold on. We will definitely win. Another Mayan warrior tried to comfort his comrade beside him, but his own eyes were also filled with unease. Lin Ke, on the other hand, stood on the high ground behind, observing the entire battlefield through the civilization panel. The current situation is not optimistic. On the panel, the knight unit's health is steadily decreasing. In fact, casualties have already begun to occur. Moreover, all 4 gates of Atlantis had been breached, and the Hebrew army was pouring in. If it weren't for the allied forces of Holy Egypt coming to the rescue, Atlantis would have already been destroyed. The Hebrew army was too large. He turned to a Mayan warrior and said, "You lead the remaining troops to cut in from the outside and draw some of the enemy's attention." The Mayan warrior immediately led the remaining allied forces out. Leave it to the Mayan warriors, Holy Pharaoh of Holy Egypt. The disadvantage in the inner city was irreversible, and the gods of Holy Egypt were also unable to withstand the attack of the opposing gods. Moreover, an even worse situation has emerged. The Hebrew chariot of fire appeared at the west gate. Those flame chariots were steel monsters burning with flames. They could even withstand the powerful blows of the Amazon warriors. The fire chariots quickly broke through a defensive line and destroyed a section of the city wall. A soldier from the Atlantean garrison cried out in alarm, his voice filled with fear. "Their fire chariots are here again. But we no longer have the equipment to destroy those fire chariots." At that moment, an Atlantean officer ran up to Lin Ke, panting, and said, "Your Majesty, the Holy Pharaoh. The inner city can't hold out any longer. The Hebrew fire chariots are right outside the city gates. We don't have enough manpower to stop them. We appreciate your support, but we are all ready." The other side's voice trembled more and more. They were now prepared to die here. If we lose this battle, the future of Holy Egypt, Maya, and Amazon will be no different from that of Atlantis. Just lead your warriors to continue the defense, and don't worry about anything else. The officer nodded and left, and Lin Ke knew that even this would only slightly alleviate the current predicament. Because the collapse of the inner city's defenses is only a matter of time. In the distance, the attack by the 3 Hebrew gods continued. The god of fire stepped forward and unleashed his flames once more. In an instant, the sand wall released by the god of the desert and the Nile collapsed, and sand waves scattered in all directions. The god of thunder unleashed his lightning like a waterfall, which even the star arrow, fired with all its might by the goddess of the hunt, could not stop. The other 2 gods continued to suppress Quetzalcoatl. At this moment, the goddess of the hunt gasped for breath and said, "We can't hold on much longer." Quetzalcoatl, panting heavily, asked, "But where can we retreat to? Half of Atlantis' inner city has already been breached. If we retreat, Atlantis and our allies will be finished." The god of the desert and the Nile nodded. "Even if it means death, we must not retreat. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh is still in the city." At this moment, a rainforest priest beside Lin Ke looked at him and slowly asked, "Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh of Holy Egypt, how much longer can we hold out?" But Lin Ke remained calm. "I probably can't hold on for much longer. All the city gates have been breached. Look, even the place where we landed is now full of enemies." Lin Ke pointed to the distance, where one of the city gates they used to enter Atlantis was located. There are now witches, golems, and many other monsters that look neither human nor ghost. It is clear that the main Hebrew force has launched its final offensive. The inner city of Atlantis was ablaze with flames, as if it could fall at any moment. "We can't hold out. Concentrate all forces around His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Hurry, hurry." The soldiers of Holy Egypt began to retreat, and Lin Ke realized that the situation had reached a point of no return. "So, I really have to use that power?" He hadn't originally intended to use this guy's power. After all, no one had ever seen the guy's true strength. Lin Ke turned her head and looked at the demon apostle not far behind her. He was grinning, revealing rows of sharp teeth. "Demon apostle, obey my command. Summon Baphomet demon." Chapter 116, The Name of the Abyss, The Breath of Chaos. As soon as Lin Ke finished speaking, the demon apostle's face revealed an even more ferocious expression. His mouth stretched even wider, taking up most of his face. Then his eyes glowed red, followed by a series of eerie and terrifying laughs. It was called laughter, but no one knew what those sounds actually represented. Those around the apostle could only perceive something that could be barely called joy. His laughter grew louder and louder, attracting the attention of many soldiers around him. The Mayan priest's eyes widened at the sound, and they involuntarily took a few steps back, their eyes filled with fear. What is it trying to do? Even some of the Atlantean soldiers couldn't help but look towards the demon apostle. They frowned and whispered among themselves, "What is that thing? It looks like a demon. Where did he come from? Could he be an enemy mage? What kind of magician is this? He was brought by the Holy Pharaoh of Holy Egypt, so he shouldn't be an enemy, right?" The Atlantean soldiers looked at Lin Ke, then at the terrifying apostle, and were momentarily at a loss for what to do. Because the apostle was completely out of place with the style of the place, and seemed to come from another world entirely. Just then, a huge pentagram suddenly appeared beneath the demon apostle's feet, and an eerie red light immediately flashed within the array. In the name of the abyss, with the breath of chaos, I call your name, Baphomet, King of Hell. Your flesh and blood are forged from lava, and your soul is born of darkness. With my blood as the catalyst, with my soul as the sacrifice, I will break the seal and descend into this world. The five-pointed star array burns away the mortal world, and the black energy surges, devouring the light. Destruction is your will. In the name of the demon apostle, I command you to appear and trample this world. Baphomet, answer my call. With your power, crush all obstacles. At the same time, his physical body began to boil, and the surrounding dust and seawater began to float upwards from the ground, as if they had lost gravity, and gradually floated upwards. More and more black stripes appeared on his body, as if the sealed talisman was gradually breaking down. Then his body was enveloped in a lava-like light, and black mist emanated from the pentagram array beneath his feet. The black mist spread out as if it were a tangible substance, turning the surrounding air into a deep, inky black. What is he doing? He just said demon, didn't he? You heard me. Holy Pharaoh. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Please, use your magicians to stop him. The magician these Mayan priests referred to was Master Heka, who was by Lin Ke's side. But Lin Ke simply gave them a kind smile, and then said four words briefly and slowly. It is a friend. The Mayan priests' faces were filled with both fear and confusion. It? Friend. At the same time, an even larger pentagram appeared in the sea not far away. The seawater there began to boil, steam rose, and the seawater gradually floated upwards, as if drawn by some powerful force. Lava and black mist continuously emerged from the pentagram array, making the entire sea area seem like an entrance to hell. Such a powerful aura of fell energy. At that moment, all the gods of Hebrew and Holy Egypt sensed a powerful demonic aura. The evil aura was filled with the powerful strength of a demon, forcing the gods to stop and turn their attention to it. They looked in the direction where the giant pentagram had appeared, and even Quetzalcoatl looked puzzled. What kind of power is this, that it is so strong? The god of flames murmured softly as the flames that had just gathered in his hands slowly disappeared. How could such an evil creature, with the aura of a demon, possibly cross hell and appear in this world? In the eyes of the god of thunder, the light of lightning flickered slightly. Even Ramses stopped what he was doing, but he glanced at the pentagram array and then cast his gaze toward the inner city of Atlantis. He sensed that there was some indescribable connection between the demon and his elder brother. It resembles a contract, yet it doesn't quite. Eldest brother, god of the desert and the Nile, beware. The goddess of the hunt knelt down to remind Ramses that she too sensed a terrifying power rising within the pentagram array. Moreover, they could sense that the power was far beyond their imagination. It has even surpassed the power of a supreme god. Just then, the witch's branch leader sat up weakly in the shallows. Although her body was weak, her eyes were filled with a fanatical light. When she saw the pentagram array appear, the expression on her face was no different from that of a mortal seeing a god. Dominate. This is the aura of a ruler. There's no mistake. She shouted excitedly, her voice trembling more and more, and she had even lost the arrogant demeanor she had as the strongest witch. So that's it. A powerful aura. Could it be that the sovereign is about to descend in his true form? Huh. She forced herself to stand up, her eyes fixed on the pentagram array in the distance. Lava and black mist continued to emerge from the formation, foreshadowing the impending doomsday. At that moment, she saw Nantong stand up in the shallows in the distance. Then, she shouted madly in the direction of Nantong. Open your eyes and take a good look, you stinking old man from Holy Egypt. Before you die, enjoy the true form of the ruler of the Witchcraft Guild. This is the difference between the Witchcraft Guild and you. What gods, what star mages? Tremble before the absolute and overwhelming power of the sovereign. The Witch Guild leader shouted towards Nantong in the distance, her voice filled with madness and triumph. Holy Egypt, Maya, Atlantis, and Amazon will all be completely wiped off this continent today. The Hebrew Empire will dominate this continent with the help of the sovereign. No, it will dominate the entire world. Her voice echoed throughout the battlefield, and everyone heard her words. The Hebrew soldiers were shocked and exclaimed, "So this is the ruler of the witchcraft society? The power of the ruler is actually above that of the gods." Despair was on the faces of Atlantis and everyone except Holy Egypt. They knew very well that they were now struggling to even resist the Hebrew army, let alone that the gods of Holy Egypt were at a disadvantage. Now another demon has appeared. There's absolutely no way we can win. No. Some Atlantean soldiers knelt on the ground, clutching their hair tightly with their hands. What should we do to get a return on our investment? Atlantis, Holy Egypt, everyone will die. Just as everyone was watching the lava in the pentagram array become increasingly violent, Lin Ke slowly walked towards the highest point of the Atlantis palace. His figure appeared exceptionally tall against the backdrop of lava and black mist. As he passed through the palace, he cast a kind smile at Arthas, the king of Atlantis, who looked utterly despairing beside him. Arthas looked at Lin Ke's expression, his face showing a hint of fear, and he muttered to himself, "Why can he still laugh?" Lin Ke arrived at the highest point of the Atlantis palace and opened her arms. His voice boomed like thunder across the heavens. "My ally, Baphomet the demon, reveal yourself." As he finished speaking, the pentagram array on the sea burst forth with dazzling light. Lava erupted, and a violent black cloud blotted out the sun, instantly swallowing the entire sky in darkness. A huge, dark figure slowly rose from the pentagram array. Its body was as tall as a mountain, with huge ram horns on its head and hellfire burning in its eyes. Roar. Chapter 117. Lord, why did you betray me? Where the shadows linger, lies a paradise of destruction. Baphomet the demon has appeared. Its body was as tall as a mountain, and its terrifying features human head, ram's horns, and hermaphroditism were magnified thousands of times. Its head resembles that of a human, but its eyes burn with raging flames. The enormous ram's horns curved upwards, their tips gleaming with a black light. Its body possesses both male and female characteristics, with bulging muscles, yet it also carries a strange kind of beauty, as if mocking the physical rules that the Creator set for the human body. What's most terrifying is when it spreads its wings. It blotted out the sky and blocked out the sun. Its wings emitted black, turbid vapors, but even a slight flap could stir up a gale. The powerful winds even made it difficult for the Atlantean soldiers on the inner city walls to stand firm. They unconsciously took a few steps back. My God, what kind of monster is this? This is a demon. This is a real demon. A soldier from Atlantis cried out in terror, his voice filled with despair. He didn't even dare to look directly at the Baphomet demon, as if glancing at it would instantly devour his soul. Look at the clouds in the sky. Another soldier said, his voice trembling, his weapon nearly falling to the ground. The dark clouds in the sky began to swirl like a spiral, and torrential rain and storms had even formed in the distant sea. Just one glance is enough to make you feel that the world has already fallen apart. The Hebrew soldiers were also shocked. Is this the ruler? A Hebrew magician murmured to himself, utterly stunned. The witch's magistrate stood on the shallows, his eyes gleaming with fanaticism. She raised her hands high, her voice filled with madness. Do you see this? This is the ruler of the witchcraft guild. Baphomet the demon. It will destroy everything and bring final victory to the Hebrew Empire. But the Hebrew soldiers who heard this only glanced at the witch, and then at a person at the highest point of Atlantis. Did you hear that just now? It sounded like the holy pharaoh of Egypt said something. Yes, I think I heard him say something about showing up or something. What does that mean? The Hebrew soldiers began to speak one after another, while the witch simply raised her voice further. The pharaoh of Holy Egypt? He's begging for mercy from the sovereign. That's the most powerful demon in our witchcraft guild. Our ruler. Just then, Baphomet slowly lowered his head, his gaze sweeping over everyone on the battlefield. Finally, he set his gaze on the direction where the Hebrew army was located. Its voice, like thunder, resounded through the sky, carrying an irresistible majesty and terror. Ah, you lowly ants, I smell your fear. Your souls belong to me. Its sound filled everyone's hearts with fear and despair. The Atlantean soldiers poked their heads out, only daring to glance at the demon's figure before immediately pulling their heads back in. The devil has spoken. But did you hear what Elder Saint Fa said just now? He seemed to be saying that this demon was his ally. I heard it too, but could we have misheard? Yes, how could such a powerful demon be an ally of the Holy Pharaoh? Their god is the god of the desert and the Nile. On the other side, the Hebrew gods who had heard Baphomet's words also stopped their attack, and they looked at Baphomet with solemn eyes. They could sense that the demon's power far exceeded their imagination. Demon, I command you, in my capacity as the chief god of the Hebrews, to immediately slay those 3 gods. Upon hearing the words of the chief god, the demon Baphomet turned his gaze to Ramses and Quetzalcoatl. The feathered serpent god was ready to retaliate. It opened its maw, gathering emerald green divine energy. As for the goddess of the hunt, she simply looked at the enormous body of the Baphomet demon and then slowly drew her divine bow. Ramses remained motionless, his gaze fixed on where Lin Ke was. He had just clearly heard Lin Ke's words. Elder brother, have you made a pact with the demon? But would a powerful demon obey your commands? He murmured softly, his eyes flashing with golden light. In Ramses' view, a demon with such great power would not obey anyone's orders or commands. His sole purpose is to devour the souls of all living beings. For a fleeting moment, even the omniscient and omnipotent Ramses felt doubt. The eldest brother, having made a pact with such a demon, should have been able to see prophetic signs of retribution. But the eldest brother's path ahead was clearly unobstructed, with no sign of impending danger whatsoever. So he simply looked at Lin Ke at the highest point of Atlantis, and he was ready. He was ready to immediately shield Link with his body the moment Baphomet attacked. At this moment, Lin Ke stood at the highest point of the Atlantis palace, his eyes fixed on the Baphomet demon. He watched as the place where the Baphomet demon appeared was swallowed by lava, and everything withered in the places he walked. That is the terrifying power of a demon. Simply by walking, it can plunge this land into decay and disaster. That's right. No one knows the true power of Baphomet the demon. It was precisely because of the fear of the unknown effects he might cause that Link originally did not intend to use the power of the demon apostle. But now we've reached a life or death moment, a moment when we must use this trump card. He originally intended to rely solely on the strength of the Holy Egyptian Alliance to drive out the Hebrews, but unexpectedly, the opposing witches were able to use witchcraft to severely injure the gods. Moreover, once they fall into a disadvantageous position, the situation on the battlefield will immediately become one-sided, making it difficult for the Holy Egyptian Alliance to resist the Hebrew offensive. But everything will change after the appearance of Baphomet. Just as he had guessed, this ancient demon possessed power surpassing that of a supreme god. Baphomet, you demon, obey my command. Show your strength. Lin Ke's words immediately caused the Baphomet demon to let out a deafening roar, his voice filled with an aura of destruction and chaos. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? The holy pharaoh of Holy Egypt is commanding that enormous demon. A witch? What's going on? Isn't it the ruler of the witchcraft guild? Baphomet's wings flapped suddenly, and a black storm swept in. The demonic power, a symbol of death and decay, instantly withered the lush green trees on the shore. It plunged its hands deep into the ground, and a ditch immediately appeared in the land within dozens of miles in front of it. The entire Hebrew army fell into it. Tremble in hell. Your souls belong to me. Baphomet's voice resounded like thunder across the sky. Lord, 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 Lord. The witch stared blankly at everything before her, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 1:18 Hell descends. Humble, weak ants. How dare you oppose Holy Egypt? Die. Baphomet's voice resounded like thunder across the sky. He used demonic power to conjure a pair of magical blades, then raised them high. Immediately, a profound dark energy condensed at the tip of the blade, enveloping his arms. The bisexual organs on Baphomet's body also tumbled and swung, a sight that turned the faces of both sides of the soldiers deathly pale. They simply stared in horror. No words could describe the horrific scene they were witnessing. With a low growl from the demon Baphomet, he swung his magical twin blades down, unleashing a devastating energy wave like a tsunami. Soul-devouring impact. With the deep roar of the Baphomet demon, the land cracked under its power, and huge fissures spread out like a spider web, with bottomless ravines swallowing up countless soldiers and chariots. Even seawater overflowing couldn't fill the ditch. The battlefield instantly turned into shattered ruins, with dust and rubble being swept into the air, forming a torrential downpour of debris that blotted out the sun. Molten lava gushed from the crack, burning everything around it to ashes, and even the earth let out a mournful howl. The sea boiled under its demonic power, and the seawater was pulled and torn apart by an invisible force, forming whirlpools of varying sizes in the sky. The waves, carrying a dark aura, roared like angry beasts, creating walls of water tens of meters high that sent the Hebrew cavalry, who were attacking Atlantis, flying into the sky. The seawater was instantly stained deep red, and the blood, lava, seawater, and ruins mixed together, emitting a strange and unpleasant smell. As for humans, they are as vulnerable as ants under its attack. The Hebrew magicians were instantly reduced to wisps of smoke upon contact with the energy wave, not even having time to scream. The Atlantean soldiers were blown away by the gale, their bodies torn to pieces in midair, blood and limbs scattered all over the ground. Even the knights clad in heavy armor were reduced to charcoal by the scorching lava, their armor melting into molten iron and merging with the earth. The power of the Baphomet demon was so great that it was completely unable to attend to the Atlantean allies who were not far away. They even caused them casualties. Even so, no one dared to blame the demon or the holy pharaoh, for its power was terrifying. Even the sky was distorted by its power. The dark clouds were torn apart, revealing a blood-red firmament. The Baphomet demon has turned this place into a true hell. Black lightning bolts streaked through the clouds, and the air was thick with the smell of sulfur and burning. If you don't keep your distance from the Baphomet demon, you can't even breathe. The once bright sunlight was completely blocked, and the whole world is now plunged into eternal darkness. The Hebrew soldiers dropped their weapons and began to retreat. How could we possibly win? How could we possibly win? That's the true form of the demon. As for the warriors of Atlantis, they stood frozen in place, their eyes still filled with fear and helplessness, even though the demons were on their side. Is this the power of the demon? The world seems to be on the verge of destruction. On the side closer to the inner city of Atlantis, a Hebrew commander said, trembling, "How could we possibly defeat such a monster?" Baphomet stood in the center of the battlefield, his black wings slowly flapping, stirring up gusts of wind. Its gaze swept quickly across the battlefield, a mocking smile appearing on its lips. That was mocking these ant-like mortals. The Hebrew leader stood on a high place, first frowning deeply, then clenching his teeth. He knew that facing such a powerful enemy, he had to concentrate all his strength to deal with it. Do not be afraid, warriors. Behind you stands the great and sacred army of the Hebrew Empire. Behind you are 12 gods. We will never be defeated here. Take up your weapons and stand tall. All troops, heed my command. Attack this demon. The commander-in-chief tugged hard on the reins, and his warhorse raised its forelegs, letting out a deafening neigh. Yes, we still have 12 gods. Kill this demon, Prepare the spells. Prepare the wind and fire elements. Water and earth elements, prepare. Golem, prepare for the impact. Although the Hebrew soldiers were filled with fear, they quickly assembled under the command of their commander and launched a fierce attack on the demon Baphomet. Flame chariots, mages, archer-saw forces were mobilized in an attempt to stop this terrible demon. Demon, you will not succeed. At the same time, the four Hebrew gods, the god of fire, the god of thunder, the god of darkness, and the god of heaven also joined forces to try to stop the attack of Baphomet. Their powers intertwined in the air, forming a massive divine energy that collided with the devastating attack of the Baphomet demon. This demon is too powerful. The god of flames murmured. His flames were no match for the opponent's hellfire. We must join forces to stop it. The god of thunder roared, and then unleashed several more bolts of lightning. However, Baphomet simply roared, and countless meteors rained down from the sky. Then, it swung its magical twin blades, unleashing a powerful shockwave. The four gods were forced back several steps. They had expended a lot of their divine power in the previous battle, and now seemed somewhat powerless. Meanwhile, the gods of Holy Egypt were also divided. Kukulkan, the feathered serpent god, stood on a high place, his gaze fixed solemnly on the demon Baphomet. He said, "Victory achieved by using the power of demons is devoid of glory, no matter how successful it may be. This is an insult to the mother of the jungle's reputation. I cannot fight alongside such a demon." The goddess of the hunt stood aside, watching the Hebrews being consumed by flames, feeling only satisfaction. She simply said coldly, "As long as you can win the battle, even a demon can be a powerful ally. The enemy slaughtered our people for victory, and they should be punished in the same way. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." Ramses stood between the two, unconcerned about the demon. He simply looked at Lin Ke, watching the holy pharaoh calmly gazing at the hellish scene before him. I believe in His Majesty the holy pharaoh's decision. He must have had his reasons for summoning the demon Baphomet. I will obey his will and eradicate all that defies his will. The feathered serpent god and the goddess of the hunt looked somewhat surprised when they heard Ramses's words. They never expected that this deity would care so much about the holy pharaoh's opinion. You actually trust a mere mortal so much? Quetzalcoatl asked in a low voice, his slightly rough face furrowing. Ramses simply nodded, seemingly unconcerned about their opinions. The goddess of the hunt lowered her divine bow and slowly nodded. I am willing to join the battlefield and fight alongside the demon Baphomet. Ramses declared, I will also join the battle. The Hebrew invaders must be driven out of this land. Quetzalcoatl looked at the two of them, only baring his fangs and letting out a roar. He sighed and turned his head to the other side. I'll be responsible for protecting the rear. Quetzalcoatl would never associate with demons. The three gods reached an agreement and then joined the battle. Chapter 119 witnessed the true power of the devil. Baphomet raised his magical twin blades, spread his wings, and soared into the sky. He was in the dark sky, in that place where hellfire blazed. You pathetic bastards who call yourselves gods. Let me show you the true power of a demon. As soon as Baphomet finished speaking, a devastating energy wave crashed down from the sky. Blade of demonic flame. Chaos, judgment. At the same time, the figure of Baphomet appeared from high above, his wings ablaze with flames, and his magical blades enveloped in a deep red light. We must stop this demon's attack. The four Hebrew gods stepped back and began to gather their divine power. Lightning. Thunderclap of 1,000 thunderbolts. Flame. Divine fire. Divine shadow. Dark night strike. Heavens above. A divine gift. The collision of divine and demonic power generated immense energy that instantly vaporized the seawater in the shallow area. The resulting shockwave overturned both armies, and various colored light patterns flashed across the sky. Boom! Baphomet flapped its wings, leaped backward, and landed steadily on the ground, then let out a soft hum. The four Hebrew gods were so shaken that they nearly lost their balance. It took four gods to contend with them. The Hebrew soldiers were awestruck by the sight of the earth splitting apart. At this moment, their fighting spirit had largely subsided. After all, if even the four gods could not defeat their opponent, then their attacks would seem even more insignificant. We must vanquish this demon here. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire, and countless lives will be lost. As the heavenly god spoke, he forced himself to launch another attack. The sword of sacred flame. The god of fire summoned a long sword and launched an attack. The thunder god's spear unleashed a torrent of lightning, aimed directly at the Baphomet demon. Lightning crackled and popped as it crisscrossed the sky, forming a giant electric grid. However, Baphomet simply smiled coldly at these attacks. The black wings suddenly flapped, stirring up a gust of wind that scattered the lightning and flames. The gale whipped up dust and gravel, creating a sandstorm that blotted out the sky. The sand grains clattered against the soldier's armor. At this moment, the dark energy of the god of darkness surged forth like a tidal wave, attempting to devour the Baphomet demon. However, the demon Baphomet swung his magical twin blades, and the destructive energy wave instantly shattered the dark energy. The dark energy dissipated in the air with a hissing sound before disappearing completely. Drink it. The heavenly god then waved his arm, unleashing his powerful divine strength, which distorted both visible and invisible light. At first glance, it seems as if space itself has been torn apart. However, Baphomet simply roared and withstood the divine power. Then, all sorts of strange runes rose up on his dark skin. The runes were flashing red, signaling to the opponent that this level of attack was insufficient to defeat it. How is this possible? The god of fire roared, his voice filled with disbelief. He actually managed to block the full force of Ami no Sugoi's attack. The god of thunder unconsciously took 2 steps back, his voice trembling slightly. What are those runes? The god of darkness was puzzled. Demon, the heavenly god roared, and the hair on his head stood up to the sky. At this moment, the goddess of the hunt and Ramses quickly arrived beside the demon Baphomet. That made their figures stand out conspicuously on the chaotic battlefield. After all, no one dared to approach the demon. The goddess of the hunt draws her longbow to its fullest extent, while Ramses' golden spear embodies the power of the desert and golden light. They came to the side of Baphomet, attempting for the first time to fight alongside it. Baphomet the demon, we're here to help you. The goddess of the hunt shouted, her voice urgent. Baphomet turned his head, his eyes, burning with hellfire, coldly sweeping over them. Then, a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Help me. The devil doesn't need anyone's help. I will not care about anything except the orders of the holy pharaoh. If you are affected by my power and get injured or killed, it is your own fault. Having said that, it ignored the goddess of the hunt and Ramses and continued to wield its magical twin blades. Ignoring the four gods, he launched another devastating attack on the Hebrew army. Stop, you demon! The four Hebrew gods launched another attack. However, the Baphomet demon ignored these attacks and chose to withstand them. More red runes appeared on its black skin, but no one knew what those runes represented. When Ramses and the goddess of the hunt saw this, they immediately exchanged a glance. They realized that the Baphomet demon not only possessed devastating power, but was also incredibly resilient. It's like a shield. Goddess of the hunt, seize the opportunity. Ramses said in a low voice, already prepared to attack. The goddess of the hunt nodded and drew her divine bow to its fullest extent. Ramses' golden light pierced the sky, pointing directly at the god of fire, while the goddess of the hunt's arrows shot towards the same target like meteors. The god of fire dodged the arrows of the goddess of the hunt, but Ramses' golden light was too fast and pierced his shoulder directly. The god of fire let out a painful roar, staggering backward as scorching flames gushed from his wounds. How dare you hurt me? The god of fire roared and knelt on the ground. Baphomet's devastating attack forced the Hebrew army into a series of defeats, while Ramses and the goddess of the hunt also put the Hebrew gods on the defensive. Just then, the branch leader of the witches' guild stood on the shallows, already aware of the dominator's intentions. Ah, I see. The Lord wants to destroy the Hebrews. He wants their souls. When she saw Baphomet helping Holy Egypt, she immediately had a sudden realization. It turns out that everything was part of the Lord's plan to obtain more human souls. She made a swift decision and shouted, "All members of the Witchcraft Society, heed my command. Help the Lord defeat the Hebrews." Her voice echoed throughout the battlefield, and members of the Witchcraft Society responded in droves. They turned their attention to the Hebrew army and launched a fierce attack. Dark magic, curses, summoning spells, all powers were mobilized. The situation on the battlefield reversed instantly. The Hebrew army suffered repeated defeats under the combined attack of Baphomet, the gods of Holy Egypt, and the sorcerer's cult. Not only that, the Baphomet demon continued its charge forward. He withstood the attacks of the other three Hebrew gods and arrived before the god of fire. Die! Buzz! The magical twin blades pierced through the chest of the god of fire in an instant. Chapter 120 The Sea of Souls Lament. 1 minute ago, Baphomet's magical twin blades gleamed with destructive light. It leaped up suddenly, its black wings unfurling, and charged towards the god of fire like a black lightning bolt. The god of fire tried to resist with blazing flames, but the power of Baphomet was simply unstoppable. The magical twin blades pierced directly through the body of the god of fire, and scorching flames erupted from the wound, instantly igniting the earth. No! The god of flames let out a shrill scream, and his figure began to shrink at a visible speed. Roar! Baphomet roared, and with a sudden burst of strength, he tore the god of fire in two, as if tearing apart a burning tree. The blazing flames scattered in the air, and the body of the god of fire turned to ashes, drifting away with the wind. In an instant, the battlefield seemed to fall completely calm. That's because everyone was shocked by the horrific scene. The Hebrew soldiers stared wide-eyed, their weapons nearly falling to the ground. Their faces contorted in agony, a mixture of extreme fear and terror. There is also the despair that arises from powerlessness. How is this possible? The god of fire? He's been torn apart. The god of fire has fallen. The Hebrews have lost a god. Several Hebrew soldiers spoke, their voices trembling with despair. Even the gods have fallen. How could we possibly defeat such a monster? Another soldier muttered under his breath, his expression blank. The soldiers of Atlantis stood motionless on the city walls, showing no joy at the death of the god of fire. Although they hated the Hebrew gods, they couldn't help but feel a chill when they saw the gods being so cruelly killed by demons. Demon. The world will be destroyed. A soldier from Atlantis said in a low voice. Unable to tell whether it was the earth trembling or his voice that was trembling, he said. Will the demon betray the holy pharaoh? This is terrible, absolutely terrible. The other soldier dared not look any longer, leaned against the city wall, and his legs gave way, so he sat down on the ground. The Hebrew leader stood on high, and for the first time he felt the emotion that could be called helplessness. The difference between a demon and a god is not just a tiny bit. His fists clenched tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, and blood trickling down between his fingers. Then, he fiercely raised the reins and shouted, "The god of fire has been defeated. All troops, retreat immediately." He knew very well that if he stayed here any longer, all the troops might die. Before leaving, he glanced at the highest point of Atlantis. If looks could kill, Lin Ke's flesh might have been completely ripped off right now. On the other side, the Amazonian warriors saw this scene and stopped what they were doing. What a terrible battle. Their strength is on a completely different level. Two Amazonian warriors said they believed it was a brutal battle with a huge disparity in strength. No matter what method we use, as long as we can defeat the Hebrews, it's all worth it. The other female warrior raised her weapon, her eyes gleaming with a wild light. The Mayan warriors reacted very differently. At this moment, they were even more afraid of the demon than of the pharaoh of Holy Egypt. The Holy Pharaoh has actually summoned such an evil power. The news of the god's death will spread far and wide, and the name of the Maya may also be affected. The Mayan rainforest priests murmured under their breath, and they even began to question the decision to ally with Holy Egypt. Lin Ke stood on high ground, his gaze fixed on the Baphomet demon. Although his expression remained calm, his mind was racing. The fall of the god of fire could completely reverse the situation on the battlefield, but he also realized that things were now far beyond his control. Because defeating a god, beating a god, and killing a god are completely different things. The death of the god of fire would be a fatal blow to the faith of some Hebrews. Just as the Egyptian people witnessed the death of Ra, it would lead to extremely terrible and horrific consequences. That symbolizes the collapse of the kingdom's faith from its core, with the people becoming a scattered mess. Although the god of fire cannot be compared to Ra, the consequences he causes will be very serious. Moreover, this news may spread far and wide. Examples include the pharaoh of Holy Egypt summoning demons to kill the god of fire. Meanwhile, the Hebrew leader retreated to a high place, watching the ashes of the god of fire scatter in the wind, his heart filled with anger and helplessness. The tide has turned, the tide has turned. The commander-in-chief spoke with grief and indignation. Then he drew his sword and cut off one of his fingers. Commander-in-chief. The soldiers around him immediately surrounded him and knelt down. I will never forget the shame of today. I will repay the pharaohs of Holy Egypt hundreds and thousands of times more. Continue, withdraw the troops. However, on the battlefield, the Baphomet demon showed no sign of stopping. It continued to flap its black wings, stirring up gusts of wind. You have nowhere to escape. All souls belong to me. Its voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. Upon hearing it, the Hebrew soldiers ran for their lives, but to no avail. Baphomet's magical twin blades gleamed with destructive light as it leaped up and charged toward the retreating Hebrew soldiers. Every swing of the twin blades takes the lives of hundreds, or even thousands, of soldiers. The soldiers' bodies were torn apart, and blood and limbs were scattered all over the ground. However, this is not the worst part. The Baphomet demon unleashed a devastating energy wave, tearing the soldiers' souls from their bodies. The souls twisted in the air, emitting shrill screams, before being absorbed into the Baphomet demon's body. Ha ha ha, more souls, more power. Baphomet's voice was filled with madness and greed. As it absorbs more and more souls, its power grows stronger and stronger. The runes on its skin shimmered with an increasingly deep red light, and its body grew even larger. He began to swirl the surrounding enemies into the air, continuing to devour their souls. Lin Ke frowned slightly upon seeing this. He knew that the effects of the Baphomet demon were now beginning to exceed his control. If this continues, the situation will completely spiral out of control. Cease the attack, Baphomet demon. Lin Ke called out loudly. However, the Baphomet demon seemed not to hear, continuing to devour the soldiers' souls. Cease the attack, Baphomet demon. There was no response. It continued. Soul. More. Chapter 121 The Curtain of the End. More souls. Lin Ke stood on high ground, his gaze fixed on the Baphomet demon. Why didn't he stop attacking? I had clearly given it the command to stop attacking, but it continued to attack. Could it be that this demon has gone out of control? Baphomet demon, cease your attack. Lin Ke continued to raise his voice, but the Baphomet demon showed no sign of stopping. He simply continued to extract the souls of the Hebrew soldiers and then absorb them into his body. The souls of the Hebrew soldiers wailed and writhed, unable to stop themselves from flying toward the demons no matter what they did. The scenes of hell have been recreated on earth. Moreover, after devouring souls, the Baphomet demon's body became even larger, now almost twice the size of Ramses. The glowing runes on its body began to crack, and everything seemed to be telling Lin Ke that the demon was indeed heading in a direction out of control. We must find a way to stop it. Lin Ke's mind raced as he recalled the day his relationship with the demon city became friendly and the demon apostle. At the same time, the feathered serpent god Kukulkan flew to Lin Ke's side, folding his wings to avoid accidentally blowing Lin Ke away. He opened his mouth, and the mere sound he uttered caused Lin Ke's robes to tremble violently. The holy pharaoh of holy Egypt. You must stop the demon's attack immediately. Such a brutal act of slaughter is no different from that of our enemies. We will not side with God-killers, nor will we help those who wreak havoc on living beings. I will lead my people away from this land of calamity. Farewell, holy pharaoh of holy Egypt. Lin Ke nodded, and then he saw on the civilization panel that his relationship with the Mayan kingdom had changed from friendly to neutral. Clearly, the slaying of gods and the brutality of demons in this battle have damaged the reputation of holy Egypt. Soon, all kingdoms and empires will know that holy Egypt can summon powerful demons. Moreover, the demon not only devoured the souls of tens of thousands of soldiers, but also turned half of the capital city of Atlantis into an apocalyptic landscape. They came here to provide support, but if things continue like this, even the relationship between Atlantis and holy Egypt might be affected. For these reasons, holy Egypt would also be ostracized by more kingdoms and empires, and even become a target of enmity. This is the price of using demonic power. Of course, Lin Ke had already prepared for this. The current situation can only be described as somewhat bad, but it is by no means the worst possible situation. If we can stop the demons, we can stop the damage immediately. At this moment, Lin Ke's eyes lit up, and he immediately connected the scattered scenes in his memory. Could it be? So he tried again to order the Baphomet demon to stop attacking. Baphomet demon, cease your attack. This time, he began to observe the other person's eyes. He saw that Baphomet glanced at him coldly the moment he spoke, a slight mocking smile even appearing on his lips. The movement was subtle and swift. Unless one watched closely, it would be difficult to detect the changes in expression on that enormous demonic face. So he started trying another instruction. Baphomet demon, attack the god of darkness. Baphomet responded immediately, flapping its wings violently and creating gusts of wind. It responded to Lin Ke's command again, and this time, its expression showed no unusual behavior. Just as I expected. It seems that because of the characteristics of this powerful demon, if Lin Ke does not give the order to attack, it will take the opportunity to absorb human souls. When Lin Ke gave the order to attack, it simply obeyed and unleashed those powerful demonic spells. It is obvious that once the Baphomet demon is summoned, it cannot stop attacking. If the Hebrew soldiers were all slaughtered, no one knew what the demon would do next. Lin Ke had no intention of actually verifying this. On the contrary, he wanted to avoid this situation from occurring as much as possible. This was to prevent a situation where all the Hebrew soldiers were killed. He suddenly leaped up and charged toward the god of darkness. The magical twin blades gleamed with a destructive light, pointing directly at the chest of the god of darkness. The demon is here. The remaining three gods knew very well that they were no match for Baphomet, but they had to do their best to resist, otherwise another god would be killed by him. Meanwhile, Ramses and the goddess of the hunt also ceased their attack. They did not follow the demon in pursuit. They arrived beside Lin Ke and just then saw the Mayan feathered serpent god Kukulkan soaring through the sky with his people. They left already? My divine power is draining away, perhaps The goddess of the hunt simply spoke to herself and then bowed slightly. Then, the goddess of the hunt transformed into starlight, while Marasia was enveloped in emerald light, situated at the very core of the starlight. She collapsed to the ground as soon as she appeared. Take Marasia to a safe place. As Lin Ke was speaking, the soldiers then took Marasia away. Meanwhile, Lin Ke had also left the highest point of the Atlantis palace and was heading in the direction of the demon apostles. Apostles are a kind of vessel for summoning demons. Lin Ke believes that if he wants to stop Baphomet, he must first get clues from the apostles. When Lin Ke got closer and looked at him carefully, he found that the apostles' appearance had completely changed. That body, once covered in evil runes, is now being eroded by flames. The demon apostle's body burst into black flames, which relentlessly devoured his flesh and blood. The demon apostle's skin had completely disappeared, leaving only flesh and blood attached to the bones. The remaining flesh and blood gradually melted in the flames. If this continued, his flesh and blood would be completely devoured. Lin Ke frowned slightly. He looked at the Baphomet demon in the distance, and then at the demon apostle in front of him. With each bit of flesh and blood that dissipated from the demon apostle, the runes on the Baphomet demon grew increasingly crimson, even cracking apart. He realized that there seemed to be some connection between the demon apostle's body and the power of the Baphomet demon. Just then, the Hebrew gods attacked Baphomet again, but Baphomet did not block them. Instead, he continued to withstand their attacks. Then, he continued to wield his double blades forward. Lin Ke discovered that after the Baphomet demon withstood those attacks, some of the runes on its body cracked again. At the same time, the flesh and blood on the demon apostle made a crackling sound as parts of it disappeared. Chapter 122 Apostles and Demons. The flesh and blood on the demon apostle began to boil violently. Each time Baphomet is injured by an enemy god, the flesh and blood on its apostle disappear even more rapidly. Zzz. Moreover, the sounds of flesh and blood boiling became even more pronounced. Lin Ke stared at the demon apostle, his mind quickly recalling the scene when he summoned the Baphomet demon. He clearly remembered that the apostle's body changed from that moment on. When Baphomet was born, the apostle's body began to boil. At that time, more and more black stripes appeared on his body, which at first glance looked like a sealed talisman gradually breaking apart. After that, his body was enveloped in a lava-like light, and black mist emanated from the pentagram array beneath his feet. Then, his body began to burn, the black flames like a curse from hell, slowly devouring his flesh and blood. Indeed, Lin Ke was quite certain that the runes on the apostle's body were very similar to the runes on the Baphomet demon at this moment. Based on current observations, whenever Baphomet is attacked, the apostle's flesh burns at an accelerated rate. In other words, there is some kind of connection between the apostle and the Baphomet demon. Every time the Baphomet demon is attacked, the apostle loses half a portion of its flesh and blood. And those things that look like runes or incantations are the source of Lin Ke's control over the Baphomet demon. Lin Ke then continued to recall the words spoken by the apostle when he summoned the demon Baphomet. With my blood as the catalyst, with my soul as the sacrifice, I will break the seal and descend into this world. Destruction is your will. In the name of the demon apostle, I command you to appear and trample this world. Thinking of this, Lin Ke's eyes widened slightly. I see. Baphomet's will is destruction, so his attacks will not stop. The flesh and blood that melted away on the apostles was the price for using the Baphomet demon. In other words, if the flesh and blood of the apostle were to completely dissolve, then the runes on the Baphomet demon would also shatter. If the apostle dies as a result, Baphomet will be completely freed from Link's control, and its will be immediately set free. Then it will wantonly seize human souls on this continent, because its will is destruction. So, simply put, the strange runes on Baphomet's body are the result of the apostles maintaining control over it by burning their own flesh and blood. The existence of Baphomet's true form will cause the demon apostles' bodies to continuously dissolve. After he withstands the enemy's attack, the rate at which the demon apostle's body dissolves will accelerate. Once he has completed Lin Ke's attack orders and temporarily lost his target, he will devour human souls on a massive scale. This will also exacerbate the dissolution of the demon apostles' bodies. That's why the demon apostles burned so quickly that their bones were visible. Lin Ke immediately realized that if the apostles' flesh and blood were completely burned away, the runes would become ineffective, and he would die. Then he would no longer be able to control the Baphomet demon, and even Ramses, the warriors of Holy Egypt, and everyone including himself could be killed by him. This is the hidden danger concealed by the use of demonic power. He made a quick decision and shouted at the demon apostle, "Demon apostle, I command you. Immediately recall the Baphomet demon." The apostle's body was now almost entirely a skeleton, with black flames flickering and crackling on his bones. He slowly raised his head, a last glimmer of red light still flickering in his empty eye sockets, making him look like an evil spirit whose left foot had already stepped into the abyss of death. He opened his mouth, and although no sound came out, Lin Ke could see the muscles in his cheeks tighten slightly. Although the demon apostle no longer had skin, Lin Ke could still vaguely see that eerie, grinning smile from his bones. This means that he was responding to Lin Ke's order. Boom! The pentagram array beneath his feet immediately changed its light, and then all the dust, flames, and steam caused by the high temperature in the air were sucked into the pentagram array. What about Baphomet the demon? Lin Ke turned around and looked into the distance. In an instant, He saw the runes on the Baphomet demon flash suddenly, and a deep red light flowed across its body like electricity. Baphomet's movements suddenly stopped, and his black wings, as if they had gained their own consciousness, broke free from his control and slowly retracted. The destructive energy wave he unleashed also weakened. However, he still managed to pierce the shoulder of the god of darkness with an energy blade thanks to his own immense power. Baphomet glared menacingly at the god of darkness, then used all the strength he could muster to rip off one of the god of darkness's arms. Boom! The god's arm fell to the ground, creating a brief vortex on the earth. Weak gods, you cannot even penetrate my defenses. How ridiculous! How ridiculous! Baphomet grinned menacingly, a hint of resentment in his eyes. As Lin Ke listened to Baphomet's words, he realized that Baphomet was actually using these gods as well. Because the attacks of the gods will weaken the power of the runes controlling the Baphomet demon. He yearned for freedom, and for the souls of countless living beings. Without the apostles, he would have no way to bring his true form into this world. However, Lin Ke already knew about its conspiracy. Strictly speaking, in this battle, Lin Ke used its power. Baphomet the devil was originally just one of his less than stable trump cards. Power is fading. After Baphomet deflected the dark god's shoulder, he couldn't even take a single step forward. His energy blades gradually lost their brilliance and even began to dissipate. Immediately afterwards, a huge black vortex appeared beneath the Baphomet demon. A deep rumble came from the vortex. It was the entrance to hell slowly opening. Baphomet's body began to sink, some giant black hands began to drag him down, and hot magma continued to gush out from there. Roar! Baphomet let out a furious roar of resentment. He gripped the earth with his fingers, and cracks spread out like a spider web, even splitting distant mountains in two, with boulders rolling down everywhere. However, it could not resist that force, and its body was gradually swallowed by the vortex, eventually disappearing completely from the battlefield. As the Baphomet demon disappeared, the demon apostle's body immediately stopped burning. He lost 4/5 of his body, with only a few shreds of flesh still clinging tightly to his bones. The apostle appears to be dead. From both a strict biological and metaphysical perspective, he is already dead. Lin Ke let out a soft breath. Although he lost the demon apostle, an ally, and many troops. But the result was still good, they won. Atlantis has been saved. Crackling sounds. At that moment, the skeleton in front of them actually started to move. The joints creaked as they bent, and then the apostle slowly nodded toward Lin Ke. Chapter 123 Ruins and Desolation Everywhere. Lin Ke's gaze was fixed on the demon apostle, who was now almost nothing but bones. The apostle's skeleton, with its scattered strips of flesh hanging from it, looked particularly eerie and terrifying. Just then, the skeleton slowly raised its head, its empty eye sockets showing charred blood vessels. Then, he slowly nodded at Lin Ke. Is he still alive? Lin Ke's eyes widened slightly. He was somewhat puzzled. This completely violates the known laws of this world. How could someone who is almost just a skeleton possibly still retain consciousness? Neither magicians nor monsters with multiple heads could do it. But upon further reflection, Lin Ke understood. The demon apostle is a being capable of summoning the Baphomet demon. In some ways, he doesn't even belong to this world. Therefore, beings like demon apostles cannot be measured by worldly standards. Afterwards, Lin Ke carefully observed the apostle's skeleton and discovered that black steam was slowly rising from the bones. The steam coiled around the bones like living things, gradually condensing into new flesh and blood. Although the process was extremely slow, Lin Ke could clearly observe that the apostle's body was slowly recovering. It's only a matter of time before all the flesh and blood grow back. So, as long as the demon apostle is not completely dead, his body can be restored. Once he recovers, he will be able to summon the Baphomet demon again. In short, as long as a friendly relationship is maintained with the demon city-state, the demon apostles will continue to obey Link's orders. In other words, at some point in the future, Link will be able to use the power of the Baphomet demon again. However, Lin Ke was not happy at all, because he had witnessed firsthand the terrible consequences of using demonic power. So he turned and left, heading towards the palace of Atlantis. Standing atop the palace, Lin Ke surveyed the scene near the main city of Atlantis. Apart from a few areas within the inner city of Atlantis, the rest of the place could be described as hell. When Lin Ke steered his boat closer to the waters of Atlantis, the sea was originally a calm and azure blue. You can even see seagulls circling in the air along the way, making clear calls. But now, The seawater has been dyed deep red and dark brown. The lava is still boiling, and thick white steam rises in the distance. Large and small, broken pieces and the remains of soldiers floated on the sea, while the fissure in the earth torn open by the Baphomet demon was still pouring seawater in. An Atlantean soldier stood on the edge of the city, his expression blank. He watched as the entire Hebrew army retreated, but his face showed no joy at the victory. At that moment, another Atlantean soldier walked towards him. Younger brother. He patted the blank-faced soldier on the shoulder and sat down next to him. Lin Ke watched their backs as they walked away. They were brothers who survived the battle. Brother. They exchanged a glance, then looked at the horrific scene in the distance. The younger brother broke the silence first. This must be the end of the world. Everyone is dead. We have nothing left, brother. We have nothing left. In the end, we still couldn't protect anything. Brother. His voice trembled slightly, and tears gradually welled up in his eyes. But his brother simply patted him on the back and slowly forced a smile onto his face. You've done very well, little brother. Seeing this familiar scene, Lin Ke unconsciously turned his head to look at Ramses, who had returned to his normal human size. They looked at each other, but said nothing. That's right. Strictly speaking, they really have nothing left. The place where Lin Ke stood was once the bustling capital of Atlantis, with tall buildings and beautiful vegetation submerged in the sea on both sides of the street, and the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers and the scent of the sea breeze. However, at this moment, the same location presents a scene of desolation. Buildings collapsed, streets were covered in lava, and flames crackled and popped as they burned in the ruins. The air was thick with the smell of burning and blood, and one could only imagine the prosperity this place once had from the leaning ancient buildings. The same is true of the distant mountains. Huge cracks extend from the base of the mountain to its summit like a spider web. The jungle below the mountain withered, the trees turned into charred, dead branches, and the ground was covered with lava pits of all sizes. A Mayan warrior stood on high ground, his expression pained. Mother Nature is weeping. This land can never be restored. Lin Ke stood on a high point in the palace, his gaze sweeping over this land of calamity. Although they successfully drove out the Hebrews, the price they paid was devastating. But Lin Ke knew very well that it was far from over. This was merely helping our allies repel an attack by the main Hebrew force. Although the enemy has been severely damaged, if the lost city-states of Holy Egypt and the outer cities of Atlantis are not reclaimed, such things may happen again in the future. The task is arduous and the road ahead is long. Lin Ke looked at the surrounding ruins with a calm expression. However, what he was thinking about at that moment was not how to restore this land. Because parts of this land have been corrupted by demonic power, it would probably take decades or even centuries to restore it to its former state. So, looking at the haggard-looking king of Atlantis, a new idea came to him. Since this land has been almost completely destroyed, it is difficult to rebuild. So, what if we could find a way to move the capital of Atlantis to a place closer to the Nile River and the sea? It's possible that Atlantis could become a vassal state of Holy Egypt. At the very least, Atlantis could be made a strategic buffer zone for Holy Egypt. Lin Ke felt that if she spoke appropriately, all of this was very likely to be achieved. After all, about 80% of the capital city of Atlantis was destroyed, and the outer city was still in the hands of the Hebrew Empire. The kingdom of Atlantis, judging from its current state, is practically defunct. He turned to look at the king of Atlantis, preparing to go over and speak with him to discuss the next steps. But at that moment, the Atlantean soldiers on the city wall saw in the distance that some things were gathering in a scattered manner. If you look closely, you'll see that they are the troops of the Witchcraft Society. The witches of the Witchcraft Guild are leading a group of monsters slowly approaching the city of Atlantis. Her figure stood out as she moved among the ruins and lava. Her long black robe, riddled with holes, fluttered in the wind. In her hand she held a staff inlaid with red gemstones, and her body emanated waves of witchcraft energy. That witch is still alive. Then, an Atlantean soldier shouted, "The witch doctors are here. Prepare for battle. We must not let them breach the palace." Chapter 124, I want to see the Holy Pharaoh. The Witchcraft Society has arrived. A soldier from Atlantis shouted, his gaze fixed on the distance, his grip on his weapon tightening. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. Although the soldiers guarding the walls of Atlantis were exhausted, they immediately perked up after receiving intelligence of an enemy attack. Moreover, the warriors of Holy Egypt and the Amazons quickly assembled in the inner city and soon regrouped. Let the henchmen of the Witchcraft Society come. I'll make them taste the power of an axe. The Amazonian warriors once again took up their weapons, and it seemed they would never tire of fighting. All eyes were fixed on the Witchcraft Society troops in the distance. They gripped their weapons tightly, and although they were still outnumbered, they were not afraid at all. This is because everyone knows that the Witchcraft Society is far more powerful than ordinary Hebrew soldiers, and any underestimation or reckless behavior could have fatal consequences. However, Lin Ke simply raised her hand slowly, signaling everyone not to make any rash moves. Lin Ke's gaze was now focused on the witch. He discovered that the witch did not lead her troops to invade Atlantis at full speed, but instead chose to walk alone towards Atlantis from the outskirts. Lin Ke could see clearly that all the monsters from the Witch Demon Society were stationed on the edge of the outer city, forming an encirclement. The witch, however, walked with great ease, seemingly unconcerned about the guards inside the inner city. Not only that, Lin Ke also noticed that there were several corpses on the outskirts of the city that looked like hairless gorillas, as if their bodies had been drained. Looking at the witch wiping her lips with her ring finger, it's hard not to think that she used witchcraft to drain the other person's life force. Looking at the tense expressions of the people around her, Lin Ke raised her hand again. She seems to be here to negotiate. No one should make the first move. After hearing Lin Ke's words, everyone's tense mood gradually eased. Perhaps because the Baphomet demon was summoned by the Holy Pharaoh, the Atlanteans now looked at Lin Ke with even more fear in their eyes. Just then, Nantong climbed from a shallow beach onto the ruins beside the city wall, soaking wet and looking rather disheveled. Several soldiers quickly pulled him up. Nantong was panting heavily, his gaze fixed on the witch in the distance. Quickly tell His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh that the witch's power is immense, even greater than the magic of me, a star mage. Everyone, please be careful. Soon, a soldier relayed Nantong's words to Lin Ke, but he simply nodded calmly, seemingly unconcerned. He merely turned his head to glance at Ramses. Although Ramses' divine power had now declined to the level of a medium-level god, it was still more than enough to deal with the witch. However, he knew very well that if Nantong also thought she was strong, then her strength must be considerable. He is no ordinary person. The witch walked straight toward the inner city, her gaze sweeping over the crowd on the city walls, a smile slowly spreading across her face. That smile looked rather unsettling. Just as she was about to step into the inner city and enter the city gate, Ramses' figure appeared on the city wall. He stretched out his golden arm, displaying his golden power. Stop. If you dare take another step forward, don't blame me for being impolite. The witch raised her head and met Ramses' gaze. There was no fear in her eyes, but rather a hint of defiance as she said, "My friends will be angry if I die. I have no idea what they might do. Oh dear, look, my babies are starving." As soon as she finished speaking, the Witchcraft Corps forces in the distance reacted immediately. The monsters let out deep roars, the witches raised their staffs, and a heavy surge of magical energy filled the air. There was also a pack of lion snake dogs, who were drooling as they watched the humans on the city gate. Clearly, they would launch an attack immediately at the witch's command. The people on the city wall gripped their weapons tightly. They were even more afraid of the monsters that could devour human flesh. However, Lin Ke raised her hand again, signaling everyone not to make any rash moves. The witch's gaze swept over the crowd, finally settling on Lin Ke. The smile on her face vanished instantly, replaced by a serious expression. "I'm here for only one purpose. I want to see the Holy Pharaoh of Holy Egypt." Lin Ke stood on the high place, his gaze meeting hers. After a moment's thought, he slowly nodded. "Let her in." Nantong glanced at Ramses, but said nothing more. The soldiers on the city wall slowly parted to make way, but they dared not relax their guard, their eyes fixed on the witch. They're all handsome and strong young men. The witch chuckled, threw a kiss at the Atlantean soldiers, and then strode into the inner city. The soldiers swallowed hard and unconsciously raised their weapons a little higher. Her gait was as graceful as a cat's, and the hostile looks people gave her seemed to be a kind of appreciation to her. "Oh dear, could you please lower these weapons and wands a bit? I don't like it when people point at me with things." She raised her hand and waved it gently, and the soldiers' weapons immediately felt a chilling coldness. Their muscles twitched involuntarily a few times, and then their weapons fell to the ground. "You witch, what have you done to our weapons?" a soldier asked sharply, glancing sideways at the witch. The witch did not answer, but continued walking forward. Her gaze remained fixed on Lin Ke the entire time, as if everyone else didn't exist. The witch stopped at the entrance to the inner city, her black robes swaying gently in the breeze, her red witch's hat shimmering with a dark blue light. It looks very out of place. She walked up to the city wall, her gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally settling on Lin Ke. Her voice was sweet, but her words were full of barbs that could pierce one's heart. Oh, holy pharaoh of holy Egypt. Although he is a pharaoh, he doesn't look old at all. I've come here because I have something I want to ask you in person, young, handsome, holy pharaoh he. She licked her little finger and looked Lin Ke up and down. Lin Ke was speechless upon hearing this. Pharaoh is not what you think it means at all. What do you mean by the pharaoh not looking old at all? Lin Ke was standing on the city wall, wearing a pure white robe, the golden patterns of which still shone brightly in the dim sunlight. His gaze remained calm and profound, showing no fluctuation when he met the witch's eyes. Now that you've seen me, speak. The witch's lips curled up slightly as she looked at the eyeshadow around Lin Ke's eyes and couldn't help but rub her front teeth with her tongue. My goal is simple, the handsome little pharaoh. I want to know, what is your relationship with the Baphomet demon? Chapter 125. Are you really a witch? Now that you have seen me, speak. Lin Ke found it very strange to see the witch licking her teeth. Is this person a witch or not? Why is she wearing a witch's hat? Yet her expression is like that of a succubus. Of course, his expression did not show any abnormality. He wouldn't let such a trick distract him. On the contrary, he became even more vigilant. He wanted to see what this guy was really up to. The witch's lips curled up slightly, revealing 2 rows of white teeth and a pink tongue. But her gaze lingered on Lin Ke's face, especially his deep eyeshadow, which made her take a few more glances. She took a soft breath, her voice becoming somewhat weak. My goal is simple, the handsome little pharaoh. I want to know, what is your relationship with the Baphomet demon? Upon hearing this, Lin Ke's expression remained unchanged. Baphomet demon? His voice was flat, as if he were talking about something as mundane as eating a meal. Strictly speaking, he is my subordinate. The witch's pupils suddenly contracted, and the smile on her face froze instantly. She had originally intended to cooperate with Holy Egypt, since the ruler, namely the demon Baphomet, was helping Holy Egypt expel the Hebrews. But this young pharaoh dared to do it. Her voice became hoarse, and her fingers began to unconsciously rub the edge of her black robe. Her eyes welled up with a dark, misty light, as if she were about to lose control of her inner turmoil. Your subordinates? Baphomet is the most powerful demon in the Witchcraft Guild, and its ruler. How could he possibly be your subordinate? Lin Ke nodded slightly, her tone remaining calm. That's the truth. As you said, he is your master. If you don't believe it, you can ask him yourself. The witch's expression became unpredictable, and the energy around her fluctuated once again. But in just a moment, she suppressed those energies. When Lin Ke saw the witch smile again, he knew that she was suppressing her anger and trying to get information out of him. Sure enough, she spoke again after a moment. If that's the case, why are you helping Atlantis? Why not join forces with the ruler and divide this land among ourselves? As the holy pharaoh, can't you also? Lin Ke frowned, as if she had heard some pointless noise. He immediately interrupted the other person. What does all this have to do with you? A flash of anger crossed the witch's eyes, but a faint smile remained on her lips. Then, her voice suddenly rose. Of course it's related. Now that you control the Baphomet demon, why are you helping our enemies instead? How foolish. You could have easily taken the gold from here, and Lin Ke slightly raised the corners of her mouth, her eyes remaining calm. Foolish? When did your witchcraft guild become my ally? They even dared to say they were helping our enemies. It's truly laughable. I also want to remind you that even if your entire army of the Witchcraft Society were to attack from outside the city, you would have no chance of winning. So, what right do you, a defeated enemy, have to ask me all sorts of questions? The witch's face turned ashen instantly, her fingers clenched tightly, and her black robes billowed without wind. The surrounding air immediately turned a dark blue-green color, and even the air seemed to become viscous because of her anger. Her voice was like a blade, both hoarse and sharp, piercing straight into everyone's eardrums. Arrogant holy pharaoh. Do you really think you can repel the army of the Witchcraft Guild with just a few words? The god beside you can't withstand that many attacks, and your star mage is out of magic. The aura of the ruler has long since vanished from here. Your skill in using words far surpasses your skill in fighting. Holy pharaoh. She suddenly raised her hand, and a jet-black magical energy condensed at her fingertips. Upon seeing this, Ramses immediately stepped forward, golden divine light swirling around him, clearly preparing to intervene. However, Lin Ke raised her hand and gently stopped Ramses. No need. Lin Ke remained expressionless, as if she had just watched a child pick up a pebble. Let her do it. Ramses' eyes flashed with golden light, but he ultimately took a step back. The witch's voice was both shrill and hoarse. You ignorant and arrogant holy pharaoh, not only do you speak arrogantly, but you also dare to say that the Lord is your subordinate. Today, I will show you what the true power of a witch from the Witchcraft Society is. Power that surpasses that of you star mages. As soon as she finished speaking, the magical energy at her fingertips suddenly erupted, transforming into a bolt of black lightning that hurtled straight towards Lin Ke. Where the lightning struck, the air exploded, and a shrill sound rang out. However, just as the magical energy was about to strike Lin Ke, the light mysteriously vanished, as if it had never appeared at all. At this moment, a few flashes of golden light appeared on the body of a master Hika standing next to Lin Ke, before returning to calm. A faint smile flashed in Lin Ke's eyes as he looked at his civilization panel in his mind. The above shows that Master Hecarim has lost 1 point of health. 1 point of health. This is already an incredible number. He nodded, his tone approving. That's right, just as you said. Your power is indeed very strong. The witch's face turned pale instantly, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. How is this possible? What happened to my witchcraft? Lin Ke did not answer her question, but looked at her and slowly said, I admire your strength. In that case, why don't you become my subordinate like the demon Baphomet? Upon hearing this, the surrounding soldiers all showed expressions of surprise. The Atlantean soldiers, in particular, felt increasingly terrified as they looked at Lin Ke. The witch's expression gradually changed from anger and shock to a seductive one. Her lips curled up slightly, a sly glint flashed in her eyes, and her voice suddenly became soft and gentle. Oh my, I'll become your subordinate. Young holy pharaoh, you are indeed an interesting person. Lin Ke knew very well that this witch was a rather snobbish person. What she seeks is immense power. Clearly, the nullification of the magic just now had made her extremely curious about Lin Ke. At this moment, she gently tossed her long hair with her fingers, her eyes filled with a seductive look, like a succubus eyeing her prey. But what others didn't notice was that she secretly cast a bewitching spell on Lin Ke. Just as she was secretly casting a charm spell on Lin Ke, Ramses' figure flashed, and golden divine light instantly intercepted her witchcraft. That's enough. If you dare to try any more tricks, even if His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh spares you, I will not. The witch chuckled softly, a hint of coquettishness in her voice. How boring. You won't even let me play this little trick. Lin Ke's gaze remained calm, but her tone carried a hint of warning. This is the last time. Once is never enough. If you attack me again, I will have the god of the desert and the Nile twist your head off. A hint of surprise flashed in the witch's eyes, but she quickly regained her seductive demeanor. Her voice was soft and seductive. Oh my, the Holy Pharaoh is really making my heart itch. Since you're so powerful and charming, I might consider your suggestion. Her tone was full of provocation, but Lin Ke remained unmoved. He simply looked at her indifferently, as if watching an insignificant performance. Seeing Lin Ke like this, the witch became even more interested in him. Holy Pharaoh, you truly possess an irresistible power. Since that's the case, then I'll reluctantly agree. Lin Ke nodded slightly upon hearing this. However, he still had one question. Is this person a witch or not? Chapter 126 Conversation with the King. After the witches joined Holy Egypt, the witch with the succubus-like expression kept following Lin Ke. Her eyes held an inexplicable cunning, and she would occasionally lick her lips as she looked at Lin Ke's back. It seems like they might do something unpredictable at any moment. Ramses stood firmly beside her, clearly not intending to give her any more opportunities to cause trouble in secret. He led Ramses into the palace of Atlantis, and the witch and Nantung followed them in. Greetings, King of Atlantis. I am the Holy Pharaoh of Holy Egypt. Lin Ke looked at the haggard-looking king and gave him a slight bow. The capital of Atlantis is in ruins, and he now intends to discuss the next steps with them. After all, this wasn't his territory, and he had almost no way to utilize the power of the civilization panel. Moreover, Ramses was unable to unleash his full potential here. Hello, Holy Pharaoh of Holy Egypt. I am Arthas, King of Atlantis. Thank you for your support, otherwise. Atlantis didn't continue, but everyone knew that if Lin Ke hadn't summoned that demon, they wouldn't have had the chance to stand here and talk face to face. At this moment, the black-robed witch leaned against a broken stone pillar, her fingertips twirling around the ends of her hair. She placed her little finger to her lips, occasionally licking it with the tip of her tongue, while her eyes were fixed on Lin Ke's heavily made-up eyes. Ramses, meanwhile, kept watching her, sensing the energy fluctuations around her. Lin Ke didn't even glance at the witch, and continued, "King Arthas, you should know the current situation of Atlantis better than I do. Your outer city has long been occupied by the enemy, and all the fortresses, passes and transportation routes have fallen into their hands. The garrison inside the city failed to hold their ground, and the outer city's defenses have completely collapsed. As for the situation in the capital, it is even more serious. Your palace and council chambers in the core area have been damaged, and the military command center and main fortifications have been almost entirely destroyed." Lin Ke paused at this point. He could sense that the other person's breathing quickened considerably upon hearing his words. But he knew he had to make the king understand his current situation more clearly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given his next suggestion a proper consideration. The former prosperity and order of Atlantis are gone. Now, your capital is a ruin. Your main reserves have either been plundered or destroyed, and the remaining civilians have been displaced. Even if they are conscripted, they will no longer be able to organize an effective counterattack. That's why I think the current focus should be on solving people's basic survival needs." The king of Atlantis narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing a certain purpose in Lin Ke's words. But when he turned his head and looked around, he saw that he had very few of his guards left. Then he raised his head and said, "I am all ears, holy pharaoh of Egypt." Lin Ke remained expressionless and continued, "I believe you should lead your people away from here and rebuild your homeland. Holy Egypt is willing to provide your country with all the resources needed to rebuild Atlantis." The old king, clad in faded scales, his sunken eyes filled with unwavering determination, said, "Our ancestors swore an oath 3,000 times over the tides that Atlantis would never leave this bay. Thank you for your kindness, holy pharaoh." The witch suddenly chuckled softly. She slithered to Lin Ke's left side like a snake, her chest almost touching Lin Ke's arm. Why should the holy pharaoh waste his breath on a stubborn man like a rock? Perhaps I should just deal with this old man right here and now. Ramses stepped forward and used his divine power to separate her from Lin Ke. "Step back." The witch staggered backward, charred finger-like burn marks appearing on her neck. She glared at Ramses, then winked at Lin Ke. "If you ever get tired of this old blockhead, you can always come to me for some entertainment." Lin Ke glanced at her, then continued speaking to Arthas. "I know you have concerns, so please listen to this person's opinion." Then he turned his gaze to the Amazon warrior at the doorway. "Marasia, come, chieftain of the Amazons. Tell us your story after you arrived in Holy Egypt." Another female warrior helped Marasia walk slowly toward Lin Ke. The witch watched as she approached Lin Ke, her eyes turning fierce. Why is she able to get close to the holy pharaoh? She's a woman. If you dare touch the holy pharaoh's body, I'll drain all your blood. Marasia glanced at her, but she didn't have the energy to argue with her, and besides, she didn't want to pay any attention to the witch. "Greetings, King of Atlantis. I am Marasia, the chieftain of the Amazons. Since we became a city-state of Holy Egypt, not a single soldier of our warriors has been lost to famine. Moreover, His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh has led us to help you out of danger today, so you should carefully, cautiously, and seriously consider His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's proposal." Marasia naturally understood that Lin Ke wanted to make the other party a vassal state, so she almost subtly warned the other party not to immediately reject Lin Ke's proposal. After all, Lin Ke paid a considerable price to bring reinforcements here. These are things that the people of Holy Egypt and the Amazon are well aware of. We are extremely grateful for the help that the patriarchs of the Amazon, Holy Egypt, and the Amazon have given us. Even our sea god was able to reappear and descend upon this sacred sea, thanks to the Holy Pharaoh. But as I just said, our ancestors swore an oath 3,000 times before the tides turned so that Atlantis would never leave this bay. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke immediately added, "You are the king of Atlantis, so you naturally understand the principle that times change. Atlantis of that time is not comparable to Atlantis of today. If your ancestors knew that you were going to lead your people to live in this polluted sea, what would they think? Your people will die of famine and fall ill due to the dark radiation caused by the demons. There are no fish, no animals, and no crops here. Besides these ruins, there's nothing left here. I hope you will reconsider, King Arthas of Atlantis." The air suddenly froze. At this moment, the king of Atlantis's face trembled slightly, and Lin Ke could see that there were two voices fighting each other in his mind. However, the original voice seemed to have gained the upper hand again, But our civilization is rooted in this. If we leave here, will we still be considered Atlanteans? The civilization of Atlantis. Lin Ke immediately interrupted him. Civilization has never been on stones, nor in those magnificent houses, nor on this land. King Arthas. Do you know what civilization is? Chapter 127 Civilization. Civilization. King Arthas looked at Link and slowly stood up. Civilization is naturally the spirit and will of Atlantis. His finger pointed to the remaining murals on the walls of the hall, depicting the ancestors conquering the waves and building temples. It is our writing, every symbol engraved on the stone tablet, that records our glory and wisdom. It is our buildings, those towering spires and magnificent temples, every single stone laid down by our ancestors. This is our sea, this azure ocean, which nurtured our people and is our former glory. He was panting heavily, as if he might faint at any moment because he couldn't breathe. Our civilization is the trident bestowed upon us by Poseidon, the chants of the sea god's priests, every ship sailing to distant lands, and every wave we have conquered. Once we leave here, our writing will lose its meaning, our buildings will become ruins, and our seas will no longer belong to us. At this moment, he took 2 steps forward, his face almost touching Lin Ke's nose. Holy Pharaoh of Egypt, tell me, can such a civilization still be considered Atlantis? Lin Ke looked into the other person's eyes and knew very well that the other person had fallen into a state of illusory glory. The king of Atlantis was so blinded by the glory of history that he could not see the dark future of Atlantis. Lin couldn't speak first. He walked to a wall in the Atlantis palace and pointed to the picture on the wall. King of Atlantis, you are right. Writing, architecture, and sea, these are all symbols of civilization. It is because of these symbols that the will and stories of the Atlantean people have been passed down from generation to generation. Therefore, this spirit can become the most powerful force in your hearts. Lin Ke then turned around and pointed to a collapsed statue of the sea god outside. The core of the Poseidon statue is not its appearance, what it is made of, or whether it holds a trident. It lies in the symbol of the sea god, which is also the symbol of your spirit. Then he pointed to the magnificent murals on the wall. But these murals and stone statues are merely carriers of civilization, not civilization itself. The meaning of writing lies in conveying ideas, the value of architecture lies in protecting people, and the preciousness of the sea lies in nourishing life. If these vessels can no longer support your future, then clinging to this place will only cause your civilization to wither away. King Arthas suddenly frowned, then took a few steps back, nearly falling to the ground. But Lin Ke had no intention of stopping. He continued, addressing the king of Arthas, what is civilization? Where the people are, there is civilization. It is the whisper of a mother lulling her child to sleep, the figure of a fisherman casting his net in the morning light, and the rhythm of a craftsman hammering iron by the furnace. Civilization is not these cold stones, nor is it this land ravaged by war. Civilization is alive, it is fluid, and it belongs to everyone. As Lin Ke's voice gradually rose, the way some Atlanteans looked at her changed. Their gazes toward Lin Ke were no longer filled with fear, but rather with something imbued with hope. Your ancestors may have made an oath here, but their oath was to protect the people, not to guard or ruin. If this land can no longer support your future, then what's the point of staying here? King Arthas frowned, took a deep breath, and unconsciously rubbed his fingers on the armrest of his throne. His gaze swept over the tattered murals in the hall. The once glorious Atlantis was now nothing but these broken traces. Then, his voice gradually became hoarse. But, if we leave here, can we still be considered Atlanteans? What difference is there between us and displaced refugees, homeless wanderers who have lost their homes? Lin Ke's expression remained calm. The civilization of Atlantis was not bestowed by this land, but created by your ancestors with their wisdom and hands. As long as your people remain, your civilization will not disappear. On the new land, you can rebuild your homes, continue your traditions, and even create a more glorious future. Open your eyes and look into the distance, King of Atlantis. The sun on the banks of the Nile is much warmer than here. The witch suddenly took a step closer to Ramses and gently placed her fingers on his shoulder. Your holy pharaoh spoke so movingly. However, with all this effort and trouble, doesn't he have any ulterior motives at all? Ramses raised his hand instantly, golden divine light gathering at his fingertips, but Lin Ke gently raised her hand to stop him. His gaze remained calm, as if he didn't care at all about what the witch was saying. My selfish motives are very simple. Lin Ke said calmly. I want to see a powerful ally, not a dying nation stuck in ruins waiting to be saved. If Atlantis can rise again, it will benefit both of us. Upon hearing this, King Arthas remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. But how many years would it take to build a new city? Our people have suffered heavy casualties and are exhausted. They may not be able to bear such a burden. Lin Ke's lips curled up slightly. He knew that the other party's words meant that they accepted his proposal. Then, what if I said it would only take a few days? The hall fell silent instantly, and even the witch's smile vanished, replaced by a look of surprise. King Arthas and his guards stared wide-eyed, as if they had heard the ocean had no water. A few days? Holy Pharaoh, this is no joke. How is it possible to prepare materials in just a few days? Lin Ke then took a few steps forward and stood before the king of Atlantis. I'm willing to make a promise with you. If I succeed, Atlantis will forever remain a vassal state of Holy Egypt. If you cannot do that, then I will honor you as king. What do you think? The king of Atlantis stammered, twice, and when he looked into Lin Ke's eyes, it was clear he wasn't joking. Holy Pharaoh, Atlantis cannot become a vassal state of your Holy Egypt. But if you wish, we, Atlantis, can offer you tribute every year from now on. And we, the king of Atlantis, will regard you as the ruler of our nation for generations to come. We are a nation of blood relatives. Saint Egypt is the elder brother, and Atlantis is the younger brother. Chapter 128 Joint Parliament. On the other side of the sea. Similarly, on the other side of the continental edge. Inside the Parthenon on the Acropolis of Athens. Here, a towering stone dome is supported by 12 Doric columns, the top of which gleams with a white light. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the marble, casting dappled shadows on the stone floor. The governors of Athens, Sparta, Corinth, Thebes, and other city-states gathered together, their robes embroidered with the emblems of their respective city-states. All the city-states of Greece gathered together. But more accurately, it should be said that all the alliances came together. Because, although these city-states belonged to the same cultural sphere, they did not belong to the same alliance. Some of these city-states belonged to an alliance led by Athens, while others were influenced by Sparta. In addition, some city-states remained independent and were unwilling to take a clear side. Although this meeting was ostensibly a gathering of all of Greece, it was actually a meeting between the major alliances. In the past, their goals and positions were not entirely aligned. The governors of all the city-states entered and greeted each other. The Spartan and Athenian magistrates simply greeted each other without exchanging any further words. The air was filled with the aroma of olive oil and a faint smell of gunpowder. The Athenian archon stood in the center, his white robe embroidered with the owl emblem of Athena, and he held a scepter inlaid with sapphires. The Spartan magistrate looked at him and simply crossed his arms over his chest more tightly. The Athenian archon's voice was clear and rhythmic, and his opening remarks immediately silenced the crowd. Gentlemen, I have something important to discuss with you today. I believe everyone is aware of this event, in which Holy Egypt summoned the demon Baphomet to defeat the Hebrew army. The Spartan magistrate then interjected, and they also killed a god. The Athenian archon simply nodded in acknowledgement of his words, and then continued speaking. The war between the Holy Egyptians and the Hebrews has ended, but the aftermath of this war is far from over. We have received reliable information that the Holy Pharaoh of Holy Egypt has not only recruited the demons of the Witchcraft Society, but is also trying to seize the heritage of Atlantis for himself. Moreover, the act of killing gods has violated the taboos of the gods. As soon as he finished speaking, the Spartan magistrate snorted coldly. He wore a scarlet cloak, his muscular arms wrapped in bronze bracers, and his voice was like a war drum. The Athenians always like to use flowery language to cover up simple facts. We Spartans don't care about demons or anything like that. What we care about is whether they will become the next Hebrews. I suggest that all the city-states unite and first eliminate Holy Egypt to prevent the emergence of a second Hebrew empire. The consul of Collins gently swirled the wine in his glass, which contained deep red wine. He simply smiled and said, "The Spartan magistrate is right, but we Corinthians are more concerned with trade. If Holy Egypt allows Atlantis to control the Mediterranean shipping lanes, our ships won't even be able to get close to the Nile estuary. If this continues, our port's trade will be affected." At this moment, the Theban ruler slowly stood up. His robe was embroidered with Apollo's lyre, and he held a staff inlaid with moonstone in his hand. I just want to remind everyone not to forget that Holy Egypt's strength lies not only in its military and economy. Their holy pharaoh Lin Ke is said to be able to wield a mysterious power, and even the demons of the witchcraft society can submit to him. Such power is not something that ordinary people can possess. If we do not stop it, I fear that Holy Egypt will become even more arrogant in the future, and may even have the potential to become an empire. The Athenian archon nodded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. The archon of Thebes is right. We Athenians admire wisdom and art, but we will not stand idly by and watch Holy Egypt rise to power and pose a threat to us. I propose that we launch a joint religious war under the pretext of purifying the demons and declare war on Holy Egypt. The Spartan magistrate clenched his fist, revealing several rows of veins. Religious war? The Athenians always like to use such a hypocritical pretext. We only believe in strength. If we want to start a war, then we start a war. We don't need to use any religion as a rallying cry. The governor of Collins took another sip of wine. War is inevitable, but we cannot ignore economic means. I propose that we impose a trade blockade on Holy Egypt and cut off all their trade routes. At the same time, we can secretly support the remnants of the Hebrews and let them create chaos behind Holy Egypt. The ruler of Thebes nodded slowly. The ruler of Corinth's proposal is very insightful. However, we still need the protection of the gods. I suggest that we pray to the Temple of Delphi for an oracle, and at the same time offer sacrifices to Mount Olympus, asking Zeus and Athena for guidance. The Athenian archon smiled and nodded. The Theban archon's suggestion is excellent. We Athenians are willing to offer the most precious sacrifices, including a pure gold statue of Athena. The Spartan magistrate shook his head. We Spartans don't need these fancy things. Our sacrifice will be the heads of our enemies, and I will stain the altars of Olympus with their blood. The consul of Collins gently swirled his wine glass and then spoke. The consul of Sparta remains as valiant as ever. However, we Corinthians prefer to solve problems with gold coins. We can hire more soldiers and have them create chaos on the borders of Holy Egypt. The ruler of Thebes slowly rose to his feet, his expression grave as he surveyed the crowd. Gentlemen, we share the same goal. Whether it is a religious war, a military war, or an economic war, our ultimate goal is to weaken the power of Holy Egypt and protect our city-state. I propose that we form a joint parliament to jointly develop a strategy for Holy Egypt. The Athenian magistrate nodded. Thebes' proposal is excellent. We Athenians are willing to provide the meeting place and take responsibility for coordinating the actions of the city-states. The Spartan archon simply stared at the Athenian archon, then slowly said, The Athenians are still the same as before, always wanting to control everything. However, as long as you don't hold us back, we Spartans are very willing to cooperate. The governor of Collins raised his voice. We, the people of Collins, will also give our full support. However, I hope that after the war, we can share the secrets of Holy Egypt. And of course, there's the wealth of Atlantis. Chapter 129, The Holy Land of Atlantis. 3 days later, soldiers from Holy Egypt, the Amazon, and Atlantis were busily preparing for their retreat on the coast. The sea finally turned a deep blue, and seagulls could be seen soaring in the sky at the farthest point of sight. Lin Ke stood on a protruding rock, watching the busy soldiers. His white robes fluttered gently in the sea breeze, while Ramses behind him stood like a gleaming golden statue. However, Ramses's gaze remained fixed on the witch not far away. She was leaning against a coconut tree, staring in the direction of Lin Ke, and constantly sticking out her tongue to lightly rub her front teeth. Then, she twisted her body and changed her posture again. Elder brother, why don't you drive her away? Why do you keep her by your side? The omniscient and omnipotent Ramses couldn't understand why Lin Ke insisted on keeping this dangerous fellow by her side. Upon hearing Ramses's words, Lin Ke unconsciously swallowed. The Witchcraft Society is very dangerous. As the branch leader of the Witchcraft Society, as long as she is by my side, those monsters will not dare to act recklessly. Besides, you know, if she leaves, she might try to sabotage me behind my back. Upon hearing this, Ramses' eyes flashed with golden light. I see. Lin Ke breathed a sigh of relief after discovering that Ramses did not ask any further questions. Of course, this is one reason, but it is not the main reason at all. Because that person wasn't a witch at all. She's a succubus. This is because, once when that guy passed by Lin Ke, he deliberately showed her a black tail with an arrowhead under his skirt. Oh. Why drive her away when we can see such a magnificent sight every day? With Ramses around, the succubus wouldn't dare to cause any trouble. Moreover, she now admires Lin Ke's mysterious power even more, and almost obeys Lin Ke's every word. For him, the Holy Pharaoh, this was the real, exotic scenery. Of course, he absolutely must not let Ramses know this. Otherwise, as the eldest brother, I would really lose my dignity. He gently turned his eyes and glanced at Ramses out of the corner of his eye. He was certain that, as of now, Ramses had not yet discovered any clues. Then, Lin Ke raised her head and looked into the distance. What a beautiful day. Ramses, the lava released by the Baphomet demon has finally all disappeared. Even that ravine was finally filled with seawater. The ravines that Lin Ke mentioned were created by the Baphomet demon tearing the earth apart. From a distance, the seawater in the ravine was a deep black, completely different from the color of the surrounding seawater. Yes, elder brother. But can you really build a city-state within 10 days? Although I know that you can easily use the builder to build houses and clear forests, building a city-state is completely different. Ramses' eyes flickered a few times. He simply couldn't find a way to build a city-state within 10 days. Lin Ke merely raised the corners of her mouth slightly, then glanced at the location of the witch out of the corner of her eye. She seemed to have changed her pose again, and a tail with an arrowhead was now visible. Oh. But Lin Ke remained calm and answered Ramses. Don't worry, I have a way. Lin Ke then checked the information on the civilization panel, reviewing it once again. A unit called Pioneer is currently being produced in the civilization panel. This unit is fundamentally different from the ordinary builder. The function of the builder is to construct infrastructure, such as farmland and mines. They can alter the terrain and increase resource production in a short period of time, just as Lin Ke used them to flatten several forests to gain temporary productivity. However, their operational scope is limited to the existing urban territory. The Trailblazers, on the other hand, are completely different. Its core function is to build entirely new cities. That's right, it means establishing a new city-state. Once Lin Ke gives the order for the Pioneer to reach the selected location, it will quickly begin operations. By constructing infrastructure such as city walls, roads, and residences, a wasteland was transformed into a fully functional city. Moreover, unlike the builders, the Trailblazers are not restricted by territory and can establish city-states on any unoccupied land. Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, Ramses' golden light flickered a few more times. Yes, Your Majesty, I was just being nosy. I'm sure you already have a solution. However, you seem to have been on guard against that which since just now. If she is bothering you, I may immediately send her away. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke simply shook her head slightly. Need not. Damn it. You're the one being nosy now. Moreover, I only saw it out of the corner of my eye. How could Ramses have noticed that? It seems the operation needs to be even more discreet. Holy Pharaoh. At this moment, Arthas, the king of Atlantis, walked towards Lin Ke. His complexion looked a little better, although his face still looked very haggard. Before I leave, I'd like to take you somewhere. Lin Ke turned her head and looked calmly at the king of Atlantis. Where? Arthas glanced at Ramses, then turned his gaze to Lin Ke. He seemed hesitant about this, but finally spoke slowly. The sacred place of our Atlantis. That place bears witness to all the history and culture of our Atlantis. No one other than the kings of Atlantis has ever been inside. You don't want the jewels and gold of Atlantis, and I really have no other treasures to thank you for everything you have done for us. So, I'd like to venture a guess that you might be interested. If you are interested, why don't you let this old man show you the way? Lin Ke nodded slightly. Don't say that, king of Atlantis. You are the ruler of a country. Please lead the way. However, for our safety, I hope that our desert and Nile god will also come with me. Arthas nodded slightly upon hearing this. That's natural. Arthas led Lin Ke and Ramses through a dense coastal jungle, eventually arriving at a secluded cave. The entrance to the cave is covered by vines and coral, making it difficult to spot the underground tunnel unless you look closely. This is our holy land. As Arthas spoke, he reached out and parted the vines, revealing a dark hole. Please follow me. Chapter 130 Natural Wonders. Deep Sea Blue Ring. Lin Ke stood at the cave entrance, watching the king of Atlantis walk in, and hesitated for a moment. He turned his head, and after seeing Ramses nod, he slowly followed the king inside. He could feel a damp sea breeze passing through the cave, carrying a faint salty smell. So he stopped again and turned to look at Ramses once more. Brother, come in with me. Ramses nodded, his golden pupils flashing only a few times. Seeing this, Arthas simply told them slowly, "Holy Pharaoh, please rest assured. This place is absolutely safe, and your body will not be touched by a single drop of seawater. Please come with me." The three of them slowly walked down the narrow tunnel. The walls on both sides of the tunnel are inlaid with glowing corals, emitting a faint blue light that illuminates the way forward. Strange? These corals can survive without seawater. Lin Ke was somewhat puzzled. The scene before him left him completely bewildered. This place is protected by the power of the sea god, and you have actually entered the deep sea. However, you will never be stained with a single drop of seawater, just as I just said, because this is a place blessed by the gods. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke simply nodded and continued forward. As they ventured deeper into the area, Lin Ke felt the surroundings gradually cooler, and she could even faintly hear the sound of ocean waves. This tunnel leads to the seabed. As Arthas walked, he explained, it connects to the most sacred place in Atlantis. Deep Sea Blue Ring. Deep Sea Blue Ring. Lin Ke repeated the name, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. What a unique name. However, the name reminded him of the blue-ringed octopus, although the animal and the name were naturally unrelated. Yes. Arthas's voice carried a hint of pride. That is the birthplace of our civilization and a testament to our millennia-long coexistence with the sea. After walking for about half an hour, the tunnel gradually opened up, and they eventually came to a huge circular cave. Sunlight streamed through the seawater, casting shimmering shadows in the cave. Oh! Lin Ke's gaze was immediately drawn to the scene before her. In the center of the cave is a huge ring of coral reefs, with corals displaying a variety of colors, making it a veritable underwater garden. At the center of the coral reef is a deep blue circular body of water, its surface as calm as a mirror, reflecting the light and shadows above. This is the Deep Sea Blue Ring. A sense of awe crept into Alsace's voice. It is a symbol of our civilization and our bond with the sea. Lin Ke approached the coral reef and gently touched the glowing coral. The coral's surface was cool and smooth, and it trembled slightly. He looked up and could see a school of colorful fish swimming by through the seawater, their scales shimmering with dazzling light in the sunlight. Oh! Lin Ke couldn't help but exclaim. In his opinion, this scene was even more shocking than the appearance of Baphomet. The ecology here is very unique. Arthas continued. The waters surrounding the blue ring of the deep sea are home to countless rare marine creatures. Look over there. He pointed to a corner of the coral reef, and Lin Ke followed his gaze, where she saw a group of glowing deep-sea fish swimming among the coral. Their bodies emitted a faint blue light, like moving stars. Not far away, a giant octopus was swimming slowly by, its tentacles gently brushing against the coral, as if caressing a precious work of art. These creatures are part of our civilization. Arthas's voice carried a hint of emotion. We have coexisted with them for thousands of years, depending on each other and protecting each other. Lin Ke's gaze swept across the entire cave, and he couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature. Every inch of this space is full of life. It's a completely independent underwater world. He turned to Arthas. How did you find this place? Legend has it that our ancestors were swept into this sea by the waves during a shipwreck. Arthas explained. They received the protection of the sea god in the deep blue ring and established their first city there. From then on, this place became our sacred site. Lin Ke nodded, her gaze falling once again on the deep blue water. This place feels like an entrance to another world. He suddenly felt a strange attraction, as if something was calling to him. Would you like to go down and take a look? Arthas asked. Lin Ke hesitated for a moment, then turned to look at Ramses. Ramses nodded slightly, indicating that he was safe. Lin Ke took a breath and nodded. Okay. Arthas led them to one side of the cave, and then slowly into the deep blue water. The underwater world was even more amazing than Lin Ke had imagined. The coral reefs appear even more vibrant and colorful underwater, surrounded by countless bioluminescent deep-sea creatures. Lin Ke reached out and gently touched a glowing fish, whose body immediately shimmered with dazzling light, as if in response to his touch. They continued their descent, passing through patches of coral reefs, and finally arrived at the center of the blue ring of deep sea. The waters here are deeper, and the surrounding light gradually dims, but the coral reefs shine even brighter. Lin Ke's gaze was drawn to a huge coral wall, which was covered with ancient symbols and patterns, like the stone paintings of Holy Egypt, telling stories of the past. These symbols were left by our ancestors. Alsace continued. They record our history and culture. Lin Ke swam closer to the coral wall and carefully examined the symbols on it. Although he couldn't understand its meaning, he could feel a mysterious charm, like that of ancient Egypt. Those were glorious days. He reached out and gently stroked the symbol, as if he could hear the whispers of the Atlantean ancestors within it. Just then, a huge whale swam over their heads, like a slowly moving hill. Lin Ke looked up at the whale and couldn't help but marvel at the greatness of nature. It is the guardian of this sea area. Arthas explained. We call it the spirit of the deep. Lin Ke nodded, letting out a soft wow in amazement, her gaze sweeping across the entire deep sea blue ring once more. He suddenly understood why the Atlanteans were so obsessed with this sea area. Thank you for bringing me here, Lin Ke said to Arthas. I can feel the greatness of your Atlantis civilization. Upon hearing this, Arthas immediately waved his hand. Please don't say that. This place is now our common property. I also hope you can understand why I am so reluctant to leave here. Lin Ke nodded, her gaze falling once again on the deep blue water. At that moment, a message appeared on the civilization panel. Moreover, various colored lights began to flash in the civilization panel, indicating to Lin Ke that he had discovered some kind of natural wonder. The term natural wonder refers to natural scenes like Mount Everest, which are extremely rare. In Civilization 6, this image and notification will appear when a natural wonder is discovered. Your great leader has discovered a mysterious coral reef in the deep sea, with a bottomless blue body of water in the center. The colorful light illuminated the surrounding sea, a blessing from the sea god. Your civilization has won the favor of the sea god, and your technology and culture have been greatly improved. Lin Ke was stunned. Wait a minute. This is actually a natural wonder? And what's more, I'm actually a work unit. Chapter 131. One cat, one demon. Okay, let's go this way now. From here, we can return to the passage we came from. As King Arthas of Atlantis spoke, he stepped alone into another passage. However, he did not see Lin Ke follow. He watched Lin Ke gazing at the scenery, seemingly lost in thought. Holy Pharaoh, you can stay here as long as you like. We still have time. But Lin Ke didn't hear his words at all, nor was he looking at the dreamlike scene before him. He was looking at the introduction about the deep sea blue ring in the civilization panel. The deep blue ring is a huge ring-shaped coral reef located on the seabed, with a deep blue circular body of water several kilometers in diameter at its center, like a sapphire set in the seabed. The coral reefs shimmer with iridescent colors and are surrounded by a rich variety of marine life, including bioluminescent deep-sea fish, giant octopuses, and rare coral species. The edge of the blue ring is composed of layers of coral walls, forming a natural barrier that separates the deep blue waters in the center from the outside world. Of course, in addition to this brief introduction, the civilization panel also provides other information. Faith and gold bonus. Discovering the deep sea blue ring grants +3 faith and +2 gold. Faith and gold coins have increased. Increased faith means that Holy Egypt's religious influence will grow. It can even influence other city-states or civilizations. Gold coins, of course, are always welcome. Exploration reward. Units that discover the blue ring of the deep sea will gain +1 movement and +1 vision range. When Lin Ke saw this message, she hesitated for a few seconds. Even if he, a monarch of Holy Egypt, gained more mobility and vision, it wouldn't make much difference. Then, he continued to check the next information in the civilization panel. Wonder bonus. Players will receive a bonus if their city boundaries extend to the cell containing the deep blue ring. Base bonus, +3 food. The waters surrounding the coral reefs are rich in nutrients, attracting a large number of fish. +2 culture. The mysterious legend of the deep-sea blue ring adds cultural charm to the city. +2 technology. The bubbles emerging from the blue ring are rich in rare minerals, which has inspired scientists' research enthusiasm. Upon seeing this, Lin Ke suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder everyone says that Atlantis has the best weaponry on the continent. He now only felt that perhaps the Orichalcoatl Colossus might also be related to this region. Special effect, deep-sea resources. Luxury resources such as pearls, corals, or deep-sea fish will be randomly generated in the sea area surrounding the deep-sea blue ring. Naval unit bonus. Naval units training near the deep blue ring gain +5 combat strength. After reading the information in the civilization panel, Lin Ke suddenly had a moment of realization. It turns out that Atlantis's prosperity was indeed closely related to this region. No wonder Atlantis' elite naval soldiers were able to hold off the numerous Hebrew troops on their own. It turns out that their power is closely connected to this place. At that moment, an idea suddenly flashed into Lin Ke's mind. This place might be very useful later. Once Holy Egypt grows stronger and is able to expand its territory into this region of the deep blue ring, he can use the civilization panel to rebuild the city here. Then, enjoy the added benefits of this deep-sea blue ring, natural wonder. Then, he can have Atlantis move back, which would not only do them a big favor, but he can also enjoy the regional bonuses. That's killing two birds with one stone. As Lin Ke was thinking, she turned her head to look at Arthas, the king of Atlantis, beside her. Arthas simply smiled and nodded at Lin Ke. This is a good place. He nodded back at the other person. Okay, let's go now. The moment Lin Ke stepped out of the cave, her gaze fell upon the witch. She was half squatting beside a rock, gently stroking a slender cat. The cat had dark fur, a slender body, and its eyes shimmered with a mysterious purple light. Under the witch's gentle caress, it playfully rubbed against her chest. Oh, a kitten and a succubus. If possible, Lin Ke would like to take these two guys back to the royal palace in Holy Egypt right now. In the palace, she could create an alluring scene simply by playing with the kitten. At this moment, Lin Ke saw the witch's fingertips tremble slightly, and a faint magical power flowed from her palm, seeping into the cat's body. The cat let out a soft meow, then turned its head and glanced warily at Lin Ke. Immediately, it leaped away, leaving the witch, and disappeared into the forest like a wisp of smoke. The witch looked up and met Lin Ke's gaze. Upon seeing Lin Ke, the witch playfully flicked her arrow-like black tail before tucking it back into her skirt. A smile played at the corners of her lips, her eyes brimming with an intense, deadly allure. Holy Pharaoh, you've finally come out. Her voice was as sweet as if it had just been coated with honey. Won't you come in and sit down? You're just standing there ignoring them. Isn't that incredibly cold-hearted? As she spoke, she slowly pulled open the collar of her robe, revealing a section of her fair neck and her collarbone. This guy is at it again. Ramses immediately stepped forward. Elder brother, I'll go and drive her away. Lin Ke immediately raised her hand to stop her. No need. She is still of great use to Holy Egypt. We can't let them always feel that we are hostile towards her. But just in case, you must always pay attention to the changes in the other party's magical power. Ramses' eyes flickered a few times, a response to Lin Ke's words. Seeing Lin Ke hesitate, the witch raised an eyebrow, revealing the tip of her bright red tongue. Holy Pharaoh, if you don't come now. Her tone softened deliberately, and her eyes narrowed slightly. I'm afraid there won't be another chance. Lin Ke remained calm. He was well aware of the witch's tricks. They're probably going to pull that succubus thing again. But the Holy Pharaoh of Egypt will never back down. Lin Ke remained calm and approached her. Branch leader of the Witch Demon Society, what do you want to tell me? Standing in front of her, Lin Ke remained calm and composed, seemingly unmoved. The Holy Pharaoh truly lives up to his name. You are indeed very composed. The witch's voice carried a hint of a low laugh as her slender fingers gently traced the back of Lin Ke's neck, seemingly enjoying the scent of Lin Ke's flesh. Even after all this, you're still unmoved. Ah, the more you do this, the more I feel. Her voice gradually softened, and the last few words were almost inaudible, like a thin veil gently brushing against the skin. But Lin Ke remained unmoved. His expression did not change at all, and even his eyes remained as calm as ever. However, this calm only made the witch's eyes fill with even more longing. She sighed softly, a hint of admiration even appearing in her eyes. It seems the Holy Pharaoh truly is a rare and powerful figure. They chose the right person. Suddenly changing the subject, she straightened her posture and her tone became serious. Lin Ke noticed a change in the other person's expression and immediately realized that things were not simple. Continue. I'm listening. The witch glanced into the distance, a hint of wariness in her eyes. They've joined the Witches' Guild and are now part of Holy Egypt, so you should listen carefully to what they have to say. You should know that they only ever pledge allegiance to those they recognize as strong. And you are clearly the person who best fits this condition. Lin Ke listened carefully, but remained non-committal. After all, he could sense that the witch did indeed have a sense of worship towards him. At this moment, the witch gently approached Lin Ke and pressed her chest against Lin Ke's body. She took a deep breath softly, and the blush on her face deepened. She brought her lips close to Lin Ke's earlobe, while Ramses' fingers gathered golden light. The witch exhaled softly. You saw that cat just now, didn't you? Lin Ke nodded gently. I saw it. At this moment, the witch brought her nose close to Lin Ke's neck, which made Lin Ke feel a little itchy. You must be careful. Someone is watching you. Chapter 132, Witch Worship. Lin Ke raised her eyelids, her gaze meeting the witch's. The witch's gaze was as viscous as a thread drawn from sugar water. However, in that instant, Lin Ke also caught the other party's signal from her ambiguous smile. Of course, it's not that sticky signal, but a warning signal. But Lin Ke's tone remained as calm as ever. Is someone watching me? The witch nodded. That's right, they come from the far west. At this point, the witch gestured with her fingers a few times, as if playing a harp, towards the kitten that had already run far away. Clearly, it was the little animal that told her this information. The witch continued to get closer to Lin Ke, but her eyes were scanning left and right ahead, as if she were wary of something. Your Majesty, the Holy Pharaoh may not know, but over there exists a civilization far more powerful than the Hebrew Empire. Their power is unfathomable, and their territory is boundless, spanning half a continent. Moreover, their way of ruling is completely different from any other civilization on this continent. Lin Ke frowned slightly. He was somewhat surprised by this information. A civilization even more powerful than the Hebrew Empire? Wouldn't that be even more dangerous? But Lin Ke thought for a moment and then asked, the west is the direction where the Hebrew capital is located. Further north, is there an even more powerful force? Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, the witch breathed a mocking sigh into Lin Ke's ear. The Hebrew Empire? They did come from the west, but that's far from the end of the west. They want to conquer other kingdoms, and they certainly have their own ambitions, but that's not all. Lin Ke remained calm. So that's a place even farther than the Hebrew Empire. The witch nodded. That's right. Long ago, the Hebrew Empire was not the dominant power on this continent. Do you know why the Hebrews came here? Lin Ke did not answer, but listened quietly. The witch's tone turned somber, as if recounting a long history. They were banished to this continent. Part of that western land, which was even more powerful than the Hebrew Empire, was once their homeland. Their civilization once flourished on the vast plains of the west, with magnificent temples and prosperous kingdoms. However, in the end, they were defeated by a more powerful force in that land. The ancestors of the supreme ruler once ruled over countless territories, but they suffered repeated defeats under the attacks of those powerful civilizations. The crown of the Hebrew king was removed, the supreme idol was destroyed, and their people were displaced and eventually had to come to this new continent. Lin Ke remained calm upon hearing this. He had no sympathy for the fate of the Hebrew Empire, because what they had done was no different from what the invaders who had driven them out had done. But the Hebrews are now a powerful empire. The witch smiled and put her arms around Lin Ke's neck. Yes, although they are losers in the West, they have indeed become the strong here. Their supreme ruler ordered the construction of a new capital, rebuilt everything, and even attempted to bring all the power on the continent under his control. They conquered the tribes in all directions step by step, annexed other city-states, and finally gained a foothold on this continent, launching expeditions against their old enemies in the West. Lin Ke asked curiously, so what was the result? The witch gently shook her head. Every expedition has failed. The Western powers are too strong. They cannot break through their defenses. So they changed their strategy, no longer trying to reclaim their homeland, but turning their attention to this continent. Their supreme ruler is determined to rebuild glory here and create an unparalleled empire. Their goal is to unify the entire continent before facing their old rivals. The witch then released her grip and continued. Now, they are the most powerful empire in this land, but their purpose has never changed. Even if they unify all the kingdoms in this land, they will still one day launch another attack to try to reclaim their homeland. Hearing this, Lin Ke nodded gently. I see. I will be careful. Thank you for reminding me. After listening to the witch's words, Lin Ke continued to ponder. Because Holy Egypt is not in a safe situation right now. They have only defeated the main force of the Hebrews. If what the witch said is true, then it is only a matter of time before they launch another attack and achieve unification. In Lin Ke's original plan, he intended to drive the Hebrew army out of Holy Egypt, because many cities in Holy Egypt were occupied by the Hebrew army. Now, just as one wave subsides, another rises. Because of the Hebrew army's crushing defeat, even more numerous and powerful forces have set their sights on them. The future of Holy Egypt remains precarious. Lin Ke originally planned to enjoy delicious food, bask in the sun, and play with succubi and female attendants in the palace. My comfortable retirement plan has to be postponed again. Lin Ke's expression turned serious, and he began to plan his next move in his mind. First, it was to reclaim the other city-states that had been occupied by the Hebrews. Take back the lands and city-states that originally belonged to Holy Egypt. Then, continue to grow stronger. As long as you are strong enough, those forces far away will not dare to make trouble for you. At this moment, the witch took a step closer to Lin Ke, a faint smile on her lips. She slightly raised her head, her eyes revealing an expression that was hard to tell whether it was admiration or worship. Then, she slowly leaned forward and gently placed a kiss on Lin Ke's cheek. Lin Ke paused, the witch's actions leaving him somewhat puzzled. What is she doing? Her lips were almost imperceptible, but her cheeks had somehow become flushed. Her eyes were unfocused, and her voice was as soft as a veil. Holy Pharaoh, the more serene you are, the more fascinated I become. Before she could finish speaking, a seductive smile curved her lips, and her gaze seemed to burn Lin Ke's body. But Lin Ke didn't move. He just looked at her calmly. He was now certain that, at least, the Lich King would no longer try to trip him up. The Witchcraft Society is part of Holy Egypt. Come with us to Holy Egypt. Sacred Egypt also needs the power of your Witchcraft Society. Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, the witch's voice became even more alluring. Good, Holy Pharaoh. Lin Ke nodded. He knew very well that he and the witch had both achieved their desired goals. Chapter 133 The Royal Capital, Cairo. Holy Pharaoh, is this it? King Arthas of Atlantis stood on the banks of the Nile, gazing into the distance. There was a hint of hesitation in his voice, because the scene before him was unbelievable. Because, looking further into the distance from the Nile, there is an endless desert. The golden sand dunes shimmered dazzlingly in the sunlight, creating another still sea. The wind whipped up fine sand, creating streaks of golden gauze in the air. Several Atlantean soldiers followed behind Arthas. Their gazes were also drawn to the scene before them, their faces filled with shock and confusion. This is the desert. No water, no life, only endless sand. That's spectacular. As Arthas listened to the people's words, he was transported back to his past memories. As the king of Atlantis, he had seen countless magnificent ocean sights. Azure waters, vibrant coral reefs, and whales leaping out of the sea. But the desert before him gave him an unprecedented shock. Unless you see it with your own eyes, you simply cannot feel the impact that the desert has on these maritime peoples. Holy Pharaoh. Arthas then slowly spoke. I know that it is difficult to grow crops in desert areas, and in the past, desert regions often suffered from famine. I wonder if Holy Egypt has enough food supplies right now. If that's not enough, I can use the treasures of Atlantis to buy some from the surrounding kingdoms. Lin Ke stood beside him, and he knew very well that the other party was very worried about the food problem. Of course, this is understandable. After all, Atlantis still has thousands of mouths to feed. Although the desert is desolate, it also has its own life. Look, there's water, plants, and even animals. As for food, you don't need to worry about it. I will prepare it for you in advance. Lin Ke wasn't worried about food supplies, as Cairo already had a considerable amount stored up. They can't even finish it all themselves. Arthas then continued. Our people have never seen such a sight. They are used to the vastness and freedom of the ocean, the saltiness of the sea breeze, and the sound of the waves. This desert is too unfamiliar to them. The implication is that Arthas was worried that his people might not be able to adapt to the environment. Upon hearing his words, Lin Ke simply nodded. Being unfamiliar doesn't mean being unable to adapt. Your ancestors also emerged from the ocean and established the Great Atlantis. Now, you need to adapt to a new environment again, just like your ancestors did. Arthas nodded, his gaze towards Lin Ke now filled with more appreciation. You are so young, yet your vision and perspective are as profound as a god's. Lin Ke simply waved her hand and said, You flatter me. If you are willing, I will help you build a new home here. It will probably take a few more days for our new city to be completed, so you should rest in Cairo for now. Arthas nodded and didn't mention the bet about the new city again. This is the territory of the Holy Pharaoh, and they still need his help. Although Arthas still felt it was impossible to build a new city within a few days, he didn't bring it up again. As long as the people can be settled, that's fine. Arthas' eyes were filled with gratitude as he bowed slightly to Lin Ke. Thank you, Holy Pharaoh. Lin Ke waved her hand again. It's a win-win situation. At this moment, Lin Ke's fleet slowly entered the mouth of the Nile River, and the golden sunlight shone on the sails, reflecting the flag of Holy Egypt. The flag of the desert and the Nile. Before the fleet even reached the shore, deafening cheers were already echoing from the direction of Cairo. That's because news of the victory had already spread throughout the city. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh personally commanded the campaign and repelled the Hebrew army. Oh, our supreme and great Holy Pharaoh. Lin Ke led his army to repel the Hebrew invasion and protect Atlantis. For the people of Holy Egypt, this brought unparalleled glory to Holy Egypt. The streets of Cairo were already packed with jubilant crowds. The light of Ra shines upon His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. The priests, holding golden scepters and wearing eagle feather crowns symbolizing the sun god, stood on the high platform of the temple, chanting hymns praising the Holy Pharaoh. His Majesty the Pharaoh has returned. His Majesty the Pharaoh has returned. Several children shouted excitedly, waving a small flag in his hand embroidered with the image of the god of the desert and the Nile. At first glance, it looks like a tiny person that emits golden light. Quickly, cover the streets with flowers. An older woman directed several young men to scatter baskets of fresh lotus flowers and palm leaves along the roadside. The lotus is one of the symbols of Holy Egypt, representing life and rebirth. As for palm leaves, they symbolize victory and prosperity. Merchants also sprang into action, displaying their finest spices and wines at the entrances of their shops, preparing to offer them to the victorious army. The air was filled with the intoxicating aromas of myrrh and frankincense, mingled with the scents of toasted bread and mead. Look, that's the Holy Pharaoh's fleet, someone shouted, pointing to the distant river. As the fleet docked, the army marched toward Cairo, and the celebrations in the city reached their climax. With thunderous drums and resounding horns, the priests lit the sacred fire before the temple, the flames soaring into the sky, symbolizing the eternal glory of Holy Egypt. It's so lively, so lively. The Atlantean looked around at the scene, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up in a smile. Lin Ke entered the city and stepped onto the road covered with flowers and palm leaves. Behind him were Ramses and Nantung, as well as the elite soldiers of Holy Egypt. Long live the Holy Pharaoh! Long live the Holy Pharaoh! A deafening cheer erupted from the crowd. The women tossed the lotus flowers in their hands into the air, and the petals rained down at Lin Ke's feet. The children waved flags and ran after the army, their faces beaming with innocent smiles. The priest stepped forward and draped a golden cloak over Lin Ke's shoulders. The cloak was embroidered with the pattern of the light of Ra, symbolizing the supreme and sacred authority of the Holy Pharaoh. Then they applied holy oil to Lin's forehead and whispered a blessing incantation. May the sun god Ra protect you, and may your reign be as eternal as the Nile. Lin Ke slowly turned around, and the cheers below became even more intense. Musicians on both sides of the street played cheerful tunes, with drumbeats and flute sounds intertwining. The dancers, dressed in colorful long dresses and holding tambourines, danced gracefully to the rhythm of the music. An elderly merchant knelt on the ground, holding a bottle of precious myrrh in his hands. Your Majesty, this is a spice that our family has treasured for centuries. May it bring you eternal glory. Lin Ke nodded slightly, signaling the soldiers to accept the gifts. His gaze swept across the crowd, and the lively scene made him feel somewhat dazed. This is home. Cairo, the royal capital. Chapter 134 Fighting for a Better Tomorrow. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. The sky was getting dark. As the festivities subsided, Cairo remained brightly lit under the night sky. Lin Ke stood on the high platform of the palace, looking down at the jubilant crowds in the city. He felt that perhaps it was because he had been away from here for a while. Therefore, when he saw the bustling scenes in Cairo again, he felt they were all the more precious. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. At this moment, a servant came over to remind Lin Ke that the time had come. No. Lin Ke stood up. Today, he wanted to reward all the leaders who had directly or indirectly participated in the campaign to defeat the Hebrews. Not far away, Nantung, Camel, Malaysia, and other meritorious officials stood in turn, waiting for the Holy Pharaoh's reward. Lin Ke turned around, her gaze falling on the star mage of Holy Egypt, Nantung. In this battle, your magic turned the tide for us. You aided the goddess of the hunt, fighting alone against the witches of the Witchcraft Guild. You deserve a lot of credit. I bestow upon you a crocodile king's eggshell. This is a treasure found in an ancient crocodile lair deep in the Nile. It contains powerful magic that can help you cultivate the power of the stars, and perhaps even help you break through the limits of magic once again. Nantung bowed slightly and accepted the eggshell, which glowed with a faint blue light, with both hands. He carefully held it in his palm, and his pupils dilated slightly as he looked at the eggshell. "Thank you, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. I will certainly live up to your trust and continue to serve Holy Egypt." Nantong straightened up and stared blankly at the crocodile king eggshell in her hand. Lin Ke nodded slightly, then looked at Camel. The Prime Minister of Holy Egypt simply bowed and waited respectfully. Lin Ke's voice carried a hint of approval. "Camel, with you in Cairo, our army will be even more powerful. The city is safe and peaceful, and the logistics are also very well arranged. I bestow upon you a shadow of the desert, a wild horse captured from the Sinai Mountains. It can gallop like the wind across the desert, helping you achieve twice the results with half the effort." Camel knelt down, his voice deep and powerful. "His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's trust is my greatest honor. This old minister is willing to shed his last drop of blood for Holy Egypt, to devote himself to the cause until his dying breath." Finally, Lin Ke's gaze fell on Malaysia. This Amazonian warrior stood tall and proud, her eyes burning with fire, like a wild beast ready to fight at any moment. Lin Ke's voice carried a hint of admiration. "Malaysia, I have witnessed your bravery and the figure of the goddess of the hunt that you summoned. I bestow upon you a set of magic shield armor, which is reforged from the magic shield soldier's armor left over from the battlefield. It is lightweight and flexible, yet it can protect vital parts, making you more invincible in battle." Malaysia accepted the armor, a confident smile playing on her lips. "Thank you, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, I accept your reward. However, a true warrior does not need to rely on external objects. My mighty axe is unstoppable." Her tone carried a hint of arrogance, but everyone was already used to Malaysia being like this. Lin Ke smiled slightly, not angry at her attitude. He knew that Marathia was such a straightforward and proud warrior. Moreover, her abilities are enough to support her confidence. After the reward ceremony, Lin Ke and the others went to the main hall of the palace. The long table was laden with fine wine and delicious food, filling the air with their aroma. Everyone raised their glasses to celebrate this hard-won victory. To drive out the invaders, for the great victory of Holy Egypt. For our glory, for everything we cherish. For the brave warriors who sacrificed their lives on the battlefield, for a better future. Lin Ke raised his glass, his gaze sweeping over everyone. To the friendship of our three kingdoms, to a brighter tomorrow, cheers. Everyone responded in unison, and the clinking of glasses produced a crisp and pleasant sound. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere became even more lively. Nantong and Camel discussed tactics in hushed tones, while Malaysia competed in drinking with several Amazon warriors, their laughter filling the air. The witch watched from above as Lin Ke clinked her wine glasses, and then slightly licked her upturned lips. Just as everyone was getting into a drunken frenzy, Lin Ke stood up and tapped her wine glass. The hall fell silent, and all eyes were on him. "Gentlemen, today's victory is certainly worth celebrating, but we cannot let our guard down. Although the Hebrew leader has temporarily retreated, he will not give up easily, and he will surely make a comeback in the near future. We must be prepared at all times." His gaze swept over the crowd, and he continued, "Sacred Egypt, Amazon, and Atlantis have now formed a powerful alliance. But the future of the alliance requires our joint efforts." Nantong then stood up, bowed, and raised his wine cup. "Please enlighten me, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh." Lin Ke nodded and continued, "First, we must reclaim the cities of Holy Egypt that have been occupied by the Hebrews. These cities are not only the territory of our Holy Egypt, but will also serve as our future defense line. Only by taking them back can we expand our defensive area and increase our buffer zone." His gaze shifted to Alsace. "Secondly, the city of Atlantis also needs time to rebuild. Although we are safe for the time being, the threat from the Hebrews has not been completely eliminated. We must ensure that every city remains under our control in the future." Arthas nodded, his expression grave. "The Holy Pharaoh is right. We Atlanteans are willing to fight alongside you to reclaim our home." Lin Ke then continued, "Finally, we need to strengthen cooperation within the alliance, whether in military, economic, or cultural matters. We need to be more closely linked. Only in this way can we remain invincible in future wars." The hall was silent. Everyone looked at Lin Ke, their eyes filled with hope for the future. It was as if he were the leader in the fog, guiding everyone in the right direction. After a moment of silence, Camel raised his glass first. "Your Majesty, Holy Pharaoh, this old minister will follow in your footsteps and continue to fight for the future of Holy Egypt and the Alliance. Nantong also raised his glass to Holy Egypt, to the unity and glory of the Alliance. For the warriors who sacrificed their lives on the battlefield, Marasige's voice remained powerful. Lin Ke raised her glass, her gaze sweeping over everyone. Cheers! Cheers! Everyone responded in unison, and the sound of glasses clinking rang out once again. At that moment, on the streets of Cairo, there were two people wearing long robes. They stared in astonishment at the bustling scene in Cairo. That's not right. How come this is completely different from what the intelligence said? This isn't some kind of hellish scene at all. Moreover, there is no famine here at all. This is really strange. Let's stay for 2 more days and gather more information. Chapter 135 The Bet. Have you heard? His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh and the King of Atlantis have made a pact. What agreement? His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh requires a city to be built within 8 days. If it cannot be built. So what if you can't build it? Just say so. If it cannot be created, His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh will have to honor the monarch of Atlantis as king. What? Early in the morning, the people of Cairo immediately began to discuss it. The news spread like wildfire, and soon almost all the people of Cairo knew about it. Everyone looked surprised when they heard the news. Could it be His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh? Are we going to have to use his divine power again? Of course, their concern was not that His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh could not complete it, but that His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh might once again unleash his divine power and create a miracle. After all, everyone in Cairo knows the story of the military camp and the farm. Those stories of houses being built in the blink of an eye. Not only that, they had heard the legendary tale of a person radiating golden light cutting down an entire forest in the blink of an eye countless times. In short, today is the last day of the bet between Lin Ke and King Arthas of Atlantis. The answer to whether Lin Ke can build a city within 10 days will be revealed soon. At this moment, Nantong and Camuel stood on the city wall, gazing into the distance. It was still a vast desert, near the Nile River, and there was absolutely no sign of any construction. Camer frowned and asked in a low voice, Lord Nantong, do you really think His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh can do it? Not a single brick or stone has been prepared in the city, let alone other materials. Aside from 3 people radiating golden light who were escorted out of the city by Master Hika and his ilk a few days ago, there was nothing else. But they look completely different from the builders, and they move very slowly. Nantong smiled slightly and looked into the other man's eyes. General Camel, you have served His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh for many years, don't you understand him? His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh never does anything without certainty. Those 3 people you saw, radiating golden light, might just be. Camuel nodded slowly. Yes, but I still find it incredible. That's building a city big enough to hold tens of thousands of people. Meanwhile, 2 foreigners who had secretly entered Cairo the previous night were mingling in the crowd, listening to the discussions of the people around them. They wore long robes and headscarves that covered most of their faces. One of them whispered to his companion, have you heard? The Holy Pharaoh of Holy Egypt actually made a bet with the King of Atlantis to build a city in 10 days. That's insane. His companion shook his head, his tone somewhat dismissive. That's utterly absurd. Just transporting materials requires a lot of manpower and resources, let alone construction. Has this Holy Pharaoh gone mad? The 2 were talking in hushed tones when they suddenly heard a local villager excitedly exclaim, It's this way. It's this way. Just wait. The 2 foreigners followed the gaze of the people and saw that the desert in the distance was still empty. They couldn't help but ask, Hey buddy, what are you looking at? There's nothing there. The man turned around, his face beaming with excitement. Didn't you know? His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh is going to build a city for Atlantis. Today is the last day. One of the foreigners couldn't help but laugh out loud. Brother, how is this possible? It will take several months just to move the materials. What's wrong with you all? The man shook his head, his tone firm. You from a foreign land, aren't you? No wonder you know nothing. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh can always make the impossible possible. I'm too lazy to explain to you. Just wait and see. Another foreigner scoffed. This isn't a question of possibility. Have all the people of Holy Egypt been bewitched? Upon hearing this, the commoner frowned, seemingly displeased by their skepticism. Since you don't believe me, how about we take a gamble? What are you betting on? The foreigner asked. The common people said angrily, We'll bet all the valuables you have on you. If His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh has indeed built the city, you will give me the money. If not, I will give you double the money. The two foreigners exchanged a glance, a glint of greed in their eyes. Isn't this just giving away money? They don't carry much money, but if they can double it, it will be a considerable income. So the two of them discussed it. Double the money. Isn't this like getting it for free? Yes. We can go buy some bread to eat later. One of them nodded and said, Okay, we'll take the bet. The moment they finished speaking, a deep rumble suddenly came from the distant sky. Boom, boom. Everyone looked up and saw a huge golden beam of light descend from the sky, landing directly on the distant desert. Within the beam of light, countless bricks, stones, wood, and metal materials could be vaguely seen spinning rapidly, as if controlled by an invisible force. It's starting, the people shouted excitedly. The two foreigners stared wide-eyed at the sight before them in disbelief. Within the beam of light, the outline of a city gradually became clear. City walls, towers, streets, and houses. Everything is taking shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. In no time, a complete city stood on the desert, and judging from the surrounding landmarks, it would seem as if it had existed there for many years. At the same time, the surrounding people cheered. This? How is this possible? One of the foreigners murmured to himself, his voice trembling slightly. He blinked hard a few times, and even slapped himself. The commoner turned around and looked at the two foreigners with a smile. Well, now it's time to honor the bet, isn't it? The two foreigners were pale, and sweat beaded on their foreheads. They whispered to each other, What should we do? If we give them all our money, we won't even have enough for our return trip. How about we renege on the debt? One of them suggested. Okay, run. The two exchanged a glance and suddenly took off running. However, they had only taken a few steps when they were blocked by several fully armed soldiers. Camel stepped out from the crowd, his gaze cold and stern. You too. Did you enjoy your time in Holy Egypt? The two foreigners' faces changed drastically, and they looked at Camel in terror. We just came here. Another person immediately replied, We're here to buy some supplies. We'll be leaving soon. Camel replied expressionlessly, Purchase materials? What a fine purchase of materials. Take him away. The soldiers stepped forward and took the two men into custody. The two men simply exclaimed, Damn it! What bad luck! Camel simply said, Unlucky. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh has ordered me to keep an eye on you for many days. Take them all. Chapter 136 The New City. Meanwhile, in his palace, the king of Alsace, upon seeing a tall city rise from the edge of his field of vision, finally understood that the rumors about Holy Egypt were true. There are claims that people with bodies radiating golden light can build houses in the blink of an eye and clear out an entire forest in an instant. However, none of those rumors could compare to the shock of seeing it with one's own eyes. Only after seeing it with my own eyes today do I realize how limited our knowledge is. King Arthas of Atlantis stood before Link and bowed deeply in respect. His eyes were filled with respect and gratitude, and his voice trembled slightly. Your Majesty, your divine power, your wisdom, and your magnanimity have deeply impressed the people of Atlantis. We will forever remember your kindness to us, and as the King of Atlantis, I will certainly fulfill our promise. Atlantis will pay tribute to Holy Egypt every year and become the bloodline of Holy Egypt. Once again, on behalf of all Atlanteans, I extend my highest respect to you. The King of Atlantis bowed deeply to Link once again. Lin Ke nodded and immediately stepped forward to help him up. Ultimately, this is a win-win situation. With the addition of Atlantis, Holy Egypt's overall strength will be greatly enhanced, and a safe buffer zone for war will be provided along its coastline. Moreover, the Atlanteans were far more familiar with and knowledgeable about naval battles than these desert dwellers. Not to mention, they also know how to produce extremely powerful equipment. It is also an honor for Holy Egypt to have a blood ally like Atlantis. From this day forward, Atlantis will become a close friend of Holy Egypt, just like the Amazon. Rise, King of Atlantis. Lin Ke helped the other person up, then walked out of the palace, and had Nantong use magic to spread her voice throughout the city. From this day forward, Atlantis is a blood-sworn friend of Holy Egypt. We will be firmly bound together to fight against powerful enemies of the future. Upon hearing this, the people of Holy Egypt spontaneously flocked to the streets to see off the Atlanteans who were about to travel to the new city. Welcome back to Cairo, friends from the sea. Welcome back to Cairo to enjoy its wine and bread. The women tossed lotus flowers into the air, the children waved flags, and cheers rose and fell. Arthas looked at the lively scene before him, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He turned to Lin Ke and asked respectfully, Your Majesty, could you please name this new city? Lin Ke simply smiled and looked at the new city in the distance. Then, what do you think about naming it Tide Sea Sand City? Arthas repeated it to himself in a low voice, his eyes shining. Tidal Sand Capital? What a good name. Lin Ke gazed at the distant city and slowly began to explain. Tide symbolizes the ocean, signifying the flow of tides and waves, and also representing the deep connection between Atlantis and the sea. Sea represents the ocean's inclusiveness and vastness, symbolizing the civilization and spirit of Atlantis. Sand City symbolizes the location of the city, which is where the desert meets the sea, and also symbolizes the help and protection that Holy Egypt provided to Atlantis. Arthas listened, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Wonderful, wonderful. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh is indeed exceptionally wise. This name not only reflects our culture, but also reminds us of the holy grace that Holy Egypt bestowed upon Atlantis. Arthas then stepped back and bowed again. The people of Atlantis will forever remember your kindness. May our friendship last as long as the sun and the moon. Please allow me to express my gratitude to you once again, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Lin Ke nodded, then watched Arthas lead the Atlanteans away. Not long after, Camel, accompanied by soldiers, escorted two foreigners dressed in robes into the palace. Camel, with a solemn expression, bowed and reported, Your Majesty, I have been keeping an eye on these two people for a long time as you instructed. They are very interested in your bet with the king of Atlantis. Today we discovered they were trying to escape, so we brought them back. Lin Ke's gaze fell on the two foreigners, his expression as calm as still water. He had already located the two people's positions through the civilization panel. Moreover, he originally thought that the two men were spies or agents sent by Western powers. But what puzzled him was that the panel showed that the two people's country was neutral rather than hostile towards Holy Egypt. This puzzled Lin Ke somewhat. According to the witch, the attitude of those Western powers toward Holy Egypt must be hostile, not neutral. Lin Ke returned to the throne and slowly asked, What brings you to Holy Egypt? The two foreigners lowered their heads, not daring to look Lin Ke in the eye. One of them said, trembling, We are just merchants, here in Holy Egypt to do business. Pshaw, what a lame lie. Lin Ke continued, A merchant? Then why did you run away? And why were you so interested in our bet? Another person quickly explained, We were just curious because we heard that the Holy Pharaoh planned to build a city in 10 days, and we found it incredible, so we. Lin Ke interrupted loudly. You think it's unbelievable, so you sneaked into the city to gather information? Your excuse is far too clumsy. The two men were pale and sweat beaded on their foreheads. They whispered for a few moments, and one of them finally gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, we are indeed not merchants, but we are not your enemies either. Our purpose in coming here is to learn about the situation in Holy Egypt. As for the bet, we are indeed very curious, so this statement aligns with the information on the civilization panel. Lin Ke then asked, Then why did you run away? The man smiled wryly and said, That's because we made a bet with a man from Holy Egypt, betting on whether you could build a city, but we never expected. Unexpectedly, we lost all our money in this gamble, so we chose to run away. However, this does not mean that we are hostile to Holy Egypt. We are here on orders to gather intelligence. Lin Ke was silent for a moment, then continued to ask, On whose orders? Then, the two looked at each other, seemingly unsure whether they should speak or not. But Lin Ke didn't want to waste time listening to their sophistry. All he wants to hear is the truth. Take them away and let the branch president of the Witchcraft Society and his lion snake hounds give them a proper welcome. Upon hearing this, Camel immediately bowed and said, Yes, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Chapter 137, We just want to make money. The vast prison was empty except for two foreigners locked in a small cell. Of course, this was because the city became much more stable after Lin Ke became the Holy Pharaoh of Holy Egypt. With increased grain production and the resolution of the famine, crime cases were drastically reduced. Today, the entire nation of Holy Egypt is united as one, and they deeply love and revere their Holy Pharaoh. Therefore, almost no one commits crimes, and there are no criminals in prison. At this moment, the witch, accompanied by a lion-snake dog, slowly entered the prison of Holy Egypt through a dark passage. The light here is very dim. The torchlight cast flickering shadows on the walls, while the air was filled with a gloomy, musty smell and the stench of rust. Oh dear, oh dear. The witch's voice echoed through the empty prison, tinged with mockery. In addition, there was the heavy, panting sound of the lion dog. There are only 2 people in the prison in Holy Egypt. How can that be enough to feed my little darling? Roar. Her lion-snake dog growled, and then looked at the 2 men in the cell with its glowing green eyes. The lion-faced dog flicked its tongue, bared its fangs, and slowly let out a low growl. Oh, what kind of monster is this? No, don't come any closer, don't come any closer. The 2 foreigners were immediately terrified and huddled in a corner, their faces as pale as paper, and their trousers were even soaked with water. However, to be precise, it should be urine stains. The witch walked slowly into the cell with cat-like steps. The smile on her face gradually disappeared, and was then replaced by a hideous and terrifying expression. 2 curved goat horns slowly emerged from the top of the witch's head, and her eyes glowed with a blood-red light. Dark red lines appeared on her lower abdomen, making it clear to anyone that she was a true demon. Her voice also changed, like a sound echoing in the abyss. You 2 listen up. The Holy Pharaoh will come to question you later, and I will be watching from the side. My little baby can tell the difference in your body odor by smell. If I find out that you dare to lie to the Holy Pharaoh. Before she could finish speaking, the lion dog opened its mouth wide and let out a low growl, echoing its owner. Yes, we would never lie. Absolutely not. The 2 foreigners clung to each other, trembling all over. After managing to squeeze out a few sharp words, they didn't even dare to open their eyes again. Not long after, Lin Ke walked into the prison wearing a black robe. The empty prison made Lin Ke very satisfied. This means that the people of Holy Egypt lived well under his rule. The scene before them was the greatest affirmation for Lin Ke. Of course, as a holy pharaoh, he shouldn't have come to such a place in person. However, in order to obtain the most accurate intelligence information, he chose to conduct the interrogation himself. Of course, Lin Ke also had her own considerations. The witch and her lion-snake hounds are the best deterrent. Even though this method is underhanded, it is the most effective. Lin Ke walked to the front of the cell and glanced at the 2 foreigners. Then, he removed the hood from his black robe, revealing a solemn face with heavy eyeshadow. Tell me, where did you come from? Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, one of them immediately replied, trembling, We came from the Aztecs in the southeast. Upon hearing this, half of Lin Ke's doubts were resolved. No wonder the civilization panel shows they have no hostility towards Holy Egypt. It turns out they didn't come from the west, but from the Aztecs in the southeast. He nodded and continued. So what other purpose do you have in coming to Holy Egypt? The other person quickly added, We're here to gather information. But besides that, I also wanted to see if we could do trade with Holy Egypt. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke frowned slightly. Trade? He glanced at the lion dog beside him, but it did not react. It's actually the truth? We heard from some caravans that they can no longer do business with merchants from Holy Egypt. So we decided to take this opportunity to monopolize the fabric and agricultural products business in Holy Egypt. Lin Ke frowned slightly, puzzled by the other person's words. This is nothing to be ashamed of, so what are these 2 doing sneakily? Lin Ke nodded. Go on. The man replied. Our Aztec cloth is of excellent quality, and our agricultural products are abundant and diverse. So, we originally planned to sell these things to Holy Egypt at a high price and make a profit. Upon hearing this, the witch's ferocious expression gradually disappeared. She turned to look at Lin Ke, as if she had suddenly thought of something. Lin Ke immediately understood the meaning behind those words. That is, the powerful Western forces have already intervened in this continent. They have even begun to secretly influence trade in Holy Egypt. Just then, the lion-headed dog growled and bared its fangs. The 2 foreigners were so frightened that they clung to each other tightly, repeatedly saying, We didn't lie. We really didn't. Lin Ke nodded, her tone calm. Okay, I'll trust you for now. But you must tell me why those caravans cannot do business with Holy Egypt? Who is pulling the strings behind the scenes? The 2 men exchanged a glance, and one of them whispered, We don't know exactly who they are, but we've heard they're quite powerful. They controlled the caravan trade routes and threatened retaliation against anyone who dared to do business with Holy Egypt. But we don't care about any of that. We need to make money. We just really need money. Lin Ke lowered his head and began to think, his mind filled with countless thoughts. The powerful forces in the West have indeed begun to take action, and in such a secretive manner. He turned to the witch and whispered, It seems, as you said, they have already begun their operation. The witch nodded, the red light in her eyes gradually fading, but her expression remained serious. Holy Pharaoh, you must prepare as soon as possible. Lin Ke did not answer. but looked at the two foreigners again. So, you came here just to do trade? The two foreigners nodded frantically, almost dropping their heads to the ground. Yes, yes. We just want to make some money. Lin Ke was speechless. He had originally thought that these two people were related to powerful Western forces. He continued, then, besides cloth and food, what else can you provide? The two foreigners immediately replied, you can have anything you want. We can find you anything. Chapter 138 Holy Egypt is truly terrifying. Lin Ke listened to the other person's words and began to think again. If this guy wasn't talking nonsense out of fear, then they were still useful to Holy Egypt. If what these two guys say is true, then soon no caravan will be able to buy anything in Holy Egypt except for food. This means that some metals, special spices, and wood will lose their supply sources. This will have a significant impact on Holy Egypt, as it will also affect the production of soldiers' equipment. Therefore, he needs to learn more information. For example, first locate the Aztecs, and then send out a scout. Once Lin Ke discovers this unfamiliar civilization, he will be able to communicate directly with its leader through the civilization panel. Otherwise, if we let those two go, they might just run away and stop doing business with Holy Egypt. If the Aztecs could indeed provide Holy Egypt with the supplies they needed, they could cooperate and achieve a win-win situation, each getting what they needed. So Lin Ke asked again, you say you come from the Aztecs, so where exactly are the Aztecs located? One of them swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. Reporting to the Holy Pharaoh, the Aztecs are in the southeast, accessible by crossing a vast forest and rainforest. Our city-state is located in the center of that region, surrounded by many barbarian tribes. Lin Ke listened, a hint of doubt suddenly appearing on her brow. The forests and rainforests to the southeast were indeed the gathering place of barbarians, a place full of danger, and even the caravans of Holy Egypt never went in that direction. Even Lin Ke's scouts could only gather information from the periphery and couldn't penetrate deeper. This is because the barbarian tribes there were too densely packed. So Lin Ke continued, aren't there many barbarians over there? How did you get through? Another person hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, our Aztec leader and the barbarian king have a very good relationship. We pay tribute to the barbarians every year in exchange for their protection. Therefore, the barbarians did not harass us when we crossed that area. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke began to ponder. Aztecs? Barbarian kings? Considering that Holy Egypt had previously fought against barbarians, Lin Ke felt that the Aztecs might not have a very good attitude towards Holy Egypt. After all, the Aztecs' elder brother, those barbarians, had been brutally beaten by Holy Egypt. But what if we eliminate the barbarians, make them pledge allegiance to Holy Egypt, and help Holy Egypt operate the route? It might even get them to pay tribute to Holy Egypt. Of course, Lin Ke is not fully aware of these circumstances at the moment and will need to speak with the other party's leader to find out. Lin Ke warned the two. I will investigate and verify whether the information you provided is true. In the meantime, you will have to stay in Holy Egypt. The two men turned pale the moment they heard the words, living in Holy Egypt. Their eyes involuntarily drifted toward the witch and the lion-snake dog, their hearts filled with fear. One of them said, trembling, Your Majesty, we really meant no harm, could you? Lin Ke interrupted them, her tone turning icy. While you are not enemies of Holy Egypt, it is also impossible to be certain whether you are friends of Holy Egypt. So, you'll stay here for now. Must. The two men exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with terror. They glanced at Lin Ke, then at the witch and the lion-snake hound, nodding frantically, terrified that they would be chopped up and fed to that horrible monster at any moment. One of them quickly said, We understand. We understand. We will definitely stay put and not do anything reckless. Lin Ke nodded, put the hood of her cloak back on, covering most of her face. Someone will come to take you away in a moment. After saying this, he turned and left, with the witch and the lion-snake dog following closely behind. The two foreigners watched their figures disappear at the end of the corridor, finally letting out a sigh of relief and collapsing to the ground. Their foreheads were covered in cold sweat, and their clothes were soaked through. One of them muttered under his breath, his voice trembling. It's terrifying. It's terrifying. That witch, and that monster, I thought we were doomed. One of them wiped the sweat from his brow, his face still pale. Yes. Holy Egypt is too dangerous. When that holy pharaoh looked at me, it was as if he could see right through my soul. Another person said with a wry smile, We're really lucky to be alive. Yes, we are still alive, we are not dead. The second person sighed. However, we are safe for now. The holy pharaoh said someone would come to take us away. Hopefully it won't be that witch and her monster again. The first person suddenly tensed up. Do you think they might suddenly change their minds and feed us to that monster? The second person interrupted him, his face even paler. Stop talking. I don't want to hear about that again. All we can do now is pray that the holy pharaoh really is just letting us stay here temporarily. The two remained silent for a moment. The silence in the prison made them feel even more oppressed. After a while, footsteps could be heard outside the prison. The two foreigners immediately tensed up and stared intently at the cell door. The door was pushed open, and Camel walked in with two soldiers. His gaze was cold and stern, and he said nothing superfluous. Come with me. The two men exchanged a glance, feeling uneasy but daring not to disobey. They could only stand up tremblingly and follow Camel out of the cell. One of them, his voice trembling, managed to squeeze out a sentence. Excuse me, sir, where are we going? Camel didn't turn around, but said coldly, You'll know when we get there. The terrifying images of the witch and the lion-snake dog kept flashing through their minds, so they dared not ask any more questions and could only follow silently behind. Camel led them to a small hut, opened the door, and gestured for them to go inside. The room was simply furnished, with only a table and a few chairs, and some clothes piled up in the corner. Camel remained silent. Change your clothes. These are for you. The two men looked at the clothes on the table, their unease growing. One of them asked, trembling, change clothes? Why do we need to change clothes? Camel simply looked at them coldly. Do as I say, and don't ask questions. The two men dared not disobey, and could only pick up their clothes, their hearts filled with fear. They began to whisper among themselves. Does changing clothes mean we're about to be executed? I don't know, but I've heard that in some places they make prisoners change into clean clothes before execution. Oh my God, are we really going to die? Camel walked outside and whispered a few words to the soldier beside him. Then he turned to the two foreigners and said, Stay here. If you dare to step out of the room, you will face the consequences. After saying that, he left the room with his soldiers, closed the door, and left the two men staring at each other in bewilderment. The first person said regretfully, I shouldn't have come to Holy Egypt. I just wanted to make some money, but now I've even lost my life. The second person sighed. It's no use saying all this now. We can only pray that the holy pharaoh is really just letting us stay here temporarily. The two remained silent for a moment, their minds still filled with the terrifying images of the witch and the lion-snake dog, and they continued to break out in a cold sweat. The first person suddenly asked, trembling, Do you think we might really be fed to that monster? The second person interrupted him, his face even paler. Stop talking. I don't want to hear this anymore. Just as they were lost in thought, there was a sudden knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The two men trembled with fright, nearly dropping the clothes in their hands. Chapter 139 The Visitor from a Poor Country. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. To the two Aztecs, it was like the sound of death knocking at their door. However, just as the two Aztecs were mentally prepared and trembling as they opened the door, they found that several soldiers from Holy Egypt had brought them some food. It was steaming hot bread, pancakes, and 2 glasses of milk. The aroma of the food was irresistible. The two were stunned. They had never seen anything like it before. However, they can immediately smell that it is food. One of them spoke cautiously, his eyes wide as saucers. Sir, is this for us? However, the soldiers of Holy Egypt did not answer. They simply placed the food on the table and then turned and left. For them, it was just an ordinary task. After the door was closed, only the two people remained in the room once again. The two Aztecs stared blankly at the food on the table. The bread crust is golden and crispy, and the pancakes are still steaming hot. As for the aroma of milk, it's even more mouth-watering. However, the two Aztecs were filled with doubt. Could these things have been poisoned? The other person stared at the food, swallowing hard. Even if it's poisoned, it's better than being bitten to death by that monster. I'd rather be poisoned to death than see that monster again. After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes, made up his mind to die, and, as if in a death struggle, tore off a large piece of bread and stuffed it whole into his mouth. However, after chewing a few times, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. What's this taste like? He exclaimed in surprise, then grabbed a piece of pancake, took a bite, and his eyes widened immediately. It smells so good. Delicious, so delicious. As he spoke, he picked up the milk and took another sip. In an instant, the taste on his tongue swirled like a tornado, rushing straight to his innate senses. His expression was so exaggerated that he almost rolled his eyes, and he kept muttering, "It's so delicious, so delicious." The person opposite initially thought he had been poisoned to death and turned pale with fright. Just as he was panicking and somewhat at a loss, he found himself grabbing food and eating and drinking heartily again. What? Seeing this, he couldn't hold back any longer, rushed to the table, tore off a piece of bread, and stuffed it into his mouth. My God, what is this thing? How can the outer shell be so thin and brittle, yet the inside be so soft? He ate with awe, then grabbed another piece of pancake, took a bite, and burst into tears. This is even better than raw venison and red berries. Wah! The two men, like refugees fleeing a famine, wolfed down their food with wide eyes while constantly shedding tears. They simply stuffed the fragrant food into their mouths, and if they choked, they would drink a large gulp of milk. This doesn't make them feel uncomfortable at all. On the contrary, it makes their brains feel even more pleasant. Meanwhile, after observing how they ate, the soldiers of Holy Egypt took the clothes they had taken off with them. The soldier carefully inspected the contents of the robe, taking stock of the valuables inside. The soldiers counted and found that there were only a few dozen bronze coins in their robes, nothing else of value. Camel watched from the side, then took what the soldier handed him. Just as I expected. Camel looked at the copper coin in his hand and slowly nodded. I followed them for many days and found that they couldn't even afford to buy a loaf of bread. They just ate the dry rations they brought with them. It seems they really don't have much money now. Meanwhile, the soldiers who had been following the two Aztecs during those days looked puzzled. Your Excellency, what have you noticed from this? Camel raised his head and sneered. If the people the Aztecs sent to investigate are all so poor, it only proves that the Aztecs themselves are a poor kingdom. The reason they dared to take the risk when no one else was trading with Holy Egypt was probably because they desperately needed money. Another soldier suddenly realized, and he nodded vigorously. No wonder they were so interested in Holy Egypt. Our holy Egyptian market is a huge piece of meat for them. Camel put away the copper coins and smiled slightly. Yes, fortunately His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh knew long ago that these two guys were hiding in the city. Otherwise, the situation in Holy Egypt would have been even more critical. If we can make good use of the Aztecs, it will be an excellent opportunity for us, Holy Egypt. You stay here and watch over things. I need to go and report to His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. After he finished speaking, he turned and left, heading towards the palace. Inside the room, the two foreigners had already devoured all the food on the table. They slumped in their chairs, their faces filled with satisfaction and emotion. One of them said, with a hint of emotion in his voice, I've never eaten anything so delicious in my life. I never expected the food in Holy Egypt to be so delicious. The other person nodded, tears still glistening in their eyes. Yes, all these fragrant things, and that glass of white water. Our Aztec food is nothing compared to what's here. The two remained silent for a moment, their fear of Holy Egypt diminishing considerably. Moreover, this meal made them develop a subtle fondness for the place. Do you think the Holy Pharaoh wasn't actually that scary? The other person shook his head with a wry smile. Maybe, but I don't want to see that witch and that monster again. Hey, wait a minute. Do you think we'll be able to eat these things again tomorrow? On the other side, Camel strode into the palace and bowed to Link. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. I have found out the details about those two foreigners. They only had a few dozen copper coins on them, and they couldn't even afford to buy a loaf of bread. This suggests that the Aztecs were likely a poor country. The reason they risked coming to Holy Egypt was probably because they desperately needed money. Lin Ke looked at Camel, her expression remaining as calm as ever. Just as I expected. The fact that they dare to take the risk of trading with us when our trade routes are cut off is a clear indication of their character. However, what is certain now is that their situation may be worse than we imagined. Camel nodded. Yes, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. I think if we can take advantage of this, we can gain the upper hand in trade, drive down prices, and get the goods we want. Lin Ke smiled slightly. That's exactly right. Camel then bowed and withdrew, quickly leaving. Link immediately dispatched several cavalry units to the southeast, to the area where the barbarians were located. He planned to lure the barbarians away first, and then send out scouts to sneak in. If Link can discover the Aztec civilization, he will be able to begin negotiations with them. Just then, Nantong arrived at the palace in a hurry. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. This old minister has important matters to report to you. Chapter 140 Crocodile King's Eggshell. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. This old minister has important matters to report to you. Nantong's face was unusually solemn, and Lin Ke could roughly guess how urgent the matter was just by glancing at him. Not only that, Lin Ke also saw that he was tightly clutching the crocodile king eggshell that Lin Ke had given him. The eggshell surface shimmered with a desert-colored yellow light, seemingly containing some kind of powerful magical energy. However, this made Lin Ke somewhat puzzled. Why did Nantong take this to the palace? Lin Ke's face remained calm, but her eyes were fixed on the crocodile king eggshell. Nantong, why are you in such a panic? Nantong took a deep breath, as if trying to suppress some nauseating feeling in her chest, otherwise she would immediately vomit it out. He slowly placed the crocodile king's eggshell on the ground, then gradually lowered his voice. Your Majesty, Holy Pharaoh, when I was practicing magic with the crocodile king's eggshell that you bestowed upon me, I saw some visions in the smoke rising from the eggshell. Some disturbing sights. When Nantong got to this point, she almost gagged again. It should be understood that making such a gesture in front of the Holy Pharaoh was extremely disrespectful, especially since Nantong was a very experienced minister. Lin Ke was curious. What kind of scene could make Nantong unable to resist making such a disrespectful move? At this moment, Lin Ke's gaze fell on the eggshell. Upon closer inspection, one could indeed see some thin smoke slowly seeping out of the eggshell. He asked Nantong, "What did you see?" Nantong's voice was very heavy, and his eyes immediately lost their light. "I saw that the Hebrews were carrying out inhumane massacres against our cities, those cities that they had occupied." Upon hearing this, Lin Ke's expression immediately turned serious. He immediately realized that this was a vicious revenge by the Hebrews. They unleashed all the wounds and humiliations they had suffered on the battlefield on innocent Egyptians. But not all cities were like this. Some Egyptians in those cities became slaves of the Hebrews and were forced to work for them. I saw the Hebrews make them destroy the temples and statues of gods in Egypt, and then rebuild the statues of the Hebrew gods. What's even more frightening is that some Egyptians have already turned away from us. They have lost their faith in the Egyptian gods and have turned to the Hebrew gods. If the idols of the Hebrew God are rebuilt and worshipped by more people, their divine power will continue to be strengthened. Lin Ke listened quietly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The situation was even worse than Lin Ke had anticipated. Because the act of massacring civilians after occupying a city is condemned by almost all civilizations and nations. The fact that the Hebrews were capable of doing such a thing demonstrates their profound hatred for Holy Egypt. But Lin Ke knew that the more frantic the enemy was, the more correct his actions were. Lin Ke took a small breath, then looked at Nantong, her tone still calm. "Continue." Nantong nodded and continued. "I saw a city where the Egyptians were driven into the square by the Hebrews and forced to kneel and worship the Hebrew gods. Those who refused were executed on the spot, while those who yielded were forced to convert. My compatriots, I see despair and numbness in their eyes, as if they have no souls left." Seeing this old minister is truly heartbroken. Lin Ke clenched his fists slightly, but his expression remained calm. Now is not the time to act impulsively. Moreover, Holy Egypt did not have the strength to conquer all the occupied cities. They didn't even have a single decent siege weapon. Even when attacking a city with relatively weak defenses, it requires a divine messenger who can at least use low-level divine power to cooperate with the army. Lin Ke's voice remained calm, but several horizontal lines had appeared on his forehead. "Anything else?" Nantong's voice sounded increasingly pained. "And, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, there are many, many more. I also saw some Egyptians in remote cities who had been assimilated by the Hebrews and had even begun to serve in the Hebrew army. They even wore Hebrew clothing and spoke the Hebrew language." Even as Nantong spoke, her face contorted, and it was impossible to tell whether she was angry or weeping. They even turned their knives on their own poor compatriots. Lin Ke remained silent for a long time after hearing Nantong's words. His gaze was as deep as an abyss. He knew very well that what Nantong was seeing was not an illusion, but something real that was happening right now. The Hebrews not only occupied the cities of Holy Egypt, but also attempted to completely destroy the Egyptians' faith and culture spiritually. Nantong wiped away her tears, her voice becoming urgent. "Your Majesty the great Holy Pharaoh, I believe that we must recover the old lands of Egypt as soon as possible and bring them back under the rule of Holy Egypt. Otherwise, the old city-states of Egypt will be completely assimilated. By then, even if we recapture the city, we will not be able to win back the hearts of the people we have lost." To put it more seriously, the public, may even not recognize our original great culture. Lin Ke nodded. He understood Nantong's words perfectly. You're right. We cannot sit idly by and wait to die. However, we do not yet have the strength to attack the city. However, as you said, we must first identify a city that we have a high probability of successfully capturing before we begin preparations for battle. As Lin Ke spoke, she stood up. He arrived outside the palace, his gaze fixed on the distant sky, while his mind raced, searching for a solution. The Hebrews were more ruthless than he had imagined. They not only conquered the city, but also attempted to undermine Egypt's faith and culture from within. This is no longer just a military war, but a war of civilization and spiritual beliefs. And then there's Nantong. Summon Camel and Marasia tomorrow. We need to develop a detailed plan. Nantong bowed and accepted the order, then asked Lin Ke, Your Majesty, what about the king of Atlantis? Upon hearing Nantong's words, Lin Ke simply shook her head slowly. Atlantis is now severely weakened and has no ability to fight. Let them rest and recuperate. Besides, they are needed for defense at sea. Our strength is limited, and we must launch the siege while ensuring our manpower is preserved. Otherwise, it will greatly damage the vitality of our holy Egypt. Nantong accepted the order and was about to leave when he saw a golden light flash in the hall. That was Ramses. Chapter 141 The Feeling of the River Styx. It shimmered with golden light. Ramses appeared silently in the royal palace hall of Holy Egypt. A faint golden light enveloped his body, the light unique to the god of the desert and the Nile. However, upon seeing this, Lin Ke only frowned slightly. Because Ramses only appears in times of emergency, and besides, nothing is happening in Holy Egypt right now. This shows that Ramses also came to tell Lin Ke some kind of message. Most likely, this is not good news. Therefore, Ramses' appearance in front of Lin Ke made Lin Ke's breathing become even heavier. After all, he had just heard Nantong describe those horrific scenes. Nantong, you stay here for now. He slightly raised his hand, signaling Nantong, who was about to leave, to stay a little longer. Nantong understood and stepped aside, waiting quietly. Ramesses. As if she had already seen through Ramses's thoughts, Lin Ke went straight to the point. What did you see this time? Ramses' eyes flashed with golden light a few times. Then he spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant, as if it came from another distant time and space. Your Majesty, I bathed in the river Styx, and, through the sensation of the river Styx, saw a vision of the future of Holy Egypt. I saw an image of destruction and a terrible prophecy. Although his words were devoid of any emotional fluctuation, they instantly made the atmosphere in the entire hall extremely oppressive. Is that really the case? Lin Ke stared intently at Ramses, waiting for him to continue. Ramses' eyes flashed with golden light a few more times, and then he began to slowly describe the terrifying image. I witnessed a catastrophe. The land of Holy Egypt was engulfed by raging flames, which rained down from the sky and burned everything. Our people are wailing in the flames, their bodies are burning and turning to ashes in agony. The man wearing a double crown, his body engulfed in flames, fell from the highest point of the palace. His crown shattered in the flames, symbolizing the end of the monarchy. Lin Ke paused for a moment after hearing Ramses's words. What? The man wearing two crowns? Lin Ke adjusted his double crown, which symbolized Upper and Lower Egypt, causing Nantong's face to turn ashen and his expression to turn pale with shock. The end of monarchy. That would mean the destruction of Cairo and the annihilation of Holy Egypt. It is precisely because these words came from Ramses that they are all the more shocking. Lin Ke frowned slightly, but he did not interrupt Ramses, instead gesturing for him to continue. Ramses continued. I also saw warriors in the jungle. It was a fierce battle. A man wearing feathers and metal plates on his head, holding a shield and a spear, fell from the sky, and all the jungle warriors died at his hands. Although the man's figure was blurry, his strength was earth-shattering, and his fighting skills were extraordinary. Finally, I saw a long-haired giant wielding a longbow, his body pierced by his spear, and he finally fell. Her death triggered the collapse of the jungle, and all the jungle warriors committed suicide. Their blood stained the earth, and the green forest was once again turned into desert and dust. Upon hearing this, Nantong's breathing became somewhat rapid. He glanced at Ramses from time to time, then stared wide-eyed at Lin Ke. The intention is already quite clear. Jungles and warriors, but only the Mayan and Amazonian kingdoms. And the long-haired giant wielding a longbow is none other than the goddess of the hunt. They, and their hunting goddess, seemed destined to be killed by this man adorned with feathers and metal plates. But what does it mean to wear feathers and metal plates on your head? Lin Ke tried to piece together the scene Ramses had described in his mind, but he could not come up with a harmonious picture. However, what Lin Ke was concerned about was not how terrible the disaster was. What he cared about was the man holding the spear and shield. Is that person a god? Or is she simply a powerful warrior, like a witch capable of harming gods? If it is even stronger than a witch, then it is a terrifying being capable of killing gods. Lin Ke lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then gestured for Ramses to continue. Ramses' eyes flashed with golden light again, and he continued. Finally, I saw a coastal city standing in the desert. That once glorious city-state is suffering from a severe famine. The city was littered with corpses, and the air was thick with the stench of cholera and death. A crowned skeleton lay fallen before the throne, clutching a broken trident in his hand. Then I awoke on the banks of the river Styx, and remembered the scene I had seen. Your Majesty, you must begin preparations as soon as possible. The Styx sensation reveals the future of Holy Egypt under the influence of the times. But it is not unchangeable. After Ramses finished speaking, the hall fell silent, with only the echo of his voice reverberating in the air. Lin Ke was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. So, these images represent one of the possibilities of Holy Egypt? Ramses' eyes flashed with golden light, but his voice remained calm. Yes. These visions are not illusions, but fragments of the future. Catastrophe is imminent. Danger is approaching. Lin Ke's gaze deepened, and his mind raced. Because he was planning to reclaim the city-states of Holy Egypt. Could this act have been a catalyst for the downfall of Holy Egypt? Lin Ke pressed his temples, somewhat confused. They just defeated the Hebrew army, so how could they still face destruction in the future? He raised his head and looked at Nan Tong. Nan Tong, you heard what the god of the desert and the Nile said. Do you have any insights? Nan Tong took a deep breath and slowly bowed. Your Majesty, as the god of the desert and the Nile has said, we must take action as soon as possible. However, the capture of the city-states occupied by the Hebrews is equally urgent, and I believe we must decide on our next course of action with extreme caution. Lin Ke nodded, her gaze returning to Ramses, god of the desert and the Nile. Do these images have any specific meaning? For example, what is the identity of the person holding the shield and spear? Ramses' eyes flashed with golden light, but his voice remained calm. Their identities cannot be determined, but I can glean insights from their actions. I had intended to go to the river Styx again to look for more clues. But the moment I touched the river Styx again, it announced my death. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke couldn't help but slowly stand up. It's wrong. It must be wrong. He could hardly believe his ears. What did you just say? As you just heard, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Ramses' tone remained calm, as if he were merely stating something utterly mundane. Chapter 142 Gods Cannot Die. Did Ramses encounter his death? This information shocked Lin Ke, making it difficult for him to accept for a moment. Ramses was the only god of Holy Egypt. If Ramses falls, Holy Egypt will once again fall into a crisis of being without divine protection. This will trigger a series of reactions. First, Lin Ke could no longer compete with those kingdoms that possessed gods. After all, between kingdoms, the power of the gods almost directly determines the other party's attitude towards you. Secondly, Lin Ke will lose his personal protective force. If a force like the Witch Demon Society were to infiltrate the city again, Lin Ke's situation would become very dangerous. Thirdly, there is the question of deities. Ramses was killed, and there was no way to summon him back from Stonehenge. When a god dies, he is dead. Only when he is injured can he slowly recover. Lin Ke has yet to find a way to summon the ancient Egyptian gods. If Ramses dies, Holy Egypt may fall into the same dire situation as before for a long time. Lin Ke raised his head and slowly asked, Ramesses, besides this, what other information do you know? I really don't understand. If you were in Holy Egypt, what could possibly kill you? Your power is at the level of a chief god, and with our master Hika guarding it, it is almost impossible for Holy Egypt to be defeated, and the probability of you being killed is extremely low. Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, Ramses' eyes flickered a few times, and then he slowly said, Your Majesty, the only thing I know now is that I also died in the flames. The power of that fire far surpasses that of the Hebrew god of fire. Upon hearing Ramses' words, Lin Ke's first thought was of the demon Baphomet. However you think about it, it's impossible, because Lin Ke wouldn't use that demonic power within the city of Holy Egypt. Furthermore, the demon apostle's body is still recovering, and the recovery process is extremely slow. Lin Ke had estimated that it would take at least 1 or 2 months for the demon apostle's body to fully recover. Therefore, the fire most likely came from outside. But let's put that question aside for now. Lin Ke has other questions to ask. Do you know when you will die? Ramses' eyes flickered a few times. Then he continued, I will die on the 13th day of the beginning of Act, when the blood moon appears. At means flood in Holy Egypt, referring to the Nile River flooding season, which usually occurs from July to October each year. According to Ramses, the day of the blood moon should be July 13th. As for the blood moon, Lin Ke didn't say anything, but immediately got up, walked out of the palace quickly, and looked up at the sky. In the night sky, the moonlight is gentle and beautiful, shining on the earth and draping everything in a silver veil. However, the beautiful scenery could not soothe Lin Ke's chaotic heart. His thoughts were in turmoil. A blood moon usually occurs during a total lunar eclipse. The earth is positioned between the sun and the moon, preventing sunlight from directly reaching the moon. The atmosphere absorbs all colors except red, giving the moon its reddish appearance. The number 13 was considered a lucky number in Holy Egypt, representing the final stage of the spiritual journey and symbolizing resurrection and immortality. Of course, this could be a coincidence, but it could also symbolize something else entirely. It is currently unknowable. I will never let you leave my side again, my brother. Lin Ke leaned closer to Ramses and gently gave him a hug. Ramses' eyes flashed with golden light, and his previously calm voice suddenly became turbulent. Elder brother, no matter what happens in the future, I trust you completely. You gave me a second life. If my death is for Holy Egypt and for you, I will have no regrets. Lin Ke nodded, looking into Ramses's gleaming golden eyes. Yes, Ramses, as a god, had long since seen through life and death. But as a holy pharaoh, he would never easily accept such an ending. Nantong stood some distance behind them, unaware of what Lin Ke had said to the god of the desert and the Nile. But he just waited and said nothing. At this moment, Ramses' voice rose again, breaking the brief silence. Your Majesty, there is one more thing I have not yet explained. When I touched the river Styx again, I heard the whispers of the ancient gods. Lin Ke looked at Ramses. Ancient god. Ramses' eyes flashed with golden light a few times, and he continued. I heard the painful cries of the ancient gods, just as the sea god of Atlantis was unable to establish contact with Atlantis. Their voices were filled with sorrow and despair, as if they were pleading with me for help. Although it was only for a moment, I could feel that the aura of the ancient gods was gradually dissipating. Lin Ke first frowned slightly, then her eyes suddenly widened. Are you talking about the ancient gods of Holy Egypt? Ramses nodded upon hearing this. Nantong stood aside, a look of surprise on his face. Before Egypt became Holy Egypt, it was precisely because it lost the protection of the gods that it was subject to control everywhere and oppressed by invaders. If the ancient gods did not perish, then there must be a way to summon them. Lin Ke pondered for a moment, then murmured to herself, that's exactly right. If the ancient gods did not perish, but lost contact with us, then we can re-establish that connection with them. Just like the sea god of Atlantis and Atlantis before. But Lin Ke knew that this matter might be much more difficult than he had anticipated. After all, the gods of Atlantis were established through the power of Ramses, but now, no one can help Lin Ke and Ramses with this task. You can only rely on yourself. Ramses' eyes flashed with golden light a few times, and he continued, but I don't know the specific method of summoning. They have been wandering in the darkness for a long time, filled with pain and despair. The only thing I'm sure of is that their power is fading. We may not have much time left, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke remained silent for a moment. Then, as if he had suddenly thought of something, he immediately turned to Nantong and Ramses and said, Come with me. He led the two into the Parliament Hall. In the center of the hall stands a huge sand table, which accurately simulates the terrain of Holy Egypt and its surrounding area. Mountains, rivers, cities, and even every forest and desert are etched onto the sand table. Of course, this is the known area that Lin Ke delineated based on the civilization panel. This provides very intuitive information for generals who are responsible for leading troops into battle. Lin Ke walked to the sand table and solemnly said to the two, If the ancient god has not fallen, but is losing its power, then the problem most likely lies here. He took out his baton and pointed to several areas. Those were city-states occupied by the Hebrews. Chapter 143 Passaic City. Then the problem most likely lies in these areas. Lin Ke stood in front of the sand table in the Parliament Hall, took out his baton, and pointed to several areas. Those were several Egyptian cities occupied by the Hebrews, a large number, about a dozen. After speaking, Lin Ke's fingers lightly traced the edge of the sand table, and his gaze swept around the city on the sand table a few times. Only after confirming did he speak. Look, these are all cities that have been occupied by the Hebrews. Just earlier, Nintong told me about what he had seen. What he saw through the crocodile king's eggshell was the sight of Egyptians turning away from their faith and smashing statues and temples in the cities occupied by the Hebrews. What the god of the desert and the Nile heard was the voice of the ancient god gradually weakening and on the verge of extinction. Don't you two think there might be some connection between the two? He raised his head, first looking at Nantong, then at Ramses. The two of them simply exchanged a glance, and then waited for Lin Ke to speak. I speculate that the decline of the ancient Egyptian gods may be related to these two factors, or highly related to one of them. Therefore, our most urgent task now is to select an Egyptian city occupied by the Hebrews and take it down. Nantong nodded, her eyes brightening slightly. Your Majesty, the Holy Pharaoh, is wise. But I believe we must choose our targets carefully. This city cannot be too difficult to conquer, otherwise it will severely damage the strength of Holy Egypt. At the same time, it must have a set of stone statues or a special temple. Otherwise, even if the city is recaptured, it will still be unable to stop the ancient god from disappearing. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke snapped his fingers, realizing that Nantong had understood his meaning. Ramses' eyes flashed with golden light. The key to choosing a target lies in the balance between difficulty and value. We need a city that can be captured quickly and that can have a significant impact on the resurrection of the ancient gods. Lin Ke nodded, then gestured for the two of them to come forward. He intended to hear their ideas first. Nantong walked to the sand table and pointed to several cities not far from Cairo. First, we can consider Heliopolis. This city is located in the eastern part of the Nile Delta, only a few days' journey from Cairo. It was the center of worship for the sun god Ra, and there was a grand temple to the sun god in the city. Moreover, I believe that no temple can compare to the temple of the sun now. He paused, pointed to the outer edge of the city, and continued. However, Heliopolis is well defended, and the Hebrews have stationed a large army there. If we choose to attack this place, we may pay a heavy price. Lin Ke nodded, signaling him to continue. Nantong moved her finger to another city. Another option is Fostat. This city is located on the west bank of the Nile and has many important temples. Fostat's strategic location is very important. Recapturing it could cut off a vital supply line for the Hebrews. However, there are many Hebrew troops around Fostat. If we want to attack, we must adopt a blitzkrieg strategy. If we fail, we must retreat immediately. He finally pointed to the third city. There is another option, Pasebek. This city is located on the banks of the Nile River. Its temple is dedicated to both Horus, the falcon god, and Sobuk, the crocodile god. It is the only temple in Egypt that simultaneously worships two gods. Pasebek is far from Cairo, and the Hebrew defenses are relatively weak. If we choose to attack Pasebek, our chances of success will be higher. But Pasebek is far away and the march takes a long time, which may alert the Hebrews and prompt them to send reinforcements. Ramses' eyes flashed a few times, and he seemed to appreciate Nantong's words. Nantong's analysis makes a lot of sense. I can use the faint aura left by the temple 1,000 years ago to help you make your judgment. He walked to the sand table, his fingers lightly tracing several key points, his eyes gleaming. According to my perception, the aura of the ancient gods was strongest in Heliopolis and Pasebek. The temples in these two cities were once the center of Egyptian faith. If we can reclaim one of them, perhaps we can stop the ancient gods from disappearing and find a way to awaken them. His eyes flickered again, and then he continued. However, Heliopolis is well defended, and the chances of successfully attacking it are low. Although Pasebek is farther away, the aura of the ancient god is no less than that of Heliopolis. If we choose Pasebek, the probability of retaking the city will increase significantly. Because of the relatively remote location of Pasebek, the Hebrews' defenses were relatively weak. If we can plan ahead and launch the operation, we may be able to retake Pasebek before they can react. As Lin Ke listened to Nantong and Ramses' analysis, she gently tapped the edge of the sand table with her fingers. Heliopolis, Fostat, Pasebek. He looked up at Nantong and Ramses. Your analyses are both very reasonable. Heliopolis has the temple of the sun god Ra, which is of the highest value, but at the same time, the risks are also very high. Fostad is moderate in all aspects. Pasebek has 2 temples, and the aura of the ancient gods is even comparable to the temple of the sun god Ra. Lin Ke already had the answer in her heart at that moment. But just to be on the safe side, he repeatedly simulated the actual combat in his mind. He also needs to simulate the worst-case scenario, namely the evacuation. In comparison, the evacuation from Pasebek had the highest success rate because it was some distance from other cities. The enemy can't send reinforcements that quickly. Therefore, Lin Ke's gaze finally settled on Pasebek's location. His fingers gently traced the sand table. The answer is obvious. Pasebek is the most suitable choice. Its temples have a strong aura of ancient gods, and the Hebrew defenses are relatively weak. He looked up at Nantong and Ramses. What do you think? Nantong nodded. Your Majesty, this is indeed a wise choice. Pasebek is indeed the most suitable target. Ramses' eyes flashed with gold. I also think Pasebek is the best choice. Lin Ke's gaze returned to the sand table, and he took a deep breath. Will this choice affect the future of Holy Egypt? Nobody knows, nobody can be sure. What Lin Ke needs to do now is to make the best choice with utmost care and caution. He frowned slightly, then dismissed the 2 men. He continued to work out the scenarios on the sand table, over and over again. Chapter 144. One wave subsides, another rises. In the dead of night, the royal palace of Holy Egypt was completely silent. Inside the council hall, the firelight and candlelight still shone brightly. Lin Ke was still in front of that huge sand table, going through the simulations again and again. Not only that, but he was still replaying Nantong and Ramses' words in his mind over and over again. But the moment I touched the river Styx again, it announced my death. But not all cities were like this. Some Egyptians in those cities became slaves of the Hebrews and were forced to work for them. Clatter. At that moment, a drop of sweat fell onto the sand table, and the faint sound seemed somewhat jarring in the silent holy night. However, the voice also pulled Lin Ke's thoughts out of her memories. He blinked hard a few times, then frowned slightly, and finally went through the deduction process one last time. It's done. Lin Ke already had a detailed plan for liberating Pasebek. He was quite certain that if the plan could be carried out smoothly, taking Pasebek would be very easy. Of course, Lin Ke also had a plan B, a backup plan, which he could immediately activate in case of special circumstances to ensure the success of the plan. But why don't I feel relieved? The plan to liberate Pasebek is so meticulous, but why does it feel like something is being overlooked? Lin Ke murmured to herself, repeatedly tapping the location of Pasebek with her baton. Reclaim Pasebek, reclaim Pasebek. Yes, that's because, in the worst-case scenario, even if they recaptured Pasebek, they might only have gained a remote city. But whether it can actually delay the demise of the ancient gods, no one dares to guarantee. But they had to try it to be sure whether the facts were as Lin Ke had guessed. Moreover, it will take less than 2 weeks to retake Pasebek. If they can successfully recapture Pasebek, then Ramses will only have a little over half a month left before his death. Time is of the essence. Therefore, Lin Ke must make the most effective decisions within the limited time, and not a single second can be wasted. So his brain started working at lightning speed. So, what should he do after he recaptures Pasebek? Should we continue to conquer new territories, or consolidate our internal strength and enhance our own power? Lin Ke shifted his gaze from Pasebek to the other cities on the map that had been occupied by the Hebrews. His fingers lightly traced the occupied cities, and then Lin Ke roughly calculated in his mind the military resources needed to launch a siege. However, the calculated results were not optimistic. That means that even if they recapture Pasebek, the remaining military equipment can only support the attack on one more city at most. After that, the soldiers' equipment could no longer be replenished. Because no caravans were willing to do business with Holy Egypt was finding it difficult to purchase the ores needed to make fine equipment. However, the scouts have not yet discovered the Aztecs, so Lin Ke cannot discuss trade with them. What worried him even more was the information displayed on the civilization panel. The ongoing war has led to a significant decline in the loyalty and livability of Cairo and Memphis. As loyalty declines, a city's population growth and output will gradually decrease. If loyalty drops to an extremely low level, the city will come to a standstill, and all output will drop to zero. There is even a possibility of rebellion. It's like one wave subsides only for another to rise. First, Western powers cut off the trade routes of Holy Egypt, and then the Hebrews began to massacre the city and convert the Egyptian people and believers. Then came the news of Ramses' death and the message that the gods were dying. Now, even within Holy Egypt, there are signs that problems are about to arise. He knew that if he could not balance the internal and external problems, the future of Holy Egypt would certainly be in serious trouble. Lin Ke walked out of the council hall and came to the outside of the palace. The moonlight shone on his face, illuminating his solemn countenance. He took a deep breath. How can we break this situation of internal and external troubles? At that moment, Lin Ke's eyes suddenly flashed. Loyalty. Perhaps we could use loyalty to turn an occupied city against its own side? This is because, in Civilization 6, if you build multiple of your own cities around an enemy city, you can significantly reduce the loyalty of the enemy's citizens to those cities. It could even trigger a rebellion in the enemy city. If a rebellion were to break out, Lin Ke could conquer the enemy's city with almost no effort. A glint of light flashed in Lin Ke's eyes. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table as he immediately began to verify the possibility of the plan in his mind. He quickly circled a city that met the criteria on the map, surrounded by many open plots of land. Heliopolis. If several new cities can be built near Heliopolis, the loyalty of the opposing city will be greatly reduced, thus increasing the probability of the people in the city rebelling. However, this method can only be used once. Because before Ramses' death arrives, Lin can only produce a maximum of 4 pioneers, which is only enough to quickly turn one enemy city against him. Moreover, this city has strong defenses and a temple to the sun god Ra. This is the perfect tool to win over the city. Although this plan is bold, it is the most likely way to capture the city. Lin Ke's mind raced, and his plan was expanded with many new elements. It's done. If the plan succeeds, he will be able to liberate 3 Egyptian cities in succession. Ramses' death is just over half a month away, so Lin Ke must complete this plan within this time. By this time, he was covered in sweat, and even his fingers were trembling with excitement. Lin Ke's gaze returned to the map, her mind filled with a myriad of thoughts. However, he kept asking himself the same question over and over again. After all this was done, would Holy Egypt and Ramses be safe and sound? He wasn't sure. But what he was certain of was that once he captured the first city, he could verify one of Lin Ke's predictions. That is, after the temple returned to the hands of Holy Egypt, would the extinction of the ancient Egyptian gods be mitigated? Once this is confirmed, then Lin Ke's plan can at least be considered effective. Next, he needed to think about how to establish a connection with the ancient gods. But I have absolutely no clue. At this moment, a faint red light slowly rose at the edge of the desert. But Lin Ke simply exhaled, then raised his hand to signal to his guard. Pass on the order. All ministers and generals, proceed to the council hall immediately after dawn. Chapter 145 will be able to eat flatbread soon. Inside Passebec. The streets here are dusty, and a few vultures can be seen high in the sky. No one knows where they came from. A faint smell of blood still lingered in the air within the city. The gray sky filled the Egyptians here with despair, because they are no longer the masters of this place. Hurry up, stop dawdling. The people of Egypt bowed their heads, like a herd of driven livestock, silently carrying heavy stones. Their faces were etched with exhaustion and numbness, as if they had long since become accustomed to this endless suffering. The Hebrew officer's whip whistled through the air. Whoosh, whoosh. Each time the whip fell, it left a deep, bloody welt on the back of the Egyptian laborer. Hurry up, you lazybones. You beasts who only know how to eat and sleep. Move forward. Quickly. I'm going to tear your flesh to shreds. A Hebrew officer roared as he lashed his whip across several elderly Egyptian laborers. The laborers gritted their teeth and didn't utter a single groan, but silently quickened their pace. Although their backs were already bloodied and mangled from the whipping, they knew that if they stopped, even crueler punishment would await them. Even death. At the other end of the street, Amon, head down, hurried through the crowd. He carried a few crumbs of hard bread and a mud pot full of muddy water in his arms, walking hurriedly, but not daring to appear too flustered. Ammon was once a scribe in Passebec, responsible for the city's administration. However, after the Hebrews occupied the city, he had no choice but to feign defection to the enemy in order to protect his wife and children. At that moment, he had only one thought in his mind. That is to get the food to his wife and children as soon as possible. They're still waiting for me at home. He walked through a dense forest and came to a dilapidated old house. The old house is hidden deep in the woods, surrounded by weeds, and at first glance, it seems to blend in almost completely with nature. Amon knocked gently on the door and said softly, "It's me, Amon." The door was quickly opened, and his wife appeared in the doorway holding their child. His wife's withered face showed great fatigue, but her eyes shone brightly. "You're back." Hunger was written all over the child's face, and his eyes were fixed on the crumbs of bread in Amon's arms. "Come in quickly," his wife said in a low voice, and quickly pulled Amon into the house. Amon piled the breadcrumbs and clay pot on the table and said softly, "That's all for today. You can eat some first." The wife and children immediately began to wolf down the food, their movements so rough that anyone who didn't know the situation would think they were eating a delicious meal. Looking at them, Amon felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. However, this was the limit of what he could do, risking his life. But he didn't show it, only whispering, "Remember, don't go out today, just stay home and wait for me. Also, today is the day of food distribution. Maybe the Hebrews will give me some flour so we can bake bread." His wife and children listened to him, eating and laughing. Even the children's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Dad, if we had noodles, I wouldn't have to go hungry for a while." Amon patted the child's head, then looked at his wife, his voice becoming much gentler. "You should eat more too. After all, taking care of a child is hard work." His wife nodded, her eyes filled with gratitude. "You be careful too, and come back soon. We're waiting for you at home." Amon gently embraced his wife and child, then turned and left the old house. He felt uneasy, but he knew he had to go back, or the Hebrews would become suspicious. Ammon returned to the city of Pasebek, and, as soon as he entered the city gate, he encountered a Hebrew officer. The officer gave him a cold look and snapped, "What have you been dawdling about for? Damn Egyptians." Amon lowered his head and walked quickly past the officer who was whispering insults at him. He just felt a little confused. Why have the Hebrews' attitudes toward Egyptians become increasingly worse lately? But he didn't dare to think too much about it, and just silently walked towards his workplace. On this day, as usual, he was still working for the Hebrews in the city, but he was still discriminated against and insulted everywhere. Whenever he hesitated even slightly, he would be scolded or even beaten by the Hebrews. "Dirty, lowly people. Hurry up." His heart was filled with anger, but he knew he had to endure it. "My wife and kids are still at home." In the evening, the Hebrews began distributing food. Amon stood in the crowd, his heart filled with anticipation. If you have flour, you can make flatbread. However, when he received his portion, he found only a few hard breadcrumbs, and none of the noodles that had been promised. An Egyptian laborer couldn't help but step forward and ask softly, "Sir, aren't we supposed to be making dough today?" The Hebrew officer sneered and lashed the laborer with his whip. "Eat, eat. What else can you do besides eat?" The laborer was beaten black and blue and eventually collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. Amon stood to the side, his heart filled with fear and anger, but he dared not go forward. He could only silently lower his head, turn around, and leave. Amon left Pasebek dejectedly, clutching the few hardened pieces of bread tightly in his hand. "Although I didn't get any noodles, at least I had some moldy bread. It's still edible if you scrape it with a knife. No matter what, I absolutely cannot let my wife and children go hungry." He quickened his pace and headed towards the old house in the woods. However, just as he was halfway there, he suddenly saw the Hebrew officer from that morning. The officer was walking slowly toward him, a wicked smile on his face, and he was even pulling up his trousers. A sense of foreboding suddenly rose in Amon's heart. No, he didn't even hear what the officer was saying mockingly. He simply ran wildly toward the old house. When Amon arrived at the old house, he suddenly knelt down on the ground. Because his house was wide open and the inside was a mess. His wife lay in a pool of blood, her clothes disheveled, and she had even been insulted before she died. His child, his small body with his head twisted off, lay in a corner, tears still welling in his eyes. Amon fell to his knees and let out a heart-wrenching wail. His hands trembled as he wanted to touch his wife and children, but he didn't know where to put them. At this moment, a person dressed in a black robe slowly walked out of the forest. His eyes revealed an unusual rage, with dark circles under them. Beside him were two other figures also dressed in black robes. Chapter 146. The lowly, inferior Egyptians. Nantong and Ramses, dressed in black robes, stood quietly beside Lin Ke. The reason Lin Ke was here was because he used the observer to detect this sparsely populated place that had a friendly marker. He originally came to gather intelligence, as this battle was crucial for the future of both Holy Egypt and Ramses, so he came here in person. In this way, If special circumstances arise, he can adjust his plans in a timely manner. Lin Ke's gaze was now fixed on Amon. He looked at Amon kneeling helplessly beside the corpses of his wife and child, and anger rose in his eyes. These Hebrews, how dare they treat Egyptian civilians like this? Their actions are no different from those of a demon, and they are an outrage against both gods and men. However, Lin Ke immediately took a deep breath. He knew very well that anger would affect his judgment. His expression quickly returned to its calm demeanor. Just as Lin Ke was about to take a step forward, Ramses gently patted Lin Ke's shoulder. He lowered his voice. Your Majesty, I sense that enemies are approaching. You would be best to return to the woods. Lin Ke nodded without saying anything more, but lowered her body and quickly retreated into the depths of the woods. Nan Tong and Ramses followed closely behind, and the three of them quickly disappeared into the darkness once again. Not long after, the Hebrew officer swaggered into the open space in front of the old house. Looking at Amon's sorrowful expression, he twitched his lips in a half-smile. You actually dared to let your wife and children live here instead of in the city's quarantine zone. Don't you know that this is a capital offense? Ammonius raised his head. If his gaze could kill, the Hebrew would have died 1,000 times over. But he didn't speak. He just stared intently at the Hebrew. The Hebrew officer frowned, seemingly displeased with Amon's reaction. What kind of expression is that? I'm helping you. If it weren't for me, but someone else found out, your wife and son would have been killed and displayed as a warning. Amon clenched his fists tightly, and his heavy breathing made his body tremble more and more. But the Hebrew officer didn't care at all, and instead put on a righteous and awe-inspiring posture. Damn it, what's with that expression? The Hebrew officer kicked Ammon in the chest, knocking him to the ground. I saved you, why don't you kowtow and thank me? If you weren't still somewhat useful to us, I would have killed you right now. Amon fell to the ground, his chest heaving violently, his tears mingling with the dirt. He could no longer bear the grief in his heart, and he knelt down and cried out. However, the Hebrew officer was still not satisfied. He was very unhappy with the other party's reaction. The Hebrew officer squatted down, slowly approached Amon's face, frowned slightly, and smiled with a crooked mouth, making a sound. Do you know who opened the door? When the door opened, your wife called your name and welcomed me with a smile. How pitiful. They actually thought it was you who came back, but when they saw it was me, their expressions were priceless. Amon's body trembled violently, and he raised his head, staring straight at the other person. The Hebrew officer simply smiled and continued. You know what? Your wife actually offered to serve me in order to protect you. Although she's not very good looking, her skills are pretty good. Unable to contain his anger any longer, Amon scrambled to his feet and lunged at the Hebrew officer. You beast. I kill you. However, he was already weak from prolonged lack of food and was easily knocked to the ground by his opponent. The Hebrew officer stepped on Ammon's chest and sneered. It's because you damned Egyptians are always causing trouble for us Hebrews. Damn it. All you Egyptians deserve to die. His fists rained down on Ammon, but although Ammon was furious, he couldn't muster any strength at all. In just a moment, Ammon was beaten and curled up on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. But he didn't beg for mercy. He just stared intently at the other person. Lin Ke, standing in the woods, was quietly observing all of this. Nan Tong stood beside him and whispered, Your Majesty, that Hebrew seems to have turned his defeat on the battlefield into anger towards the Egyptians. Lin Ke nodded. That's right. The Hebrews suffered setbacks on the battlefield, so they vented their anger on these innocent Egyptian people. But we can't make a move yet. Because if they act now, Lin Ke's engineering plan might be exposed. Nan Tong nodded slightly, then asked in a low voice, What about this Egyptian? Are we just going to watch him be tortured to death? Upon hearing his words, Lin Ke simply shook her head. Don't worry, that Hebrew won't really kill him. If you want to kill your opponent, a few heavy punches will be enough. But he avoided hitting vital points with every punch, clearly just taking his anger out on the other person. On the open ground, the Hebrew officer's fists continued to strike. He kept cursing, almost breaking Ammon's hand. Why do you Egyptians rebel against us Hebrews? A bunch of lowly slaves. They should be grateful to be ruled by us. The Hebrew officer's fist slammed into Ammon's face, splattering blood, but he paid no heed. Ammon was powerless to resist at this point, but he still looked at the other person with his swollen eyes. His lips trembled slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he only spat out a mouthful of blood. The Hebrew officer stood up, looked coldly at Ammon on the ground, and spat at him. You lowly, inferior Egyptians, You will always kneel at the feet of us Hebrews. If you dare to be even half a minute late tomorrow, I'll chop your hands and feet into pieces and feed them to the dogs." After he finished speaking, he wiped the blood off his body and left the open space. Amon was left curled up on the ground, his body convulsing and trembling. "Your Majesty, it is safe here for the time being." Upon hearing Ramses's words, Lin Ke checked the civilization panel again and found that the Hebrew officer from before had already gone far away. So he led Ramses and Nantung out of the woods again and slowly came to Amon's side. Lin Ke slowly removed the long hat from his black robe, which covered most of his face, and quietly looked at the other person. "The dead are gone. Their souls have gone to the underworld and found peace. I can clearly feel the anger in your heart. This blood feud must be avenged. If you can lend me a hand, then I will help you kill your enemy. What do you think?" Amon slowly raised his head and tried to open his eyes. He looked at Lin Ke's heavy black eyeshadow, but continued to sob, his body convulsing. "Who are you?" Chapter 147 Rise. Resist. This is the Holy Pharaoh of Holy Egypt. I am Nantong, the star magician of Holy Egypt. Nantong then squatted down beside Amon and gently cast a spell to stop the bleeding and reduce the swelling slightly. Of course, Nantong's main strength was not this type of magic, so this was all he could do. After the swelling in Amon's eyes subsided slightly, he was finally able to see Lin Ke's face clearly. His face was sharply defined, with deep eyes and a calm, yet dignified expression. Amon's heart sank. He had never seen such a person before, yet there was no dangerous aura about him. They were neither as cold and terrifying as the Hebrews, nor as weak and frail as the Egyptians. But what he could sense was that this person possessed a unique and indescribable aura. Amon asked weakly, his voice tinged with wariness and doubt. "Saint Egypt? What is that? Are you an Egyptian resistance organization? Or are you royal nobles in exile? But how dare you use the name of the pharaoh?" Upon hearing Amon's words, Lin Ke and Nantong immediately realized that the other party knew nothing about Holy Egypt. This is most likely because the Hebrews blocked the news. At this moment, Nantong slowly squatted down beside him and gently patted his shoulder. "Ammon, Egypt is no longer the Egypt of the past. The Hebrews did not completely occupy all of Egypt. Cairo is still in our hands, and under the leadership of the Holy Pharaoh, we have even liberated Memphis." The Holy Pharaoh was the new Pharaoh of Egypt, and Egypt was renamed Holy Egypt. Upon hearing this, Amon's pupils suddenly contracted, as if he had heard something unbelievable. His lips trembled as if he were saying something, but no sound came out. His mind was in chaos. He was rebuilding his understanding of the world. "No, this is impossible." Ammonius forced the words out from deep in his throat, his brows furrowing almost completely. "The Hebrews have surrounded the Egyptian capital. No, that's not right." He looked at Lin Ke, then at Nantong, as if everything had become chaotic. "You're lying to me, aren't you?" Nantong did not answer, but just looked at him quietly, her eyes filled with pity. Amon's breathing became more and more rapid, and his eyeballs began to tremble wildly. I understand. I'm dead. This isn't the real world." Amon suddenly laughed, a laugh that sounded almost insane. "Actually, I'm already dead, right? This is all my imagination, isn't it? Is that right?" After he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself hard. A crisp sound echoed in the air, and his cheek burned with pain, but the scene before him remained unchanged. His wife and son's bodies still lay on the ground, and the three men in black robes still stood before him, silently watching and listening. Amon's laughter abruptly stopped with a sharp crack, and he covered his face with his hands, trembling as he sobbed. "He has broken down. I did this to protect my wife and children. I did this so that they could have enough to eat. I betrayed my people and the kingdom that raised me. I suffer the cold stares of my people and beatings from the Hebrews every day. I endured it. I endured it all. So many nights, I don't know how many times I thought about ending it all. It was my wife and children who sustained me, which allowed me to force myself to enter that hell again and again. But now, they're all dead, they're all dead." His voice grew softer and softer until it was almost a murmur. Nantong wanted to comfort him, but didn't know how to start. Amon's pain was too deep and too heavy. It had piled up and become an insurmountable mountain. "You can leave now." Amon suddenly raised his head, his eyes empty. "The Hebrews are too powerful. You cannot defeat them. Stop making pointless sacrifices. No more people should die." After he finished speaking, he slowly crawled toward his wife's body, which was his only resting place. However, Just as his fingers were about to touch his wife's hand, Lin Ke suddenly grabbed his ankle. Amon's body stiffened abruptly as pain shot through his ankle, causing him to gasp involuntarily. You? What are you going to do? Amon's voice was filled with both fear and anger. He tried to break free from Lin Ke's grasp, but found that the other party's strength was astonishing. Lin Ke didn't answer, but just looked at him coldly. Amon, what happened today will only continue to happen. You are not the only victim. Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, Amon's body trembled violently. Countless images flashed through his mind. The agonizing cries of his people being whipped to death, the agonizing screams of children being tortured, and the sinister laughter of his enemies, the Hebrews. Everything was nothing more than an endless nightmare. But Lin Ke didn't stop. He continued, more compatriots are dying, and more compatriots are experiencing the same pain as you. Are you really content with this? Don't you want to fight back? Amon clenched his fists so tightly that his nails left deep grooves in the mud. With a sob in his voice, he raised his voice at Lin Ke. Resist? You think we haven't tried? The loyal defenders of this city have all fallen. What can we do to resist? We will only be throwing our lives away. His voice was filled with deep weariness and helplessness, as if he had already resigned himself to his fate, which he was powerless to change. Lin Ke's gaze sharpened further. What if I said I was confident I could defeat him? Amon simply shook his head helplessly. The gods have abandoned Egypt. We have no chance of winning. Even if you manage to capture a city today, you'll still have to hand it over to the Hebrews tomorrow. Lin Ke immediately interrupted him. What if I told you that the gods did not abandon Egypt? Upon hearing this, Amon actually scoffed. If the gods hadn't abandoned us, how could we have fallen to this state? If the gods still exist, why don't they save our compatriots? Why don't they save my wife? Why don't they save my son? His voice grew increasingly agitated, eventually turning into a near roar. But Lin Ke was not affected by his emotions and just looked at him coldly. You're right. If we had come sooner, we could have stopped all of this. We cannot save your family, but we can prevent such suffering from happening again. Amon's body jolted, and he felt a little strange looking into Lin Ke's sharp eyes. He felt that Lin Ke's eyes seemed to be full of power, an unfathomable, boundless power. However, before Amon could even ask, Lin Ke had already waved his hand. Then, the black-robed man standing behind Lin Ke slowly removed his headscarf. It radiated golden light. What's this? Amon's eyes stung painfully, but he stubbornly refused to look away. I am the god of the desert and the Nile and holy Egypt. A calm voice rose from the golden light. Chapter 148. Help me, help me. I am the god of the desert and the Nile and holy Egypt. Amon's eyes were fixed on the golden head, as if he were frozen in place, his breath seemingly frozen as well. After a while, he finally dared to take a deep breath. Then his body began to tremble even more dramatically. He used his hands and feet to turn his body around, and then turned his head toward Ramses. His mouth was agape, and his eyes scanned the golden face again and again. This is impossible. A divine body, yet this is its size. Yes, only a god could accomplish such a thing. Amon's voice was weak, his eyes filled with golden light. Lin Ke looked at Amon quietly. As the holy pharaoh, he slowly bowed and said, If we take this city, I will never let a similar tragedy repeat itself. This is the promise that the holy pharaoh made to you. Amon's lips trembled, his mind a complete mess. For years, he had believed that the Egyptian gods had abandoned them. Otherwise, how could they have fallen to such a state? The Hebrews trampled their homeland. The Egyptians were enslaved and slaughtered, and the gods never appeared. He prayed countless times in despair, begging for divine protection, but all he received in response was endless silence. If the gods haven't abandoned us, why? Why have we become like this? Amon's voice was filled with deep pain and confusion. His eyes were filled with tears, but he held them back. Lin Ke did not answer his question directly, but slowly walked up to Amon and looked down at him. Because that was a moment of life or death for Egypt. I was crowned king amidst the flames of war, bringing golden light from the boundless darkness. And that golden light is the god of the desert and the Nile. Now, everything is different from before. The main Hebrew army defeated us on the battlefield of Atlantis, so the enemy is not invincible. After hearing Lin Ke's words, Amon gritted his teeth and knelt down. Tears streamed down his cheeks, and then he began to prostrate himself before Ramses and Lin Ke. His voice sounded broken, and he just kept repeating, The gods of Egypt, the holy pharaoh, help me, help me. Save the Egyptian people of Pasebek. Seeing this, Nantong immediately stepped forward and supported Meng's shoulder, trying to help him stand up. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh has come here in person to liberate this city. You're injured, there's no need for this. Stand up. Amon's body was still trembling, but a faint light had already ignited in his eyes. He raised his head, his gaze fixed on Lin Ke's face. Your Majesty, Holy Pharaoh, I, Ammon, am willing to serve you. I'm willing to do anything for you if you can save this city. Lin Ke simply gazed at him quietly. Amon, what we need right now is this kind of momentum. With such determination and courage, there is no enemy we cannot defeat. Amon nodded heavily, then prostrated himself on the ground again, his forehead hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, I, Ammon, now have only this worthless life left. I fear nothing. I am willing to go through fire and water for you, even unto death. Lin Ke nodded slightly, knowing that the flame of belief had been rekindled in the other person's heart. Amon, I need to know the specific situation in Pasebek City right now. Specific details about the Hebrews. Upon hearing Lin Ke's question, Amon immediately raised his head, his eyes looking down as he recalled something. Your Majesty, the city of Pasebek has 4 gates, each heavily guarded by Hebrew troops, numbering approximately several hundred. In addition, there is a Hebrew magician team in the city, about a dozen people. At this point, Amon paused, then frowned. Your Majesty, there is also a Hebrew alchemy training ground in the city. There was a great alchemist there who trained alchemists specifically for the Hebrew army. A hasty attack could provoke a strong counterattack from the alchemists. Their elemental magic is extremely powerful. If we were to engage in combat, we might accidentally injure civilians or temples in the city. After listening to Amon's account, Lin Ke slowly lowered his head. Just as I expected, he had anticipated a similar situation, namely that a powerful force they did not know was stationed in the city. Amon, I need you to provide more precise locations, and I also need you to rally some of the people in the city to join us in the fight. Can you do it? How long will it take you? Without hesitation, Amon immediately replied, Your Majesty, 1 day is enough. Lin Ke nodded in satisfaction, but just as he was about to ask Amon to explain in detail, he stopped. Because his beloved wife and children have not yet been buried. Amon, where do you want to bury them? Amon's body jolted, and his gaze followed Lin Ke's line of sight, landing on the old house. He choked up, just bury him under this tree next to my house. This is where my wife and I made our lifelong vows. We made a promise that if we died of old age, we would be buried together here, never to be separated. At this point, Amon could no longer continue. He lowered his head, tears streaming down his face again. Your Majesty, I beg you. If I die, please bury me here too. I want to be with them. Lin Ke gazed at Amon quietly, a hint of pity in his eyes. He nodded slowly and heavily. I promise you. After saying that, Lin Ke waved his hand lightly, and several strong holy Egyptian soldiers immediately emerged from the shadows. These soldiers will help you bury your wife and children. Although my request is somewhat unreasonable, time is of the essence. I hope that you will discuss the strategy for attacking the city with me as soon as you have settled your wife and children. I have another task for you, Amon. Amon's body jolted, and he raised his head. Yes, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. I have nothing left to live now, nothing to worry about. I'm willing to do anything to liberate the Egyptian people. Lin Ke turned his gaze to the big tree, his voice softening considerably. Go, bury your wife and children first. Then, we'll discuss the next steps in more detail. Amon nodded gratefully, slowly stood up, and walked towards the big tree. When he reached the tree, he slowly knelt down and gently stroked his wife's face and his child's little hands. Sorry, I failed to protect you. Tears streamed down his cheeks, dripping onto his wife's face. Go down slowly. I will come down to find you after I have killed my enemy. Wait for me. After speaking, Amon slowly stood up and bowed deeply to the soldiers around him. Thank you for your trouble. After a while, Amon returned to Lin Ke's side. His eyes looked like those of a completely different person. Your Majesty, I am ready. Chapter 149, The Holy Pharaoh's Beetle Amulet. Amon, if you can do it, then we can take this city at the lowest cost and the fastest speed. Do you understand? As dawn broke, a faint red tinge appeared on the eastern horizon. The night is about to pass, and the sun will soon rise slowly on the horizon. After saying that, Lin Ke slowly got up. There was not much time left before dawn, and they had to leave before then. Otherwise, they might be discovered by the Hebrews. Understood, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Amon nodded vigorously, his gaze no longer showing timidity or softness, but instead completely replaced by a firm and sharp light. Lin Ke slowly put the hood of his robe back on his head, and then said slowly, "Remember, you only have 2 days. If the plan fails, I will lead the army to launch an attack before sunrise the next day. For Holy Egypt, the siege plan is absolutely invincible. However, if you succeed, more people will be able to survive, and the time required to siege the city will be greatly reduced. Then we will wait for your signal on the night of the 2nd day." Amon nodded vigorously, his voice like a boulder falling into water. "Your Majesty, Holy Pharaoh, I will certainly not fail in my mission." Lin Ke nodded, and just as they were about to turn and leave, Amon seemed to suddenly realize something, and his breathing suddenly became rapid. He followed Lin Ke and the others to the big tree, his eyes fixed on their backs, his movements somewhat hurried. Holy Pharaoh, I need to ask you for one more thing, something that will also make the Egyptians in the city believe in me. Otherwise, they wouldn't believe that I, a lackey of the Hebrews, would not believe me." As Amon spoke, he slowly lowered his head. He clenched his fists, not daring to look up and meet the eyes of Lin Ke and Nantong. Lin Ke, on the other hand, quietly watched Amon, his expression remaining as calm as ever. However, Lin Ke did not answer immediately, but turned to his soldiers and said, "Give me a knife." A soldier strode forward, took a finely crafted dagger from his waist, knelt on one knee, and presented it to Lin Ke with both hands. Lin Ke took the short knife. The blade gleamed coldly in the dim moonlight. "I do have something unique. It will definitely help you." At this moment, Lin Ke did not hesitate at all and directly pressed the blade against his chest. Nantong and the surrounding soldiers were shocked to see this and rushed forward to try to stop him. Nantong's voice was tinged with panic, and he reached out a hand towards Lin Ke's arm. "Your Majesty, Holy Pharaoh, what are you doing?" "Absolutely not. Absolutely not." But Lin Ke's voice was like a rolling thunderclap. "Step back." As soon as the words were spoken, everyone seemed to freeze in place, no one daring to move an inch. Nantong's hand froze in midair, and his pupils trembled slightly. But he dared not disobey Lin Ke's orders, so he could only continue raising his hand and slowly take a step back. Lin Ke's gaze returned to his chest. He gripped the knife handle firmly and then gently sliced open the skin with the sharp blade. Blood gushed out immediately, flowing down his chest and soaking his black robe, dripping onto the ground. But his movements didn't tremble at all, and his eyes didn't change at all, as if he couldn't feel any pain. But Amon gasped in shock as he looked at the scene before him, his body trembling involuntarily. He didn't understand what His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh was trying to do. In his eyes, it was tantamount to suicide. Lin Ke's hands did not stop. He first plunged the blade deep into the wound, then pried it to the side, and immediately a stream of blood gushed out. But he ignored it and slowly raised one hand, inserting his fingers deep into the location of his heart. Everyone present stared in disbelief at Lin Ke's actions, and they even unconsciously held their breath. A moment later, Lin Ke pulled his hand out of his chest, and in his palm was a beetle amulet stained with blood. The amulet was entirely golden, and the beetle's limbs were lifelike. The amulet was covered in Lin Ke's blood, making it look even more awe-inspiring under the faint moonlight. Lin Ke held the amulet up to Amon and slowly said, "You should recognize this, right?" Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, Amon's body jolted as if electrocuted, and then he stared intently at the beetle amulet. His lips trembled. This is the pharaoh's heart beetle amulet. Almost every Egyptian knows it." Lin Ke nodded and raised his voice slightly. The beetle's limbs sway rhythmically in sync with the current pharaoh's heart. This amulet, and the beetle's limbs moving, are enough to prove that what you say is true and credible. If they don't believe you, they will certainly believe in this thing. It will prove your position to you. A tear glistened in Amon's eyes, and his body involuntarily knelt down, his forehead pressed against the ground. His voice was filled with deep respect and gratitude. "Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. I don't know how to thank you." Lin Ke simply placed the amulet gently in Amon's palm. "Amon, remember this. You are not alone. Behind you are the Holy Pharaoh, the god of the desert and the Nile, and all the people of Holy Egypt." Amon gripped the blood-stained amulet tightly in his hands. The shock this night had brought him was so profound that it had turned most of his hair white. "Your Majesty, I will definitely complete the mission. I will never let you down." Lin Ke nodded, said nothing more, and turned to walk towards the dark forest in the distance. Nantong and Ramses followed closely behind, and the three of them quickly disappeared into the dark forest. Amon knelt on the ground and did not get up for a long time. He clutched the beetle amulet tightly in his hand, blood trickling down between his fingers and dripping onto the ground. His eyes were filled with tears, but he tried hard to hold them back and not let them fall. He had already shed enough tears. He wished he could shed blood for the holy pharaoh and fulfill his mission. However, when he looked up again, Lin Ke and the others had completely disappeared, and only the blood-stained beetle amulet lay quietly in his hand. Amon clenched his fist, slowly stood up, and looked toward the distant city of Pasebek, completely shrouded in darkness. Your Majesty, Ammonius will certainly not fail in his mission. He went back into the house, picked up a few pieces of moldy, hard bread, and began to chew them. The bread slices pierced his throat like razor blades, but he didn't care and just took another big gulp of water. You must first ensure that your body has enough energy so that you can fight against the enemy. With that thought in mind, he swallowed another piece of hard bread. Chapter 150. Isn't this our dog? Not long after dawn, Amon set off for Pasebek. This once familiar path now feels somewhat unfamiliar to him. Is this what it feels like to have a belief? He was getting closer and closer to Pasebek, but he felt no fear whatsoever. In the past, whenever he embarked on this road, he would think of the Hebrews who had caused him so much pain. But this time it was completely different. He was not afraid at all. In fact, he was quite excited. Once His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's plan is completed, all the people in this city will be liberated. As he approached the city gate, a familiar figure came into his sight. It was him, Hebrew officer, the murderer who killed his wife and children. The Hebrew officer's scimitar was even stained with blood. He didn't recognize Amon at first. He just glanced at Amon's gray hair and then looked at the clothes he was wearing. His gaze then remained fixed on Amon. It wasn't until Amon approached, until he saw Amon's slightly swollen face, that disgusting, contemptuous smile reappeared on his face. Hey, isn't this our loyal dog? They even arrived half an hour early today. Amon paused slightly, lowered his head, and said in a very humble voice, My lord, I have only returned to continue serving the Hebrews. The officer's laughter grew even more unrestrained. Huh? He walked up to Amon, looking down at him. Oh, is that so? Words are no proof, so prove it to me now. As he spoke, he lifted one foot and stepped on a nearby stone. Then he pointed to his crotch. Come on, bark like a dog, and then crawl through here. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Hebrew soldiers quickly gathered around, shouting, Come and see. Come and see. Big brother's training the dog here. Huh. They clearly enjoyed this game of humiliating Egyptians. Amon still wore that polite smile, as if it wasn't an insult at all, but just a trivial matter. Amon slowly knelt down, placed his hands on the ground, lowered his head, and then let out a clear bark. Woof! The Hebrew soldiers burst into laughter, some even clapping their hands. Ha! This guy imitates so well. If we made him a gatekeeper, he'd be a good dog. Good dog. Good dog. Ha ha ha. Ignoring their mockery, Amon simply barked like a dog as he crawled between the officer's legs. Then, Amon slowly stood up, dusted off his knees, and maintained his polite smile. Sir, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Upon hearing Ammon's words, the Hebrew officer's smile suddenly froze. Looking at Amon's calm face, he felt a strange unease in his heart. He had expected Amon to be angry, to rebel, or even to break down in humiliation. Then he would be able to kill Ammon in public with a legitimate reason, because it was all Ammon's own fault. But the situation is completely different. Amon's reaction, however, made him feel an indescribable sense of unease, especially after seeing Amon's gray hair and those terrifyingly calm eyes. Get out of here. The officer waved his hand impatiently. Yes, sir. Ammonius turned and walked away quickly, but the Hebrew officer's gaze never left Ammonius' retreating figure, until Amon's figure disappeared around the corner behind the city gate. As Amon entered the city, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. He immediately began to implement the first plan that Lin Ke had discussed with him. That means establishing contact with a respected Egyptian in the city first. Wadi. Wadi was a warrior in the Egyptian army, but he was captured and enslaved after the Hebrews conquered Pasebek. Despite this, he never succumbed to the oppression of the Hebrews, which earned him great prestige among the slaves. Many Egyptian slaves regarded him as their spiritual leader and even secretly obeyed his commands. However, Wadi harbored deep hostility towards people like Ammon. In his view, Ammon was a traitor who betrayed Egypt, a coward who groveled before the Hebrews in order to survive. Amon knew that if he went directly to Wadi would never give him any chance. Therefore, he recalled what Lin Ke had said. Then you should find a way to create a conflict so that Wadi has to be alone with you. Doesn't he hate you? Then give him a chance and let him beat you up properly. As Amon pondered this, he searched the city. Finally, he found Wadi working at a construction site. Wadi was shirtless, huffing and puffing as he carried stones, large beads of sweat streaming down his back. This guy doesn't look like a slave at all. He looks more like a lion imprisoned here. Amon stood at a distance and observed quietly for a while. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, he took out some breadcrumbs that he had prepared beforehand from his pocket and gently pinched them in his hand. Then, he took a deep breath and slowly walked towards Wadi. Just as he passed by Wadi, he seized the opportunity and gently tossed the breadcrumbs in his hand onto the ground. Then he immediately stopped and pointed at Wadi, shouting, "You damned slave! How dare you hide bread and steal it?" Wadi was taken aback for a moment, then frowned and said in a fierce voice, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Amon raised his voice, making it increasingly shrill and piercing. "Don't fucking play dumb with me. The breadcrumbs on the ground are proof. You lowly slave." Hearing the commotion, the surrounding Hebrew soldiers immediately gathered around. A Hebrew soldier approached Wadi and said coldly, "Take off your trousers and let us inspect them." Wadi's face turned ashen instantly, but he knew he couldn't resist. He gritted his teeth, slowly pulled down his pants, revealing his muscular thighs. However, the breadcrumbs on the ground became irrefutable evidence. "Look, this is the evidence." Amon pointed to the breadcrumbs on the ground, deliberately making his voice sound smug. Wadi gritted his teeth and cursed a foul word, then suddenly lunged at Amon and punched him hard in the face. "You traitor! How dare you frame me?" Amon was so dizzy from the punch that blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. But he didn't fight back. Instead, he continued shouting, "You thief! How dare you lay a hand on me?" Amon's words completely ignited Wadi's anger. "I'll kill you, you dog, right now." He pinned Amon to the ground and punched him in the face repeatedly. Amon pretended to fight back, and the two wrestled, creating a chaotic scene. At this point, a Hebrew soldier tried to pull him away, but found that he couldn't budge him at all. "Help! Help!" More Hebrew soldiers surrounded him, and together they pinned Wadi to the ground and tied him up with ropes. "Take this guy to jail. How dare he hit someone in broad daylight? Let's teach him a lesson." Amon struggled to his feet and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He feigned anger and said, "Sir, please let me teach him a lesson too. He knocked out my teeth, so I'm going to make him spit out a mouthful of blood." The soldiers exchanged glances, their faces breaking into mocking smiles. They loved watching Egyptians fight each other, so they readily agreed. "All right, then you can go and vent your anger too." Upon hearing this, Amon forcefully swallowed the blood in his mouth, as expected of a plan devised by the holy pharaoh. Chapter 151 You traitor. Hang it up. Wadi was suspended from a beam in the dungeon by Hebrew soldiers using rough hemp ropes. His hands were tied high up, and his feet could barely touch the ground. His body swayed violently as the Hebrew soldiers lashed him. Soon, blood began to flow down his forehead, the corners of his mouth, and his chest, dripping onto the ground and forming a small pool of dark red blood. "You damned bastard, you dare glare at me?" A Hebrew soldier brandished a whip and lashed it hard across Wadi's chest. The whip tore through his skin, and blood-red buds even sprouted. Faced with the whipping, Wadi simply gritted his teeth and let out a painful groan in his throat. However, his eyes remained resolute, like those of an unyielding lion king. "Wow, this guy's a tough nut to crack." Another soldier grinned crookedly and then punched Wadi hard in the stomach. Uft! Wadi's body suddenly arched, and a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth, splashing onto the soldier's face. "Huh!" The soldier wiped the blood from his face and spat in disgust. "Disgusting." The Hebrew soldiers took turns stepping forward and relentlessly beating and humiliating Wadi with whips, fists, and kicks. Although Wadi's body was covered in wounds, his eyes remained resolute, even showing a hint of ruthlessness. He stared intently at the soldiers, as if trying to etch their faces into his memory. A soldier, panting, waved his hand and said, "That's enough, that's enough. This guy is a tough nut to crack. He didn't even howl once. How boring. Let's take a break." "Oh, right. Let that dog. Yeah, let that kid teach him a lesson." The soldiers turned their gaze to Amon, who was standing to the side, their faces full of wicked smiles. Ammonius bowed his head, a fawning smile on his face, and greeted the Hebrews. Then, He quickly walked up to Wadi. Wadi looked at Amon and couldn't help but shout angrily, "You traitor! Are you willing to be their dog rather than die as an honorable Egyptian?" Amon did not respond, but instead raised his hand and slapped Wadi hard across the face. Wadi's head was knocked to one side, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth again. "You lowly slave, how dare you talk back?" He hurled insults at Wadi while punching him hard in the stomach. Oh! Wadi's body convulsed violently, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. "Ha ha, well done." The Hebrew soldiers laughed from the sidelines. To them, it was a spectacular performance. Amon's fists didn't stop. He even mimicked the Hebrew soldier's wicked grin. "Wadi, you lowly slave who doesn't know his place. Do you think you can change anything by doing this? You and the rest of the Egyptians are nothing but slaves of the Hebrews. If it weren't for the Hebrews' great kindness, you would have been hanged long ago. We should be grateful to our great benefactor, the Hebrews, since we are alive." Upon hearing this, Wadi abruptly raised his head, his teeth practically grinding to powder. "You traitor! You don't deserve to be Egyptian. I'll never let you go, even if it kills me. Your soul will never pass through the underworld. Amidst will devour it. Even if I die, my soul will witness and await that day." Upon hearing this, Amon merely snorted coldly. Then, he leaned close to Wadi's ear and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Wadi, from now on, the Hebrews will rule the world. If you had behaved yourself, the panel wouldn't have broken under your feet." Wadi's body jolted violently. He wanted nothing more than to tear the other man to pieces. You despicable scoundrel." Then Amon punched him hard in the abdomen, which almost made Wadi pass out. He exhaled forcefully, as if he was nearing the limit of his endurance. Seeing that the performance was nearing its end, the Hebrew soldiers got up and left. They simply left after saying a few words. "Don't kill him. We also need to use him to give other Egyptian slaves a good warning." Amon then left Wadi's side and bowed respectfully and obsequiously. "My lord, please take care." After the Hebrew soldiers left, Ammonius' eyes immediately became firm and calm. The Hebrew soldiers did not suspect anything and left immediately. This is the second step in His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's plan, to gain space alone with Wadi. The crucial moment has finally arrived. Now, all he needs to do is figure out how to convince Wadi to persuade the other Egyptian slaves tonight. With coordinated efforts from within and without, the city can be easily captured. This is His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's plan. He turned his head left and right, and only after confirming that there were no more Hebrew soldiers around did he return to Wadi's side. Wadi just glared at him fiercely, then spat a mouthful of bloody saliva at him. But Amon ignored him and slowly wiped the blood off his face. "Wadi, time is of the essence. I'll get straight to the point. I now serve His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, who is the new Pharaoh of Egypt. He has personally led his troops and the gods to Pasebek city. We need your help to work together from the inside and outside to completely liberate Pasebek." Wadi was taken aback when he heard this. But just a few seconds later, he lifted one cheek and mocked Amon. "Ha, Amon, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of death at all. If you really want to kill me, just do it like a man. Don't resort to these underhanded tricks." Amon did not answer, but slowly pulled out a blood-stained beetle amulet from his chest. He held the amulet up to Wadi, his expression blank. "Wadi, look at this." Wadi's gaze fell on the beetle amulet, and his eyes suddenly widened. Just like when Amon first saw the beetle amulet, Wadi's breathing quickened, and his voice trembled slightly. This is the Pharaoh's." He started speaking, then immediately lowered his voice. "How did you get this?" Amon remained expressionless. "As I just said, this is something the Holy Pharaoh used to help me prove my position. If you want more of your compatriots to survive, you must do as I say." At this moment, Wadi seemed to understand something, and he nodded vigorously. A moment later, the sound of Hebrew soldiers' footsteps could be heard outside the dungeon door. Amon quickly stuffed the beetle amulet back into his chest, then took a step back and continued to shout, "You lowly slave, how dare you glare at me?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and pretended to slap Wadi hard across the face. Wadi cooperated by letting out a muffled groan, lowering his head, and pretending to be extremely weak. A Hebrew soldier entered the dungeon and waved his hand impatiently. All right, don't kill him. Damn it, how come you've forgotten everything I just told you?" Amon lowered his head, a fawning smile on his face. Yes, sir. I was blinded by my own emotions, but I won't do it again." The Hebrew soldier nodded and waved his hand. "All right, put him down, and throw him back into the slave camp. Chapter 152 Temple of King Wanbo. Meanwhile, Lin Ke and his army were stationed in a hilly area not far from the city of Pasbeck. The complex terrain, with its undulating hills and deep valleys, provides natural cover for the army. However, the area is very windy and sandy. Sometimes, strong winds will whip up clouds of yellow sand, obscuring the sky and making it difficult to breathe. The wind and sand were howling across the hills, making a low, mournful sound, like the wailing of the dead. The soldiers' armor and weapons were quickly covered with a layer of fine sand, and even their eyebrows and beards were stained a yellowish brown. Of course, this wasn't the first time the soldiers of Holy Egypt had faced such an environment. Warriors of Holy Egypt, move out. Hold on for just one more day, and then we'll launch the final offensive. Lin issued the order from above, and the soldiers of Holy Egypt sprang into action. They took out the heavy linen and leather that they had prepared beforehand from the camels and carriages they were traveling with, and began to build a simple windbreak. These barriers, supported by wooden poles and secured with linen and leather to the ground, form walls that block the wind. They enclosed the barrier in a semicircle, with the hill behind them, forming a relatively enclosed camp. Quickly, secure the tent, a soldier in charge shouted. His voice was muffled by the sandstorm, but the soldiers still heard his order clearly and carried it out immediately. They weighed down the corners of the tent with heavy stones to prevent it from being blown over by the strong winds. Inside the tent, the soldiers covered their mouths and noses with damp cloths to reduce the inhalation of sand and dust. Meanwhile, another group of soldiers began digging shallow pits and half-burying their bodies in the sand. This was a common method used by Holy Egyptian soldiers to avoid the wind in the desert. The weight of the sand can stabilize the body and reduce the impact of wind and sand. If it is at night, it can maintain body temperature and effectively prevent hypothermia when the temperature drops at night. Arrange the camels in a circle to block the outside. Camels are a valuable resource in the desert. They can not only carry heavy loads, but also provide soldiers with additional wind protection. The soldiers led the camels to the outskirts of the camp and made them kneel down. Although sandstorms continue to rage, the environment within the camp has significantly improved. The soldiers hid behind tents and barriers, taking turns to rest and stand guard. Lin Ke then entered a larger tent, where Nantong and several senior officers were discussing a simple map. Although the air inside the tent was still stuffy, it was much better than outside. At this moment, an officer frowned and said to Lin Ke, "Your Majesty, the sandstorm is too strong. If it continues into the night, it will seriously impair our visibility. If we can't see any signals inside the city, will our operations be affected?" Lin Ke's gaze fell on the map, and he simply shook his head slightly. "No. The gaze of the god of the desert and the Nile can penetrate sand and dust. This small sandstorm is actually a good thing for us. The Hebrews would never have imagined that we would be operating in such weather." Nantong nodded in agreement. "His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh is right. By using the cover of the sandstorm, we can approach the city more safely and catch them off guard." Lin Ke continued staring at the map. "That's right. However, before that, we must ensure that the soldiers' physical strength is not affected too much. After all, this is a night battle. Pass down the order. Everyone should take turns resting to conserve their energy. We'll begin our operation once the sandstorm subsides a bit." The officers nodded and quickly relayed the order. Outside the tent, the soldiers began to take turns eating and resting. They took out dry food and water from their bags, carefully avoiding the wind and sand, to replenish their strength. Despite the harsh environment, the discipline and adaptability of the ancient Egyptian soldiers allowed them to maintain high morale under such circumstances. Of course, Lin Ke knew very well that this was because they had a very strong desire to liberate Pasbeck. Who would believe that Holy Egypt is now capable of launching a real attack on a city occupied by the Hebrews? However, at that moment, Ramses' body suddenly swayed slightly, and his eyes flashed with a regular golden light, which seemed very unusual. Ramses slowly raised his hand and gently supported his head. The soldiers and officers around them stared wide-eyed at the sight, for the god of the desert and the Nile had never made such a move before. Lin Ke stepped forward and gently supported Ramses' body. Of course, this did not provide any real help to Ramses. After all, he was a god. "What's wrong with you?" Ramses did not answer immediately. His eyes simply kept flashing. After a moment, he gradually regained his composure and then slowly turned his head toward Lin Ke. "I sensed once again an extremely faint yet incredibly powerful divine aura. I could even clearly hear his painful moans. It was as if he was trapped somewhere. Lin Ke frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on Ramses. Can you pinpoint the direction of this aura? Ramses nodded, turning his gaze toward Pasebek. I can clearly hear that the god's voice is much closer than before. He's in that city. A cold glint flashed in Lin Ke's eyes as he quickly recalled their conversation in the palace. At that time, Ramses mentioned that the gods of Egypt seemed to be bound by some force and unable to respond to the prayers of their people. And now, Ramses once again sensed the presence of the gods. Obviously, the answer lies within the city. Upon hearing this, Nantong's eyes flashed with surprise. Your Majesty, this matches your previous prediction. I believe that the gods of the desert and the Nile may have sensed some kind of divine power within the two temples. Judging from the current situation, the only thing most closely related to the ancient gods is the temple of the two gods. Lin Ke nodded slightly upon hearing Nantong's words. That's right. Then he continued to ask Ramses, besides that, did you sense anything else? Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, Ramses simply replied, Your Majesty, there is nothing else besides this. After conquering Pasebek, I want to go to the temple of the two gods. Kamangbo Temple. Lin Ke nodded, then turned to the generals and officers beside him. Pass down my orders. During this siege, everyone must protect the temple of Kamangbo. In particular, mages must be very careful when using area of effect magic. The temple of Kamangbo must not be destroyed. The crowd immediately obeyed. Yes, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Chapter 153. Tonight, we fight for freedom. Night falls. Pasebek was shrouded in thick darkness, and not a single star could be seen in the night sky. Only a few scattered torches flickered incessantly with the wind carrying sand, casting an eerie, dim light. The slave quarters were located in a western corner of the city, surrounded by high walls and iron fences, with Hebrew soldiers guarding the entrance, making it heavily guarded. The slaves huddled in the makeshift shacks, the air thick with the smell of sweat. Wadi sat in the corner, leaning against the cold stone wall, his gaze peering out through the cracks in the shed. He knew very well that if what Ammon said was true, then Pasebek would be liberated tonight. They will also regain their freedom. Wadi, it's almost time. Ammon's hushed voice came from the darkness of the shack, which was on the edge of the slave quarters, where they could speak through the wooden walls. Wadi nodded and whispered to the slaves beside him to confirm again that they were each responsible for contacting the people in the other sheds. Is everyone ready? The men nodded vigorously. We have already notified the others, and they will act immediately upon receiving the signal. Wadi took a deep breath, his eyes turning fierce. All right, then proceed according to plan. Just then, a deep, resonant sound of bells came from afar. Thump. This was the signal for the Hebrews to change the guard, and also the time when the Egyptian slaves began to move. Ammon quickly stood up and threw a small metal tool at Wadi through a gap in the wooden wall. This is the key I stole from the Hebrew soldiers. You'd better hurry, or we're all doomed. You're in charge of opening the fence on the east side. I'll distract the guards. Vardi took the tools and nodded. Be careful. Ammon didn't say anything more, and then turned and disappeared into the darkness. Then, he deliberately kicked over a wooden barrel, making a crisp sound. A Hebrew soldier immediately became alert. What's that sound? Who's there? Ammon hid in the shadows and waited for the soldier to approach before suddenly pouncing on him from behind, covering his mouth with one hand and stabbing him in the neck with a knife with the other. The soldier's body went limp and he collapsed. Ammon quickly dragged him aside, took off his armor, and put it on himself. Changing of guard, Ammon shouted to the guards in the distance, mimicking the accent of a Hebrew soldier. Hearing the noise, another guard lazily walked over. Why so early? It's not time yet. Ammon lowered his head, feigning annoyance. Big Brother's orders are for us to change shifts early. The guard didn't suspect a thing. He just yawned and nodded. All right, I'm going to rest now, brother. After the guards left, Ammon quickly gestured in Wadi's direction. Upon seeing this, Wadi immediately took action. He led a few trusted slaves and quietly approached the eastern fence, where he unlocked it with the key given to him by Ammon. Hurry, be quick, Wadi urged in a low voice. One by one, the slaves slipped through the gaps in the fence, their movements nimble and swift. Their eyes were wide open, and their nostrils flared, but no one made a sound. However, just as the last few slaves were about to pass through, a Hebrew soldier suddenly noticed something amiss. He walked toward the fence, torch in hand, shouting, Who's there? Stop right there. Ammon's heart sank, but he quickly calmed down. He stepped forward, blocking the fence, and gradually moved closer to the soldier to obstruct his view. He then feigned impatience, saying, "It was me. A few slaves were fighting over there, but it's all over now." The soldier frowned as he looked at the somewhat unfamiliar yet familiar face. "Why are you here alone? Where are the others?" Amon shrugged, his tone light. "They're dealing with those lowly slaves." The soldier's suspicions were not completely dispelled, and he took a few steps toward the fence to see what was going on. A fierce glint flashed in Amon's eyes. He knew that he couldn't delay any longer. Just as the soldier was about to discover that the fence had been opened, Amon suddenly pounced on him from behind, covered his mouth with one hand, and quickly pulled out a knife with the other, stabbing the soldier through the spine. The soldier's body went limp and he collapsed. Amon dragged him aside and quickly removed his armor. "Quickly, go, go," Amon whispered to the last few slaves. The slaves quickly crossed the fence and disappeared into the night. Amon followed closely behind, his heart pounding like a drum. He knew they were halfway there, but the real challenges lay ahead. Wadi had already gathered with the other slaves in the shadows outside, their faces showing tension and excitement. "Wadi, where should we go now?" a slave asked in a low voice, his tense nerves clearing his mind. Vardy's gaze swept over the crowd, and he lowered his voice. "According to the plan, we're going to the armory. Everyone, stick close to Amon." The slaves nodded and quickly got to work. Ammonius led the way, guiding the group through narrow alleyways and avoiding patrolling Hebrew soldiers. The armory was located in a secluded corner in the south of the city, and there weren't many guards there. Amon had already figured out the place. He led the slaves closer quietly and then hid in the shadows. "There are 26 guards, positioned on either side of the entrance," Amon whispered. "I'll distract them as much as possible, and you can go in while they're there." Wadi nodded. "Be careful." Without saying much, Amon quickly got to work. He ran breathlessly, attracting the guards' attention. "Who's there?" a guard called out alertly. Amon then emerged from the shadows, feigning panic. "Something terrible has happened. Someone has escaped from the slave quarters. We've lost so many people. We need to send more men immediately." Upon hearing this, the guards immediately tensed up. "What? Take us to see this right now." Amon nodded and ran towards the slave quarters with 2 guards. Once they were out of sight, Wadi immediately led the slaves into the armory. The armory was filled with all sorts of weapons and armor. The slaves sprang into action, taking up arms and donning armor. "Quickly, put on your armor and grab your weapons," Wadi urged in a low voice. The slaves quickly equipped themselves and picked up their weapons again, their eyes regaining their light. Vardy's gaze swept over the crowd, and he continued in a low voice. "Brothers, tonight we will fight for freedom. Everyone, stay close to me. Attack the south gate according to plan." The slaves roared in unison, their voices filled with fighting spirit. However, Amon wasn't so lucky. He couldn't leave, so he had to continue leading the soldiers behind him forward. Chapter 154 Dead End. A slave has escaped. "Damn it. Find them now. They can't have gone far. The gate over here has been opened." The slave quarters of Passebec are currently engulfed in chaos. The torchlight flickered wildly in the wind, casting the shadows of the Hebrew soldiers long and short. Amon stood in the crowd, looking somewhat nervous. "Quickly, everyone split up and search. We must bring back the escaped slaves. Quickly confirm how many slaves have escaped." A Hebrew officer roared, his face now contorted in a horrifying grimace. Amon kept his head down, blending in with the soldiers, pretending to be searching around as well. He observed his surroundings, looking for an opportunity to escape. However, as more and more Hebrew soldiers poured into the slave quarters, it became increasingly difficult to escape. "Take a team and search the east side." The officer suddenly patted Amon on the shoulder, then immediately turned away. Amon's heart tightened, and he quickly nodded and replied loudly, "Yes." He led a dozen or so soldiers eastward, his steps hurried, his mind racing with thoughts. "I must escape as soon as possible." Moreover, if they were discovered to be wearing the armor of Hebrew warriors, there would be no way to survive. "You guys go over there," he directed the soldiers, then found a corner and removed all his armor. "Now, as long as we find the right opportunity, we can leave." However, reality is not as satisfactory as expected. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from the slave camp. A soldier came running out, panting, his face filled with terror and fear. "It's terrible. Everyone in the slave quarters has run away." The officer's face instantly turned ashen. "What?" He grabbed the soldier by the collar and roared. "What did you say?" "They all ran away." The soldier, pale with fright, stammered. Yes, sir, We just discovered that all the slaves have disappeared. The officer's face was terribly grim. He shoved the soldier aside and strode toward the entrance to the slave quarters. Amon's heart sank. He knew that his scheme had been exposed. All he can do now is pray that Wadi will take over the southern city as soon as possible. The officer was inspecting the camp when he found the soldier in charge of the keys asleep like a log in a dark corner, his head against the wall. He also smelled strongly of alcohol. The officer's face instantly turned ferocious. He raised his foot and kicked the soldier hard in the stomach. "Wake up, you piece of trash," the officer roared. The soldier was jolted awake by the kick, clutching his stomach and groaning in pain. He looked up and saw the officer's angry face, and was immediately terrified. The soldier stammered, Sir, where's the key?" The officer grabbed his armor and lifted him up. The soldier frantically touched his waist, his face instantly turning deathly pale. The key is with mites gone?" The officer's eyes practically pierced him. "What?" He slammed the soldier to the ground and roared, "You piece of trash! How come you didn't even know the key was missing?" The soldier trembled with fear, his voice trembling with tears. Sir, too don't know. It might have been stolen." The officer's face was terribly grim. He asked coldly, "Why are you drinking?" The soldier trembled. "Yes, it was Amon who bought it for us. He said it was a thank you gift for helping him get revenge, so we." The officer's gaze swept across the surroundings, and he noticed that besides the wine bottles, there were also some leftover bones on the ground. His eyes widened slightly, and he immediately understood what had happened. Just then, several soldiers who had just run over, their faces still reeking of alcohol, appeared to have just woken up from their drunken stupor. The officer's face instantly turned ferocious. He drew his scimitar from his waist and roared, "Everyone, listen up. Immediately enter combat readiness. Shoot any Egyptian you see running. You, go and inform the mages and alchemists immediately." The soldiers drew their weapons, their faces filled with murderous intent. Amon stood in the darkness and swallowed hard. "I've been exposed. If I run out recklessly now, I'll be killed." It was too late to put on the soldier's armor, and besides, he would move very slowly in the armor and would have to obey his superior's orders. Dead end. At this moment, his body began to tremble, but he felt no fear whatsoever. He was prepared. Then, he slowly emerged from the darkness. The officer's voice suddenly rang out. "Amon, you come here." Upon hearing the voice, Amon involuntarily stiffened slightly. He slowly stepped forward and forced a smile. "Sir, you were looking for me?" The officer stared intently at him, as if he were about to tear him apart at any moment. Amon, however, still wore a smile. "My lord, The officer abruptly raised his scimitar, not wanting to hear any explanation. "Stop making excuses, you lowly wretch. I should have killed you that day." The officer's face instantly turned ferocious, and he swung his scimitar fiercely, aiming for Amon's arm. However, Amon suddenly became fierce, and, while the other party was attacking, he drew his knife and stabbed it into the officer's chest. The knife plunged deep into the officer's throat, and blood gushed out instantly. The scimitar severed one of Amon's arms, and the force of the scimitar almost knocked Amon to his knees. The officer's eyes twisted in disbelief. He never expected that such a frail man like Amon would actually make a move. Then, blood gushed from his throat, and he slowly collapsed to the ground. Amon paid no heed to the intense pain in his arm. His face was filled with a maniacal laugh. I got my revenge. It's a success. Ha ha ha. I did it." However, at that moment, the Hebrew soldiers around him drew their weapons and charged toward Ammon. Amon's body was stabbed by several curved blades at the same time, and blood gushed from his chest, abdomen, and back. However, the smile on his face did not diminish in the slightest. Because, from the direction of the south gate, a tremendous roar is now coming, along with flashes of golden light. His gaze swept over the surrounding soldiers, his voice even carrying a hint of mockery. "You're all finished. Our new pharaoh has arrived." The soldiers ignored what he said and continued to swing their scimitars at Amon's body. Amon's body was hacked to pieces, but he never let out a single scream. Finally, Amon's body collapsed to the ground, his blood staining the earth beneath him. Finally, revenge has been achieved. Amon's lips curled into a relaxed smile. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he saw a beam of golden light sweep across, sending many of the Hebrew soldiers flying. With his last ounce of consciousness, he placed the severed arm on his chest. "No." Nantong then moved swiftly down from the sky and saw that Aming's body was mangled and lying on the ground. Chapter 155 Freedom. 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 Kill. The south gate of Pasebek was illuminated by a sea of firelight. The warriors of Holy Egypt poured into the city like a tidal wave. Their armor gleamed with the light of flames, and they uttered only one voice. Kill. The Egyptian slaves charged ahead, their faces burning with long-suppressed rage and their eyes blazing with the flames of revenge. Kill. Leave no one alive. Wadi's voice boomed like thunder in the night sky, and he held a blood-stained longsword in his hand. The longsword devoured Vardi's anger and transformed it into devastating power. Some Hebrew soldiers even had their shields cleaved in two by him. As for Ramses, he easily took the lives of those Hebrew soldiers as easily as killing ants. Of course, Ramses didn't care about any of that. He only cared about Lin Ke's orders. Therefore, he wouldn't care at all how tragically these ants died. Amon. At this moment, Nantong, holding Ameng's broken body, shouted. He felt deep pain and sorrow for Ammon, just as the Buddha saw suffering and death when he was ill. It was too late. There was nothing that could be done. At this moment, Nantong discovered that Ameng had placed his severed arm on his chest before he died. As if realizing something, Nantong slowly reached her hand into his chest. Sure enough, he found the Holy Pharaoh's beetle amulet there. No. Nantong's wrinkles deepened, and his expression was filled with immense grief. Just then, a Hebrew soldier picked up a scimitar and spear and slashed at Nantong. Nantong's eyes turned cold, and her body's magic suddenly erupted. Boom! Countless black beetles immediately appeared on the soldier's body and devoured his flesh completely. Nantong slowly stood up, closed her eyes, and floated up again. Scarab technique. Countless black beetles immediately sprang up from the ground, and the painful screams of the Hebrew soldiers soon gradually faded away completely. Then, Nantong and Ramses immediately changed direction and headed to another place. It was a tall building, the very place Amon had described as the residence of the Hebrew magicians and alchemists. Nantong flew slowly. According to the information provided by Amon, those guys are here. Ramses nodded slowly, confirming the information. The two rushed into the building and bumped into several magicians who had just woken up from their sleep. They heard the noise and were about to get up and get dressed. Oh, what's this? Before the mages could react, they were killed one by Nantong and Ramses. Enemy attack. Enemy, a mage shouted in terror, but before his voice could finish, Ramses' golden light pierced his throat. Nantong and Ramses moved through the buildings like the Grim Reaper, and wherever they went, Hebrew magicians and alchemists fell one after another. Their movements were clean and swift, without any hesitation, launching an attack that was almost overwhelming. Of course, it was midnight, and the other party was completely unprepared. However, at that moment, a low laugh suddenly came from deep within the building. Hee hee hee. The laughter was laced with mockery and disdain, as if it were a jerk at the ignorance of Nantong and Ramses. An old man dressed in a black robe slowly emerged from the shadows. I didn't expect you Egyptians to dare to trespass here. He held a staff inlaid with 5 colored gems in his hand, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Upon seeing this, Nantong coldly said, "He is that great alchemist." The old man smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping over Nantong and Ramses. His voice was full of contempt. "You ants, how dare you disturb my peaceful dreams? You're courting death. I will listen carefully to your agonizing screams, you wretched creatures." Oh, a magician radiating golden light? How interesting. After he finished speaking, he swung his staff sharply, and the 5 colored gemstones lit up instantly, with the power of the 5 elements condensing in the air. Flames, frost, lightning, rocks, and gales intertwined to form a massive elemental storm that was about to sweep towards Nantong and Ramses. Seeing this, Nantong simply said, "You're courting death." The great alchemist laughed loudly, his voice growing increasingly arrogant. "Looking for death? What an arrogant frog in a well. Open your eyes and see. I am a great alchemist who can control 5 elements. You are no match for me." After he finished speaking, he continued to wave his staff, gathering the power of the 5 elements to form an even larger elemental storm that swept towards Ramses. However, there was no emotion in Ramses' eyes, and he didn't utter a single word. He simply flashed his body and instantly appeared in front of the great alchemist. What is this? The great alchemist didn't even have time to be shocked. He merely waved his staff to defend himself, but it was already too late. Ramses' golden light pierced directly into the great alchemist's chest, and blood gushed out instantly. The great alchemist's body stiffened abruptly, and like the Hebrew soldiers outside, he collapsed to the ground before he even knew what had happened. You? Could it be that you, the great alchemist, died before he could finish speaking? Nantong coldly stared at the great alchemist's corpse. It seems there's another frog in the well. Ramses nodded, his eyes flashing. It's time to clean up the rest of the enemy. The two then quickly left the building and rejoined the battlefield. At this point, Pasebek had fallen into a one-sided situation. The Hebrew soldiers were forced into retreat by the combined attack of the holy Egyptian warriors and Egyptian slaves. They were completely overwhelmed and had no chance to fight back. The long-suppressed emotions of the Egyptian slaves were finally released, and they charged at the Hebrew soldiers with boundless energy, as if they had suddenly gained inexhaustible strength. They swung their weapons with a whooshing sound, and as soon as they saw an enemy, they didn't care whether it was a shield or anything else, they just slashed and hit wildly. Kill! Kill! For freedom! For Egypt! For Ammon! The slaves cried out, their voices filled with grief and anger. Nantong and Ramses were floating above the center of the battlefield, looking down at the scene below with disbelief. In just 2 days, they actually captured a city. The enemy's powerful forces couldn't even retaliate, not even once. Ramses' eyes flickered a few more times. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's plan has succeeded. I will return to him to report the current situation. Then you can. Oh no. At that moment, Ramses' eyes suddenly flashed violently a few times, and then he plummeted straight down to the ground. Chapter 156, Sudden Change. God's Fall. What's wrong with you? Nantong's gaze was fixed on Ramses. He saw the figure of the god of the desert and the Nile suddenly freeze, and then, as if he had lost consciousness, he fell straight down. Nantong's heart sank, and she rushed out almost instinctively. Magical power gathered beneath his feet, and Nantong shot like an arrow towards the area below where Ramses had fallen. Nantong was incredibly fast, and just as Ramses was about to touch the ground, she used desert magic to catch him. Ramses' body was so heavy it felt like it was filled with lead, and even the churning sand could barely withstand its force. But he simply controlled his magic steadily and gently placed Ramses on the ground. Nantong called out softly, her eyes fixed on Ramses' face. Our holy Egyptian god. What's wrong with you? However, the golden light in Ramses' eyes flickered at an eerie frequency, as if his consciousness was being influenced by some force. Nantong turned his head and saw soldiers charging forward with a roar not far away, unaware of the situation. Nantong knew very well that the current situation in the desert and along the Nile River must not be revealed to anyone, as it could affect morale. Morale is high right now. So he quickly took off his black robe and wrapped it tightly around Ramses' body, completely obscuring the golden light emanating from him. Then, after looking around to make sure no one was paying attention, he quickly used magic to make Ramses float upright behind him. Then, he ran in the direction where Lin Ke was. At this point, the battle in Pasebek was nearing its end. The warriors of Holy Egypt surged into the city like a tidal wave, driving the Hebrew soldiers into retreat. The streets of the city are now filled with the figures of holy Egyptian soldiers. Lin Ke was standing at the south gate of the city, touching the stone bricks of Pasebek and feeling the passage of time that this ancient city had experienced. Standing beside Lin Ke were 4 Master Heka-s, their bodies shimmering with golden light. They protected Lin Ke to ensure that he wouldn't even have a chance, however small. An officer ran up quickly and respectfully reported to Lin Ke, Your Majesty, we have taken control of most of Pasebek, and the main force of the Hebrews has been defeated. Lin Ke simply continued stroking the stone bricks, without even turning his head. Continue the advance and occupy the entire territory of Pasebek. Remember, not a single Hebrew shall escape. Yes, sir. The officer immediately accepted the order and left. Just then, Nantong rushed towards Lin Ke with Ramses. His palms shimmered with magical light, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Lin Ke then turned his head away. In his opinion, Ramses and Nantong must have already completed the task of eliminating the magicians and alchemists. Their presence here means that there are no longer any dangerous threats within the city. But what about Nantong's expression? Why do you seem a little flustered? Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, the god of the desert and the Nile, he. Nantong gently placed Ramses on the ground, lifted a corner of his black robe, revealing Ramses's eyes that shimmered with golden light. But Lin Ke simply bent down slightly, his expression indifferent. He must have heard the voice of the ancient gods again. Look into his eyes. The same thing happened last time. Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, Nantong felt a sense of relief. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Lin Ke first scanned the battlefield with his eyes, then said, take him to the temple of Kangwonbo immediately. Our goal is to confirm whether the ancient gods are connected to the temple. The god of the desert and the Nile is unharmed, and what we need to do now is help him obtain more information. Nantong nodded immediately, and then quickly used magic to revive Ramses. Lin Ke then took a few steps forward and ordered his elite guards. You will come with me to the temple of Kangwonbo. The rest of you, hold this position and make sure no enemy escapes. The soldiers immediately straightened up. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, the Hebrew soldiers were forced to retreat under the combined attack of holy Egyptian warriors and Egyptian slaves, but they did not completely give up the fight. Some Hebrew soldiers took refuge in buildings within the city and used the terrain to put up a fierce resistance. Watch out. There's an ambush. A holy Egyptian warrior shouted, but before he could finish speaking, an arrow shot from the shadows and pierced his shoulder. Another warrior roared and charged forward, shield raised. The Hebrews are here. Behind the holy Egyptian soldier, several Egyptian slaves followed closely, immediately roaring, charge, charge. Let all these Hebrews go to hell. They held weapons they had seized from the Hebrew soldiers, their eyes filled with rage. The Hebrew soldiers were intimidated by this imposing presence and retreated. However, just as they were about to be driven into a corner, another Hebrew officer suddenly rushed out from the shadows. He held a long sword engulfed in flames, pointed directly at the throat of the holy Egyptian warrior. The Hebrew officer roared, his sword slashing down, die, you lowly Egyptians. However, just as the sword was about to touch the holy Egyptian warrior, the Egyptian slave behind the holy Egyptian immediately slashed, disrupting the attack. Before he died, the Hebrew officer saw only a few hideous and terrifying faces. Then, his vision was covered by blood, and he could see nothing more. Kill them all. Meanwhile, Lin Ke, Nantong, and the four masters Hika led Ramses away from the battlefield and headed towards the temple of Kangwonbo. The temple is located on a small hill in Pasebek and is a very ancient and mysterious building. It's over there. Before long, the outline of the temple of Kangwonbo gradually came into view. The ancient building appeared particularly mysterious in the night. The tall stone pillars seemed awe-inspiring, but the temple itself looked quite desolate. No one has been here for a long time, and no one has done any repairs. In some places, very obvious cracks have even appeared. Lin Ke's gaze swept across the temple, and he roughly understood why the power of the ancient gods was now rapidly weakening. After all, the Egyptians here never had the chance to enter the temple. They had long since become slaves of the Hebrews. Although it is no longer the case now. Your Majesty, we have arrived. Lin Ke nodded and led Ramses quickly toward the entrance of the temple. Just then, Ramses' eyes flashed even brighter, his golden light illuminating the surroundings and making the ancient stone statues appear somewhat ferocious. Chapter 157 Sky God. Crocodile God. The golden light that shone in Ramses' eyes illuminated the temple of Kambo, dispelling all the darkness within. He even saw several crocodiles in the corner, but upon closer inspection, he could easily identify them. That wasn't a real crocodile at all. It was a crocodile mummy. The reason there is a crocodile mummy here is because there are two statues of gods enshrined here. Lin Ke slowly raised his head, and two huge stone statues immediately came into his view. Horus, the god of the sky, and Sobuk, the god of crocodiles. As Nantong said before, this is a dual temple that worships two gods at the same time. Horus is depicted as majestic and sacred, with the head of an eagle and the body of a human. He is one of the 9 principal gods of Egypt, holding a supreme position among human beings and symbolizing divine royal power. Even the pharaohs were regarded as living Horus, and their rule was seen as a continuation of Horus's divine will on earth. Horus had followers throughout Egypt, especially those associated with kingship, justice, and the heavens. They regarded Horus as their patron god and believed he could bring light and order. Beside him, the image of the crocodile god Sobuk is completely different from that of Horus. It has the head of a crocodile and the body of a human, with a strong physique and skin covered with patterns symbolizing the waves of the Nile River. When discussing crocodiles, one cannot ignore their special place in Egyptian culture. On the one hand, it is a symbol of ferocity and danger, representing uncontrollable forces in nature. On the other hand, it is also a kind protector, especially for agricultural groups that depend on the Nile for survival. The crocodile god Sobuk symbolizes the Nile's waters and abundance. Therefore, Sobuk, as the guardian deity who controls the flow of the Nile, was worshipped by many agricultural groups. The Kongongbo region is crisscrossed by rivers, and crocodiles often roam here. Therefore, the crocodile god Sobuk naturally became the guardian deity of this area. Lin Ke looked at the stone statue, then glanced at Ramses. The golden light in his eyes was still flashing intensely, making the shadows of those divine images grow even larger. Lin Ke continued to examine the two stone statues of gods, Horus and Sobuk. One symbolizes the sky and royalty, the other symbolizes water and abundance. Their followers live side by side, yet each has completely different religious needs. To balance the needs of believers, the ancient Egyptians built this temple with two gods, allowing the two deities to share the same sacred space. Inside the temple, the eagle feather patterns of Horus intertwine with the crocodile scale patterns of Sobuk, symbolizing the harmonious coexistence of the sky and the earth. Lin Ke then turned his head, and his gaze fell on the wall of the temple. There are also many ancient murals and hieroglyphs carved there. He saw in the mural that Horus spread his wings, protecting the pharaoh and his people. Sobuk, meanwhile, occupies the banks of the Nile, guarding the water source and protecting the land that is about to yield a bountiful harvest. The images of the two deities complement each other in the mural, seemingly telling Lin Ke that Egypt once flourished under their protection. Ironically, the stone pillars here have cracked, and even the crocodile mummies are covered in sand. Lin Ke could only sense and imagine the existence of these two sacred deities through the murals. He took a deep breath and then asked the star mage behind him. Lin Ke believed that Nantong's magic might be able to detect something. Nantong, have you noticed anything unusual? But Nantong just stared at the statue of the god, then turned his gaze back to Lin Ke. This old minister has not noticed anything unusual, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, the god of the desert and the Nile. Nantong looked at Ramses with a worried expression, his eyes shining with an incredibly powerful golden light. What Lin Ke and Nantong didn't know was that Ramses' consciousness had already entered a pitch-black, boundless space. Whoosh! Golden light danced and landed in a dark space. There is no light, no wind, and even time seems to have stopped flowing. Beneath Ramses' feet lay nothingness. The surroundings were eerily quiet, but Ramses could hear a faint, painful gasp in his ear. Very close, very close. Ramses knew exactly what the sound was, and he immediately used his divine power to approach it. Whoosh! As Ramses drew closer, the panting grew clearer. However, besides that, he also heard other sounds. Roar! The sound seemed like that of a raging beast that had lost control. But Ramses paid no heed and continued to walk toward the sound. As the god of the desert and the Nile, his gaze easily pierced through the nearby darkness, revealing the figure of a deity. His eagle head drooped limply, and his golden wings spread out listlessly. That's Horus, the sky god. He lay weakly on the ground, as if he were seriously ill, limp, and powerless. Further away, a crocodile with bloodshot eyes was rampaging wildly in the dark space. That's the crocodile god Sobuk. His figure appeared exceptionally ferocious at this moment, his crocodile head gaping open menacingly, and chaotic divine power swirling around him. Roar! His growl echoed in the dark space, filled with pain and rage. Ramses' appearance immediately caught Horus's attention. The sky god barely managed to raise his head, his eagle eyes fixed on Ramses, a mixture of doubt and wariness in them. Unfamiliar golden god, how dare you enter this place? Give me your name. Ramses' eyes flashed a few times, but even his omniscient mind could not find the answer. He looked down at his hands, which were surrounded by golden light, and then at the sky god on the ground. He also couldn't figure out why he had come to this place. But he knew he had to first reveal his identity to the other party. I am the god of the desert and the Nile. I am a god summoned by the Holy Pharaoh, appearing to protect Egypt. Horus's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt, but he could sense that the other's divine power was similar to his own. Moreover, there was no hostility. He struggled to sit up, his voice weary. Holy Pharaoh, I've never heard of that name before. How is Egypt now? Ramses glanced at Horus's weakened body, then looked at the raging Sobuk in the distance, his eyes flickering a few times. He continued, Egypt has been renamed Holy Egypt. We are fighting against the Hebrews, and it is His Majesty Pharaoh who is leading us in this resistance. However, I have noticed that your faith is weakening and the power of the gods is also waning. Although the sky god's eyes appeared calm, Ramses could sense the other's pain within them. The sky god then spoke, Our faith is drying up. Sobuk lost his mind due to the loss of divine power. His power is out of control, but I can't help him. Ramses turned his gaze to Sobuk, where the crocodile god's growl grew louder and louder, seemingly about to shatter the space around him. The sky god looked at Ramses. If Sobuk continues to unleash his divine power like this, his divine body will crumble. God of the desert and the Nile, you must stop him. Otherwise, not only Sobuk, but the entire space here will collapse. Ramses then immediately realized that the reason he had come here was because of Sobuk's out-of-control divine power. He shares a common symbol with Sobuk, the Nile River. Sobuk's divine power resonated with his body, pulling him into this space. Ramses' eyes flashed with golden light a few times, and then his divine power gradually surged from his body. Understood. I will find a way to get you out of here. Chapter 158, The Rampaging Crocodile God. Oh, young god of the desert and the Nile. I admire your courage, but you must be very careful. The crocodile god Sobuk has now completely descended into rage. Only when I am at my peak can I fight him now. He is extremely dangerous. You absolutely mustn't lose your life because of this. Ramses, the god of the desert and the Nile, simply nodded upon hearing this. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh needs you. He needs my strength. I will not die, and I will rescue you from here. The golden light in his eyes shone, and Horus, the god of the sky, upon hearing this, simply nodded slowly and said nothing more. At this moment, Ramses headed towards the location of the crocodile god Sobuk, and he soon arrived at Sobuk's place. Roar! The figure of the crocodile god Sobuk appeared exceptionally large in the darkness, wielding a massive double-edged battle axe whose blades were completely enveloped by the raging red sand. The eyes of the crocodile god Sobuk were stained crimson with rage as he swung his battle axe again and again, unleashing his raging divine power. Ramses' eyes flickered twice, and he immediately began to analyze the information before him. Through his senses, he perceived that Sobuk's anger had reached its peak, even forming a domain of rage. In this realm, Sobuk's power is amplified to an infinite degree, and any attempt to directly quell his anger will only backfire. The only way to quell his rage is through battle, bringing him back to his senses from his berserk state. Not only that, but one must also be very careful in combat. If you keep avoiding them, you'll only increase their anger. But Ramses could not attack his opponent, as that would only increase the opponent's anger. Therefore, he could only gradually reduce the other party's anger by appropriately dodging and parrying. Ramses then slowly raised his hands, and golden light gathered in his palms. His figure flashed like lightning as he rushed towards Sobuk. Roar! Sobuk reacted swiftly, swinging his massive double-bladed battle axe down with a fierce swirling of sand and dust, aiming straight for Ramses' head. Ramses dodged the attack with a quick movement. Moreover, Ramses did not stop. He was extremely fast, his figure appearing and disappearing in and out of Sobuk's vicinity. Instead of attacking, he gradually wore down Sobuk's rage through skillful dodging and appropriate parries. Each time Sobuk's attack missed, his anger would lessen slightly, but Ramses knew that the process was extremely difficult. After all, the other party has already reached the level of a god in this field. Ramses, who was not in Holy Egypt, could only unleash higher divine powers. Fortunately, his opponent was the type who used violent power, while he was the type who was extremely fast, so he was barely able to hold his own against his opponent. Roar! Sobuk let out another deafening roar, and swung his battle axe again, this time with even greater ferocity. At the same time, inside the temple of Kamwanbo, Lin Ke and Nan Tong were intently watching Ramses' changes. At this moment, Ramses' entire body was radiating dazzling golden light, his divine power surging, and his body slowly floated up without even needing Nan Tong's magical assistance. It was as if I had resonated with some powerful force. Nan Tong immediately raised her voice and told Lin Ke, "Your Majesty, the power of the desert and Nile gods is rapidly increasing." He must have sensed something. Lin Ke nodded. He could also feel the surging power. Let's retreat to the entrance of the temple for now, so as not to interfere with his actions. Nan Tong immediately understood Lin Ke's meaning, and the two quickly retreated to the entrance of the temple, watching Ramses' changes from afar. Ramses' body remained suspended in the air, golden light swirling wildly around him. Return to the realm of the gods. The battle between Ramses and Sobuk continues. Sobuk's attacks became increasingly ferocious, and the speed at which he swung his battle axe also increased. Ramses had already sustained a wound, and his divine power had weakened slightly, but he remained calm and continued to assess the direction of the opponent's attack. His figure flashed again, dodging one of Sobek's deadly attacks. Every time Sobek swung his massive double-edged battle axe, Ramses always managed to dodge it by the narrowest of margins. His movements were light and precise, accurately predicting each of Sobek's attacks. Moreover, he noticed that every time he successfully dodged an attack, the redness in Sobek's eyes would diminish slightly. The ferocious growl was no longer as deafening as before, but gradually became lower and deeper. Roar! Sobek's attack came again, his battle axe swinging with the force of splitting mountains, but Ramses was gradually gaining the upper hand. At the same time, golden light gathered in his palm, and when facing less powerful attacks from his opponent, he used his divine power to neutralize and block them. Dodge. Parry. With each success, the red glint in Sobek's eyes lessened, and the violent aura gradually subsided. He knew very well that although the process was extremely difficult, he had to persevere. Sobek's growl echoed through the space, but his movements were no longer as ferocious as before. The momentum of the battle axe swings began to weaken, and the dust on the axe blade was no longer so turbulent. Ramses gradually became more at ease, as his opponent's power was no longer at the level of a chief god. Boom! Sobek's tomahawk was once again paired with his, but this time, his movements were noticeably slower. Whoosh! Ramses appeared before his opponent in an instant, dodging the attack once again. Then, he stared intently into Sobek's eyes and discovered that the redness in the eyes of the crocodile god Sobek had almost completely disappeared. Ramses whispered, "Sobek, the crocodile god, stop. Your followers are calling your name. This land needs your protection." Sobek paused slightly, and the battle axe in his hand slowly lowered. His eyes gradually regained their clarity, and the violent aura completely dissipated. His crocodile head was lowered, as if he was pondering something and reminiscing. The crocodile god Sobek uttered in a hoarse voice, I've lost control. You are the god of the desert and the Nile, and I sense your power. Our strength comes from the same source." Ramses' eyes flashed a few times, and he slowly reduced the release of his divine power. As a result, his divine power quickly weakened by another level, becoming a medium-level divine power. At this moment, the crocodile god Sobek slowly greeted Ramses. "Praise be to you, god of the desert and the Nile. If it weren't for you, I might have perished in the darkness." Chapter 159, The Imprisoned Ancient Gods. Here, crocodile god Sobek. Ramses was guiding the crocodile god Sobek, and they were slowly moving toward the place where the sky god Horus was. Horus was still lying weakly on the ground, but his eyes were still as sharp as an eagle's. When Sobek appeared before him, Horus, the god of the sky, felt a slow, steady rise and fall of his chest. "Crocodile god Sobek, you have recovered." Sobek, the crocodile god, nodded, his crocodile head bowed slightly. "Yes, thanks to the god of the desert and the Nile." Ramses stood between the two gods, his eyes gleaming with golden light. "Two ancient Egyptian gods, I bring you the latest news about Egypt. Egypt has been renamed Holy Egypt. Under the leadership of the Holy Pharaoh, we successfully defended Cairo and recaptured the city of Memphis. However, Holy Egypt still could not escape its fate of destruction. I saw Holy Egypt engulfed in flames in the river Styx. And I will also vanish on the day of the blood moon." Upon hearing Ramses's words, Horus, the god of the sky, and Sobek, the god of the crocodile, exchanged a glance. "Please continue, god of the desert and the Nile." Horus, the god of the sky, slowly raised his hand, signaling Ramses to continue. "As I just said, the future of Holy Egypt remains bleak. But if you can return to Holy Egypt in your true form, you will surely dispel the darkness on the path ahead. As for the present, the Holy Pharaoh has liberated the city of Pasebek, and the Hebrew power has been disintegrated." Upon hearing this, Horus blinked slowly. "Holy Pharaoh, you liberated the city of Pasebek?" Ramses nodded slowly. "Yes, the Holy Pharaoh personally led our warriors to breach the city walls, and the Egyptian people of Pasebek have regained their freedom." Sobek's crocodile also spoke. "In this way, my divine power can once again gain peace from the believers. Oh, the power of faith in the Nile will be infused into me once more." Horus's gaze swept over Sobek, and he echoed his agreement. "My power is the same. The faith in the sky will be solidified once again, and I will be able to reclaim the power of the sky god. In Egypt, believers who come to the temple of the two gods to worship can have the power of these two gods gradually restored. Therefore, it's only a matter of time before the sky god fully recovers his divine power. Ramses looked at the two gods, a golden light flashing in his eyes. If you can leave this place, Holy Egypt will have 3 gods. This will greatly enhance our strength and protect the city of Holy Egypt. Horus and Sobek exchanged a glance. Though their faces were expressionless, their eyes conveyed their agreement. At this moment, Horus looked at Ramses and asked for his help. However, I and the crocodile god Sobek have tried to leave this place. But this space seems to have some connection with our divine power, and our power cannot cross the boundaries of this space. All efforts are in vain. Sobek then asked the other party, God of the desert and the Nile, how did you get here? Ramses' gaze swept over the two gods before he spoke. My divine power resonated with that of the crocodile god Sobek, and thus I was pulled into this space. But I could sense that at some point, this connection was greatly strengthened. At this moment, the golden light in his eyes flashed again, as if he were recalling known information. That was when my true form stepped into the temple of the two gods. Oh, His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh could foresee everything. He was the one who brought my true form into the temple. Then, I can try to get you out of here in my own way. Horus nodded slightly. Then, give it a try, God of the desert and the Nile. Ramses said nothing, but instead extended his hands and grasped the hands of Horus and Sobek respectively. He immediately sensed the power of the two gods in his palm. Although the strength of the two powers was so similar, the feeling they gave Ramses was completely different. Are you ready? Ramses' body was once again bathed in golden light, and his divine power surged once more. Horus and Sobek nodded simultaneously. Let's begin. In an instant, golden light flowed around Ramses, gradually enveloping the three gods. His divine power is like a bridge, carrying Horus and Sobek away from this dark space. They moved quickly through the dark space, and everything went smoothly. However, just as they were about to leave this space, a powerful force suddenly surged towards them. Just like the black hand that dragged down Baphomet in hell, Horus, the sky god, and Sobek, the crocodile god, were no match for it. This is the power, said Sobek, the crocodile god, simply stating to Ramses the fact that he could not leave. Horus echoed, even with this immense power, we still cannot leave. Strangely, Ramses did not sense this power, but he could feel that the two gods were putting tremendous resistance on him, and he couldn't move them with him at all. So he increased the output of his divine power, but the powerful force was like an impenetrable wall, preventing him from moving an inch. Ramses looked at the two ancient gods, his eyes flashing with golden light. No. This space seems to have locked your power. Unless you find a way to break it, you will never be able to leave. Horus, the god of the sky, simply nodded, without any emotional fluctuation. We have tried countless times, and all have ended in failure. The crocodile god Sobek nodded. We are imprisoned here and cannot leave. To try again is futile, god of the desert and the Nile. Please leave first and find a way for us to escape. Ramses' eyes flashed with golden light, but he couldn't find any other way. There must be a way. I will continue to search for a way to break free and help you escape from here. Horus nodded slightly upon hearing this. Then we will continue to wait for you here. God of the desert and the Nile. Ramses said nothing. He simply released the hands of the two gods. His figure gradually blurred in the darkness, golden light flowing around him, while the figures of the two ancient gods were immediately swallowed by the darkness and disappeared. I will come back. Meanwhile, in the temple of Kambonbo, Lin Ke and Nantong were still watching Ramses' changes. Ramses' body still floated in the air, golden light flowing around him, but the powerful and surging divine power from before had completely dissipated. This scene brought a hint of joy to Nantong's voice. Your Majesty, the aura of the god of the desert and the Nile has stabilized. Lin Ke nodded, his expression calm, and continued to wait. Oh no. Just then, Ramses' golden light vanished for a second, and he crashed heavily to the ground. Chapter 160 The Siege of the City, a Great Victory. Oh no. Ramses' floating body suddenly plummeted, crashing heavily onto the temple floor. With a loud boom, many cracks of varying sizes appeared on the ground. Ramses' body trembled slightly, and the golden light around him noticeably diminished, like a lamp about to burn out its fuel. Lin Ke and Nantong immediately noticed Ramses' unusual behavior and quickly stepped forward. God of the desert and the Nile. Nantong's voice sounded anxious. He crouched down and carefully examined Ramses' condition. Ramses' body shimmered with golden light, and he didn't look well. Lin Ke stood aside and immediately noticed that the divine power fluctuations on Ramses' body had weakened significantly. The divine power of the god of the desert and the Nile has weakened. It was downgraded from a high-level divine power to a medium-level divine power. Nantong nodded. Your Majesty, the last time this happened was during the attack on Atlantis. After the god of the desert and the Nile displayed his true divine power at that time, his divine power weakened. Lin Ke nodded, but he still didn't understand what had happened to Ramses. How could Ramses have used his true divine power only once? Moreover, his body did not undergo any changes. Just then, Ramses' body moved slightly, and the golden light in his eyes immediately intensified. Your Majesty, the Holy Pharaoh. Lin Ke immediately stepped forward and approached Ramses' divine body. How are you feeling? Ramses nodded slightly, the golden light around him slowly intensifying. I'm fine, just that my divine power has been overused. After confirming that Ramses was all right, Lin Ke let out a light breath. That's good, but what just happened? How could you have used up so much divine power? Ramses' eyes flickered slowly a few times. Oh, Your Majesty, the Holy Pharaoh. I met the two ancient Egyptian gods, Sobuk, the crocodile god, and Horus, the sky god. Upon hearing this, Nantong's mouth dropped open almost immediately. His eyes widened as if he were seeing an oasis in the desert. What did you say? Ancient gods. They're still here. They didn't abandon us. Ramses nodded. Yes, but they are trapped in a dark space and cannot leave. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke found it strange. Unable to leave? Why is that? Ramses' eyes flickered, and he calmly explained and analyzed what he had just witnessed. They are trapped in an endless dark space. I tried to lead them away, but a tremendous force was holding them back. That power even surpasses divine power. It's something I can't contend with. Lin Ke asked in confusion, surpassing divine power? Ramses nodded slightly. Yes, Your Majesty, the Holy Pharaoh. That space seems to have locked away their divine power. Unless we can find a way to break it, they will not be able to leave. Nantong frowned, and the old minister seemed somewhat anxious. Then what should we do? If those two ancient gods cannot leave, their power cannot be used by Holy Egypt. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke pondered for a moment. Ramesses, can you enter that space again? Ramses nodded calmly. Yes. I can still sense the presence of those two ancient gods in the temple, and I can also use my divine power to enter that space again. But I can only do this if I am in the temple. After a moment's thought, Lin Ke slowly asked, So, how did you try to get them away back then? Ramses' eyes flickered a few times. I took their hands and tried to use my divine power to take them away from that space. Everything went smoothly at first, but just as we were about to break free, that powerful force suddenly appeared. Lin Ke nodded and continued to ponder. The image of the Atlantean messenger establishing a link with the sea god flashed rapidly through his mind. At that time, Ramses used his power to establish a connection between the divine messenger and the sea god, and ultimately successfully awakened the sea god's power. Lin Ke slowly stood up and said, I understand. Ancient gods need a vessel. Ramses looked at Lin Ke and repeated as if to confirm, Vessel? Lin Ke nodded, yes. Like the sea god of Atlantis, the ancient gods needed to establish a connection with some kind of vessel in order to break free from the constraints of that space. Upon hearing this, Ramses' eyes flickered. If that's the case, then we need to find a suitable vessel. But I did not detect any person or thing in the city that could achieve harmony and balance with those two ancient gods. This is my divine talent. I can sense the coordination and balance between the vessel and the deity. Lin Ke simply nodded upon hearing Ramses' words. He was right. It was through Ramses that the sea god established a link with the messenger of Atlantis. In other words, there was no suitable person or thing in Pasbeck that could serve as a vessel for the gods. Lin Ke stood up and walked out of the temple. Understanding this information has been of great help to us. Now that we don't have a carrier, we have to find another solution. After saying that, he walked out of the temple and left. Ramses and Nantong exchanged a glance, then followed. When we left the temple, it was already getting light. The fighting in the city has completely ended, and the streets are filled with holy Egyptian warriors and Egyptian slaves. We won. We won. We won. They are clearing the battlefield, aiding the wounded, and enjoying the free scent of the morning. Although the air was still thick with the smell of blood and burning, for them, this was the best day of their lives. Lin Ke stood on the temple steps, looking at the scene in the city, and took a slight breath. He conquered the city in just 2 days and also obtained information that the ancient gods still existed. Things are much easier now. All we need to do is find a way to transport the goods. Lin Ke then opened the civilization panel, which clearly displayed the information. Pasbeck has been liberated. Nantong also came to Lin Ke's side and whispered, "We have won a great victory, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh." Lin Ke simply nodded calmly. Next, we need to strengthen the city's defenses before searching for a way to awaken the two ancient gods. Order all soldiers to immediately re-inspect all buildings in the city. Never let any enemy escape. Lin Ke knew very well that what he needed to do now was to block information about his capture of the city. The later the Hebrews learned of this news, the more advantageous it would be for Lin Ke. Chapter 161, A Majestic Figure. A morning in Pasbeck. There was no cracking of whips, no insults, and no painful wails or screams. Only a few places still had flames flickering, but once the sun came out, the flames became invisible. Perhaps it's because the sunlight is brighter, or perhaps it's because it can't burn for that long in the first place. On the streets, warriors of Holy Egypt were busy clearing the ruins and rescuing the wounded, while many more Egyptian civilians were being released from prison. When they saw the sunlight again, some Egyptians still had a glimmer of hope in their eyes, while others were filled with exhaustion and numbness. Their souls may have been shattered by the Hebrew torment and the darkness of despair. At that moment, a middle-aged man staggered out of the slave camp, his eyes searching anxiously for something in the crowd. Suddenly, he stopped walking, and tears welled up in his eyes. Not far away, a thin boy stood blankly beside two warriors of Holy Egypt, his face covered in dust and blood. He was chewing on a small piece of bread, and as he tasted it, he grinned at the soldier beside him. The man immediately rushed over and hugged the boy tightly, his voice choked with emotion. "My son, you're alive. You're alive. My son." The boy was initially confused, but then he recognized his father's face. He immediately burst into tears, no longer caring about the half-eaten piece of delicious bread he was holding in his mouth. The father and son embraced tightly. The Egyptian civilians and slaves around them watched this scene with smiles of relief on their faces, while others lowered their heads with bitterness in their eyes, because their family members have left forever. On the other side, an elderly woman sat alone beside the ruins, clutching a tattered piece of cloth tightly in her hand, clothes her daughter had worn before her death. Her eyes were empty, as if she were just an empty shell. Her house was gone, and her family members all died at the hands of the Hebrews. As the Holy Pharaoh, Lin Ke naturally understood that he now had to find a way to give his people new hope while informing them of the situation. It's not just the people who need it, but also because of the loyalty displayed on the civilization panel. Pasbeck currently has the lowest loyalty of all the cities in Holy Egypt, and Lin Ke is well aware that if he doesn't handle this issue well, then this city will become the one with the most problems. So even though he had stayed up all night, Lin Ke did not choose to rest. Instead, he and Nantong went straight to the highest point of Pasbeck City. That is, the tall building that originally belonged to the great alchemist. The top of the building overlooks the entire city, and at this moment, it will soon become Lin Ke's stage to declare victory. Nantong followed closely behind, the magic in his hand pulsating slightly. He approached Lin Ke, bowed, and whispered, "Your Majesty, everything is ready." Lin Ke nodded and looked at the city below. "All right, let's begin." Nantong slightly increased the magic power in her hand, and then a soft light enveloped Lin Ke's body. His voice resounded far and wide, reaching every corner of Pasbeck. "People of Pasbeck, I am the Holy Pharaoh of Holy Egypt." The Egyptian civilians in the city all raised their heads and looked in the direction where Lin Ke was. Their eyes were filled with doubt and anticipation. For many, this was the first time they had ever seen the Holy Pharaoh. "Pasbeck was once our beautiful home. We have lived here for generations, sharing the sunlight with our families and enjoying the blessings of the Nile. But the Hebrew cavalry took over the place. They slaughtered our families, stripped us of our dignity, and destroyed our faith. We were forced into slavery, living in endless darkness and suffering. The old gods are trapped in darkness and unable to lend a helping hand, while our resistance will only invite a more violent reprisal. I saw all of these. I, the Holy Pharaoh of Holy Egypt, have seen it all." Lin Ke raised his voice, while the Egyptian civilians in the city swallowed hard, their eyes becoming even more bloodshot. The memories of losing loved ones and the days of enslavement seemed to resurface before their eyes. "I also saw your indomitable spirit. Many of you, like Amon, may have faith, but in order to protect your families, you have no choice but to endure humiliation and live a life of ignominy. And many more, like Wadi, never gave up their belief in resistance. But your indomitable spirit, your resilience, are the very symbol of the spirit of Holy Egypt. Hearing the names of Amun and Wadi filled many ordinary Egyptians with awe. They remembered not only their compatriots who fought for freedom, but also those who held on to hope even in the darkness. But what shocked them most was that this king, who was a holy pharaoh, could easily name these lowly people. Just then, Lin Ke's voice rose again, as loud as thunder. Today, Pasebek has been liberated. The tyranny of the Hebrews has been overthrown, and our people have regained their freedom. But this is not just my victory, it's your victory too. It is a victory for every Egyptian who fought for freedom. The Egyptian civilians in the city looked up, their eyes glistening with tears. An indescribable emotion welled up in their hearts, and the pain and anger that they had suppressed for so long were finally released at this moment. The mountain that had been piled up in their hearts, almost blotting out the sky, finally collapsed. From this day forward, Pasebek City belongs to us once again. The flag of Holy Egypt will fly high here, and you will no longer be slaves, but free Egyptians. We will rebuild this city, rebuild our homes, and restore our faith. Raise your hands and shout for your life and liberty. Lin Ke's words were like a raging fire, instantly igniting the passion of every ordinary Egyptian citizen below. However, to be more precise, they are now the subjects of Holy Egypt. They raised their hands, almost weeping as they cried out, Holy Pharaoh, great Holy Pharaoh, the supreme Holy Pharaoh. After the speech, Lin Ke turned around and saw Nantong smiling at him. Your Majesty, listen. All your people admire and love you immensely. Lin Ke merely raised the corners of his mouth slightly. I give them hope and stability, and they give me loyalty and faith. A win-win situation. After saying that, Lin Ke gestured for Nantong to follow him away. He walked through the cheering crowd and arrived at a certain place. Wadi and many other Egyptian slaves stood there wiping away tears. Their gazes avoided the body on the ground, but they didn't look away from it for even a moment, simply circling around it. That cold, broken body, almost unrecognizable as human. Amun. Chapter 162. The body perishes, the spirit lives on. Our brothers, rest in peace. Wadi bowed to Amun, the tough man's eyes softening with tenderness. Amun's body was taken to the foot of a large tree, next to an old house. The door to the house was half open, and the dried bloodstains on the ground had not yet been completely covered by sand and dust. Many Egyptians gathered here, never expecting that the one who saved them was Ammonius, whom they had once regarded as a traitor. Amun's body was laid to rest under a large tree, the place where he and his wife made their lifelong vows, and the final resting place for his wife and children. Lin Ke stood to the side, watching the scene with a calm expression. Amun is dead, and Lin Ke has fulfilled his promise to Amun. Moreover, not far from where Amun's body was found, they also discovered the body of the Hebrew officer who had abused Amun. For Amun, having avenged his great enemy and being able to be buried with his wife and children after death was perhaps the best outcome. After all, what he values most are his wife and children. Having killed the enemy and recaptured the city, he lost the will to live. The pillar in his heart had completely collapsed the night Lin Ke met him. At this moment, Lin Ke slowly took a step forward, and everyone immediately laid down on the ground. He looked at Amun and slowly raised one hand. In Pasebek, the flag of Holy Egypt has been raised. The people of this city will never forget what you did for them. My resilient and courageous people, Ammonius. Rest in peace. As soon as Lin Ke finished speaking, many sobbing sounds immediately arose around him. Even Wadi's face turned red, his eyes were filled with grief, and the veins on his neck were bulging. After Lin Ke turned and left, Wadi slowly walked forward, holding several red spider lilies in his hands. Legend has it that the fragrance of this flower has a magical power, capable of evoking fond memories of the deceased's past life. He gently placed the flowers beside Amun's body and whispered, Rest in peace, brother. Your wife and children are already waiting for you on the other side of the river Styx. A gentle breeze swept by, and petals drifted down from the trees, landing softly on Amun's body. It gently stroked Amun's cold face. The surrounding Egyptian civilians watched this scene silently, their eyes filled with tears. As night fell, Pasebek gradually returned to calm. In the civilization panel, the loyalty number has also increased significantly. Of course, in Lin Ke's view, it was because his actions today had a great effect on calming and uniting people's hearts. But this is far from enough. These are only temporary measures. Lin Ke also needs to produce units like builders here, build farms, and gradually ensure that the people here can have enough to eat. To make it easier for Lin Ke to manage the area, he asked Nintong to appoint Wadi to oversee it, because the people here revered this warrior. Using people they admire to manage the city can greatly reduce the problems that may arise in the city. Lin Ke then slightly steadied himself against the wall, feeling as if he had been momentarily dazed. Nantong immediately stepped forward. "Your Majesty, Holy Pharaoh, please go and rest. Your body won't be able to take it." But Lin Ke simply waved his hand. "No, we can't rest now. Our opportunity is right now, and we must act quickly." Lin Ke knew very well that it took 2 days to capture Pasay Bek, which was much faster than he had expected. Moreover, this would allow him to prepare for the attack on the second city in advance. However, although Lin Ke has blocked the news for now, it won't be long before the Hebrews discover that Pasbek has changed hands. Then they will strengthen the defenses of the remaining cities, which will make it even more difficult for Lin Ke to attack them. Therefore, for Lin Ke, the best course of action now is to continue launching a blitzkrieg and liberate another occupied city. But before that, Lin Ke must find a way to obtain a carrier. He still had to garrison some of his troops in Pasbek, but if he could find a vessel for the gods, he could quickly reorganize his army and launch another attack. We must do it as soon as possible. The victory was short-lived. The prophetic images of Ramses and the destruction of Holy Egypt were still vivid in Lin Ke's mind. Otherwise, even more people will die. Suddenly, something flashed through Lin Ke's mind, and his eyes widened slightly. "Nantong, please excuse me for a moment. I have something to discuss with the god of the desert and the Nile." Nantong immediately bowed and nodded, then turned and left without asking any further questions. Lin Ke immediately turned his gaze to Ramses. "Ramesses, I have a question for you." Ramses simply responded to Lin Ke's gaze. "Please speak, elder brother." Lin Ke continued. "In your opinion, what exactly is the vessel for your divine power? Is it Stonehenge, or your human body?" Ramses' eyes flashed with golden light. He seemed somewhat surprised by the question. He paused for a moment, then slowly gave his answer. "I cannot give you a definite answer, elder brother. My birth was influenced by a variety of factors. Royal bloodline, Stonehenge, and a powerful force that I cannot perceive. These factors combined have made me who I am today. Of course, that powerful force comes from the civilization panel, without a doubt." But upon hearing this, Lin Ke felt that there was a chance his conjecture might come true. He had already figured out what to use as a medium, but this medium would have a huge impact on the traditions of Holy Egypt. But that wasn't important to Lin Ke. He just wanted to summon the 2 gods as quickly as possible. So he continued, "Ramses, when you were helping the Atlantean messenger establish a link with the sea god, were you able to sense the presence of both of them at the same time?" "That is what you mentioned yesterday, the so-called coordination and balance, your perception ability." Ramses nodded. "Yes. I can sense the harmony between the divine messenger and the sea god. The balance is very subtle, but that is proof that they can be linked and become a vessel." Upon hearing this, Lin Ke almost immediately confirmed his thoughts. If it's useless, he'll at most just get some bad reputation. But if it's useful, that's really incredible. This is incredible. He turned around abruptly and raised his voice. "Nantong." Nantong quickly stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Your Majesty, what are your orders?" Lin Ke's gaze swept over Nantong, his voice leaving no room for argument. That was his order. "Send the order immediately. Take my parents' remains out of the tomb and bring them to Pasay Bek." Chapter 163, The Holy Pharaoh's Personal Handwriting. Upon hearing Lin Ke's order, Nantong was puzzled and surprised, but he didn't ask any questions. Instead, he immediately replied, "Yes, Your Majesty, the Holy Pharaoh." Lin Ke nodded, then had a soldier bring him a roll of blank papyrus and some rush pith for dipping in ink. Holy Egypt's carbon-based ink is made from charcoal ash or wood ash, mixed with resin and mineral pigments, which helps keep the font colors bright. Then, Lin Ke quickly began to write on it. After he finished writing, he waited for the writing to dry before rolling up the papyrus and handing it to Nantong. "Nantong, leave a magical mark on it to ensure that this edict is not altered by anyone when it is sent back to Cairo. This edict is very special. Only in this way can the doubts of those generals and ministers be dispelled." Lin Ke could almost imagine the expressions on the faces of the generals and ministers in Cairo when they saw this edict. Nantong took the papyrus and quickly gathered magical power in her hands. A soft light emanated from his palm, enveloping the papyrus and leaving a distinctive mark on it. This is a mark that only Nantong can create. Then, he raised his head and looked at Lin Ke. Your Majesty, this old minister has cast the magic seal. I will immediately dispatch my most elite soldiers to send this edict back to Cairo at the fastest speed. Lin Ke nodded, his expression serious. Very good. You must remember this. This matter must be completed as quickly as possible. There is no room for error. Nantong nodded, turned, and left, immediately arranging for the soldiers to carry out Lin Ke's orders. Lin Ke slowly exhaled. His body was already somewhat tired, but he dared not relax at all. Lin Ke knew very well that the order he had just given was considered treasonous by anyone in Holy Egypt. The exhumation of the pharaoh's parents' remains from their tomb was not merely a desecration of the dead, it was a subversion of sacred Egyptian tradition. Because in Egyptian culture, death is not the end of life, but the threshold to eternity. It could even be said that it is the only threshold. Every pharaoh, every nobleman, and even every commoner hoped that their remains could be properly buried so that they could continue to live in the afterlife. A mausoleum is not only a place to lay the body to rest, but also the dwelling place of the soul of the deceased before it goes to the afterlife. Destroying tombs, especially those belonging to the pharaoh's family, was considered a great disrespect to the gods and ancestors. In addition, Egyptian tombs were usually built to be extremely sturdy, especially those of the pharaoh's families, which were full of traps and mechanisms. Of course, this was to prevent tomb raiders from entering, but if people were to go and excavate the tomb, they would face the same problem. This could trigger mechanisms within the tomb, causing unnecessary casualties. Lin Ke was well aware of these 2 points, so he explained the reasons and necessity of the order in detail on the papyrus. He wrote, "To the ministers and generals of Cairo. The holy pharaoh knew that this decree was contrary to tradition and might even be considered treason. However, Holy Egypt is now at a critical juncture of life and death, and the Holy Pharaoh has no choice but to take this extraordinary measure. The remains of the Holy Parents may be the key to awakening the ancient gods. If the ancient gods are resurrected, Holy Egypt will regain divine protection, and the threat posed by the Hebrews will be reduced. This decree is the result of the Holy Pharaoh's careful consideration. I hope you will not doubt or obstruct it. Anyone who disobeys will be considered a traitor and will be severely punished." Written by the Holy Pharaoh. He knew that this edict would inevitably cause controversy when it was sent back to Cairo, and might even be met with strong opposition from some senior officials. He could even imagine that some loyal old ministers would send cavalry to confirm again, and if this happened back and forth, precious time would be wasted. The precious time saved by attacking the city must not be wasted on something like this. Therefore, Lin Ke understood that only in this way could he ensure that the order was carried out. Just then, Nantong had already arranged for elite soldiers. He handed the papyrus to a captain and whispered, "This is a personal edict from His Majesty the Pharaoh. It must be sent back to Cairo as soon as possible. There must be no delays on the road, and no one is allowed to intercept us. Those who disobey orders shall be beheaded." The captain took the papyrus and almost immediately leaped onto the fast horse. Camels are not as fast as horses, so they did not choose to ride camels. Even if the horse or the person dies from running, it still has to be delivered as quickly as possible. The captain immediately prepared to depart. "Yes, Lord Nantong, we will definitely complete the mission." Nantong nodded and watched the soldiers leave quickly. Although he was somewhat puzzled, he knew that this had happened many times before. Everything was part of His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's scheme. There's no need to ask further. In time, everything will become clear. "Your Majesty, the edict has been sent out," Nantong reported to Lin Ke in a low voice. Lin Ke nodded, as if still pondering something. "Very good. Next, we will reorganize the army and continue to wait." Nantong bowed in agreement, but Lin Ke continued. "Nantong, I know what you're worried about. But to avoid that future of destruction, we must take this extraordinary measure. It is impossible to fight against the Hebrews by relying solely on Ramses, the only god. Moreover, in addition to 11 gods, the other side also has a supreme god." At this point, Lin Ke paused, then looked into Nantong's eyes. "But do you know, Nantong, Egypt used to have 9 Ennead gods. If this really yields results, I'll do anything, even smash the entire temple and overturn it." let alone dig up graves. As long as I can find the vessel of the ancient god and prevent the gods of holy Egypt, the desert, and the Nile from being destroyed, then everything I have done will be worthwhile. Upon hearing the words of the holy pharaoh, Nantong felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. He said nothing more, but bowed again. I understand, Your Majesty the holy pharaoh. Your humble servant will always be loyal to you. 2 days later, the captain of the guard who had left Pasebek finally returned. He told Lin Ke that his edict had sparked huge controversy in Cairo, with some senior officials even publicly expressing their opposition. However, with Lin Ke's keepsake and Nantong's magical mark as witnesses, the edict was ultimately carried out. The remains of the holy pharaoh's parents were carefully exhumed and sent to Pasebek. Those were 2 very large coffins, the kind used to hold mummies, which greatly shocked even the Egyptians in the city. If it weren't for Lin Ke saving the city first, he would definitely be questioned by those Egyptian people now. Of course, Lin Ke's speeches and sieges had already given the people of Egypt a very good impression of him. Therefore, although the people did not understand, no one dared to discuss it openly. But Lin Ke calmly turned to look at Ramses. How was it? Did you feel anything? Upon hearing this, Ramses' eyes flashed violently a few times. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. You are truly a prophet. Chapter 164 Awakening. The 2 Egyptian Gods. As the captain of the guards carried the 2 exquisitely crafted, human-shaped stone coffins toward the temple of Kamwanbo, Lin Ke felt her heart beat a little faster. Ah, the ancient gods of Egypt. Finally, I can be awakened again. The sarcophagi were very heavy, and when they were transported to the entrance of the temple of Kamwanpo, Ramses used his divine power to make them float inside. Then, Ramses stood beside the coffins of his parents, and his golden eyes began to flash rhythmically. His palm gently stroked the surface of the coffin, as if he were listening and sensing something. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. I felt that harmonious balance once again. This time, there will be no mistakes. Lin Ke nodded. It seemed his guess was indeed correct. The pharaoh's bloodline is the key. Then, Lin Ke took a shallow breath. Let's begin, God of the desert and the Nile. At that moment, Ramses gently raised his hand, and golden light gathered in his palm. Then, his body suddenly trembled, and golden light burst forth from his body. In the blink of an eye, Ramses' consciousness was once again pulled into that dark space. Whoosh! Ramses immediately sensed the presence of the 2 ancient gods. The 2 gods were still trapped in that space, but they looked much better than before. Horus, the god of the sky, is now able to stand up. God of the desert and the Nile. The voice of Horus, the god of the sky, slowly appeared. You've come again. The crocodile god Sobuk looked at Ramses, puffing out puffs of smoke from his nostrils. Oh, you've found a way to escape. The golden light in Ramses' eyes continued to gleam. Yes. This time, please trust me. Horus and Sobuk exchanged a glance, then simultaneously reached out and grasped Ramses' hand. Meanwhile, in the temple of Kamwanbo, Lin Ke and Nantong were watching the golden light changing around Ramses' body. Suddenly, the coffins of Lin Ke's parents slowly floated up, and the lids were easily opened with a bang. Then, 2 mummies slowly emerged from it. Ah, the sarcophagus has been opened. Some soldiers outside witnessed this scene and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The mummy was wrapped in white linen, which now seemed to come alive, twisting and spinning. Immediately afterwards, one mummy began to glow red, while the other glowed orange. Clearly, that symbolizes 2 different gods. Even the well-informed Nantong stared wide-eyed at the sight. What is this? Just then, Ramses' figure suddenly trembled, and the golden light gradually dissipated. His body landed slowly, and everything seemed to return to normal. The 2 mummies returned to their coffins, and the coffin lids closed silently, as if nothing had happened. Just then, Lin Ke's brows furrowed slightly. Etc. Is that all? Where are the gods? He immediately stepped forward and asked Ramses, who had just landed, what happened? How did the stone coffin revert to its original state? Ramses slowly turned around and explained, Your Majesty, the power of Horus, the sky god, and Sobuk, the crocodile god, has entered the body of the father and the mother. The reason they revert to their original state is because the bodies of the Holy Father and Holy Mother were mummies, so they will revert to their original state. Upon hearing Ramses' words, the soldiers behind Lin Ke looked on with delight, exchanging disbelief at what Ramses had said. The power of the ancient gods has descended upon the mummy. The 2 stone coffins, one slightly reddish and the other slightly orange. However, generally speaking, the divine messenger, as the medium of the gods, is both independent and the same. But wouldn't doing this prevent the souls of the father and the mother from finding peace? As Lin Ke was pondering, Ramses seemed to see through his thoughts and began to explain to him. Holy Father and Holy Mother have passed through the river Styx. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke immediately raised his head. You saw it? After all, Ramses had searched for the souls of the father and mother in the underworld many times before, but he could never find them in the darkness. This time, Ramses' eyes flickered. Yes, Your Majesty, the Holy Pharaoh. Their souls were originally trapped in darkness, but because of the infusion of divine power, they were finally able to appear in the river Styx. They waved to me and told me they were all fine. Now they have reached the other side of the river Styx and can finally rest in peace. Lin Ke then let out a soft sigh. I see. That's good. Ramses looked at the 2 stone coffins and continued. Now, these 2 mummies have become the vessels for Horus, the god of the sky, and Sobuk, the god of the crocodile. They are like the Hebrew messengers of God, able to answer your call and appear from the mummy. As soon as Ramses finished speaking, the soldiers behind Lin Ke exchanged surprised glances. Emerging from the mummy, they were simply surprised, murmuring and repeating the same phrase over and over. Lin Ke simply stepped forward slowly and gently stroked the 2 stone coffins. He closed his eyes, sensing the fluctuations of divine power within. His fingers felt numb and tingly. Clearly, the 2 mummies were indeed completely enveloped by some kind of force. Just as everyone was overjoyed, Lin Ke quickened her pace and began circling around the 2 stone coffins. Once, twice. Lin Ke even frowned. Your Majesty, have you perhaps discovered something wrong? Nantong bowed and cautiously stepped forward to inquire. Lin Ke, however, seemed completely oblivious, continuing to circle around the 2 stone coffins. A picture had already formed in his mind. As the vast army of Holy Egypt charged forward, Ramses, radiating golden light, slowly advanced with 2 enormous sarcophagi, who would charge into battle carrying a stone coffin. At this moment, Lin Ke raised his head and found that Nantong and the others were bowing and looking at him. Very good. Oh, very good, very good. Men, take these 2 stone coffins down. They're to accompany the army. As soon as Lin Ke finished speaking, a message suddenly appeared on the civilization panel. The above shows that the scout has discovered some new buildings and units, but it does not indicate which civilization they belong to. Meanwhile, the scout had successfully passed through the barbarian-held area and arrived in a new region. Clearly, he is getting closer and closer to the Aztecs. Upon seeing this message, Lin Ke immediately raised her voice. Now, it's time to march on to the second city. We must act swiftly and decisively. Army, heed my command. All troops, depart immediately. Chapter 165 Jerusalem, the capital of the Hebrew kingdom. On the other side, far away from Lin Ke, Jerusalem, the capital of the Hebrew Empire. Beneath the gray-white stone wall, several tenacious wild grasses swayed in the wind. Opposite the stone wall is a huge stone monument covered with Hebrew inscriptions. The Hebrew people wore plain robes with blue tassels around their waists, symbolizing piety. Most of them wore white headscarves and held sheepskin scrolls in their hands. They were softly chanting passages from the Torah. Listen, it is our God, our one and only Lord. Praise be to you, our God, King of the universe. You shall love your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your might. As people chant, some will stop and place their hands on the 6-pointed star pendant on their chests. Only after closing my eyes and praying silently did I continue on my way. Along the streets outside the palace, Hebrews in robes knelt on the ground, holding burning incense in their hands, and prayed incessantly. The exterior walls here are inlaid with numerous golden reliefs. Above, the majestic figures of the 12 Hebrew gods are depicted. In front of the palace's main gate, 12 enormous stone pillars pierce the sky, each carved with the image of a deity. Darkness, heavenly view, flame, storm. At the highest point of the palace, a purple flag bearing a golden 6-pointed star fluttered in the wind. It symbolizes the supreme authority of the Hebrew Empire. Inside the palace, the supreme ruler, King Kezibelia, sat enthroned on his throne. He wore a gold crown inlaid with jewels and a long, dark purple robe. The edges of the robe were embroidered with dense Hebrew script, which represented great and eternal. Below the throne, Hebrew generals and ministers stood on either side, dressed in magnificent armor or robes, their expressions solemn. Whenever Xiberia's gaze swept over them, everyone would lower their heads, place their right hand on their chest, and perform the most solemn gesture. A general clad in silver armor stepped forward, speaking respectfully, "Your Majesty the Supreme King. The demons summoned by Holy Egypt killed one of our gods on the battlefield. Now, only 11 of the 12 Hebrew gods remain. In addition, the arm of the god of darkness was severed, and the messenger reported that it would take the god of darkness about a month to fully recover." Siberia remained expressionless, only tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest of the throne. He didn't speak, which made the ministers and generals below even more apprehensive, and they even lowered their breathing. Another minister dressed in black robes slowly stepped forward. "Your Majesty, we have also observed that the Greek Federation has taken action. However, based on current assessments, their primary target is not our Hebrew Empire. We observed that Sparta sent an elite squad of about 300 men, including the messenger who summoned Ares, the god of war." After the minister finished speaking, the palace remained silent. All eyes were on Siberia. His face remained expressionless, yet it only intensified the atmosphere in the palace. Suddenly, Siberia's gaze turned to a general standing in a corner. The general was wearing black armor and had a hideous scar on his face. His body trembled slightly, as if he had a premonition of something. Siberia's voice was flat, yet suffocating. "Hazard, how do you explain the defection of demons and witches?" Hazard's face turned deathly pale. He knelt on the ground, his voice hoarse and incoherent. "Your Majesty, too." Siberia slowly stood up and stepped down from the throne. He walked up to Hazar and looked down at him. "You didn't give the demon enough soul, which is why the demon turned against you. Yes or no?" Cold sweat beaded on Hazar's forehead, his voice growing increasingly desperate. "Your Majesty, I did my best. We have already sacrificed hundreds of people, more than ever before." Siberia did not react to his words. He simply raised his hand slowly and gently ran his fingertips across Hazard's cheek. The movement, though seemingly gentle, sent a shiver down Hazard's spine. Siberia remained expressionless. "Oh, trying your best. Does doing your best mean causing the Hebrews to lose a god?" Azar's body trembled even more violently, and his voice began to scream wildly. "Your Majesty, spare me, spare me." Siberia said nothing more, but turned and walked back to the throne. "Drag him away." 2 guards in black armor stepped forward and dragged Hazar out of the palace. "Your Majesty, your Majesty." Hazard's screams echoed through the palace before fading into the distance. Siberia sat back on his throne, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as if he had merely crushed an ant. Now that the Greek city-states want to intervene because of the demons, it is a good thing. I believe that now is the best time to use Ahura Mazda, the supreme god. If any of my beloved ministers have any suggestions, they may step forward. A commander clad in golden armor stepped forward, missing a finger on his right hand, but with sharp eyes. "Your Majesty, I suggest that you refrain from using the power of the supreme god Ahura Mazda for the time being. If we were to use the power of the supreme god now, we would be unable to defend against the attack of the supreme god of the Greek city-state." Siberia gave the Grand Commander a cold look. The Hebrew army has suffered a major defeat and is already severely weakened. Therefore, the Greek city-states do not take us seriously, and their internal conflicts are also increasing day by day. On the contrary, Holy Egypt, which used demonic power, has now become a thorn in their side, which has united them. We just need to make good use of this opportunity, first defeat Holy Egypt, and then take back the power of Baphomet. Give it more soul, and let it fight in its true form. With the power of the devil, taking revenge on the Greek city-states is now a real possibility. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in approval. But the Grand Commander insisted, "Your Majesty, the matter of summoning demons should be approached with caution. Besides, none of us know how that demon was summoned." Siberia shook his head slightly. "You're right. But now, the most important thing is to prevent Holy Egypt from using the power of demons. Furthermore, it would be best to force Holy Egypt to summon the demon again through the attack of the supreme god, Ahura Mazda. Knowing this information will greatly benefit the future of the Hebrew Empire." After he finished speaking, he took out a long sword that gleamed with a ghostly blue light from beside the throne. The Sword of Truth. The sword is covered with ancient characters, and at first glance it is solemn and magnificent. At that moment, Siberia raised his long sword and pointed it at the sky. "Ahura Mazda, the supreme god, obey my orders. Unleash your power, and with the fire of truth, annihilate the capital of Holy Egypt." A moment later, A dazzling light burst forth from the sword and shot straight into the sky. The sky rumbled several times, and the sword of truth immediately lost its light. Siberia then looked at everyone and slowly explained, "This powerful divine magic will descend upon the capital of Holy Egypt in a month. Although this will cause the supreme god Ahura Mazda to lose most of his divine power and require almost twice the time to recover, it is enough for our Hebrew Empire. The glory that the Hebrew Empire has lost will be reclaimed by our own hands." Chapter 166. The prophecy must be stopped. As darkness fell, the mighty army of Holy Egypt departed from Passé Bek and marched toward Fustat. "Your Majesty, it will take about 3 more days to travel from here to Faust." While looking at the map, Nantong told Lin Ke the time required, and Lin Ke simply nodded in response. Fustat is a city with 2 temples. The temple of the sacred cow and the temple of the protector goddess Neobert. In Lin Ke's view, if he could conquer Fustat, he would have the opportunity to gain 2 more new gods, thereby further strengthening the power of Holy Egypt. More importantly, Fustat's defenses are the weakest among the other occupied Egyptian cities, making it the most likely city to be captured. Of course, about 1 or 2 days' journey from Fustat, there are 3 Egyptian cities occupied by the Hebrews. Therefore, Lin Ke's original plan was to secretly seize the divine power and then immediately retreat. But now things are different. He is now certain that Ramses can establish a link between the ancient gods and mummies with pharaoh blood. Therefore, once they occupy Fosterstad, it wouldn't be difficult for them to defend the city with the power of the 2 gods. Lin Ke sat in a chariot resembling a solar boat, watching the distant sun slowly disappear at the edge of the desert. Beside him, Nantong was riding a camel, looking down at a sheepskin map. "Your Majesty, the Holy Pharaoh. There are some high sand dunes around Folstad, so we can send scouts ahead to observe the situation inside the city. Unless there are special circumstances, the night raid can proceed as planned." Lin Ke looked at the wrinkles on Nantong's forehead gradually smoothing out and said slowly, "Don't worry, we can take this opportunity to see just how strong our sky god Horus and crocodile god Sobek really are. Now that we have gained 2 new gods, the plan can be adjusted accordingly." Nantong nodded, but the lines on his forehead did not completely smooth out. "You are right, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. However, our god of the desert and the Nile has not yet returned to Holy Egypt to restore his divine power. If he uses his true divine power again, his divine power will continue to decline, and this old minister is still somewhat worried." But Lin Ke didn't seem worried at all. What the god of the desert and the Nile needs to do now is protect the rear and establish a link between the ancient gods and the mummies. As for the great task of attacking, it can naturally be left to Horus, the sky god, and Sobek, the crocodile god. Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, Nantong's brows finally relaxed completely. "I see. Your Majesty, I was overthinking it." Lin Ke smiled and nodded. Apart from a squad of Master Hika stationed in the city, the entire army of Holy Egypt had now left Passé Bek. Wadi, on the other hand, led the Egyptian slaves to wave goodbye to the Holy Pharaoh from the city wall. "Long live His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Passé Bek will always be grateful for everything you have done for us." As night fell, the army of Holy Egypt stopped to rest, while Lin Ke and Nantong discussed their next plan. "As soon as we launch an attack on Forstad, the Hebrews will soon know that we are attacking and plundering. At that time, the other Egyptian cities occupied by the Hebrews will certainly increase their defenses. Not only that, the other side may also take advantage of Cairo's weakened military presence to launch an attack on Cairo. Therefore, after we take Fustat, I will have those 2 gods garrison Fustat first, and then we will return directly to Cairo." Lin Ke pointed to the retreat route on the papyrus paper, and Nantong just listened quietly, occasionally nodding slightly. "Upon returning to Cairo, we will hold another meeting with Atlantis and the Amazon to organize forces for a general offensive against Heliopolis. The Temple of Ra is located in Heliopolis. If Holy Egypt can obtain the help of this supreme god, Holy Egypt may be able to avoid the prophesied destruction." Nantong nodded upon hearing this and chimed in, "You're right. The prophecy of the fall of the god of the desert and the Nile may also be changed because of this." Upon hearing this, Lin Ke slowly nodded and blinked. "That's right, exactly." Nantong then pointed to the city of Heliopolis on the map. "Your Majesty, but the garrison of Heliopolis is enormous. To take it down, we would need at least 3 times the number of troops as the enemy, to besiege the city, cut off its supply lines, and to attack from multiple directions to disperse the defenders. If the Hebrew defenders have fortified the walls and are in high spirits, we may need 5 times the number of troops to secure victory. But if that's the case, we'd probably need to use all the resources of the 3 nations of the Holy Egypt Alliance to achieve it, and even then, we wouldn't have a complete chance of winning. You see, if we cannot take it down within a week, reinforcements from the Hebrew Empire will arrive from all directions, and our situation will be extremely dangerous. Moreover, if the enemy chooses to attack our other cities or Cairo, we will have to disperse some of our forces to defend them. Upon hearing Nantong's words, Lin Ke's expression was not serious. On the contrary, he slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Very good, Nantong. Your ability to analyze the battlefield is now almost on par with our Grand Chancellor, Camel. You're absolutely right, and I've already considered the situation you just mentioned. Upon hearing this, Nantong's face showed a hint of shock. As expected of His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. May I ask, what method does Your Majesty intend to use to seize the city of Heliopolis? This old minister truly wishes to learn a thing or two from you. If that is possible, this old minister will certainly be able to relieve Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's worries and difficulties, and better assist you. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke simply waved his hand. Of course, Nantong could never learn that, because he had no idea what a civilization panel was. I plan to coordinate with the people of Heliopolis from within and without. In this way, as long as our forces outnumber theirs, our chances of victory will increase several times over. As for Cairo, we can leave it to our allies in Holy Egypt, Atlantis and Amazon, to protect. Nantong listened, seemingly understanding but not quite. Oh, this old minister understands. This old minister understands. This old minister will simply follow His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's arrangements. But he knew very well that His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh would definitely use some methods that ordinary people would never think of. In his view, the reason why Lin Ke did not fully explain to him was to allow Nantong to make his own judgments and learn on his own. So Nantong simply nodded in agreement and didn't ask any more questions. Lin Ke, meanwhile, was checking the civilization panel. He has now produced a trailblazer. If he produces 3 trailblazers and then builds cities around Heliopolis using trailblazers, he can lower Heliopolis's loyalty and cause internal strife. By launching an attack when the enemy is in turmoil, the chances of victory can be greatly increased, and it is not necessary to have several times the military strength of the enemy to win. Your Majesty, look over there. Just then, Lin Ke looked in the direction Nantong was pointing. He saw something reflecting light slightly in the distance. It looks like the eye of some kind of animal. The witches sent a message. It's just in time. Nantong, go and take a look. Chapter 167, The Holy Pharaoh's Reward. A few days ago, inside the royal palace of Holy Egypt, as the army of Holy Egypt was preparing to set off for Passé Bec. Oh, Your Majesty, please give them a little reward. Is it okay? Is it okay? They don't want gold and silver treasures. They don't want kingdoms and palaces. The witch's voice was charming and melodious, enough to make one's bones melt. She swayed her slender waist, and her plain Hebrew robe swayed gently with her movements. Link's makeup artist had just finished the last bit of makeup on the witch, making sure she looked like an ordinary Hebrew woman. However, the witch's temperament was completely different from that of an ordinary woman. She wore a white Hebrew headscarf, but her captivating eyes beneath it were not concealed at all, making them even more striking. Although this outfit was meant to help her blend into the Hebrew city of Forstad, it made her look exceptionally alluring. If an ordinary man saw her, he would have already fallen head over heels for her. But Lin Ke simply sat on the throne, looking at her expressionlessly. No. Because Lin Ke was preoccupied with his plan to capture the city, he had no time for jokes. Lin Ke simply looked at the witch calmly. If you can't do it, I'll go to Malaysia instead. Upon hearing this, the witch immediately moved closer to Lin Ke. Her slender fingers rested gently on his shoulder, her voice tinged with a hint of coquetry. No. No. Since it is His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's order, how dare I disobey? She blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering gently like butterfly wings. The guards at the door couldn't help but swallow hard when they heard that seductive voice. Although the sound was faint, it did not escape the witch's ears. She turned her head sharply, staring fiercely at the soldier, the flirtatious look in her eyes vanishing instantly. Instead, a contemptuous and angry demonic face appeared. The soldier was so frightened that he immediately straightened his chest, staring straight ahead, large beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Lin Ke merely glanced at the witch and then said calmly, "Gathering intelligence is of utmost importance and should not be taken lightly. If you can complete the task, I will reward you." Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, the witch blinked playfully twice, her face turning red to the roots of her ears. "Ah, His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's reward. I can't wait any longer." Then, the witch set off alone towards Fosterstadt. About 2 days later, the witch arrived at her destination. She successfully infiltrated the city of Folstadt and began gathering intelligence. Hebrew soldiers were patrolling the city, while vendors hawked their wares in the shops lining the streets. "Take a look, have a look. This is a fine cloth from Jerusalem." The witch, with her head wrapped in a turban and her head bowed, walked down the street, looking no different from an ordinary Hebrew woman. She observed her surroundings, pondering how to complete the task Lin Ke had given her. Before long, her gaze settled on several Hebrew officers who were chatting idly outside the tavern. These officers looked quite young, which made them the perfect targets for her. The witch's lips curled up slightly. She first walked to the tavern entrance, then deliberately tripped over the threshold, leaning forward slightly and letting out a soft gasp. "Oops." The officers immediately noticed the delicate, surprised voice, and one of them quickly stepped forward and took her arm. "Be careful, miss, don't fall." The officer's voice was very gentle, but his eyes involuntarily lingered on the witch's eyes. The witch raised her head, her eyes conveying a pitiful expression. "Thank you, sir. I was feeling a little dizzy just now." Her voice was soft and sweet, like a whirlpool of honey, instantly drawing the hearts of the bachelors. The officer's eyes suddenly became infatuated, and he quickly said, "Miss, why don't you come in and sit down and rest for a while? We bought quite a lot of wine, so we can keep each other company and chat. What do you say?" The witch nodded slightly, a hint of shyness in her eyes, and said, "Then I'll trouble you, my lord." Inside the tavern, the witch sat among several officers, who immediately adopted the demeanor of gentlemen, their movements solemn and refined. Her eyes held a subtle, alluring quality that made even these burly men blush. Of course, they would only say that it was because they drank too much alcohol. After only a brief greeting, the officers rushed to pour her drinks and serve her food, vying for her attention. "That's a courtship gesture." "Miss, where are you from?" an officer asked, his eyes bright. The witch gently pulled down the headscarf that covered half of her face with her little finger, revealing the other half. Then, she took a small sip of wine and said softly, "I came from Jerusalem to visit my relatives." A flicker of surprise crossed the other officer's eyes. "Jerusalem? That's the capital. Did you come from there alone?" The witch nodded, her eyes lowered, revealing a hint of sadness. "Yes, my grandfather passed away, and I was worried that my grandmother would be too heartbroken, so I came to visit. But after leaving the capital, I realized how dangerous it was to travel far alone. On the way here, I saw people fighting. It was really scary." Her voice trembled slightly, and the officers immediately showed expressions of sympathy. One of them patted his chest and said confidently, "Miss, don't worry. With us here, absolutely no one will dare to bully you." The witch's eyes immediately lit up. "Thank you, sir. You are such a kind person." Her voice and appearance were so captivating that several officers began to stare at her with infatuation. As a result, the courtship behaviors became increasingly intense. "Miss, do you enjoy drinking? I have the finest wines here." "Wine is nothing. I also have Egyptian meat here." The witch chuckled softly, covering her mouth, and said gently, "My lords, you are all so kind, but I can't possibly drink so much by myself." Soon, the atmosphere in the tavern became lively. Several officers began competing with each other to win the witch's attention, and even got into a fight. "What do you know? Mead is the best." "Bullshit. You're giving a girl mead? You're a country bumpkin who can't even appreciate wine." The tables and chairs in the tavern were overturned, and wine glasses shattered on the ground with a series of crisp sounds. The witch sat to the side, feigning anxiety, and said, "Stop fighting. Stop fighting." As night fell, the witch returned to the inn alone. She closed the door, and the smile on her face vanished instantly, replaced by a look of disgust. She walked to the mirror, picked up a damp cloth, and vigorously wiped the places that the officers had touched that day. "That's disgusting. If His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh hadn't sent me here to gather intelligence, I would have twisted the heads off these vermin." Her face gradually contorted, and her teeth became increasingly sharp. However, when she thought of Lin Ke's appearance, her expression softened. "Oh, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. What kind of reward will it be? They can't wait any longer." As she spoke, She took out a rolled-up papyrus and began to draw a defensive map of the Hebrew garrison on it. Chapter 168 Miss, let's get married. The next day, the witch left the inn early and reappeared on the streets of Fosterstadt. Her goal was very clear. She already knew the general layout of the city's defenses, but she didn't know exactly which troops were stationed in which specific locations. Therefore, she needed to attract the attention of a high-ranking military officer and extract more information about the city's defenses from him. Based on yesterday's experience, she chose a more upscale pub this time. Outsiders are generally not allowed into this tavern. Wah, you're bullying me. Fortunately, the boss was also a man and not very old, so she got in successfully. She sat in the corner and ordered a glass of mead. She preferred anything related to the Holy Pharaoh to wine, so mead was also included. She gently swirled her wine glass, then glanced at everyone in the tavern, seemingly casually. We are where we are today because of your guidance and support. I salute you. Soon, her gaze settled on a high-ranking officer dressed in magnificent armor. Despite the other officers' attempts to curry favor, the man still maintained a somewhat arrogant expression. Clearly, he held a high position in the military. Oops. Crackling and popping. At this moment, the witch took a small sip of wine, then pretended to accidentally knock over the glass, spilling the wine onto her robe. The location where the alcohol spilled was just right. She let out a soft gasp, deliberately making her voice sound flustered. The senior officer immediately noticed her. He stopped the other men who also wanted to help her and went up to her alone. Miss, are you all right? The witch looked up, her face flushed with embarrassment. 2M, a little tipsy. I'm so sorry to have disturbed you, gentlemen. The moment she uttered those words, half of the high-ranking officer's soul was instantly captivated, while the other half remained unmoved as he still needed to think. It's all right. I'll help you. He took out a handkerchief and handed it to the witch. The witch took the handkerchief and gently wiped the wine stains off her robe, a blush rising on her face. Thank you, sir. You are such a kind person. The senior officer smiled slightly, seemingly pleased that he had made a good impression. Miss, are you drinking alone? The witch nodded, bit her lips slightly, and feigned shyness. Yes, sir. The high-ranking officer looked into the other man's eyes, completely unaware that the charm had seeped into his very bones. He felt his breathing becoming increasingly rapid, and even his brain gradually heating up. Perfect timing. I've just finished my business. Want to grab a drink together? The witch shook her head. My daughter is really not a good drinker and dares not continue to disturb the other adults. I'd better leave quickly. Thank you for the handkerchief, sir. She handed him the handkerchief, but the other person's expression had already become somewhat disappointed. He turned around, waved his hand, and the officers immediately understood his meaning and sat down again. Then he stared intently at those full, alluring cleavages, damp with wine, and slowly said, But your clothes are all dirty. I'll take you to buy some new ones so you can change. The witch shook her head. No need to spend money, sir. They will dry up soon. My body is always hotter than others. Everyone says I'm a little fire child. Her words made the other person swallow hard. The senior officer took a moment to recover. So where are you going now? You look unfamiliar. You must be new here. I know a great place to eat. Want to try it? Hearing the other person's uncontrollable, trembling voice, the witch changed to a bright voice. My lord, I would like to stroll around the city and experience its charm. But I've heard that there are robberies and thefts in some places. Can you tell me which places are a little safer? I need to save this little bit of money to take the carriage home tomorrow. The senior officer, looking somewhat dazed, nodded happily. Of course. The market in the west of the city is quite chaotic, and pickpockets often frequent it. The slums in the south of the city are not safe either. Don't go there. That's where Egyptians live, and it's not safe there either. Oh, the noble district in the north of the city is relatively safe. There are patrol teams patrolling there regularly. The east side of the city is the safest place, where our most elite troops are stationed. Even though the divine envoy has been transferred, it is still the safest place. Upon hearing this, the witch simply smiled brightly. I see. Is the east side of the city the safest? You mustn't be joking with me, sir. The senior officer smiled and shook his head happily. How could that be? I'm not that kind of person. Our magic troops are stationed in the east of the city. If anyone dares to lay a finger on you, they will be annihilated. The witch then pretended to have heard something she shouldn't have. Oh, my lord, how could you tell me this? Upon hearing this, the high-ranking officer's expression suddenly became agitated. No, miss. I fell in love with you at first sight. Can't you feel it? I know this may be very abrupt, but will you marry me? A flicker of disgust crossed the witch's face. almost imperceptible to the naked eye, but all others could see was her perfectly beautiful face. "My lord, you're too direct. We've only just met." Upon hearing this, the senior officer quickly added, "Would you like to have lunch with me this afternoon?" The witch responded with a playful and shy gesture. "Yes, sir, then I will respectfully comply. I love eating delicious food the most." At noon, the witch returned to the inn. She closed the door, and the smile on her face vanished instantly, replaced by a twisted, horrifying expression of disgust. She walked to the table, picked up a papyrus scroll, and quickly wrote down the intelligence she had gathered that day. She folded the papyrus and then cast a spell. The papyrus gradually became transparent in her hands and eventually disappeared. Then she hid the papyrus under the bed, which was like having double insurance. The witch then bared her sharp teeth and cursed viciously. "These men are disgusting." And at times like these, she would imagine in her mind the handsome man with smoky makeup. "Ah, your majesty, you must reward me handsomely. They really went to great lengths for you." In the afternoon, the witch arrived at the appointment on time. She walked down the street, muttering to herself, "I can't stand this disgusting place for even a second longer. However, I've gathered enough information. After tonight, I can take the intelligence to His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh." Thinking of this, a blush crept onto her face. However, at that moment, a hand suddenly reached out and took hers. The witch's body stiffened abruptly, the seductive look on her face vanished instantly, and in milliseconds, her expression became one of extreme ferocity. The senior officer was startled by her reaction and quickly asked, "Miss, what's wrong?" When she looked up again, the witch had a smile on her face again. "It's nothing, my lord. It's just that I feel embarrassed by your behavior." The senior officer breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of smugness on his face. "Miss, you are so adorable." He took the witch's hand and continued walking forward, saying incessantly, "Miss, don't worry, I will definitely give you the best life. We can have several children. Boys will look like me, and girls will look like you." The witch's face flashed with a terrifying, malevolent light once more, startling even the birds in the sky. But when the senior officer looked at her, she still had that lovely and sweet smile on her face. But the senior officer noticed the subtle change in her expression and asked softly, "Miss, are you feeling unwell?" A blush crept across the witch's face, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons with laughter. "My lord, you're being too direct. This isn't something a young lady should hear. You really are." The high-ranking officer laughed heartily, his voice even more smug. "Miss, oh miss, how can there be such a lovely person as you in the world?" However, at that moment, a little girl suddenly appeared in front of them. She was expressionless, and even looked somewhat serious. She ran between the witch and the high-ranking officer, and forcefully pulled their hands apart. "Bold demon, how dare you come to our territory?" The witch, on the other hand, immediately sensed a hidden, terrifying divine power. She was stunned for a moment. Not good. Chapter 169. Are you a god? The witch leaped backward, quickly putting distance between herself and the little girl. Who is she? The witch's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. In all the time she had been cooperating with the Hebrew Empire, she had never known that their gods could appear in the form of children. After all, she had only seen a few of those 12 gods. She had always believed that the Hebrew gods summoned deities through a process called divine intervention, performed by their messengers. So she glared at him fiercely and asked, "How can there be divine power surging within your body? Although it's very faint, it can't fool me." The witch had dealt with the god of the desert and the Nile of holy Egypt many times, because that guy always drove her away from Lin Ke's side. Therefore, she had long ago developed the ability to sense divine power, so that she would have more opportunities to get close to her beloved Holy Pharaoh. Now, she could clearly feel the faint yet pure divine power within the little girl's body surrounding her. But the little girl didn't pay attention to the witch immediately. She just glanced at her, and then turned to look at the high-ranking Hebrew officer. At that moment, her eyes changed. Those were eyes of pity and compassion. Poor, deceived mortals. Now, I bestow upon you divine power to help you escape that painful vortex of witchcraft. As soon as she finished speaking, a soft white light emanated from her fingertips, immediately enveloping the high-ranking officer. The white light washed over his body like a clear spring, completely freeing him from the witch's bewitching spell. In an instant, the pained expression on the high-ranking officer's face began to disappear, and then his expression gradually returned to the serious look he had before meeting the witch. Reason and rationality regained control of the high-ranking officer's mind. "What? The witch was shocked by what she saw. The power of purification? This little girl actually possesses a divine power similar to purification. She immediately realized that the divine power the other party was using was the type that restrained her. Although the witch knew she would likely not escape today, she still feigned composure and asked in a fierce voice, "Who are you? How come I've never heard of such a god among the Hebrews?" The little girl turned her gaze to the witch, her eyes cold and devoid of any human emotion. "You are a demon, yet you wield witchcraft. Then there's only one possibility. You are the branch leader of the Witchcraft Society, the cleric of the Witchcraft Society who betrayed the great Hebrew Empire." Upon hearing this, the witch's face twisted in pain, and she grinned, revealing her sharp teeth. Knowing that her identity had been exposed, she decided to stop pretending. "Oh, listen to your tone, you think you're so great. My witchcraft once severely injured the holy Egyptian goddess of the hunt. Since you've chosen to die, then I'll let you taste my power." Her eyes flashed with purple light, and then a powerful burst of magical energy erupted from her body. Dark purple mist swirled around her fingertips, even slightly distorting the surrounding space. "Since you've seen through me, don't even think about leaving here alive." The witch continued to gather her magical energy. The reason she remained seated was because she knew she couldn't defeat her opponent. She hoped that the other side would retreat because of the immense power she had unleashed, as that was the only way for the witch to escape unscathed. But reality often falls short of expectations. The little girl's face remained calm, as if mechanical and devoid of emotion. "You can't possibly beat me, demon." As soon as she finished speaking, a dazzling white light suddenly shone from her eyes. The light pierced the witch like a sharp sword, forcing her to retreat repeatedly. The little girl didn't use her full power. She only released a portion of her divine power, yet the witch already found it difficult to cope. He was almost on par with the god of the desert and the Nile. At the same time, the senior officer had regained his senses. "Send over the magic shield soldiers. Catch this damned demon." He looked at the demon whose body was bursting with witchcraft energy, his face showing no fear, but rather a fierce and savage expression. He quickly summoned a unit of magic-shielded soldiers who were immune to magic. These soldiers wore special obsidian armor and carried heavy shields, and slowly surrounded the witch. Anxiety flickered in the witch's eyes. She could only continue to use her power to fight the little girl. She knew she had no way to leave today. However, she needed to gather more information before informing the Holy Pharaoh, who was about to attack the city. So she decided to adopt a different strategy, which was to provoke the other party. "This power is indeed strong, but compared to mine, it is far inferior. You're not a Hebrew god, are you? How about considering joining our witchcraft guild? With your strength, you might barely qualify as my servant." For the first time, something related to emotion appeared in the little girl's eyes. That was disgust. "What I hate most is the devil. If it weren't for serving His Majesty the Supreme King of Hebrews, I would have slaughtered all of you demons long ago. Leave no one alive." Her voice was filled with anger, and her divine power increased accordingly. At that moment, the witch's eyes widened, and she immediately understood the other party's true identity. Who are you?" Before she could finish speaking, a white light swept towards the witch like a storm, completely dispersing the black mist surrounding her. The witch's body was struck by the divine power, and she was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. "Grab her," the senior officer immediately ordered. The magic shield soldiers quickly moved forward and surrounded the witch. The witch tried again to use her charm and witchcraft, but the soldier's armor completely blocked her magical powers. For the first time, something that could be called despair appeared in her eyes, and then she concentrated her last bit of witchcraft power at her fingertips and gripped the ground tightly. Her fingers were scraped raw and bleeding from the rough ground, but she didn't stop until the last bit of her magical power was exhausted. "Take them away." The senior officer waved his hand. The magic shield soldiers dragged the witch up and took her to the city's prison. "We'll show you what it truly means to wish you were dead, you demon." The streets of Fustat were silent at night. A thin, dark-colored cat appeared silently in the city. Its eyes gleamed with an eerie green light in the darkness as it silently darted out from the dark street corner. It followed the route the witch had been dragged along, gently sniffing the bloodstains and lingering scent of witchcraft on the ground. Soon, it arrived at the inn where the witch had once stayed. It nimbly leaped onto the windowsill and slipped inside through the open window. After searching the room, they finally found the hidden papyrus under the bed. Then, it picked up the papyrus with its mouth, and quickly jumped out of the window. The moment it left, a squad of soldiers stormed into the hotel and began searching the witch's room. Search carefully. She must have hidden something here. The thin cat's figure blended into the darkness and disappeared completely into the night. Chapter 170, The God of Compassion, Sagyal. On the day the holy Egyptian army left Pasebek, they were marching toward Fulstad when they stopped late at night to regroup and adjust their course. Lin Ke and Nantong were discussing their plan to attack the city when Nantong noticed something unusual. "Your Majesty, look over there." Just then, Lin Ke looked in the direction Nantong was pointing. He saw something reflecting light slightly in the distance. Those eyes look like those of some kind of animal. The witches sent a message. It's just in time. Nantong, go and take a look. Lin Ke had seen the witch's cat, and he knew very well that it was used by her to transmit information. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth, thinking that the witch was quite efficient. As expected of a succubus. It should be noted that Lin Ke completed the plan to capture Pasebek City several days ahead of the original plan. Now, even the witches are coming early. Good things come in pairs. So Lin Ke sat in the carriage, took a deep breath, and briefly savored the scent of the desert air at night. Everything is going according to plan. Nantong then crouched down and took the papyrus from the dark-colored, thin cat's mouth. However, the instant his fingers touched the papyrus, he let out a gasp, a sound of gasping for breath. Then, a magical power enveloped Nantong, and after that power dissipated, the cat disappeared. Nantong's face turned very pale. He quickly ran towards Lin Ke and handed him the papyrus. "Your Majesty, the witch is in trouble." "What? What's going on?" The moment Lin Ke touched the papyrus, he felt as if his consciousness had been suddenly pulled far away. In just a few seconds, images flashed before his eyes. Scenes of the witch being defeated, dragged away, and imprisoned, as well as the image of her digging her fingertips into the ground in her final moments, leaving traces of witchcraft. In addition, there are magic shield soldiers and a strange girl who can use divine power. That city actually hides such a powerful fighting force? The scene before Lin Ke's eyes returned to normal. He looked at the papyrus and quickly scanned the military distribution map on it. The distribution of enemy forces and the locations of special units are clearly written on it. Lin Ke immediately realized that the witch had actually completed her mission, but for some reason her identity had been exposed, and she had ultimately fallen into the hands of the enemy. Did they see through her identity? That's right. It's that little girl who can wield divine power. Just then, the witch's voice appeared in Lin Ke's mind, like an echo from another world. There is a Hebrew god in Tetistat Forstad named Sagyal. He is the god of mercy, an angel who symbolizes false loyalty, kindness, and compassion. We demons and angels are irreconcilable enemies, so I know his true identity. The reason he appeared in the form of a girl was to prevent his true form from frightening ordinary people and to provide help in secret. He can bestow divine power upon the injured and heal their wounds. He saw through my identity. His power is at least comparable to that of the god of the desert and the Nile. Ah! The sound ended with a series of painful cries. Upon learning this information, Lin Ke frowned slightly. Zadkiel? How come I've never heard of this name before? Is he one of the 12 Hebrew gods? Nantong shook his head, his eyes filled with shock. This old minister has never heard of such a thing. This deity is very well hidden. Even some of the Hebrew people may not know of his existence. Lin Ke looked at the papyrus paper again, a hint of ruthlessness appearing in his eyes. Her ally, the witch, is now suffering horrific torture in prison. Lin Ke immediately stood up. The witch has completed her mission, but she has now fallen into the hands of the enemy. We must act as soon as possible to rescue her. Nantong, immediately relay this message to the army. However, he stopped halfway through his sentence. Wrong. If that's the case, then the chances of successfully attacking and capturing Fulstad now are almost halved. Because Fostersford must have strengthened its defenses now. They have magic shield soldiers, magicians, and a deity whose power is unknown, whether it is a chief god or a higher deity who is in charge. In contrast, in Holy Egypt, Ramses' power was only of medium divine strength, and the divine strength of Horus and Sobuk was also unstable. Moreover, Ramses had previously told Link that Horus, the sky god, currently only possessed the power of a high-level deity. His divine power would only reach the level of a chief god once the number of believers in the twin temples increased, that is, once the power of faith increased. It will take more time. As for the crocodile god Sobuk, although he can unleash the power of the main god, the power of the main god will gradually weaken as he gets angry, and his power is not stable. If we attack the city now, our chances of winning are probably less than 50%. To ensure victory, Ramses must be allowed to return to Cairo and regain his divine powers before launching an attack. Even so, he was not absolutely certain of victory. At this moment, Nantong said to Lin Ke with grief, "Your Majesty, I believe we should return to Cairo immediately." Upon hearing this, Lin Ke's eyes sharpened. "You mean we should abandon the siege and the rescue of the witch, and instead go back to defend Cairo?" Nantong nodded, his voice extremely solemn. "Yes, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. If the witch betrays Holy Egypt, our situation will be even more dangerous." But Lin Ke disagreed. "Nantong, the Witchcraft Society is now loyal to Holy Egypt. If we abandon the rescue of the witches will immediately regard us as enemies. By then, we will have lost an ally and gained a mortal enemy." Nantong could only bow his head and turn his head, because he couldn't think of a better way. The situation is critical. Lin Ke's mind raced, and within seconds he told Nantong again, "Pass down the order. Send the god of the desert and the Nile back to Cairo immediately and restore his divine power. At the same time, excavate my grandparents' tombs and bring their mummy sarcophagi. Our attack plan has been changed to destroy the city and seize the temple. If we can capture the temple, our chances of winning will increase to 80%. Nantong was surprised by Lin Ke's decision and risky move. He nodded vigorously and immediately turned to leave. However, just as Nantong was about to give the order, he saw Ramses' eyes gleam as he approached Lin Ke. Under Nantong's astonished gaze, Ramses slowly spoke, "Your Majesty, I sensed a faint, intermittent divine aura. The other party seems to be responding to the divine power of Horus, the sky god, and Sobuk, the crocodile god. The god who emitted the aura of divinity possessed powers similar to these two gods." Upon hearing this, Lin Ke looked directly into Ramses' eyes. "You mean, your power is similar to that of Horus, the sky god, and Sobuk, the crocodile god? Are you sure?" Ramses simply nodded calmly. "I am certain, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. It seems to be not far from us." Chapter 171. Isn't there only one mummy here? Ramses sensed divine power. Moreover, the distance is not far. Doesn't that mean they'll be able to make contact with another ancient god? If we could gain the help of another god, our chances of conquering Folstad would greatly increase. But Lin Ke was somewhat puzzled as to why Ramses was only telling him this now. Ramses saw through Lin Ke's doubts. "I only intermittently sensed some divine presence when the army marched into this area." In other words, if the army continues its advance towards Folstad, Ramses will sooner or later feel the presence of that god. It's just a matter of time, whether it's discovered sooner or later. Upon hearing Ramses' words, Lin Ke nodded slightly. "Then I'll trouble you to lead the way, god of the desert and the Nile." Ramses' golden eye flashed, he nodded, and headed to the very front of the army. Just then, Nantong picked up the map and studied it carefully for a while. His finger moved left and right across the map, his brow furrowing slightly. "Your Majesty, there is something this old minister does not understand. The nearest temple is in Fustad, and there are no other temples nearby." Lin Ke took Nantong's map and looked at it. Nantong had already marked some things about the temple on the map in advance. The facts are indeed as he said. Without a temple, how could Ramses establish a link between the gods and the mummies? Lin Ke recalled carefully that Ramses sensed the sky god Horus and the crocodile god Sobuk on the day he entered Pasbek. Ramses is now intermittently sensing some divine power, which means they are actually approaching an area with places like temples. However, Nantong did not draw it on the map, which means that the god was not worshipped, or more accurately, the god did not have his own temple. Gods without temples? At that moment, an idea suddenly flashed through Lin Ke's mind. He looked at Nantong. Nantong, who else possesses similar divine power to Horus, the sky god, and Sobuk, the crocodile god, but doesn't have a temple dedicated to them? Nantong frowned slightly and exchanged a glance with Lin Ke. Their eyes met, and for a fleeting moment, the same light flashed within them. But neither of them said it aloud. They simply nodded silently. Lin Ke tensed up slightly. He knew very well that if he could get the help of this god, taking down Foster would be no problem at all. What Ramses sensed was most likely a very special place. Nantong's gaze fell on the map again, and he pointed to an area. "Your Majesty, we are now heading towards a large cemetery." Lin Ke nodded slowly. Yes, the cemetery fits that deity perfectly. The army continued its advance, and soon a vast, dark cemetery came into view. At the entrance to the cemetery stand two enormous stone statues, their faces indistinct. The cemetery is surrounded by towering sand dunes, which tightly enclose the cemetery. Strangely, despite the surrounding sand dunes towering like small hills, not a single grain of sand encroached upon the cemetery's boundaries. Clearly, the cemetery is protected by some unseen force, and the sand grains on the dunes cannot advance any further when they approach the cemetery. Ramses' gaze swept across the cemetery, his eyes flashing with golden light. He stopped in his tracks. "Your Majesty, no one else may proceed. Otherwise, I will not be able to sense the presence of the gods. Cemeteries do not welcome the living. Therefore, only you and I can enter it." Everyone was shocked to hear this, but their expressions quickly returned to normal. After all, His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh was reborn after his organs were assembled. Strictly speaking, he cannot be considered a normal living person. Lin Ke nodded, his gaze sweeping over the soldiers behind him. "The entire army is stationed here. Without my order, no one is allowed to approach the cemetery." The soldiers responded in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh." Then he turned to Ramses and said, "Let's go." The two walked slowly into the cemetery, one after the other. The interior of the cemetery is even more eerie and terrifying than the exterior. The ground was covered with a thick layer of sand, and occasionally a few broken stone tablets could be seen in the sand. The stone tablet was covered with ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, but those patterns had become blurred and difficult to discern. In the center of the cemetery stands a huge stone coffin. Around the stone coffin were several broken stone statues, their faces grotesque and terrifying, as if they were guarding something important. Ramses' gaze swept over the sarcophagus, and the golden light in his eyes began to flash rhythmically. He whispered, "Your Majesty, the divine aura here is much stronger than outside. That deity is right here." Lin Ke looked around and asked Ramses again, "Are you sure?" Ramses nodded, his voice calm. "Yes. This is a resonance that can only occur between gods." But Lin Ke just looked at the stone coffin in front of him and said, "It seems that we have no choice but to open this stone coffin. What do you think is inside?" Ramses shook his head. "Elder brother, I cannot see what is inside. However, you must be careful. Opening the sarcophagus may cause some unpredictable consequences. My consciousness may briefly drift away. You can use this." As Ramses spoke, he conjured a golden, gleaming sand blade from his hand. This item can intimidate numerous unknown monsters and even kill gods with low-level divine power. It can last for about an hour, which I think is enough. Lin Ke wasn't worried about his own safety. He was more worried about failing to capture the city. That could trigger a series of chain reactions, and it's even quite possible that it's related to prophecy. "Okay, you can start now." Lin Ke took the sand blade. It gave him a tingling, numb feeling. Ramses nodded, stepped forward, and placed his hands on the lid of the sarcophagus. Boom boom. The sarcophagus lid was very heavy. Ramses pushed hard, and the lid slowly opened, revealing a mummy. A mummy? Lin Ke was even more puzzled at this point. What does this have to do with gods? However, when Lin Ke looked inside more closely, he discovered that the mummy seemed to be missing a piece of flesh. Moreover, there was a skeleton inside the stone coffin. It looks like the skeleton of some kind of four-legged animal, but the skeleton is not very well preserved. Moreover, after opening the stone coffin, Lin Ke discovered that a hole had been made on the lower side of the coffin by tomb raiders, just big enough for a small person to crawl in. That poor animal probably crawled in through that hole too. It appears that it ate a bite of the mummy's flesh and then died inside. Lin Ke couldn't figure out how hungry the animal had to be to choose to eat the flesh of a mummy. That's dried meat that's been marinated and coated with spices. Ramesses, besides the mummy, what else is here? Lin Ke turned his head and saw that Ramses was reacting like that again. "No? Ramses, you?" Ramses had fallen to the ground, his eyes flashing wildly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At that moment, a strong wind blew through the cemetery. Lin Ke, on the other hand, gripped the sand blade tightly in his hand. Chapter 172 Passing Through the 12 Gates. Whoosh. The strong wind kept blowing, stirring up the sand and soil on the ground. Sand and dirt hit Lin Ke's robe, making a pattering sound. Lin Ke looked at the stone coffin, then at his surroundings. He wasn't afraid of ghosts, but he was more worried that some dangerous animals might suddenly appear in the cemetery, like poisonous snakes or scorpions. So he simply held the sand blade, constantly turning his body and eyes to check his surroundings. As long as we wait for Ramses to wake up, etc. Where did Ramses go? Just then, Lin Ke suddenly noticed that the scenery outside the cemetery had turned completely black. Just now, he also saw the torches of the holy Egyptian army stretching endlessly to the distant hills. How could it have disappeared in such a short time? Lin Ke sensed danger and immediately noticed the changes in his surroundings. He turned around abruptly and found that the stone coffin that had been behind him just moments before was nowhere to be seen. He was left alone in the center of the cemetery, surrounded by darkness that surged in like a tide. Ramesses. Lin Ke remained calm, simply lowering his body slightly and calling out softly. But all that answered him was the gradually fading sound of the wind and the rustling of the sand. He gripped the sand blade that Ramesses had given him, the golden light on the blade flashing rapidly a few times, as if Ramesses were responding to his call. Lin Ke's gaze fell on the sand blade, and he immediately understood something. I see. All right, then guide me forward. If the direction the blade is pointing is correct, then quickly flash away. He picked up the sand blade and spun around. Soon, as the sand blade pointed toward a narrow path, it began to flash rapidly. Okay, I understand. Without hesitation, Lin Ke gripped the sand blade and stepped onto the path. Even when darkness enveloped him, he was not afraid at all. I was just nervous. This tension arises because the body adjusts to a state when facing imminent danger. In short, this state helps Lin Ke react faster when encountering danger. Not long after they left, a huge stone gate appeared in the darkness before Lin Ke. The stone gate was covered with ancient runes, which emitted a faint orange glow when illuminated by the light of the sand blade. But Lin Ke couldn't understand those runes. He just wanted to know where he had been sent. Why do I always feel like this place is dangerous? Lin Ke continued looking at the runes, and then he saw a huge thing that looked like a stone pillar, but wasn't quite one appear beside him. What is that? He looked up and saw a tall, monstrous figure standing there. Its body was made of sand and bones, and its eyes gleamed with a red light as it stared into Lin Ke's eyes. Lin Ke quickly stepped back and then held the sand blade to his chest. What is this monster? Mortal, this is the entrance to the underworld. To pass, you must answer my questions. The monster slowly uttered a sound, as if a rolling stone had learned to speak. However, Lin Ke was taken aback. No, the underworld? I didn't die, did I? Ramesses, have I been drawn into that divine power you sensed? He knew that the sand blade could only respond with the correct information, meaning it would only flash when it received the correct information. As expected, the sand blade flickered a few times, confirming Lin Ke's idea. Lin Ke no longer maintained extreme caution towards the enormous monster before him. After all, even the gods of ancient Egypt had to obey his commands. What's the problem? Upon hearing this, the monster turned around to face Lin Ke. What kind of thing walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? Lin Ke was stunned. This problem must have been an insurmountable challenge for the people of ancient Egypt. But that's not the case for Lin Ke. He knew this was the classic riddle of the Sphinx. People. Lin Ke answered the question with almost no thought. The monster took a step back, and the stone door slowly opened. Lin Ke immediately stepped inside. After passing through the stone gate, a desolate desert appeared before Lin Ke. In the desert, countless skeletons and broken weapons lay scattered on the ground, making the place appear extremely desolate and terrifying. But Lin Ke didn't care about any of that. He simply continued to use the sand blade to find the right direction to travel. Just then, a black fog suddenly rose from the desert. From within the mist, a gigantic demon slowly emerged, its body composed of flames and bones, its eyes gleaming with green light, seemingly waiting there specifically for Lin Ke. Lin Ke took 2 more steps back, assuming a defensive stance. Mortal, this is the second gate to the underworld. To pass, you must answer my questions. The demon looked at Lin Ke as if it were a routine matter, just like the stone statue from before. Lin Ke also put down the sand blade in his hand. Please speak. The demon's jaws began to move mechanically. This thing devours all birds, beasts, trees, flowers, and grass. It gnaws on steel, eats hard stones, destroys city walls, and can even knock down mountains. What's this? Lin Ke said almost simultaneously to the other person. Time. The demon paused for a moment, then slowly nodded. Correct, you can pass. The black fog slowly dissipated, leaving behind a passable area. Lin Ke then realized that the reason there were so many wrecks here was because they had given the wrong answer. Lin Ke didn't think much of it, and continued walking inside. After passing through the second gate, a dark and gloomy forest appeared before Lin Ke. Lin Ke only took a few steps, and hadn't even raised the sand blade yet. He simply asked, Ramesses, am I supposed to keep answering questions? The sand blade flashed rapidly a few times. So Lin Ke stopped moving forward and simply stayed where he was, continuing to wait. Suddenly, a deep roar echoed through the forest, followed by the slow appearance of a gigantic monster. Clearly, it is also a question setter. Mortal, this is the third gate of the underworld. To pass, you must answer my questions. The monster swayed its twisted roots, looking extremely eerie and terrifying. But Lin Ke remained calm and asked, "What question?" The monster opened its mouth wide, revealing terrifying teeth. He never rests, nor does he remain still. He moves silently from one hill to another. He neither walks, nor runs, nor walks fast. Where he is not, it is cool. Before the other person could finish speaking, Lin Ke immediately said, "The sun." Then, another door opened. Another monster appeared, but before its body was fully revealed, Lin Ke immediately asked, "Ask." The monster had barely revealed its true form when it immediately began. What can run but never walk, has a mouth but never speaks, has. Lin Ke immediately said, "River." Another door opened. Another monster. Lin Ke, question mark. Monster, what can bring the dead back to life? What can make you cry? What can make you laugh? Lin Ke, memories. When Lin Ke walked out of the 12th door, he finally did not see any more monsters. The sand blade in his hand was flashing with light wildly, as if in celebration. But Lin Ke felt that those questions were an insult to his intelligence. All right, which way should we go now? Chapter 173, The Holy Pharaoh's Tip. All right, which way should we go now? As Lin Ke spoke, he raised the sand blade in his hand. He walked quickly in the direction the sand blade was pointing, and soon heard a series of whooshing sounds. He looked down at the river water, which was as black as ink. The river Styx. The surface of the river Styx is as calm as a mirror, without a ripple, yet it produces the sound of waves crashing against the riverbank. Moreover, Lin Ke only had to get close to it before he immediately felt a piercing chill. It was completely different from the cold felt by the body. It was as if the coldness emanated from Lin Ke's bones, capable of freezing one's soul. Not only that, the air here also had a smell of decaying matter, and every breath made Lin Ke feel as if he were in a hunting ground piled with corpses. He looked up, and in the distance, the river blended completely into the darkness, like the deep sea at night. At this moment, the water on the shore seemed to come alive. It began to churn and crash against the shore, and then a few drops of black water splashed onto Lin Ke's skin. However, after just one touch with the water droplet, Lin Ke immediately felt a piercing pain, as if many cold hands were tearing at his soul. The river Styx is dangerous. He immediately took 2 steps back, maintaining a safe distance from the river Styx. This is the river Styx, Lin Ke murmured to himself, wondering how Ramses had stepped into it. Could it be that he endured immense pain to enter those prophetic scenes? As expected of my younger brother. At this moment, Lin Ke looked down at the sand blade in his hand, its blade gleaming with a faint light. Lin Ke glanced at the sand blade, then at the direction it was pointing, and immediately understood what was going on. "Do you want me to go to the other side of the river?" The light of the sand blade flickered, which was Lin Ke's answer. Lin Ke nodded, then began to think about how to cross the river. There seemed to be no usable tools nearby. But swimming across was definitely impossible. The moment Lin Ke entered the water, he felt he would immediately faint from the pain. We need to think of another way. So Lin Ke continued walking along the river Styx, intending to find some tools to cross it. Just then, he saw a small boat. The small boat was quietly moored on the shore, and on the boat sat a boatman wearing a tattered robe. The boatman's face was hidden in the shadow of his cloak, and only his eyes, which gleamed with an eerie green light, could be seen. He held a long oar in his hand, which looked smelly. It was as if the body had already rotted away here. But for Lin Ke, anyone who can help, whether human or ghost, is his friend. So Lin Ke stepped forward and said, "Boatman, I want to cross the river. Can you help me get to the other side?" The boatman looked up. His eyes were neither human nor ghostly, nor did they resemble those of a demon. Lin Ke didn't know what it was either. Crossing the river is possible, but you have to pay. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke frowned slightly. Pay? Where would money come from in the underworld now? Moreover, as a holy pharaoh, Lin Ke had no need to carry money with him. However, Lin Ke remained calm and simply said, "I have no money. However, I can give you the clothes I'm wearing. They are priceless." The boatman's lips curled into a slightly sinister smile. "Your clothes are worthless here. But there is indeed another way to pay. Use your knowledge." Lin Ke's voice was somewhat puzzled. For a moment he thought the other person wanted his brain, knowledge. The boatman grinned and chuckled softly, as if Lin Ke were a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Just answer a few of my questions, and that will be considered payment. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke's brain immediately began to work. He thought about how he had been answering all sorts of questions all along the way. He could roughly guess that this was a test from the god. So he nodded, his expression calm. Okay, that would be best. However, in addition to the knowledge fee that should be paid, I am also willing to pay an additional fee. If I answer the extra questions, can you speed up my crossing of the river Styx? The boatman chuckled again, and this time Lin Ke could hear a hint of schadenfreude in his laughter. Of course. Then let's begin now. If you answer incorrectly, you'll have to get off my ship immediately. The boatman began to ask questions as he rowed. I am both creator and destroyer, both light and darkness, both beginning and end. What am I? Without hesitation, Lin Ke answered, energy. Upon hearing Lin Ke's reply, the boatman's oars suddenly stopped for a moment. Clearly, he hadn't expected Lin Ke to answer so quickly. He gave a wicked smile, which Lin Ke took as an acknowledgement of his strength. Then, the second question. I am formless, yet I can shape everything. I am silent, yet I can shake the soul. I am colorless, yet I can depict the world. What am I? Lin Ke answered again. Thoughts. After his second answer, the boatman's smile faded. The third question. I am the most powerful, yet unseen. I am the gentlest, yet untouchable. I am the most eternal, yet cannot be preserved. What am I? Lin Ke immediately replied, love. He noticed the boatman's eyes starting to dart away, then slowly asked, have you finished asking? Shouldn't we move on to the extra fare? The boatman vigorously paddled the water and asked again. I am the legacy of the past and the blueprint for the future. I was created by humankind, yet I transcend humankind. I am both the root of division and the hope for unity. I am what? Lin Ke immediately raised his hand, telling the other person not to finish speaking. Civilized. After a while, the boatman used almost all his strength to row the boat. The oars carved powerful ripples in the water, propelling the small boat swiftly toward the opposite bank. The Styx River churned with oars, its waters emitting a low, mournful sound, as if the vengeful spirits thrown overboard were howling in agony. Soon, the small boat reached the other side. Lin Ke stepped off the boat, a slight smile playing on his lips, as the boatman had allowed him to arrive ahead of schedule. This saves a lot of time. Thank you, boatman. The boatman made a series of hee sounds, his movements becoming more solemn. You're welcome. I should be thanking you. This wealth could almost fill the river Styx. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke simply shrugged slightly. If that's how you fill the river Styx, then the contents of his head could probably fill the entire underworld. Lin Ke simply waved his hand and immediately stepped forward. All he wants now is to pass these tests as quickly as possible, and then bring that powerful god into his possession. Chapter 174 Reversing the Heavenly Gang. After getting ashore, Lin Ke continued walking briskly forward. He soon spotted a building that, at first glance, looked like a magnificent palace. The palace was constructed of black stone and golden runes, its outer walls smooth as a mirror, the black stone surface radiating a cold, eerie light. At the top is a sharp, golden spire that pierces even into the deeper darkness of the underworld. The main entrance to the courtroom is guarded by two majestic statues. A long stone-paved path leads to the palace, flanked by shadowy corridors supported by heavy stone pillars. Lin Ke did not approach the corridor, because the walls on both sides of the corridor were inlaid with many broken and terrifying images, which were the tragic scenes of countless souls that had been judged and then sealed away forever after the judgment. Before long, Lin Ke stepped into a place that looked like a courtroom. The walls around here are covered with all sorts of runes and murals, and there is a faint smell of blood in the air. Clearly, this is the place where the dead are judged by Anubis, the god of death. Although this was Lin Ke's first time visiting this place, he felt somewhat familiar with it, because he had seen similar scenes countless times in the murals of the royal palaces of Holy Egypt. This is where Anubis, the god of death, judges the hearts of the dead and decides the final fate of the soul. Of course, Lin Ke was well aware that he could not be considered a true survivor. Therefore, he still sees this as a test from Anubis, the god of death. In Lin Ke's memory, this test had two very crucial aspects. The first part is a segment called denial and repentance. In other words, one must claim that they did not commit any crimes during their lifetime. For example, statements like, I didn't steal, I didn't kill anyone, or I didn't lie. These words are intended to prove the speaker's purity and innocence. Of course, you can't lie in this step. If you do, you won't be able to proceed to the next step. That is, the process of weighing the heart. If the heart is lighter or balanced than the feathers symbolizing justice and truth, it means that the speaker lived an upright life and will be able to pass through smoothly. If the heart is heavier, it means the speaker has committed a crime. Then, the terrifying monster Amit will devour the speaker's heart, and the soul will shatter and vanish. But at that moment, Lin Ke found that his hands had automatically moved behind his back and were out of his control. It was as if some invisible force was binding him. At the same time, the sand blade in his hand quietly concealed its light and disappeared into his robe. Wrong. Something seems off. Lin Ke raised his head and looked towards the center of the courtroom. A strange creature was slowly walking towards him. But more accurately, it probably can't be called walking, because the monster's body was like a fusion of jackals, antelopes, and other unknown creatures. It has a long, curved snout, erect ears, and a forked tail. Even the word monster is probably insufficient to describe its appearance, because this hybrid was so grotesque that it would shock anyone who saw it, to the point of causing incontinence. Welcome to the courtroom. Even the voice of the hybrid seemed to be mixed together. You can get here. Amazing. But, can we successfully get through here? It's my decision. Lin Ke looked at the hybrid, then at the distance. And who are you? Where has Anubis, the god of death, gone? The hybrid's lips curled up slightly. Anubis. Ancient name. He is not here. Now, I am in charge here. Lin Ke frowned slightly, quickly thinking of a solution. He realized that perhaps the collapse of the order in the underworld was due to the weakening of the power of Egyptian faith. Even such a monster could slip through the cracks and take the place of Anubis, the god of death. However, Lin Ke immediately realized that the reason he was led here was not entirely a test by Anubis, the god of death. Rather, he needed Lin Ke's help. Those questions were extremely difficult for others, and no one could pass them successfully. Therefore, only Lin Ke could reach this place. In other words, it was Anubis, the god of death, who sent him a signal requesting help. Then, I must help with this. He immediately understood why the sand blade had suddenly hidden its light, concealing itself within Lin Ke's robe. The hybrid then slowly said to Lin Ke, "Now, the trial begins. First, it is to affirm evil. Tell me, what crimes have you committed?" Upon hearing this, Lin Ke was taken aback. Is it definitely sinful? What kind of segment is this? He knew that the traditional trial process involved denial of confession, which meant claiming that one had not committed certain crimes during their lifetime. However, the hybrid did the opposite, demanding that he confess his sins. Lin Ke simply said calmly, "I stole, I killed, I robbed, I cheated, I betrayed." Then his eyes shifted slightly. "I lied." A hint of surprise flashed in the hybrid's eyes, followed by a twisted, strange smile. "Very good, very good. The evil is so great that it amazes me. Once you pass the final stage, you will become my servant." Lin Ke simply looked at the other person and nodded slightly. Now it's time for the heart weighing. Just then, the hybrid suddenly used its sharp claws to pierce Lin Ke's chest, tearing out his heart. Lin Ke's body trembled slightly, but he did not make a sound, only coldly staring at the hybrid. It was as if it were just a single hair plucked from his body. The hybrid placed Lin Ke's heart on one side of the scale, and a sin demon ring on the other. The scales began to tilt slowly, eventually coming to a stop at a balanced position. Disappointment flashed in the hybrid's eyes, and he gasped, "What a pity. There is not enough evil. You cannot become my servant. Now you die." Just as the hybrid was about to make its move, a golden light suddenly flew out from Lin Ke's sleeve. The sand blade has returned to Lin Ke's hands. In an instant, a dazzling light flashed on the blade, and Lin Ke's hands were immediately freed. His body was also immediately enveloped in golden light, and he moved at an extremely fast speed. Ignoring the gaping hole in his heart and chest, Lin Ke leaped up and plunged the sand blade deep into the hybrid's chest. The hybrid's body shuddered violently and fell backward. This is impossible. The light of the sand blade suddenly intensified, and the hybrid's body began to dissolve like a solution, eventually disappearing into the air. Lin Ke then slowly took his heart off the scales and placed it back into the large hole in his chest. He frowned, but not because of pain. Why would the heart and the ring of sin and evil be in balance? Could it be? My sins. Wisdom, courage, and perseverance. You possess qualities that I admire. At that moment, a deep, powerful voice emerged from the darkness. That's not a sound that humans can make. Chapter 175 Death. Anubis. Wisdom, courage, and perseverance. You possess qualities that I admire. Lin Ke turned around and looked at a dark corner. The darkness there was so pure, it seemed to devour all light. Suddenly, the darkness there began to churn, as if it had been suddenly given life. A god with a wolf's head and a human body slowly appeared from there, with black smoke constantly rising from his body. That's Anubis, the god of death. He raised his head slightly and moved his limbs a little. It is clear that Anubis, the god of death, has been trapped somewhere for a long time. Anubis, the god of death, spoke in a manner that sounded like that of a polite yet ferocious beast. Your Majesty, Holy Pharaoh. You have restored order to the underworld. Since the power of faith has waned, the balance here has been completely lost. Ghosts and demons roam freely, and the dead wail in agony. You have overcome all the difficulties and finally restored the power to the 12 gates that had been closed for so long. After you finally defeated that monster, my power was finally rekindled. I have been waiting here for centuries. Finally, they were able to reappear. Lin Ke looked at Anubis, the god of death, and his joy increased. It's true. So, the chaos in the underworld is now over? Anubis, the god of death, nodded. Yes, Your Majesty, the Holy Pharaoh. Order has been restored in the underworld, all thanks to your courage and wisdom. My power is gradually awakening, and the demons and usurpers are about to face reckoning. Just then, another figure slowly emerged from the darkness, shimmering with golden light, which Lin Ke recognized at a glance. That was Ramses, the god of the desert and the Nile. His golden eyes gleamed, and though his voice was calm, it carried a hint of appreciation. Your Majesty, Holy Pharaoh. Your arrival here so quickly has truly astonished the gods. Your speed today is unprecedented and will never be surpassed. Anubis, the god of death, spoke with equal composure, yet with a hint of approval. Indeed. Your Majesty, the Holy Pharaoh, it was you who saved the underworld and restored order here. The underworld has finally ushered in new hope. Lin Ke glanced at the two gods and nodded slightly. However, he still had one question in his mind. Today, he must find the answer from Anubis, the god of death. Very good, but I have a question I'd like to ask you. Why does my heart weigh the same as the ring of sin? Does that mean I am deeply sinful? A wisp of black light suddenly emanated from Anubis, the god of death, as if he were searching for some information. Your Majesty, Holy Pharaoh. This is because you once used some kind of powerful evil force, which led to serious consequences. However, you don't need to worry. You did not come here as a dead person, but were guided here by me and Ramses. Moreover, you are a great benefactor of the underworld, and the king to whom I serve. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke slowly nodded. He knew very well that Anubis, the god of death, was referring to the fact that Lin Ke had used the Baphomet demon. Not only did many people die, but even the god of fire was torn to pieces. But, thinking about it this way, one's sins must be extremely grave. Even so, it can only be on par with the ring of sin and evil. With this in mind, Lin Ke was no longer worried about the problem. Then, can you appear in the real world in your true form? I need your strength to fight against the Hebrews. Anubis, the god of death, still spoke in the same voice, like a polite beast. Your Majesty, Holy Pharaoh. I am ready to serve you at any time. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful black divine force suddenly erupted from his body. Lin Ke felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was back in the cemetery. In the center of the cemetery, the stone coffin still lay there quietly, as if nothing had ever happened. The sky was dotted with stars. It was still late at night. In the distance, one could also see the vast expanse of firelight emanating from the holy Egyptian army. At this moment, the animal skeleton inside the stone coffin began to slowly change. The originally scattered skeleton automatically assembled, forming a skeleton similar to that of a dog. The dog skeleton seemed to come alive, making cracking sounds as it leaped out of the stone coffin. Lin Ke looked at the dog skeleton, somewhat puzzled. Could it be the vessel of Anubis, the god of death? However, only mummies with royal blood are qualified to become vessels of gods. However, only Anubis, the god of death, knew this story, and he had already told Ramses about it. Then, Ramses slowly approached Lin Ke's side. He saw through Lin Ke's thoughts and began to explain to him. Your Majesty, the Holy Pharaoh. The mummy in this sarcophagus was a prince of ancient Egypt. He did not want to become a pharaoh, so he lived here in anonymity. And this jackal had bitten the prince's mummy, so the prince's blood seeped into its body. Therefore, this jackal possessed the blood of the pharaoh. And Anubis, the god of death, chose it as his vessel. Lin Ke nodded slowly. Is this even possible? That's right. Then I no longer need to dig up my grandparents' tombs and bring their mummies here as a vessel. Ramses nodded. Yes, your majesty, the holy pharaoh. This jackal bone already possesses the qualities to bear the power of a god. Lin Ke looked at the jackal skeleton and felt only joy in his heart. This is the third ancient god. Moreover, according to Ramses, Anubis, the god of death, possessed divine power at the level of a chief god. This is exactly what Lin Ke needs right now. Just then, the voice of Anubis, the god of death, came from the darkness, and the jackal bone began to move its jaws with a crackling sound. Your majesty, I will descend into the real world using this jackal as my vessel. I, Anubis, the god of death, will answer your call at any time. This is a blessing, and I am willing to go. Lin Ke then squatted down, looked at the jackal bone, and gently patted its head. Very well, now it's time to let that Hebrew god of mercy taste our might. Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, the jackal bone actually nodded. Without darkness, there is no dawn. Death will come upon their city, and their entrails will be used for divination. Lin Ke looked at the jackal bones and slightly raised the corners of his mouth. You're right. We should go now. After he finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the army of Holy Egypt, while Ramses and the jackal bone followed behind Lin Ke. Pass on the order. Keep going. Target, Forstad City. Chapter 176. The demon didn't show anything? On the other side. Forstad. The sun hung high in the sky, making the city, built on the desert and nestled against the large sand dunes, radiate heat. At the gates of Forstad, Hebrew soldiers were checking everyone entering or leaving the city. They always hold the knife handle in one hand, ready to strike immediately if they sense danger. Stop. At that moment, a soldier stopped a farmer carrying a sack, startling the farmer. Where are you from? What are you doing in town? The farmer was clearly frightened by this scene and stammered. Sir, two come from a village in the south. Two want to go to town to sell some grain. The farmer's voice trembled slightly, and he dared not move. The Hebrew soldier looked him up and down, then reached out and lifted the sack to carefully examine its contents. Then, I casually grabbed a handful from inside. After confirming that there were no problems, the Hebrew soldier waved his hand. Go in, but don't cause trouble in the city. The farmer nodded repeatedly, then quickly walked into the city gate. As soon as his figure disappeared around the corner, another Hebrew soldier whispered to his companion. These past few days have been incredibly busy. We haven't had a chance to rest at all. Yes. His companion sighed. I heard that demons have infiltrated the city, and even the city lord has personally ordered increased checks. Another soldier frowned. A demon? Really? Where did you hear that? Nobody in our unit knows about this. His companion simply shrugged. Who knows? We'll just do whatever the higher-ups say. Meanwhile, on the streets of the city, soldiers were questioning anyone who had recently entered the city. A soldier stopped a man in a gray cloak. You, raise your head. The man slowly raised his head, revealing a pale and tired face. The soldier stared into his eyes, a gaze that almost touched his soul. Where are you from? What are you doing in the city? The soldier asked. The man replied in a low voice. Sir, I come from the village to the east. I just came to the city to find some work. The Hebrew soldier frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the answer. He reached out and lifted the man's cloak, examining it carefully. Apart from some inner lining covered in sand and sweat, he found nothing. The Hebrew soldier simply waved his hand and said, Let's go. The man nodded and quickly left. As soon as his figure disappeared into the crowd, another Hebrew soldier whispered to his companion, That guy looks a bit suspicious. His companion smiled. Suspicious? Have you been too stressed lately? The soldier shook his head and did not answer. His gaze continued to wander across the street, searching. Just then, a commotion came from afar. The soldiers looked in the direction of the sound and saw a group of Hebrew soldiers leading several civilians toward them. What's going on? A soldier asked. The Hebrew soldier replied coldly. These men have had contact with the devil. We need to take them in for questioning. The Hebrew soldiers looked at each other, clearly surprised by the news. Someone actually had contact with the devil? Are you sure? A soldier asked. The Hebrew soldier nodded. Of course I'm sure. Can't you see it? The Hebrew soldier glanced at the men being escorted and noticed that they were thin and had sorrowful expressions. It felt like losing something important. So the Hebrew soldiers said nothing more and simply made way. The Hebrew soldiers led the men quickly toward the interrogation room in the center of the city. The people who were brought in sat in chairs, their faces pale, their eyes vacant, and there were even traces of tears in the corners of their eyes. However, those tear stains had absolutely nothing to do with their being escorted. All they could think about was that beautiful, gentle, lovely, and pure lady from Jerusalem. Which, in front of those soldiers stood a little girl. Do you remember her? At this moment, the little girl asked softly, her eyes filled with a hint of pity. Upon hearing the little girl's words, the Hebrew soldiers looked up, their emotions beginning to fluctuate. Yes, I remember. She was a very beautiful woman. An angel. I should have proposed to her back then. I live in regret every day, like a walking corpse. The little girl shook her head, her eyes filled with even more pity. She knew that these people had been bewitched by the devil's witchcraft, and had completely lost their minds. As the little girl released her divine power to purify the other party, she continued, "She is not what you imagine her to be. She is a demon who has blinded you." The group of people were stunned. They blinked, and their expressions gradually cleared. How could we? She's a demon. We have been bewitched by a demon. They began to mutter to themselves, their voices filled with regret and pain. The little girl didn't say anything more, but simply raised her hand again, releasing a soft light that enveloped the group of people. In the light, their expressions gradually calmed down, and all their intense human emotions disappeared. The little girl said softly, "You have all regained your senses now. Leave, you poor mortal." The men nodded, their eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you so much. You are the angel, our great God of mercy." They stood up, bowed deeply to the little girl, and then silently left the interrogation room. Just then, the door to the interrogation room was pushed open. A middle-aged man dressed in a magnificent robe walked in, his face showing both respect and fear. The man knelt on one knee, his voice filled with reverence. "Honorable God of mercy, I was truly astonished to learn of your presence here." The little girl turned around and looked at the man kneeling on the ground, her eyes still calm. "Get up, Lord City Lord. I just pity you. You didn't even know that a demon had infiltrated the city." The city lord stood up, his face full of remorse. "It was my dereliction of duty. Please punish me." The little girl shook her head. "I don't blame you. Demons are cunning by nature, and it's hard for ordinary people to detect them." The city lord breathed a sigh of relief, but his face betrayed his tension. "I have strengthened the city's defenses, and the entire city is now on high alert. The 3 great mages in the city have also ended their training ahead of schedule and are ready at any time." The little girl nodded. "Very good. You are very smart. But you must remember, since the people of Holy Egypt have infiltrated this city, they must have a purpose. Of the 7 angels, I am the one who cares about you the most and protects you in secret. Therefore, you must continue to be as cautious as you are while I am away." The city lord nodded solemnly. "I understand. I will immediately draft a battle report and notify the nearby cities." Upon hearing this, the little girl simply nodded. "Very good. However, if we notify everyone to enter a state of war preparedness now, it may affect the city's productivity. Why don't you wait for that demon to reveal the information before you take action? By the way, I also heard that the devil hasn't revealed anything yet. Is this news true?" The city lord frowned. "Yes, Your Grace, she didn't say anything. Moreover, we can only confirm that Holy Egypt is going to take some action, but we do not have any more specific intelligence about the other side." The little girl said calmly, "There must be a reason for this unusual situation. Demons usually don't keep their mouths shut like this. It seems that the reward that Holy Egypt offered her was indeed tempting enough. Take me to the dungeon." The city lord nodded and respectfully gestured for him to follow. "Please come with me." Chapter 177 Holy Water. My angel, we have arrived. This is the depths of the dungeons in the city of Fosterstadt. It is an area where sunlight and fresh air cannot reach. Therefore, the place is always filled with a bloody and putrid smell. But the little girl didn't care. She just kept moving forward. The torches on the wall flickered, casting the little girl's figure into a distorted shadow. The witch was chained to the stone wall, her wrists and ankles chafed raw by the rough iron rings, leaving black marks. But she still held her head high, a mocking smile on her lips. The witch's voice was hoarse yet still languid and sweet as she mocked the soldiers in their magic shield suits. "Oh dear, is that all you've got? You think you can make me talk with these painless instruments of torture?" The soldiers even wore special masks on their faces to prevent them from being affected by the witch's charm spell. They looked at her coldly. "Stop being stubborn." A soldier stepped forward, holding a whip covered in spikes. You'll tell sooner or later. The witch chuckled. Then let's give it a try. This whip should feel quite nice on my skin. The soldier said nothing more and lashed the witch's body hard with his whip. The whip whistled through the air, followed by a muffled thud as if flesh was being torn slightly. The witch's body trembled violently, but she didn't make a sound. She just bit her lips slightly, and the mocking smile from before remained on her face. The soldier sneered. Well? Still not going to talk. The witch raised her head, her eyes full of mockery. Continue. I like it. Use a little more force. The soldier's face darkened. Then I'll teach you a lesson for your venomous tongue first. He waved his hand, and another soldier stepped forward, holding a strange metal device. Flowering pear. It was a pear-shaped metal device with sharp blades covering its surface, which could be opened by rotating the handle. Since you're going to be stubborn, then try this. Let's see if you like it this time. The soldier said coldly, stuffing the flowering pear into the witch's mouth. The witch merely gave a wicked smile, seemingly not taking the terrifying instrument of torture seriously at all. The soldier twisted the handle fiercely, and the leaves of the flowering pear began to slowly unfold. Soon after, the witch's mouth was torn open, and black blood flowed down her chin. But she still didn't make a sound, only staring at the soldier with her mocking eyes, as if to say, "This isn't comfortable enough." The soldiers were clearly enraged. They swore a few foul words and then decided to use even more severe instruments of torture. Cult fork. It looks like a leather collar with 2 forks attached to its right end. Once the collar is placed around the prisoner's neck, one end of the fork will be inserted under the chin, and the other end will be inserted into the laryngeal cavity below the throat, all the way up to the collarbone. If the victim tries to lower or shake their head, the fork will penetrate deeper into the flesh, even piercing the throat. Try this. There was still no fear in the witch's eyes, but rather a hint of provocation. Come on, let me see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. She put on the collar, and soon blood began to slowly gush from her chin. The witch blinked hard a few times, but she still didn't make a sound. Moreover, the corners of her mouth were still turned up. The soldier seemed to sense something and sneered. So what? Aren't you going to tell me yet? The witch raised her head high, her eyes rolling downwards as she stared at the soldier. Oh, is that all? This is so boring. Upon hearing this, the soldiers' faces almost contorted in anger. They decided to use the most terrifying instruments of torture. The bronze bull punishment. It was a bronze bull-shaped torture device, hollow inside, into which a person could be locked, and then a fire would be lit at the bottom to roast them alive. Shove her in. I want to see how long this devil can last inside. The soldiers took the witch off the wall and stuffed her into the bronze bull. The witch then feigned fear, crying out for help, but when the soldiers asked her why she had come there, she remained silent. Speak up. What are you doing here? The witch feigned great fear. No, don't put me in there. I was wrong. I won't do it again. The soldiers had been torturing the witch for 2 days, and they knew her methods very well. She would sometimes feign extreme fear, only to begin mocking the soldiers after the torture was over. So the soldiers immediately lit a fire at the bottom of the bronze bull, and the flames spread rapidly, making the inside of the bull extremely hot. Go in, you demon. The witch was stuffed into the bronze bull, and soon, the bull began to moo. This is because the bronze bull amplifies the cries of prisoners, making them sound like the mooing of a bull. Of course, while this could cause pain to the witch, it was not enough to kill her. She just chuckled inside the bronze bull, and the sound came out as a series of moos when the bull made it. Just then, the dungeon door was pushed open. A little girl in a white dress walked in, her face expressionless. She said coldly, "That's enough. You won't get anything out of me like this." The soldiers immediately stepped aside and bowed their heads respectfully. "Your Excellency, the angel." The little girl walked up to the bronze bull, gently waved her hand, and the door of the bull opened automatically. The witch tumbled out, her human form now charred, and her hair boiling and stuck together. But the mocking smile still lingered on her face. "What is that all? Oh dear, I'm so comfortable inside." The little girl didn't answer, but instead took out a small bottle from her sleeve, which contained a clear liquid. "That is holy water. If you say nothing, you will only suffer more pain in vain." The little girl spoke coldly as she poured the holy water onto the witch. The moment the holy water touched the witch's skin, it made a sizzling sound, followed by a foul, burnt smell. Holy water was burning her demonic flesh and blood. In just a moment, she could no longer maintain her human form and completely transformed into a succubus. Finally, she let out a piercing scream. Her skin began to smoke, her flesh was scorched black, and even her perfect face was disfigured beyond recognition. The little girl simply looked at him indifferently, as if he were nothing more than an ant being scorched by a raging fire. Well, are you willing to talk now? The succubus gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with pain and rage. You despicable. The little girl ignored her curses and immediately interrupted her. Every time you refuse or tell a lie, I will burn off one of your toes. After she finished speaking, she poured the holy water onto the succubus's feet. The succubus's toes were immediately scorched black, and she let out an even more shrill scream. Oh! Her sweet voice, just moments before, immediately became hoarse. The little girl simply stepped forward. Now tell me, what did Holy Egypt send you here for? The succubus gritted her teeth and gave the other person a mocking glance. You sent me here to find you. The little girl didn't say anything more, but simply poured the holy water onto the succubus's other toe. The succubus screamed again, her body trembling violently. The little girl then came up behind the succubus and gently grasped its tail. What are you going to do? The succubus's voice became more intense, and her eyes widened immediately. But the little girl didn't care at all. Tell me, what did Holy Egypt send you here for? Chapter 178. The enemy approaches the city. Late at night, the army of Holy Egypt quietly approached the city of Fustat. The scout rushed over, knelt on one knee, and reported to Lin Ke. Your Majesty, the city of Fustat is heavily defended, with torches burning densely on the walls and the gates tightly closed. Lin Ke nodded as he examined the city in the civilization panel. The city walls are very strong, and it would take much longer to attack the city using the methods in Civilization 6. However, Lin Ke could see in the civilization panel where the garrison was more concentrated. He could use this as a feint to the other side. Nantong then stepped forward and whispered to Lin Ke, Your Majesty, I think we should prepare for the worst. The witch may have confessed and returned to the Hebrew Empire. Lin Ke didn't answer immediately. He thought for a moment. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Nantong, you're right. We really need to prepare for the worst. But in any case, it is too early to conclude that the witch has sided with the other side. We must stand firm in our position, because Holy Egypt still needs the power of the Witchcraft Society. Nantong nodded, but the worry on her face did not disappear. Your Majesty, what if the witch really sided with the Hebrew Empire? Lin Ke remained calm. If the witch really sided with the Hebrew Empire, it only proves that she is a fickle opportunist. That would make things much simpler. As long as we demonstrate the power of the ancient Egyptian gods and retake Fustat, the witch society will once again submit to Holy Egypt. Nantong thought for a while before understanding Lin Ke's meaning, and then asked, What if the witch doesn't confess? Lin Ke frowned slightly. That's the worst-case scenario. If the witch stands firm, the Hebrew Empire will use her to blackmail us. In this way, although neither the Hebrews nor Holy Egypt can gain the support of the Witchcraft Society, it is still more advantageous for the Hebrew Empire. After all, the Witches' Guild is still part of the Holy Egypt's power. Controlling the witches is equivalent to weakening the Holy Egypt's strength. Nantong sighed. Then what should we do? Lin Ke did not answer immediately. His gaze once again turned to the distant city of Fustat. Various possibilities flashed through his mind. Finally, he slowly said, In any case, Fustat is one of the easiest cities for us to conquer at the moment. If we change our target now, the army will have to march further and take more time. Moreover, with the prophecy approaching, Holy Egypt needs temples to summon as many ancient gods as possible, so attacking the city of Fustat is our best option. Nantong nodded, but still hesitated. But Your Majesty, the defenses of Fustat are so tight that we may have difficulty penetrating. We have no choice but to take it by force. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke's lips curled up slightly. Look, we have a map of the city of Fosterstat, the city of the witch flower. We already have a detailed understanding of the military strength within the city. Moreover, I have decided that we will first surround the city of Fustat, and then use that as leverage to negotiate with the other side. Nantong was taken aback. Negotiation? Your Majesty, shouldn't we launch a surprise attack tonight? Lin Ke nodded. The situation has changed. We have the advantage in strength, so there is no need to act rashly. There are still temples and people in the city. If we launch a surprise attack using the ancient gods at night, there are too many uncertainties. While that would increase the chances of capturing the city, it would also increase the chances of destroying the temple. Furthermore, I intend to learn more about the current situation of the witches through negotiations. Nantong nodded upon hearing Lin Ke's words. After all, they now possess Anubis, the god of death, proving that their chances of winning the battle are indeed very high. Lin Ke continued, negotiation may not always be useful, but at least it can buy us time and allow us to understand the other party's intentions more clearly. Furthermore, if the witch is not dead, we can also test her stance through negotiation. Nantong nodded and said nothing more. Lin Ke immediately turned to the messenger beside him and said, pass down the order. The army will immediately surround the city of Fosterstad. Not even a fly will be able to get past it. The messenger immediately obeyed and left. Yes, Your Majesty, the Holy Pharaoh. The army moved swiftly, and the soldiers silently surrounded the city of Folstad. On the city wall, the Hebrew soldiers had clearly noticed something amiss. The torches began to move, and more of them appeared. Your Majesty, we have completed the encirclement. An officer rushed over and reported to Lin Ke. Lin Ke remained calm, still gazing at the distant city. Very good. Tell the soldiers to stay vigilant and not to act rashly. The officer accepted the order and left. Nantong stepped forward and asked him in a low voice, Your Majesty, what should we do next? Should we ask this old minister to lead the charge? Lin Ke shook his head. No need. I will go to the city to negotiate in person first thing tomorrow morning when it is light. Upon hearing this, Nantong bowed and nodded solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty, the Holy Pharaoh. As dawn broke, Lin Ke led his guards to the outskirts of Forstad. Ramses was also behind Link, and behind Link was the army of Holy Egypt, as well as many masters Hika whose bodies shimmered with a faint golden light. Of course, there are also cavalry and Mariana chariot archers. These warriors, with their bodies glowing with golden light, made the Hebrew soldiers on the city wall stare wide-eyed. After all, those were the famous warriors of Holy Egypt, endowed with divine power. On the city wall, Hebrew soldiers drew their bows and arrows, watching them warily. The magician also gathered magic power in his hands, ready to act. Among them, one could also see magicians dressed in unusual attire. Lin Ke immediately recognized them as ultimate grand mages. Of course, if the enemy doesn't have gods, this level of military strength is far from enough. At this moment, Lin Ke shouted loudly, I am the Holy Pharaoh of Holy Egypt. Please have your city lord come out and speak. There was silence on the city wall for a while. Then a middle-aged man dressed in a magnificent robe stepped out. He looked at Lin Ke with a fierce gaze. The Holy Pharaoh of Holy Egypt. You've come all this way with so many soldiers, you must be planning to take back this city. But this place already belongs to the Hebrew Empire. Lin Ke simply smiled and continued, Lord City Lord, I, the Holy Pharaoh, have come here today to negotiate with you. At this moment, a little girl slowly peeked out from next to the city lord. He stared intently at Lin Ke, motionless. Chapter 179 Bring that demon here. A sharp pain shot through the succubus's tailbone. Her tail was ripped off by that little girl. The excruciating pain spread from her tailbone throughout her body, as if every nerve was being burned by flames. At the same time, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. She let out a few demonic roars, her eyes filled with rage. A wicked angel. I kill you. Her tail, the tail that symbolized her strength and dignity, was now casually held in the little girl's hand. Like a trophy. She flicked the tail in her hand lightly, her expression remaining calm. Your tail is quite pretty, but it smells disgusting. The succubus gritted her teeth, unleashing her sorcery. She tried to struggle, but her limbs were bound by invisible chains, rendering her immobile. At the same time, a white light began to seep from her skin. That was the power of an angel, and that power was slowly eroding her body. This made her breathing rapid, and even with all her might, she still couldn't break free from this terrible restraint. The little girl's voice was soft. You can't resist me. Your secrets, your memories, will all be dug out by me, little by little. Whether you say it or not, it's the same to me. You have no choice, you demon. The succubus's pupils contracted sharply as she felt a chilling force invading her consciousness. That was the power of divine magic, peering into her memories. She was powerless to resist. Her strength seemed utterly inadequate in the face of this divine magic. Images flashed through her mind. Oh, Your Majesty, the Holy Pharaoh. Someone is watching you. What reward will you give me this time? When the angels saw these scenes, the succubus's heart raced and her breathing became erratic. The little girl narrowed her eyes slightly, revealing a pitying expression. Oh, you've fallen in love with the Holy Pharaoh. A succubus falling in love with a human? Absurd, laughable. Poor mortals, to be loved by the devil, it's a curse. The succubus's face turned pale, her lips trembled slightly, but she couldn't make a sound. After all, this is a disgrace to succubi. Not only were they defeated by the enemy, but they were also stripped naked and exposed by the enemy. It feels like your mortal enemy knocks you down, tramples you on the ground, empties your pockets, and then pities you for being a pathetic wretch who doesn't even have half a copper coin. For the first time, she felt a sense of humiliation as a demon. The little girl simply continued, "How pitiful. However, neither of you are any good people. And what do you think the holy pharaoh is, some great king? He's nothing but a pathetic human being, a hypocrite who uses demonic power. How foolish of you to fall in love with him." The succubus gritted her teeth, but she was powerless to refute. Her power was suppressed by divine magic, and now she didn't even have the strength to speak. She could only watch helplessly as the little girl looked at her with that contemptuous gaze, as if she were a laughable toy. The little girl then grabbed the succubus's long hair and looked at her face, half of which was charred. "I will prove to you how ordinary and pathetic the holy pharaoh was. You'd better open your eyes and take a good look when the time comes. Once you see the true face of the holy pharaoh, you will declare that the witchcraft society will once again pledge allegiance to the Hebrew Empire. You must always remember that if it weren't for your identity in the witchcraft guild, and if it weren't for the fact that you might still be useful to the Hebrew Empire, I would have killed you by now." The succubus trembled slightly as she looked into the other's eyes, feeling a chill run through her body. The little girl said nothing more, turned and left the room, leaving the succubus alone, bound in place. "Untie her." Not long after, the door to the room was opened again. Several soldiers walked in, their eyes fierce, and rudely unlocked the chains. They freed the succubus from her restraints, but she had by then lost all her strength and was no longer able to resist. "Get up and come with us," one of the soldiers said coldly, as he used a special tool to lift the succubus up. This was done as a precaution, but it only made the succubus's already severely injured body suffer even more pain. But she's gotten used to it. The succubus did not resist. She knew that resistance would be futile. She was led out of the room and down a long corridor. The sunlight stung her eyes, and she felt as if she was about to faint. "You've come all this way with so many soldiers, you must be planning to take back this city. But this place already belongs to the Hebrew Empire." At that moment, the man's voice was interrupted, and a familiar voice rang out from afar. "Lord of the city, I, the holy pharaoh, have come here today to negotiate with you." It was a very familiar voice. Why did they still come? She murmured to herself, because in the succubus's view, His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh should have already received her intelligence. Dangerous Holy Pharaoh. The enemy has gods. Her voice was so soft that the two soldiers next to her couldn't hear what she was saying. The little girl stood on tiptoe by the city wall, looking down at the Holy Pharaoh. Then, she turned her head away. "Bring that demon here." The soldiers brought the succubus to the little girl's side, and then the little girl simply grabbed the succubus's other side and pointed down. "Look, the Holy Pharaoh's army is right below. They're here to liberate this city, right?" The succubus's body trembled slightly. She did not answer, nor did she have the strength to. The little girl continued, "If you think they're here to save you, you're sorely mistaken. They're doing this for their own goals, not for you. To them, you are nothing more than a dispensable tool. But it was different in the Hebrew Empire. Our Supreme King will reward meritorious warriors, even those who are our angel's mortal enemies." The succubus then mustered all her strength to look down. She did not see the Holy Pharaoh clearly, but she did see a golden light that resembled a human. That is the god of the desert and the Nile. Wait until you see the true face of the Holy Pharaoh. You will understand that you only have one choice. That is, to be loyal to the Hebrew Empire. So she whispered a few words to the Hebrew Lord. Then, the Hebrew city lord straightened his chest again. "Holy Pharaoh of Egypt. The branch president of the Witchcraft Society has accepted the proposal to rejoin the Hebrew Empire. If you try to launch a direct attack on Fulstad, I'm afraid you have no chance of winning. Because we already know all your intelligence." The soldiers of Holy Egypt were in an uproar upon hearing this. That witch, did they really betray us? Chapter 180 Death, be with me. The little girl was standing next to the succubus. He gently lifted the corners of his mouth, revealing an innocent smile. But to the succubus, that smiling face appeared somewhat terrifying and cruel. The little girl's fingers gently brushed across the succubus's scorched cheek, her voice soft. "Listen, did you hear that? The people of Holy Egypt think you have betrayed them. How could mortals possibly believe a demon? And how could a demon keep silent for the sake of mortals? Now you know how stupid you've been. Go on, listen carefully. The little girl smiled slightly and whispered a few words to the Lord of Fosterstadt. Then, the Lord of Fustat loudly proclaimed, "The Holy Pharaoh of Holy Egypt. The clerk of the Witchcraft Society has already told us everything about you. We are fully aware of your plans and your movements. You have no chance of winning, retreat." As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers of Holy Egypt became restless again. Some people began to whisper among themselves. As expected, the witch betrayed us. A demon is a demon. How could he possibly cooperate with us sincerely? His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh treated her so kindly. How could she be so ungrateful? Lin Ke ignored the soldiers' chatter. His gaze remained fixed on the little girl. He had seen what this little girl looked like in the information sent by the succubus. It was obvious that the little girl was advising the Lord of Foster City. Lin Ke remained calm. He had long understood that the little girl's purpose was to sow discord and dismantle the alliance between Holy Egypt and the Witchcraft Society. Therefore, he didn't care about what the other person said. Moreover, the more the other party pretends, the more it shows that they actually know nothing at all. In other words, the succubus did not betray Holy Egypt at all. Seeing that Lin Ke didn't react for a while, the little girl turned to the succubus and whispered, "See? Holy Egypt doesn't consider you an ally at all. It's pathetic that you, a demon, would keep quiet for someone like that. When faced with self-interest, that's just how mortals are. You'd better see this clearly." The succubus blinked a few times, but did not respond. She only pledges allegiance to the strong, and to her, the Holy Pharaoh was not merely a strong figure, but a terrifying being she could not surpass. It far surpasses the Baphomet demon, the ruler of the Witchcraft Society. However, the little girl, who was also the goddess of mercy, was unaware of all this. Just then, Lin Ke finally spoke. His voice was calm, yet it resonated throughout the area, "The Lord of Forstad City. Just as you said, the branch leader of the Witchcraft Society has already told you everything. So what did she tell you? Is this the movement of our holy Egyptian army, or our army's siege strategy?" The city lord on the city wall sneered and immediately replied, "All of them. We know you've come to liberate this city. We know that you want to kill all the Hebrews and then retake this city." Upon hearing the city lord's words, Lin Ke simply shook his head. He looked at the other person with his large, smoky-eyed eyes. "Nonsense. We're not here to liberate this place. We're here to negotiate. If you are willing to hand over the branch leader of the Witchcraft Society, we will withdraw our troops immediately." Upon hearing this, the city lord's expression changed, clearly not expecting Lin Ke to respond in this way. He turned to the little girl and asked in a low voice, "What should we do now?" The little girl smiled slightly and whispered a few words in the city lord's ear. After hearing this, the city lord's expression softened slightly, and he continued to speak loudly to Lin Ke. "If we hand her over to you, won't you still attack? If the Holy Pharaoh goes back on his word, we will be the ones who suffer." Upon hearing this, Lin Ke simply smiled calmly. So he continued, "I know that there is a god in your city who is in charge. I know everything about your city." These words were like a bomb, instantly causing a huge uproar on the city wall. The city lord was shocked and muttered to himself, "How is this possible? How did he know? Even with such tight security in the city, how did they still manage to get their spies to leak information out?" The succubus on the city wall suddenly froze upon hearing Lin Ke's words. She initially thought it was because her information hadn't been transmitted. But if that's the case, it means that His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh came here after knowing this information. "Your Majesty, Pharaoh, please don't save me. Hurry up." The succubus believed that the Holy Pharaoh was truly trying to save her, so she used all her strength to force her voice into her throat. The little girl just gave her a disdainful look, and then decided not to hide it anymore. After all, the other party already knew his identity. So she slowly stood up, picked up the succubus, and placed her on the side of the city wall. It's the kind of thing that a succubus would smash her body to the ground with the slightest push. Not only that, a dazzling divine light condensed in her hand. "Holy Pharaoh, if you dare to order an attack, I will kill this succubus immediately. I never imagined that you would lead your warriors to their deaths for a demon. How pitiful your soldiers are, to die for such a trivial reason." However, the people of Holy Egypt simply stared intently at each other. These soldiers were almost all loyal followers of Lin Ke, having followed him since he became king. Therefore, they were well aware that the god was sowing discord. Upon hearing her words, Lin Ke merely raised the corners of her mouth slightly. You're only half right. At this moment, Lin Ke's gaze fell on the succubus. After seeing her broken tail and the wounds all over her body, he immediately confirmed his thoughts. That's right, the succubus did not betray Holy Egypt at all. All of this is a conspiracy by the God of mercy. Lin Ke's expression remained calm, but a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. He raised his head, his voice carrying even through the city of Fulstad. Shameless Hebrew invaders. You have occupied our homes and enslaved our people. And now, they dare to torture our witches, sow discord here, and spout nonsense. Today, you will face the reckoning of Holy Egypt. Hearing Lin Ke's words, the little girl simply smiled and gradually shifted her attention away from the witch. What an arrogant, holy pharaoh. I can sense that your desert and Nile god is only of mid-level divine power. How can he fight me? I am a god of the highest rank. Lin Ke's gaze suddenly sharpened, and his brows furrowed. Anubis, the god of death. Obey my commands. Answer my call. With your divine power, crush the south gate. The little girl suddenly paused, because she was now at the north gate. Moreover, she immediately sensed a divine power. A divine power, equally matched with hers. Black smoke billowed, and the earth trembled. A colossal figure emerged from the dark smoke and dust. Death is with me. Chapter 181. Your deaths are about to come. 5 minutes ago. Southgate. At the front of the city wall, Hebrew infantrymen held round shields and short swords, leaning slightly forward with their feet firmly planted on the ground. They knew very well that if the soldiers of Holy Egypt launched an attack on the city, they would be the first warriors to rush up and shoot down the enemy. Even as sweat dripped from the soldiers' foreheads, they dared not wipe it away. The army of Holy Egypt formed a tight square formation, with spearmen in the front row holding their spears horizontally, and others carrying ladders, ready to charge at any moment. The slingers and archers in the back row gripped their weapons tightly, staring intently at the Hebrews on the city wall. They knew very well that once the siege began, they would have to follow the charging soldiers forward. They must provide fire support from below the city walls. Otherwise, the vanguard of Holy Egypt will only die one after another in vain. The mages on both sides stared at each other. They only have eyes for those who can use magic. The two sides are locked in a stalemate, and a major battle could break out at any moment once their leader gives the order. Although it was far from the north gate, the voice of Holy Pharaoh Lin Ke could still be heard. You have occupied our homes and enslaved our people. And now, they dare to torture our witches, sow discord here, and spout nonsense. Today, you are about to face the reckoning of Holy Egypt. Upon hearing this, the Hebrew garrison swallowed hard, and their arms, which were fully drawn with longbows, trembled slightly. Just as the two sides were locked in a standoff, a jackal with only a skeleton hid its body in the desert and slowly approached the south gate. It only emerged from the sand when it got close to the city wall. I have reached my goal, God of the desert and the Nile. The voice that only the gods of Egypt could hear reached Ramses's consciousness. Then, Ramses looked at Lin Ke and nodded slightly. Then, a resounding, expansive sound came from Lin Ke. Anubis, the god of death. Obey my commands. Answer my call. With your divine power, crush the south gate. In an instant, black smoke burst forth from the skeleton, and a huge black beam of light shot from the ground into the sky. The destructive power of the gods immediately blasted towards the south gate of Foster. Boom! After a deafening roar, the south gate city wall was reduced to dust by the impact, with rubble and dust flying everywhere. The Hebrew soldiers on the city walls were also thrown into the sky, then fell into the desert and the city, turning into mincemeat. Your deaths are about to come. A beast-like roar appeared in the black light, and a tall figure slowly emerged from the black smoke. Jackal head, golden eyes. He wore a black and yellow nimbus turban and held the scepter of life and reincarnation in his hand. Death. Anubis. What is that? That is our Egyptian god. It's the ancient god Anubis. The soldiers of Holy Egypt were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They simply stared wide-eyed at the sight before them in disbelief. At that moment, Anubis, the god of death, stepped forward, surrounded by purplish-black flames. Many Hebrew soldiers fell down the moment they approached him. Their physical bodies were still intact, but a wisp of white smoke rose from them and then immediately dissipated. Their souls were burned. That was the soul flame of Anubis, the god of death. Any living thing that came near him would have its soul burned away instantly. What on earth is this thing? He is a god of Holy Egypt? Run, run. Knowing the power of the gods, The Hebrew soldiers immediately turned and ran. Anubis, the god of death, raised his scepter and swung it at the Hebrew soldiers on the city wall. Whoosh! As the scepter fell, some Hebrew soldiers raised their shields in an attempt to defend themselves. But the scepter turned to dust the moment it touched the shield. The soldier's body and soul were annihilated in an instant, without even a scream. Run, run. This is a demon summoned by Holy Egypt. The attack by Anubis, the god of death, terrified the Hebrew soldiers, who could no longer distinguish whether it was a god or a devil. Another soldier tried to escape, but as soon as he took a step, he heard a terrifying sound echoing from behind. Wither, vanish. Then, a strange fire broke out on the ground, and the Hebrew soldier felt his bones burning and his body turning into dust. Meanwhile, the Hebrew soldiers were thrown into complete panic. Run, run. How can we possibly win this? Retreat to the city center. At the north gate, the little girl was watching Lin Ke with a cold smile, preparing to threaten him into retreating by using the succubus's life. However, the loud noise from the south gate and the black beam of light shooting into the sky immediately stunned her. She turned her head, her gaze passing through the city wall, and saw the tall jackal head and the enormous figure surrounded by purplish-black flames. What is that? Death, Anubis? An animal? The little girl frowned slightly. In her understanding, no god had appeared in Egypt for many years. She had never seen a god with the head of a jackal before. That deity's power is actually at the level of a chief god. Holy Egypt now has two gods. What is going on? In the instant the little girl was distracted, Lin Ke immediately turned to look at Ramses beside him. Ramses nodded, and his figure transformed into a yellow flash, instantly disappearing from the spot. The next moment, Ramses appeared on the city wall. Ramses picked up the succubus and his figure flashed again, returning to Lin Ke's side in the blink of an eye. The whole process took only a moment. By the time the little girl sensed the surge of divine power and prepared to act immediately, the succubus had already vanished without a trace. Clearly, he didn't know much about Ramses, a god with extremely high speed. What? The little girl turned around abruptly and found that the succubus was no longer there. Her face turned ashen instantly, and when she looked down again, the succubus had already moved to the side of the holy pharaoh. The Hebrew soldiers in the city, seeing the carnage at the south gate, also fell into chaos. The south gate has been breached. We're doomed. Although the Hebrew magicians tried to organize a defense, their formation had already collapsed, and their strength was simply insufficient. The city lord stood on the city wall, his face pale. He said to the little girl, his voice trembling, "My angel, what should we do? The south gate has been breached, and Anubis, the god of death, is slaughtering our soldiers." At this moment, the little girl simply looked down at the holy pharaoh. The divine power in her hands was gradually gathering. Chapter 182 Arrival. God of Mercy. At this moment, the little girl stood on the city wall, looking down at Lin Ke, her hands already gathering divine power. She decided to kill the holy pharaoh of Holy Egypt here to prevent future troubles. But at that moment, Ramses slowly approached Lin Ke, and he too began to gather divine power and slowly uttered a sound. Useless. You cannot defeat me unless you transform into your true form. If you cannot defeat me, you will never be able to harm a single hair on His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Upon hearing this, the little girl did not show anger or contempt towards Ramses. Instead, she looked at Lin Ke with a deep sense of pity and sorrow. Her voice, clear and crisp, now carried a weight beyond her years, as if it came from the heavens. Holy Pharaoh, you truly make me feel sorry for you. As the king of Holy Egypt, you have stooped to summoning animal gods and even associating with demons. Has your Holy Egypt stooped to such a level in your pursuit of victory? Her voice echoed in the air, and even her hair stood on end. Clearly, her divine power is surging, and it won't be long before her true form appears. However, Lin Ke seemed not to have heard her words at all. He was only looking at the succubus who had been rescued. She no longer possessed the charming and alluring demeanor she once had. Her face was mostly scalded by the holy water. Her skin was charred black, revealing the hideous, demonic flesh beneath. Her eyes were no longer human pupils, but blood-red vertical pupils, with curved horns on her forehead, and the small wings on her back were tattered. Her body trembled slightly, as if she didn't even have the strength to stand up, and could only barely keep herself from falling. Lin Ke slowly walked to her side, squatted down, and gently held her limp hand, dripping with black blood. You must know that His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's body is of utmost nobility. He would not, and cannot, touch anything unclean. But Lin Ke didn't care about any of that. There was no disgust or fear in his eyes, only a gentle tenderness and pity like a warm summer breeze. You've worked hard. These words were as light as a breeze, but to the succubus, they felt as if her heart had been struck by a boulder. She was stunned. Her scarlet pupils contracted slightly. Then, she lowered her head, looked at her burned hand, and looked up into Lin Ke's eyes. There was not a trace of disdain or disgust in those eyes, only a tenderness she had never felt before. It was a strange emotion that a demon had never felt before. Her throat felt constricted, and after a long pause, she managed to squeeze out a trembling voice. "Your Majesty, Holy Pharaoh." At that moment, she subconsciously raised one hand, trying to cover her face. However, she soon realized how critical the situation was. That angel, he'll reveal his true form soon. Suddenly, her eyes became anxious, and her voice quickened. "Your Majesty, that angel. He is a very powerful god. His power far surpasses that of ordinary gods. If Holy Egypt were to launch a forced siege, it would likely suffer heavy losses. You'd better retreat before he reveals his true form." Her tone was almost pleading, as if she had long forgotten that she was a demon, but a servant who was wholeheartedly devoted to the Holy Pharaoh. Lin Ke gently shook his head, and even smiled. The succubus was taken aback. "Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh?" Lin Ke gently stroked the succubus's burned cheek, as if he were carefully touching a newborn baby. Of course, Lin Ke did not expect that the witch, that is, the succubus, would go to such lengths for him. In Lin Ke's view, whether it is a demon or a god, a thief or a king, as long as they can help him, they are allies. Those who are willing to give their lives for you are your precious partners. At this moment, Lin Ke simply said in a low voice, "Why are you still worried about me at a time like this? You are clearly a demon, yet you went to such lengths for a human being." Upon hearing this, the succubus gasped in shock. Her pupils trembled again, and then a single red tear slid down her cheek. Those were the tears of a demon, burning hot, dripping onto her charred skin with a soft hissing sound. The succubus had never experienced such emotions before. A strange, indescribable feeling. It was as if something was churning inside her chest, causing her both pain and warmth. Lin Ke's gaze then fell on the succubus's tailbone, where there should have been a beautiful, long tail, but now it was empty. There are no more magnificent sights to admire. His brow furrowed slightly, and the cobra on his turban gleamed menacingly in the sunlight. "You protect me with your life, and that is protecting Holy Egypt. The pain you have suffered is also our pain." Lin Ke slowly stood up, his furrowed brows becoming even more pronounced. Just then, the little girl on the city wall let out a cold laugh. Her voice was becoming increasingly ethereal and clear. "Holy Pharaoh, you shameless and short-sighted king. Today, I'll show you what the power of the God of mercy truly is." As soon as she finished speaking, a dazzling white light suddenly burst forth from her body and shot straight into the sky. The light was so intense that the surrounding soldiers had to close their eyes, and some even groaned in pain. Pain will vanish in the light of mercy. As the light gradually faded, the little girl's figure had disappeared. Instead, there was a male angel with 4 wings. Although his body was only half the size of Anubis, the god of death, he was suspended in the air. Each of his wings radiated a pure white light, as if it could purify all the filth in the world. He looked down at Lin Ke and the army of Saint Egypt with pity, as if they were a group of insignificant ants. "Poor wicked man. Let me end your suffering." Ramses immediately sensed the opponent's immense power. "Your Majesty, Holy Pharaoh, I perceive that the opponent's divine power is extremely strong, far exceeding that of ordinary chief gods." Upon seeing this, the succubus's eyes were immediately filled with fear. That was what she, as a demon, feared most. The true form of an angel. Her body began to tremble violently, because she knew that Ramses and Anubis alone would not be able to take the city. Moreover, in battles between gods, once a slight advantage emerges, that advantage will grow larger and larger, like a snowball rolling down a mountain. In short, it's very dangerous. Most importantly, Master Hika and Ramses alone are simply not enough to protect the Holy Pharaoh. The Holy Pharaoh may die. Then, the succubus pleaded almost tearfully, "Your Majesty, the Holy Pharaoh, please withdraw your troops. Don't cause unnecessary casualties. That angel is very strong. You can't win." However, Lin Ke seemed not to hear her words. His tightly furrowed brow slowly relaxed, and even the corners of his mouth slowly lifted. Then, he slowly opened his arms, and his voice resounded in all directions. Witness the mighty power of Holy Egypt. Horus, the god of the sky. Sobuk, the god of crocodiles. Obey my commands. Answer my call. Chapter 183. Your soul will be weighed by the gods. As Lin Ke finished speaking, the god of mercy in the heavens slightly widened his eyes. Meanwhile, all the soldiers from Holy Egypt and the Hebrews displayed exaggerated expressions, some different but similar. On one side was extreme joy, and on the other side was extreme fear. At the same time, two stone coffins not far behind Lin Ke slowly floated up, breaking free from the constraints of gravity, as if an invisible force was lifting them up. It should be noted that it takes dozens of strong soldiers to lift just one stone coffin. Then, the lid of the stone coffin slowly slid open, and the stone coffin stood upright in the air. Inside, the mummy wrapped in white linen was also revealed. Those were originally the bodies of the holy pharaoh's parents, but now they have become the vessels of two gods. At this moment, the linen wrapped around the mummy began to slowly twist as if it had been infused with life. Like cobras awakening from the darkness, coiling and stretching, the mummy's body began to emit even more intense light. Boom! In an instant, two dazzling beams of light descended from the sky and pierced straight into the stone coffin. The red light is as intense as a raging flame, while the orange light is as warm as the rising sun. It's here. Ancient Egyptian gods. Destruction is coming. Within the red pillar of light, the crocodile god Sobuk descended. The figure of the crocodile god Sobuk appeared exceptionally large, wielding two enormous double-edged battle axes whose blades were completely enveloped in raging red sand. His eyes were stained crimson with rage, and the dust around him was also infected by his fury, turning red. Wherever the eagle soars, that is our land. From within the orange pillar of light, Horus, the sky god, took flight. His eagle head was raised high, his wings spread wide, blotting out the sky, and the feathers on his wings shimmered with a golden hue. With a flap of his wings, a gale arose, swirling the sand and dust from the ground into the sky, where it twisted into a massive vortex. The arrival of Sobuk, the crocodile god, and Horus, the sky god, immediately plunged the entire battlefield into a brief silence. The two ancient gods appeared at Lin Ke's summons. The soldiers of Holy Egypt stared wide-eyed at the two beams of light shooting into the sky, and the enormous figures that gradually appeared within them. Some soldiers couldn't help but kneel down, raising their hands high, their voices filled with fervor and awe. The gods have descended. It's Sobuk, the crocodile god, and Horus, the sky god. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh has summoned the ancient gods again. Three ancient gods. Three ancient gods. The ancient gods did not abandon us. They have returned. The Hebrew soldiers on the other side were completely thrown into panic. Their faces were pale, and they could barely hold their weapons. Holy Egypt actually has two gods. How is that possible? How are we supposed to fight like this? Run, run. It's impossible to win. Their previously high morale completely collapsed at this moment, and many people began to retreat, with some even dropping their weapons and turning to run away. When the god of mercy in the sky saw the figures of Sobuk and Horus, shock appeared for the first time in his compassionate eyes. Two more animal gods. That's impossible. The gods of Holy Egypt have long since fallen. How could they possibly reappear? Then he looked at Lin Ke and gathered his divine power. Holy Pharaoh, what methods did you use? Lin Ke stood on the ground, looking up at the god of mercy in the sky, his expression calm. His voice was icy. You have no right to ask me questions. The god of mercy's expression darkened, and white divine power condensed in his hand, transforming into a dazzling beam of light. He said coldly, Arrogant Holy Pharaoh, today, I will end you. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand, and the white divine light shot straight towards Lin Ke like a divine punishment. Wherever the beam of light passed, the air was torn apart, and a piercing shriek filled the air. The power of this strike was enough to raze a city to the ground, let alone a mere mortal. However, just as the beam of light was about to hit Lin Ke, a huge figure suddenly blocked his way. It is the crocodile god Sobuk. His body was like a mountain, and he took the brunt of the divine light head-on. A white beam of light struck his chest, creating a deafening explosion. However, Sobuk only took a slight step back, leaving a charred mark on his chest, but his eyes became even redder, like a volcano filled with lava. Roar! Sobuk let out a deafening roar, his anger intensifying and his power becoming even more terrifying. His body began to swell, and red sand swirled wildly around him. He raised his double axes high, and the red dust on the axe blades began to burn like flames. Die! Sobuk leaped up, cracking the city walls, and swung his double axes down fiercely at the God of Mercy. His movements were as fast as lightning, and the force he unleashed was earth-shattering. The God of Mercy's expression changed, and he hurriedly raised his hand to release a white divine power barrier in an attempt to block the attack. Sobuk's double axes struck a white barrier with a loud bang. The barrier shattered instantly, and the God of Mercy was blasted away by this terrifying force, his body crashing towards the south gate like a cannonball. His wings trembled violently in the air, and a trace of golden divine blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? His power is actually at the level of a main god. The God of Mercy barely managed to steady himself, his eyes filled with shock. However, before he could react, a chilling, killing intent suddenly came from behind him. Your empire will be destroyed by falsehoods. A deep voice sounded in his ear. It is Anubis, the god of death. Anubis's scepter struck the back of the God of Mercy with a dull thud. The God of Mercy trembled violently, his divine power became unstable, and the white light began to dissipate. One of his wings was also broken by this attack, and golden divine blood splattered in the air. No, this is impossible. For the first time, fear appeared on the face of the God of Mercy. He frantically flapped his remaining wings, trying to escape the battlefield. No, I must pass this information on to my brothers and sisters. However, before he could finish his move, Horus swooped down from the sky. Horus's wings whipped up a raging storm, and his figure darted and spun within it, appearing instantly before the God of Mercy. His fist, swirling with sand, slammed into the face of the God of Mercy. Bang! With a muffled thud, the body of the God of Mercy fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. His face was contorted by the punch, and divine blood splattered across the sky. His body crashed heavily to the ground, and the resulting debris and dust nearly destroyed most of the city. However, the gods of Holy Egypt did not give him any chance. The crocodile god Sobuk and the god of death Anubis appeared beside him almost simultaneously. Sobuk raised his double axes high, while Anubis's scepter exuded a deathly aura that was both intensely hot and chillingly cold. Turn to dust! The crocodile god Sobuk roared, and brought his double axes down fiercely. Your soul will be weighed by the gods. Anubis, the god of death, also raised his scepter. Two terrifying forces simultaneously struck the God of Mercy. His body completely collapsed at that moment, and the white divine light scattered like broken glass. His wings turned to ashes, and his divine body gradually dissipated, eventually turning into nothingness. His divine power dissipated, and his body vanished. It wasn't death. The God of Mercy was defeated. His body will travel to the place of his birth, where it will be reborn after a long period of time. Chapter 180 for the awareness of those in power. No, this can't be real. The God of Mercy has been defeated. But it's only been a few minutes. Could it be that these gods of Holy Egypt are all chief gods? The fleeing Hebrew soldiers immediately stopped in their tracks. The defeat of the God of Mercy was like a heavy hammer blow, shattering the last remaining tenacious will of the Hebrews in the city of Forstat. On the city wall, the soldiers who had been trying to put up a fight now dropped their weapons and knelt down. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair. In their eyes, the three holy Egyptian gods represented the end of the world. The Lord of Forstad was trembling as he descended from the city wall and slowly approached Lin Ke. His face was filled with exhaustion and helplessness. His knees buckled, and he knelt down on the ground. Holy Pharaoh, Your Majesty, we surrender. He took a deep breath, his voice pleading. Please spare the Hebrews in the city. They are just ordinary people and have nothing to do with this war. Lin Ke was now standing amidst the ruins on the outskirts of the city. Upon hearing the city lord's words, Lin Ke merely glanced at him indifferently. He didn't want to respond because that's not how the Hebrews treated the Egyptians. He could clearly see the dead Egyptians at the edge of the ruins. To be precise, they were Egyptian slaves. Those Egyptian slaves were starving, and when the god unleashed his shockwave, their bodies immediately gave way, and they died instantly. Looking at Fustat, the city is now a scene of devastation. The city walls collapsed in many places, and the streets were littered with broken stones and burning flames. Houses collapsed, and smoke and dust filled the air. A strange smell filled the air, which Lin Ke guessed came from the person whose soul had been stolen by Anubis, the god of death. Because he had smelled a similar scent in the underworld, although different, there were similarities. Many innocent civilians perished in this war of gods, their bodies scattered across the ruins. Some were annihilated by divine power, leaving no trace of their survival. Perhaps it can only be found in the memories and words of others. The survivors huddled in a corner, their eyes filled with fear and helplessness. The post-war handling was the most troublesome part. This will involve many things. Lin Ke took a light breath and finally responded to the city lord. I can let them go, but on one condition. All Hebrews must lay down their weapons and restore this city that you have destroyed. The city lord was taken aback for a moment, then nodded hurriedly. Clearly this was a much better outcome than he had expected. Yes, yes. We will certainly do as you have instructed. Lin Ke nodded slightly, then looked at Ramses. Ramses' eyes flickered a few times. Your Majesty, there is no longer any sign of gods in this area. It's over. The enemy is no longer a threat. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke raised his hand and gestured to the three deities. Sobuk let out a low growl, and the red dust on his twin axes gradually dissipated. Horus folded his wings and landed behind Lin Ke from a great height. Anubis stood to the side, the aura of death emanating from his scepter gradually receding. Lin Ke knew very well that if the three ancient gods continued to kill, although they could completely wipe out all the Hebrews, it would also greatly reduce the loyalty of the city of Forstad. People would perceive him as a cruel monarch, which would be extremely detrimental to his future rule. Although he never cared about what others thought, as a leader, he had to consider the long-term development of Holy Egypt. Therefore, despite feeling angry, I had no choice but to compromise. This is what those in positions of authority must consider and what they must do. Do not be angry, for anger diminishes wisdom. You must not harbor hatred, for hatred will cloud your judgment. Of course, he didn't want to let these despicable invaders get away with it. So he said, repairing this city is the first step in your atonement. From this day forward, you will dedicate your labor to the city until the day you die. You will be managed in a hierarchical manner, but not as slaves. Both Hebrews and holy Egyptians will live together on this land. Lin Ke had his reasons for saying that. Although Fustad is now classified as Holy Egypt on the civilization panel, the city is in extremely poor condition. Food shortages, low productivity, and a sparse population. None of these figures are normal right now. Lin Ke needs these Hebrews to become the city's workforce and slowly transform them into citizens of Holy Egypt. Even if they cannot be completely assimilated, they should be made to serve this city for their entire lives. Thinking this through, Lin Ke checked the civilization panel again. He discovered that loyalty within the city was gradually increasing, and Lin Ke guessed that this might be due to the three ancient gods. Their presence in person means that there is hope for Holy Egypt. This means that this kingdom, this civilization, may one day become great again. In this way, ordinary people can avoid the fate of becoming livestock and slaves. Lin Ke nodded slightly, then looked at Ramses, god of the desert and the Nile. Convey my words to the three gods and all the holy Egyptians here. Ramses immediately complied, his voice transmitted through the consciousness link. Immediately, Lin Ke's voice reached the consciousness of every holy Egyptian soldier and the three ancient gods. His voice rang out. People of Holy Egypt, three great ancient gods, please listen to me. Today's victory is only temporary. Our future is shrouded in the shadow of prophecies of destruction. The god of the desert and the Nile, the messenger who can connect the ancient gods with their vessels, also faces an omen of bloodshed. If we lose him, Holy Egypt will never have the possibility of adding any more gods, and our future will be shrouded in darkness. Our people will be enslaved again, parents and children will be separated again, and husbands and wives will be separated forever. Therefore, we must be vigilant and not let our current victories blind us. The Hebrews will soon know that we have defeated their gods. They will not let this go, and the ensuing retaliation will come like a raging storm. Lin Ke's words were like a sharp blade, piercing into everyone's heart. Although it hurts, it can make people sober and restore their rationality. The three ancient gods simply listened and watched the leader of Holy Egypt. Lin Ke continued, but we absolutely cannot sit idly by and wait to die. If we don't take desperate measures in this dire situation, the future of Holy Egypt will surely be shrouded in darkness. Therefore, we must capture Heliopolis before the Hebrew army and their gods launch their final assault. May the god of the desert and the Nile awaken our supreme god of Holy Egypt, Ra. Only by awakening Ra can we have the ability to fight the Hebrew gods head-on. At this moment, Lin Ke's voice grew louder and louder, until it was almost a roar. Children of Holy Egypt, look at the people around you. They are your brothers, your sisters, your parents, your children. We are not isolated individuals, but a whole connected by blood. Our ancestors forged this land with their blood and sweat, and protected our civilization with their courage and wisdom. The reason we stand here today is to defend our future, so that our children can run in the sunshine, so that our elderly can enjoy their later years in peace, so that our land will not be trampled on, so that our faith will not be defiled. We are not just fighting for ourselves, but for our future, for our compatriots, and for our dignity. Let us unite and tear apart the darkness. Welcome, the light that belongs to our holy Egypt. All people of holy Egypt, unite and fight to the end. His words were like a fire, igniting the passion of every holy Egyptian here. The soldiers raised their weapons and roared, unite and fight to the end. Unity, fight, unity, fight. The three ancient gods also responded. Sobuk let out a low growl, and the red dust on his twin axes ignited once more. Horus spread his wings, illuminating the entire battlefield with orange-yellow light. Anubis then raised his scepter, and the aura of death once again filled the air. The succubus simply looked at Lin Ke, her lips trembling slightly. It wasn't fear, but happiness. How captivating, how powerful. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh is no ordinary man. Chapter 185. The name of the Holy Pharaoh spreads far and wide. A few days later, the news of the defeat of yet another Hebrew god, the God of Mercy, swept across the entire continent like a whirlwind. In the Manu jungle within Holy Egypt, Chief Marasia stands in the jungle, training with his female warriors. Ouch! Several female warriors attacked together, but were easily defeated by Malaysia. Clan leader, you are still as powerful as ever. Even if we send 20 more, we still can't beat you. The female warriors were talking, but Marasia simply waved her hand, indicating that their training was not enough. Just then, a female soldier happily leaped out of the woods, panting slightly. Clan leader, His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh has defeated another Hebrew god. I heard it's some kind of god of mercy. A very powerful god indeed. When Marathia heard the news that the Hebrew gods had been defeated once again, the corners of her mouth immediately turned up, and she immediately put on a smug smile. Ha ha! As expected of His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Marasia's laughter was like thunder, so loud that even the Amazon warriors training in the distance turned their heads to look. She turned around and said to the woman behind her, Saint Egypt will surely suffer heavy losses in this battle, and our Amazonian people must lend a helping hand. Pass down the order to all warriors to prepare. Once His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh returns, I will immediately go to see him and discuss the next steps together. You all need to train hard. Don't let our great benefactor down. Several female warriors nodded in agreement, then asked, Clan leader, should we send out a few teams ahead of time to protect His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, who is on his return journey? Marasia waved his hand. No need. Since His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh can defeat the gods, why would he need our protection? Don't you understand? His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh is sure to anger those Hebrews this time, and they will surely retaliate against Holy Egypt. Therefore, what we need to do is contribute to His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, not do anything superfluous. Upon hearing Marasia's words, the female warriors nodded as if they understood. Meanwhile, in the new capital of Atlantis, Tide Sand City, King Arthas was sitting on a throne made of crystal. When he heard the news, his eyes slowly curved into crescents. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh is truly a leader of one in a million. Help us escape danger and help us build a city. He united all forces that could be united, and surprisingly, he didn't ask for our help this time. Even if I lived 2 more lifetimes, I could never grasp even a fraction of the wisdom of His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Beside him, a courtier dressed in a silver robe asked in a low voice, Your Majesty, should we wait until Holy Egypt returns and contact him to discuss our next strategy? His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh is a great benefactor of our Atlantis. Now that the Hebrews have suffered a crushing defeat, they will surely gather their gods and armies to attack Holy Egypt. King Arthas of Atlantis nodded. You're right, that's exactly what I was thinking. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh is a wise man. He must already have a plan. All we need to do is give him our full support according to his plan when he returns. At the top of the Mayan rainforest pyramid, Bijedic was sitting around a stone table with several elders. Their faces were very serious, and the humid air made their expressions look even worse. An elder spoke up, saying, "The Hebrews have lost another god, but this time Holy Egypt did not kill the god again. However, Holy Egypt's strength has now far exceeded our expectations. Do you think we should reconsider our relationship with him?" Lord Bigtik curled his lip. "Ever since the Holy Pharaoh used demonic power, we have severed our alliance with Holy Egypt. But now it seems that the rise of Holy Egypt is unstoppable. But the Hebrews will not give up easily. Their army will certainly launch a full-scale attack on Holy Egypt. To be associated with Holy Egypt is a disgrace to Mother Rainforest. But if we don't lend a hand, it's hard to say whether Holy Egypt can survive this ordeal." Another elder frowned and asked, "Should we send troops to stop the Hebrews, or should we stand by and watch the two sides fight it out?" Upon hearing this, Lord Bijedic shook his head. "There's no need to rush to take sides. Although the Hebrews lost two gods, their power remains great. As for Holy Egypt, we still don't know how many cards they have up their sleeve. Our best course of action is to observe for now and wait for the right opportunity." Meanwhile, in the barbarian wilderness, the barbarian king sat on a throne made of animal bones, holding a huge wine cup in his hand. His face was covered in scars, and his eyes were fierce. When he heard the news that the Hebrew gods had been defeated once again, his brows furrowed tightly. Has the Hebrew Empire declined? Having lost two deities in succession, they are probably already on the decline. His subordinate asked in a low voice, "Your Majesty, shall we continue to help the Hebrews?" The barbarian king sneered, "Help? We barbarians never do anything that doesn't benefit us. Last time we besieged Holy Egypt, I lost many troops. If they hadn't paid so much, I would have quit right now. Look, the Hebrews have lost two gods. Doesn't that mean their power is much weaker than before? If Holy Egypt wins again, won't I be in big trouble? Holy Egypt isn't that far from us. If I send troops to help the Hebrews, but Holy Egypt wins, how am I supposed to live? Pass down the order. Hold back for now. If the Hebrews come to urge me, just make a show of it. Don't bring me every wad of shit to smell." Meanwhile, in the royal palace of the Hebrew Empire, the supreme ruler, Siberia, stood before the throne, his face ashen. He held a battle report in his hand, which detailed the defeat of the God of mercy. Siberia frowned and slammed the battle report to the ground. "Our gods have been defeated by Holy Egypt time and time again. This is a disgrace to the Hebrew Empire." His voice echoed in the hall, and all the ministers lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. Supreme ruler King Siberia stood up and said coldly, "Pass down the order. Summon all the gods, gather all the armies. I will annihilate these lowly holy Egyptians before they have any more gods." On the way to Holy Egypt, a Spartan army of 300-strong warriors is advancing rapidly. Similarly, they also learned of this news. The messenger of Ares, the god of war, spoke up. "Another Hebrew god has fallen. Holy Egypt is showing signs of becoming a powerful empire, which is not good news." A warrior beside him frowned and asked, "My lord, isn't the defeat of the Hebrew Empire a good thing for us?" The divine messenger simply said, "The Hebrews are merely pawns we use to restrain other civilizations on this continent. They are always thinking about revenge, but they never realize that they cannot defeat the Greek Federation. But Holy Egypt is different. We know absolutely nothing about them. They not only have ancient gods, but also demons, and may even be hiding even more power. Such a civilization is extremely threatening to us, and we cannot allow such a threat to exist." Another warrior asked in a low voice, "Understood, Your Excellency. We will proceed according to the original plan." The divine messenger nodded. "That's right, my warriors. According to intelligence, we will be able to reach the vicinity of Holy Egypt soon. At that time, we will most likely encounter the Amazons, allies of Holy Egypt. We will begin when the Hebrew army and the army of Holy Egypt go to war." Chapter 186: The Pharaoh's Loss of the Temple, a Blessing in Disguise. On the walls of Fustat, liberated Egyptian soldiers watched as the Holy Egyptian army slowly departed. They cheered in the name of the Holy Pharaoh and praised his greatness. But it was different for the Hebrews who had shed their armor and lived on the outskirts of the city. Their faces showed fear, awe, and resentment. The city lord's adjutant asked in a low voice, "My lord, now that the Pharaoh of Holy Egypt has left, do we really still need to repair the city and temples for them?" The city lord stood at the city gate, with several armed Holy Egyptian soldiers in front of him. He simply stared intently at the departing holy Egyptian army, and after a moment of silence, sighed. Alas, we had no choice. The holy pharaoh has given us a way out, and if we don't follow it, isn't that just courting death? Okay, let's get to work. The army of holy Egypt moved swiftly, and the city of Fustat gradually disappeared from their sight. The setting sun cast its last rays upon the soldiers, lengthening their shadows. The soldiers' faces showed no fatigue, only fighting spirit and bright eyes. Lin Ke looked up at the sky and shouted, "Soldiers, speed up. We must reach the encampment before dark." Nantong then used magic to relay Lin Ke's orders, and the army's speed gradually increased. They marched quickly and then rested briefly. After resting, they marched again at full speed. What Lin Ke needs to do now is to speed up and return to Cairo. He could deduce that the battle would become increasingly chaotic in the coming days. He must make arrangements and preparations in advance. 2 days later, on the way back to Cairo, the capital of Holy Egypt, Lin Ke was sitting in a chariot that resembled a solar boat, while the succubus leaned against him, resting. He was looking through the civilization panel in his consciousness. On the panel, the newly captured city of Pasebek and its surrounding area are now covered with countless small dots, each representing an allied force. They could be civilians in the group, or soldiers. In any case, they were all part of the holy Egyptian forces. Of course, Lin Ke knew very well that these people acted so quickly, most likely because they had learned of the defeat of yet another god of the Hebrew Empire. Therefore, they are working hard to repair their defenses in case the Hebrew army attacks. Seeing this, he turned his attention back to the city of Fustat. The city suffered severe damage during the War of the Gods, and its repair would require a great deal of time and resources. Of course, Lin Ke wasn't worried about facilities like city walls. He could repair them by producing builders. Worst of all, one of the 2 temples in the city was also destroyed. The other one, though mostly destroyed, can at least be repaired. In other words, one temple is no longer usable, and we'll have to wait until the other one is repaired to find out. When Ramses stood on the ruins of the temple, he did not sense any divine power there. Therefore, we will wait until the other temple is repaired before bringing Ramses to see it. But in any case, this trip saved the witch, defeated the Hebrew gods, and gained 3 gods. That's already very good. Nantong, who had been following him, immediately rode forward on his camel and respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, what are your orders?" Lin Ke simply ordered, "Immediately arrange for liaison officers to maintain constant contact with the city of Fosterstadt. We will rush there as soon as the temple is nearing completion of its restoration. Mummy with royal blood must also be dug up and brought with us. Anyone who has witnessed the ancient gods will no longer have the slightest doubt about the act of digging up the graves of their predecessors." Therefore, Nantong nodded in response. "Yes, Your Majesty, I will make the arrangements immediately." The outline of Cairo was now faintly visible. Beside Cairo, Stonehenge appeared quite magnificent and beautiful in the afterglow of the setting sun. Yes, it's a spectacle. The scene of Ramses' first arrival in Cairo flashed through Lin Ke's mind. The scene of him descending from Stonehenge, his entire body radiating golden light. However, upon thinking of this, Lin Ke's brows furrowed slightly. He had a question. Why did Ramesses suffer a bloody disaster when Stonehenge was clearly indestructible? Ramses is associated with Stonehenge. Ramses will never die unless Stonehenge is destroyed. But what about the prophecy of bloodshed? He turned to look at Ramses beside him, then at Cairo in the distance, and suddenly realized something. If Holy Egypt were to fall, Ramses, who is closely associated with Holy Egypt at Stonehenge, would certainly be affected. Moreover, the prophecy mentions that a person wearing 2 crowns will fall from a great height while engulfed in flames, which refers to Lin Ke himself. In other words, if the prophecy comes true, the destruction of Holy Egypt will be inevitable, and Ramses will perish along with the destruction of Lin Ke and Holy Egypt. That's right. Upon realizing this, Lin Ke understood. Therefore, in order to preserve Holy Egypt and Ramses, he had to take action as soon as possible. We must capture Heliopolis before the Hebrew army sets off. Just then, a deafening cheer came from the direction of Cairo. Lin Ke looked up and saw that the city wall was full of soldiers and civilians. They waved flags and shouted, "His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, and long live Holy Egypt." The sound swept in like a tidal wave, filled with fervor and worship. However, there was no joy on Lin Ke's face. He turned to Nantong and said, "Nantong, pass down the order to have the soldiers return to the city to rest. Furthermore, Immediately notify the leaders of Amazon and Atlantis and have them come to the palace as soon as possible. I have important matters to discuss with them. Nantong nodded in agreement, but a hint of worry appeared on her face. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, you haven't had a proper rest for many days. Why don't we go back to the palace to rest for a while before dealing with these matters? Lin Ke shook his head. Time is of the essence. We can't afford to waste any more time. At this moment, the succubus who had been silently following Lin Ke spoke softly. Your Majesty, the Holy Pharaoh, you do not look well. You should rest for a while. Her voice was as gentle as the sun-baked waters of the Nile. Although she was still physically weak, her love and loyalty to the Holy Pharaoh remained undiminished. Lin Ke glanced at her and let out a slight sigh. No need. Your injuries haven't fully healed yet. I'll ask the soldiers to find you some livestock later. I wonder if that will be helpful. The succubus nodded. Although not as potent as human blood, it can still restore health. Your Majesty, I obey. Lin Ke continued to arrange the next steps. Nantong, once you enter the city, immediately summon all ministers and generals to the Royal Palace Council Hall. We need to formulate a plan for the next step as soon as possible. Nantong nodded solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Time. How much time do we have left? Lin Ke frowned slightly. At that moment, the gates of Cairo slowly opened, and they were greeted by a group of cheering citizens and soldiers lined up in neat rows. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Ah, Holy Pharaoh. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Chapter 187 Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh? How dare you be so bold? The night was deep. Outside the holy Egyptian palace, however, the lights were on. The sounds of horses' hooves, footsteps, and hushed conversations mingled together, creating a lively atmosphere at first glance. But if you look closely, you'll notice that the people walking around are in a hurry. After all, at this time of year, there would be hardly any people outside Cairo. But now, the number of people gathering is increasing. Moreover, they are not ordinary people. They were ministers and generals. Have you heard? The Hebrews have lost another god. One minister whispered to another minister beside him, a smile he could hardly hide on his face. Another minister replied in a low voice, Of course I've heard about it. This is a big deal. However, the fact that we were summoned so late means there must be something more urgent to discuss. Look, even the chieftain of the Amazons, Marasia, has come. Their gazes turned toward the palace gate, where Marasia strode in. She was tall with well-defined muscles, a long golden whip hanging from her waist, and exuded the fierce aura of a brave warrior. Several Amazon warriors followed behind her, all with joyful expressions. Lord of the militia. A general stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Marasia smiled and said in a loud voice, Hello, General. The Hebrews have defeated another god. You can see it on everyone's faces. Upon hearing this, everyone chuckled softly. Just then, Arthas, the king of Atlantis, also entered the palace. Your Majesty Arthas, you've arrived too. Marathia saw Arthas, strode forward, and extended her hand to shake his. Arthas smiled slightly, his tone composed. Lord of Malaysia, it's been a long time. It seems that tonight's meeting is of great importance. Marasia nodded. That's right. The Hebrews have lost 2 gods in succession, so they will probably take action soon. However, we, the warriors of the Amazon, are ready and at any time to serve Holy Egypt. Arthas nodded slightly, his smile somewhat benevolent. Atlantis will also fully support His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. It is an honor for Atlantis to fight alongside you again. Marasia smiled slightly. Not at all. I should be the one saying that. As the two were talking, an elderly minister approached, his face filled with worry. Your Excellencies, tonight's meeting is probably not just about how to fight back against the Hebrews. Marasia raised an eyebrow. It's all right. We Amazons will fully support the Holy Pharaoh's decision. Arthas nodded in agreement. His Holiness the Pharaoh is always a man of great wisdom and foresight. All we need to do is offer our full support. Just then, the palace bells rang, and a guard announced loudly, Gentlemen, please enter the council hall immediately. Upon hearing this, everyone straightened their clothes and quickly walked towards the council hall. Marasia and Arthas walked side by side, glanced at each other, and nodded. Inside the council hall of the Holy Egyptian Palace, however, the atmosphere became somewhat heavy and tense. On either side of the long table, the ministers and generals of Holy Egypt sat upright. King Arthas of Atlantis and Marathia, the chieftain of the Amazons, sat on either side of Lin Ke. Lin Ke sat in the main seat and glanced at all the ministers and generals of Holy Egypt. Then, Everyone. We have gathered everyone here today to discuss the defenses of Holy Egypt and our next strategy. The Hebrew Empire has now lost 2 gods, and they will not let this go. The reason I have summoned everyone here today is to first discuss the deployment of defenses. Arthas nodded slightly and bowed slowly. Your Majesty, Atlantis is willing to take charge of the defense of the Nile River. Our soldiers can take full advantage of the water, ensuring that the Hebrew army cannot launch an attack on us by water. Marasia immediately stood up and pointed to an area on the sand table. Our Amazon warriors can take charge of the eastern defense line. Jungles and forests are the terrain we excel at. Here, we can take on 10 opponents at once and make the most of our strengths. Lin Ke nodded. Thank you both for sharing the burden of defense with us. Then, he turned his gaze to the generals of Holy Egypt. The defenses of Memphis and Forstad are now in your hands. We must reinforce the city's defenses and stockpile food as quickly as possible to prepare for a long-term defense. An elderly general stood up and respectfully asked, Your Majesty, should the defenses of Pasebek be reinforced? That's a vital passage to Cairo. If it falls, I'm afraid. Lin Ke simply looked at the other person. The defenses of Pasebek city are now being handled by the troops previously assigned from Holy Egypt. In addition, we need to gather troops from various places and form an expeditionary force to prepare for an attack on Heliopolis. At this moment, a minister stood up, his brow furrowed. Your Majesty, while attacking Heliopolis is important, if we send all the gods to the front lines, the homeland of Holy Egypt will be completely defenseless. If the Hebrew gods take the opportunity to attack, how should we respond? Another general immediately chimed in. That's right. Your Majesty, the gods are our greatest reliance. If they target Cairo directly, we simply cannot defend ourselves. Upon hearing this, Marasia simply looked at the 2 generals and said, How can one achieve great things if one is timid and hesitant? Holy Egypt is now facing a life-or-death crisis. If we don't take a desperate gamble, are we just going to sit and wait for our demise? The enemy has 9 gods, while we only have 6 gods in total. We have no chance of winning by relying solely on defense. Upon hearing this, Arthas also spoke up. Lord of Malaysia, their concerns are not without merit. The gods are our strongest fighting force, but if we send them all to the front lines, our homeland will indeed be in danger. We must leave some gods to guard the city, otherwise our people in the city may face annihilation. The atmosphere at the meeting immediately became tense. A heated debate ensued between those who supported leaving some of the gods to guard the homeland and those who supported taking a desperate gamble. The Hebrews have lost 2 gods, and their morale is bound to be low. If we don't seize this opportunity to take Heliopolis in one fell swoop, the future will be even more difficult, a young general said excitedly. But if the Hebrews send all their gods to attack Cairo, we won't even be able to protect the capital. So what future can we talk about? One minister retorted. Lin Ke listened quietly to the argument until the noise subsided before he slowly spoke. Everyone, I understand your concerns. But I must tell you that the Hebrew Empire will certainly send out many gods this time. Not only that, they also have a supreme god. As Marasia said, even if we include the gods of Atlantis and Amazon, we only have 6. If we engage in direct combat, our chances of winning are very slim. His voice was calm, stating an indisputable fact. Therefore, we must adopt appropriate strategies to fight against the enemy. At the same time, we must unite all forces that can be united to help us. This is our way out now. After a moment of silence, a minister cautiously asked, Your Majesty, what is your specific plan? Lin Ke stood up, ready to announce the final result. If we want to conquer Heliopolis, we must mobilize all the gods. But if the Hebrew Empire really sends all its gods to attack Cairo, then we will directly occupy Heliopolis and make it our new capital. Therefore, all citizens must prepare to evacuate in advance. These words caused an uproar in the audience. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their faces filled with shock. This is too risky, one minister exclaimed. Arthas widened his eyes slightly, looking at Lin Ke with some surprise. Your Majesty, this is far too audacious. Lin Ke knew very well that now was the time to make a final decision, not to argue. The current plan is as follows. As for what happens next, we'll talk about that later. Okay, next. As soon as Lin Ke finished speaking, he suddenly felt that the scene in front of him was a little blurry. He tried to steady himself, but his vision grew increasingly dark. He heard the gasps of surprise from the crowd, but but they seemed to grow fainter and fainter. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Chapter 188 The Body of the Holy Pharaoh. Shungfala. Growth in Lao Bishi. Who's making noise? Lin Ke's consciousness seemed to be enveloped by a thick fog. Everything he could perceive became blurry and distorted. My eyelids are very hot, but I can still control them and open them. Then, Lin Ke opened his eyes. Everything was shrouded in a silver veil at this moment, and everything he could perceive seemed to have become much larger. But he couldn't discern what those twisting lines and images meant. He tried to concentrate, but found his thoughts scattered like grains of sand by the wind. No matter how hard we try, we cannot unite. In his vision, the outline of the world was sometimes clear and sometimes blurry, as if the whole world was shaking. He saw something twisted beside him, and he quickly realized it was a pillar by the bed, a decorative piece. If you pull him up, you can try to sit up yourself. Yes, I have to sit up. Holy Egypt, danger. Ramses, danger. We cannot stop, we cannot rest. You must. Sit up. Lin Ke tried to reach out, but found that his arm was as if bound by invisible chains, too heavy to lift. His fingers trembled slightly, but he still couldn't touch the pillar. What puzzled him even more was that the pillar seemed to appear both near and far in his vision, sometimes appearing almost within reach, and other times as if it were a world away. No, that's not right. What's wrong with me? He heard low voices talking nearby, as if they were coming from a great distance, yet also as if they were right next to his eardrums. Shungfala. Your Majesty Shingfa. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. The voice became clearer, and he recognized it was the succubus's voice. However, those words seemed to have been submerged in water, becoming blurred and indistinct. He tried to respond, but found that his throat felt like it was blocked by something, and he couldn't even hear the sounds he made. His mind was clear, but his consciousness and body seemed to be disconnected, experiencing a delay. Even the civilization panel in my consciousness flickered between light and dark. Lin Ke immediately realized that something was wrong with his body. This is not a normal illness at all. His mind was clearly aware that he needed to sit up, speak, and act. Therefore, Lin Ke began to use his reason to try to regain control of his body. The only thing I can control right now is my breathing. He began to breathe faster, and then he felt his body tremble. Afterward, his consciousness gradually awoke from a state of confusion, until his eyes were fully open. His Majesty the Pharaoh has awakened. His Majesty the Pharaoh has awakened. The voices of many servants rang out, followed by a series of hurried footsteps. Lin Ke's vision gradually cleared, and he saw the succubus kneeling beside him, her originally eerie eyes now appearing exceptionally gentle. Her fingers rested lightly on Lin Ke's wrist, as if sensing his pulse, or as if transmitting her magical power. Your Majesty, how are you feeling? The succubus's eyebrows drooped downwards, and her eyes widened. She was afraid that Lin Ke would faint again. Lin Ke opened his mouth, his throat as dry as if it had been burned. He struggled to speak, but only managed to utter a few indistinct syllables. How long have I been unconscious? The attendant beside him quickly replied, Your Majesty, you have been unconscious for half a day. We have stayed by your side the whole time and dared not leave your side for even a moment. Hearing this answer, Lin Ke breathed a slight sigh of relief. Half a day isn't too long. He tried again to sit up, but found that his limbs were as heavy as lead and he couldn't control them at all. It seems the situation hasn't improved much. The succubus quickly pressed down on his shoulder, her voice pleading, Your Majesty, Pharaoh, please don't move. You need to rest and can't push yourself anymore. The servants around him also stepped forward to carefully support Lin Ke, afraid that he might suffer another mishap. Their faces were filled with fear, as if Lin Ke were some fragile, precious thing, a crystal statue about to be overturned. Lin Ke frowned, trying to explain the current critical situation in Holy Egypt. However, when he opened his mouth, he found that his tongue seemed to be tied in knots, and the words he uttered were unclear, so much so that even he himself could not understand them. Fill it up, Mr. Bu. Sheji, the county is now severely affected by disaster. This scene immediately terrified everyone around. The succubus's face turned deathly pale. Her fingers gripped Lin Ke's wrist tightly, and her voice trembled as she asked, Your Majesty, Pharaoh, what's wrong with you? Lin Ke's heart sank. He had never felt so powerless. He wasn't panicking, but the current situation left him somewhat clueless. Is it just from overwork that your body is in this state? It's probably not that simple. Just then, a beam of golden light suddenly appeared beside him, and Ramses' figure slowly emerged from it. And the jackal, which was just a skeleton, had appeared by Lin Ke's bedside at some point. It raised its head, and although it had no eyes, Lin Ke could feel that it was staring at him. "Your Majesty, the Holy Pharaoh, you have finally awakened." Ramses' eyes flashed a few times, as he had only just recovered his divine power. Lin Ke frowned, trying to concentrate and comprehend their words. Seeing this, Ramses reached out his hand, and a warm golden light emanated from his palm, enveloping Lin Ke's body. The light, like warm spring water, slowly seeped into Lin Ke's limbs and bones. This made him feel comfortable, and the heaviness in his body was relieved slightly. "That's much better." Lin Ke was finally able to utter a sentence clearly, but his voice was still weak. However, the jackal reminded Ramses, "God of the desert and the Nile, you are wasting your divine power by doing this. Moreover, if the Holy Pharaoh is maintained by divine power, his condition will be worse than it is now. We must find another effective method." Ramses ignored the jackal's warning. "His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh must be restored first. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh will decide everything." After he finished speaking, his figure gradually disappeared into the golden light. Lin Ke nodded. In any case, at least he could control his body now. However, it was clear that the attention of the holy Egyptian ministers and generals was focused on themselves. It was precisely at this extremely urgent and critical moment, when every second counted. Just as the plan was about to be implemented and preparations were underway for the mobilization and march, he sat up and looked down at his hands, only to find that his skin had become pale and wrinkled, with veins standing out prominently on the surface, as if they were about to burst. He knew he couldn't push himself any longer. His health was deteriorating significantly. He must heal himself as soon as possible, otherwise, the morale of Holy Egypt will be affected, and Ramses will be unable to use his divine power on the battlefield. Then, Nantong immediately stepped out from the crowd and knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, Holy Pharaoh, your humble servant is here." Lin Ke took a breath. "Summon him immediately. Summon Priest Mat over. In addition, send someone to secretly inform the leaders of Amazon and Atlantis of my current situation and ask them to send their best priests or healers over." Nantong simply bowed and said, "Your Majesty, Camel has already gone. Priest Mat is on his way." Chapter 189 The Body of a King, the Power of a God. Before long, a steady stream of people entered the palace of Holy Egypt. Of course, to the people of Cairo, those were just ministers or officials rushing to court. But what they didn't know was that all of these people were actually heading towards His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. To be precise, it was to test medicine and treat His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. So when they entered the palace, they practically ran. "Hurry, hurry. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh must be healed. If we could help such a great man as His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, how would our descendants view us? That's all secondary. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh has been kind to us. Even if we have to sacrifice our own bodies, we will protect him. Quickly, let the Holy Pharaoh try our medicine first." Priestess Mat, Atlantean sea magic healer, and Amazon warriors stormed into the hall almost simultaneously. Priest Mat was wrapped in a heavy black robe and carried crocodile dung in a bronze basin. The Atlantean sea healer held a crystal bottle in his hands. The seawater inside was a pure blue and radiated a magical light. The Amazonian warrior carried a bulging leather bag on her shoulder, from which a strong medicinal smell emanated some rare, pungent herbs. Lin Ke was half reclining on the soft couch next to the throne. He looked unwell, and his lips were slightly cracked. The bluish veins bulged conspicuously under the skin, as if they might burst at any moment. Lin Ke glanced at the three of them and immediately invited them forward. "No need for formalities. Let's get started." Priest Mat was the first to step forward. He took a dried-out crocodile dung from his cloth bag and threw it into the copper basin. Then, he chanted a spell in a low voice, and flames shot out of the incense burner, causing the excrement to burn. A plume of dark gray smoke billowed out, twisting into a blurry crocodile shadow, baring its teeth as it drifted toward Lin Ke. He stared at the smoke, frowned, and exclaimed, "Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, this smoke can burn away the impurities in your body." The smoke hit Lin Ke's face, carrying a fishy stench, like rotten mud churned up from the bottom of the Nile. Lin Ke closed his eyes, and the smoke entered his nose, stinging his throat. He waited for that power to seep into his body, but after a long while, his chest was still as cold as ice. It has no effect. He opened his eyes, shook his head, and said in a hoarse voice, "This technique is useless. You may leave." Priest Mat's expression stiffened, and he immediately retreated. "Your Majesty, the Holy Pharaoh." Then, the sea healer walked up with a cold face. He shook the crystal bottle in his hand, and the water inside shone with an even more azure light. She whispered a spell, then tilted the bottle, and the seawater turned into a thin stream that slowly flowed towards Lin Ke. The water made a sizzling sound when it touched his skin, like something was burning. She looked at Lin Ke with a hint of expectation in her eyes. "Your Majesty, this pure water can wash away illness. How are you feeling?" Lin Ke looked down at the water flowing up his arm. The water droplets clung to his skin, shimmering slightly, before being absorbed by his skin in no time. Of course, the skin in every part of the eye has visibly improved a lot. But this isn't a beauty treatment. So Lin Ke shook her head. "No, it still doesn't work." The sea magic healer bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, and then retreated. The Amazon warrior strode forward, took a herb from her pouch, and emitted a strange fragrance. She crushed the herbs with her hands, threw them into a stone bowl, added some water, and stirred them into a paste with a wooden stick. She knelt down, smeared the medicinal paste on Lin Ke's arm, and whispered, "Holy Pharaoh, this is our tribe's sacred medicine. It can even set broken bones. If you use this, you'll definitely get better." She had a strong grip, and when the medicine paste was applied, Lin Ke's skin turned slightly red from the pressure. But Lin Ke didn't care. He just stared at the blob of green paste. "It was a little warm, and my muscles were also slightly hot. It seems to have a good effect on muscle recovery, but it is still useless and cannot cure the root cause of the disease." Lin Ke could sense that her body's consciousness and core had not changed in the slightest due to their treatment. So he shook his head again. "It still won't work." The Amazon warrior paused, her eyes filled with disappointment, as if she couldn't believe her medicine wouldn't work. The hall was eerily quiet. The three of them stood there, their faces filled with disappointment and unease. Lin Ke didn't get angry. He knew very well that if these methods didn't work, he could rule out one possibility. That is, he may not have an ordinary disease, or rather, it may not be a disease at all. He knew that his body was neither entirely like a living person nor entirely like a dead person. There was a force within it that kept everything stable. But it seems that this balance has now been broken due to the overuse of mental energy. But Ramses' divine power was indeed effective. It can't be completely cured, but it can be restored, even if it's only temporary. Divine power? At that moment, Lin Ke immediately thought of a scene. He remembered that although the scene was small, it contained a deity with a very peculiar appearance. He turned to look at Nantong and said calmly, "Nantong, do you remember the path that Prince Ramses and I used to crawl through when we were kids?" Nantong paused for a moment, his eyes darting around, then nodded. "I remember, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh." "You're asking what this is for?" Lin Ke nodded, and he stood up, leaning on the soft couch. "Take me there." They walked through the long corridor and came to a hidden entrance. Lin Ke walked slowly, but his eyes grew brighter and brighter. The walls of the passageway are covered with murals depicting all sorts of stories and figures, but there aren't many about deities. Lin Ke's gaze swept across the wall and suddenly stopped on a painting. Ah, that's it. It was a god with a lion's head, holding a scepter, and with a pattern resembling a sun wheel on his head. In the mural, she is showering golden light upon a fallen mortal, whose body is covered in blood and grime. Once enveloped in the light, the person is completely healed. Lin Ke stared at the painting and asked, "Nantong, which deity is depicted here?" Nantong stepped forward and took a closer look. The shadow of the lion's head was reflected on his face. Then he whispered, "Your Majesty, this is the lioness Sekhmet, the goddess of war and healing." Lin Ke didn't speak. She just looked at the mural. "Samed, the lioness goddess?" "That's right, a god capable of healing." Seeing that Lin Ke was staring at the mural, Nantong whispered, "Your Majesty, Sekhmet is a god of ancient Egypt. The lion's head represents her anger and power. The scepter can heal the dying." At this moment, Nantong seemed to suddenly understand something. "Your Majesty, Holy Pharaoh, could it be that you?" Lin Ke simply looked at Nantong and nodded. Chapter 190. The ceremony has begun. Outside the burial temple, yellow sand swirled in the fierce wind, as if trying to tear the sky apart. Lin Ke arrived here with a small force. Lin Ke stood in front of the temple gate, his expression calm and composed. Apart from a dry mouth and a feeling of weakness, he did not experience any other discomfort for the time being. Ramses stood beside him, enveloped in golden light. The vessel of Anubis, the god of death, followed behind, the jackal skeleton's body crunching on the sand. Nantong wiped his sweat and glanced back at the stone coffin that the soldiers had brought here together. Inside was a mummy. A mummy with royal blood. Nantong pointed to the temple gate. Your Majesty, this is the place. I have lived for decades and have never set foot in this place. The temple gate was crooked, and the stone pillars were full of cracks. It seemed that no one had been here for a long time. At the top, a lion's head relief was baring its teeth, and when the wind blew, Lin Ke always felt that the lion's head seemed to move slightly. That might be an illusion caused by the heat rising from the desert. At this moment, Lin Ke said calmly, "Okay, let's go in." Nantong pushed open the temple door, and sand and dust hit his face. He frowned slightly, raised his hand to block, and then stepped closer. The temple was dark and gloomy, with only a few rays of sunlight filtering through the cracks in the walls and falling on the 700 granite statues of Sekhmet. Yes, it is a huge temple, but to be precise, it is a temple that occupies a very large area. Because it's not high, the statues here are all over 2 meters tall, densely packed throughout the hall. Lion's fangs, sun disk, and serpentine crown. He was still holding the scepter, as if he was about to smash it down at any moment. That's right, all these statues are in the likeness of the lioness goddess Sekhmet. Nantong swallowed hard, a hint of panic creeping into his old eyes. Your Majesty, something's not right about this place. The sheer number of these statues is astounding. Lin Ke merely glanced at the statue and said calmly, "A statue is just a statue. There's nothing to be afraid of. God of the desert and the Nile, have you made any discoveries?" Ramses stepped forward, golden light emanating from him and sweeping across the hall. "Your Majesty, I have sensed the divine presence of the lioness. But she seems to be avoiding me." Lin Ke frowned slightly upon hearing this. This situation has never occurred before since Lin Ke began his search for the gods. If that's the case, then there's only one possibility. The lioness goddess may not have had a very good relationship with the ancient Egypt. So he slowly walked forward, stood in front of a statue, and gently touched the lion's fangs with his fingers. The stone surface was cold and rough, as if it had been soaked in blood, with some dark red lines. Then, he turned to look at the wall, his gaze falling on several murals whose colors had faded. The first painting. The lioness stood in a pool of blood, tearing open a man's chest with her claws. Blood splattered everywhere, the corpses on the ground piled up like mountains, and the sky was dyed a deep red. The second painting. She was surrounded by a group of people, holding a wine bowl in her hand, her eyes glazed over. However, the blood at her feet was not as deep red as in the first painting. The third painting. She sat on the stone platform, her hands scattering golden light. A warrior covered in blood opened his eyes at her feet, tears still on his face. At this moment, Lin Ke closed her eyes, and a scene appeared in her mind. In the desert, the sun scorched the earth until it smoked, and a woman with a lion's head stood on a sand dune, her hair standing on end. Her eyes were as red as lava, and anger burst forth from the roots of her hair. She roared and swung her claws down. Swirling with blood, it transforms into a raging wind. The crowd in front of me fled in the direction away from the sun, their figures shrouded in darkness. Under the lioness's claws, they were easily torn to shreds like paper, blood spurting high and everywhere. She walked forward, stepping over corpses, with blood flowing like a river behind her. The cries and screams were completely swallowed up by the raging wind. A fierce and brutal god. Lin Ke opened her eyes and said calmly, "She once went on a killing spree because humans betrayed the god Ra." He pointed to the first painting. Rivers of blood flowed. The slaughter reached the crimson sky. Nantong's expression was serious. He had also seen the same message in the drawing. Lin Ke didn't answer. Her gaze shifted to the second painting, and she closed her eyes again. At this moment, the lioness stood in a pool of blood, surrounded by people holding wine bowls, the aroma of wine mingling with the stench of blood slowly wafting over. She frowned, took the wine bowl, and gulped it down, her fierce gaze turning hazy. She swayed, her claws drooping, and the blood receded from her feet as if sucked away by a whirlpool. She let out a low growl, then finally collapsed onto the sand and fell asleep. Lin Ke opened her eyes and pointed to the second painting. They got her drunk with alcohol before they calmed down. Nantong nodded, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. At this moment, Lin Ke's gaze shifted to the third painting, and he closed his eyes again. The lioness sat on the stone platform, her lion head held high, and the scepter in her hand shone with golden light. A soldier fell at her feet, his chest torn open, blood flowing everywhere. But as soon as the golden light enveloped him, his wounds slowly closed, and he was able to open his eyes again. So he looked at her with tears in his eyes, the lioness Samed. The lioness Sekhmet looked down at him, her face as cold as ice, but the divine power she wielded was warm and comforting. Lin Ke opened her eyes and said calmly, "Her healing power can only be used when she is not angry." He turned to look at Nan Tong. "So, the reason she's hiding is probably because." Nan Tong swallowed hard and immediately understood. "Your Majesty, are you saying that she's afraid she won't be able to control herself?" Lin Ke frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "That's right. This deity is probably short-tempered as well." At that moment, Ramses stood beside the statues, golden light seeping from his fingertips. He paused for a moment, then said, "Your Majesty, there are traces of her divine presence." He pointed to the feet of the statue, where several dark red lines were faintly visible on the sand. "Her aura is hidden in these bloodstains. There is a way to summon her." Lin Ke frowned slightly and said calmly, "All right, tell me." Ramses looked at Lin Ke. "It requires the blood of the holy pharaoh. Only in this way can her wrath be ignited." He then pointed to the statue. "She needs strong liquor to unleash her fury. When blood and wine are mixed, the ceremony may begin on an altar in the sand." Nan Tong narrowed his old eyes and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, I have heard some rumors that Sekhmet is fond of blood and averse to drunkenness. Although this method is risky, it makes some sense." He paused, then frowned and said, "However, if this liquor isn't strong enough, I'm afraid it won't be able to quell her anger." Lin Ke smiled calmly. She was afraid of losing control of her anger, so he forced her to show herself. He walked slowly to a statue, drew the dagger from his waist, and gently cut his finger. Blood dripped onto the sand, the scarlet seeping into the dark red lines, and a bloody smell filled the air. Ramses said coldly, "Your Majesty, the ceremony has begun." Chapter 191, the 5th. Sekhmet the Lion God. As soon as Ramses finished speaking, the air in the entire secret room immediately became murky, and everyone felt that the surrounding scenery suddenly became dark. A strange, crimson color spiraled across the ground, yet continued to extend. On the wall, the pool of blood in the mural began to seep blood along the mural. At first glance, it looks as if it has been affected by a fierce, evil spirit. At that moment, thick blood and alcohol suddenly gushed out from the cracks in the stone slabs on the ground. They mingled together, emitting a pungent odor that quickly spread in all directions. The foul-smelling liquid was up to everyone's ankles and was still surging. "This is, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Be careful. Guards, quickly lift His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh up. We cannot let this filthy water stain His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's body." Nan Tong raised his voice, completely disregarding his blood-soaked shoes and robe. The soldiers immediately formed a net with their arms so that Lin Ke could lie down on it. Lin Ke took a step back and was gently lifted up by the soldiers, but he kept his eyes fixed on the vortex on the ground. Just like the time when he was influenced by the divine power of Anubis, the god of death, and thus able to enter the underworld. Yes, everything around us has changed. Clearly, this is a sign that the gods are about to descend. Sure enough, a roar like a lion's fury rang out from the vortex. Blood stains the earth, nourishing new life. After the sound appeared, an increasingly larger vortex suddenly appeared in the center of the blood and wine. One of the tall figures slowly rose up. A deity with the head of a lioness. Her body was tall, her golden mane stained with blood, and she looked extremely fierce and awe-inspiring. It didn't resemble a god at all. It looked more like some terrifying monster. She wasn't holding a scepter. Instead, she had two bright red, blood-stained claws. Same the lioness. She descended in her true form. However, she seemed to be in a state of frenzy and irrationality at this moment. She frowned and swept her gaze across the crowd, immediately revealing her sharp teeth. "Traitors! Let your blood be offered as a sacrifice to our supreme god." Everyone was shocked and unconsciously took several steps back. Ramses and Nan Tong stepped forward, ready to protect Lin Ke at any moment. However, Lin Ke remained calm. He was pondering the information he had learned earlier, namely what Ramses had said. The other party's aura was avoiding him. This shows that Sekhmet's subconscious was actively resisting contact with Ramses. She was probably afraid that her strength would hurt them. But Lin Ke was already prepared, because he had experienced the trials of the underworld, so he knew that the power of the gods could sometimes pull you into a risky situation. It could even be the kind of situation where you die. So he turned to the jackal hound that was just a skeleton and said calmly, "It's your turn to make a move." The jackal's skull nodded, then went to Ramses' side, while Nantong immediately withdrew. Lin Ke took a deep breath. "The god of the desert and the Nile. Anubis, the god of death. Obey my commands. Answer my call. Show yourself." As he finished speaking, a golden beam of light descended from the sky and struck Ramses directly. Then, a golden giant slowly emerged from it. At the same time, a black beam of light rose from the ground, followed by billowing black smoke. Anubis's figure slowly emerged from it. A jackal's head, holding a scepter. "Death is my companion." In an instant, the power of the gods collided in the dark space, and the soldiers carrying Lin Ke continued to retreat to avoid being affected by the impact of the divine power. However, Sekhmet's berserk state had rendered her irrational, and she showed no reaction even upon seeing Anubis, the god of death. Then, she let out a low growl and swung her claws violently, sending a massive wave of blood and wine crashing down on Ramses and Anubis. Ramses raised his arm, and a golden light formed a barrier around him, forcefully blocking the onslaught of blood. He channeled the divine power upwards and then directed it towards Sekhmet. Suddenly, a golden shock descended from the sky, striking her directly. Sekhmet roared, his claws unleashing a torrent of blood that actually withstood Ramses's attack. Her power reached its peak in her berserk state, even rivaling that of the enraged crocodile god Sobuk. Anubis, the god of death, quickened his pace and circled behind Sekhmet. He swung his scepter down violently, and the aura of death crashed against her back like a collapsing mountain. Sekhmet sensed danger and quickly turned around. The claws collided with Anubis's scepter, causing the very space to distort. Nantong stood in front of Lin Ke, continuously casting sandstorm spells to block the incoming forces one by one. The battle then entered a heated phase, with Sekhmet's berserk state giving her the upper hand for a short period. Each of her attacks was incredibly fierce, requiring Ramses and Anubis, the god of death, to exert 7/10 of their strength to deal with them. Of course, their goal was not to defeat the lioness Sekhmet, but to restore her sanity. Otherwise, this battle would have ended long ago. The lioness Sekhmet desperately unleashed her ferocious power, but Anubis, the god of death, parried it all with his scepter. Ramses seized the opportunity and struck the lioness Sekhmet from the side with a golden light, nearly causing her to fall. Anubis then seized the opportunity to swing his scepter and used terrifying power from behind to control the lioness Sekhmet. Ramses leaped in a golden light and arrived beside the lioness Sekhmet. "Awaken, be at peace. Our ancient Egyptian gods." The lioness goddess, Sekhmet. A golden light shone, and the lioness Sekhmet let out a painful roar. Her body gradually lost its ferocious aura amidst the golden and black light. Her eyes regained their clarity, but were immediately filled with exhaustion and guilt. The rage is gone." Sekhmet's voice became very gentle, a stark contrast to his previous rage. She slowly knelt down and bowed her head to Lin Ke. "Your Majesty, the Holy Pharaoh. Please forgive me for launching an attack on the great descendants of Ra. Please allow me to serve you, and let me atone for my mistakes." Lin Ke nodded, her voice seeming to weaken further. "Get up, Mother Lion Goddess Sekhmet. I, the Holy Pharaoh, need your strength. Heal my body, and I will forgive the mistakes you have made." The lioness Sekhmet rose to her feet and summoned the golden and green scepter of life. "Merciful Holy Pharaoh, I obey your command." With a gentle wave of her hand, the green light emanating from her scepter enveloped Lin Ke. He felt a warm force seeping into his limbs and bones, like a warm current carrying a weak electric current coursing through his body. That's right. Only divine power can completely heal the Holy Pharaoh's special body. "Your health has been restored, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh." The lioness Sekhmet looked at Lin Ke and bowed slightly. Lin Ke stood up at this moment, and he could hear his heart beating like a war drum in his chest. He felt that his mind had never been so clear. "Welcome back, Mother Lion Goddess Sekhmet. The fifth god of Holy Egypt." Chapter 192. You've discovered a new civilization. Soon after, Ramses successfully connected the divine power of the lioness Sekhmet with the sarcophagus brought by Lin Ke. A new medium has been born. The stone coffin shimmered with a faint green light, much like the way the vessels of the crocodile god Sobuk and the sky god Horus emitted light. Nantong stood aside, his eyes filled with shock and admiration. He glanced at the stone coffin containing the mummy, which was shimmering with a faint green light, and then turned to look at Lin Ke. Nantong looked at Lin Ke and couldn't help but praise. Your Majesty, this old minister sometimes feels that you are even more awe-inspiring than the gods. Lin Ke was looking up, savoring the scent of the air. He felt as if his body was completely filled with energy. Hearing Nantong say that, he turned his head and asked, "Oh, what do you mean?" Nantong then bowed slightly, speaking with great respect. Your Majesty, the Holy Pharaoh. You not only recovered your health, but also gained an ancient god. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. This lioness goddess is one of the earliest ancient gods to disappear without a trace. If you hadn't mentioned that path, I'm afraid I wouldn't have remembered her name. Such boldness and ability are something that even gods might not be able to conceive of or accomplish. This old minister has followed you for many years and has witnessed with his own eyes how you grew from a young prince into the holy pharaoh who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. Your wisdom, courage, and decisiveness are truly admirable. Lin Ke chuckled softly, because only Lin Ke knew the truth about the young prince and the current holy pharaoh. Nantong, you're exaggerating too much. I know you couldn't think of a way to save my life, so I feel guilty. But when there is danger, you are always the one who stands in front and protects me. So there's no need to feel guilty. Upon hearing this, Nantong bowed again. Your Majesty, this old minister can see through nothing. But you need not be modest. I have seen countless people, but I have never seen a great monarch and leader like you who can turn the tide time and time again in desperate situations. Whether facing the Hebrew gods or solving the problems of Holy Egypt, you can always find the most appropriate solution. Lin Ke gently shook his head. Nantong, this is not my achievement alone. Look, God, you soldier, mummy and sarcophagus. If even one person were missing today, the situation might have changed. Nantong was taken aback for a moment, then smiled with admiration. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, you are not only exceptionally capable, but also so humble. This old minister is truly in awe of you. Lin Ke waved his hand, simply telling everyone to return immediately. All right, Nantong, if you keep praising me like this, I'll start to think I'm an omnipotent god. Nantong chuckled softly at this moment. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, you are omnipotent, above all gods. I believe that as long as you are here, the future of Holy Egypt will be glorious. Our Holy Egypt will never perish. Lin Ke did not respond further, but the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Let's head back. On his way back to Holy Egypt, Lin Ke could see from afar that the troops in the city had already begun to move. Camel has already issued orders to the various generals, as Lin Ke had previously instructed. The soldiers were lined up in rows and long queues both inside and outside the city. Some were preparing to head towards Memphis, while others had already begun their journey to Forstad. Another group gathered towards Passebec. The entire city of Cairo is now like a giant beehive, busy but orderly. Heading to Memphis. A general rode past on horseback in the distance. At that moment, another commander shouted, "We must get there before dark. Speed up." Another general stood at the city gate, loudly directing the assembling soldiers. The defenses of Forstad need to be reinforced with stone. Take all the tools and materials, and load up the food. All right, let's go, soldiers. Just then, the Amazonian chieftain Marathia and the Atlantean king Arthas saw Link on the outskirts of the city. They spotted the Holy Pharaoh's solar chariot from afar and quickly arrived. Marasia remained the same, with a golden whip at her waist, but her expression showed some worry. The same is true for Alsace. Marasia strode forward, came to Lin Ke's side, and lowered her voice. Your Majesty, the Holy Pharaoh. I heard you went out to find a cure. I wonder how your health is now. Lin Ke smiled slightly and nodded. It's all better now. Thank you for your concern. Upon hearing this, Arthas's expression finally relaxed somewhat. Congratulations on your Majesty's recovery. We've been really worried these past few days, and we're just struggling to find a better healer and herbal remedies. Marasia nodded quickly, and a smile finally returned to her face. However, her gaze inadvertently swept over a stone coffin not far behind Lin Ke. Then, she looked at Ramses standing behind Lin Ke and the jackal that was just a skeleton. A slight look of shock and confusion flashed in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Arthas noticed all of this, but he simply kept smiling. Indeed, whatever appears behind the Holy Pharaoh, however abrupt, will seem reasonable. Lin Ke noticed their reactions and chuckled inwardly, but maintained a calm expression. Arthas then bowed slightly. Your Majesty, the Holy Pharaoh. We are distributing armor and weapons to the soldiers, but right now, Resources are so limited that we may not be able to meet all the needs. Therefore, we would like to ask you for some help. Lin Ke nodded, then turned to Nantong and said, Nantong, go and make arrangements to prioritize providing our allies with the resources they need. Nantong respectfully replied, Yes, Your Majesty, I will take care of it immediately. Marisha grinned and gently patted Arthas on the shoulder. See, I told you His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh would agree. Arthas smiled slightly, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Rest assured, Atlantis and Amazon will do everything in our power to help Holy Egypt. Our destinies are now firmly intertwined. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke's expression turned slightly serious, and he nodded. That's exactly right. You all should go and prepare quickly. A great battle is imminent, and it will probably become much more difficult for us to meet afterward. Marisha then bowed to Lin Ke in a warrior's salute as a sign of respect. Then we won't bother you any longer. Arthas also bowed slightly. Your Majesty, if you need anything, please let us know at any time. Lin Ke nodded and watched the two leave. He then returned to the palace and immediately opened the civilization panel in his mind. Because the scouts discovered some new clues this morning, he should be able to find it soon. He's about to find that place. Just then, a message suddenly popped up on the panel. You have discovered a new civilization, Aztec. Leader, Montezuma. Chapter 193. I've heard of your deeds before. Lin Ke's eyes lit up when she saw the message. Finally, the investigators have finally found this civilization after traveling for so long. Afterwards, Lin Ke straightened his pharaoh crown and tugged at his robe collar. After waiting a short while, the screen in the civilization panel began to change. It was in a dense rainforest, with towering trees and entwined vines in the distance. The air was visibly humid. Nearby, a tall, well-dressed figure stood with his back to him. He wore a fur coat with brightly colored feathers and a crown woven from golden feathers. A short knife was hanging at his waist. The man seemed to sense something and slowly turned around. His face was resolute, and his jawline was angular and defined, as if it had been shaved. His skin, however, was a dull bronze color. It's like a perfect combination of an elder and a warrior. However, as he turned around, his eyes widened immediately. He frowned slightly, then turned his head left and right, as if to confirm whether he was hallucinating. But when he frowned even more deeply at Lin Ke knew that he was about to speak. Who are you? Montezuma gripped the handle of the knife. Clearly, this person, dressed completely differently from them and wearing eyeshadow, was puzzling to him. It even made him feel dangerous. Clearly, this sudden appearance of a stranger only added to his confusion. Lin Ke simply smiled slightly, then took the initiative to greet the other party. Hello, Montezuma, leader of the Aztecs. I am the Holy Pharaoh of Holy Egypt. This meeting is because I used a special power. Montezuma took a step back, looking surprised. The other party not only easily stated his tribe's name, but also his personal name. However, after a couple of seconds, he tried to speak. Holy Pharaoh? How could you be here? How did you end up here? Lin Ke continued. As I just said, I used a special power, and what we are seeing now are images from afar. I have been looking for you, and I am finally able to meet you today. You are even more extraordinary than I imagined. The two people you sent to Holy Egypt to gather information are still in Holy Egypt. I've learned some information from them, so I'd like to discuss it with you in detail today. Also, they are safe, you can rest assured. Upon hearing this, Montezuma's wariness immediately lessened, and his brows stopped furrowing. He scrutinized Lin Ke's attire for a moment before slowly revealing a friendly smile. The Holy Pharaoh of Holy Egypt. I have already heard about your deeds. I heard you just defeated another Hebrew god. It seems the rise of Holy Egypt is unstoppable. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke simply smiled faintly, her tone still humble. It was just a fluke. The Hebrew Empire is now eyeing Holy Egypt covetously, and powerful Western forces have also cut off our trade routes. However, their actions precisely demonstrate that what we have been doing so far is absolutely correct, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Montezuma nodded, his smile now tinged with admiration. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh is right. You may not know this, but it is precisely because of the rise of Holy Egypt that we have seen hope. We Aztecs have always wanted to do business with Holy Egypt, but the two men I sent out never returned. I thought they had been killed by barbarians or someone else. Upon hearing the other party mention barbarians, Lin Ke immediately asked the question he had always wanted to know. But Your Excellency Montezuma, I would like to know, why do you Aztecs pay tribute to barbarians? Given the strength of the Aztecs, surely they shouldn't have come to this. Upon hearing this, Montezuma's expression darkened slightly, and his tone was full of helplessness. Many years ago, our rain god Tlaloc was defeated by the Hebrew gods and was unable to reappear for a long time. Meanwhile, the power of the barbarians gradually grew around the Aztecs, and they even developed their own gods. Although we have leopard warriors, jaguar warriors, and eagle warriors, as you know, these forces are very small and insignificant in the face of the power of the gods. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke nodded. I see. But I see your soldiers coming and going in the distance. Is there some kind of battle going on? Montezuma waved his hand. Not yet, but soon. To be honest, we are now prepared to fight the barbarians using guerrilla and harassment tactics. And the reason we decided to fight back is because of you, Holy Pharaoh. The rise of Holy Egypt taught us that resistance is the only correct and the only way out. Now, the Hebrews are dealing with your Holy Egypt, and they will certainly not be able to spare troops to help the barbarians. So, in my opinion, this is the best time for us to fight back. Lin Ke nodded. He hadn't expected that this Aztec leader would have such a heroic air about him. This civilization, this tribe, has a very promising future. Then, Lin Ke continued. Your plan is very insightful, esteemed Montezuma. If possible, we could perhaps become allies. Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, Montezuma's eyes immediately lit up with joy, but he still tried his best to remain calm. Your Majesty, it is our honor to form an alliance with you. Then, Lin Ke suddenly realized that she hadn't gotten the most crucial information yet. He needed the Aztecs to provide him with some supplies. However, before that, I would like to ask if the Aztecs, if they were to cooperate with Holy Egypt, could you provide the supplies we need? Upon hearing this, Montezuma immediately said, That's right. Once a caravan enters our jungle, no one knows where they're going. Moreover, we cooperate with many caravans, such as charging tolls and helping to transport materials. To be honest, if you are willing to form an alliance with us, just ask, and I can find you anything you need. As for the price, it probably depends on what exactly it is. Lin Ke thought for a moment, then asked, If I need a large amount of timber, what would your quote be? Of course, Lin Ke was cautious. He needed to know first whether the Aztecs, who were about to become his ally, were truly ruthless opportunists. If they were to sell something worth 1 gold coin for 10 gold coins, then the deal and the decision to establish an alliance would certainly not succeed. Montezuma was taken aback. He hadn't expected Lin Ke to ask so directly. Then, he turned to the side and pointed to a spot not far away. Lin Ke followed his gaze and saw 3 huge wooden carts being pulled by more than a dozen strong soldiers. The vehicle was filled with thick, sturdy trees. Montezuma swallowed hard, cautiously, as if testing the waters. For wood, 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 1 tra of wood. Clearly, he was also worried that Saint Egypt was a greedy capitalist who might offer him a price he wouldn't even earn in gold coins. Lin Ke then slowly asked, How much is 1 tera? Montezuma blinked and cautiously pointed again to the 3 wooden carts loaded with trees. Lin Ke was stunned. Did he quote the wrong price? Seeing Lin Ke's reaction, Montezuma was also taken aback. Could it be that he thinks it's too expensive? Chapter 194, A Pleasant Cooperation. They looked at each other for a long while. No one broke the silence. However, in Lin Ke's opinion, 1 tra is roughly equivalent to several hundred trees. That's all there is to it, just 1 gold coin. This was incredibly cheap for Lin Ke. After all, the other party had quoted a price of 1 gold coin for transporting the timber to Holy Egypt. Montezuma then spoke again, though his eyelids trembled slightly. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, since you are willing to elevate the Aztecs and regard us as allies, then, how about 0.8 gold coins for attractive trees? Upon hearing this, Lin Ke's expression became even more serious. 0.8 gold coins. He suddenly realized that this civilization might actually need more money than he had imagined. As Lin Ke's expression grew increasingly serious, beads of sweat began to appear on Montezuma's forehead. His Adam's apple visibly moved up and down. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. 0.7 gold coins. Let us show you our sincerity. We hope you will consider a long-term partnership with us. At this moment, Lin Ke's expression became even more serious. Price. It can even go lower? Before he could even begin to haggle, the other party was already sweating profusely. Of course, Lin Ke knew very well that if he didn't speak up soon, the other party might. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Let's be friends. 5 centimes. Lin Ke took a deep breath, and he felt his body trembling slightly. He then nodded slowly, his smile becoming very kind. This price is very reasonable, Your Excellency Montezuma. We can discuss this in more detail. When Montezuma heard Lin Ke speak, he almost immediately beamed with joy, unable to hide his emotions any longer. But he only coughed lightly, quickly suppressing his overflowing joy. Your Majesty, it is our honor to cooperate with you. However, transporting supplies requires crossing barbarian territory, and we need to ensure the safety of the route. I will send someone to find you a safer route, so that those guys won't steal our supplies. But don't worry. If the detour is too far, we won't charge you a single extra penny. We dispatched our strongest soldiers. Lin Ke was somewhat moved as she watched the other person talking nonstop. He thought of how difficult things were when Holy Egypt first started. Gaining an ally felt like finding a priceless treasure. Therefore, he was well aware of Montezuma's current feelings. My esteemed Montezuma, I have another question. Montezuma was speaking when he heard Lin Ke speak, and he immediately stopped. Speak, Holy Pharaoh of Holy Egypt. Lin Ke then slowly spoke up. If I help you solve your current difficulties, could you send some more soldiers to help me fight against Heber? Upon hearing this, Montezuma's expression froze for a moment, but then he seemed puzzled. Holy Pharaoh, I don't quite understand what you mean. When you say you're solving the current difficulties, do you mean you'll send in the army to protect your supplies? Clearly, the other party misunderstood Lin Ke's meaning. But Lin Ke simply shook his head. No, what I mean is, I have a way to make the barbarians make way for you. Moreover, he will not cause you any more trouble in the future. Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, Montezuma was stunned. His eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe what Lin Ke had said. But aren't you currently at war with the Hebrews? Could it be that you can spare troops? Upon hearing this, Lin Ke shook her head again. You don't need to worry about what I do, but we must make an agreement first. As he spoke, his expression suddenly turned serious, which even made the robust Montezuma feel a chill. If I succeed, you shall use the troops that I used to attack the barbarians to help me. But if Your Excellency Montezuma breaches the agreement, then Holy Egypt will never cooperate with you again. As soon as Lin Ke spoke, several more beads of sweat appeared on Montezuma's forehead. Don't worry, Saint Philai. I, Montezuma, am not one to break my word. I would never do anything to betray my promise. Besides, your willingness to cooperate with us is an honor for us. Otherwise, because we have no divine protection, the people of other kingdoms oppress my people just like the barbarians. You have given us Aztecs an opportunity, and you are willing to regard us as allies. We Aztecs will never forget this kindness. Rest assured, Holy Pharaoh. Montezuma spoke. His words were sincere, and his tone was neither hurried nor impatient. Lin Ke nodded again. He knew very well that the Aztecs had no reason to break their promise. They need Holy Egypt, more than Holy Egypt needs them. Then Lin Ke continued. Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Montezuma, the leader of the Aztecs. This is my deposit and a small gift for you. I hope you will accept it. Montezuma was somewhat puzzled upon hearing this. His eyes darted around, clearly not understanding Lin Ke's meaning. Because Holy Egypt is quite far from the Aztecs, in Montezuma's view, it would be at least a week before a deposit or a gift could be given. But within seconds, Montezuma saw a small pile of gold coins on the ground, along with some military provisions. His eyes widened immediately, and he blinked a few times forcefully. Then he looked at the pile of gold coins, and then at the Holy Pharaoh, who was slightly raising the corners of his mouth, displaying a friendly smile. Montezuma nodded vigorously a few times, his joy barely concealed. Then thank you very much, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Rest assured, we Aztecs will definitely, absolutely cooperate with you in the fullest way. Montezuma stared blankly at the pile of gold coins. He had no idea how the gold coins had gotten there, nor how many there were. Of course, this amount of gold coins was just a drop in the ocean for Lin Ke. We're not short of money at all. If it weren't for the war with the Hebrews, Lin Ke would have bought up all the undeveloped land around each city by now. Now, as long as those barbarians are dealt with, the Aztecs can bring over what Lin Ke needs as quickly as possible. Furthermore, one can even purchase orichalcos from the Aztecs. Whatever supplies you need, he can help you get them. It just takes a little more time. Alright, now order your soldiers not to attack. You'll get my news in 2 days. Upon hearing this, Montezuma simply nodded vigorously. After ending the call with the other party, Lin Ke simply continued operating the civilization panel. He found several barbarian camps on the civilization panel, which the scout had discovered while searching for the Aztecs. Very good. If it works, it will kill 3 birds with 1 stone. He murmured softly, then began operating the civilization panel. Multiple groups of cavalry are heading towards the barbarian camp. So many barbarian camps. It should trigger, right? Chapter 195 Secret Society. The barbarian camp was located on an open wasteland, surrounded by low hills and sparse bushes. Although it's called a camp, it's actually more like a large village. However, the buildings here are simple and messy, with thatched roof houses crammed together crookedly. The area around the village was filled with debris and garbage, and there were even patches of excrement that emitted a foul stench. Just then, several barbarian soldiers were sitting around a fire. They held charred chunks of meat in their hands and kept tearing into them. The grease dripped onto their fingers, instantly making their blood-stained and sand-smelling hands sticky. But they didn't care, because that's how they've always lived. Hey, come and eat some meat. A burly soldier shouted at a comrade not far away, waving a skewer of roasted meat that was reddish-black. The barbarian soldier was squatting next to a pile of junk, fiddling with a few stolen trinkets in his hands. It was an exquisite silver goblet and several glittering gold coins. Hearing the shout, he suddenly looked up, then hurriedly stuffed the things into his clothes and covered them with a rag. Then, he quickly stood up and walked over, pretending to be calm. They're here. They're here. He patted the dust off his clothes as he walked, forcing a smile onto his face. What kind of meat are you grilling? It smells delicious. The burly soldier grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. What other kind of meat could it be? Just got it. It's super fresh. Try it. It's much better than the last ones. The barbarian soldier took the skewer of meat, took a bite, and mumbled, it's really good, but it would be even better with some spices. A tall, thin soldier next to him raised an eyebrow. Spice? You certainly know how to enjoy yourself. But, as he spoke, he took out a small cloth bag from his pocket, carefully opened it, and inside were some dark red powder. I do have some good stuff here. I robbed it from a caravan. I heard it was something like that, but I forgot. Anyway, it's not important. The burly soldier's eyes widened. He snatched the cloth bag, brought it to his nose, and sniffed it. Oh, you've been hiding this well. Only now are you taking it out. Upon hearing this, the tall, thin soldier smiled smugly. That's right. Good things should be saved for later use. But we're happy today, so let's all try it together. Just then, another barbarian soldier came over carrying a jar of wine. Eating only meat is no fun. Here, try this. He said this, and then put the wine jar on the ground. Upon seeing this, one of the barbarian soldiers immediately exclaimed, Oh, isn't this wine? Where did you get it? The soldier patted the wine jar smugly. Where else could it be from? I robbed a caravan a few days ago and made some money on the side. This stuff is really good. Upon hearing this, the burly soldier laughed, then grabbed a wine jar, poured several bowls, and handed them to those around him. Come on, everyone, let's drink together. The tall, thin soldier took the bowl of wine, took a sip, and said, it's really good. Much better than what we usually drink. The barbarian soldiers drank their wine, and then haphazardly sprinkled spices on the meat, some of the powder even drifting into their wine bowls. Not far from them, there was a pile of tattered clothes. There were also some old baskets and a few small metal objects, either silver or bronze. Clearly, those were all spoils of war. By this time, the tall, thin soldier had already finished eating with his dagger. He picked his teeth and said casually, I heard the Hebrews came a few days ago. They told us to assist their army in attacking Holy Egypt. A soldier with a scarred face chewed on some meat and sneered. Humph, a Hebrew? His Majesty said that we just need to make a show of it. Anyway, they are busy fighting against the people of Holy Egypt, and we will just charge in with them at most. Just don't make it too ugly. A young barbarian soldier then spoke to himself, Holy Egypt. By the way, speaking of which, I heard that their holy pharaoh is very powerful. Since he became king, it seems that Holy Egypt has never lost a battle. The scarred soldier spat dismissively. Impressive? Shall. No matter how powerful you are, you're still just a mortal. You only have 2 shoulders and 1 head. What's so great about that? But upon hearing this, the tall, thin soldier frowned. That's one way of putting it. But those villages in Holy Egypt are really hard to plunder now. We used to always be able to get some fabric, and that meat too. He paused deliberately, smacked his lips a few times, and said, The meat there is really good. Upon hearing this, the surrounding soldiers burst into vulgar laughter filled with profanities. The scarred soldier laughed loudly and patted the tall, thin soldier on the shoulder forcefully. You're right. When the Hebrews and Holy Egypt are both exhausted from their battle, we can go and plunder them. Huh. At that time, all the flesh of Holy Egypt will be ours. Just then, a barbarian soldier who was eating meat not far away suddenly stood up. He pointed into the distance and shouted, "Hey, look, what's that?" Everyone looked in the direction he pointed and saw dust billowing in the distance over the wasteland. If you look closely, you'll see that it's a group of cavalry charging towards them. One of the barbarian soldiers said, they dare to come with such a small force. Brothers, grab your weapons." But the young barbarian soldier's voice trembled, his eyes filled with terror. That's the cavalry of Holy Egypt? Look at those cavalrymen." Upon hearing this, the scarred soldier abruptly stood up, dropping the roasted meat in his hand to the ground. "Impossible. Don't talk nonsense. How could the cavalry of Holy Egypt have come here?" The tall, thin soldier, now pale and trembling, cried out, Look at them. And their war horses. Golden light. Those are the cavalry of Holy Egypt, possessing divine power." These words immediately created a tense atmosphere in the barbarian camp. The barbarian soldiers then stood up, having lost all desire to eat. Moreover, the cavalry were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, their manes were already visible. "Quickly, go and inform the king." The scarred soldier roared, and then began to order the other barbarian soldiers around him to come and support him. However, it was already too late. Within minutes, the Holy Egyptian cavalry had stormed into the barbarian camp. They charged left and right, easily killing the barbarian soldiers without even raising their weapons. Bang! One of the cavalrymen smashed through a fire pit, and many ribs and skulls were immediately blown out and rolled everywhere. Meanwhile, on the other side of the distance, Lin Ke was looking at the civilization panel. "You have destroyed a barbarian camp. You have destroyed a barbarian camp." After several similar messages appeared, the information displayed on the civilization panel suddenly changed. "You have discovered a mysterious secret society called the Syndicate. Would you like to join the association?" Lin Ke's lips twitched slightly, and then she selected yes. Chapter 196, He will guard Cairo. First taste of bloodshed. Others may immerse themselves in books, prayers, or poetry, but as the ancients said, food and sex are human nature. My friends at the Contract Society teach you that the source of happiness is just one word: addiction. Amidst the frenzied games and crimson wine, the feast lasted all night. The day after the banquet, you often fell into a deep sleep until dusk. Crimson Pact has been activated. A lot of information came from the civilization panel. At that moment, a figure quietly appeared in the shadows of the Holy Egyptian palace. In Lin Ke's civilization panel, he also saw a new unit appear. It was located in the royal palace of Holy Egypt. The people in that unit walked with light steps, making almost no sound. Moreover, when he is in the dark, his figure can almost completely blend into the darkness. Pale skin, exquisite clothing. His eyes were like abysses, and his aura was like ice. Its ears are pointed, and its teeth are sharp. That unit was the vampire that Lin Ke summoned through the secret society, Syndicate. It's worth noting that in Civilization 6, secret societies are a unique game mechanic. Once the conditions for summoning are met, you can choose whether to join the guild and gain unique bonuses and units. In simple terms, secret societies can be understood as mysterious organizations that wield significant influence in the shadows. Secret societies are divided into 4 types. They are Void Singer, Alchemist, Syndicate, and Nightingale. Moreover, each association has its unique abilities and functions. As for this syndicate that Lin Ke joined, it is the most mysterious and dangerous one among them. In short, this is a secret organization composed of vampires, assassins, and spies whose goal is to control the world's lifeline using the power of darkness. Syndicate members are skilled in infiltration, assassination, and manipulation. Their existence is often unknown, but they can influence the course of history in secret. In the civilization panel, if you choose to join the syndicate, then Lin Ke will be able to obtain a vampire unit at the beginning. This is an extremely powerful unit, possessing combat strength far exceeding that of ordinary units, capable of taking on multiple opponents on the battlefield. Furthermore, he possesses the ability of Life Drain, which grants him a permanent boost in combat power if a warrior dies in an adjacent area. You can also gain a +10 increase to your combat power cap from dead barbarian units. If the vampire is killed, he will automatically retreat to the capital and retain 1 health point. Of course, the downside of vampires is that they move relatively slowly. Therefore, in Lin Ke's plan, he intended to have the vampire guard Holy Egypt while the main army attacked Heliopolis. After the enemy and Link's units produced through the civilization panel are defeated, the attack power of the vampire will become extremely terrifying. He will become the enemy's nightmare. At this moment, the succubus was walking along the corridor of the Holy Egyptian Palace. She had already notified all members of the Witchcraft Guild, as ordered by Lin Ke, and was now about to report to Lin Ke. I get to see His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh again. She was breathing heavily, biting her lip, and had already begun to close her eyes and imagine what it would be like to meet the Holy Pharaoh. Just then, her body suddenly trembled, and her devilish vertical eyes widened slightly. She first turned her head sharply, then turned it left and right. This aura? Something's not right. The succubus muttered to herself, her magic only surging around her. This aura is neither human nor demon. What exactly is it? Her intuition told her that some kind of unusual creature had appeared in the palace. Could they be assassins sent by the Hebrew Empire? Oh no, Your Majesty the Pharaoh. Without the slightest hesitation, the succubus used her magic and almost flew, rapidly advancing towards the royal palace of Holy Egypt. She darted to the center of the palace hall, her voice urgent. Your Majesty, a strange aura has appeared in the palace. I have never felt such power before. You must. Lin Ke's attention was focused on the civilization panel at this moment. Hearing the succubus's words, he simply turned his head, glanced at her, and showed no surprise on his face. Don't worry, she's someone I summoned. The succubus paused, a hint of doubt in her eyes. You summoned this? Lin Ke didn't explain further, but continued to operate on the civilization panel for a few more minutes. Perfect timing. He also wanted to see what this vampire looked like with his own eyes. A moment later, a tall figure slowly emerged from the darkness in the corner. His skin was as pale as paper, and he wore a long, dark black robe. He looked at Lin Ke, a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth revealing his sharp teeth. Upon seeing this, even the succubus, who was used to seeing monsters and demons, unconsciously took a step back. What is this? She had never seen such a creature before. It was neither human, nor ghost, nor demon. His aura was cold and dangerous, like some unknown, dangerous creature born between the mortal realm and hell. Just then, Nantong also rushed over, clearly having also sensed this strange power. Therefore, when he saw the vampire standing in front of Lin Ke, his expression froze instantly, his eyes filled with shock. Your Majesty, what is this? Lin Ke simply stood up and introduced it as if he were introducing a friend. This is the vampire, the new power of Holy Egypt that I summoned. When we attack Heliopolis, he will help us defend Cairo. Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, the succubus and Nantong exchanged a glance. Then, Nantong looked at the vampire, swallowed hard, and said respectfully, Congratulations, Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, on gaining another powerful general. The succubus nodded and forced a smile. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh is indeed thoughtful, but this power is truly unsettling. Lin Ke waved his hand, his tone very calm. You don't need to worry, continue preparing for the attack on Heliopolis City. Nantong bowed, and prepared to leave. At this moment, Lin Ke stopped the succubus. This time, the witches will be on standby as a special force. You are responsible for reporting their movements to me regularly. After saying that, Lin Ke continued to operate the civilization panel. But why hasn't the succubus responded? Lin Ke then shifted his attention to the succubus. He noticed that the other person's face suddenly flushed and their breathing became rapid. Not good. Lin Ke quickly continued. All right, if there are no problems, you can go and get ready now. But the other party seemed very excited, and even his voice trembled. Your Majesty, do you mean that I can see you every day? Lin Ke was stunned for a moment, and before he could react, the succubus had pounced on him and wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. Then I can see His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh every day? Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. You haven't given them the reward you promised. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Lin Ke was startled by her actions and leaned back slightly. Wait, what are you doing? Nantong hasn't gone out yet. Upon hearing this, Nantong turned around and quickly walked out, closing the door behind her with magic as she left. His face flushed slightly, and he turned and left. Chapter 197, Neither Allies Nor Enemies. Your Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Not long after, the succubus cried out, then collapsed to the ground, covered in sweat. Her chest heaved violently, her face flushed, and the devilish vertical pupils in her eyes turned into pink peach stars. She was clearly exhausted, but her expression was full of joy and happiness. Lin Ke, breathing heavily, slowly adjusted his pharaoh's robes. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, then looked down at his hands, a slight smile playing on his lips. I never expected my body to be so strong after I recovered. Not only is he incredibly energetic, but his strength and speed have also improved considerably. Lin Ke took a deep breath, and his heartbeat gradually began to stabilize. He recalled the succubus's fanatical and infatuated appearance just now, and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. I thought he was some kind of powerful character. However, Lin Ke also fell into a slight contemplation. If it's to this extent, if 10 more succubi came, he might not be able to handle them. It seems I still need to visit the lioness Samed regularly to take care of my health. The servants who witnessed all of this from a short distance were all dumbfounded. Even the male servants unconsciously swallowed hard, and their pupils trembled violently. Lin Ke then turned around and glanced at the servants. Then, let's carry the succubus back to my dorm to rest. Upon hearing the holy pharaoh's words, the attendants seemed to awaken from a dream and hurriedly nodded in response. Yes, Your Majesty, the holy pharaoh. They carefully approached, helped the succubus up, and gently carried her away. Lin Ke then turned his attention back to the civilization panel. He still has things to do. The civilization panel now shows that the cavalry have cleared out numerous barbarian camps in the open areas. However, Lin Ke did not allow the cavalry to continue advancing, because if we go any further ahead, we'll be in a forest area. The terrain there offers a strategic advantage. If the barbarians retaliate, the cavalry will suffer double the damage. Therefore, Lin Ke could not allow the cavalry to continue their attack, especially since he had already completed his initial plan. Just then, Lin Ke continued operating the civilization panel, intending to have a conversation with the barbarian king. After all, the scout had already discovered the barbarian king's camp, and the location and information about him were recorded in the civilization panel. With leverage and channels of communication secured, all that's left is dialogue. As Lin Ke was operating the system, a burly middle-aged man immediately appeared on the civilization panel. Clearly, he was the barbarian king that Montezuma had mentioned. The barbarian king had dark skin, his face was covered with scars and tattoos, and his muscles were huge, making him look like a powerful warrior. He wore a suit of armor made of animal hides and metal plates, and a helmet made of a wild beast skull. Behind him hung a huge battle axe, though it looked like it hadn't been maintained for a long time. Not only does it have a sharp edge, but it also bears traces of blood and dirt accumulated over time. Meanwhile, the barbarian camp was in complete chaos. The barbarian soldiers ran back and forth outside the king's tent, their footsteps causing the ground to tremble slightly. Their shouts rose and fell. The North needs reinforcements. The cavalry of Holy Egypt have reappeared in the east. Quickly, go and inform the king. The South has been attacked too. The king of these barbarian soldiers was sitting on a throne made of animal bones. He held a huge wine bowl in his hand, filled with murky wine and dust that had fallen from the tent roof due to the ground shaking. The barbarian king's face was full of frustration and confusion. He scratched his head and muttered to himself, "What the hell does Holy Egypt want? Why did the damned pharaoh suddenly send cavalry to attack us? Damn it, with so many people dead, the Hebrews will definitely reduce the reward. If I ever catch the holy pharaoh, I'll chop him up." Annoying thing. After he finished speaking, he tilted his head back and drank the wine in the bowl in one gulp. Then, he slammed the wine bowl to the ground with a loud bang. However, just as he frowned and was about to pour another bowl of wine, his gaze suddenly froze. A strangely dressed figure appeared in front of him. The man was dressed in a magnificent robe, wore a double crown, and had heavy black eyeshadow. The background behind him resembled a royal palace. The barbarian king blinked hard a few times. Isn't this Holy Egypt? He reached out to grab it, only to find that it was just an illusion. Then, he blinked hard and slapped his face. But the image remained, and the person inside spoke. "Greetings, Your Majesty, the king of the barbarians." The barbarian king was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this. Then, he suddenly stood up, and even the wine bowl in his hand fell to the ground with a crash and shattered into pieces. Despite his massive size, he unconsciously took a few steps back. "You? Who are you? Who are you?" Lin Ke initially maintained a polite and friendly smile, but then his eyes gradually became sharp, even somewhat fierce and terrifying. "I am the holy pharaoh of Holy Egypt." The barbarian king's face turned pale instantly, and he reached for the huge battle axe behind him. He opened his mouth, but found that he suddenly couldn't speak. Lin Ke gave him no chance to catch his breath and continued. Barbarian King, I have come here to discuss a deal with you. The Barbarian King picked up his giant axe and tentatively swung it a few times towards the spot where Lin Ke's image appeared. That's useless. I'm too far away from you. This meeting was achieved by using my special power. But none of that matters. What matters is that we can have a dialogue. After realizing that he could not erase the image, the Barbarian King slowly put down his giant axe. But he was clearly quite frightened, and it took him a while to understand what Lin Ke had just said. Of course, in Lin Ke's view, it was not only because the barbarians were anxious after being attacked by the cavalry, but also because the Barbarian King was caught red-handed speaking ill of the holy pharaoh behind his back. What are you going to do? The Barbarian King had not yet calmed down, but after learning the other party's identity, his tone became somewhat impolite. But Lin Ke didn't care at all. I told you. I'm here to make a deal with you. I know very well that the Hebrews have entrusted you with the task of launching an attack against us. Therefore, since you have accepted the commission, you are now an enemy of our holy Egypt, and you must bear the corresponding consequences. What is happening today is a warning from holy Egypt to you. I don't want to wipe you all out, although I could. The Barbarian King swallowed hard. What exactly do you want? Lin Ke, on the other hand, maintained that smile. Although, that smile was quite creepy to the other person. We can make a deal. Neither allies nor enemies. Upon hearing this, the Barbarian King merely took a slight step forward. What's the meaning? Chapter 198, Killing 3 Birds with 1 Stone. What's the meaning? The Barbarian King swallowed hard as soon as he finished asking the question. After all, he had long ago helped the Hebrew Empire attack Holy Egypt and participated in the plan to besiege Holy Egypt. In his view, the Holy Pharaoh of Holy Egypt should have regarded him as an enemy. Why is the other party acting like this? The Barbarian King then stared at Lin Ke, awaiting his answer. Lin Ke slowly spoke. Don't make me repeat myself a third time. I don't like repeating what I've said before. However, I also want to tell you that I overheard what you said while you were drinking. Upon hearing this, the Barbarian King's expression turned slightly tense. His first thought was of the words he had used to insult the Holy Pharaoh. But Lin Ke brought up something else. You said the Hebrews were unwilling to pay you the original amount. Is that right? The Barbarian King was taken aback, clearly not expecting Lin Ke to bring up this matter directly. Then, his expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and said gruffly, So what if it is? Those Hebrews always talk a good game, but when it comes to actually giving money, they're incredibly stingy. Why are you bringing this up? Lin Ke simply smiled slightly and said calmly, The money that the Hebrews are unwilling to pay, the holy Egyptians can pay. Furthermore, you can cooperate with the Aztecs and achieve mutual benefit. Upon hearing this, the Barbarian King frowned, his eyes filled with doubt. Cooperation? How exactly will we cooperate? Lin Ke looked directly into the eyes of the Barbarian King, feeling a sense of superiority. I have reached a cooperation agreement with them to help Holy Egypt transport supplies. You can all work together to transport supplies and speed up the delivery process. In this way, your barbarian tribe will have an additional stable source of income, and you will no longer have to plunder everywhere and worry about not having enough to eat. Upon hearing this, the Barbarian King's face immediately darkened. Clearly, Lin Ke had hit a nerve. So he slammed his fist on the table, cracking it in the process. Damn it. I only started doing this because I didn't want to be bossed around. You want me to deliver your goods now? Dream on. Lin Ke had anticipated his reaction, so he was not affected in the slightest by his change in mood. He sneered instead, and continued, I didn't say you can't rob or loot. But listen to me. If you want to rob other places, I don't care what you rob. However, absolutely nothing related to Holy Egypt and the Aztecs can be touched. That's the bottom line. Furthermore, if our caravan is ambushed or attacked, you must send troops to protect and assist it. How about that? Now you have 2 sources of income, and you can continue doing your old job. Upon hearing this, the Barbarian King's expression turned even more grim. He suddenly stood up, glaring at Lin Ke in the video. Are you threatening me? Lin Ke remained calm, as if watching the other party's clumsy performance. Threat? No, I'm just stating the facts. Didn't you notice that I only deployed cavalry, yet I already wiped out a large number of your outer camps? Moreover, Holy Egypt now has more than one god. If you cross my line or refuse my proposal, then this will be our last conversation. You must understand that this conversation is a favor I am giving you. Upon hearing this, the Barbarian King clenched his fists tightly, but fine beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. Lin Ke ignored the other party's reaction and continued. If Holy Egypt wins this great battle, we will reclaim all the lost territories. You don't want to be driven out of this land, do you? If you're not going to be our ally, at least be someone who's to our advantage. Otherwise, Holy Egypt would not be merciful to its enemies. Upon hearing this, the barbarian king's face immediately turned even paler. His fists slowly loosened, as if he had come to terms with the barbarian's current predicament, but there was still a hint of worry in his eyes. But I don't know if you can defeat the Hebrews. What if I help you and you still lose? Won't the Hebrews punish me? Lin Ke smiled slightly upon hearing his words, his tone becoming even more confident. So, I've always been telling you that you don't have to be our ally, but you also don't have to be our enemy. Isn't it clear enough? Fine, let me make it even clearer. I've cleared out all your outer camps, so you can use that as an excuse to say your army needs to rest. That way, you don't even have to put on a show, and you can still get a small amount of money from them. The barbarian king nodded slowly, seemingly understanding, but not quite. His eyes darted to the side, clearly recalling what Lin Ke had said. Lin Ke then added, his tone becoming noticeably more impolite. I'm being very sincere. If it weren't for the need to confront the Hebrew Empire, I wouldn't be talking to you today. I originally intended to make you disappear from this land completely. So this is your only and last chance. Upon hearing this, the barbarian king's expression turned even more unpleasant. But in the end, he could only slowly agree. Yes, I agree, Holy Pharaoh. I will not help the Hebrew Empire this time. At least I will not send troops to help it. I accept all your proposals. Lin Ke nodded, then said calmly, that's right. Recognize your own position and do not regard the forces of Holy Egypt as enemies. Furthermore, you should strive to be a useful person to us, as this will greatly benefit you in the future. This is a small reward for your acceptance of the great Holy Egypt's proposal. As soon as Lin Ke finished speaking, a small pile of gold coins suddenly appeared in front of the barbarian king. It was glittering and dazzling. The barbarian king's eyes widened, his face filled with shock and greed. He reached out and grabbed a gold coin, examined it closely, and then burst into laughter. Don't worry, Holy Pharaoh. You are much more generous than the Hebrews. If I have any news, I will immediately send someone to inform you. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke nodded in satisfaction. That's excellent. I hope we can have a pleasant collaboration. The barbarian king clutched the gold coins to his chest, his gaze fixed on them. Don't worry, Holy Pharaoh. Who would turn down money, wouldn't you say? I've heard that you're very capable, and seeing you today, I can confirm that you are indeed a great hero. You are both generous and elegant. You are truly a man of both wealth and wisdom. Lin Ke listened, a slight smile playing on his lips, and lowered his voice. What a money grubber. He's so excited he can't even speak properly. At this moment, Lin Ke's attention shifted from the civilization panel. He did this because he had already seen the barbarian king's preferred items in the civilization panel. That's money. But for Lin Ke, anything that can be settled with money is a minor matter. After all, a major battle was imminent. Moreover, this way, the Aztecs could supply Holy Egypt with resources as quickly as possible, and the barbarians would no longer cause them trouble. Lin Ke also obtained the vampire. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Lin Ke took a deep breath and walked out of the palace. He saw that Cairo was still brightly lit both inside and outside the city. The army of Holy Egypt is gathering. The army attacking Heliopolis will set off tomorrow. Similarly, the Hebrew army should be setting out soon. Chapter 199, The Holy Pharaoh's Scheme. Lin Ke stood on the high platform of the palace and took a light breath. He then continued to browse the civilization panel. The last one, the Trailblazer, is almost finished. Lin Ke slightly raised the corners of his mouth. He knew that the plan he had prepared long ago could finally be implemented. Boom! A faint golden light shimmered at the entrance to the palace of the Holy Egyptians, where he had finally completed the 3 pioneers he had built through Cairo and Memphis. Building the pioneer will reduce the city's population. Fortunately, Holy Egypt's food production capacity is now sufficient, so the population is increasing faster than he expected. Moreover, since the population reduction was actually distributed across the 2 cities, the impact was not significant. He first selected the Trailblazers and ordered them to march south towards Heliopolis. If the plan goes smoothly, they will be able to build a city in the south of Heliopolis before the war begins. Not only can military units in the Lin Ke civilization panel be stationed there for defense, but they can also reduce the loyalty of Heliopolis City. The sudden establishment of the three cities was bound to cause an uproar among the people of Heliopolis. With the civilization panel mechanic in place, taking Heliopolis is just around the corner. However, the trailblazers are very fragile and move very slowly. Moreover, the journey was not safe. Once they left the territory of Holy Egypt, the risks would increase significantly. Therefore, to ensure the safety of the trailblazers, Lin Ke dispatched Master Heka to protect them. After binding with Master Heka, both defense and attack will be enhanced, so as long as you are not facing a large Hebrew army, there will not be too much of a problem. At the same time, Lin Ke piloted the cavalry and advanced towards the west side of Heliopolis city. Extending further north from the west side of Heliopolis, one can reach an outer city of the Hebrew Empire. Lin Ke knew very well that he could use the cavalry's rapid mobility to draw the enemy's attention. In other words, they drew the enemy's attention to the idea that Holy Egypt intended to attack their outer cities. Lin Ke knew that the Hebrew Empire had already fought against Holy Egypt several times, so the enemy was very clear that as long as their troops were outnumbered, Holy Egypt would surely win. The Hebrews' chances of victory would only be very high if they demonstrated both military and divine superiority. That is, like the one at Atlantis. Therefore, as long as Lin Ke sends out the cavalry and lets them operate in the nearby area, he can at least attract some of the Hebrew army to come and provide support. This will create favorable conditions for the actions of the pioneers. Moreover, Lin Ke was currently deploying all of his scouts towards Heliopolis city. Knowing the enemy's movements is essential for making preparations in advance. Moreover, Lin Ke immediately began producing builders. He knew that time was of the essence, and that he had to speed up the march in order to gain the upper hand in this great battle. That is, to build roads. The road leading to Heliopolis needs to be paved as soon as possible. Although Lin Ke used gold coins to speed up production, it still takes some time to produce a builder. However, Lin Ke had already planned all of this. He intended to build a spectacle pyramid. He had already studied the bricklaying technique in advance, and now that the pioneers were produced, all the builders produced afterward could be used to build roads. So, the remaining builders were sent out to construct the wonder, the pyramids. This pyramid is different from the ones in Cairo. It's from the civilization panel, and you can only enjoy its benefits and effects by building it. Once completed, the pyramid not only provides faith points, but also increases the number of actions for all builders by one. Not only that, but a free builder is also provided immediately. Once the roads on a plot of land are built, they represent a large area in the real world. That's more than enough for the entire Holy Egyptian army to set off quickly at the same time. Thinking of this, Lin Ke's lips curled up slightly. He could already imagine the surprised expressions on the faces of the Holy Egyptian people and soldiers. Moreover, once the pyramid is completed, he can immediately acquire a new builder and send him to pave roads. Lin Ke had already issued the command in the civilization panel, and the builder of Holy Egypt quickly took action, heading to a desert tile next to Holy Egypt. At that moment, a builder who had received the instruction walked out of the palace of Holy Egypt. He had barely stepped out of the palace of Holy Egypt when the people of Egypt stopped to watch. Look, it's the builder. A man who was helping to move things pointed at the builder and shouted excitedly. The other man clapped his hands excitedly. Oh, His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh has displayed his divine power again. Do you remember? Last time he built the farm and mine in just one day, and even repaired some of the destroyed houses. Another young man excitedly added, Yes, who could forget such a scene? That is the builder, who was granted divine power by His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. Even some soldiers couldn't help but follow the builder for a while. They knew very well that His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh must have assigned him some task related to construction or repair. At this moment, a soldier scratched his head in confusion and asked in a low voice, What do you think those builders are going to do this time? An old soldier standing nearby stared wide-eyed. Who knows? How many farms did they create in one night last time? A burst of exclamations erupted from the crowd. Yes, yes. Another veteran clapped his hands excitedly. Those builders were people who received the blessings of His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh. They could make the sand obey them with just a swing of their sand shovels. I saw it with my own eyes last time. The sand leveled up immediately, and even the wind couldn't blow it up. A young man excitedly waved his fist. Yeah, I've seen something similar. I've heard that the builder can make even the Nile's shadow longer. We haven't seen the builder for a while now. I bet His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh has something big planned. A middle-aged soldier glared at him and whispered, Don't make wild guesses. How could we mortals understand His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's plans? At that moment, an archer sneered and crossed his arms. Humph. What's the use of all your guessing? Only His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh knows the abilities of the builders. But I dare say, this time it's definitely to help us win the battle. As dawn broke, the builder gradually approached his destination. Chapter 200 Montezuma's Promise. In the Aztecs, Montezuma was directing his soldiers to move supplies. It turned and pointed to the transport team's wooden carts, its voice urgent. Faster! Faster! He paused, swallowed hard, and said, "These supplies must be delivered to Holy Egypt as soon as possible. His Majesty the Pharaoh is waiting for our goods." The soldiers quickened their pace, loading crates of timber and armor purchased from the caravans onto wooden carts with remarkable speed. The leopard warriors and eagle warriors stood guard, for beyond this lay barbarian territory. Although you don't see many barbarians here. A leopard warrior stepped forward, nodded, and said in a very respectful voice, "Chief, we have almost finished moving our supplies and are ready to depart at any time." Montezuma nodded, his voice softening slightly. "Good. Remember, this mission cannot go wrong." He paused, then turned and pointed to the distant jungle. "According to the Holy Pharaoh, we just need to go through here and make sure the supplies arrive on time." The leopard warrior nodded and turned to leave. Montezuma's gaze swept over the convoy, and he muttered to himself, "Holy Pharaoh, have you really solved the problem? If what you say is true, then we won't encounter those barbarians again, right?" Montezuma breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless, the goods had already set off. Just a day earlier, he received a request from Lin Ke, hoping that the Aztecs could send soldiers to transport supplies to Holy Egypt. Montezuma agreed without hesitation and immediately ordered the formation of a transport team composed of leopard warriors and eagle warriors. Although these soldiers were not originally responsible for transportation, but Montezuma was afraid that something might go wrong with the transport, and besides, the Holy Pharaoh had given him a lot of gold coins, so he really didn't want to mess it up. A powerful kingdom willing to ally with the Aztecs. What a kind decision that is. Meanwhile, the people of the Aztecs were also discussing it. They gathered on both sides of the street, watching the transport team slowly depart, their eyes filled with curiosity and excitement. A young man looked at the soldiers in the transport convoy and said excitedly, "I heard that the Holy Pharaoh of Holy Egypt gave us a lot of gold coins this time. What kind of person is he exactly?" An old man stroked his beard, his eyes filled with awe. "I've heard he's a very powerful person. I've heard that it was the ancient god he summoned who defeated the Hebrew gods." The others started chatting, one sentence at a time. "I've also heard that Holy Egypt is all desert, without a single tree. Oh, what about drinking water? What about washing clothes? What do you know? The Holy Pharaoh has already dealt with these things. I heard he has a mountain of gold coins." The public's discussions rose and fell, and the more they talked, the more outrageous it became. Their faces were filled with adoration and gratitude, as if Lin Ke were their savior. Several young people then exclaimed, "His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh is truly amazing. He must be a very great person." Another young man exclaimed excitedly, "That's right. With the help of His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh, we Aztecs will surely become even stronger. Holy Egypt is our ally." As Montezuma listened to the murmurs of the crowd, he felt a surge of pride and satisfaction. He knew that the Holy Pharaoh was not only the leader of Holy Egypt, but now also a symbol of hope and strength for the weak nations of the entire continent. Just then, an eagle warrior rushed over, a hint of tension on his face. "Your Majesty Montezuma, a troop of barbarian soldiers has entered our territory." Upon hearing this, Montezuma's expression immediately turned serious. Barbarian soldiers? Montezuma's heart sank. He thought the barbarian soldiers had come to invade. The eagle warrior nodded, looking somewhat puzzled. "They said they're here to help, but we need to report to you. What should we do now?" Upon hearing this, Montezuma immediately understood that the Holy Pharaoh of Egypt might have already fulfilled his promise. But it still needs to be determined. Montezuma nodded and then ordered, "Have the leopard warriors and eagle warriors prepare to act immediately if they make any unusual moves." The leopard and eagle warriors moved swiftly, their figures disappearing into the jungle like ghosts. Montezuma stood on the high platform, his eyes fixed on the barbarian soldiers in the distance. The barbarian soldiers approached slowly, their faces showing signs of exhaustion, as if they had been running at high intensity for a long time. The lead barbarian soldier stepped forward and shouted, "We're here to help." Our king told us that the holy pharaoh of Holy Egypt asked him to send people here to help transport the goods. We are responsible for protection and can also do our part. Montezuma's eyes were filled with surprise. He stepped forward, his tone tentative. You're really here to help. The barbarian soldier nodded, his tone surprisingly becoming respectful. Yes, Your Majesty Montezuma. Our king has reached an agreement with the holy pharaoh, and we will not be enemies of the Aztecs. Montezuma's eyes were filled with admiration as he murmured to himself, the holy pharaoh of Egypt. He truly kept his word. He turned to the leopard warriors and eagle warriors and said, Put down your weapons. They are not our enemies now. We have the guarantee of our ally, Pharaoh. Upon hearing this, the leopard warriors and eagle warriors put down their weapons, but their eyes still held a hint of wariness. Montezuma stepped forward and said to the barbarian soldiers, Welcome. His Majesty the Holy Pharaoh's plan was indeed swift. He said he could keep the barbarians from being our enemies within 2 days, and he really did it. The barbarian soldier shrugged and remained silent. Let's all push. Get these supplies out of here as quickly as possible. Give it your all. Come on. The leopard warriors, eagle warriors, and barbarian soldiers stood in 2 rows and began to work together to transport supplies. Montezuma knew that with the help of the barbarian soldiers, their transport mission would be safer and smoother. Your Majesty Montezuma. A leopard warrior stepped forward and said respectfully, We shall depart now. Montezuma nodded. Let's go. Remember, you must protect these supplies well, and absolutely no mistakes can be made. The leopard warrior nodded. Don't worry. With us protecting these supplies, they're absolutely safe. Unless we are all dead, there will be absolutely no problem. The transport convoy slowly set off, with leopard warriors, eagle warriors, and barbarian soldiers walking side by side. It looked strange, yet surprisingly harmonious. Montezuma stood on the high platform, watching them leave, feeling a complex mix of joy and emotion. The barbarians seemed much more pleasing to the eye now. The holy pharaoh was indeed a remarkable figure. Montezuma muttered to himself. Then he rallied the remaining soldiers to prepare to aid the holy pharaoh. That was his promise.